1. The Burning Gallows. Billows of black smoke burned Xiafeng's throat and lungs while making hissing sounds like old broken bellows. Anyone here? I don't want to die. Xiafeng, wake up, don't fall asleep. What? The endless flaming red light suddenly dimmed, followed by a deep darkness. Like a drowning man, Xiafeng tried his very best to grab onto anything that could save him from this darkness. At that moment, like a rising sun, a red light appeared in front of him. In that light, Xiafeng felt his strength recovering slightly, so he struggled desperately to get closer to the light. After taking a step forward, Xiafeng saw the light becoming brighter and brighter, changing from flaming red to pure white. The darkness was thoroughly entrapped by the light and completely dissipated in a second. Xiafeng suddenly sat back up and was now panting with great effort. In his dream, the smoke of a terrifying fire had made him lose all means of resistance, leaving him unable to do anything but helplessly lie on the ground and wait for the flames to devour him. Like being constrained by a ghost, he knew that he was in a nightmare, but he just could not wake himself up. The dream was so real that it took Xiafeng quite a while to recover. After his fast-beating heart calmed down, he finally remembered that he had been working on his essay for the whole night in the school library. No wonder I dreamed about the fire. I'm practically burning my life here these days, Xiafeng thought to himself in a self-deprecating way. When he roused himself and was about to collect all the reference books and go back to the dorm, Xiafeng was stunned with the strange and unimaginable scene in front of him. Like being struck in the head, he was shocked and his mind went blank. All the nice-looking wooden desks were gone. There were no piles of reference books, paper, manuscripts, and laptops. The only thing left was an old black blanket with loose threads covering him. Instead of sitting in the library chair, he was actually sitting on a narrow wooden bed. Where am I? In this situation, even a person like Xiafeng, who was relatively quiet and slow, could feel things were going wrong. Even if he was caught in a fire and sent to a hospital, this place definitely did not resemble a hospital, not even close. His heartbeat rose up due to the shock. He looked around and tried to stand up on his feet, but as soon as he put his feet on the ground, a sense of dizziness and weakness spread over him and almost made him hit the ground. Xiafeng hurriedly reached out and grabbed the handle of the bed to retain his balance. His face was pale and his heart was beating very fast. He was already aware of the surroundings from the quick look just now. This was a small shack. Including the wooden bed, there was a wooden table, which could possibly fall apart at any moment, 2 relatively okay-looking stools, and a crate with a hole in it. On the other side of the deteriorated wooden door, there was a crock hanging. A worn old stove was under it. The fire had been put out for quite a while, just chilly kindling was lying underneath. Everything seemed strange to him. Xiafeng had no idea where he was. The weak and dizzy feeling was bothering him a lot as well. Where is this place? It feels like I just recovered from a serious illness, like pneumonia I had in high school. What? Countless thoughts were going through his mind, but Xiafeng had never been in this extremely weird situation before. Panic was violently stirring up in his mind. The only thing he felt lucky for was that there was nothing unpleasant or horrible that showed up. So Xiafeng took several deep breaths and calmed himself down. Then, a loud shout came from afar outside the shack. Burn the witch. A Duran cathedral is going to burn a witch. Everybody, burn that damn witch to ashes. Fear and excitement were mingled together in that strange accent. Xiafeng was distracted from his panic and felt curious. He thought to himself, witch, what on earth is this world? As an adult, Xiafeng could definitely feel that something bad was going to happen there. But his thought was cut off by a sudden crashing sound that came from the door. A 12 or 13-year-old boy came rushing in. Lucian, the brown-haired boy wearing linen clothes reaching to his knees, was standing beside the bed as he exclaimed in surprise, "You're awake, thank God." Looking at the boy's completely different-styled clothes, Xiafeng nodded his head unconsciously. A ridiculous thought arose in his messy mind. Lucian, witch, cathedral, burn. Am I in a different world or even in another dimension? It seems like I am in the Middle Ages of Europe now, at the time when witch hunting was prevalent. If things had to go wrong, they always would. Murphy's Law was reminding Xiafeng in a cold way. The color of the boy's hair and his clothes were all proof of his guess. Xiafeng could instinctively understand and speak this unknown language, but he was far from being a linguist, so he could not even tell what kind of language they were speaking. The small boy, with several dusty black marks on his face, was not surprised at all when he saw Xiafeng's strange behavior. Mom didn't believe me. During midnight she always cries and her eyes would swell up with tears. She keeps murmuring, "My poor little Evans." like you were already buried in the cemetery. Daddy didn't know what to do, so he asked that little bastard Simon to bring a message to Lord Ven's mansion, asking for my brother to somehow come back. Now he is a knight squire. Of course, the charity doctor would not dare to claim his unreasonable, ridiculous price in front of a knight squire. The boy talked with his chin slightly raised, feeling sincerely proud. But look, I was right. I knew you were gonna be fine. I knew it. He was talking. He grabbed Xiafeng's arm. Let's go. They are gonna burn that vicious witch. It's the very same witch who made you go to jail and be interrogated for the whole night by the church guards. Xiafeng wanted to think more about his current situation, so he was not interested in going out at all. Besides, they were going to burn a person to death. That was something completely unacceptable for the kind-hearted Xiafeng, at least he believed he was. But the last thing the boy mentioned shocked him. The witch had something to do with me. Xiafeng therefore changed his mind. With his arm in the boy's hand, he stumbled out of the room and followed the boy towards the cathedral. Xiafeng looked around the people on the way. It was warm outside. Most men were wearing narrow-sleeved linen clothes, the same color pants and shoes without heels, while women wore monotonous, roughly cut long dresses with big pockets. It was simple and old. Most of them had brown hair and eyes, while some outstanding outlined faces had red or black hair with green or blue eyes. This is really middle age. Xiafeng found out he himself was wearing the same clothes. Soon after they came out of the slum filled with low and shabby shacks, they saw a not so large but solemn and grand cathedral with high arched ceilings in front of them. On the biggest ceiling hung a large white cross. The windows under it were very narrow and small. Lots of people had gathered there already. Following the small boy, Xiafeng squeezed through the crowd and kept pushing forward. This made some people irritated and they stared at them angrily, but they knew that as adults they could not misbehave on the square of Aduran. Soon Xiafeng could see ahead. They were in the very front of the crowd now. In the center of the square, a 20-something, pale-faced, beautiful woman in a black robe was tied to a wooden cross. People were throwing stones and pieces of wood while shouting, swearing, and spitting at her. "Go to hell, damned witch. You wanted everyone in Aduran to die. My poor Tracy, she died several months ago, must be because of you, you evil." The woman in the black robe got hit several times, but she just tightly shut her pale and thin lips without letting out a groan. Standing there like a statue, she looked at the crowd. In the front of the crowd stood a middle-aged man wearing a baggy white golden embroidered robe with a white beret on his head and a white cross in his hands. He remained silent all the time, appearing solemn and respectful. Several men and women were standing behind him. All of them were wearing the same neat white robes. Their faces were fresh and rosy, standing in a sharp contrast to the poor and dirty crowd on the square. Behind the white robes, there was a mighty row of armored guards in chainmail. The middle-aged man looked at his pocket watch and stepped forward. He raised the round badge in his hand. Instantly, those indignant and resentful people who were arguing all shut their mouths and quieted down. Xiafeng could hear the sound of wind passing through people's clothes. He was very impressed. Even in contemporary society, people's absolute obedience and quick response like this would require at least several months of training. What kind of authority or power could be able to make all those poor people be so compliant like an army? The middle-aged man was holding the badge, speaking with a low but penetrating voice which resounded all over the square. "You poor sinner. You are deceived by the devil and become greedy for power. Both your body and soul have been corrupted. Only the light can purify. It is punishment but also the mercy of God. Burn her, burn her." People's cries started gathering together and becoming louder and louder. The scene of the fanatical people crying loudly at the same time made Xiafeng shudder. If they knew he actually came from another world, Lucian or say Xiafeng, whose soul had been occupied by the demon, would be the one on the gallows next time. "Before the light shades on you," the man asked in a merciful manner, "confess your sins. Sincere penitence can save your soul. Then your soul would ascend to heaven where God lives." The woman in the black robe suddenly started crazily laughing. Her voice was very powerful. "What I pursue is the true form of magic, not the true form of God. Burn me. I will see your heaven being destroyed and your cathedral collapse in the flames." "Insane. Vicious." She cursed the bishop. "Kill them all, these damned witches following the demons. Burn her to ashes." The bishop remained silent, but the poor people were screaming and shouting hysterically with great fever. It was the first time for Xiafeng to see this kind of terrifying madness. Too dangerous here. He was deeply shocked. He really wanted to be carrying towards that woman, but he dared not take any action or those insane individuals would execute him with huge amounts of rocks. Xiafeng was also confused to find that there was no wood beneath that woman. How are they gonna burn her without any firewood? The bishop started praying. His voice was loud and cold. You, the sinner. Go to hell under the lights. The cross in his hand suddenly burst forth with splendid light. The light was so bright that all Xiafeng could see was a white mass. It was like the bishop was holding a small sun, solemn, pure, and grand-looking. Including the small boy, everyone lowered their heads and started praying. Beams of light gathered and took off capably to the unmistakable blue sky. When it reached the ceiling, the light reflected back and fell straightforwardly on the gallows. Fierce red flames flared up even higher than a person's height and devoured the woman. She laughed and cursed insanely. In the blazes, I will see your shrewd paradise demolished. In the blazes, I will see your fabulous house of God crumbling. In the blazes, I will see you individuals everlastingly worsened. What? Her thrilling cries and curses were lingering in everyone's ears until she was burned down to ashes. However, Xiafeng was completely stunned since earlier when the cross erupted with dazzling light. This is not medieval Europe. This is a world where magic truly exists. My name is Lucian. To the knowledge that came with me. In the center of the square, the beautiful witch in black had been completely burned down to ashes. However, her maniacal laughter and curses were still lingering there. Many people shuddered in fear and looked around. Then they followed the bishop into the cathedral where they started to pray and confess their sins. Lucian felt as if the blazingly bright light was still present in the square. He could still feel the sacred and dominating power the light contained. Xiafeng was so shocked that he had already made up his mind to accept his identity as Lucian. He needed to bury his past in the very bottom of his heart, in fear that people in this world might regard him as evil too. The divine power is so amazing. Instead of feeling awed or even terrified by that power like common people, Lucian was wondering if he could have a chance of learning it. At this time, Lucian got such a heavy slap on his left shoulder that he almost lost his footing. Oh, my poor little Evans. Thank God you don't have to suffer like your poor father. A nice young fellow like you deserves God's grace. Lucian was dragged back from his thoughts. He found a middle-aged woman who was twice his size, wiping her tears of joy as she kept patting his shoulder with her bear-paw-like huge palms. Lucian managed to move a little bit to evade her palm, which almost made him cough out blood. He opened his mouth but could not speak a word. He did not know her name, not even his own full name. Should he be Lucian Evans? After watching him just standing there, the woman had an even more sorry look on her face. My little Evans. You're still suffering from your mental illness. Look at you, so skinny. Xiafeng was embarrassed because he had not acquired any memory from Lucian. He was also afraid of letting people know that he was not the real Lucian. From a certain perspective, yes, Lucian's body now was genuinely being occupied by someone else. Fortunately, a middle-aged man standing beside the middle-aged woman stopped her. Alyssa, don't talk to little Evans too much. He has just recovered. He must be feeling tired right now. Ivan, help your mom and let's go home. The blonde-haired man was kind of skinny with his back bending forward slightly, but Lucian could still tell he was a good-looking guy in his younger days. For Lucian, the man was like an angel who saved him from this difficult situation. Thanks, Auntie Alyssa, I'm fine, just feeling a little bit dizzy. Lucian responded carefully. The boy Ivan who dragged Lucian here to see the witch was holding his mom's arm. He made a funny face and said to his mom, I knew he was not gonna die. Only you always think that he's still a baby who needs to be taken care of all the time. Auntie Alyssa was still wiping her tears. Evans, it's so nice to see you're getting better now. She deserved this, that damned vicious witch. She kept on nagging while walking. When she just moved close to your place, she looked so beautiful and nice. I was even thinking of marrying her to my little John. But she was a witch. She tried to steal the bodies buried in the cemetery to experiment her evil spells. Thanks to God, the night watchman of the Inquisition caught her red-handed while stealing. I can't even imagine if she had succeeded how many people would die in our area. Following them, Lucian got a brief overview of what happened from Alice's words. The woman got caught by the night watchman. As her neighbor, Lucian was also put under the interrogation of the Inquisition. They probably used some kind of holy spell on him which affected him mentally. So they did figure out that he was innocent, but at the same time, they seriously hurt the real Lucian. He died after that, and therefore, Xiafeng got the chance to possess his body. The man noticed that Lucian remained silent all the way. He patted on Lucian's shoulder, comforting him in a low voice. She's just like this, just ignore her. Lucian nodded. The man looked at Alyssa from behind and sighed. Alyssa, she was such a pleasant and beautiful girl in the past, but after she gave birth to John, she was like being controlled by the demon. Barely 1 year after we married, she became like this. He emotionally sighed again. He paused a bit and added, I'm no longer a well-matched opponent for her though. Lucian was still suffering from his wide mood swings. He forced out a smile and did not say anything. He did not know the man's name yet. Somehow, Alyssa heard her husband's complaint. She threw back a snort of contempt. Joel the bard, you who was once full of passion and romance, the young guy who came here to pursue his dream of music, are an incorrigible drunkard now. Joel smiled awkwardly. Alto is the city of Psalm. Countless young people are flocking to the city in pursuit of their dreams, but how many of them ever succeed? By the way, Alyssa, I've quit drinking since John started working. Auntie Alyssa looked back and stared at him, thanks God. You understand that we've put all our hope on John and Ivan. John's a good boy. He worked so hard and was selected by Sir Knight Ven as his squire. If John can manage to awaken the blessing in his blood and be knighted by the Grand Duke, then our son can be a lord, a respectable nobility. Joel shuddered slightly under the stern gaze from his wife, that just then thought about Lucian. Oh, I'm so sorry, little Evans. Alyssa stopped herself and winked at Joel for help. I didn't mean that. You're talented too, you just needed more training when you were younger. But the apology did not really help with the situation. Joel laughed loudly and patted Lucian's shoulder again. He's fine. Our Lucian is the guy who's gonna carry forward my dream of becoming a musician. Lucian was not really paying attention to them. He half-heartedly said with a giggle, yeah, I wanna be a musician. Seeing Lucian laughing, Alyssa felt relieved and continued her nagging again, which actually helped Lucian know more about the city. The city of Alto was a big and prosperous city located close to the Dark Mountain Range. It enjoyed the reputation as the city of Psalm and was full of opportunities. This area was named Aduran, which was the place where the poorest of peoples in Alto gathered. Besides, because of his absence due to illness for the past couple of days, Lucian had already lost his job as a porter in the market. A moment later, the four of them arrived in front of Lucian's place. Alyssa invited Lucian for dinner, but he politely refused her. Thanks, Auntie Alyssa, but I need some more rest. Before leaving, little Ivan moved closer to Lucian and asked curiously, Lucian, when did you decide to become a musician? You never told me about it before. 5 minutes ago, Lucian answered emotionlessly. OHIC, Ivan nodded admiringly. After getting into his shack, Lucian locked the door from inside. He sat there unconsciously and buried his head deep into his elbows. No kidding, I'm in a different world. A crazy world where magic actually exists. In this world, they burn people alive with gallows. Lucian's strong emotions finally burst out. He was surprised and scared. Xiafeng was kind of shy and not really experienced in his own world. Before, he often panicked facing difficult situation, but this time, Xiafeng himself was even surprised seeing how he managed to remain calm until now. Difficulties forge a person stronger. Time went by and night came. Lucian finally calmed himself down. Since he had decided to live in this time period, now he should not panic, worry, or be scared at all. He should plan for his future carefully. If he died again this time, he was pretty sure it would be forever. He stopped himself from worrying about his parents and friends. When he was about to plan for what to do next, hunger struck him. It felt like there was a fire burning inside his stomach. Lucian swallowed his saliva several times and decided to find something to eat first. He walked towards the only crate in his place. Inside of the big box, except for some old clothes, there were 2 loaves of bread-shaped black thing and 7 copper coins. Hunger controlled his brain. Lucian hurriedly took a big bite. Crack! This bite almost destroyed Lucian's front teeth. What the hell? It's like a wooden club. It took Lucian quite a while to make sure the thing he was holding was a real bread, which was just hard enough to knock out an adult. Fighting against his hunger, Lucian found some flints in the crate and started roasting his bread. Brown braised pork, spicy chicken wings, roasted beef, kung pao chicken, he muttered while staring at the bread as it was being roasted. When the bread became a little bit soft, Lucian could not stop himself and took a hurried bite. It was like chewing a piece of wood. But that was all Lucian had. He devoured the bread and sighed. I'd rather die if I'm gonna eat this every day. I must earn more. I don't want to live like this. Then he thought about the bishop and the pastors. Neatly dressed, they looked so noble with their incredible divine power. Lucian felt excited. I wonder if I could learn that power and become like one of them. But the next moment he changed his mind. A person like me going to church, it's like myself asking them to burn me to ashes. I don't know if there are other ways there, say that blessing. What about all the knowledge I learned in my previous world? Is it still useful here? Stuffing the bread into his mouth, Lucian started thinking about how to make a living. When he was retrieving the knowledge he learned in the university, he found something astonishing present in his brain. After taking a close look, Lucian's eyes opened wide in surprise. These are the books from the library. They also came here with me. All the books collected in the library were present there in his mind. Instead of describing them as memories or, say, Lucian's own knowledge, they were more like projections or visuals placed into different categories, ready to be read by Lucian anytime. Lucian tried to read them with great curiosity, but Lucian found that he could not open a majority of them. They were locked 3 midnights. Since Lucian somehow managed to come to this completely different world, he was not that surprised or scared to find that he actually had a whole library in his mind. What confused him more was that most of the books were locked. He tried to remain calm so that the visuals of the books could be more solid or substantial as entities. He went through them one by one and recorded the ones that could be read and the ones that could not. History, no problems. Economics, yup. Arts, fine. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, some of them are locked. Is it because I'm in a different world so I cannot read these books? I can still come up with the knowledge I gained at my university, though it hasn't been blocked. Most of the unlocked books were of senior high or high school level, which was a small amount compared to teaching references of a university's general library. There were numerous other books locked there. Lucian was too weak to go through each category, and soon he was unable to concentrate anymore. He dragged his feet back to the bed to get a good sleep so that he could face his second day in this world better. Only one loaf of bread was left there. Survival was always the priority. Lucian too understood this. When his mind was getting dull and he almost went into his sweet dream, a rat's piercing squeak and noises of wood biting woke him up. Rats. At first he did not pay much attention to it. He turned over in bed and was ready to fall asleep again. But the noise was getting louder and more disturbing, like someone was grinding teeth on a rock. Lucian could not fall asleep anymore. He tried to cover his ears with the blanket, but the attempt was in vain. The noise had a penetrating power and it felt like it was coming from all directions. Bloody hell, feeling frustrated, Lucian cursed out loud. He was almost going insane. Food tasted like wood, roughly cut clothes irritated his skin, the old blanket was full of holes, now he could not even have a good sleep. Squeak, squeak, he heard squeaking noises like thousands of mice were scratching a wall. Lucian gnashed his teeth in anger. He decided to kill 1 or 2 of the rats to scare the rest of them away. He got out of his bed and tried to listen carefully. I gotta get rid of this life, soon. Sob, sob, asterisk, asterisk, cry. Now it was like someone was crying. Lucian tried to focus, but he found there was only ghastly bitter crying lingering there. Someone was crying at midnight. Lucian's heart was beating fast, his brain flushed, every hair on his body stood up. The freezing night wind blew through the broken door. Lucian grabbed the hard bread loaf to defend himself. The crying voice now sounded like a miserable song. Lucian was even more afraid now. It's a world of magic and divinity power. Probably there are ghosts and spirits too. Taking a deep breath, Lucian tried his very best to calm down and moved towards the door. Someone was crying mournfully. The night was so quiet, it was like all his neighbors were lost in their dreams. It's coming from the right side of the wall. The closer Lucian got to the door, the clearer he could hear the crying voice. Wait, the witch used to live there. He was stunned, but her place had been burned down completely by the church. Maybe they missed something, like a secret chamber. She might have stored her vicious experiments there. Lucian's mind went away a little bit. A secret chamber, like many novels he read before, he could probably find the witch's treasure or even notes on magic. The piercing crying dragged him back to reality. Yeah, get real, something must be guarding there. How can I fight against a ghost with a bread loaf in my hands? Probably I'd be killed and possessed by the evil ghosts. He got more careful now. Lucian was glad that his mind was not controlled by the greed, but he also did not want to keep waiting here. Nobody knew if the ghost would try to come for him. Lucian was thinking very fast. At the moment, he gathered all the strength he could muster and carefully grabbed the handle of the door. The bread in his hand was now soaked with his sweat. He slowly opened the door. It was very dark outside and he could hear the whistling sound of cold wind. There was nothing terrifying there, and after he left his shack the crying voice dimmed a bit. He felt a little bit relieved and took a deep breath, then started shouting as loud as he could. "Ghost, there's a ghost here." It was so loud that even Lucian himself got surprised. Then came a series of roaring barks from the wild dogs, and Lucian started madly rushing to the cathedral. These guys were professionals in this kind of stuff. As the previous neighbor of the witch, he might still be under the church's watch, and there was one more benefit. Lucian's asking for help on his own could help him gain some of their trust while reducing the suspicion. Lucian shouted loudly to wake up the other neighbors so that if they attempted to rob the treasure and frame him or even kill him for it, they wouldn't be able to do so in front of the crowd. He tried his best to think of every measure to save his life in such a short time. Soon, he saw the cathedral in front of him with candlelight casting out of the windows. 2 armored guards were guarding the front gate. Seeing Lucian running towards them in panic, one of the guards pulled half of his sword out to be alert. "What are you doing here?" the other guard asked as he reached out his hand to stop Lucian. Lucian answered with trembling voice, "Ghost, there's a ghost there." "In the witch's place." The guard got nervous after hearing that. As a newly recruited guard, he could not tell whether Lucian was telling the truth or not, so he asked his partner to stay and went back into the cathedral to report to the pastor on duty tonight. The noise from his chainmail gradually faded as he disappeared into the darkness. A short while later, a blond young pastor in a white robe walked out of the gate with the guard. The pastor had a thin face. He walked in an elegant rhythm. "I'm Pastor Benjamin, can you tell me what happened?" The 2 guards were standing silently, in fear that any noise from them might disturb Pastor Benjamin. Lucian, politely and sincerely, described in detail how he heard the ghost's crying voice, how he got out of his place and ran here asking for their help. After hearing him, Benjamin gave Lucian a gentle smile. "You did well, my child. Your courage shows your devotion to God." Then he ordered the guards, "Thompson, get Gary, Paul, and the 2 other knights here. The witch was just an apprentice, so there's no need to report this to the bishop." "Yes, my lord," Thompson replied reverently. Although Benjamin was only an elementary-level pastor, he was capable of dealing with the traps or spells left by a sorcerer's apprentice. There was a huge gap between a formal pastor and an apprentice. Benjamin asked Lucian's name and stopped their conversation when the other 4 knights arrived. They were also wearing chain mails, but they looked much more imposing compared to the other 2 guards. A crowd had already gathered some distance away from the witch's burned cabin. Candlelight flickered like scattered stars as if accompanying the moon in the sky. Lucian discovered that the moon in this world was silver-colored. People stopped whispering when Benjamin showed up. The crowd suddenly felt relieved and started getting closer to the witch's cabin while talking to each other. "I don't hear anything." No matter if it's true or not, it does no harm to have a purification performed here. But Lucian could still hear the crying voice. He thought to himself, why can't these people hear it? Benjamin, as if knowing what he was thinking, replied to Lucian calmly, "Yes. There are ghosts present here." Obviously, he heard it as well as the 4 guards who nodded to show their consent. 4 scarlet eyes. Pastor Benjamin elegantly moved towards the ruined witch's cabin. He talked in a low and gentle voice. "Vicious witches, they exploit people's psyche and awareness, especially like today's night when the silver moon is present in the sky. That woman, fortunately, hasn't gained any real dark power. Her spells can only affect several individuals at most." He was clarifying why only Lucian could hear the crying voice. Before Lucian could ask, as if he knew what he wanted to ask, Benjamin reached out his hands wearing white gloves and continued, "We are blessed, so only we can hear the wicked crying." When Benjamin said that, the 4 guards instantly began drawing crosses on their chests and started yelling at the same time. "Only truth lives forever." They became more excited as they spoke. The crowd started praying as well. "Only truth lives forever." This is the power of divinity. Pastor Benjamin is truly blessed by God. Benjamin's face now looked more solemn and serious. He slowly opened his hands and spelled out an odd word. "The Paso." Instantly, a sheet of white light covered the ruins like it was coming from the moon. In the white light, a small scarlet hole emerged on the broken wall connecting it to Lucian's place. Like the surrounding people, the mysterious power also shocked Lucian. But rather than being awed and respectful like the crowd, he yearned for the divinity. Benjamin put his hands back and ordered, "Gary, that is the door. It doesn't have any trap, go and open it." Gary puffed out his chest as the sound of his chainmail clashing came. "Yes, my lord." As Gary walked past them, Lucian heard Benjamin complaining in a low voice. "Those haughty Inquisition bastards, except magic trap detection, they never bother double-checking with secret door detection. They can't be so irresponsible just because she was an apprentice." Gary effortlessly broke down the wall with his strong muscle. The other guard hauled out his heavy sword and fiercely hacked. A black hole appeared in the corner of the wall. It was a narrow hole, enough for only one person to pass through. A stinking smell came from it, which made Lucian almost throw up. Lucian took a couple of steps backward, and he noticed that Benjamin was covering his nose and mouth with the right hand, with his eyebrows frowning. Gary reported, "This tunnel leads to the sewers." Benjamin was still frowning his eyebrows. His muffled voice came from under his covered mouth. "Are you sure?" "Yes, we can see the sewer from here," Gary was pretty certain. As an elegant and noble pastor from the long-established and honored Rafati family, Benjamin was more than reluctant to go down into the smelly, dirty pipes. He had not mastered a purifying spell yet, so he must rely on the runes and divinity instruments. But no one knew how long it would take to find the witch's chamber. Just a sorcerer apprentice, a Saint Truth badge would be enough. Benjamin turned his eyes towards Lucian. His voice became solemn again. "Lucian, you once lived near that vicious witch. Something evil must have contaminated you. But your devotion towards God touched me, and you deserve a chance to purify the evil in there as well as yourself. Go, Lucian, I'm gonna lend you my badge to help you. May God bless you." Lucian's brain started buzzing like it had just got hammered. He thought everything was going to be fine after he went to Pastor Benjamin and the guards. But the pastor told him to go down there. He was just an ordinary guy who recently recovered from illness, but now he had to go underground to face the devil. Were they kidding? Seeing Lucian's dumbfounded and hesitant face, Benjamin kindly asked, "You are saying no?" Lucian felt terrified hearing Benjamin's gentle voice. If he refused, he might again get suspected by the church. Besides, Benjamin will lend him the magic badge, and his guards were supposed to go with Lucian. Lucian thought this mission would not be that dangerous. Lucian had no choice, though. The crowd was praising Pastor Benjamin's generosity and the mercy of God. Lucian squeezed out a bitter smile and answered, "No, that would be my honor." The pastor just ignored Lucian's bitterness. He took off the badge on his neck and handed it to Lucian. "This is the Saint Truth badge. I'll cast a blessing spell on you as well so you can focus better. When you chant the spell and touch the badge, you can call the power of God." Hearing his words, Lucian calmed down a little bit, then he started getting curious about the badge. It was a gold badge embedded with a shining white cross, around which were different lines and patterns such as circles, squares, triangles. They were connected with each other, giving it an even more mysterious and solemn look. When Lucian was holding the badge, he felt a gentle and loving power penetrating all over his body. Even in the cold night, Lucian felt like he was standing under the warm sunshine. The badge contains 2 inferior spells, Light and Minor Injury Healing. It additionally contains 3 level 1 spells, Shield of Light, Sword of Light, and Holy Strike. Each can be used once a day. Now pay attention to the chants. As an ordinary individual, Lucian understood how important these spells were to him. The spells were not long, but rather their tone was hard to master. It took him a while to barely remember them. Benjamin reached out his hand again, casting a beam of white light on Lucian. Lucian felt refreshed and much healthier after the light vanished. People's voices also became more clear to him. "This guy got the badge from Pastor Benjamin." "Oh, benevolent Lord Benjamins. We praise God, we praise the pastor." Lucian waited and watched Benjamin casting blessing on the guards. There was always an interval of 2 to 3 seconds between his castings. After the preparation, Benjamin said, "Paul, you stay at the entrance here. Gary, Housen, Corella, you go in with Lucian." His face then became serious as he drew a cross on his chest. "May the lights of God bless you." "Only truth lives forever." Those guards got energized and started shouting. Lucian was a little bit slow. Standing there, he felt embarrassed. As they were walking towards the tunnel, the guard Paul went near Benjamin and asked in a low voice, "My lord, why him?" With the badge and spells, the guards could bring out the power as well. Despite the fact that they were slower than the pastors, they were still much better than a weak young boy. If Benjamin did not want to go down there on his own, he could still ask the guards to do the job. The pastor looked at the entrance of the secret passage and replied slowly, "His soul is stronger than the average person. He can do the work better. He's too old to be taught, though, he added. The mixed stinking smell inside the hole made Lucian almost throw up. You live in a Durin, and you dislike the smell of pipe. It seems like you all are living a better life than I thought. In the city of Chant, Antifleur, poor people with nowhere to hide live in the sewers. Corella, a guy with black hair and big cheekbones, remarked unexpectedly. Before Lucian opened his mouth, Gary moved and shushed Corella. The latter shrugged his shoulders and stopped talking. He stepped forward and jumped into the pipes, followed by Lucian. Lucian stepped on something slippery. After taking a close look, he found that they were weird mosses. They were everywhere and slightly lighted the whole space. Gary kept his voice low. I, Housen, and Corella are high-level knight squires. We'll try our best to protect you. When you are in danger, summon the Sword of Light as soon as possible. He wore blonde whiskers. Every movement of his was calm and confident. He seemed like the acknowledged leader of the four guards. Gary was holding the sword in his right hand and a small shield in the left. He took the lead and moved deeper into the darkness. The miserable crying was increasing louder and louder. It originated from all around. For ordinary people, it was almost impossible to tell the direction. But the special trained guards and blessed, Lucian could easily find where the crying was coming from. No one was living down here, as Corella mentioned. The whole space was terrifyingly quiet except for the lingering bitter crying. They passed several forks and stopped at a normal corner. Gary stared at the wall, which was fully covered by dark green moss, telling Lucian in a cool voice, "Summon the Sword of Light." Terrified and excited, Lucian calmed himself down under the help of Blessing and began concentrating on the badge hanging on his neck, feeling the warm and soft power in it. He put his left hand on the badge and gently rubbed it, and at the same time he whispered, "Saren." Lucian's spirit blended with the white light and began to form into a shining sword. "This is my voice." Lucian was surprised. His voice sounded deep and husky. Lucian grabbed the sword. He could feel the power. Gary's order pulled him back to reality, slashed the wall there. His body trembled slightly. Lucian didn't know what he was going to face. Powerful magic. Evil ghost, fatal trap, he had no idea. Corella sneered at him. Lucian knew he had no other choice. He took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and screamed loudly in his mind. Death is not a big deal. He slashed the disgusting slippery wall with all his might. The stone was like a pile of mud before the sword. Something weird got cut inside as well. Lucian felt something breaking, with dark gas leaking and disappearing under the sword edge. The wall collapsed completely. Behind the wall there was endless deep darkness. Suddenly, two weird, cold, hideous spots of red rose in the darkness, and then more and more scarlet spots started emerging, densely dotted. They resembled pairs of eyes. 5. The sudden turn of events. Confronting those red eyes, Lucian felt his hands and legs were shaking, his head buzzing. Different thoughts about what he should or should not do overwhelmed him, so he just stood there. Badge, I still have the badge. The badge was his greatest support. When Lucian was trying to concentrate and cast the shield spell, a sudden shout from Gary almost terrified him out of his wits. Cast light, Gary's voice was calm and decisive. He shouted loudly to bring them back to the reality from fear. Right. Lucian realized that their top priority was to be able to see clearly. He rubbed the badge and murmured, Gaia. A ball of white light appeared in front of them and pushed the darkness away. Then Lucian saw them, red-eyed rats of regular size. The floor, walls, and even a weird human-shaped plant were all covered with the black rats like a crazy swarm, giving Lucian goosebumps. The rats also saw their enemies. As soon as the light appeared, they started screaming and flooding towards the humans. At that moment, they managed to take a glimpse of the chamber. A desk was placed in the corner with 3 glowing books on it. Another flat, broad, weird-looking table was at the center of the room, drawn with different strange patterns like red, blue, or green, similar to the Saint Truth badge. There were also some small stoves, pots, and glass bottles, but they did not get enough time to notice details as those crazy stinking monsters already jumped in front of them. Housen and Corella held their swords and shields with their backs against Gary in a simple formation. The leading rat threw himself right at Lucian. Its mouth was open wide, showing its 2 long and sharp fangs. Lucian raised his sword of light and hurriedly swung at the head of the red-eyed rat. However, he was too nervous to predict the rat's movement, and the blade missed, although the light coming out of the sword still caught it. Lucian could smell the rat's burning flesh. Its skin turned black and rolled up inwards. But the rat did not stop and was already in front of Lucian's face as if it could not feel the pain. He could smell the rotting odor coming from its mouth. Lucian was too nervous to make the right decision. He tried to lift his sword once again and at the same time reached out his left hand to try to defend. Due to his panic, he almost dropped the sword. Feeling desperate, Lucian couldn't help but watch the creature about to sink its sharp teeth into his chest. At this critical point, a shining blade arrived and hacked the rat directly, splitting it in two parts. "Do not panic, protect your vital parts, you still have the healing spell," commanded Gary. Corella also ordered in a sharp voice, "You idiot. Come here with us, you wanna die standing at the front." They were aware that Lucian was the only guy among them with a badge, which was very important to them. They could probably survive facing these insane rats without any spells, but no one knew what was waiting for them next. Lucian tried to calm himself down. The guards were well trained, so when facing dangers they knew what they should do. But Lucian, a little boy, could not protect himself. No one was born for fighting or with the ability to remain calm in the face of dangers. In this first real fight, the guidance from an experienced guard like Gary would be a precious lesson for Lucian in the future. After a moment, Lucian finally calmed down. While hacking with his sword, he gradually stepped back and joined the guards. Now, instead of one or two, hundreds of rats started insanely attacking them. Lucian's sword was sharp and splendid. When he swung it, the sword was surrounded by a halo, and Lucian could see an almost solid afterimage of it through its path. According to Gary's command, Lucian wielded the sword of light to shield them. Any rat that ran into him was cut down in half by his blade. The smoldering cuts burned rats' organs and skin charred without dropping a single drop of blood. Some of the strikes missed, but even then the fur and skin charred and they became slower, crashing into the floor right before Lucian. The three guards were responsible for the remaining ones. "Haha, great job, kid," Corella whistled. Lucian did not feel satisfied, though. He could feel the power of the sword was gradually decreasing. Gary was still hacking the remaining ones. "Calm down, we have enough power to deal with these monsters." A new wave of attack came again, like a black swarm. Lucian was improving rapidly. Although still worried, he decided to trust himself and the three guards. The hacked bodies of dead rats fell to the ground like raindrops, but some red-eyed rats still managed to pass through the defense and moved towards them quickly. They cannot handle all of them. Lucian was thinking worriedly. Nobody could wield a sword that fast. Of course, they were fighting not only with their swords. Two small silver shields were cooperating with the swords. The crazy jumping rats could not stop in time and knocked directly into the metal. Many were twitching on the floor and died soon. Corella laughed, "You can't be a good knight without a shield." After several rounds of attack, the red-eyed rats changed their pattern. Instead of throwing themselves directly towards their faces, some started approaching through the floor while others climbed on the wall to attack them from above. The situation again turned serious. "Leave those coming from above to me," the tall Housen, who was silent all the time, said to them. Lucian nodded with appreciation, wielding his light sword to defend from the rats on the ground. Shield of light. "Not yet," Gary shook his head. They were like a small boat floating in a roaring ocean. They could be easily destroyed. Suddenly, Housen missed one rat which fell directly on Corella's shoulder. The rat gave him a bitter bite in his neck. Corella groaned with pain and twitched his shoulder. "I got bit, it's numb there, their teeth must be poisonous," he swore bitterly. "Let me do the healing." Lucian was about to rub the badge but was stopped by Gary. "Corella can still hang in there. There are too many rats, save it after, ouch." Before he finished, Gary got bit under his kneecap. Soon the guards started focusing on their unprotected parts. But unlike them who were wearing kneecaps, boots, and chain mails, Lucian was merely wearing linen short clothes. Suddenly he got bit in his ankle. Feeling pain and numbness from his ankle, Lucian almost lost his balance. He felt thirsty at the same time. He wanted water. "Protect yourself. Raise your shield of light first, then use healing," Gary commanded. Half of the rats were dead already. Lucian quickly became focused and rubbed the badge. "Simon." A white shield of light appeared and covered him. He would need more time to cast another spell, so he took a step forward, trying to cover his companions under the shield and the sword wall. After a couple of seconds, Lucian concentrated again. He rubbed the badge. Gurdy. A white light radiated from the cross and covered his ankle. The numb feeling disappeared instantly. Although Corella and Gary were still injured, the situation had been turned around. The number of red-eyed rats decreased, so Lucian seized the chance and healed the wounded as well. Stabbing through the last rat, Corella sighed slightly, finally over. The ground was covered with layers of dead bodies and dark blood. Standing there, Lucian could not believe he actually made it. Gary nodded to him. "You did well, Lucian." Then he turned around. You guys did a good job too. Corella's face looked weird. Then he answered in a confused and fearful voice, how Howson's not here? The silent but reliable Howson, who was protecting them from behind, disappeared. Lucian started feeling creepy again. 6. Accident. None of them heard any sound of struggling, screaming, or of anyone leaving. The robust and silent Howson, a high-level night squire, just disappeared. A chilly feeling rose from Lucian's feet and quickly spread all over his body. He held the hilt of his sword tight and his breathing became heavier. He quickly turned his head but saw nothing. The sewer wall on the other side was covered with weird, shining green moss. Suddenly, a bitter scream broke the deadly silence. Lucian quickly turned and saw a terrifying scene. A monstrous rat as big as a man had tripped Corella and sunk its sharp nails into his shoulder. Blood gushed all over Corella's silver chain mail, dyeing it red. The monster had scarlet evil eyes that withered. However, Corella's blade stopped its row of long and sharp teeth from causing damage. As a night squire, Corella saved his own life with the most common movement in their training. He thrust the shield on his left hand with all his strength into the rat's stomach. Nothing was scarier than the unknown, so, at least for Lucian, a huge rat showing itself was much better than an adult man disappearing all of a sudden for no reason. Lucian took a deep breath and swung his sword of light at the huge rat to help Corella. At that moment, a bestial roar came from behind Lucian. Gary, when Lucian was about to turn, a night saber hacked at his back. The white light of the shield trembled and dimmed a bit. The huge impact pushed Lucian several steps forward and he almost lost his balance. However, the attack didn't stop there. The saber was chasing Lucian and continuously tried to hurt him. Lucian did his best to dodge it while having no time to fight back or use his badge. He felt confused and surprised. Why Gary? Lucian could not see clearly in the darkness. If it was not Gary, then there was only one possibility. Gary was already dead. With good timing, the saber gave Lucian no chance to find his balance, and soon he was pushed into the corner. Lucian was surprised that with the protection of the shield, he did not get injured from the attacks at all. He took a deep breath and tried to calm down, getting ready for the next attack. Then he dodged the saber's assault by throwing himself on the ground. At the same time, his left hand grabbed the badge. This time, Lucian finally saw who was attacking him. It was the group's leader, Gary. Nevertheless, the muscles on his face were contorted and his eyes were shining with scarlet light. He looked like an insane beast. The poison from the rats. The poison could deprive humans' consciousness and turn them into bloodthirsty beasts. Lucian tried to understand, but why haven't I been affected? Without further thinking, Lucian rubbed the badge and started chanting. A round iron shield launched a hard whack on Lucian's shield of light. Although the shield did not break, the violent impact suffocated Lucian for a second, interrupting his casting. The continuous whacking prevented Lucian from concentrating. As a promising night squire, Gary received formal training to interrupt spellcasting. A layman like Lucian with no basic training would be unable to resist the disturbances from a night squire. Any trainee pastor or sorcerer apprentice with a level 1 Saint Truth badge and a shield of light could have killed Gary. In the same level, a spellcaster was always superior. While Lucian was being trapped with Gary, Corella could not hold the rat back much longer. His right hand was trembling from the effort of holding the enemy's mouth away. Fortunately, the huge humanoid rat also became weaker. Unable to cast the spell, Lucian changed his mind and swung his sword of light upwards. He knew that his summoned sword was much stronger than the guard's saber. Although the swing did not strike true, the radiance from the sword terrified Gary. He stopped attacking Lucian's shield and switched to a defensive position hurriedly. It seemed like he didn't want to be further apart from Lucian. For a traditional knight, letting his enemy successfully cast a spell would be very dangerous. Without any sound of impact, the sword cut Gary's saber as if it was a piece of wood. Gary barely managed to raise his shield in time and block with it, but the sword left a deep crack right in the middle of the shield. When Lucian was about to launch his next attack, the sword of light suddenly turned into thousands of shining pieces, indicating the spell used up all its power. Actually, its power started decreasing at the very beginning when it destroyed the magic wall concealing the chamber. Lucian was unable to react for a moment, and Gary seized the chance, smashing Lucian's protection with his shield. Now Lucian's sword and shield were both gone. Having no time to hesitate, Lucian rubbed the badge desperately to cast his last spell. Ow. Before Lucian could spell out the rest of the chant, Gary punched his stomach. Like a cooked shrimp, Lucian cowered in great pain. A wave of strong acid rising from his stomach burned his throat. Gary reached out his hand and squeezed Lucian's neck, choking him. Lucian struggled fiercely and used his right hand to try to free his neck. He felt great pain in his neck and lungs, and his eyes were turning black. The badge in his left hand was being held firmly to his chest by Gary's other hand. Lucian could hear his own gasp. He could feel the cold metal glove Gary was wearing. It felt like Lucian's soul had left his body and was observing from the side. Suddenly, Lucian's will to survive erupted. His soul power increased dramatically all of a sudden and broke through a certain limit, spreading like water from an ocean. At the same time, Gary's strength started disappearing. Lucian got a precious chance to breathe. Learning from his past mistakes, this time Lucian did not waste any time being hesitant or confused. He tried to focus and grab the badge again. As soon as he touched it, Lucian's spirit suddenly entered into an illusionary world of light where many lines, circles, and triangles formed a weird-looking cross in the air. Lucian recognized the cross instantly. It was the cross on Benjamin's badge, and he could feel that Benjamin's power was continuously coming out of the cross. Out of curiosity, Lucian moved closer and tried to touch it. The cross suddenly trembled and started accumulating power. Soon he felt its power became overwhelming. Feeling the danger, Lucian hurriedly tried to retrieve his spirit back to the real world, but it was too late. A white beam of light shot out from the cross and burned his spirit on the side. A strong, nauseous feeling hit him. Lucian felt like his head was splitting, and two streams of cool, rusty metal-smelling liquid came down from his nose. Suddenly, the light beam somehow materialized and burst out from the badge that Lucian was wearing. Gary did not have a slight of chance to withdraw his hand. Starting from the hand squeezing Lucian's neck, the light beam quickly dissolved his arm and part of his shoulder in seconds like some kind of super-strong corroding acid. There was no blood coming out and the wounds instantly turned black. Divine power can be activated without any spell. This surprised Lucian. He quickly dodged to avoid the enemy's following attack. However, he felt all his muscles aching and it was hard to move. Then what Lucian saw shocked him greatly. Gary was lying on the ground dying with his eyes half open and the scarlet light on them was gone. The pool of blood left by the dead rats had evaporated, forming a red mist and pervading the chamber and nearby pipes. The weird, human-shaped plant in the corner was stretching its branches cozily in the blood mist. On the other side lied Corella and Hausen with their own sabers stabbing each other's back. 7. Gain and Temptation. Surrounded by the red mist, Lucian felt his limbs melting and the nerves in his brain swelling and jerking. In his eyes, Corella and Hausen changed from human bodies to giant rats and continued switching back and forth. It's an illusion, Lucian was quite sure, so he concentrated and spread his spirit again like waves. Then everything became stable. No changes or contortion happened. Lucian saw Corella and Hausen lying on the ground with wounds all over their bodies dying. This is a well-designed magic trap. Did the illusion originate from the blood of the rats or the peculiar plant? Lucian thought to himself. He finally understood that from the very beginning when they killed the first rat, they were already trapped in the illusion. Lucian was protected by the light shield, and his spiritual power was a little bit stronger than common people, so he was unaffected by the illusion. The holy strike that shot out of the badge not only evaporated Gary's right hand and shoulder, but also the stone ceiling of the chamber. There was a wide hole there from which chunks of stone were falling like rain, as if the chamber would cave in at any time. Dust and small stones dispersed the red mist. Lucian felt his strength gradually recovering. Having no idea what would happen next, his brain started quickly functioning again. Except for 2 more light spells, Lucian got nothing useful left, and his muscles were still weak from the paralyzing red mist. Then his attention was drawn to the plant in the corner, which was shaking and wobbling due to the falling stones. The plant cannot protect itself aside from creating an illusion, Lucian wondered. He tried his best to stand up again and then dragged his body towards the plant. He moved very slowly and faltered several times. Sharp stones kept falling on him, leaving painful wounds all over his body. Lucian took a deep breath and kept moving. After so much experience, he became calm and decisive. Reaching out his right hand, he firmly grabbed the main stem of the plant. The plant had a pulse like that of a living being. Lucian felt like he was grabbing veins of a creature beating with blood. He pulled the stem with all his strength. Suddenly, the plant shrank and burst out an extremely bitter and sharp scream. Lucian did not succeed on his first try, so he kept twisting it with all his strength. Like a dying man struggling for survival, the plant screamed, stretched out its branches, and entangled them around Lucian's arm. The plant was moist, slimy, and cold, and its tentacles had countless tiny burrs which kept burying themselves into Lucian's skin. Fighting back his fear, Lucian pulled hard again. Crack. The plant suddenly stopped screaming. Red liquid spurted out of it and spattered all over Lucian's chest, leaving a strong bloody smell in the air. Feeling limp, Lucian hurriedly leaned against the wall to maintain his balance. After the plant was snapped in half, the red mist became much denser and almost turned into liquid. As soon as the blood mist from the plant reached the 3 books on the desk, they instantly started corroding. It only took a couple of seconds to completely corrode all the books. Lucian didn't get any time to read anything. It must be another magic trap, Lucian thought. In case the chamber got discovered, these sorcerers' notes would destroy themselves automatically when the mist reached a certain density. Arg, it was such a pity for Lucian. He was hoping to find some mighty magic spells in the notes. Just then, he noticed something shining in his spirit library. Out of curiosity, Lucian let his spirit enter the library. Then his eyes opened wide with great surprise. A new bookshelf appeared, and there was a small tag which read Magic Arcana. Under the tag there were 3 books. They were the same ones which got destroyed. The library can collect books as well. Wait, what about the content then? I didn't have a chance to read them at all. Lucian was trying to understand how the library worked. As the corrosion happened really fast, the whole books were still destroyed page after page. Probably the library can copy the content, then the projections of the books can be stored here. Lucian was just guessing. He needed more proof. Staring at the 3 labels, a strong, hesitant feeling rose in Lucian's mind. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to learn magic in a world where divine power dominated everything and sorcerers were hated by the public? Lucian knew he could not waste too much time down here. What was more surprising was that after the mist completely disappeared, both Corella and Hausen twitched a little bit. They were still alive. Lucian knew that he really had to hurry up and get all of them out of this terrible place. Benjamin suddenly groaned when he felt Lucian activated Holy Strike. At that moment, their spirits were somehow connected. He was more than surprised. "Lord Benjamin?" Paul asked with concern. Under the silver moon, Benjamin's face did not look well. He said in a low voice, "Something unexpected happened down there, damn it. She was just an apprentice. These guys are useless, Paul, you wait here. If I don't come back in 5 minutes, ask the bishop for help." Because there was a spirit imprint on the badge, Benjamin could feel it. Or he would not have lent the badge to a young guy he had just met. He did not expect that his own imprint could be activated by someone else. Misfortune always comes with arrogance and prejudice. For Benjamin, knights were just a bunch of vulgar and ignorant guys who knew nothing more than how to fight with just their physical strength. So without giving any thought to whether the guards were actually more suitable, Benjamin directly gave the badge to Lucian, a young boy whose spirit was stronger than common people. Benjamin's perspective came from his past experiences. The family he came from, the Rafati family, was one of the most powerful families in the Duchy of Orvarit. Rafati family was known for producing gifted divines. While knights had to learn spells, offsprings of Rafati family were born with blessing in their blood. Benjamin was no way close to being the most talented child in his family, but after entering the monastery, he stood out among his peers and soon became a formal pastor and a divine caster. But now, as a formal pastor, he was having trouble dealing with a trap left behind by a sorcerer's apprentice. It would definitely affect his reputation and position in the church, so he had no choice but to rush over there and solve the trouble himself. Paul was surprised as well. They had the badge. Is there a real sorcerer present there? Sounds of footsteps came when Lucian was about to drag himself out the chamber to ask for help. He became anxious, for fear that if it was another witch or wizard who came then, he would not be able to safely escape with his life again. Above all, he felt worried, because a chamber was one of the best places to execute somebody and thus keep their mouths shut. Lapland Bloodvine. Benjamin took a glimpse at the corner and quickly speculated what happened. He looked at Lucian and the 3 guards. Fortunately, they're still alive. Benjamin was a little bit surprised when he saw Lucian. Benjamin thought, "It seems like when he activated my imprint, his spirit power also increased. He has reached the basic level of a trainee pastor, quite lucky." However, everything has changed. The church now is not in its absolute dominant status like 300 years ago. Today, divinity power can't be acquired with talent alone. Being a real pastor requires systematic learning from a young age. The Emperor of Magical Arcana, it was he who started the close to 400-year golden age of the development of divinity power and magic. He changed the rule of how to become a divine caster. As a member of Rafati family, compared with most pastors, Benjamin knew more about the circumstances of the world. What's more, he was not that devoted to his own particular faith. More accurately, being an aristocrat actually conflicted with his identity of belonging to the church. Even further, after the highest theology conference more than 300 years ago, the church was partitioned into 2, one south, the other north. They both criticized each other for being a heresy. but neither of them were ever interrupted or prevented from continuously gaining the divine power, which made many bishops and cardinals doubt whether God really existed, or if all this was a test for God's followers. This kind of attitude directly affected the following younger generations, like Benjamin, for hundreds of years. Besides, to fit into this fast-developing era, several popes had introduced part of the knowledge gained through the exploration of the world by great arcanists to modify the foundation of theology. The adjustment guaranteed the fast development of divinity and the emergence of countless great spellcasters. Therefore, the South Church could still preserve its predominant position in general and keep growing, while being surrounded by many powerful enemies like heretics, evil sorcerers, dark creatures, and so on. But at the same time, this behavior additionally prompted more conflicts within the South Church itself. Benjamin's thought came back to reality. He released some white powder from his hand and chanted some weird spell. A strong wind blew the red mist away. He pointed his finger towards Gary. A white light fell down on his wound. The wound started healing and soon regained its original color. After curing Corella, Hausen, and Lucian one by one, he confirmed with them what happened. Benjamin checked the desk to ensure nothing was left there. Move all the stuff back to the church, including the bodies of the rats. He put the badge, which had already been returned by Lucian, back on his neck and said, "God has forgiven you. Go back and rest." "May God bless you." Initially, Benjamin wanted to reward Lucian with some money or even wait to see whether the kid had the potential to be further trained if things went well. But after all of this, the only thing Benjamin wanted was Lucian to leave as soon as possible. He got another problem to face, Gary's right hand. He did not master the spell for limb regeneration. Having the chance to leave, Lucian hurriedly walked towards the exit. By the moment he left the chamber, he heard Corella talking to Hausen in a low voice. Gary lost his right hand. He probably can't stay in the guards anymore. He walked outside the pipes with complicated, mixed feelings. The crowd mobbed him instantly with great concerns. "Little Evans, is the ghost gone now?" Auntie Alyssa asked loudly from far off. Lucian nodded yes. "The place has been purified by the pastor and the guards." The mood lightened immediately after they got Lucian's certain answer. They started being more curious about what happened down there. "Lucian, what did the ghost look like?" "Terrifying." "I knew Lord Benjamin could handle it." "Lucian is blessed by God, he got the chance to use the badge." "What a pity." "Lucian is not a child anymore, or he would be able to go to the monastery and become a real pastor. Think about it, a pastor from a Durin." Lucian was bothered by the comments. "I'm too old to be a pastor already." Although Lucian himself never thought about being a pastor because of his identity, it was still quite depressing knowing he was completely hopeless after seeing such an amazing power. "My poor little Evans, look at your face." "You must be very exhausted," Auntie Alyssa asked. Lucian really needed some time for himself. He nodded and walked directly towards his small shanty. He closed the door and sat down on the bed. He could hear the crowd gradually dispersing after Benjamin and the guards left. Lucian missed his parents and friends but could not do anything about it. He started thinking about his own future again. The real Lucian did not get any training before, so I could neither become a pastor nor a knight. If I want to get rid of this life and become someone, then I need to learn magic. But then I would be an enemy of the church and all the people, including Auntie Alyssa. Do I have other choices? Finally, Lucian decided to first look at the notes in his mental library. A little while later, Lucian talked to himself in a low voice awkwardly. "I can't read." "Zaid Alto." The notes were full of strange characters, and Evans, as a poor child, was uneducated and illiterate. As a hopeless illiterate, Lucian could only helplessly stare at the notes and yearn for the amazing power. Although he had experienced a lot here, he still felt extremely depressed with the gap. He was a university student in another world, but now he was just a poor guy who couldn't even read. Lucian made up his mind he must learn how to read. Even if Lucian could not be a pastor, learning how to read and write was not a bad thing in order to get rid of poverty. He had no physical strength. If there was a way out for Lucian, it would be something related to knowledge. Feeling motivated by his decision, Lucian again picked up the notes, hoping to uncover any other hidden secret. There were many strange but familiar patterns in the notes, like lines and geometric figures. Lucian guessed they were probably magic seals or circles because he saw them in the badge before. Then he saw some formulas which might be used to make magic potions. The characters in the second note were even more complicated. Actually, the two notes were of different characters. Fortunately, the third one looked more interesting and contained the same character as the second one. It was filled with assorted hand-produced figures like plants, minerals, and creatures. After a new round of searching, he still couldn't find anything useful. Lucian stopped thinking and tried to fall asleep. He strongly desired to change his life, so he could not let his messy concerns and worries disturb himself. From tomorrow onwards, he must fight for his own life. Lucian fell asleep quickly after the intense fight. Meanwhile, in the dark sewers, a black rat with scarlet and cold eyes was moving around the ruins and quickly went in another direction. After a while, the rat found a hidden hole and disappeared. In the early morning, sounds of people speaking with bucket clapping broke the silence. The street was already livened up. Lucian, who used to hate getting out of bed in the morning, forced himself to get up as soon as he woke up. He lighted the stove and boiled some hot water. While nibbling his last loaf of brown bread, which felt like chewing a piece of wood, Lucian started planning his day. This world was still unfamiliar to Lucian, thus his plan was difficult to accomplish. He first decided to find a job to feed himself before learning how to read. I gotta be careful. Cannot let anyone notice, Lucian talked to himself. Before he left, Lucian grabbed his 7 coins to feel a little bit more secure. He locked the door and went directly to Auntie Alice's place, who was the only one he knew there. Morning, Lucian. A girl with black hair greeted him on the streets, filled with curiosity. Lucian did not know her. Hurriedly, he made a smile and replied, "Hey, I'm gonna visit Auntie Alice, sorry but I'm running late." And he quickly passed her by. "Hi Lucian, did you really face the ghost? How did you feel when you cast the spell? I heard a guard lost his right arm. It was very dangerous last night, wasn't it?" It seemed that Lucian had become famous in the district overnight. Within 3 minutes walking, a few neighbors came and asked about his adventure. Lucian knew none of them. He could only smile and head towards his destination. Before Lucian knocked the door, he heard a familiar voice. "Little Evans, good morning." Joel was walking towards him. "Good morning, Uncle Joel." It was such a relief for Lucian. Dressing neatly, Joel was holding a classic harp. "Did you have breakfast? Don't be in a rush to find a work until you're fully recovered. You can always eat here." "Don't worry." Lucian appreciated his kindness so much. He started feeling he was not alone here. "Thank you, Uncle Joel, but I had my breakfast already, and I got blessed by Pastor Benjamin last night, so now I'm completely fine." Joel nodded and walked with Lucian side by side. "Later you could go and find Cone at Copper Coronet. He still owes me a bottle of less wine. He will introduce a good job for you." Then he turned his face towards Lucian and said in a serious voice, "Evans, you're already 17. It's time you started thinking about your future." "Uncle Joel," Lucian knew he was saying the truth. Joel sighed slightly. "No one can make a living with only doing labor all the time, you know it. I've seen a few old labor guys with no saving and no children to rely on in their last days. All of them died in their 50s or even 40s. He paused a little bit and continued. "I know learning will take a long time, but if you're willing to work hard, you can always support yourself with a skill." During their conversation, they walked through a gate where 2 guards were standing on both sides. Lucian's eyes suddenly lit up. Broad and clean streets, busy stores, and pedestrians wearing colorful and fancy clothes. Music was wafting in the soft wind. It was a different world compared with the poor Aduran district. Lucian thanked Joel sincerely. Joel started joking again. "Besides, sometimes a master only has a single daughter. Who knows, maybe you can be promoted directly from an apprentice to the future owner. You know, a nice-looking, promising young fellow is always in demand." Lucian replied with an awkward smile. Joel finally stopped around a corner. He placed a hat on the ground and got ready to play his harp. Lucian was a little bit surprised to find that Uncle Joel was a street artist. Joel pointed to the luxurious and magnificent palace in the distance and smiled. "That is the Hall of Chant. For me, I feel like I'm playing music in the hall." Before Lucian said anything, Joel continued murmuring as if something inside of his heart was triggered. 400 years ago, guided by the Holy Hals Empire, the church marched towards the west. Finally, they occupied the last central city of the old Sylvana's magic empire, Alto. The army drove the dark creatures and demons away into the dark mountain range. Since then, Alto has always been one of the most famous cities across the whole continent. 300 years ago, under the guidance of the Pope Charles I, who was still a cardinal at that time, lots of famous scholars and artists studied and edited together the hymns and poems of past ages. After he became the Pope, he promoted the singing style in every church and started regular choirs. Since then, Alto has been enjoying the reputation of City of Psalms. Because we are close to the dark mountain range, elves, dwarves, and dog-headed men, or say cynocephalus, often came in contact with us and some even became members of our duchy. Different kinds of music were mixed in alto and the polyphonic music was born here. Then followed formal symphony, gesu violin, etc. Countless artists and musicians inscribed their names on the pages of history. Playing inside the Hall of Chant is a great honor for every musician and bard. Although I cannot get in there, it's also a pleasure for me to play my harp here. After parting from Joel, Lucian took Joel's suggestion and started heading towards Copper Coronet. While asking the way, he was enjoying the wonderful music in the wind. As soon as he returned back to Aduran, he saw a busy pub with a coronet board hanging there. Outside of the pub from time to time, young girls and women could come and glance into it and then leave with disappointment. 9. A tough start. It was interesting and confusing for Lucian. The morning was obviously not busy hours for a pub. A slender blonde girl was peeking inside from the pub door. Then she sighed and was about to leave, but was surprised to notice Lucian standing there, waiting for her to get out of the way. "Oh, Lucian," she exclaimed. Lucian was already used to the situation. He smiled and greeted, "Morning, what are you doing here?" The girl's tanned cheeks suddenly flushed. I am just on my way. I heard there's a new bard here today in the pubs, so anyway, I gotta go, Lucian." Before Lucian said his goodbye, the young girl rushed away with her cheeks red. Lucian guessed the bard she mentioned should be very attractive. However, it had nothing to do with Lucian. He was here to work. He gently pushed the door and stepped inside the pub. Lucian's first impression towards the pub was not very good, a dusky space with a strong alcohol smell and messy tables and chairs. It took his eye a while to get accustomed to the dark environment. Several drunkards were woken by the noise. They emitted a few curses and went back to sleep on the tables. There was an hook-nosed man in a tight black coat, probably in his 30s, sitting on a bar stool and was sipping his amber-colored wine. Without saying anything, he glimpsed at Lucian. Lucian looked around. Soon, he found a dwarf snoring loudly behind the counter. He was sitting on a high bar chair with his round head leaning against the wall. His shining saliva was dropping on his blonde beard, which was tied into a bow. Knowing the dwarf would not wake up by himself, Lucian knocked on the counter loudly with his fingers. The drunkard started swearing in the background. The old dwarf slowly woke up with sleepy eyes. "Oh, my Lucian, finally you're a grown-up now. Finally you understand the wonderfulness of wine. Cheers for our new customer." "It's already morning, Uncle Cone." Lucian was hesitant about how to call the pub owner. Cone rubbed his eyes and looked around. "I'm not drunk, don't lie to me. What a wonderful night." After quite a while, Cone finally sobered up. When Lucian asked about the jobs, Cone made a slightly pained look and said, I don't have really good ones now. All I got are some odd jobs. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, let me see. 3 fells for carrying stuff from the grocery to the gate zone. But you know you have to give 1 fell to the gangsters there at the end of the day. Then, all you can get from the work is 2 fells, only enough for buying an old brown bread. Another thing, yes, here. The Musician Association's gonna do a cleaning today. You can rent a cart and help them with the garbage. You can get 8 fells after the rent, but also 3 fells to the bastards. There is something else too. No, I don't think you're qualified for that. Lucian nodded. He only had 7 fells with himself. He did not really have many choices. Working for the association was the best one. "Cone, do you have jobs with better payment?" Lucian asked again with curiosity. Cone laughed loudly. "Yes, for sure, my boy, but those are for real men as they require strength and courage, not for a young boy. You don't even know how to drink." Then he lowered his voice. "I've seen so many people setting off towards the dark mountain range from my bar. They were mercenaries and experienced adventurers, but very, very few of them came back alive." Cone belched and continued, "Of course they all made a big fortune though. Don't underestimate them. Many of them were high-level knights." A gentle but attractive voice came from behind Lucian. His tone was lifted slightly in the end, sounding elegant and seductive. Lucian turned around and saw a silver-haired man walking towards them from one of the pub's rooms. He was wearing slim pants and a red jacket, covered with a black high-collared coat. Those formal clothes looked amazingly casual but elegant on him. He had quite refined features. Silver eyes, tall and straight nose, thin lips. The man almost looked like a charming elf with his silky silver hair like a full moon at night. Holding a harp in his hand, the man picked a bar chair and sat down. "Hey, Ryan, want a drink?" Cone grabbed a glass. "Thanks, but I only drink at night." He smiled. Peace has been prevailing on the continent for almost 300 years. There are more knights than people need. The Duchy of Orvarit, the closest duchy to the Dark Mountain Range, is full of myths and mysterious treasures. Many new and honored knights come here to seek credits, honor, and fortune. He fiddled with the harp and continued. Besides, some of them were broken knights, some of them were convicted, some of them were travelers, while some of them were dark knights who were not admitted by the church. Cone was a little bit unhappy with Rhine's rejection. He murmured, "Lucian, this is Rhine Cairndia." As a bard, he traveled a lot, and he just got away from the passionate trial ladies in the Kingdom of Syracuse. "The Kingdom of Syracuse?" Lucian asked. Cone burst out laughing. His long blonde beard swayed with his laughter. With an ambiguous smile on his wrinkled face, he replied, "Yes, the Syracuse, a passionate romantic nation where love is the top priority." A drunkard joined them when they started talking about Syracuse. He loudly burped and asked with eagerness, "Rhine, the law ladies and madams there in Tria, were they really that beautiful and hot?" Rhine smiled casually and answered with his unique tone, "Yes, they were. Their eyes were like morning stars, hair like silk, lips like roses, and their fair skin like milk. I can still remember the perfumes they wore and their wet, warm breaths. A few ladies and duchess even invited me to their secret manors." The drunkard cut in with excitement, "Did you go then?" Lucian knew the most common topic within men was women. While he was listening, he was also thinking about his learning how to read. Rhine, with the same smile, answered, "I told them I did not like dirty things that had been used by someone else. I love beautiful, clean, and pure lives, no matter men or women. They're the tastiest things in the world." "Bullshit, Rhines. There was no way you dared to speak to them like that." "Right, if you had answered like this, you would be in the famous jail in Tria by now. Come on, Rhine. Those ladies, many of them could compete with the knights. Dare you?" Rhine shrugged his shoulders, slightly facing Cone and the drunkard's laughter. "That's why I'm here now, not in Syracuse." Pounding the counter, Cone was laughing so hard that he almost got choked. Drunkards there were all wakened up by his pounding, looking angry but confused. Such a good story from our beloved Rhine." Cone's face turned red. "Cheers for the wonderful story." All the drunkards knew was ale. They pushed their ways to the counter to grab the free drink. "Cheers for Rhine the blowhard." "The blowhard," they laughed and shouted. A while later, when the pub finally quieted down again, Cone was very surprised to find that Lucian was still there. "What else?" "My boy," Cone asked. Yes, I've got a new idea. I am thinking about learning how to read." "Ah, read?" Now Cone was even more surprised. "You talked with Rhine." "You two are dreamers." Several guys in the bar started heckling. "Woo, what a magnificent, glorious dream for our brave little pauper." While some showed their support, "Lucian, good for you. Dreams make a real man." Cone laughed with them for a while and then turned to Lucian. 2 years, Lucian. It'll take you at least 2 years to learn how to read. You'll start from scratch. Do you have any idea how much money and effort it will cost you?" Lucian looked into his eye, nodded firmly. "I understand. So many people tell me I'm too old for this or that. But Cone, as people said, better late than never. If I don't make up my mind, there will never be a start." As a university student in his original world, Lucian was confident that, with all the knowledge he mastered before, he would be able to understand the language rules and start reading very soon. Twirling his big beard, Cone nodded. "I see. You're too old to enter the church school, that's for sure. Then there are 2 ways. Either you become an apprentice for 10 years or you pay for a teacher. But the first way, it depends on whose apprentice you want to be. I don't see the necessity for a blacksmith to learn reading. They won't pay you for that. If you can afford a teacher, it will be 5 nars a month. 5 silver coins, and the price is same in the whole city." Lucian did not want to become an apprentice. 10 years was too long, but he also had to make sure no one would possibly find out that he was trying to learn magic. Being an apprentice meant he had to live in his master's place. That would not be good. 5 nars. It's probably gonna take you half year to save 5 nars if you work from day to night and eat the cheapest brown bread. "And how much can you learn within a month?" Cone added. "Are you still going?" Lucian answered firmly, "Yes, I am." 100 fells equaled to 1 nar. It was a tough start, but still possible. 10. The Musicians' Association. Lucian had read many novels about how to make big fortunes from scratch. Sadly, none would be helpful for him. 7 fells were insufficient to start anything. While the morning sun was shining on the market, Lucian was already carrying a heavy bag of goods towards the gate. No matter what great dreams a person got, survival always ranked first. Beads of sweat poured down from his face. His linen clothes were all wet. What's worse, the fat guy called Gutch kept nagging from the side. "Damn a child, watch out, don't ruin my stuff." He wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. "Or you can just pay more to find someone else," Lucian fought back in his mind. At the same time, he was also glad that he could earn one more fel by doing all the work by himself. Finally, they reached the gate. Lucian laid the goods safely on the cart. Gutch reluctantly pulled out his purse and gave 4 fels to Lucian. He then paused and said, "Young lad, you did a good job. The work will be yours next time as well." Lucian did all the work alone for a much lower price. No wonder Gutch now forgot all his complaints. As soon as Lucian got his pay, 2 hooligan-looking guys approached them. "We work for Aaron, I'm Andre." The brown-haired man identified himself. He had a scar on his face. Lucian was already prepared for this. He handed him a fel. The other guy just stared at Lucian and said, "2." Lucian blurted out, "But it should be 1, everyone gives 1. He knew that he was in no position to argue, but he just could not stand being robbed like this. Usually Gutch hires 2 people, so we charge 1 fel for each person. We charge you double cost, you did all the work alone. I don't see any problem here." Andre smiled like he was a decent businessman. A second later, Lucian lowered his head and passed the strong guy another fel. Lucian did not want to offend these gangsters. "Smart boy, you know the rule. Some young lads, they love challenging us. But you see, we're still here, while some of them are at the bottom of the Belem River. All right, Mag. Let's go." Andre threatened him like it was usual and left. Of course, Lucian hated this. He was already prepared for this but still could not control himself. He understood that either high status or strength could help him get rid of all the suffering. "I wish there were some magic potions in the notes that would help to improve my strength then." Lucian tried his best to stop thinking. He knew that it was a dangerous sign, a sign that he was getting tempted to learn magic. Almost everyone in the city knew the unique design building of the Musicians' Association. Very quickly Lucian found the place called Sparkling Flame. Assembled with lines, small towers, flying buttresses, stained glasses, and flame-shaped window lattices, the whole 5-floored building held a particular unsymmetrical and flamboyant beauty. A skinny middle-aged man with a mustache hurriedly came down from the stairs. "You're late." "I told you 1 o'clock. This man was George. Cone had already introduced him to Lucian. George worked for the association and it seemed like he knew quite a few guys there. "George, there are still 10 minutes before the appointed time." Lucian pointed to the Golden Bell Tower in the wealthy neighborhood whose minute hand still had some way to go from number 12. Waving his hands, George complained to Lucian, "The cleaners finished their job earlier. You gotta remove the rubbish piling up in the back as soon as possible. I don't want to piss the musicians off. Some of them still have a performance this afternoon." Lucian left his rented trolley to the guards and walked into the bright and grand hall. Covered with soft and thick carpet, the floor made no noise at all. There were just a few people walking across the cold, quiet hall. Following George, Lucian came to a waist-high counter in the center of the hall behind which sat a green-eyed and pretty young girl. "Uncle George, is he your helper?" she greeted. While she was talking, she took out a tinkling purse and handed it to George. According to Lucian's estimation, approximately 40 fels were in there. However, after paying the trolley rent, he could only get 8 fels. Holding the purse in his palms, George grinned, showing his yellow teeth, and his eyes narrowed into 2 slits. He is a good worker, although a bit young. Then he turned to Lucian. "I'll leave your pay with Andre. Just find him after you finish." Lucian nodded. He was not worried that George would keep the money himself. Even though the Aaron gang was overbearing, they too had to follow the rules. Cone mentioned before that someone tried to keep some money, and later he had to compensate twice the amount. When Alina was about to find a servant to show Lucian the way to the backyard, a middle-aged man wearing a red, loose coat came in. She hurriedly stood up and bowed slightly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Victor." "Good afternoon, Alina," the man replied politely. He had blue eyes as deep as an ocean. "May I have the latest music criticism?" His voice was deep and rich. Lucian was surprised. He did not expect to find a newspaper in this world, and even specialized ones. What impressed him more was the polarization here, thinking about the fact that many people in Aduran were still illiterate. Lucian guessed not many people would buy newspapers. He also wondered how much the newspaper cost. Victor roughly went through the pages and gave Alina 10 fels. He then went towards the stairs after nodding politely to both of them with the newspaper under his arm. After he left, Lucian asked Alina curiously, "The newspaper costs 10 fells." Having worked in the association for a whole year, Alina was proud that she could share her knowledge with someone who was also from the same poor background like she was before. In the year 426 of St. Calendar, the Cardinal Adelaide enhanced the method for paper-making. Since then, the paper price continued declining. Now you can buy a dozen newspapers with just a couple of fells, but only members of our association can buy music criticism with 10 fells. Others, including nobles, have to pay a silver nar. Both music criticism and symphony news are the most authoritative music publications across the continent. She then continued, "Every piece of music and article is produced by brilliant musicians and scholars." This month's music criticism published the comments from His Majesty and Princess Natasha on the concert held last week in the Psalm Hall. Aside from showing off, Lucian's good-looking face was another reason why she kept offering so much information. A nar. For a moment, an exciting plan of robbing newspapers appeared in his mind. 5 nars could easily solve Lucian's problem. A second later, he realized the thought was too ridiculous. No one would buy from him. Sure, happy with Lucian's interaction, Alina kept talking. "You think it's too expensive? In places like Trier, Antefleur, Ifai, Tilly's, and Anhedger, these newspapers are very popular. People there honor alto's music very much and would even pay 1 gold thael for an old one." Lucian took a glance at the newspapers under the counter while trying hard to resist his impulse. But he also got some information from her words. Under the mighty church, currency across the continent should be unified. Secondly, there was no such spell for teleportation. If there was, it must have very strict rules, or the nobles in other cities would not read old newspapers. More than 10 minutes later, it finally occurred to Alina that Lucian still had work to do. She reluctantly stopped herself and asked a servant to lead him to the backyard garden. "Be quiet, don't talk loud, don't move loud." In 3 months, Mr. Victor's gonna hold his first concert in the Psalm Hall. Recently, he's being pretty sensitive, Alina kindly reminded him. Lucian nodded to her gratefully and followed the servant towards the garden. 11 findings. A big pile of trash was in the backyard garden. It took Lucian a couple of rounds to throw it away. To keep the city clean, there were people collecting trash every morning, but the fancy association just could not tolerate the trash piling up in their garden for a whole day. After finishing the work, Lucian sneaked into the hall and moved around the margins of the round hall towards the gate. "Damn it. Wolf, can you just leave me alone for 1 second and let me focus on my music?" He heard a deep and rich voice which turned sharp in the end. At the same time, a man wearing a red coat rushed down from the stairs. Then he ran right into Lucian. Bang! Something heavy fell down on the carpet, making a dull sound. Victor nearly lost his footing. Taking a deep breath, Victor bent down and picked up a broken lamp which had fallen down from Lucian's pile of trash. "Sorry." He gave the lamp he picked up from the carpet back to Lucian. Another brown-haired man wearing dark blue long coat walked down from the stairs. There was a noticeable arch on his chin. "Victor, you're not the only musician here. I can do whatever I want. If you have a problem with it, then go back home." The smile on his face became even bigger. I know, there are only 3 months left before your concert. And I understand, I'm so looking forward to it. I'll write an article for you on music criticism, especially for you. Bastard, let's see when you can have your own concert." Swearing in a low voice, Victor turned around and left the hall quickly. The moment Victor turned his back, the smile disappeared from Wolf's face. He walked back while murmuring, "It should be mine." After seeing their argument, Lucian continued carrying the trash to the gate. Then, he saw the broken lamp decorated with fancy patterns, and the bottom of the lamp was made of metal. Dumping the trash into the cart, Lucian picked up the lamp. It felt like copper but more flexible. It would probably sell for several fells at a smith's shop. For a poor guy like Lucian, everything he saw would be related to money. Wait, maybe I can find more useful items like paper or quills in this pile. Now this pile of trash was a treasure for Lucian. His heart was full of surprise and excitement. Although the rich people would not even bother looking at it, for Lucian this was his first chance of changing his life. 5 silver nars was sufficient for 1 month's educational cost. Besides, he got an entire library inside his mind which could be constantly expanded. If he was able to learn how to read, he trusted that he would discover better ways for making a fortune. Lucian felt energized just thinking about his future. Feeling excited, he pulled his cart out of the city, but he was also worried. No one liked old things from trash. I just gotta be careful. If Aaron's gang caught wind of this, they're gonna demand more from me. After Lucian's fight in the sewers, his fear for this world and towards gangsters diminished. He knew more about how to fight than they did. After leaving the hall, Lucian saw a silver-haired man walking leisurely towards the association. Rhine, what's he doing here? Lucian did not think much about it. It was not strange for a bard visiting such a reputable place. Andre was at the gate. He recognized Lucian and saw his fully loaded cart. He just waved his hand and let him leave out of the city. Although excited, Lucian did not easily lower his guard. After a 20-minute walk from the gate, Lucian finally stopped at a quiet place along the Belem River. Rummaging through the trash, Lucian got some useful stuff. A broken lamp, several rusty pieces of metal, 8 worn-out quills, and some bundles of paper, etc. Finally, Lucian pulled out a nice-smelling damaged black lace. It looked like a veil which might once belong to a female musician. Without any erotic imagination, all Lucian thought was just about money. It got a fine craft. Maybe I can sell it to a tailor, who can probably use this as a decoration. Wrapping that stuff with some paper, Lucian hid them in the grass. Then he continued pulling his cart downstream to the place where the trash was piled up. He was surprised that the dump site was much smaller than he thought. The river beside it was very clean. No one was there except for Lucian. While smelling the awful stench emitted from trash, Lucian started his rummaging again. In this world, nobody picks up trash for a living, Lucian wondered. Maybe they're afraid of catching any disease. However, Lucian's empty purse was clearly more of a threat to him than getting sick, which might or might not happen. Wrapping his hand with waste papers, he found something which was probably worth a few fells. It was his first time, so Lucian was extremely cautious. He hid some of the stuff and went back for his paper parcel. Hiding his findings under a dirty old bag in his cart, Lucian tried to flatten the bag as much as he could to make it look like the cart's cover. Lucian stuffed the small things into his pocket. It was much easier than he thought. The guards just waved their hands and let him in after shooting a glance at him. When Lucian was pulling his cart towards Andre and Mag, he realized why the guards just let him pass easily. Covering their noses, Andre and Mag's eyebrows were twisted together when they saw him. Lucian was happy to see this. He pulled his smelling cart even closer to them and asked, "I'm Lucian. I come for my pay." Mag immediately stepped back and took out the money while swearing. "Damn you, fuck off with your stinking carts." Andre, with his consistent smile, was standing even further. "Your first time going to the river, isn't it? If you stay there until dark, you may get lucky. Just watch the ghosts there, haha." Without asking about ghosts, Lucian quickly left with his pay to return the cart. He did not want any more trouble. Lucian made 5 fells in total for cleaning up the garbage. However, his findings were more important than them. With them, he could easily earn 5 nars. After returning home, Lucian hurriedly hid the rest of the stuff and then rushed to the market. Lucian took it directly to a tailor without even cleaning the veil. He was rushing with quite a bit of excitement. However, when Lucian was standing in front of a tailor's shop, he became hesitant. He would probably get scolded or turned out of the door before he could open his mouth. Lucian's face was flushed, like when he tried to do sales at the university. "Don't be a coward, Lucian. Don't feel it's shameful." Lucian started encouraging himself. "What can your dignity do for you now? Can your dignity turn your dark bread into white one? Or can it offer you steak, codfish, and wine? Can dignity teach you reading?" Lucian had experienced quite a bit after coming to this world. He had even wobbled on the borderline of death. He quickly made up his mind and walked into the shop with firm footsteps. An old man wearing glasses was sitting in the shop. Noticing Lucian entering, he asked with confusion, "Yes." Lucian's dressing obviously showed that he was too poor to even visit an expensive tailor. Smiling with great enthusiasm, Lucian rubbed his hands. "Hello, sir. I got a nice black lace, and I was wondering if you're interested in it." Before Lucian could finish his words, he was cut in by the old man fiercely. "A fine black lace from you? Get lost, you damned thief." He walked out of the counter and pushed Lucian out. "I, old Foro, am a decent tailor. I only buy clothes from the Lotzi." Being driven out of the first shop, Lucian had no choice but to find the next one, and he would try a different approach this time. 12 Lucian's first 80 fells. "Get out, we don't need anything from you." It was the 3rd time that Lucian got rejected. These fancy tailors always hated poor guys like Lucian. Even when Lucian showed the lace, they were still not willing to waste a second on him. It was a big market. More than 10 streets that crossed with each other. There were lots of different shops ran by humans, dwarves, and elves. Soon, Lucian found another neat little tailor's shop at the end of a street. Standing behind the counter was a 15 or 16-year-old shy-looking blonde boy. "Hi, I'm Buster. Anything I can help you with?" Yes, could you take a look at this lace, please?" Lucian placed the veil on the counter. Buster gently rubbed it with his fingers under the light and got surprised. "Sir, it's the Black Nightingale from the Kingdom of Home. Where did you get it?" Like other tailors, Buster knew Lucian could not afford this lace. Sometimes, even rich people might not be able to buy a small piece of Black Nightingale. All noble ladies wanted it. Lucian lowered his voice. "Don't worry, it's clean." Clean? A 30-something-year-old man walked out from behind. The thin-faced man was McDowell, the owner of this shop. Lucian was surprised that they did not immediately drive him away, which was a promising signal. Yes, I swear in the name of God, you see, there's a hole in it. It was abandoned by a noble lady and I just happened to find it. Turn it into a decoration on a dress or a band. I think with your hands you can definitely make it become eye-catching again, sir," Lucian added eagerly. Taking the lace from Buster's hands, McDowell had a close look. After a moment's thinking, he asked calmly, "How much do you want then?" Lucian clenched his fists in excitement but did not dare show it in his face. "Come on, Lucian, you fought with the huge crazy rats before." "Stay calm," Lucian secretly consoled himself. "You offer, sir, I believe your price wouldn't let me down." Lucian smiled and answered. Looking into Lucian's eyes, McDowell paused a little bit. 40 fells. "It's not much use to me with a hole in it." A fancy dress with a black nightingale on it, even distinguished ladies and madams will fight for it." Lucian more than doubled the offer. McDowell shook his head and handed the lace back to Lucian. 50 fells. I cannot go any more than this." I'm sorry, but thank you anyway, sir." Lucian calmly turned around and was ready to leave. Actually, he was very nervous. He was worrying that he might lose his only chance for being greedy. Step by step, Lucian dragged his feet towards the exit. When he was about to leave the shop, McDowell's voice suddenly came from behind. 80 fells. "My last offer. I'm only paying this much because the lace is a perfect match for one of my dresses." "Great," Lucian waved his fist joyfully and then he turned around and smiled. "Deal, sir." Tinkling coins bulged Lucian's pocket. For Lucian, nothing was more lovely than getting rich. "I don't know you. And I don't care either. But if in the future you got some good stuff like this, you could bring it here as long as it's clean," McDowell added. "Sure, sir, thank you." Lucian slightly bowed and smiled. After stepping out of the shop, Lucian found the sunshine was very brilliant under the amazingly blue sky. Breathing the fresher-than-ever air, Lucian found this world was kind of lovely as well. 80 fells was pretty decent for him. For Lucian, he found his idea of collecting money actually worked. This was even more important to him. Ivan was waiting for Lucian near his home. He waved his hand as soon as he saw Lucian coming. "Lucian, there you are. My mom sent me to invite you for dinner. My brother's home." John, Ivan's elder brother. Lucian tried to recall. John's night squire in training. It was not really safe for him to carry so much money everywhere with him. "Just a moment, Ivan, I gotta wipe my sweat a bit." Lucian smiled. "Sure, Lucian." Ivan looked more excited than usual. "You know what? John brought a piece of beef from Lord Venn. We're gonna have beef stew tonight." His little dirty face was full of excitement and expectancy. "I haven't had any meat stew for quite a while." Actually, little Ivan's family was not as poor as most people living in Adurin. As a busker, Joel's income could vary sometimes, but it was still better than Labor's. Alyssa worked as a laundry maid as well, but they were always saving for John's training back in the days. Old Evans, Lucian's father, helped them quite a lot before. After hiding the money safely, Lucian quickly washed his face and followed Ivan towards Aunt Alice's place. A bunch of neighbors were gathered in front of the cabin. Little John's now the sworn night squire following Lord Venn, isn't he? "Yes, Alyssa told me herself." Little John's not even 19 yet. One day he might get lucky and awaken the endowed blessing in his blood, then he's gonna be a real knight. Then no more Little John, we shall say Lord John. John can also be the commander of the city guard as a sworn night squire now. Joel and Alyssa are so lucky, they must be very proud of their son. Ivan was nodding with great pride. As they entered the living room, a blond young man stood up from the chair. Inheriting his father's look, John was a handsome young lad, tall and straight. His elegant gesture was quite impressive to Lucian. I was quite worried hearing what happened to you, Lucian. John patted Lucian's shoulder and smiled. Glad to see you're all right now. I guess it was a test for you from God. Although he was just 1 or 2 years older than Lucian, John appeared much more mature. His gray knight attire also made him quite out of the ordinary. Thanks, John, it was not a big deal really. Auntie Alyssa always worries about me. Lucian nodded. When they sat down around the dinner table, John laid his hand on Lucian's shoulder. Why do I feel strangeness between us? Come on, we are best friends. I guess you changed quite a bit since you left home. Lucian was a little bit nervous. John nodded seriously. Yeah, I'd say so. Training there changed me a lot, both physically and mentally. It was very hard, but I gained a lot from it as well. Dinner was not a feast. They only got beef stew and roasted fish on the table. But for Lucian, this dinner was beyond delicious. He devoured his serve and even bit his tongue a few times. The happy reunion was so sweet that Joel even got a rare chance to enjoy his beef with ale. Alyssa talked even more during the dinner. Most of the time, she was the only one who kept talking all the way. A couple of words from Joel, Lucian, or Ivan were enough to keep her going. According to the rules of a knight, John did not talk very much. I'm stuffed. The happy dinner ended with little Ivan's loud burp. John smiled and shook his head. Ivan, eating too much is bad for you. Then he turned to Lucian. Have you got any future plan? He asked, carefully arranging his words. Lucian nodded. Yeah, it was still unclear, but I don't want to live a life like what I'm doing now. Good, John looked into his eyes. Lord Ven told us, being unsatisfied with your life pushes you to move forward. The bakery and the cellar in Lord Ven's manor are now looking for apprentices. It's a pretty good chance, but you gotta work there for 10 years. If you're interested in this job, just tell me by next Monday. People in this world also believed in the myth that God created everything in 7 days. They also attended church every single Sunday. Being a knight squire was very promising. Now John was able to help his family and friends. Although the help could not change their lives completely, it was still of great importance. Thank you, John. Honestly, Lucian was still reluctant to constrain himself in the following 10 years, especially when he had just made his first small fortune. But he still wanted to think for some time before making a decision. All right, I gotta go back now. John stood up from his chair and hugged his family, and he gave Lucian a big hug. I wish you could read, Lucian. Downey is looking for a clerk for the court. It's a very decent job with nice payment. I'm planning to start studying. Lucian seized the chance and told John. John was quite surprised. Soon he smiled and nodded. I'll see if there's any chance for you. Lucian thanked John again sincerely, but he also did not place all his hope on John. He had to work on his own. For the following 3 days, Lucian did not find anything valuable like the Black Nightingale. But he still managed to save a gnar and 64 fells. Now he was walking towards the city gate as usual with great confidence. Looking at Lucian's back, Andre nudged Mag a bit. Why does he leave the city every morning? Leave the city, an amiable voice came from behind them. Andre hurriedly turned around looking serious. Morning, Jackson. Jackson Reoders, one of the leaders of the Aaron gang, had a kind face, but his craftiness and treacherousness could definitely place him at the top of the group. 13. Sudden attack. Holding his chin, Jackson put on a kind smile. Morning, Andre. What's going on here? Not a big deal, Jackson. Andre responded in a flattering way. A guy is recently going outside of the city every day. I was just wondering. Interesting. Does he carry anything with him? Somehow Jackson's smile was kind of frightening, which for a moment gave both Andre and Mag goosebumps. Mag believed in both the god of truth and his own fists and claimed that he carried 1/16 of the savage blood from Yaren Highland. However, his brain did not work as fast as his fists. Jackson's question was too demanding for him. I remember he always carries an old sack. Sometimes he comes back with something in it. There are many mushrooms near the Belem River. No, not mushrooms. Jackson cut in. Then what else could a poor guy like him do? Andre asked nervously. Facing the Belem River and the Melzer Black Forest, the gate that Andre and Mag were watching was the busiest one among the 3 gates of Alto. Countless merchants, adventurers, and plain folks came back and forth every day. They never bothered paying extra attention to a poor boy like Lucian. Jackson came for a reason. The blacksmith Rigaud came to me 2 days ago. A young lad sold him a nice piece of orichalcum. Orichalcum, or say mountain copper, only wealthy nobles can afford it. Although the one he got was of the lowest quality, it was still quite enough to forge a fine dagger. Rigaud wanted to find more, so he came to me. Lucian sold that? Mag asked directly. Jackson slightly nodded. He was careful. The metal was polished so Rigaud couldn't find any clues. It took me a whole day to find him. But he visited a couple of smiths. They remembered him. And you know him as well. Perfect, Jackson added. Then what should we do? Andre asked eagerly. Follow him and find where he found the mountain copper. If he notices you, beat the shit out of him and then ask. His money is all yours. Understood, Mag answered before Andre. It had been more than 2 weeks since he gave someone a good beating. He always got excited when it came to beating someone. Carrying his old sack, Lucian was walking in the direction of the Belem River. I gotta use the other 2 gates more, Lucian thought. It's suspicious always taking the same way. Andre and Mag, they're always there. The 2 gates, one in Purple Lily and the other in Nolan, were both far from his destination. Lucian sometimes would collect some mushrooms on his way back to disguise his real purpose, which took him more time. A figure flashed from behind him. Who's there? Lucian suddenly became alert. It was not the first time he found someone tracking him. Ever since his bitter fight under the sewers, he felt he became more sensitive to the surroundings now. Thanks to his sharp observation, he managed to get rid of those people who wanted to find out his secret. Pretending everything was fine, Lucian was seeking for a chance. When he arrived in a corner covered with thick grass and high trees, he dashed to a big tree with all his strength. Hiding behind it, Lucian quietly waited for the person. He was calm. He had to know who was following him to eliminate any future trouble. A moment later, a sound of heavy footsteps, together with swearing, came from the place Lucian was previously at. The sound came around the corner, very close to where Lucian was standing before. Damn it, we lost him. I was right, Andre, we should catch and beat him up. Only that way he will tell us everything. Lucian was surprised. He did not expect that the Aaron gang would notice him so quickly. Feeling disappointed, Lucian decided to leave his home and hide somewhere with his money for a few days. He was waiting for Andre and Mag to leave first. I can still become an apprentice anyway, Lucian comforted himself silently. Andre and Mag knew what Jackson would do to them if they messed up. They were arguing with each other loudly. Mag, savages consent. Andre suddenly smacked Mag's shoulder. Hey, scent what? You said those savages are like hounds and they can catch any scent in the wind. Andre was excited. You have savage blood, try it. Yes, sometimes it doesn't work though. Mag scratched his bald head. Lucian suddenly became really nervous. He still knew too little about this new world. Raising his head slightly, Mag took a long, deep breath. Then he shouted excitedly, I got his scent. There he is. He started running towards the tree. Mag found him. As soon as Mag shouted, Lucian started running. Mag was surprisingly fast with his big muscles, and several times he almost caught Lucian. Lucian kept running through the trees to avoid Mag, but after the woods there was the open riverside. Lucian knew he could not escape anymore. I gotta beat Mag before the other guy comes. Lucian did not panic. Compared with those crazy red-eyed rats, Mag, although a bit big, was still a human being. Lucian was prepared. He heard Mag's excited howling coming close from behind him. Suddenly Lucian stopped. He lowered his body and pushed his leg against the ground. He butted Mag hard with all his strength. It was an unexpected attack. Mag swiftly tried to punch Lucian's head to avoid the attack, but he missed. Lucian passed right through Mag's arms. With the help of Mag's own momentum, Lucian's hard-clenched fist ran into Mag's soft belly. Mag felt a hard rock hit his stomach. As he was yelling in pain, a strong acid rose from his throat. Lucian knew a single punch could not solve the trouble completely. Thus, 2 seconds later, he viciously attacked Mag's back with his elbow. Furthermore, almost at the same time, his lifted knee went straight between Mag's legs. Ow. It was a painful howling in the best savage style. And even Andre, who always made fun of Mag's blood, would not deny that. Covering his private part, Mag was rolling back and forth on the ground in great pain, snarling angrily. Seeing all that, Andre couldn't help but feel bad for his companion, kind of feeling some of that pain as well, so he ended up slowing down. Without a second's delay, Lucian turned around and ran away immediately. He saw a shining dagger in Andre's hand. Andre chased for a little bit, but it was too late. Soon, Lucian disappeared in the woods across the river. He finally stopped beside Mag. The weaker you are, the poorer you are. Those bastards just wouldn't let you have any chance. Lucian felt aggrieved. It was 9 in the morning. Sneaking back through the gate in the district of Nolan, Lucian was carefully approaching his shack in Alto. He needed to take his money before the gangsters found his place. After hiding behind a nearby cabin for a while, when Lucian was about to get out, a bunch of ferocious guys approached towards his shack. A common-looking man dressing neatly pointed to Lucian's place. Then another burly young guy directly gave a hard kick on the broken door. The door fell on the ground, leaving behind a cloud of dust. 14 Resolution. The guy who burst the door found the shack empty and reported this to the ordinary-looking man Jackson. "We did waste some time, but we shouldn't be late." Jackson smiled. "Although Mag and Andre are useless, they still provided us with some good information." The others knew what happened to the big guy. When Jackson mentioned Mag, they somehow felt a chilly wind pass through their legs. Andre squeezed out an embarrassing giggling. But he was still glad that he did not have to lie in bed for at least a week. "Andre, you go, see if there's anything in this pigsty." Several minutes later, Andre came out with a handful of small things. "Just some rubbish, Jackson." Lucian regretted not hiding this stuff elsewhere. It was very easy to tell where he found them. If the Aaron gang took control of the dump site, then it would be the end of his dream to become a rich man. "Rubbish," Jackson curled his lips, "a pretty smart young lad. He found the orichalcum in the dump site. Trash from the palace, nobles areas, musicians association, mercenaries union all go to the dump site beside the river. They're useless for rich people but not for us." His guess was right. Thanks to the boy, we found a new way to make money. Fiddling with a piece of metal, Jackson commanded with his iconic smile, "Smash all of his stuff. Keep the money to yourselves. The one who finds the guy will be rewarded." Jackson did not bother sending his men searching for Lucian. They also got many things to do. Time was too precious to be wasted on a nobody like Lucian. Cheering loudly, they squeezed in Lucian's little shack, started smashing his stuff. Clenching his fists and gnashing his teeth, Lucian could tell from the sound that his table, followed by his clay pot, were shattered to pieces. But he knew that he could do nothing against the gangsters with his current power. They would beat him to death, and he did not want to die like that. Law would not help him, since people above it would not care. If the witch had not gone to the cemetery, no one would have found her. Lucian's mind started wondering as the noise in the background faded. "If I become a sorcerer, I can protect myself. I don't want much. After learning magic, I just need to find a place to live. I need to, yes, I have no choice. Learning magic is dangerous, but being weak is no better." His locked-up thoughts all started resurfacing, like being summoned by the evil actions around him. Alice's shout cut off his wondering. "You damned bastards. What the hell are you doing?" While doing her housework, Alyssa heard the mess coming from Lucian's place. Trying to stop them, she yelled and approached the gangsters while waving her long spoon. "Get her away," said Jackson. Two ferocious men rolled up their sleeves and walked towards Alyssa, but they underestimated the housewife standing in front of them. Auntie Alyssa directly hit one of them on the forehead with her wooden spoon. "Ouch!" Facing the unexpected attack, the guy screamed in pain, but soon more guys joined in. Although Alyssa was tall and sturdy, she was after all still a woman. A hard punch hit her shoulder and her spoon fell onto the ground. Alyssa groaned in pain but still did not flinch. "You wretches, stop, the inspectors are coming." Hiding behind a wall and watching all of this, Lucian's mind was filled with torment and suffering. "Lucian, are you a man?" Although he met Auntie Alyssa many days ago, he did not have a very strong bond with her and her husband Joel. But now when he saw Alyssa get hurt because of him, he knew it was totally unacceptable for him to be hiding behind a woman and letting her fight for him. "Fuck." Clenching his fist, Lucian took a quick glimpse at his shack and jumped out. His target was Jackson, who was standing there alone. Lucian threw himself at Jackson with all his might. Feeling extremely surprised, Jackson was suddenly knocked down by Lucian. They wrestled on the ground, and Lucian tried to hold Jackson's hands tightly with his left hand, in case the thug was carrying a dagger. Meanwhile, his right hand was trying to reach Jackson's throat. Lucian needed to capture their leader to control the whole situation. However, Jackson was not inexperienced at all. He also had his share of fighting. Rolling on the ground, Jackson did not give Lucian any chance to grab his neck. At the same time, he continuously slammed his elbow at Lucian's rib. Due to the lack of space, Jackson's hits were not very strong, but still, for Lucian they were still unbearable. Wincing in pain, he still did not retrieve. He was almost there. He touched Jackson's throat. Suddenly, Lucian got a hard punch in his stomach. He was smashed hard on the ground by Jackson's men. Before he could stand up, fists and kicks started falling down on Lucian's body like raindrops. Lucian started rolling on the ground from unbearable pain like a stray dog. He could barely cover his vital parts. Lucian's mind started wandering again. Everything seemed unreal and was fading away like in a movie. Auntie Alice's crying voice came from another world. Stop. Stop. At that moment, Lucian made up his mind. Whatever it took, he must become strong. Jackson was standing on the other side, looking at Lucian rolling back and forth on the ground. He trampled him hard and stopped his men. His friend is a knight squire. Let's not bring ourselves trouble. Although it was rumored that Ross and Aaron had some connections with a high noble, a gang still had to be relatively disciplined, or it would be eliminated by the church or nobles in no time. Lucian was lying on the ground with blood coming out of his nose and mouth. Jackson smiled to him. Actually, I respect your courage and intelligence. I really do. But my boy, don't be too greedy. I hope you understand what's yours and what's not. Yes, Lucian answered simply in a hoarse voice. Lucian's answer was a little bit weird for him, but Jackson did not bother too much. Jackson and his men left in triumph, together with Lucian's collections and 45 fells. 15 for justice. The morning sunshine was not very strong. Lucian was lying in the sun, covered with wounds and blood. Staring at the clear blue sky, breathing the fresh air gently, Lucian forgot the pain. His mind was waving like a deep ocean. Lucian realized that everything he had experienced before led him to his final decision, learning magic. Although he knew he had to be even more careful and cautious in the future, at the same time he felt more relaxed than ever before after making up his mind. There was even a smile on Lucian's bruised face. He felt he had genuinely grown up within the past couple of days, much faster than in his own world. The anger, the feeling of inferiority, and the sense of insecurity had blended together and pushed him to that decision. And he was also gifted with the library. So why not? Lucian asked himself, feeling relieved from his long-time repression. My poor Evans, oh my poor Evans, are you all right? Alyssa tried to hold Lucian's hand. The slight movement of his arms and legs made Lucian wince in pain. I'm okay, Auntie Alyssa. They didn't want to kill me, fortunately. Auntie Alyssa held Lucian's arm and led him back to her place. She kept swearing with great anger. These bastards would be hanged and tortured in hell by endless flames. After cleaning the wounds, Alyssa was about to ask Lucian what happened today. Before that, it seemed like she suddenly thought of something and her hands acted a bit awkward. Lucian. Yes, Auntie Alyssa. This is the thing, John's coming back today. Can you keep this to yourself without letting him know? You know, John, you're his best friend. If he hears about it, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to constrain himself from taking revenge. As a knight squire, he would be in big trouble then. Knowing John was Auntie Alyssa and Uncle Joel's great hope, Lucian nodded. Of course. It's not a big deal actually. Lucian put a hard smile. Alyssa held Lucian's hand with tears in her eyes. Thank you, my little Evans. Are you trying to hide anything from me? It was John's voice. Wearing the gray night suit, John was standing by the door. Neither Alyssa nor Lucian noticed him. Alyssa answered hurriedly, nothing, you came back earlier. John walked in and pulled a chair for himself. He sat down beside Lucian. The Grand Duke summoned Lord Venn and I followed him back to Alto. Mom, I'm a knight squire now. I'm not an imprudent young boy anymore. Then he turned to Lucian. You look much worse than the last time we got thrashed together. What happened? Don't try to lie. I bet lots of neighbors were there and saw it, John added. Lucian looked at Alyssa, who had already compromised the secret. Then he told John the story in full detail. During his talking, Lucian could feel the tension in the air due to John's feelings, which was the same that he felt from the guards he fought together in the sewers. Of course, John was very angry, but he managed to calm himself down quickly. He patted Lucian's hand gently and smiled. You're really clever, the most clever among us. Find money in trash, really good for you. I'm sure you will do a good job if you learn to read. Then, shrugging his shoulders, John went outside of the room and fetched a long wooden club from the kitchen. Oh no, Alyssa sighed. Mom, you know I gotta do this for my friend. But John, Lord Venn won't be happy about this. Yes, John, Lucian hurriedly asked, don't go. It's not a big deal, look at me, I'm okay. John turned around and shook his head. Lord Venn always told us, as a knight, one is supposed to protect the weak and fight against the violent. As a squire, I already regard myself as a knight and try to follow the knight's belief. His eyes were intent. His gestures expansive. Lucian, my friend, was bullied and his place got ruined. If I remain silent simply to no piss Lord Venn off, my inner guiltiness will never leave me. Yes, maybe I will not be able to awaken the blessing anymore because I broke the rules, but I'll be faithful to my beliefs. Lord Ven will be on my side, I believe. I know, Johns. I know, but Alyssa got tears in her eyes. John hugged his mom and comforted her gently. It's okay, Mom, I'm not gonna kill anyone, I will not overdo it. Look. I'm holding a club, not a blade. Can you trust me, Mom? Finally, Alyssa nodded with great effort. Do be careful, John. They are the ones who have to be careful, Mom. Grabbing the club, John smiled with confidence. When he was about to leave, Lucian called him from behind. Wait, John. Yes, John looked back. With all his remaining strength, Lucian stood up from the bed. He felt his blood was flowing fast, burning his body. We are going together. Lucian's smile looked kind of funny with his swollen mouth, but John could tell his determination. He laughed. There's another club in the kitchen. Let's go like when we were kids. Holding the club, Lucian comforted Auntie Alyssa in a low voice when he passed by her. I'll watch him, don't worry. It was easy for them to find out where Jackson and his men went by asking around. When they were on their way, John asked Lucian all of a sudden. Do you believe in justice, Lucian? He sounded confused. Yes, I do. Why do you ask? John lowered his head but did not stop. I do too, but Lucian, I am not as noble and brave as I claim to be. I do this only because you're my friend. If it was someone else, I don't think I would. I'm used to picking my fights well, avoiding doing anything that would be beyond my capability. I'm selfish, I only want to protect my family and friends. I'm a coward, am I not? I don't think so. Every knight, or say every person, has a priority. Some pursue justice, some loyalty, some mercy. You chose family. Only when a person knows what he really wants to protect does he stick to justice. Or justice would be just like the clouds, nothing substantial. Lucian just realized that John was still a young lad like himself, no matter how mature he appeared to be. Thanks to the book about the knight's spirit from his mental library, he was scrabbling up his sentences to comfort John. Now he was much better at looking up information among all the books in the library. You really think so? John still looked puzzled. Sure, if you're capable, will you protect the weak, fight against the wicked, and uphold justice? If I'm capable, of course I will. So you're still a knight of justice. If you were not capable, you would fight and die for nothing. You gotta be able to protect yourself first, only then you can protect those who need your help. Lucian felt he was quite suitable for being a mentor. John seemed relieved and he started smiling. Every time I asked Lord Ven about this, he told me I was too inexperienced to understand. But Lucian, you've grown up too. You're good at comforting and maybe you're right, but I'm still longing for the genuine justice. Once, Lord Ven told us a story about a legendary knight's sword. The sword had divine power inside but looked just like the common ones. Its hilt was made purely of wood without any gems, pearls, or anything out of ordinary. The nobles and the high-level knights wouldn't take a second look at the sword. John's eyes were on the far distance and he continued. But actually the sword was far more powerful than they thought, especially when it was used to fight against evil. What impressed me most was the words engraved on the sword. Justice is pale compared with splendor and power. But everyone can be its representative, wealthy or poor, intelligent or illiterate, warrior or farmer. Justice is pale, but it is everywhere. Pale justice, that's the name of the sword. It disappeared along with a grand arcana knight in the dark mountain range. John became excited. His depression was gone. Lucian laughed. Then our slogan today is gonna be for justice. For justice, John waved his club. A few minutes later, they saw Jackson, who was walking on the broad street of the market. A bunch of guys were still following him. 16 on the streets. John stopped and turned to Lucian. You just got injured, and you haven't received any formal training. Remember, Lucian, don't panic and don't stop moving. We will keep changing positions. Don't let his men surround you. Use your club to keep them away so their daggers won't harm you. You hear me, Lucian? John tried to advise Lucian as much as possible. He was worried that Lucian might lose control and launch an imprudent attack. However, Lucian had some decent experience before. No worries, John. I've survived an invasion into a witch's chamber before. Hiding their clubs behind their backs, they approached Jackson in a quick pace. It was a pretty busy street in the market, only 10 minutes away from one of Aaron Gang's hideouts. Merchants, mercenaries, and adventurers were gathering there, so no one paid attention to them. They looked at each other when they were just a few steps away from Jackson, nodded, and dashed towards the gangsters, holding the clubs tightly in their hands. Lucian recognized the guy who kicked him hard. Without a second thought, he wielded his club right towards the thug's head. If you're not trained or not strong enough, wield it hard with all your might. That's what Lucian learned. Before the guy could notice, he got bludgeoned bitterly in his lower jaw. Then he passed out and fell onto the ground directly. John, on the other side, quickly got rid of another guy. As a knight squire, John was really good at it. Although he did not aim at the head, his precise strike directly dislocated the guy's right arm. 2 guys were down, but the harsh scream from one of them drew the other's attention. Jackson was surprised, but his eyes became vicious in an instant. His men pulled out their daggers. The sharp blades reflected the surrounding light. The pedestrians started scattering away quickly, leaving them more room to keep moving. Lucian and John kept running into different directions. They could not stop. The key to this strategy was not to spend too much time on a single enemy in order to make sure they wouldn't be flanked. The strategy worked quite well. One more of the thugs was rolling on the ground, but it was also very hard to keep moving all the time. John was constraining himself. He did not want to be in trouble for hurting someone seriously. But his concern became his weakness. Some guys on the ground were still in conditions to fight and seized the chance to pull out their daggers and stab John's ankles. Busy dodging their low blades, John did not notice the others moved to surround him. Thanks to John's refined fighting skills, he barely avoided several strikes, but the circle of daggers was getting tighter and tighter. Lucian turned back to help John, his club whistling directly towards the back of a thug's head. Johnny. Watch out, warned by the other gang members, the man named Johnny dodged by bending forward quickly and avoided Lucian's attack. However, that was enough for John, who seized the chance and broke the formation through the gap left by Johnny. However, the latter jumped up immediately and made the movement to throw his dagger at John's back. Bang! Before the dagger flew away from his hand, Lucian pounded bitterly into Johnny's backbone. This time, Lucian did not run away. Instead, he waited for a second chance to strike Johnny. Suddenly, a cold feeling came from Lucian's own back and immediately turned into agonizing pain. A dagger cut him badly, but Lucian did not panic. He knew John would not hold his hand anymore. And a determined and angry knight squire would be unstoppable when facing a bunch of gang bastards. Unlike Lucian, John never missed. Wielding his club with anger, he came to support Lucian. Watching the battle unfold, Jackson took a step back and started escaping. "You guys stop them," he shouted while running. The rest of his men started stabbing crazily. The shining blades came from different directions. Lucian got another cut on his right hand and the blood came out immediately. His club almost flew out of his hand. "Are you all right?" John stood in front of Lucian, sheltering him from the enemies. "I'm okay." Lucian shook his head. "We gotta stop Jackson from bringing reinforcements." John nodded. "Remember, use your club to keep the daggers away from you." "Follow me." He struck down once more and started chasing Jackson. The rest of the guys slowed down and did not pursue any further because they saw Jackson was already quite a distance away from them. However, after becoming the overseer, Jackson gained some weight from the lack of proper exercise. Thus, he ran slower and slower. Keep moving, almost there," Jackson encouraged himself. Unfortunately, John, a squire in perfect shape, had another plan in mind. He was slowly gaining ground, and when the distance was proper, he swung his club with all his strength right into Jackson's back. Jackson felt like all his guts almost gushed out through his throat. With a loud groan, he fell on the ground, twitching in great pain. Then a night boot stamped hard on his back. Lucian arrived a while later, panting heavily. He was more than tired after all the running and fighting, especially because of the bleeding wounds that covered his body. It was his anger that was keeping him up all the way here. Before Jackson could make any threat, John turned him over with his boot and pointed downwards, smiling and gasping. "You first, Lucian." "Thanks, buddy." After taking several deep breaths, Lucian raised his club high and took a mighty swing at Jackson's face. "How dare ow!" Several teeth burst forth from Jackson's mouth, preventing the rest of his words from coming out. He was choking in his own blood, his ears were buzzing, his eyes were seeing stars. It was a F*** King Hard 1. Those damned little bastards. What do you want?" Jackson lisped with the mixture of blood and saliva in his mouth. With great dizziness, he noticed his voice was like coming from another world. "We want nothing more than justice." Kicking away Jackson's dagger, John answered seriously, "You beat Lucian and my mom, which we've paid you back, and you also robbed him and destroyed his place. You gotta compensate." "John, if I remember correctly, you're a knight squire, aren't you? Fighting on the street breaks your rules. Don't let Lord Ven down, young lad." Jackson spat out blood from his mouth. "You've come to this extent, you don't care about your little brother and parents," he continued his threatening. "I guess you still want more, don't you?" Lucian was weighing his club. Facing violence, Jackson shut his mouth. His anger and shame mixed like a pot of boiling water, burning his guts to ashes. 17. Sweet Revenge. Facing Jackson's threat, John smiled. According to the code, a knight shall protect his family and the weak. I don't see my fault here. Actually, most people wouldn't stand for gangsters, don't you think so? You need proof, Jackson yelled. A gang was often very good at keeping a witness silent. John looked a bit hesitant. What Alyssa told him bothered him again. Proof? Lucian smiled contemptuously. John's a knight squire while you're a gangster. What else do you need? From what he learned in the Copper Coronet, Lucian was aware that in the Duchy of Orvaret, knights were the real nobles, and their recognized squires also held status. Lucian believed Jackson definitely wouldn't dare slander a knight squire, and he had no reason as well. A gangster was also a businessman. Jackson couldn't gain anything big from Lucian and John from doing so. Jackson, as Lucian expected, did not retort. Yes, they can put a knight squire into prison, but how much effort and resources they would have to use. Aaron, of course, would not do this for him, Jackson knew. Especially recently, something was going wrong in Alto. The city was like a whirlpool where different powers were mingling. Aaron was often absent from the meetings, planning something. Knowing he was no longer in an advantageous position, Jackson tried his best to repress his anger and shame. How much do you want, then? He lowered his head and tried to make an agreement. I only got 2 nars with me. Lucian turned to John. The sheriffs are coming. We'd better leave before they arrive. John nodded. Well, 2 nars. Lucian was actually quite happy with the result. Knowing his table and chairs basically worth nothing, 2 nars were more than 2 times what he had lost. By the way, he had already moved the rest of his money and hid it under the ruins of the witch's place. All the gangsters took away were just 40 fells and some useless rubbish. Pulling out a small bag, Jackson threw it to John. The bag was pretty empty except for 2 shining silver nars. I left the rest to my men. Let's go, John. Lucian raised his chin towards the coming sheriffs and grabbed his club. He did not want to put John in trouble. Soon, they disappeared at the end of the street. All right, stop. We're safe now. Leaning against the wall, Lucian was panting heavily and felt as if his lungs were about to explode. He let his body fall on the ground, smiling. Finally, I can't run anymore. John sat down beside Lucian, also gasping for air. Me neither. It was pretty cool, wasn't it? What? Lucian's mind started slowing down and feeling relaxed. The fight. I can't remember the last time I had a good fight like this. They were just sitting on the ground, gasping and looking at the blue sky. Yeah, it was cool, Lucian smiled. It felt like a heavy rock had been lifted from his mind. All the pain, anger, and confusion Lucian hid at the bottom of his heart was gone like floating clouds. His mind was thinking clear and he was more relaxed than ever before. Also, Lucian knew that he still had a real friend in this world who would shield him and fight for him, regardless of the cost. Lucian started laughing aloud. What? John wondered. The future, I'm thinking. After I learn how to read, after I make some money, I'll go traveling across the continent, to see different sceneries, to know more foreign tales, to taste many cuisines. Lucian stopped and stared at the blue sky, but he continued thinking to himself. I will learn magic, I will understand how this world works. I will discover the truth of the world, and then I will find the way back home. For my parents, for the friends in my world, and in this life for myself. Lucian had collected 3 nars. He knew he had to start his learning as soon as possible. Who knew if the gangsters would take secret revenge on him secretly? The outside pressure from the bullies and his inner motivation mixed together and made learning magic the only way for Lucian to achieve his desires. Traveling? John laughed. It's not safe, Lucian. Although most of the dark creatures in the east of our country have been eliminated by the church, they're still breeding like rats. Cynocephalises, vicious goblins, gnolls. Sorry, Lucian, I don't think your dream will come true. At least you cannot go alone. I wonder, are they edible, the things you mentioned? Lucian asked subconsciously. For him, the most effective way for eliminating some overpopulated animals was turning them into food. What the hell are you thinking about? John was baffled. All right, Lucian answered with a bit of disappointment. If I can turn into a real knight in the future, what will I do? John asked himself with a lot of expectation. I think I'd be the same as you, Lucian. I also want to travel to see what the world looks like outside of Alto. I wish it were really beautiful like the bards described. By the way, John said to him, be careful in the next few days. Don't stray too far from the city walls, you never know what these bastards will do. Lucian nodded. I know. And when you see Lord Venn, remember to tell him what you did right away and ask for punishment yourself. John did not expect Lucian could be this considerate. He was also glad that his lifetime friend still cared a lot about him, even though sometimes he felt Lucian had changed quite a bit. I wish I could teach you how to read, but I cannot read either. John sighed. Only the high-level knight squires receive classes on how to read. He looked a bit upset. John, you've done a lot for me. Lucian laid his hand on John's shoulder. I'm grateful for having a friend like you. I really am. John could see Lucian's sincere eyes. Soon he smiled. I know, who doesn't want to have such a great friend like me? Let's go home, Mom's waiting for us. Joel was home when they came back. Alyssa was walking back and forth in the living room. It was such a relief for Alyssa seeing them come back, better yet in one piece. Opening his arms, Joel grinned to them. Welcome back, heroes. And he gave both of them a big hug. You guys remind me of my old days. Joel lowered his voice and winked when he turned his back to Alyssa. Dad, you and Mom gotta be even more careful for some time. John was kind of worried. It's not a big deal. Those bastards only give the weak a hard time. You once beat the shit out of them, you're no longer on their bullying list. Your mom and I will be fine. Joel left some space so Alyssa could treat Lucian's wounds, and then he turned to John, dead serious. Actually, John, you should have asked Lord Ven first. You're his squire, his representative. Your behavior matters to his decency. Yes, Dad, John was aware of his rashness. Lucian told me to take the initiative and ask for Lord Ven's forgiveness, and I will. Joel nodded. Lucian's right. A while later, Lucian excused himself to find some usurer in Copper Coronet. He needed to start his studies as soon as possible, and thus he was prepared to face the risks in case he for some reason didn't manage to pay it back. Before Lucian left, Joel stopped him. When he turned around, he saw Joel was holding an old plain purse. There are 8 nars in it. Joel put it into Lucian's hand. Take it. Lucian was surprised. He never thought borrowing money from them because Evan was still young. Auntie Alyssa. She was smiling to him. That's all we have for now, not too much but enough for you to start studying. But Lucian's eyes became filled with tears on the verge of falling. But this is all your savings, I caw. Joel laughed. Before your father passed away, he helped us more than we could ever hope for. Now you are in need. It's our responsibility to support you. After you learn to read and then find a good job, you can pay us back easily. I'll work hard, Lucian nodded with confidence. All the money you have now can pay the fees for 2 months. If we work together, at least you can have a teacher every 3 or 4 months. That's my plan. Joel had regarded Lucian's study as their shared responsibility. Lucian grabbed the little purse tight. Tears were falling from his eyes. Thank you. Uncle Joel, Auntie Alyssa, and you, John. At the same time, Lucian made up his mind to pay them back with a better life. After learning some magic, Lucian knew he had to leave Alto as soon as possible. He could not put this family under any kind of risk. After leaving their place, Lucian still headed towards Copper Coronet. But this time, instead of finding an usurer, he was looking for a teacher. 18 acquaintances. The afternoon sunlight sent some light into the noisy pub. Bards were singing and mercenaries were talking loudly. Lucian noticed that there were beautiful women sitting beside the bar tables. Pushing through the crowd, Lucian finally squeezed his way to the counter. Any drink? Cone asked without raising his hairy head. It's me, Lucian. Cone was surprised when he saw Lucian's face. What did you do to yourself? His beard was slanted with concern. Wait, Jackson came and asked about you earlier. Are you in trouble, my boy? Lucian was not quite willing to repeat what happened one more time. I'm fine, Cone. The problem was solved. I'm here to look for a teacher who can teach me how to read. Oh ho, you made it. You didn't rob the gangsters, did you? Now Cone was even more surprised. Lucian had no choice but to explain what happened briefly to Cone. After hearing that, Cone was very impressed. Lucian, you and John are finally real men now. I'm proud of you lads. Gulping his ale, his face turned red. But be careful, both you and John. Although chances are slim that they dare take revenge on a knight squire, but still, be wary of the bastards, you never know. Lucian nodded seriously. Cone pulled out a paper on which there was a list of strange patterns and symbols. I cannot read, he laughed and continued, but as a pub owner you gotta put down something to help you remember. On the list there were a bunch of scholars who registered here and were willing to teach. While Cone was speaking the names out loud, Lucian noticed a familiar name which was written on a note beside the list. Victor. You just said Mr. Victor, Lucian stopped Cone. Yes, you know him. I met him once in the association. Lucian stared at the name. But he's a musician, isn't he? You put a note beside his name as well. Twirling his mustache, Cone took another look at the list and nodded. Yeah, it's the same Victor we're talking about. I heard that he's gonna present a play in the hall. Last time I saw him, he was quite busy. Cone laughed. That's why he had to. Having a chance to play in the Psalm Hall is even harder than you think. I heard this from other guests as well. Cone climbed on a bar chair. 6 months ago, Mr. Victor got the invitation from the hall. Since then he turned down all his other presentations, even the one in Syracuse, to focus on his preparation. He was digging into his savings for the past couple of months. Cone shrugged his shoulders. But why doesn't he find another job related to music? Lucian asked. I have no idea, boy. Cone took another sip of his ale. Those musicians tend to be quite sensitive, or say, even crazy sometimes. I guess probably Mr. Victor also needed something to be his distraction. Who knows those artists? Mr. Victor made an impression on Lucian last time when they met in the association. Compared with the others that he did not even know, Lucian felt the musician would be a good choice. How can I find Mr. Victor then? He asked. The Jesu district was named after the most well-known instrument, the Jesu violin, and was where most musicians in Alto were gathered. Big trees stood on both sides of the street, through whose branches the sunshine scattered into slightly trembling golden fragments that formed patterns on the ground. Light mixed with shadow. The street was like a painting. It took Lucian quite a long time to find the address Cone offered. After getting lost a few times, finally he was standing in front of Victor's place, N12 Sneva Street. It was a 2-floor small building covered with green vines. Everything was quiet and elegant here. If all went well, Lucian was going to have his reading lessons for the following 2 months, which could help him change his whole life. Knocking at the door gently, Lucian got a bit nervous. Soon a servant showed up inside the iron gate. Seeing Lucian, a boy wearing rough and old clothes, he frowned. Yes, he asked coldly. After Lucian explained he was still in doubt, 5 nars a month. Pay first, are you sure? As Lucian expected, he pulled out his money from the bag. Yes, I'm sure. The servant was surprised. He couldn't believe this poor young boy could afford the price. As a servant of a famous musician, he earned 10 nars a month and could only save 1 every month, sometimes even less. Mr. Victor enjoys high reputation. He has some acquaintances in the town hall. Opening the gate, the servant was still eyeing Lucian with suspicion. Who knew where the guy got so much money, he thought. Lucian just smiled without saying anything. The servant's attitude was within his expectation. Feel offended? That belonged to the wealthy and powerful. He followed the servant through the garden and stopped in front of the wooden gate, waiting there. A couple of minutes later, the servant showed up again. Follow me inside. Later you may give the tuition fee to Mr. Athy, the steward. It was quite a spacious hall, decorated with a tea table, some brown couches and small desks. On the other side there was a long dining table made of fine rosewood. Victor got a few students here as well. His study was too small for all of them, so they just sat in the hall. There were 5 boys and 3 girls sitting there, all pretty young, probably between 13 and 20. Quills and papers were lying in front of them on the small round tables. Some of them were transcribing something, while some were humming or reading in a low voice. According to Lucian's observation, the students also came from different backgrounds. Some were of humble birth and the others were dressing quite decently. The latter ones were usually from noble families. Most of them were not qualified to inherit their family titles and could not activate the blessing either. For those children, becoming a graceful musician was quite a good choice. Mr. Victor, wearing his red jacket, was moving around and helping the students one by one. Looking around, Lucian noticed the steward in his decent black suit. From his black and white mixed hair and his wrinkled face, one could tell he was not young anymore. But he was standing there straight and serious. The steward looked like a gentleman, Lucian thought. He walked towards him and asked, trying to keep his volume down. Excuse me, are you Mr. Athy? Yes, I am. May I know your name and your past study? Yeah, sure, I'm Lucian. Lucian Evans. I never learned how to read before. While he was talking, Lucian took out 5 nars. Taking the money, Athy was impressed. Apparently the young lad was from the poor district. Most young people in Aduran were quite rude based on his experience, while Lucian appeared pretty polite and mature. Then Athy walked to Victor and whispered to him a little bit. Victor turned around and nodded to Lucian kindly, pointing at a spare armchair. The students just noticed Lucian and were looking at their new classmate at the door curiously. Black hair, eyes, and well-formed features, the new guy had a good-looking face. But he was wearing linen clothes and plain shoes. Although they were clean, they could tell from the first sight that Lucian came from a poor background. A poor wants to learn how to read, that was their first thought. Soon most of them lowered their heads and went back to study again. Only the ones from ordinary families were still peeking at him carefully. As soon as Lucian sat down, the boy next to him moved a bit away subconsciously as if Lucian stank. Lucian did not feel offended. He shook his hands slightly and pulled out his new paper and quill. They were new. Lucian bought them with his left fells. Victor came to Lucian a while later with a black hard-covered book in his hand. Standard pronunciation of lingua franca and basic grammar, very suitable for a beginner. Turn to page 1, chapter 1. We start from the pronunciation of the 32 letters. Victor said gently. 19, cramming. Lucian's hands were trembling slightly. Carefully, he opened the book like turning to a new page of his future. Within his expectation, the words in the book were the same as the ones in the magic tomes he collected at the witch's chamber. He knew how to learn a language well. As long as he learned the pronunciation of the letters and the basic rules of spelling, he could learn more by himself outside of the class by reading intensively. Victor repeated the pronunciations patiently 2 to 3 times on each word. Lucian followed him carefully and wrote down some notes on the paper. Read them until you becomes more fluent, Victor said. When it's good enough, we'll move to basic spelling and grammar. What he said was actually more like an encouragement. As a beginner, it would be almost impossible for Lucian to match the sounds and the letters in such a short amount of time. The notes Lucian jotted down were Chinese characters. He tried to relate these letters with his mother tongue just like he had done when he started learning English. Again, Lucian read through it and he stayed focused, so the knowledge would enter his spirit library. As expected, a new shelf labeled Common Tongue appeared, on which there was a black hardcover book full of the strange characters, the same one that was lying in front of him on reality. Lucian opened the book in the library but found out only the first few pages were there and the rest of the book was simply blank. He went through the book on the table quickly, and as he imagined, the spiritual version became complete instantly. Yes, Lucian cheered in his mind. With the help of the library, Lucian became more confident. It was very hard from the beginning. Several times later, he became better and better. After what seemed like the 15th time, he got finally satisfied with his ability to remember them. Of course, Lucian knew this would not last long. If he did not review that in a regular basis, they would be forgotten very soon. At the same time, Lucian also found out that his spiritual power, which helped him with the spellcasting before, could help improve his memory as well. At this time, Victor came back to teach Lucian again. After a while helping the students, his face looked tired but also more relaxed. Probably Cone was right. Victor was using teaching as a distraction. Have you memorized all of them? Victor asked, smiling. Let me check it. Like a primary student facing his teacher, Lucian was a bit nervous. He did forget some of them, but mind then drifted into his library and he started reading according to his notes. It was Lucian's intention to cheat, but both his money and time were limited. He had plenty of time reviewing them again in the library later. Victor was surprised. Have you learned before? Some of the students raised their heads and looked at Lucian. No, I haven't, answered Lucian. Impressive, Victor commended. Then we will start learning how to spell. While some students were surprised, some of them scorned. In their eyes, Lucian must have learned it before and was just another scheming guy who wanted to impress Mr. Victor and earn the chance to be his formal music student. Inside the study room, the 3 most noble among them had started learning music. However, that did not distract Lucian at all. There was only one goal in his mind: learn as much as possible. Time is money, a day's learning cost a lot. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a break. Victor clapped gently and then walked upstairs. At the same time, the servants came with tea and fruits. The scent of jasmine and lemon filled the room. Some of the fruits Lucian knew and some he did not. A young guy decently dressed smiled at the classmates around him with a piece of tablature in his hand. It seems like Mr. Victor got some inspiration. We may call it a day now if his inspiration keeps flowing. He looked a bit older than Lucian. His eyes were long and narrow and his nose straight. Among them, this guy was pretty outstanding. A noble girl in a wine-colored dress was sitting right beside him. If class finishes earlier, we're gonna have an extra one during the weekend. Don't get too excited. She responded in a lazy voice. But I do hope Mr. Victor finishes his new song for the concert as soon as possible, so we will finally be able to start practicing with the orchestra. Sitting in the room, merely reading tablatures and playing flute by myself, can never compete with a real rehearsal. Around 17 or 18, she was pretty good-looking, hair long and bright red like fire, thick and sexy lip, and her waist was not tightened like most noble girls, otherwise she would not be able to play the flute well. Looking at her serious face, Lot laughed. The first violinist, the man who is as handsome as a silver moon. You like Rhine, don't you, Felicia? The first violinist, also called concertmaster, played a significant role in a symphony orchestra. When the conductor was absent, the first violinist would take the baton. I just feel he has excellent skills, much better than the last one. Felicia argued, but her face flushed. Don't you think his solo for violin sonata No. 1 in G minor was really impressive? Talking about music, Lot became serious and excited. They started discussing sonatas and suites. Other noble students also joined them, showing their great interest. Even a pretty insightful comment made by a brown-haired girl with ordinary family background won their consent. In alto, music was another common tongue. However, consciously or subconsciously, the noble students still often ignored the others, while the common ones treated Lucian indifferently and tried to get close to the ones of higher status. For noble students, it was likely that the ordinary and the poor did not even deserve their attention. There were no common things between them as they had come from different worlds. There were no bitter words nor scorn, but the cold wall was always there, preventing those of different social statuses from getting along. But for Lucian, none of these mattered. He was trying to make full use of every minute or even second, absorbing the knowledge like a dry sponge thrown into an ocean. Some of their humming came into Lucian's ears. He found music here was very similar to that of Earth. There were just some differences on notes. After a while, Lucian raised his head. The students were still discussing. Lucian took a sip from his teacup and dove into his book again. Unfortunately, Mr. Victor's inspiration did not last long. Several minutes later, he walked downstairs with a tired and anxious face. Going back to teaching definitely helped him a lot. Lucian worked hard. By the end of the class, Lucian remembered most of the spelling rules and stored them in his spirit library. Their study ended around 4:10 in the afternoon. Except for Lot, Felicia, and another noble teen named Herodotus, who stayed to practice with instruments, the rest of the students left the hall in a row. Out of the hall, there were 2 carriages waiting. The brown horses were tall and strong, snorting. The 2 noble students were surely envied by the rest. Most nobles must maintain their decent look no matter if they were actually doing well or not. The carriages left in a cloud of dust. The other 3 students, however, headed towards Purple Lily District as a group, chatting and laughing. And thus Lucian was left behind, reviewing what he learned in his mind like a nerd. You're learning from Mr. Victor, he's the top musician. After dinner, Joel was quite excited. Little Evans, are you really going to carry on my music dream? Every dog has its day, Uncle Joel. Probably I can, Lucian replied playfully. After coming back to his home, lying in his almost broken, shaky bed, Lucian entered into his library and started reading one of the magic notes, trying to understand the words in it. Of course, Lucian was not expecting that he could learn how to read within one day's study. He was just trying to read some to reinforce his memory. 20. The Witch's Note. As expected, Lucian did not find anything specially useful in the following 4 hours before he fell asleep. He read about 10 pages, but most of them felt like independent words instead of meaningful sentences, probably because so many words in the notes about magic were really uncommon. For sure, Lucian had his own guesses of the meaning of some of them. But it was magic. He had to be more than careful before actually taking actions. Lucian did not want to die because of a stupid misreading mistake. Fortunately, the previous owner of the notes treated it also like a diary. Some of her thoughts and experiences were written down as well. For this part, the witch used common words and grammar, from which Lucian managed to know the history of those magic notes, or say, books. The witch was born in the last sorcerer family of the destroyed ancient Sylvana's magic empire. Her family hid into their old castle deep into the mountains to avoid the church's slaughtering, ever since Alto was taken over. But after hundreds of years there, the population of the family declined dramatically. In the end, there were just 3 left, the witch and her parents. The witch's parents died in an accident when they tried to summon a creature whose name Lucian was not able to read. Then the witch became an orphan and she inherited 2 magic books, Astrology and Magic Elements, and Common Magic-Related Materials Illustration. Lucian wished the notes were relatively complete so he could understand it. Otherwise, he would have to learn the dying Sylvana's language, which, so to speak, was impossible. Almost all of the jobs Copper Cornet could offer were under the control of the Aaron gang. Lucian lost his job again. He had to dig into his savings recently to support himself. But it was also nice that Lucian could seize the chance staying focused on his study, as well as avoiding the possible revenge from the gang. Joel was still playing on the busy streets in the administrative district, while Alyssa was doing laundries for the association. Both of them were relatively far from the market area. where the errand gang tyrannized the most. They all agreed that Lucian still ranked first among them regarding being in danger. They warned Lucian not to leave the city, not to go to anywhere deserted, and even told him to be alert during bedtime in case some bastards tried to burn down his shack. So after washing his face and finishing his hard brown bread softened in boiling water, Lucian felt there was nothing for him to do. But the feeling did not last more than a minute. Soon Lucian went outside and found an open field. He started to practice sword with a wood stick following John's direction. Lucian longed for strength to protect himself, even though he knew his training was too late. John told Lucian that after 16 years old, the chance of a person being blessed was very slim, close to none, unless he received the holy light water from the church. Lucian also kept Jackson's dagger handy in case of any danger. After practicing, Lucian went back home. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. The sun in the sky just started showing its real power. Taking a short rest, Lucian opened his books again and started reviewing. He was much more diligent and self-disciplined than ever before. 12 Sneva Street, Jesu, you have never really learned these before, Victor asked with great surprise. None of them. Lucian's progress was more than impressive. He answered all the questions perfectly and fluently. He even asked some questions he found in spelling, which most students could not notice at all until they started having a solid foundation. With just one day's study, Lucian had almost caught up with his classmates, Colin and Renee. The two students from common background had been studying here for more than 3 months. Was Lucian a genius, or just a liar? The students were guessing. I swear I have not, Mr. Victor, we're already speaking common tongues in our lives, aren't we? I can't read, but I know the connections between the letters and sounds are more important. I used my imagination. Lucian explained. He wanted people to believe he was just smart, instead of regarding him as an incomprehensible monster, which would possibly bring him trouble. For sure Lucian did not tell him about the library. Victor nodded and smiled approvingly. Good, very good, you're gifted in learning language. Lucian was envied by most students in the class. Hearing Victor's commendation, Lot and Felicia, who had been learning from Victor for 5 years, exchanged a look. It sounds pretty useful. Felicia nodded slightly with her hands crossed over her lap. As a noble girl, she always sat straight. Lot was about to shrug his shoulders but was stopped by the thought that the gesture might not look elegant. Facing Felicia, his longtime competitor, Lot tended to be more careful. The poor speak the common tongue as well, they just don't know how to spell and read. It's always better than starting from scratch, isn't it? He also added, even if they learn it, it won't be much useful for learning music. I have my own idea for learning music, not like you. Felicia responded sharply, you're gifted, but gift cannot last long. If I were you, I'd spend more time on practicing instead of fooling around with girls. She then looked at Lucian. Even the poor guy, if he starts learning music, he will probably do a better job than you. She smiled with her bright, beautiful teeth. All the classmates believed that Lucian wanted to become a musician. They did not know the actual simple reason why Lucian chose Victor as his teacher. In the eyes of the common folk, choosing a teacher represented one's future path. For example, if a person wanted to be an official in the town hall or the court, he or she would definitely choose scholars with law or history background instead of a musician. But all careers needed to be recognized by nobles. Only then it would indicate real success. If he's better than me, he's better than you, Felicia, Lot sneered. Felicia was about to say more but noticed Victor was looking in this direction. She raised her hand and tidied her red hair, then lowered her head and went back to her studies. Victor started speeding up Lucian's learning. Soon they finished the rest of the spelling rules and moved to basic grammar, which was exactly what Lucian was expecting. Friday, the last day of Lucian's study this week. After a few days learning, Lucian had mastered most of the grammar. Were it not for lacking vocabulary, Lucian could even start learning magic now. He had made a big progress with the magic notes as well, in which the witch explained why she came to Alto. Along with the increase in my spiritual power, it has become harder for me to immerse myself in meditation. Shall I try the meditating the way only real sorcerers can? It was too dangerous. I almost died. Perhaps I should improve the apprentice meditation based on my experience. I got lost completely. No wonder all the great seniors didn't make any improvement. I'm too shallow, too arrogant. Even the magic structure of the first level is too complicated. I can't find a way to build the magic mark model. It's driving me crazy. I have the potion already, but without the model I can't move forward to be a real sorceress. I don't know, maybe I should try to make a potion of magic gate. It contains a level 1 magic in it. Perhaps I can make it this way. I need snow gorse, maybe I should go to Alto. It's the biggest city on the west continent. There are also many hidden sorcerers and sorceress. It's dangerous, but I shall still have a chance. So far, that was all Lucian could read from the notes. He was very curious about her experience in Alto, but decided to finish the remaining few pages later tonight. Today, Lucian also wanted to borrow a common tongue dictionary and put it into his library. If everything went well, Lucian could start learning magic on the weekend. His heart was full of hope. 21 harpsichord. Victor was glad to see that Lucian did not slow down over the several days learning. Within 50 minutes, he absorbed the rest of the grammar rules. He was smart and gifted in learning language and had a good memory as well. Good mood brought him ideas. Victor started humming. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a break. Help yourself to some tea and snack. I gotta jot this down. He was already trotting upstairs when he finished talking. Picking up the fine white teacup, Lucian took a sip of the weird-tasting tea. Rubbing his eyes, he tried to relax a little bit. Felicia, when can we go hunting in your family's manor again? I miss the deers and rabbits there so much, and also the fresh air. Annie was another noble lady among them. However, except for her beautiful blonde hair and gem-like green eyes, her appearance was just around average. Besides, her family was not that distinguished as well. Her father was just one of the many children of a common baron who failed to inherit anything from the family. No title, no land, no manor. Annie's family had to struggle to live a seemingly decent life with the income from her father's work as a court clerk and the annuity from their title. In comparison, the Hain family, as one of the biggest families in the Duchy of Orvarit, still enjoyed a high reputation. Although her father did not inherit the title either, he still got a big manor outside of Alto with its own woods, orchards, and even a granite quarry. They also possessed a property inside of the city. Among them, Felicia had the most distinguished family background. On hot summer days, there was nothing better than escaping from the heat, enjoying some hunting and some homemade wine in a manor away from the city. Many young nobles who did not have a manor in their families would of course long for it. Lucian could tell Annie was trying to get close to Felicia. Is that true, Lady Felicia? Are there rabbits and cute deers in your family's manor? Renee got in the conversation, asking with curiosity. Since they started studying together, Renee always tried to cotton up to the noble students by talking about music, which worked very well. She was thus encouraged. Through music, she started joining conversations between noble students more. Somehow she learned a bit on some theories about music. Often she asked Felicia or Annie related questions and became more and more acquainted with the nobles. Learning from her, Colin and David started doing the same. Lucian, perhaps because he was too nerdy and reserved, only cared about his own study. And for sure neither the nobles nor the commons would take the initiative to talk to him. I miss the place as well. Felicia was still sitting straight, answering with her standard smile, but there are only around 3 months left before Mr. Victor's performance. Lot, Herodotus, and I have to practice a lot. I really have no time to go there. For sure, Felicia was happy for being flattered and being the envy of the other students. Who would not? It would not be true to say that Lucian did not want to have a look at such a fancy manor, but the most urgent thing in his mind was how to borrow the dictionary and finish browsing through it as quickly as possible. Victor came downstairs with a slight smile hanging on his face. Apparently he was pretty satisfied with his work. The chatting stopped. Athy, the steward, came in when Victor was about to continue his teaching. He whispered in Victor's ear, "Your guest is here, my lord." "Oh, I forgot." Shaking his right hand, he looked a bit annoyed. "Let him in, please." Then he turned to his students, apologizing politely. "I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I forgot I would have a guest here today. Can we resume the class tomorrow afternoon at 2? I'm really sorry." The students were happy to have an early end today. When they were preparing to leave, Lucian walked closer to Mr. Victor, ready to ask him to borrow the Common Tongue Dictionary for a few days. Before Lucian began his request, 2 guests came in following the steward. One was a silver-haired pretty man in a red shirt and black coat, and the other was a white-haired elderly man with a wooden suitcase in his hands. Mr. Rhine, Lucian and Felicia recognized the guest at the same time. Felicia's face turned pink, while Lucian felt even more surprised. He thought Rhine was just a bard living in the tavern. Rhine being Mr. Victor's important guest was quite unexpected for Lucian. "Hi, Felicia, and you're here, Lucian," Rhine greeted them gracefully. Felicia smiled shyly, and a second later she was very surprised. "How did Mr. Rhine know Lucian?" "Lucian, you know Mr. Rhine?" Victor smiled. "Yes, we've met before. Lucian nodded. I didn't expect I'd meet Mr. Rhine again here at your place. Rhine's smile was pretty attractive like an elf. Yes, we met once before and Lucian impressed me. At that time he was telling us that he wanted to learn how to read, and look, here he is. I always appreciate young people striving for their dreams. Commended by Rhine, even Lucian felt a bit shy. Mr. Rhine is the concert master I'm currently working with, who has very unique and excellent understanding towards music. Without his help, I don't think I could be inspired with my piano concerto. What, Rhine's the master now? That almost made Lucian's jaw drop. He had met Rhine in copper cornet in the slums several days before. From his classmates' conversation, Lucian knew that the structure of a symphony orchestra here was similar to the ones on the earth. The first violinist was the concertmaster, who would also be responsible for conducting the orchestra when the conductor was absent. How could Rhine, a stranger who had never cooperated with the team before, get such an important position? From Lucian's expression, Rhine could tell he was very surprised. He explained easily. The previous master fell in love with a noble lady who eloped with her to Syracuse several days ago. Mr. Victor had no one else to find but me. He shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Mr. Rhine should be the first violinist of the orchestra, even if the previous master was still here. Felicia cut in with her flushed face. Mr. Rhine just needs more practice with the others. I agree. Victor also thought highly of Rhine. Mr. Rhine's one of the best violinists I've ever met. I was more than lucky to have him here. Lucian looked at Rhine, who was smiling politely with his right hand laying on his heart, showing his gratitude. Within a few days, a bard was exiled from Syracuse with his harp, and he happened to become the first violinist of a symphony orchestra in alto. It was too strange for Lucian. It could not be a coincidence. This is Mr. Shavel, the most excellent harpsichord maker in alto. Rhine started introducing the elderly man beside him. Mr. Shavel shall be able to help you with the improvement. Nice to meet you, Mr. Shavel. It's an honor for me to have you here. Victor shook hands with him enthusiastically and led him upstairs before Lucian had any chance to talk to him. Victor was so excited that he forgot to ask Athy to see his students out. Unsure about the relationship between Lucian and Rhine, Athy did not ask him to leave instantly either. Next, Felicia, Annie, Colin, and some other students came upstairs quietly, filled with curiosity. Lucian was not willing to leave without the dictionary, so he also followed upstairs to end up in Mr. Victor's practice room. Mr. Shavel, I was hoping the harpsichord could be more sensitive to the pressure of my fingers, so that the control of its volume can be more accurate. Watching Shavel open his harpsichord, Victor made detailed his request. My music requires a wider range of tones. More resonant and vigorous, but also delicate and clear. There were lots of different components in it. Springs, pivots, plectrums, strings. Since it was invented, many makers and musicians tried to improve the harpsichord, including adding extra pivots, stops, replacing soundboard, etc. Slightly frowning his eyebrows, Shavel was carefully checking the parts. I'm afraid it's impossible, Mr. Victor. Over more than 300 years of upgrades, this kind of instrument has reached its limitation. Even a slight improvement on it would be quite hard. Both Victor and Rhine lost their words, especially Victor. If the harpsichord could not be improved, his music would definitely not be perfect. In that case, the performance in the Psalm Hall would be a foreseeable failure for him. Everyone remained silent for a while, until Lucian started asking all of a sudden, Can we turn it into a kind of percussion instrument, changing it from plucking to hitting? Lucian noticed that this world had yet to invent the king of musical instruments, the piano. Musicians were still working on harpsichords and clavichords. He got his own plan. If he could help Mr. Victor with his improvement, probably there would be no more 5 nars every month, and of course, borrowing a dictionary would be a piece of cake. As early as they started talking about improving the harpsichord, Lucian opened his piano, manufacture and tones and mechanism of modern piano in his spirit library. He got a rough idea from leafing through the first several pages. Then what would be the difference between it and a clavichord? Shavel threw a stern look at Lucian. Yes, you can control the volume with percussion, but the sound's too delicate and the volume too low. It's only suitable for playing at home, not a hall. It was in alto, the city of psalm, the city of music. No one suspected the real reason why Lucian understood the difference between a harpsichord and a clavichord. 22. Appreciation. Victor was quite upset. He knew that without an improved harpsichord, those picky nobles, musicians and critics would by no means be satisfied with his performance. What was worse, he would also receive a bitter comment from Wolf on music criticism, and then he'd never have a second chance to play in the Psalm Hall again during his life. He had seen many excellent musicians fail to perform perfectly in the hall and suffer lots of setbacks afterwards. Every 2 or 3 years, there would be a desperate musician among those committing suicide because of his failure. Indeed, most musicians could be quite sensitive and vulnerable. Although he understood Lucian was just trying to help, Victor still felt a bit annoyed by Lucian's groundless guessing. Controlling himself, he answered with his low voice, "Thank you, Lucian, but it's more complicated than just combining the two." Such an arrogant fool from the slum. The noble students were angry about Lucian's interruption. While Lot, Herodotus, and Felicia were glaring at Lucian with distaste, Rhine was standing to the side with an almost undetectable smile on his face, as if he was looking forward to Lucian's answer. Although Lucian hadn't got a full understanding of the two books, he still had some overall ideas. By observing the inner structure of the harpsichord in front of him, he was ready to share his thoughts. With the help of a certain unit, the finger movement might be enlarged through the process of conduction, so the striking from the hammers inside could be louder. Lucian explained it vaguely on purpose, carefully choosing his words to match those of a common lad living in the slum to avoid suspicion. Terms like amplitude were definitely not supposed to show up in his vocabulary. Enlarged like what? Shavel's eyes were still stern and his white eyebrows twisted together. He had heard similar ideas before, but after several attempts failed, they all gave up in the end. Under their gaze, Lucian took down a flute from the wall. "Once I saw a farmer who lifted a big rock with a wooden stick and a small rock like this. He grabbed an ink bottle and put it under the flute and started doing levering." "I see," instead of refuting, Shavel started thinking. Soon he noticed the disadvantage. But like this, the striking speed would be slower. "Impressive, Lucian, you are showing us the lever principle." Rhine watched Lucian's model carefully and took a step closer to him. Pretending confusion, Lucian was actually very surprised. How come Rhine knew the lever principle? People here called it the same way, but the rest of them seemed really confused. "You may all have seen it before in your lives. I heard the principle when I was traveling to home." Actually, local scholars there already discovered it hundreds of years ago. But here, people worship divine power and the blessing in the blood, so science doesn't pervade very fast, Rhine explained. "Have you noticed that the longer the stick is, the easier you can lift something on the other end, Lucian?" Rhine asked. Obviously, Lucian thought, but his face put on a confused look as he said, "Really? Then can we put more than one lever together?" Lucian stopped himself here. He could not go any further talking about stuff like multi-lever transmission. Rhine's eyes were lightened immediately. Connection, multi-levers. He walked close to Shavel and talked to him in a low voice. He was drawing on a paper. "Rhine, he's more than a bard, I'm almost sure," Lucian thought while Rhine talking. The bard's hands were waving in the air explaining the principle. Soon Victor joined their heated discussion. "Lucian, how did you connect them together?" "I mean, yes, I saw it before several times, but I never thought it could be used on this." Surprisingly, Lot started talking to Lucian, but he was stopped by Felicia. "Be quiet. Go downstairs if you want to chat." Lot did not want to miss their discussion now. He nodded and remained silent. The rest of the students were pretty annoyed by the factor that Lucian, the nobody who just recently arrived there, somehow got the spotlight. They were hoping his idea wouldn't work out. Understanding that there were still many more differences between a harpsichord and a modern piano, Lucian once again started reading his two books to see if there was more he could help with. An elegant melody came out from the room, resonant and rich at the beginning, gentle and soft in the end. "Awesome!" Victor's face was glowing with excitement. "Thank you, Rhine. Thank you, Mr. Shavel." Although there was still a way to go, the key problem had been solved. "It's my pleasure," Rhine smiled elegantly. After hugging both of them, Victor came to Lucian with his open arms. "Thank you, Lucian, you gave us the direction." "Thanks God for bringing you to me." "It's nothing, Mr. Victor." Being hugged by a man, Lucian felt a bit awkward. "I didn't expect I could actually help." Victor laughed and thanked Lucian again sincerely. "Anyway, from now on, if you need any help, just ask." The rest of the students started being envious again. The newcomer earned Mr. Victor's favor so quickly, Lucian was very glad as well. Yes, Mr. Victor," he asked shyly, "I do need help with something." "Yes," Victor was waiting for his request, smiling. In his eyes, Lucian was genuinely a good-hearted and promising young lad. "Can I borrow your common tongue dictionary?" Rubbing his hands, Lucian was pretty unsure. "Ah," Rhine couldn't stop himself from laughing. Lot, Felicia and the rest people there were amused as well. Sure, no problem, my good boy, Mr. Victor nodded instantly. Anything else? Lucian was even more nervous now. He felt he was asking for too much. Noticing Lucian's hesitation, Victor tried to encourage him. It's okay, don't be shy. Just ask. Mr. Victor, can I study here for free? Ha 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 ha, Ryan could not hold back anymore. 23 more about the notes. Victor also started laughing. He was almost laughing to tears. Even a serious elderly man like Shavel was smiling and shaking his head, not to mention Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus. The rest of the students who hadn't had a chance to be Mr. Victor's music students laughed as well, albeit bitterly to some extent. Lucian felt a bit awkward. Mr. Victor, he asked carefully. Victor stopped himself after several coughs, looking at Lucian seriously. I mean, Lucian, would you like to study music under me? I know it's hard to start from scratch at your age, but a smart and hardworking young lad like you could still be a qualified musician in the future. Also completely for free, Victor added humorously. Victor had 3 types of students. The ones learning how to read, which paid 5 nars every month. The ones selected among the previous type, who would learn music from him for the price of 10 nars a month. And only a really gifted and outstanding student could perform with him and benefit from his fame and network. Victor, for now, had just one student like that who was already a well-known musician. So what Victor offered meant that Lucian could save 10 nars every month. On the other hand, that much was still not a lot for the musician, even now when he was kind of struggling because of his current income. Victor would only earn about 7 gold thales a year for teaching these students, which of course did not mean much to him. When Victor was performing for the nobles, his income was around 100 gold thales annually. Actually, merely 7 thales a year was already pretty good for most of the commoners. Annie's father, a court clerk, earned no more than 15 thales a year. Although the other students envied Lucian, Lucian himself was a bit hesitant about the offer. He never thought he would learn music. Different thoughts were flashing through his mind: the witch's note, John's family, and his own plan. I'm afraid I'll have to live in Alto for a longer time, until I find a better place to learn magic. After all, Alto's the biggest and busiest city in the West. Being a respectable musician can be a pretty good cover for me. Soon Lucian made up his mind and his face lit up with a smile. Of course, that would be a great honor, thank you, Mr. Victor, really? Victor was nodding with satisfaction. You're both smart and diligent and also have a simple heart. I'm sure you'll achieve something if you keep working like this. I'm not that simple, Lucian thought to himself. At the same time, he felt slightly uncomfortable with the way the other students were looking at him. Having his dictionary and the returned 5 nars with him, Lucian left the house and was ready to go back home. Good job, Lucian, the girl with brown hair and green eyes caught up with Lucian from behind. I'm Renee Weiss. I just want to say that your talent really impressed me. Being eager to read the rest of the witch's note, Lucian was not in a chatting mood now. Hi Renee, I'm running late for an appointment, I'm sorry, but can we talk next time? Oh, all right. Her expression froze for a second, but soon the smile came back. At this time, Annie and another noble student, Maxie, passed by them, and Annie's mouth twisted in a contemptuous sneer. Keeping her elegant paces, Annie directly walked away without having a glimpse of Renee. From a distance, Colin and David sneered at Renee as well, but they also wished they could be as lucky as Lucian. The early summer sunshine still shone over Aduran at around 5 in the afternoon, when Lucian arrived at his house. He couldn't wait to read the rest of the notes. The good news could wait until tomorrow to be shared with Alyssa and her family. Devouring the brown bread, Lucian locked the wooden door from the inside. After taking out his quill and paper, he was ready to start his exploration again. Then he entered into his spirit library to copy the dictionary. Finishing the work, Lucian opened the witch's book again. By 10 o'clock that night, Lucian had finished all of his reading. With a long sigh, he stretched slowly. It looked like the witch was not very good at reading ancient Sylvana's texts as well, because she took the notes in great detail. Some of the parts came directly from her ancestors. Lucian was pretty confident that he could just follow her notes to learn magic. The only problem was that the notes explained no further than how to become a primary-level sorcerer. After that point, Lucian would have to find other ways to advance, or maybe he could learn some ancient Sylvana's characters from the note and learn the contents from the book Astrology and Magic Elements. Anyway, now Lucian was ready to start learning magic. According to the notes, people in ancient magic empires believed that magic worked as the result of 4 basic elements: earth, fire, wind, water, releasing power under the guidance of their spirit. Later, light, darkness, and necromancy magic joined in, and sorcerers were also able to summon demons from hell, pits, or other dimensions. At the same time, all the magic could be divided into 8 schools: element, astrology, necromancy, illusion, summoning, force, transformation, and alchemy. The book Astrology and Magic Elements was mainly focused on element and astrology magic. Before becoming a real sorcerer, an apprentice could only learn some simple tricks instead of real first circle magic. In Lucian's viewpoint, the structure of those apprentice spells was very simple. They were just some geometric patterns combined together, which could be triggered by the spells and corresponding magic reagents. There were also 3 levels of the sorcerer apprentices: in training, intermediate, and advanced, graded according to the different levels of spiritual power, which determined how many spells they were able to cast in a row: 5, 10, and 20, respectively. Through meditation, an apprentice could improve his or her spiritual power. With the help of certain magic potions, he or she could start mentally building a first circle magic structure. Those who succeeded would become real sorcerers. Having sufficient spiritual power was the key factor during the process, because the casting of magic from the first circle did not require any spelling, magic reagents, or gestures. Today I met another sorcerer here in Alto. I'm really excited. But he looked a bit weird, very different from the ones hiding. Lucian got really encouraged when he found out that there were still other sorcerers in the city. I found some strange red-eyed rats in the sewers. I detected magic on them, but I cannot trace them yet. My experiment shows that they're very fast breeding and their blood is toxic, which can lead to hallucinatory experience and paralysis. It is a perfect match for my Lapland blood vein. I think my magic trap is ready now, but who do those rats belong to? Lucian was shocked to know that the rats didn't belong to the witch. That was to say, there were probably still other dangerous things down there, and the notes kept going. I met the sorcerer again. His thoughts about magic were so unique, his knowledge broad and profound, he was very attractive. But he said that the ancient magic was outdated, except for those really powerful ones which could still be valuable. Also, he mentioned those ancient people were ignorant and uncivilized. I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me. He showed me a magic book called Arcana. It was thin. Actually, he called it a journal. He said that Arcana is the nature, the theory of magic, but I never thought magic could actually be explained. I was shocked. The book, or journal, was first released more than 300 years ago. It started from a script of a great arcanist in a sorcerer conference. 300 years ago, I've never heard of any of this before. After reading it, I was shocked. I don't even know how I came back home. The witch took down some of the scripts from the journal. Her writing was messy in this part. Lucian could tell her hands were shaking with great excitement. Here was the script in the note. Ladies and gentlemen, many years ago, in order to fight against the magic creatures, our respectable ancestors learned how to exert our spiritual power directly from dragons, elves, giants, and even from demons. They studied them, their bodies, their blood, their inner magic patterns, and thus our ancestors were able to evolve their own human bodies. They left us the meditation to strengthen our spirit. They left us magic structures to empower their offsprings, and they left us a peaceful continent by pushing those evil creatures back into the pits with their great power. Dragons are hiding, giants migrated. Elves are gone deep inside their forests. Now we are the owners of the land. The great victory, ladies and gentlemen. The great victory had been reminding us for hundreds of years to keep seeking greater power from the pits to hell, from hell to other dimensions, until the Saint Truth Church gained its power within a few hundred years. Our empires were conquered, our sorcerers slaughtered and exiled. Our past glory died on the ashes of our castles. It's about time we take a step back and ask ourselves, what on earth are we pursuing? What can we do to prevent our magic from dying? Have you ever thought about the following questions? What's the nature of magic? Why are we endowed with spiritual power? How does that power exist? Are earth, fire, wind, and water really the most basic elements in the world? If they are, how do they stick together to form everything we know? And if not, which are the real magic elements? What's the nature of the soul? Is it different from consciousness? Do we need any certain tools to help us with the magic structures? Does God exist? If God exists, who is our God? Why can Alterna, the primordial ancestor of vampires, remain undead forever? Why is there a sun and a moon in the world? Why do they rise and set every day? What keeps them moving in such a manner? If we can explore more about the world itself instead of chasing power around blindly, we can find the truth about magic, know who we are, and understand where we should go. The name of the great arcanist was Douglas, 24, sorcerer apprentice. The notes thrilled Lucian as well. When he first came here, he also had many questions about the world. However, he soon forgot all his questions while struggling to survive. These overwhelming questions pointed directly to the origin of the world. Lucian believed that if he could figure them out, he might be able to learn how he came here and how to go back. Even if the arcanist named Douglas had not completely understood any of the problems, as long as he was still working on them, he should be an extraordinary arcanist nowadays, comparable to the sorcerers and sorceress of legend. Lucian was organizing his thoughts. There's a journal called Arcana. The witch did meet other sorcerer in this city. Everything seems to indicate there are still safe places for people to learn magic, but why would it be a journal? It sounds pretty academic. Why call him an arcanist instead of a sorcerer? Does an arcanist rank higher than a sorcerer? Lucian got more and more excited with his thoughts. He wished he could meet the sorcerer as soon as possible and move somewhere where he could learn magic safely. He would come back to Alto and do something for little Ivan's family when he became stronger. Among all questions, the two Lucian felt most interested in were: are earth, fire, wind, and water really the most basic elements in the world? If they are, how do they stick together to form everything we know? And if not, which are the real magic elements? Why is there a sun and a moon in the world? Why do they rise and set every day? What keeps them moving in such a manner? According to what Lucian had learned before, earth, fire, wind, and water were not basic elements. As for the second question, it drew his attention because they seemed to want to combine the rules of the physical universe with magic, in case Lucian's knowledge might really come in handy to learn magic faster. However, Lucian didn't know how helpful his knowledge would be in this world. It was a world full of incredible creatures, magic, divine power, and souls. Nevertheless, Lucian hadn't met anything that varied from the basic laws of physics, and he did find the same materials like silver, copper, and iron. I might have been wrong before regarding why some books in my library were locked, Lucian guessed, agitated with the prospect. Gradually, he calmed down. He was now more mature and understood that no matter how great ambition one had, sitting there and daydreaming would not change anything. After all, every person still had to be practical. He turned to the last page of the note. Sometimes during the break of my meditation and experiments, I think about him. He's wise, elegant, and attractive. He said he came here to Alto for an important secret mission. If everything goes well, in some months he might take me to the heaven of our sorcerers and sorceress, the Continental Congress of Magic. We have an appointment in the cemetery. I wonder what he'll tell me. The witch's notes ended here. She and her sorcerer friend must have been ambushed by the night watchman. I wonder if the sorcerer managed to escape, Lucian thought with some disappointment. The Continental Congress of Magic was his only clue for now, but he had no idea how to find other hiding sorcerers and sorceresses. Taking a deep breath, Lucian decided to start his first meditation. He eliminated all the distractions in his mind and got ready for it. Following the note, Lucian kept his breaths long and gentle. Along with the breathing, he let his spirit freely spread like water and then drew it back in, similar to waves, again and again until he entered into a blank world, a world where nothing existed. Talented as the witch was, it took her more than 2 years to reach this level, plus another year to augment her spirit until it was strong enough to sense the surrounding magic elements as a junior apprentice. However, after becoming a junior apprentice, it would still take quite a while before one could move forward and become a real sorcerer or sorceress. An apprentice needed to keep forging his or her spirit by doing meditation, to only then be able to analyze and build different magic structures. Having started meditating when she was 10, the witch became an apprentice at the age of 13. A year later, she became an intermediate apprentice and was really satisfied with her progress. But then, since she was not good at analyzing the patterns of magic and building their structures, she could not progress any further. So she tried to use a precious magic potion called Magic Gate to break through the bottleneck. Lucian felt both disappointed and excited. From the witch's note, Lucian understood that learning magic did take time, so unfortunately there was no way for him to take revenge on the gangsters within a short period. Actually, as Victor's music student, Lucian was now in no hurry to protect himself with magic, since a mistake could affect his teacher's social status. At the same time, it was exciting because Lucian was unexpectedly great at the meditation. After the bitter fight underground, Lucian's spiritual power was improved by a great extent. It only took him less than 30 seconds to successfully enter into the meditation world. Observant as he was now, Lucian was guessing he could probably shorten the time for becoming a junior apprentice remarkably, doing so probably in months or even weeks. Actually, it was even faster than he thought. The meditation world was very different. Lucian could feel all sorts of power here. Some of them were steady, some restless, others were dynamic, and there were even gentle ones among others. They are earth, fire, wind, and water, the four elements. My spiritual power has reached the level of a junior apprentice. Lucian was so surprised that he almost failed to maintain his meditation. The badge really helped me a lot. He became truly happy. Soon he would start learning his first magic. I wonder, why do the four basic elements feel more like forces? When Lucian was about to follow the basic element meditation mentioned in astrology and magic elements, a question came to him. Then he noticed the similarity with the question raised by Douglas. Maybe they are actually the four fundamental forces: gravity, weak nuclear force, electromagnetism, and strong nuclear force in the universe. But then gravity would definitely be related to the earth element, while the other three are in fact different manifestations from the other forces, according to what I learned in my world. As soon as the idea came up, Lucian noticed that the world around him changed. A starry sky showed up, and the stars were shining brightly against the dark background. Every star had an invisible string of force hanging down to the earth. Attracting those countless strings, the earth, gentle and profound, was like a silent giant grabbing mysterious ropes in its hand. On the other hand, the remaining three elements, fire, wind, and water, showed no such change, since Lucian could not figure out the corresponding connections between them and the other three forces yet. However, the previous clear boundaries between them were seemingly blurred now. The world changes with my cognition. Lucian was guessing that the sky appeared because he happened to understand the connection between gravity and the earth element. He suddenly recalled an excerpt from the witch's notes. Stars, it was a way of meditation belonging to another school for advanced apprentices. As the note mentioned before, there were 8 schools in the world of magic, and each of them had its own way of meditation. The witch just had a brief description in the note about the astrology school because it was the element school she majored in. However, as the fundamental way of meditation for the astrology school, the first time an apprentice entered into his or her meditation world, it would allow them to see one's own night sky, from which he or she could choose a host star of destiny by themselves. The star could be connected with the person, which would provide great help in the person's future learning. More importantly, without a host star, magic belonging to astrology like horoscope could not be obtained. That school believed that every soul matched a star in the boundless sky. One's destiny kept changing along with his or her host star. The sorcerer would not be able to see the strings of destiny without a connection, and thus could not cast a horoscope. Therefore, even the basic meditation of astrology school required an advanced apprentice's spirit level. Before achieving that requirement, an apprentice was supposed to refer to other ways of meditation to improve their power until they became qualified. In this world, gravity has something to do with destiny. Interesting, Lucian thought to himself. It seems like many things happening here do not comply with my previous knowledge, or maybe I just cannot understand it fully. 25 First Magic. Staring at the night sky, Lucian sought his own host star using the astrology meditation. Searching in the vast and spectacular sky, soon Lucian located a star in a distance which somehow he felt familiar with. The star was not very bright, seeming like a newborn one. Extending his spirit, Lucian approached the star. Under the guidance of meditation, little by little, Lucian started connecting his spirit with the star. Suddenly, like a string being plucked, Lucian's soul shook and started vibrating fiercely. Knowing it was the hardest but also the most important part in the process, Lucian quickly reached out his spirit again to grab the almost broken string between the star and himself. Gradually, the thin string started shining bright as the stars and gradually grew stronger. The vibrating slowly disappeared. With a last sudden vibration in the end, an image of the star showed up in his soul. Drawing the power from the star greedily, Lucian continued tempering his soul and spirit until his soul felt swollen. Then he switched to element meditation to improve the interaction and strengthen the bond between his spirit and the elements. The stronger the bond was, the faster one could cast the element-specific spells and shorten the cooldown CD in general. Lucian finally opened his eyes when he started feeling extremely tired deep in his soul. They were full of excitement and ecstasy. Even when I'm not practicing meditation, I can still feel my host star in my soul. And if I focus more, I can even feel that there's a star shining afar in the sky that is connected with me. I can feel the power of the star. But soon he felt confused. Wait, I came here by mistake. I don't belong to this world, so why would I find my host star of destiny here? Theoretically speaking, if someone dies, that person's star would gradually dim until it finally disappeared. But the star I felt just now, it belongs to me, the real me Xiafeng. Lucian could not figure it out at the moment. Also from the notes, Lucian learned that a sorcerer or sorceress needed to use specific magic to measure other people's spiritual power. Only those who just broke through to a new level could be detected in a direct way without using any magic due to the instability of their power. Of course, magic that could hide one's power existed. After taking a very short break, Lucian opened the notes with great excitement. He couldn't wait any longer to see what magic spells were waiting for him. Since he now had the host Star of Destiny, Lucian could master all 3 apprentice spells in the School of Astrology, which were relatively powerful among those of similar level from other schools. But for now, Lucian's power was only enough to cast the spells 2 to 3 times before his spirit was exhausted. Different levels of apprentice were accessed depending on how many spells an apprentice could cast before exhausting his spirit. An apprentice in training could cast up to 5 spells, while an intermediate doubled that number, and an advanced doubled it again to cast no less than 20 spells before running out of power. That was to say that, for now, Lucian could only use up to 5 spells of apprentice level consecutively. As for the astrology magic, probably only 3. When feeling exhausted, one needed to rest or take magic potions to help his or her power to fill up again. The 3 spells of apprentice level were Horoscope Basic Level, Eyes of Stars, and Disarming Loop. Among them, Horoscope was the best known one. Even the basic level required lots of knowledge to understand the movement of stars and tell the precise moment to tell the fortune. It took the witch several years to barely understand some of them, but her predictions were often inaccurate. While for Lucian, the most challenging part was to find a crystal ball made of pure and precious morning light crystal. He had no idea where to find one. The witch's crystal ball came from her family, but it was taken away by the church. As for the astrology-related basic knowledge, which the witch found very complex, Lucian realized it was basically just celestial mechanics of high school level, but it was described in a messy way. However, Lucian could not explain with his current knowledge why a star would have something to do with a person's fate. Picturing himself in the future sitting in front of a crystal ball and casting spells, Lucian felt thrilled. If he wore a black sorcerer's robe, Lucian had the impression he would look more like an evil wizard. Eyes of Stars and Hypnotism Magic. The caster needed to have the person staring at his eyes. Disarming Loop. Lucian's understanding was that the magic could use the gravity from the stars and build an about 20 centimeter thick loop in which the gravity could be controlled. It was a magic mainly used for defense. Lucian decided to start by protecting himself. Hangul, Ko Uenus, he would learn Disarming Loop. Besides, the other spells all required other materials. For example, Eyes of Stars needed Night Star, a type of herb, as its reagent. And almost all the element-specific spells had similar requirements. Although Lucian could also learn magic from other schools, his meditation technique would make it easier for him to start with astrology and element. Keeping himself focused, Lucian cast the strange spell in a low voice, trying to search for the power in the hanging string connecting the star with his own host star. He felt his spirit started vibrating with the casting. It was possible to feel the gravity from the star. Hurriedly, Lucian tried to shape his spirit according to the simple magic pattern in the notes. However, before the pattern was created, the combination of his spirit and the gravity ceased. Lucian had failed. After 5 failures, finally his efforts were successful. An almost invisible loop of soft light fell down on the table, surrounding a previously lit candle. Controlled by Lucian, the candle flame was suddenly constrained and in the next second soared up in the air. After 2 minutes of practice, Lucian stopped. Crossing his fingers, Lucian bit his lip thoughtfully. I'm not able to create a big difference in gravity. The loop might be barely enough for people to lose control of their weapons to some extent, but not strong enough to disarm them completely. After all, it's just an apprentice spell. And it takes me too long to cast it. If I practice more, I should be able to create the loop within 3 seconds. Anyway, it is my first magic. Lucian was glad that he could master Disarming Loop in such a short time, while it took the witch more than a month. The witch explained in the note that the difficulty came from the fact that she couldn't understand why would the stars lead to the chaos of the earth element, so she had no choice but to practice over and over again without knowing the reason. But I know the reason behind Hangul, Ko Uenus, gravity. It seems the saying also works here in this world. Knowledge is power. Recalling the whole process, Lucian tried to reduce the casting time. I felt the spell just created a certain frequency and then made my spirit start vibrating with it. What if I just remember and follow the specific frequency and skip the spell? The answer was yes, but it definitely required a spiritual power control of a higher level. After a long time of practice, Lucian was exhausted and he had to call it a day, but by then he had reduced the activating time, no casting since there was no spell needed now, to a bit more than 3 seconds. I need more practice tomorrow, and I'll try to find some common materials for magic potions. Lucian's brain was not working properly due to his sleepiness. Even if a sorcerer or sorceress didn't aim at being an alchemist, the process of learning from creating magic potions was still very significant. 26. The beginning of a new life. There were over 10 different magic potions in the notes. Every one of them was amazing. For example, Brown Owl was helpful for restoring energy. The most precious among them were 3. Magic Gate provided a great boost for those apprentices who found themselves stuck because of certain magic structures. Silver Moon was a potion that could help the apprentice during the process of breakthrough, and Crying Soul could reveal the power hidden in a developed body, or so to speak, an adult. For now, Crying Soul was the one Lucian was longing for the most. The materials required for Magic Gate and Silver Moon were precious and hard to find. They also demanded a higher level of spiritual power, close to the one a real sorcerer had. Only Crying Soul could be used on any healthy person, becoming a very famous potion back in the days when the ancient sorcerers were trying to have more low-level squires to face moments of crisis. But there was also a side effect. The potion would overdraw one's strength, causing problems in the future development. If a person became a knight by using Crying Soul, he wouldn't be as strong as the normally trained ones in the future, and his final development would be overall inferior. But for Lucian, he never really expected being a knight. It was just a good way for him to become stronger quickly. The problem was that even the materials for Crying Soul were still not that very easy to collect. They were either expensive or very strange. And Lucian was not yet an adult, so the potion might be dangerous for him. The stronger the person was, the greater chance of success for the procedure. Crying Soul belonged to the necromancy school. Its simplified magic formula was corpse mushroom plus aquatic zombie brain tissue plus revenant dust plus moonlight rose dust equals Crying Soul potion. Corpse mushrooms grew on dead bodies. Before they were ripe, they were white like milk, but then turned black within a day. They could last for 1 month when they were ripe. Smelling them could lead the person to suffer from light delusion. If someone ate the mushroom, they would be infected with diseases from the corpse. The darker the color was, the better the quality the potion would have. It was the same for the other materials. Stronger aquatic zombies and revenant with stronger hatred would improve the potion's effect as well. Moonlight Rose was precious and expensive, costing about a gold thale per gram, 100 silver nars. It shone like the silver moon at night. Also, high-level knight squires would use the rose to help them awaken the blessing in their blood. 1 dose would need at least 10 grams if everything went well. The witch once tried to make a Crying Soul potion to become stronger in order to help on the search for Snow Gorse later. After all, the potion could help a person fight in the same conditions with a level 1 knight, and there were just about 400 knights in the whole duchy. She could not afford the rose. But the witch mentioned in her notes that there were aquatic zombies along the Belem River at night. She also recorded that the revenant dust could be obtained by summoning a low-level revenant using the blood of evil creatures, which was also an apprentice-level necromancy spell. Lucian had no better options available. The only thing he could do now was keep practicing and strengthening his spiritual power, while at the same time trying to find these materials secretly. Approaching the month of fire, the sun rose much earlier than before. The orange-colored clouds were slowly changing as they crossed the sky like blooming flowers. Lucian succeeded in activating Disarming Loop again. He already knew that the spelling was not necessary if he first made his spirit resonate in the same frequency of the spell. However, that method was more energy-consuming. He was disappointed to see that without the spelling, activating the magic even once could drain his spiritual power completely. After doing meditation, Lucian felt invigorated. He tidied his messy place a little bit, leaving no proof of the magic practice, and headed to Auntie Alice's house. "Morning, Lucian, come and join us for breakfast." Ivan opened the door. Recently, he was helping his mom in the Textile Association and thus looked more mature now. "Sure, I planned my arrival time just to be able to have breakfast." Lucian smiled. "You're playing the funny now, little Evans." Joel was having the veggie soup with dark bread. He was happy to see Lucian's growth. "You seem more confident now." Every Sunday morning, those faithful ones among the citizens would go to the St. Truth Church. Lucian did not want to go with them because was too afraid of being found out, so he always sought different excuses not to join them. "Have some hot soup, little Evans." Auntie Alice scooped a bowl of hot soup and handed it over to Lucian. Lucian was starving from his previous meditation and casting, Sipping the hot soup with dark bread, Lucian felt much better. The dark bread here was still not tasty. Lucian could taste some wheat bran mixed in the bread, and it was much better than what he had at home. His bread tasted like pure wood. "Uncle Joel, I got something else to do tomorrow. Sorry, but I can't go with you to the church." Despite the risk, Lucian also had no time to waste with that. "Don't you have to work in the market tomorrow?" Auntie Alyssa asked. Lucian pulled out the old purse and gave it back to Joel. He smiled and answered, "I'm Mr. Victor's admitted student now. I'm going to study music under Mr. Victor." And Lucian paused a bit. "He will teach me for free." What? Joel almost choked on the bread. His face turned red from coughing. "He allowed you to learn music there. You just wanted to learn how to read like a week ago." Clearly, Alyssa had a different focus. For free, really for free. Ivan gasped in great admiration. "Lucian, what did you do?" Lucian told them the full story. "I'm pretty lucky to have this opportunity. I'm gonna visit Mr. Victor tomorrow morning and borrow some related books." In fact, Lucian was going to study at Victor's place this afternoon to make up for lesson they had missed. But it was also a very good excuse for him to be absent from the church again, and he was going to visit Mr. Victor tomorrow morning again to collect more books in his spirit library. Being a musician was a perfect cover for Lucian. He had to take it seriously. Oh, Mr. Victor. What a generous, nice, and talented gentleman. Alyssa was touched again. "Thanks God, God bless you, little Evans. After so many difficulties, your beautiful new life has finally come." Joel stared at Lucian for a while with complicated emotions. Finally, he started patting on Lucian's shoulder with great joy. His voice was trembling. "You're lucky, yes, but you're also smart, diligent, and gifted. Mr. Victor is an awesome teacher, and I'm sure you can accomplish big achievements in the future. Do your best, little Evans. If you manage to have a chance to play in the Psalm Hall, let me be there to watch you. Then I will have no regrets in music in my life." On the opposite side of the table, Ivan was nodding as well. "Then I can tell my friends that I have two elder brothers. One is a knight and the other is a great musician. Cool." "Of course, Uncle Joel, I'll work hard." Lucian nodded seriously but sighed in his heart. He felt sorry that he wouldn't be able to put lots of energy and time in music. Last night, Lucian had been drawn into the amazing magic world. For him, being a musician was just a camouflage and a way of making money for learning magic. Joel loved music deep within his heart, but Lucian did not. He did not know much about music here, but from his experience, many songs he heard before were very beautiful, and some of them shared the same features with the classical masterpieces on Earth. Putting the purse back, Joel reminded Lucian, "When you decide what instrument you'd like to start with, don't be shy and come here to ask for help." "Oh, sure." "Thank you so much, Uncle Joel, Auntie Alyssa. I'm planning to find a new job as well, but not in the market. I'm Mr. Victor's student now, so I hope it'll be a bit easier." Finished the breakfast, it was time for Lucian to leave. After reading the magic notes, Lucian knew that learning magic was very expensive. He had to hurry up and make money. 27 new work. Lucian didn't go directly to the market after leaving. Instead, he went back home for his wood stick and started practicing basic fighting skills as usual. Since Lucian's spirit was not strong enough, being physically strong was also very important. Besides, the stronger the person was, the more likely they would successfully get improved by the Crying Soul potion. An hour later in the market. It had been 5 days since Lucian came here last time. The market area was busy as usual. Human and other kinds of humanoid creatures were walking around and bargaining. The assorted shops and stores were like colorful mushrooms in the woods. Lucian was very careful when he was walking on the streets. The gangsters would probably take revenge on him, but Lucian was pretty sure that with his good perception he would notice if anyone tried to attack him. However, until he finished buying the materials and was ready to leave, not even a single gangster came to bother him. In fact, the gangsters on the street were in much smaller numbers than usual. They were often in groups of 2 or 3, but today most of them were hanging around alone. Lucian was pretty confused. No matter what happened, Lucian still had to be careful and try to master all the apprentice spells as soon as possible. Although these spells were not very powerful, Lucian believed that they were already enough for dealing with a bunch of gangsters holding daggers. It took Lucian more than 3 hours just to buy 3 of these materials. Worrying that his shopping might bring any suspiciousness, he was very cautious and decided not to buy anything that was not used for common tasks. He bought some sulfur, which was very useful for disinfestation in the month of fire, Nightstar, a type of plant that could promote sleep quality, and ice stone that could be used for keeping stuff fresh. For the materials that could be found outside of the city, Lucian definitely wouldn't buy them. The shopping cost Lucian a gnar and 20 fells, which represented half of his savings, but what he bought was only enough for about 100 experiments. Among them, the most expensive one was Nightstar, followed by Icestone, but Sulfur was the cheapest, as expected. Lucian sighed, I'd better be careful with these experiments. I really can't afford to waste any material. Spells like Acid Splash and Freezing Rays would definitely mess Lucian's place, and he was afraid that someone would notice it during daytime, so he decided to find a new place for practicing, the sewers. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lucian started his study on time at Victor's house. An hour later, the class was over. After Renee, Colin, and Annie left, Victor asked in a gentle voice, Lucian, do you have a job now? There were only 4 students left in the living room, Lot, Felicia, Herodotus, and Lucian. Shaking his head, Lucian answered with slight depression. No, sir, I lost my job for some reason. I'm still looking for a new one. It was kind of embarrassing for Lucian to admit, but he was also a bit excited. Did Mr. Victor have a job offer? Studying here from 2 to 6 in the afternoon every day can be quite demanding for you. I know you gotta support yourself. Even if you can study here for free, I guess you're still facing a pretty big challenge with your living expenses. Victor tried to be careful with his words to avoid undermining Lucian's self-esteem. He asked Colin and Renee before, so he knew that a poor guy like Lucian had to work at least 10 hours a day to barely support himself. I know a relatively easy job. You work 4 hours every morning and you get 10 gnars every month. What do you think? Lucian felt so touched facing this kind offer. Although he had been through many difficulties and bad things before, Lucian felt he was so lucky to have many kind people helping him like Uncle Joel, Untie, Alyssa, and Mr. Victor. Yes, sure, that's awesome. It's very kind of you. You don't even know what kind of work it is. Victor smiled. It's a job in the association library. They are short of hands now. Another good thing is that when you work there, you can have access to many music or theory-related books. I think it'll be pretty helpful. Not being sure of Lucian's music talent, Victor wanted him to be a basic-level musician first to support himself. Then Lucian could advance forward to the next step if he was really born for this. That was another surprise for Lucian. He never thought he could have a chance working in a library. He was so excited and happy that the only thing he could do was say thank you to Victor many times. Victor was the only reason why Lucian could get this job. People in the association knew that this job was mainly for Mr. Victor's student. Lucian was working like a dog all day long for just 3 gnars a month. Now Lucian could work for a salary similar to what a common citizen could earn every month. That was another reason why so many people wanted to be Mr. Victor's music students. Great, Victor clapped his hands with joy. This afternoon I'm gonna take Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus to the association for rehearsal. You can come with us together and sign the contract, then you can start working tomorrow. When Victor went back upstairs to find some of his music work, Lot came and smiled to Lucian. Hi Lucian, I'm Lot Griffith. We haven't really talked to each other before. I'm here to say that Mr. Victor is a very, very nice teacher and a very kind man as well. I hope you won't let him down as his music student. Lot was pretty unhappy with this newcomer suddenly becoming one of Mr. Victor's music students. In his eyes, there was definitely no position in the world of musician for a poor, uneducated, and ignorant boy like Lucian. As a noble from the Griffith family, he felt ashamed of studying with the poor. But from Mr. Victor's words, Lot found out that Victor was expecting Lucian to be a common musician first, not really a music master. Therefore his anger and dissatisfaction turned into Noble's arrogance and pride, looking down upon the poor and miserable guy standing in front of him. Mr. Victor must be happy, so I'm willing to accept him, Lot thought to himself. He always tried to give a good impression to Victor in order to become his most outstanding student. Lucian was not very interested in Lot's intention because he knew that he had a different path to go magic. He just replied politely, I won't. Thank you, Lot, I'm Lucian Evans. I'm Felicia Hain. Politely but also coldly, the red-haired girl nodded to Lucian. She didn't believe Lucian would achieve something in music. Besides, she couldn't allow herself to get too close to a poor guy. It was bad for her reputation. And Herodotus, who always disliked Lucian, also did just a simple self-introduction like Felicia. The Hall of the Musicians Association. Stepping on the thick and soft carpet, Lucian was following Mr. Victor to the reception counter while the other students were practicing upstairs. Good afternoon, Mr. Victor. The cute girl Elena slightly bowed and greeted him. Good afternoon, Alina. Victor was always kind to everyone. This is Lucian, my new music student. From tomorrow on, he will be working in the library. Can you kindly help him sign the contract and hand it to Mr. Hank later? She nodded and took out the already prepared contract and a quill. When she was passing Lucian the contract, her green eyes were opened with surprise. Lucian, it's you. No wonder, I just thought it was a familiar name. She couldn't believe her own eyes. About more than a week ago, Lucian, the guy from the slum, was rummaging through trash from the association. Today he was standing here as Mr. Victor's music student. What a crazy world. Hi Alina, nice to see you again. Lucian took the contract and started reading it. Still not very good at reading, it took him quite a while to understand the few lines on the paper, during which Alina finally calmed down and was staring at Lucian with great curiosity. You can do fingerprint or sign here, either way is fine. She smiled. You changed so much since last time I saw you. You know Lucian? Victor asked. You were there at that time as well, Mr. Victor, Alina started explaining to him. Lucian finished reading and wrote down his name slowly. I see, no wonder, I feel I've seen you before somewhere. You're always diligent, Lucian. You'll be successful if you keep working hard in music. I'll succeed in music. Victor, are you prepared for the concert? A sharp voice came from behind them. It was Wolf, the brown-haired musician with a protruding jaw. Lucian still remembered him. 28 in the sewers. With his latest progress, Victor was more confident when facing Wolf's bitter challenge now. After a fierce competition, Victor and Wolf were the last two competitors remaining. In Victor's opinion, Wolf lost the chance in the end because he spent too much time on criticizing other musicians' work instead of investing more energy in studying music itself. I do think so, Wolf. Actually, I'm pretty happy with my new work. Do you want to give me some suggestion on it? Victor had registered his new piano concerto at the association. There was no chance for Wolf to try to plagiarize it. Wolf thought Victor was still very frustrated with his work. Now Victor's confidence was something beyond his expectation. Wolf's face turned ashen and he murmured, Not really, Victor, I'd rather keep my curiosity. We'll see it in 3 months. Shrugging his shoulders, Victor smiled, all right. I was quite looking forward to your opinions. Wolf just wanted to get rid of this topic, and he saw Lucian was standing aside in his cheap and old linen clothes. Raising his chin, he asked in contempt, When did you become friends with people from the slum? That behavior came from a long time ago when Wolf's family still ranked among nobles. From his great-grandfather on, Wolf's family lost the title, but it did not prevent him from regarding himself as a noble. He looked down upon the musicians like Victor who came from common families, not to mention poor people like Lucian. His arrogance was mixed with the hatred towards Victor, so in his eyes Lucian was comparable to a disgusting mouse jumping onto his dinner table. Lucian was a bit angry, but he was already used to this kind of contempt. As long as there was social status and wealth in a world, people would be divided into different levels, the superior and the inferior, the decent and the filthy. The only way for a person to change the situation was striving for power and wealth. But once someone succeeded, they would often join the group and become one among the ones who looked down upon the common folk. Mind your words, Wolf. Frowning his eyebrows, Victor warned him seriously, Lucian's my new music student. He's a very talented young lad. Honestly speaking, Victor boasted about Lucian's ability. He was not sure about Lucian's music gift yet. Are you serious, Victor? Really? Wolf started laughing so hard that he almost lost his footing. You got that nervous with your performance and lost your mind. Lacking a bit of confidence, Victor tried to fight back. Alto is the city of psalm, the city of music. Everyone here can have a chance at learning music. Many outstanding bards are of poor background. The talent of music is a gift from God, and God doesn't only bless the wealthy and the noble. Wolf shook his head while he was still laughing. Come on, Victor. Both you and I know that a talent can easily awaken the blessing in their blood. We call people like Princess Natasha and Lord Verdi talents, but your student, get real. If he managed to become an outstanding musician in the future, I will do an open apology to you and your student on music criticism and never hold my own concert again. Wolf made the bet on impulse, but he was pretty cautious as well. He added the word outstanding on purpose since it was really hard to reach a consensus on what really made an outstanding artist. Lucian heard that Princess Natasha, also known as the Violet Countess, was the only child of the Grand Duke of Orvaret, and her current title was also one of the prerequisites to become the Grand Duke of the Duchy. She was very gifted in music and had excellent skills in playing violin, flute, and harpsichord. Besides, the 25-year-old princess was also an outstanding level 5 Grand Knight, who was expected to become a Radiant Knight soon. Lord Verdi, the nephew of the Grand Duke and also a member of the Violet family, just became a level 5 Grand Knight and was currently serving as the chief commander of the city guards in Alto. After making the comment, Wolf directly turned and left the hall. Victor shook his head in repulsion. Lucian, just ignore him. Everyone knows Wolf is a total bastard. Your work starts from tomorrow. 1 day off a week. You can arrange your day off with the library administrators. I have to go to the Odeon now. Lucian nodded and watched Mr. Victor leave the hall. Then he turned to Alina and gave the contract back to her. Thank you, Alina, he said. There was a sweet little dimple in Alina's left cheek. No worries, it's my job. Like Mr. Victor said, never let Mr. Wolf bother you. He's always like that, looking down upon most people in the association except several directors with titles. I'm looking forward to seeing Mr. Wolf's high-lifted jaw digging a hole into the carpet along with the noble directors. Lucian shrugged a bit and smiled. Alina started giggling with his words. When Lucian was about to leave, Alina stopped him. Her right hand clenched into a small fist and her face looked serious. I believe in you, Lucian. You can be an outstanding musician. Mr. Wolf would deeply regret his bet. Honestly speaking, Lucian did not take the bet seriously. But he also raised his fist like Alina and replied, I certainly will. There was no nightlife in Aduran. At 9 o'clock at night, most residents in this area were already in bed, except for several drunkards who were still hanging around. Everybody else had to prepare for the hard work in the following morning. Lucian told Joel and Alyssa he got a new job over dinner, and then went back to his shack to meditate and prepare for his magic experiments. Gently closing the door, Lucian sneaked out of his shack and walked towards one of the entrances to the sewers. It would still take Lucian quite some time to learn how to build a secret passage like the witch did. After making sure that no one was watching, Lucian stepped into the underground world. The stinking smell and the slimy wall were still the same, disgusting and gloomy, but none of that would prevent him from exploring magic. Walking in the pipes, Lucian was mapping in his spirit library and trying to find a proper corner to start his experiments. He also scraped off some of the moss on the wall and put them into his pocket. It was called light moss, which was the reagent for the apprentice magic extinguishment. The deeper Lucian went, the more gruesome the place became. Down there, Lucian never met any homeless guy like Corella mentioned. The sound of his footsteps was intensified within the sewers. Lucian could even hear his own breath. Finally, Lucian found his ideal place, a fork path. The front way was blocked by a huge rock, while the one turning left went further into the darkness. Lucian could easily notice if anyone was approaching him from this position. Lucian pinched some sulfur from his pocket while recalling the structure of the magic. Then he started casting a strange spell and the powder slipped through his fingers. His face looked serious and mysterious in the cold light. 29. The dead body. After practicing many times when dawn was drawing near, Lucian finally mastered the 5 apprentice spells: Eyes of Stars, Freezing Rays, Darkness, Mage's Hand, and Acid Splashing. Furthermore, now Lucian could activate Disarming Loop without a verbal component in about 3 seconds. It took the witch much longer to understand all these spells. It was amazing how Lucian could grasp them in such a short period of time. In his eyes, these magic structures were related to different mathematical models and the knowledge of planar geometry. After reviewing what he had learned before in high school, Lucian found they were actually pretty easy to be understood. Here, magic could be explained by science. In acid splashing, for example, sulfur was transformed into sulfuric acid. However, Lucian had a hard time understanding how darkness worked. His far-fetched guess was that the magic reconstructed the light moss and made it absorb the light. As expected, Lucian had to spend more time to master the darkness spell. Lucian reflected on his magic experiment. His knowledge from the past, like physics and chemistry, was useful, but it could not be used to explain everything in this magic world. There were some similarities shared between this place and the Earth, but there were also many things he couldn't understand, like those precious metals and magic materials. He knew he should explore the world more by himself. After a 10-minute break, Lucian started doing some simple cleaning. These apprentice spells are not powerful enough. Rubbing the floor, Lucian thought to himself, they can only kill someone when they hit the vital parts, or the most they could do is make the person move slower or suffer a bit. But Lucian was not disappointed. He knew that if need arose, they could still be more than helpful. Finishing the cleaning, Lucian carefully hid the materials nearby. He didn't go back to the surface directly, but continued his exploration towards the end of the outlets. He was looking for corpse mushroom, which meant he had to find some carcasses first. Searching in a graveyard under the nose of the church was too risky. Lucian heard that many poor people who had no families or friends died lonely and miserably down there. Besides, dead animals and rotten flesh were even easier to be found. The witch did not mention any possible danger in the pipes, but Lucian was still very cautious, staying alert to any sign of trouble. Within 20 minutes, Lucian had found 2 dead rats and a jelly-like creature body, but no corpse mushroom was there. Turning around a corner, an open area appeared in front of Lucian. That was where the homeless people lived. The sewer here was very broad. An underground river was flowing slowly with waste floating in the middle, which went all the way to the Belem River. On both sides of the river, old dirty rugs and pots were scattered everywhere. The clothes the beggars were wearing could barely cover their bodies. "Why did you come here, young lad? You don't belong here," an old man, probably in his 60s, asked Lucian. His ribs stood out like arching blades. However, when Lucian heard his voice, the old man sounded like he was only 40 or something. Lucian's old but clean linen clothes were far from decent, but compared to what they were wearing, the youngster looked like a noble. "I have a friend who also lives here." Lucian tried to sound confident and strong. He must hide his feeling of insecurity in front of these guys, or they would think it was easy to prey on the teen standing there. Several beggars behind the old man stood up. Their eyes were full of greed and ferocity. Lucian was not scared. Instead, he pulled out his dagger and took a step forward. The beggars did not dare take any further action. On the contrary, they were now standing in a defensive position. At this time, the old man started grinning. "You don't look like a guy with a decent job, young lad." "None of your business," Lucian answered coldly. "Anyway, I can tell you're not doing very well. Even a hard-working young lad like you couldn't afford proper bread and beef. It's not your fault." Lucian was not sure about the old man's intention. The Saint Truth Church tells people that all of us are God's servants. But why can the noble live an extravagant life while the poor have to suffer every day and night? There's no difference between us, and all human beings are born with sin. "I'm not interested in your nonsense." Although his words were pretty obscure, Lucian knew the old man was trying to preach, but obviously not the Saint Truth. No matter what the old man believed in, other gods or demons, Lucian had no interest in it. The price for having something to do with a heresy in this world could be his own life. He did not want to end up being tied to a stake and burned to ashes alive. Facing such direct rejection, the old man and the other beggars were very angry. Their belief was blasphemed. Lucian knew it was time to get away from those guys. He started walking towards the outlet slowly and calmly, grabbing his shiny dagger in his hand. "Anyone want to try me?" Lucian stared at them fearlessly. When he walked by, Lucian noticed that there was a clean black cloth lying on the ground, on which there was a shiny silver-colored horn. He remembered these beggars were sitting around the cloth when he arrived here. The beggars were hesitant. No one wanted to fall on Lucian. Finally, they gave up and sat back on the ground. After walking for another 10 minutes, the sound of the river flow gradually became louder. Here should be the end of the sewers. The underground river joins the Belem River here, Lucian thought to himself. There was an iron net covering the water outlet at the confluence, and tons of floating trash accumulated in front of the net. Lucian slowed down his pace. He was hoping that he could find more dead bodies here. Lucian did not find anything until he walked towards the end of the sewer. When he started feeling disappointed and was about to go back to the surface, Lucian suddenly noticed that the net was missing a part under the water. Out of curiosity, Lucian grabbed the net and tried to shake it. As expected, there was a big hole under there on the iron net. What was really unexpected was that, at this time, a black bulk of something gradually surfaced from the water. Lucian moved closer. It was a dead body, swollen and rotten. Many parts of its skin had fallen off. The clothes on the body were tangled with lots of trash, which increased the buoyancy a lot. Lucian felt very disgusted and also a bit scared. However, he was still trying to see if there was any corpse mushroom on it. There was a long wound on its chest. Someone cut the poor man open vertically and took away his heart. Checking with the dagger, Lucian's eyebrows frowned. "Wait, this is my purse." Lucian was shocked. He picked the purse up using the dagger and was certain that it was the purse which was taken away by the gangsters some days ago. "Why is it here?" Lucian was confused. Then he looked at the face of the dead body. The corpse was so badly decomposed that it took Lucian quite a while to finally recognize the guy. And Andre. 30 Ghost in the Shadow. A strong stench of death came out from Andre's rotten face. A face on which Lucian could still tell his great fear and pain before he died. The gangsters under Aaron are acting weird recently. Does it have anything to do with Andre's death? Lucian had absolutely no clue. Wrapping his hand with a piece of cloth, Lucian pressed Andre's body hard back into the water. This time the body did not hook on the iron net. It was washed away directly into the Belem River and disappeared. Lucian stood up and set off for the surface, but to avoid the beggars, he did not take the same route. According to the map he drew in his spirit library, he took another direction about 20 meters away from the place where the beggars gathered. If the map was correct, Lucian would pass by the ruins of the witch's chamber and come back to the ground from the same entrance through which he came down earlier. Several meters away from the corner, Lucian heard the sound of some heavy footsteps and suddenly stopped. The footsteps echoed in the sewers, loud and clear. It sounded like there were a bunch of people approaching, and some of them must be pretty big. Lucian looked around calmly. Soon he found there was a hole in the wall, big enough for someone to hide. Lucian hid himself in the hole with his back against the wall. A while later, those guys walked directly past him, turning around a corner a few steps ahead. In such a dark place, they would not notice Lucian hiding in the hole without a careful check. "Throw these bodies into the river, hurry up." It was a low voice from a man. However, he was speaking indistinctly, as if he missed some front teeth. Lucian felt he had heard this voice somewhere before, but could not remember where. "Why did it take you guys so long? Remember, don't screw up the whole plan." It was the old man's voice. After a few seconds of silence, the first man answered with slight fear. "Sorry, but within 10 days, we promise it will be enough at any cost, like Aaron said." Aaron, Ross and Aaron? Now Lucian finally recognized the first voice. It was Jackson, the guy who smashed Lucian's shack, and also because of Lucian, Jackson could not even speak clearly now. From their conversations, Lucian's guess was that the Aaron gang was by no means a victim of the heresy, but an accomplice, and probably Andre was killed because of his disobedience. The old man's voice was very unpleasant. "Please tell Mr. Aaron and the other guy that as long as you continuously spare no efforts in helping us grow, you will all receive huge rewards. I know that in your eyes I'm only a dying, useless old man, which is true, but we are just tiny worms on the ground. Our priests are already powerful enough to beat their bishop. We wouldn't need any of your help were it not for maintaining that thing." "I will," Jackson answered in a low mood. "But Jackson, I don't think we can meet their requirement." Another voice came, trembling. "We gotta make sure that those are people that no one would care about. Homeless guys are ideal, but we cannot find any of them down here, other than his people." "That's true, Jackson. It's too difficult to find 50 of them within 10 days. Someone else agreed. The old man laughed. "The rest of them are at the bottom of the Belem River. Eels in the river will clean them up for us." "Scar, Aaron told us to make it at any cost." "We don't necessarily have to focus on homeless guys. If they are just the poor, Aaron will be able to handle this." A cold smile appeared on Jackson's face. "You have any target already, Jackson?" Scar was a bit surprised. "Yes, I do." Jackson's face turned hideous. "They gotta pay the price, the two little bastards and their families." Lucian was shocked. His anger was burning his guts. He knew Jackson hated them, but he never expected that the thug could be so cruel and inhuman to the point of planning to kill the whole family. But thank God Lucian was here and found out about Jackson's plan. "I gotta solve the problem here and now." The plan of killing them all in the sewers arose in Lucian's mind. He couldn't let them go back onto the ground, or he would not be able to protect John's family anymore. Lucian must kill them all. Then Lucian could tell John about the heresy and no one would know what happened down here. Many thoughts quickly passed through his mind. Lucian's reached out to his pocket and made sure that all the magic materials were in position. Carefully, he creeped out of the hole and approached the corner. They had 9 people there. But Lucian had no choice. Staying calm was his most important and powerful weapon. Throwing the last sack into the water, Scar poked the body bag with a long pole in fear. Although they were gangsters, gouging out people's hearts alive was still too much for them, and they also believed in the God of truth. So they prayed in their mind, begging for forgiveness. "Jackson, all of the bags are gone." Glancing at the weird old man, Scar carefully asked, "We'd better go now. I heard there are a lot of aquatic zombies in the Belem River." Jackson turned to the old man. "Does it have anything to do with the bodies we threw away? I've never heard of zombies in the river before." The old man shook his head. "We don't want any trouble while we're not strong enough. Alto was the core city of the previous magic empire. Maybe some kind of death power was sealed deep within the river, and now the seal is no longer effective." "All right." When Jackson was about to leave with his men, he saw Scar's terrified face. At the same time, Jackson heard a weird, low voice murmuring in the back like a spell. 20 meters away from them, there was a dark humanoid shadow standing there. Half of his body and face were hidden in the darkness. In the shimmer of the moss, the mysterious shadow was even more strange and terrifying. Ghost, Scar screamed at the top of his lungs. Since he was involved in this, his conscience was tortured by the fear that the people they killed would come back and seek revenge. When he closed his eyes, the warm and bloody hearts that they took from those people's chests when they were still alive were still beating in his mind. Great fear seized him. Scar now could not even move at all. The ghost raised his right hand and some shimmering powder fell through its fingers. Jackson and the old man started running as soon as they saw the ghost, but all of a sudden they were devoured by complete darkness. The glimmer from the moss disappeared. The darkness spread quickly like a bottle of spilled ink and no light could penetrate it. They couldn't see anything. Except for the old man, the rest of them were crazily wielding their daggers, trying to keep the bloody ghost away. The pipe was narrow. They hurt each other by accident and some of them started screaming in pain. But fear and panic did not help them at all. Darkness, an apprentice spell, it could block all kinds of natural light in an area no larger than 6 by 6 meters, enveloping everything in complete darkness. For now, as an apprentice, Lucian could maintain the spell for 1 minute. You idiots, calm down. Stop. Although he could not cast a single spell, the old man heard the priests mentioning about different kinds of magic before. Ouch. However, before the old man made that command, Jackson's dagger scratched him. Within little more than 10 seconds, 2 guys got stabbed by the chaotic attacks of daggers and fell on the ground. The others were also injured to some extent. Driven by the horrible fear, Scar and other 3 guys started running backwards. In the darkness, 2 of them fell into the river like the body bags, while the old man, Jackson, another thug, started rushing towards the shadow. At this time, the weird spellcasting voice arose again. 31, zombie in the sewage. After a few more steps, the old man finally broke the siege of darkness. However, his eyes were no longer accustomed to the weak light from the moss. It was just a blink. When he opened his eyes again, some kind of pungent, dark green liquid hit his face directly. Ow! The shrill cry from the old man scared the rest of them. Jackson looked back subconsciously, even though he could not see anything. With both hands covering his eyes, the old man was rolling on the ground in horrible pain. The skin of his face burned and turned black instantly. His scream was so bitter that Jackson and the rest of them shuddered with fear. Several seconds later, the old man fell into the river and the scream disappeared. Jackson knew there was no way to escape. They would either kill the shadow or be killed by it. Their only hope was to fight it. Run close to that fucking thing, Jackson yelled and dashed to the shadow. Then he saw it was Lucian. Jackson was furious. Hatred replaced his fear, and the only thing in his mind was to tear the fucking bastard up into thousands of pieces. When he was about to throw his dagger towards Lucian, he saw a blue beam of light in Lucian's hand. Jackson hurriedly dodged to the left and barely avoided it. Unfortunately for them, the other thug following behind him was not that lucky. The light beam hit directly in his face, and a thin layer of ice quickly filmed his eyes, nose, and mouth. Freezing cold invaded the guy's brain and made him lose most of his power before he could smash the ice. The guy was choked. Then he banged his head fiercely on the ground. At this time, Jackson finally realized that the person standing in front of him was no more that weak poor guy. However, he became a wizard, an evil wizard with terrible power. Jackson was not an idiot. He understood that by no means Lucian would let him go. Grabbing his dagger, he leaped at Lucian's throat with all his strength. Suddenly, Jackson felt a heavy pressure fell on him and then his legs caved. Then his body fell down directly onto the ground. Fuck, Jackson swore desperately. He did not know what was going on there, but he knew that losing his footing at this point would be fatal. Longer before Lucian cast Acid Splash, he had already activated his defensive magic disarming loop without saying a word. Lucian walked towards Jackson, looking at him wielding his dagger in vain. Without saying anything, Lucian grabbed Jackson's hand and slowly pushed the dagger into his neck. The gravity affected the blood and it didn't squirt out from his neck too much. It was ideal because Lucian did not want any of Jackson's dirty blood on his clothes. Jackson's great anger and pain were choked in his throat. His eyes were wide open and his eyeballs almost burst out while his arms and legs were twitching against the wall. Jackson's nails were scratching on the ground, but soon his resistance was no more. The other guy did not take Lucian much time as well. Standing beside the underground sewage river, Lucian saw the old man's body floating quietly downstream with his face soaking in the water. Lucian felt relieved because he thought the old man would be the biggest threat among them. Who knew if the old man had some kind of evil power from his heretic belief? All this happened within just 20 seconds. The darkness was still covering the area some distance away. The 2 injured beggars were still writhing in agony on the ground. Some beggars and gangsters were still floating on the water, but they were too scared to find the broken steel net to escape. Lucian did not want to kill them all by himself, and he was also not able to. his power had a limit. So the easiest way was driving the rest of them into the Belem River and leaving them to the ghosts there. But there was one problem. Lucian also could not see anything in the dark area, so he had to stand there for now, waiting for the magic to expire. At the same time, he was adjusting his respiratory rhythm in order to recover his power. Casting the 4 spells was very tiring. Lucian's remaining power was only enough to use either darkness or freezing rays once. Suddenly, the light returned within the spell area. The light startled Scar and he couldn't help but close his eyes. The fear of death scared him to his knees. He trembled and prayed, "May God forgive me, may God forgive me." Slowly opening his eyes, Scar was shocked to find how young the wizard was. In the dim light, the wizard had fine features. Scar had lost his mind and surrendered. He could not tell whether the man standing in front of him was an evil wizard or a hateful ghost. It was a good chance to cast Eyes of Stars on Scar when he was suffering a mental breakdown. The apprentice magic could mesmerize the enemy or make the person fall into a trance state. The two effects were different. The former, mesmerization, required the caster to look into the other person's eyes for almost 10 minutes, while the latter, trancing, only needed some eye contact, which was more helpful in a fight. If Lucian could take control of Scar, he could use him to kill the rest of them. When Lucian was about to cast the spell, a sudden short scream pierced the silence and echoed in the whole space. Even Lucian felt very strange. As suddenly as the scream of agony started, it stopped. Lucian stopped his spelling and took a step behind his disarming loop. His freezing rays were ready to go. At this time, both Lucian and Scar saw the horrific scene. In the river, a strong and pale hand was holding tight at a gangster's neck whose skull was half opened. A black tongue was licking the white brain inside with some effort. The owner of the tongue was a humanoid monster, whose body was so swollen that its skin appeared almost transparent. Parts of its skin were hanging, showing its rotten flesh beneath. Under the cover of the monster's seaweed-like long hair, there were facial muscles that could fall off at any time. The place where the eyeballs should be was completely hollow, and there were 2 tiny white flames burning inside the 2 eye sockets. Another beggar's body, whose brain was completely gone already, was floating towards the river through the big hole on the steel net. The great master of Argent, the forever-lasting silence, may you bless your servants. A beggar sitting next to the wall started praying desperately. The monster had a frightening power that reeked of doom. Even Lucian was extremely nervous and terrified, although he was quite a distance away from the monster. Aquatic zombies, these were the monsters in the Belem River, they were zombies. Lucian suddenly recalled the witch's note, which described the features of the undead creature. Aquatic zombie, immune to mind magic, no morale, immune to poison, sleep, paralysis, stun, disease effects. No fatigue, exhaustion, breath, do not feel cold, strong resistance towards ice and acid, extremely afraid of fire and light magic. But what frightened Lucian was that the note did not mention anything about the flames in the zombie's eyes. Something was definitely not right. 32. Aquatic zombie. According to the witch's notes, an aquatic zombie was no stronger than a male adult. But unlike most of the undead, these zombies were way faster and swift, while they still carried the features belonging to the undead: strong resistance to physical damage and other immunities. Therefore, common people and even some night squires usually did not have any chance to survive when facing these zombies, unless they had a significant advantage in numbers. Since aquatic zombies were extremely afraid of fire and light magic, a torch could burn them down if it was used properly. However, this zombie just showed up from the water, which meant its strength and agility would be increased significantly. Fire magic was also not that powerful anymore because of the water. Only light magic could be helpful under this circumstance. Lucian was absolutely not prepared. Although he knew that he had to confront aquatic zombies someday, it definitely should not be today. The witch mentioned in the note that there was a kind of material called flame jelly which could be used for alchemy. A piece of jelly could even burn in water for a while. However, at the moment Lucian mastered no useful light magic and also had no such jelly. Even worse was that somehow he felt the zombie he was facing was way stronger than the common ones described by the witch. Regarding light magic, sorcerers could never compete with pastors. Aside from light rays in the first circle and on, all light-related spells of apprentice level were not for attack purpose. Nevertheless, among element magic, fire magic ranked top mainly because it was hard to be brought under control. The only fire magic in apprentice magic list was Marius's small fire, which could only be used to kindle firewood when an apprentice forgot his or her flints in the wild. Escape was the first idea in Lucian's mind. At the same time, the mutant zombie had finished the gangster's brain and swiftly jumped on one of the beggars. Then Lucian heard a crisp crack in the beggar's neck. Pressing its fingernails deeply into the skull, the zombie opened the beggar's head very easily, like opening a walnut. Its speed and strength made Lucian stop. After seeing that, he understood that escape simply meant death. There was no other way to survive other than fight back, and for that he needed to calm down. Lucian's brain quickly started analyzing. The zombie's afraid of light, but it's very early in the morning and it is still dark outside. The zombie won't give me enough time to light anything with my flints. Marius's small fire, no, I don't know how to cast the spell yet. Lucian was standing there, watching the zombie finishing the brain and then jumping onto Scar. His mind was being occupied by different thoughts and plans, but each of them was denied by him calmly. The ability to stay calm was the most important character of an outstanding sorcerer. Mutant zombies could impose a magical effect called Dread Aura on their targets to freeze them with fear. But Scar's fear of the zombie was so great that he managed to move his legs and started running for his life. However, only after few steps, the zombie swiftly overtook him and grabbed his feet. Scar squeaked out shrill cries desperately. Disarming loop, Eyes of Stars, Mage Hand, Extinguishment, Acid Splash, Freezing Ray, that's all I know. Among them, Eyes of Stars and Extinguishment are of no use here. Disarming loop is useful, but it's far from enough to stop the monster. Lucian was still standing there, his eyes staring at the monster. The zombie raised Scar with its 2 claws and directly tore him in half. Lucian could hear that Scar's heart, liver and guts fell onto the ground with profuse bleeding. Scar's thrilling scream was still echoing in the pipes. Mage Hand also not powerful enough. Acid Splash, wait. Sulfur is required to cast Acid Splash, which is also a component of gunpowder. And during the casting process, the sulfur is lit. Lucian's brain was striving for survival. He would not let his brain become another feast for the monster. The zombie opened Scar's head, in which the white brain tissue was still slightly shaking like a bowl of jelly. Lucian could feel the effects of its dread aura. His heart was racing and he felt breathless. He knew he couldn't lose his mind. Thus, he started analyzing the magic structure of Acid Splash, while his right hand reached into his pocket and grabbed a handful of sulfur. I gotta stop the magic reaction halfway when the sulfur is lit. The notes mentioned that it would backfire. The consequence going from exhausting spiritual power to severe damage in soul, or even worse. Analyzing the structure of the magic, Lucian tried to break it down into several parts to skip the acid reaction part during the casting process and only keep the fire from the sulfur. The process of deconstruction and reconstruction needed to be repeated several times. Even if Acid Splash was only a very simple apprentice-level spell, it was still very challenging for Lucian. Honestly, he was not sure if he wouldn't kill himself by doing this, but he had no other choice. The zombie devoured the brain and threw Scar's body away. Slowly it turned to Lucian and suddenly started running towards its last target. In Lucian's eyes, all of these was like a slow motion. He could smell the stink of death and feel the overwhelming horror. No one could tell Lucian's fear from his face. Lucian didn't move at all. He was just standing there with the sulfur slowly falling through his fingers. The zombie was even faster than Lucian thought. In a second, the horrible creature was only a meter away from him. In the meantime, Lucian started casting the spell and then forced himself to stop before it was completely finished. As if he was hammered in the head, dizziness seized him and his nose started to bleed, but instantly a trail of fire showed up in front of Lucian. The claw of the zombie was just a few inches away from Lucian's head. Lucian's power was completely exhausted and he could not sustain the fire and let it grow anymore. In the last moment, he released the fire and fell onto the ground. He had tried his best. The zombie's claw got his clothes and left a long tear on them. Suddenly, a firewall exploded between Lucian and the zombie. He raised his injured hands instinctively to protect his head and then rolled away from the blue fire. The firewall did not last long. However, after a whoosh, the zombie was covered in flames like a human-shaped torch. Swinging its claws, the zombie stopped attacking Lucian and started stumbling towards the water, but the monster became much slower now. Of course, Lucian wouldn't let it go back into the river. Grabbing the dagger, he stood up and caught up with the zombie. Lucian fiercely kicked the zombie down and stabbed the dagger into the holes where the 2 white flames were flickering. Lucian felt the burning pain caused by the heat. Once, twice, Lucian was too afraid to stop himself from stabbing the monster, as if the zombie would seize the chance and tear him in half if he lost the momentum for even a second. Even though the zombie was still crawling towards the river with flame on its back. But few meters away from the river, the white flames in its eyes were finally extinguished and its bones collapsed. Gasping with great effort, Lucian took out the zombie's brain with his dagger. He still remembered that he needed it. After its brain had been taken away, soon the zombie turned completely into ashes in which something small was shining there. 33. The ring. Grabbing his dagger, Lucian cautiously approached the pile of ash. The shiny item was actually a carved silver ring inlaid with a small blue gem on top. It belonged to the zombie. Lucian was surprised. He picked the ring up and started scrutinizing it carefully. There was a line of letters on its surface which was written in the common tongue. Human nature can be colder than snow. The ring was just plain looking, but when Lucian rubbed it gently, he felt a mysterious and amazing power coming from the gem. After a few minutes, when Lucian's power started slowly recovering from the magic backfire, he carefully examined the ring again using his spiritual power. Lucian's injured soul was slightly shocked as soon as his spirit entered into the ring. He felt inside the gem what seemed to be the power of Blizzard, but its structure was way more complicated than that of the apprentice-level magic. It's a magic ring. Maybe that's why the zombie seemed much stronger than the others. Lucian was excited. It seems that the ring's even superior to Benjamin's truth badge. I wonder which power level the ring belongs to. With his remaining spiritual power, Lucian couldn't even understand the magic structure in the ring, not to mention how to leave his own spiritual imprint on the structure, in order to use the power. A sorcerer with the first circle spell called Identify could directly understand the magic properties of all level 1 magic items, without having to analyze their inner structures. One's ability in using Identify would grow along with their accumulated knowledge, and thus the person could progress and start using the items of higher level. Sometimes there was extra information in some of them, including their makers, for what purposes they were made, and so on. According to the witch's notes, all of the magic items could be divided into different standards: apprentice level, level 1 to 9, and legend level. The evaluation criteria was based on the power of the magic item. If the power was equal to a first circle magic or to the ability of a level 1 knight, it was correspondingly a level 1 magic item. Nevertheless, there were 4 ranks within each level: low, medium, high, and perfect. Taking a ring enchanted with the third circle spell Lightning, for example, if the ring could be used once a day, it was a low-rank level 3 magic ring. If it could be used 3 times a day, it would instead be considered a medium-rank level 3 one. If the ring had some extra benefits like increasing the magic resistance of the user, it would be a high-rank level 3 item. If a magic item had some kind of permanent augmentation effect, it would be a level higher than the other common ones. For example, Mind Blank was an 8-circle spell, and a magic item with the immunity towards this ring 8 magic would be recognized as a precious level 9 magic artifact. Furthermore, the grading was also applied to magic weapons and armors. Lucian did not know the ring very well, so he dare not wear it casually in case there was any curse on it. After putting the ring in his pocket, he was in a pretty good mood. However, when he noticed all the bodies and blood around him, he knew that he had more work to do. Most importantly, he needed to learn how to preserve the aquatic zombie's brain tissue. Lucian did not know how to use the apprentice spell called organ preservation yet, but the zombie's brain tissue should be able to last from 3 to 5 days, which should be enough time for Lucian to master the spell. According to the notes, organ preservation was a spell that could actually be used for keeping many other things fresh besides organs. 24 hours duration each time. No magic reagent required. After opening the zombie's skull with the dagger, Lucian saw its black brain, which looked like countless disgusting worms entangling each other. Carefully, Lucian put the brain into a bag together with his ice stones. Knowing lots of money would be needed for learning magic in the future, Lucian plundered all the money from the bodies, including the 2 hollow-headed ones in the river. He got 33 nars and 52 fells in total. Looking at his bulging money bag, a smile appeared on Lucian's face. However, when Lucian was collecting the money, he noticed he couldn't see things clearly and his head was buzzing sometimes. Finally, he realized that these were the sequelae from his spirit damage. There was no magic potion mentioned in the notes that could be used for this kind of injury. Therefore, the recovery might take a while. Then, Lucian started doing the labor. Holding his breath, he wrapped up the guts scattered on the ground and threw them away into the river, along with the bodies. Gradually, he started getting used to the scene and even took a closer look at Scar's kidney. Lucian believed that soon all of them would become fish food in the Belem River. After rinsing away the blood on the ground, it was about time he left this place. It seems like the heresy has nothing to do with the aquatic zombie. Lucian thought to himself while he was walking, then what about the red-eyed rats? Lucian decided that tomorrow morning, he would go to Lord Ven's manor to find John before going to the Musicians' Association. He had to talk to John about the heresy, but of course, without telling him what actually happened down here. Several pastors in training would come down to the sewers once every 3 days to clean up the trash in the river using spells. But the person stepping out of a shadow after Lucian left was definitely not a new pastor. The Lord of Argent, the forever lasting silence, the person giggled in a mix of disgust and amusement, continuously talking to himself. A different name, a different identity. Interesting, that person must have been bewitched by him. I can't wait to see his shadow coming upon the land. A battle between him and the Cardinal of Alto will be very interesting. Probably there is some kind of legacy left by the previous ancient magic empire that he could utilize. But the church would interrupt his plan, I bet. The person looked around. A cunning smile appeared upon his face. The pretty smart young guy just created the new apprentice magic sulfuric fire wall by himself. Impressive, he can be very useful to me. Then his figure split into countless small shadow pieces and he suddenly disappeared. Only his giggles were left there echoing in the pipes. 34, Ice Revenger. Half an hour later, another figure appeared in the pipes, close to the broken iron net. It was a decently dressed man in his 30s, black shirt, black suit, black shoes, almost everything black. His mustache was carefully trimmed and his hair was of pompadour style. Graceful as the man might look, he had a dark aura of ferocity and brutality, and he was not a nobleman. He was Rawson Aaron. All his men knew that Rawson Aaron was a knight who had already awakened the blessing in his blood. When he was about to become a grand knight, unfortunately, his power went awry and turned out to be vicious and dark. The power not only destroyed his noble title, but also caused Aaron's endless hiding from the church. Aaron hated the god for treating him so cruelly. Losing all of his possessions, for a long time he lived like a rat, hiding all the time. While he was trying to at least dress like a nobleman, bitter hatred was still burning his guts day and night. The grading of knight and pastor was similar to the different levels of sorcerer. The ability to use the 3rd circle spell Fly, the 6th circle spell Magic Trigger, or many other 9th circle spells symbolized different levels of sorcerer. When a sorcerer or sorceress could start using one of these spells, it meant he or she had made a new breakthrough. Their spiritual power would grow by a large extent, and their souls would transform into a higher level form. Even their lives would be extended. In the ancient magic empire, people regarded the 1st and 2nd circle sorcerers as junior rank mages, while 3rd to 5th circle were middle rank mages, and 6th to 8th circle senior rank mages. Above them, a 9th circle sorcerer or sorceress would be respected as an archmage. Similarly, the levels 3, 6, and 9 were the key promoting points for a knight. If a person successfully awakened the blessing in their blood, they would first become a level 1 or level 2 knight. From level 3 to 5, they would be regarded as a grand knight, then 6 to 8, a radiant knight. In level 9, the title was gold knight, and after that was the highest level of all, a legendary knight. For pastors, it went from junior rank to middle rank pastor. Then a middle rank pastor could be promoted to bishop. For the senior rank pastors, most of them would become cardinals. There was no special title for a level 9 pastor, but if one could successfully join the conclave, he or she would be respected as a grand cardinal. There were more than 400 registered official knights in the Duchy of Orvaret. Among them, there were only around 50 grand knights and less than 10 radiant knights. Most of them were members of the Violet Knights, garrisoning different key fortresses. Back then, Aaron, who was a level 2 knight, was very close to becoming a grand knight, and thus ranking among the top 50 knights in the duchy. Now he has been working for a big man for a long time, doing all the evil and bloody things for him to maintain his fake honor. Jackson and his men did not come back to the hideout in time. Aaron felt something went wrong, so he came down here himself. Sulfur, blood, and something else. Sniffing the air, Aaron's eyebrows frowned together. With the blessing power, Aaron was more sensitive to environment in general than common people. Aaron could tell that someone had cleaned this place up before, but there were still slight traces of blood, brain tissue, acid, and sulfur on the ground, showing that a fierce struggle just happened here. Acid, sulfur, Aaron was thinking out loud, acid splash, it was a typical apprentice spell. An apprentice sorcerer did all this. Aaron could not believe his guess, but the reasoning did make sense. The person who did this had left quite a while before he arrived. It was too late for Aaron to track the responsible. Aaron was also concerned that what they were doing would be reported to the church or nobles. It was still possible to track him if he turned to the priests of Silver Horn for help, but Aaron would not. He knew their magic could not guarantee finding the person, and more importantly, if the person had already reported what they did to the church, what he should do immediately was escape. Then Aaron quickly turned around and disappeared in the darkness. Only his footsteps were still echoing there in the sewers. Lying in the bed, Lucian was too nervous to fall asleep. Any little noise could scare Lucian out of the bed. Since there was no chance for him to have a good rest for now, he decided to take a look at the ring again. Doing research could calm Lucian down, and also if his enemies did find him, the ring might help. Inside the ring there was a solid geometric model of which the structure was not very complicated. With his high school mathematics and physics knowledge, it only took Lucian an hour to finish the analysis. But when Lucian was trying to imprint his spiritual mark on the magic structure, he almost failed during the process. His soul was damaged and Lucian felt his power totally unstable. With great effort, the magic structure was finally imprinted with Lucian's mark. The information of the ring came to his mind. The original owner of the ring, Ice Revenger, was a sorcerer apprentice who was betrayed by his best friend. In order to take his revenge, the apprentice turned to a great alchemist for help and spent all his money on that. The ring felt ice cold, so he could bear the bitterness of being betrayed in his mind. A second circle spell, Palmera's Frost Blades, was sealed in the ring. The spell could torture people with bitter cold and pain. The ring could help promoting the spiritual power of its owner to match a level 1 knight's strength. Furthermore, its owner could also use Palmera's Frost Blades once a day. Therefore, it was a middle-rank level 2 magic item. Lucian was not going to wear the ring for now, since it would definitely draw some attention and bring him unnecessary trouble, but he decided to carry the ring in his pocket just in case. Lucian woke up early at dawn with a bad headache. He felt dizzy and also had a fever. His physical weakness was caused by his internal injury from the magic backfire. There was no time for breakfast. Lucian wanted to report the heretics to Lord Ven as soon as possible. After changing to new linen clothes, he pushed the door open and headed towards Lord Ven's manor. The cool air outside was refreshing. He took a deep breath and felt his headache lessened. After 40 minutes walking, Lucian finally saw the magnificent manor. Lord Ven was a level 2 knight who used to pledge his allegiance to the Violet Knights. The Grand Duke of Orvarit and him became good friends when the Grand Duke was still the Violet Count and the commander of the Violet Knights. When Lord Ven became older, he left the fortress in the Dark Mountain Range and started having a more peaceful lifestyle here. But from time to time, he was summoned to the palace to be the Grand Duke's military consultant. The manor was surrounded by a high wall and several watchtowers, demonstrating the owner's military background. Outside of the manor, a number of farmers had already started working. 2 young men in their gray knight squire uniforms were patrolling, followed by some guards. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Noticing Lucian was walking towards them, a dark blonde knight asked sternly. 35, report. Facing the knight squire, Lucian replied politely, "I'm a friend of John S. I'm looking for John to tell him something important." The dark blonde man Ian made a snort in contempt. "Why should I trust you, just because you claim to be John's friend? John and other knight squires are in training. I can't let you in unless you have proof of your identity." Quite obviously, Ian did not get along well with John. Lord Ven always had John in high esteem, which made Ian feel more than jealous. In his eyes, John was just a stupid pauper who somehow got a chance to become a knight squire and was always using the knight rules to please Lord Ven, while he was definitely better educated and more talented. Another knight squire, Durego, felt the same way. Thus he just stood there, watching while Ian gave the newcomer a hard time. Ian thought that a poor youngster like the one who was standing in front of him would be frightened by the posture of a knight squire. Were it the case, the youngster might just give up or start begging them on his knees. After going through so many difficulties and challenges, Lucian understood clearly what he was facing. In his eyes, it was ridiculous to see the 2 squires trying to pick on him, a nobody. Lucian answered seriously, "John's friend is in great danger. If John can't make it back in time to avoid it, both of you will be responsible for the consequences. I'm pretty sure that Lord Ven would definitely not be happy with what you guys are doing here." He knew that Lord Ven was a nobleman who strictly stuck to knight rules all the way in his life. If Lord Ven knew his men violated the rules, he would punish them severely and drive them away from his land with no hesitation. "How dare you threaten me, you little bastard?" Stepping forward, Ian was so furious that he almost pulled out his knight's sword. Lucian could feel the pressure coming from the high-level knight squire. Even the guards standing behind him felt frightened. What was out of their expectation was that Lucian was still the same, calm and serious. He asked sternly, "Are you gonna kill me, an innocent and unarmed boy, right now?" It seemed like he was not affected by Ian's posture at all. His willpower was stronger than the threat. "Did you hear what I said?" Now it was Lucian's turn to take a step forward. "Do you still want to be a knight?" Ian's anger was burning his guts, but he knew if he really killed this bastard, his future title, rank, land, and manor would all be gone. He was not stupid. Durego tried to make the situation easier for Ian. After giving Lucian a distasteful glance, Durego hauled Ian back. "Don't waste our time on this." "Don't let me see you again," said Ian viciously. Then he turned directly toward the manor. Dorrego's face looked grim. He just stood there waiting for Ian. It didn't bother Lucian at all. As soon as he realized Ian and Dorrego were trying to cause him trouble, Lucian reached his hand into the pocket carrying the ring. The power of the ring helped increase his willpower to a higher level that could compete with a level 1 knight. Thus, of course, the pressure from Ian, a knight squire, could not affect him. Less than 5 minutes later, Lucian saw John running out from the gate in a hurry, followed by Ian, who was walking slowly behind him. John was very surprised when he recognized that it was Lucian. "You're here, Lucian. I thought you were the one who was in danger." "Follow me, I'll explain it to you." Lucian stopped when he was sure that Ian and Dorrego couldn't hear their conversation. Then he turned to John and started telling his well-prepared story. "I met a weird old beggar a few days ago." Lucian put a worried look on his face. At first, he was just complaining about the nobles and knights, but later, yesterday, when no one was around, he started accusing God. And I realized he was a believer of the devil who was doing his vicious missionary work in Alto. I was about to report to the church, but I saw he was secretly meeting Jackson. I'm afraid that the gangsters are involved with the heretic, and they may seize the chance and take revenge on us, or what's worse, on your parents. If you can report to Lord Venn directly about what's going on here, I believe the nobles and the church would pay more attention to it." Lucian looked into John's eyes. "These damned scum, now they're involved with the devil. Yes, you're right, I should report it to Lord Venn immediately." John took Lucian's words directly without any doubt. "And John, I'm afraid the situation is even more severe than you thought. I counted, there are just about 10 beggars now in Alto. Many of them disappeared." Lucian continued warning him, but he could not tell John what happened in the sewers. Frowning his eyebrows, John could guess what happened to these poor homeless guys. "Blood sacrifice," he murmured. Lucian nodded seriously. "Yes, that's what I'm guessing. But John, remember, don't tell Lord Venn that I was the one who found this out. I'm afraid some heretics would seek revenge on me. I have no power to protect myself." "But you'll be awarded for reporting this," said John. Clapping on John's shoulder, Lucian's face softened a bit. "I'm more concerned with my life, John. Remember to ask Lord Venn not to divulge your information as well. You have a family to take care, they don't know how to fight as well." "I will, you're always this careful, Lucian," John nodded. There was nothing more important than his family, but if there's any award, part of it is still yours, John promised. Lucian smiled. "Thanks, John." John stayed a bit longer with Lucian. Since Lucian told Ian and Dorrego that John's friend was in danger, it would be quite suspicious if John went back to the manor straight away. After John left, Lucian decided to wait for a few more minutes to make sure that everything was going as expected. A while later, Lucian was relieved when he saw a line of knights galloping across the field. Besides John, there were 6 squires and a young pastor led by a serious-looking elder knight. When Lucian went back to Alto, he felt some vibration under the ground from the sewers. Lord Venn's men were there already. To be prudent, Lucian decided he would not go back into the sewers for a while. Recently, he was focusing on analyzing magic. Sometime before the clock showed 8:30, Lucian finally arrived at his workplace, the Musicians' Association, in time for his shift. 36. Alina was anxiously waiting for Lucian in the hall. Being late on the first day of work would definitely not make a good first impression on the director, Mr. Hank. Another receptionist, Kathy, smiled to her colleague and joked, "Alina, who are you waiting for? Your sweetheart." "Come on, Kathy, I'm waiting for a friend of mine. Today's his first day working for the association." When Alina was talking, Lucian came into the hall. "Thanks God you are here, Lucian." Alina walked out of the counter and toward Lucian. "Why do you look so tired?" "Are you sick?" Lucian knew he must look terrible. The headache caused by his sole injury was torturing him all the way. After rushing here, he felt quite dizzy. "Well, I think so, but I'm okay." "Thank you for asking, Alina." Lucian smiled to Alina, who was wearing a long white dress today. "I think we're gonna meet Mr. Hank now, aren't we?" asked Lucian. "Yes, we are." Alina started walking upstairs and was followed by Lucian. "No worries. Sunday's never a busy day, or say the work is not busy in general." "Oh, Mr. Hank was a middle-aged, serious man who was always wearing a decent suit. After asking some basic questions, Mr. Hank just nodded and asked Alina to lead Lucian directly to the library. The library was on the 2nd floor. While they were heading toward it, Alina was trying to describe the other librarian to Lucian. "His name is Pierre Sandor. Both of you work the morning shift in the library. He's an okay guy. I don't think he'll give you a hard time, so no worries. But he's a bit, Alina paused for a few seconds, weird." The guy called Pierre should also have some connections in the association, or he would have no chance working as a librarian here if he was just a nobody. Lucian just wanted to do his own work and avoid trouble as much as possible. The music library was huge and quiet, and thousands of precious music books, journals, and newspaper were collected here. There was only a black-haired young guy sitting behind the wood counter, reading the tablature carefully. In Lucian's eyes, the guy looked like a big fan of music. Pierre, Alina tried to draw his attention. This is the new librarian, Lucian. Finally, Pierre raised his head from the book. His brown eyes looked a bit confused. Morning, Alina. What day is it today? Sunday. Nice to meet you, Pierre. I'm Lucian Evans, the new librarian. Lucian introduced himself with a warm smile. Just realizing his new colleague was standing in front of him, Pierre walked out of the counter and greeted Lucian. Nice to meet you, Lucian. I'm Pierre Sandor. When they were shaking hands, Pierre put on a sly smile. Lucian, you'd better refrain yourself a bit. What are you talking about, Pierre? Alina was confused. Just guys' conversation, answered Pierre casually. Shrugging her shoulders, Alina whispered to Lucian, you see, I told you and I gotta go now, Lucian. Make good use of the books here and work hard. After Alina left, Pierre started showing Lucian around. While he was walking, he talked to Lucian casually. I sometimes talk in a weird way. If you don't understand, don't let my words disturb you. So you asking me to refrain myself was also a casual talk? Asked Lucian. Nope, that was serious. Guys in our age can easily drain ourselves from too much you know what I'm talking about. Lucian didn't know what to say. Now in Lucian's eyes, Pierre looked like a big fan of music and kind of nasty. After introducing the basic stuff that Lucian had to do as a librarian here, Pierre stretched himself a bit and said, only the members of the association can have access to this library, so it's never busy here. Just remember to be polite to the musicians. You can spend more time here, and I'm gonna go back and enjoy the well-tempered clavier now. His eyes were glowing when he mentioned music. Sure, Lucian was more than willing to be left alone. With his spirit library, Lucian was always trying to store more books in it, like a squirrel collecting its favorite cones. Lucian quickly leafed through a book, and a copy of the book instantly appeared in his spirit library. Then Lucian directly turned to another one. Hey, what are you doing there? Pierre asked in a confused way. He hadn't gone far yet. I'm doing a random check here to see if there are any damaged ones, then I can take note of them and report to the association. Lucian immediately made up an excuse. You're as careful as a woman, Lucian, Pierre commented. In the following 4 hours, only 2 musicians visited the library. Lucian thus managed to collect more than 100 of the books there. His arms felt pretty sore from leafing through them. The books covered many aspects of the world, not just music. Lucian wanted to have a better understanding of the world as soon as possible. Lucian finished his work at about midday. When he was leaving the library, Pierre was still immersed in music, with a bread in his hand. Later, Lucian went to Mr. Victor's place and continued his study. Life was pretty peaceful in the following couple of days. One evening, John came back. When no one was around, he started telling Lucian what happened on that day. 37, choosing a musical instrument. Joel was still not at home when John and Lucian were talking, and Auntie Alyssa was busy preparing dinner. Their youngest son, Ivan, was still playing on the streets with his friends. You can never imagine what we found down there, John said seriously. There was a demon hall. What? Lucian was more than surprised. They built a hall down the sewers. Has Lord Ven questioned the heretics yet? Shaking his head, John sighed with disappointment. No, Lucian. We didn't find anyone there. All of them were already gone by the time we arrived. It's impossible, John. I didn't tell anyone else about this except you. Lucian started feeling worried. What if the demon followers somehow found out it was him who exposed and denounced them? Lord Ven told me that information about our actions might have been leaked by a knight. We don't know who did this yet, but if it's true, the knight should be of a relatively high level. Lucian thought about the possibility that the heretic power had infiltrated into the upper class. However, it was astonishing to imagine that the evil power had corroded some of the noble knights. What about Aaron's gang? Lucian asked. The leaders escaped, including Ross and Aaron. The rest of the gangsters know nothing about the heresy. They can't lie in front of the divine power of the Inquisition. John's eyebrows frowned. Even though they know nothing, all of them will be sentenced to death by the judges. Facing heresy, the church never showed mercy. And Lucian believed that the way the church treated sorcerers would not be any better than that. One of the books from the library that Lucian read recently was called Hunting Sorcerer, which was written in the year 392 of the Saint Calendar, or say, 423 years ago. It was an instruction for sorcerer hunters and night watchers, telling them how to identify the sorcerers, how to track them, and even how to torture them. Lucian remembered some of the paragraphs, which sounded ridiculous and cruel to him. If a suspect lives in an unsociable or eccentric way, the chance of him or her being a sorcerer or a sorceress is high. However, even if a suspect is always sociable and passionate, the possibility still could not be ruled out, because he or she might just be pretending. If the person you suspect panics when he or she knows who you are, the person is a sorcerer. But if the person does not, don't lower our guard, because all the sorcerers are experienced liars. If your divine spells cannot help you make sure the identity of the suspect, inflicting sacred punishment on the suspect can be useful. If the person rolls eyes when facing the punishment, that means he or she is trying to communicate with demons to seek for power. If the person's eyes glaze fearlessly, that means he or she has got the protection from devil power, and thus you must torture the person in a more severe way. If the person dies, it is because the demons took his or her life in order to keep their secrets safe. If you have tried them all but still cannot be sure, leave the suspect to our Almighty God. Burn the suspect. A sorcerer would burn down to ashes, while God would protect the person safe and sound in the fire if he or she is innocent. Lucian was grateful for still being alive. If Lucian had lived 400 years ago when the book was written, he would have been burned to death thousands of times. The church had been dominating the whole continent for so many years, thus they were now paying more attention to the heresy in the north, instead of going all out hunting scattered sorcerers and sorceresses. Then did you find anything in the demon hall? Lucian asked with curiosity. Bad memories made John's eyebrows frown even tighter. We knight squires didn't go in there. Knights and pastors led by Lord Venn, Lord Verdi, and the Cardinal of Salvetter searched the hall. Lord Venn never told me what he saw there, but I saw his face when he walked out. He looked very serious. I was guarding outside of the gate. John's eyes looked down at the ground, and Lucian could tell the bad memory still disturbed him. When they opened the gate, I saw the ground was covered with blood, and I saw hearts, living, throbbing hearts on the ground. They said that those were hearts extracted from people's chests when they were alive. Lucian, I've heard many stories, poems, and rumors saying how horrible and vicious the heresy is, but today I finally realized how hateful and inhuman it can be. John raised his head and looked at Lucian, speaking with great determination. I hate them, the heretics. I can never forget what I saw there. I want to grow stronger and eliminate the demons completely. Looking at his serious face, Lucian smiled. This is the justice you're looking for, isn't it, John? John nodded but then shook his head. I still don't clearly know what kind of justice I'm looking for, Lucian. All I know is that I not only want to protect my families and friends, but I also want to protect more people and fight against the dark powers. I know there's a class among the knights called Demon Hunter. They walk in the darkness and are willing to die fighting against the devil power. Is that your dream now? Asked Lucian. I don't know, Lucian. I still can't awaken my blessing power. Not everyone can become a real knight, not to mention becoming a demon hunter. John replied, a bit depressed. Come on, of course you can. Lucian gave John a friendly nudge. Look who am I talking to. The most promising knight squire appreciated by Lord Venn. Feeling the encouragement from his best friend, John grinned at Lucian. Talking about Lord Venn, Lucian asked, did he mention anything about your reward? Yes, sure. John's face was lightened by this topic. Lord Venn promised to give me a good knight sword made of fine steel. Compared with what I'm using now, this one would be much sharper and even have some magic effects on it. Talking about the new sword, John even giggled a bit with sweet expectation. Lucian and John stopped their conversation when Joel came back. In the end, John reminded Lucian, Lord Venn told me that security will be tightened and there will be much more undercover investigations in Alto recently. You were questioned before because of the witch, so be careful recently. You're Mr. Victor's student now, and you never know if there's anyone who'd frame you for this out of jealousy. Thank you, John, I'll be careful, said Lucian gratefully. He knew that, as a knight squire, John was not allowed to leak this kind of information to someone else. Lucian knew he had to be really careful recently and stop practicing most of the spells that could cause a mess. However, Lucian also believed that after this massive search, when the knights and the nobles started letting down their vigilance, it would be even safer than before. Another Sunday morning, and Lucian was trying to organize everything on his day off. Although he was not practicing much casting during the past couple of days, his analysis work of the other several magic spells went on pretty well. His spiritual power was completely recovered and grew even stronger than ever with his meditation. For now, Lucian could cast up to 6 spells of the element school successively. In his spare time, Lucian also worked hard on his music studies. He spent lots of time with reading different books in his spirit library, but not only music books. From a variety of books, Lucian started to learn more about the continent, those countries believing in the God of truth in the south and heretic countries in the north, as well as the evil creatures living in the dark mountain range. The brain tissue of the mutant aquatic zombie could be preserved up to 3 years by exerting the magic once a day, which enabled Lucian to have enough time to collect the rest of the magic matters. Your progress impressed me again, Lucian. After testing Lucian's basic music knowledge learned within the several classes, Mr. Victor commended, then we can move forward to actual practice and to learn how to integrate what you've learned from the books into it. When Lucian first helped with improving the harpsichord, Victor thought that Lucian might just happen to have an inspiration there. But now Victor felt that Lucian at least had some talent in music. Lucian, what musical instrument do you want to learn? Asked Victor gently. I'm relatively good at violin, harpsichord, pipe organ, and flute, but if you want to learn something else, I should also be able to help. Lucian never really put much thought into it. He was a bit hesitant. Lucian was a fan of piano back in the days, but he never had a chance to learn how to play it. But on second thought, one day Lucian would set out to find the headquarters of the Continental Congress of Magic, and of course he could not carry a piano with him all the way. Probably he should choose something relatively portable like a violin. Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus were curious to see which one Lucian would choose, but Lucian was still hesitating. It's okay, Lucian, Victor smiled. If you have any concern, just tell me. Maybe I can help you. So Lucian asked cordially, Mr. Victor, can I choose both the improved harpsichord and violin? The rest of the 3 students were a bit pissed off. They felt Lucian was being really greedy because he could learn for free. No problem, answered Victor, but you gotta focus on one thing at a time. What about we start from learning harpsichord, and I can probably get some new ideas while I'm teaching. Sure, thank you, Mr. Victor, Lucian was grateful. 38 modern piano fingering. Standing up from the couch, Victor clapped his hands delightfully. All right, Mr. Ryan and Mr. Shavel have finished the improvement of the harpsichord a couple of days ago. Let's try the new harpsichord today. All of you can come. I even feel that I shouldn't call it a harpsichord anymore, since its tone, its range, and its volume are completely different now. For me, it's a revolution in string instruments. Seeing the joy on his face, Lucian could tell that Mr. Victor was very satisfied with the improvement. Mr. Victor, as the initiator of the harpsichord improvement, you may like to give the new invention an official name. When they were walking upstairs, Lot talked to his teacher in a flattering way. Yes, Ryan, Shavel, and I actually talked about the name before, however, none of us could find a proper name for it. Victor looked at Lucian with a mild smile on his face. Lucian, what's your idea? My idea, Lucian was a bit surprised. Of course, you made no small contribution to this. We'd like to hear your suggestion, said Victor. Well, Ryan appreciated its mechanical sophistication, so he wanted to name it Mechanical Harpsichord. I mean, Mr. Ryan is a talent in music, but definitely not good at naming a new musical instrument. Mechanical harpsichord doesn't sound right to me at all. What's your idea then, sir? Lucian asked. I prefer to have a new name. This new musical instrument combines both the features of harpsichord and clavichord, and it has a much wider range of tones compared with its predecessors. So I would suggest the name to be superchord. Including Lucian, none of the students present knew what to say toward this name. Well, what about the name pianoforte? Lucian said with uncertainty. Pianoforte. It's a pretty new name, but it sounds a bit weird. Victor rubbed his chin with his hand in thoughts. The sounds produced by the new instrument were an extension of what the harpsichord could do. Lucian was trying to make the weird name make sense. Lucian knew in his world the first piano made by the Italian harpsichord maker Cristofori was first called pianoforte. In Italian, pianoforte meant soft loud. Lucian wanted to keep the name because it would be sweet if he could play an instrument in this world which was almost the same as a piano on Earth. Pianoforte, pianoforte. Victor found the name was pretty interesting. What about just piano? Lucian was very surprised that Victor would appreciate the name. I like the name, piano, Felicia agreed, which was even more beyond Lucian's expectation. It was the first time Felicia showed her commendation for any of Lucian's ideas. A faint blush appeared on her beautiful face. I don't know why, I just somehow feel like it's the proper name. Mr. Victor nodded with a bit of confusion. Yes, I feel the same way, Felicia. Piano, it feels like it should be called piano weird. Yeah, that's how I feel as well. Lucian was a bit nervous. He did not understand why both Mr. Victor and Felicia had a special feeling toward the name. Hurriedly, he changed the topic. I can hear someone playing music in the practice room upstairs. Yes, Mr. Rhine is here today, didn't I mention it? Victor answered with joy. Felicia's face was now as red as a ripe tomato. Rhine was sitting in front of the piano, his hair silver and his gesture charming. Without moving his shoulders and arms, his fingers were dancing on the piano keyboards, and a beautiful piece of music was flowing out of the musical instrument. They indulged themselves in the joys of the song. No one made a sound until Rhine finished playing. All the students and Mr. Victor started applauding for the amazing performance. Mr. Rhine, as an excellent violinist, it's amazing that your skill in playing clavichord is also great. Felicia's eyes were glowing. Your performance was as good as Miss Sylvia's. Standing from the bench, Rhine bowed to them elegantly with his right hand on his chest. He was trying to play the same song on both the clavichord and the piano to see the difference. He turned to Felicia and smiled. I'm flattered, Felicia, but I can never compete with Miss Sylvia. It was she who wrote this song after all. Miss Sylvia was the best clavichord player in alto. Since clavichord was ideal for playing in a relatively small space, like in a living room or even bedroom, Mr. Sylvia was often invited by the noble ladies to play in their places. It was said that Ms. Sylvia was a close friend of Princess Natasha, and thus she enjoyed a high reputation in the association. When Rhine was playing, Lucian paid more attention on the movement of his fingers. At the same time, he searched in his spirit library and found some useful books to refer to. According to these books, the modification of a musical instrument was the main cause of the changes in fingerings, as well as the holistic style. The piano standing beside them had 88 keys and different pedals, which was already very close to a modern piano on Earth. Thus, Lucian believed the modern piano fingering should be the best way of playing it. On Earth, people used to play clavichord with 3 fingers of each hand. Then the famous pianist Bach started using his thumbs and little fingers. When piano gained its popularity, Chopin made a second revolution in fingerings by also playing the black keys with his thumb and little finger. When Lucian was reviewing the basic modern fingering books in his mind, Victor told Rhine about the new name of the instrument. It turned out that Rhine loved the name as well. Come here, Lucian, sit in front of the piano, I'm gonna show you the basic fingerings, Victor said to him. Lucian trotted toward Mr. Victor with a bit excitement. However, as soon as he sat on the bench, Lucian felt something was not right. It was a bit too short for the piano. Mr. Victor, can I have a taller bench? Asked Lucian. Why? You're not much shorter than Mr. Rhine, the height should be fine. Victor was a bit surprised. Extending his arms, Lucian tried to show it to Mr. Victor, but if I sit on a bench of this height, I could only use my fingers and wrists. If I want to use my lower and upper arm as well as my shoulder, I need a taller bench. Otherwise, it would be too awkward. That's because you're not supposed to use your arms and shoulders. That's too rude. Victor was pretty serious. Forget about what you've seen in the pubs. You saw how Mr. Rhine played, didn't you? Did he ever use his arms and shoulders? Victor's reaction was within Lucian's expectation. Modern piano fingering was quite hard to be accepted by many famous pianists back in the days. In their eyes, pianists using modern fingering like Franz Liszt were rude. The way of swinging arms and shoulders in their mind looked very barbaric, and it was like smashing the piano. Yes, Lucian, those players in the pubs are not well educated. I know, you probably grew up in that environment, but now you're here. It's time for you to see what is noble music now. Seizing the chance, Herodotus scoffed at Lucian's words. Mr. Victor, the piano is a new musical instrument. Lucian explained calmly, I feel that how a musician plays the instrument should depend on the features of it. As an extension of harpsichord, piano is superior in both volume and range. With the strength of arm and shoulder, I feel its features could be presented in a better way. Rhine took a step forward and smiled at Victor. I agree with Lucian. Remember the discussion about fingering several years ago? Probably we can make a real difference again with it. Victor thought for a while and finally said, all right, maybe we can give it a shot. But Lucian, if it later is considered wrong, it would take you a long time to forget the wrong movements and start over again. Are you sure you want to do this? Lucian nodded at Mr. Victor with a determined look. In the other students' eyes, Lucian was no more than an arrogant boy trying to impress Mr. Victor and Mr. Ryan in this stupid way. 39. The Tawny Owl. Oh, Mr. Victor passed a piece of notation to Lucian, which was written by himself for harpsichord beginners. The song did not require any expert skills, and thus when it was played on a harpsichord it was quite plain. However, after the improvement, the tone of the piano would definitely add some splendor to it. With his diligent practice of meditation, Lucian had an even better memory now. It only took him a while to roughly go through the music several times. Before him, Mr. Victor only saw noble students like Lot and Felicia being able to do this because they grew up under the nurture of music since they were born. All right, Lucian, I know you still feel you're not prepared, but it's time for you to start playing. Don't be nervous and just pay attention to the keys you should press down. Take it easy. Mr. Victor was quite looking forward to Lucian's first play. Putting his hands on the keyboard in a defined arch, Lucian pressed down the first key. It was not difficult for him to remember the song, but as expected, playing it was a completely different story. Lucian felt his fingers were too clumsy to reach the right keys in time. Slow as he was, Lucian tried his best to focus on the keys to make sure they were the correct ones. Instead of a song, his first time playing sounded more like a bunch of separated notes climbing out of the piano slowly one by one, or like a dying man exhaling with great effort. However, no one there ever laughed at him, including the three noble students. Watching Lucian play reminded them of their own past struggle, which was even more terrible. It was a short piece of melody that should last around a minute, but it took Lucian more than 3 minutes to finish playing it. After he pressed down the last key, his forehead was oozing sweat. Lucian felt that even fighting with an aquatic zombie in the pipes could not be more exhausting. Mr. Victor was the first person who started applauding Lucian, followed by Ryan and the other students. You did a good job, Lucian. Victor comforted him, smiling. I know how clumsy a person would feel when he or she first started playing, but you are the only student I've seen that managed to press every key correctly. It's impressive. Ryan nodded. Yes, you are very smart, Lucian. I'm sure you will improve quickly with more practice. But the coordination of your hands was for sure not your strong point, and later you will also need to use your feet for the pedals. It'll be pretty challenging for you. I agree, said Mr. Victor, but being more coordinate is just a matter of time. If you're willing to work hard, you'll be a qualified musician within 10 years. 10 years? It seemed that even with the direction of a master musician, it still would take a long time for a person to achieve something in music. However, Lucian was still expecting that by becoming a qualified musician as soon as possible, his living expenses as well as the cost for his magic experiments could be fully covered. Is there any way to become a qualified musician faster? Lucian asked. Yes, sure, if you're a genius. Felicia interjected, but you are not Lucian. Working hard is the only way to become a qualified musician, and of course it takes time. Don't let Mr. Victor lose his face for having a student who couldn't even play the piano decently. In Felicia's eyes, Lucian's question fully showed his shallowness. Ryan responded in a more mild way, I understand young people's eagerness, but like Felicia said, my current small achievement in playing violin took me a long time and it's the same with other instruments. Then he paused a bit. Well, actually hard practice is not the only way to become a qualified musician. If you could awaken the blessing in your blood, your ability of controlling your body would be increased by a large extent. With your smart little brain, you could probably become a piano musician within a few weeks. But how long it would take you to awaken the blessing? Ryan shrugged his shoulders. Maybe 10 years, maybe 20 years, or forever, what do you think? Becoming a genius sounds more practical, Lucian, Lot laughed. Victor turned to Lucian. If you just want to master a relatively hard piece of melody, an intensive practice within a short period of time may be helpful, but this can never help you become a really good musician. Do not rush, but always work hard, Lucian. Victor tapped Lucian on his shoulders to encourage him. Lucian looked at Mr. Victor and nodded. After the class, Lucian started working on his monthly budget. He needed to give Auntie Alisa 3 nars every month for the meals because he was now eating with their family more often. Also, more money would be spent on building a secret magic lab in the future when Alto calmed down and became safer. Besides money, Lucian still had lots of concerns. Buying too many glasswares for magic experiments could be very suspicious to the church, and Lucian currently had no idea what to do with them. He also needed some black robes, so he could sew some rows of small pockets inside for carrying more different magic reagents in the future. Burying his head in his arms, Lucian thought to himself, maybe I'll become a tailor sewing clothes for people rather than a sorcerer. The idea amused him a bit. Several days later at night, Lucian was reviewing the last magic he analyzed, Hammond's oscillation. even though it was too risky for him to practice the spell at this moment. Besides, by changing the vibration frequency of his spiritual power, now Lucian could leave an imperceptible magic mark on a target, which made him very happy. As for music, like Ryan commented, after a certain stage, his good memory could not help much anymore. His poor coordination became his biggest problem, so Lucian was still practicing the same etude. All of a sudden, Lucian heard someone or something was swiftly approaching his shack. Lucian hid all his stuff under the bed in a hurry and stood there in a defensive posture. Knock, knock, knock. What? The window opened by itself. Lucian felt a familiar wave of magic power coming inside. He was very nervous but also kind of excited. Was it another sorcerer apprentice or even a real sorcerer? A tawny owl flew in through the window and landed on the table. Somehow Lucian felt it had an arrogant-looking face, and the owl started speaking in a harsh voice. "You should open the window for me, you little boy." Lucian was not really scared. In the notes, the witch mentioned some animals that could talk. Some of them were sorcerers or sorceresses transformed into different kind of animals, while some of them were summoned pets. However, Lucian was not sure which one the owl was yet. Strolling on the table, the arrogant owl looked at Lucian from top to bottom. Then it started talking again. "Don't be afraid, boy. As long as you answer my questions honestly, Lord Doro won't hurt you." Lucian nodded his head, feeling a bit confused who was Lord Doro. The owl took a step forward and looked at Lucian's eyes. "Listen to my question. After the apprentice died, did any sorcerer or sorceress come here and asked you about her?" 4D tracking. As long as all the required reagents were ready, an apprentice could start summoning his or her own pet. With different reagents, there were also different summoned animals. Some could be common animals like owls, cats, or ravens, while some could be very powerful magic creatures like a fairy dragon. Once they were summoned, mysterious connections would be built between the owners and them. Thus, an owner could gain some special abilities based on the features of his or her summoned pet, and vice versa. As long as the pet was strong enough to handle magic, it could also use some of its owner's basic spells. For example, if one could summon a cat as his or her companion, the summoner usually would then have good night vision, and there would be also a significant improvement in the person's agility. Meanwhile, the cat could help its owner to cast some of the apprentice spells like darkness and organ preservation, even some basic necromantic spells. 41. Apprentice Group. Facing the threatening power, Smile subconsciously tried to avoid looking at the face shaded by the hood, as if there was a dreadful and evil pit hidden inside. He even thought it was possible that the sorcerer in front of him was a user of black magic. After putting on Ice Revenger, it kept infusing a steady cold flow into Lucian's body, strengthening his willpower. At the same time, Lucian could also sense the tension in the air built by the ring. With Ice Revenger, Lucian could be immune to all the apprentice-level magics working on his mind. The person who wore the ring could, at the same time, have the frightful presence buff, forcing people surrounding him or her to feel frightened, which was usually a buff of night. Without asking for permission, Lucian entered the room and closed the door behind him. Under the alert gaze of Smile, Lucian casually found a chair and sat down. Then he started talking again in the pretended harsh voice. 42. The secret meeting. After leaving the room, while Lucian was walking downstairs, he dispelled the spirit mark he left on Doro, as he didn't want Smile to somehow find out his own unique way of tracking. Carefully, Lucian approached the back door. Again, with some easy spells, Lucian managed to leave Copper Coronet quietly and no one ever noticed him. Just in case, Lucian took a very roundabout way first, instead of going back to his place directly. Lying in his bed, Lucian felt kind of encouraged since now he was certain that he was not alone. He was comforted by the fact that there were still other apprentices working hard while carefully hiding from the church. He wondered how many apprentices, sorcerers, and sorceresses were there in Alto in total. 43. A real professor. After he roughly went through some of the formulas in the article, Lucian found that the formulas in this world were basically consistent with what he had learned before at school. If there was no calculation mistake, the sorcerer should be able to locate and find the planet. However, including the author, no one ever managed to arrive on the target planet. So weird, Lucian thought to himself, feeling confused. Then he saw the author's introduction. Oliver Constantine, Grand Arcanist, Legendary Archmage, Level 3 in the profession of the Hand of Annihilation. 44. Knowledge is money. Mercury took out a small box in which there were 3 corpse mushrooms. One was darker than the other 2. She asked politely, "You can take them all if you're willing to answer my question, sir." Corpse mushroom was required in many magic potions. The average price was about 10 nars, and the darker ones were even more expensive. If they were badly in need, the price could be doubled or even more. Lucian couldn't resist the offer. He nodded, all right. Mercury found the article in the journal titled "A New Element Detected by a New Method" and asked, "My question is about the basic elements. The author defines Ti, which is extracted from sunstones, as an element in this article, but I thought only earth, fire, wind, and water were basic elements." 45. Lucian's Magic Lab. When Lucian had found most of the materials that he needed, it was time for him to call it a day. "I gotta go now," said Lucian in his pretended harsh voice. "We can continue over the next meeting." He also had to go back and review his physics and chemistry knowledge in order to explain more questions in better ways for the group members. To show their thankfulness, all of the apprentices stood up, laying their right hands on their foreheads, and bowed low to Lucian. "Mr. Professor, can we have the honor to keep you staying a bit longer? Each of us is going to share our recent thoughts by presenting them to the others later. It would be our great pleasure to have you here," Philosopher hopefully asked. The discussion part was open to anyone. All of the apprentices present were hoping Lucian would possibly make comments on their ideas. Even some random words from such a knowledgeable sorcerer could benefit them a great deal. 46. Sylvia. "Piano," Lucian answered. "Mr. Victor has improved his harpsichord and renamed it Piano. Soon he will register the new musical instrument in the association." While Lucian had made some progress in learning magic, he never slacked off in studying music. After all, he needed a decent job to make a living and, more importantly, to disguise his identity. Being a musician would be ideal enough. After all, no one would easily suspect an elegant and young musician to be an evil and notorious sorcerer. "Harpsichord, piano," Pierre repeated thoughtfully. Suddenly he became excited and dashed into the bookshelves. A moment later, Pierre came back with a book in his hand. "You're gonna need the book. I gained a lot from it. By the way, did I ever tell you that in 4 months I'll take the qualification test of the association? If I can pass it, I'll finally be a qualified musician." 47. Victor's Trouble. Weakly, Lucian asked in a trembling voice, Pierre, do you know who the other 3 madams are?" Lucian found himself only being able to recall the eyes of the last young lady, of her dangerous blue eyes. "Not, but I could imagine what happened." Pierre shrugged his shoulders. "Miss Sylvia has many noble lady friends, and some of them are knights who have awakened the blessing." "Well, you were staring at her legs so impolitely, so one of her friends probably just gave you a lesson using her knight power." "I see. I wonder if the younger lady was Princess Natasha. Her power was so overwhelming. Except Princess Natasha, I don't think there's another female knight in Alto who has such power. And the middle-aged woman standing beside her might be her guard," Lucian said to Pierre thoughtfully. 48. In the hall. Since the success and reputation of a teacher was also directly related to the students, Lot and Felicia were also quite worried. "Do something," Felicia rolled her eyes. "Do what?" Frowning his eyebrows, Lot answered thoughtfully, "A symphony is a quite long piece of music and usually consists of 4 parts. For a concert, 4 symphonies are enough. I don't understand why Mr. Victor insists on creating new symphonies. After all, he got so many good ones he wrote before to choose from." Mr. Victor did pick out the best one, and it will be one of the 4 symphonies. Standing beside, Athie joined their conversation, but it is also the only ready-made one from the 4 symphonies. Mr. Victor felt all the others are nowhere close to the best one. In order to present an excellent concert, Mr. Victor has to make sure all the pieces of music are equally impressive. 49. Symphony of Destiny. Victor didn't loosen his fist until the gate of the hall slowly closed. With a long sigh, he turned around and said to Rhine and the rest of the orchestra, "I'm going back to my office to finish my work. Everyone keep practicing, please. Mr. Victor, please don't push yourself too much." Rhine put down his violin and walked to Victor. His face looked serious. "I don't think you can come up with a good melody with your current mood." Victor's mind was being bothered by fatigue, depression, and anger at the same time. He nodded. "Thank you, Rhine, I just need some rest." "Lucian, Lot, you two accompany Mr. Victor to his office. Felicia and Herodotus, you two keep practicing," Rhine said to the students. On the way to the 3rd floor, Victor didn't say anything. Neither Lucian nor Lot knew what to do, so they just followed him silently. 50. Composing. Lucian kept playing. He could only press the keys one by one since the skills required in this symphony were far beyond his beginner level. Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus felt there was a heavy hammer knocking on their heads. Their anxiety and anger were accumulating. Enough, Herodotus and Lot cried out at the same time. What? Lucian turned his head and looked at them innocently. Mr. Victor asked us to practice, and I am practicing, then what are you two doing here? Lucian, gripping his fists, Herodotus's face flushed with anger. However, he was too short and thin for a fight. Lucian had been practicing fighting for a while and was half a head taller than him. A few seconds later, Herodotus shook his fist in the air. I don't want to be punished by Mr. Victor for beating you up. Then he turned around and burst out of the practice room. 51, the new message. After pressing the last key, Lucian slowly removed his hands from the keyboard. A feeling of accomplishment rose in his mind. Through the 3 weeks of diligent practice, now Lucian could play the masterpiece relatively fluently with some simple skills. Of course, it was not perfect, but Lucian believed that Mr. Victor could easily tell its value. Lucian, Felicia was standing beside the door with her hand on the doorknob, looking very confused but also surprised. Felicia, sorry, I didn't notice you were here. Lucian stood up and pushed the piano stool under the keyboard. What did you say? The song you played was quite impressive. You've made great progress. Felicia looked away. She was not used to making compliments, especially to Lucian. Thank you, Felicia. Grabbing his music sheets, Lucian walked to Felicia. I gotta go now, it looks like a storm is coming. 52, Baron Lawrence. The night was hot and suffocating. A storm was coming. Lucian purposely chose a different way, approaching the abandoned house from beside the tall willow, which took him more than 10 minutes. Standing in the shadow, he did not approach the building immediately. Instead, he stayed there for a while and noticed there were 3 people dressed in black robes standing in front of the abandoned house. From their figures, Lucian could tell one was Smile and another one was Philosopher. However, Lucian could not recognize the third person. Thus, he did not lower his guard. Grabbing a black, weird-shaped magic reagent in his hand, he silently cast a spell. The thing in his hand started trembling faster and faster, and ultrasonic waves began to expand outwards in all directions. That was Bat Screaming, the first spell created by Lucian on his own. 53. The Professor's Oscillation Hand. It was very late in the hot and suffocating night, but even then there were several people wearing black robes quietly walking on the streets. Aside from them, only a few drunkards were loafing around aimlessly. However, Lucian and his companions did not lower their guard at all. They had to be very careful to avoid the night watchers of the church. Those church watchers were like hounds wandering at night, chasing after the scent of evil. The black gloves those watchers always wore were the shared nightmare of every sorcerer in Alto. After 10 minutes, Philosopher stopped and said to Lucian in a low voice, Mr. Professor, we're here, the passage is in the house. The house was sitting on the boundary of the Noble and Aduran districts, looking pretty plain, even old, and was enclosed by a few dilapidated buildings. 54. Calm Hunters. Inside of the hall, Laurent, wearing a silver robe, was standing in the center of the altar. His distorted face was full of excitement and ecstasy. He could feel it. He could feel the shadow entering his body. His blood was running and crying, gradually changing his body. 40 years of waiting and dreaming. Today he could finally start regaining the glory of his family. The mixed moans in his ears changed into the applauses and cheers on his knight title conferring ceremony. However, at this time the whole house started shaking all of a sudden. Earthquake, is this a punishment? Although Laurent had changed his belief in order to chase the dark power in his mind, he still respected and feared the God of truth. However, now he was just one step away from the great success. He could not give up at this point. 55. Midnight Bang. The black shadow was even faster than Baron Laurent, faster than what most people could see. If the men and women who were screaming and escaping had stopped at this time, the only thing they would see was a blurry shadow. Only a person who had awakened blessing in their blood could be this fast. The person was a genuine knight. Within 2 seconds, the dagger already came close to Lucian's back. None of them realized what was going on behind them but Lucian. He suddenly sensed the great danger when the dagger was only a few centimeters away from him. However, Lucian knew he was no rival to the attacker. Also, it was too late for him to cast any protection spell, thus the only choice Lucian had was to fiercely leap forward as fast as he could. 56. The Night Watcher. The moment when Lucian saw the Night Watcher, he threw the tube of flame gel in his hand toward the guy without hesitation, then continued running toward the entrance of the secret passage. He had cast the spell in the Ice Revenger ring, so the flame gel was now his most powerful weapon. He was aware that bat screaming couldn't work well in such a stormy night. The only thing Lucian could blame now was his bad luck. The night watcher, wearing a pair of black gloves, was also very experienced in fighting with magic apprentices, sorcerers, as well as evil creatures at night. And the gloves he was wearing were also a decent magic item, enchanted with different demon-constraining spells. That was why there were not many night watchers from the church. Besides, every night watcher was by no means being unskilled. Some of them were high-level squires, some of them pastors, and some were even knights. 57. Take fate by the throat. 11:20 in the morning, inside the director's office in the Musicians Association. You gotta pick one out now. These are all your good works from the past, said Othello with his eyebrows frowning. We've been waiting for you for about 20 minutes. I'm sorry, mister. Othello, can I have some more time? Victor's face had a deadly paleness. His dim eyes had been losing focus for a while and the musical notes were not making sense at all to him. Wolf was there as well, sitting right across the desk with director Othello. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Stop struggling, my friend. Just randomly pick one out. After all, they look pretty much the same to me. Mr. Othello still needs to have lunch with Her Highness later. 58. This is fate. It was the first time Lucian, a shy and rather introverted guy, expressed his emotions completely through music. Lucian's persistence and faith were on full display in his playing. Although Lucian was still a bit unskilled, it did not affect the audiences in the room. Felicia, Lot, Herodotus, Rhine, and of course Victor all felt what Lucian wanted to tell them while they had different understandings. Felicia, as the only girl present, was holding her hands and twisting her fingers together. Her father did not inherit the family's title, so she almost gave up her music dream and married a random noble. She often doubted herself, asking herself if she could really make her dream come true if her choice was right. Hearing Lucian's fully dedicated playing, all her worries came to her mind. Can I overcome all the difficulties and become a female musician? Will I be respected because of my own achievements and be able to choose my own love? 59 confirmations. Oh, Mr. Victor, Lot, and Herodotus couldn't believe that their teacher refused to accept this precious gift. Although there were still some problems with Lucian's playing, this was still a great piece of work. If Victor was willing to revise it and recompose it into a symphony, it could possibly become one of the greatest works in the music history, the most brilliant gem on the crown of symphony. Even Felicia felt that what Mr. Victor just said was unbelievable. Waving his right hand, Victor stopped them and turned to Lucian again. Mr. Victor, Lucian realized that he couldn't persuade his teacher unless he cast a spell on him. He did not know what to say. Thank you, Lucian. Thanks God. Holding his hand over his heart, Victor smiled. It is the most touching music I've ever heard. Thank you. Now I have a new understanding toward music. And can I have the honor to present this great piece of work on the concert as conductor? 60. Lucian ensued. Although this was not his original plan, Lucian nodded. No problem, Mr. Victor. As long as no one would suspect him of being involved with sorcery or heresy stuff, Lucian did not really care if some people would accuse him of plagiarizing. In many of the religious books in the library, music was compared to a treasure that God gave to people, the most powerful weapon that people had in fighting against all the difficulties. Thus, music was always regarded as a symbol of light and hope, having nothing to do with darkness and evil. Besides, from the books he read and the conversations among Lot, Felicia, and Herodotus, Lucian noticed the barrier between the church and the nobles. Although the nobles still revered God, the idea that religion and government should work separately started emerging in Alto, the city where the church dominated almost everything. 61 questioning. There was a knock at the door. Othello raised his head and asked, "Who is that?" "It's me, Victor." Victor's voice sounded softer now. "Well, come in then, Victor." Othello seemed to be in quite a good mood. Othello had failed to awaken the blessing. In order to secure his title and fortune, he worked hard to please the Grand Duke and also Princess Natasha, who had already inherited the title of Violet Countess. It seemed like Othello had a pretty good conversation with Her Highness. Victor slowly opened the door and entered the room along with Lucian. Othello raised his head with a bit of a smile on his face, which was very rarely to see. His black suit was still clean and tidy without any stain from the heavy rain. 62. Trouble solved. Lucian did not panic. Instead, a series of thoughts came to his mind. Did the church find out it was me? No, it can't be. If the church had found this out, they wouldn't have waited until now. I was involved in the witches' trouble before. I must be on their list of suspects, but not on the top. Lucian paused a bit and answered, I stood up late to complete the last part of my music work, then I felt very sick in the morning, so I asked for a leave. Now I'm feeling much better, that's it. Did you see a doctor? What was wrong with you? Can anyone prove it? Corella questioned closely. No one, I was not sick, I was just really tired, Lucian answered calmly. I can prove for him, sir. Victor took a step forward. Every time when I finished composing, I felt the same tiredness. You are, Corella glanced at him, Mr. Victor is Lucian's music teacher, a musician. Alina introduced, feeling very surprised that Lucian could somehow compose a piece of music so quickly. 63. The Psalm Hall. The starry sky was deep and dark. Again, Lucian was using the power of the star to refine his spiritual power in the meditation world. Among all the stars, Lucian's host star was the brightest one, and also the easiest one for him to control. The light of the star slowly covered Lucian's soul. Lucian could feel his soul was being nurtured by the star and his spiritual power was improving. With the help of Storm, Lucian was more energetic than ever, so his progress was rapid. Soon, he felt his soul was filled with power. It seemed like the power was outstretching his soul to reach the stars. For the first time, Lucian realized that his soul could be solidified with power. 64. The Nobles. The shade of purple on the coaches was elegant and gentle. Both coaches were emblazoned with the same coat of arms, a strong armored arm grabbing a silver shield, surrounded by many bright purple violets together with fortress-like patterns. It was the coat of arms of Orvarit family, which was called the Family of Violet, and also the Shield of Truth. The two coaches stopped in front of the long red carpet. Nobles who had already entered the hall left their seats and came outside again, following Count Hain and Count Rafati to welcome the Grand Duke, while the musicians were standing in the distance to show their respect. A tall young lady with bright purple hair got off the coach first in her elegant black evening dress. 65. The Concert One. Sard seemed to be a bit slow, and his eyes were dull. However, his smile was still very gentle and nice. He did not respond to Orvarit and Natasha's question immediately, but followed his own pace to tell the story. Several months ago, some of our night watchers successfully targeted a sorcerer from the Congress, which is very rare since most of them who came to Alto before never stayed here long, not to mention trying to contact the many hiding sorcerers in Alto. After all, their shared goal was to find the remains of the ancient magic empire in the Dark Mountain Range. Well, Orvarit rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe they were also trying to have more sorcerers and sorceresses in Alto to know and join their Congress in order to grow and expand. As far as I know, that's something that the Congress has been working on for more than 200 years. As a pious believer, the Grand Duke definitely knew much more about sorcerers than most other people did. 66. The Concert 2. My little niece mentioned before that the composition of the Second Symphony took Victor around 2 to 3 years. After knowing that he would be holding a concert in the Psalm Hall, he spent another 3 months in my younger brother's manor for improvement. And it indeed reminded me of the boundless ripe wheat field in my hometown. Smiling, Earl Hain introduced the story behind the symphony to the Grand Duke and the Princess, feeling slightly grateful to his niece, Felicia, who he never had fondness for in the past. Since the eldest son of the previous Earl died in a fight against the heretics, a contest started between the second and the youngest son of the Hain family. At that time, because the second son, who is also the current Earl Hain, had not awakened his blessing yet, and Felicia's father was much better favored by their father, the present Earl was in a great anxiety almost all the time. 67. The Innovator. The rhythm, the tone, and the accents falling on the beats gripped everyone's heart. No one could hide from the trials of life. The theme of the symphony was revealed directly, without any foreshadowing or implication. The horns took place before a second theme was introduced, symbolizing the fierce struggling between fate and will. As the first and the second theme interweaved with each other, the audience experienced great tension and pressure, as if they were personally on the battlefield, although they were only sitting in their seats. The reactions of the audience varied. Grabbing the armrests, the nobles such as the Grand Duke and Wolf, who had never experienced the cruelty of war in person, almost couldn't stand the fear in their hearts, while Knight Ven became very engulfed by the memories of the deep fear and horror that he suffered back in the days when he was fighting against the evil creatures and the heretics. 68. The Celebration. Some of the members in the orchestra were also relatively well-known musicians in Alto. Although when practicing, they already had a pretty high expectation on this concert, especially on Symphony of Fate. The heated response from the noble audiences and the many famous musicians tonight was still a great surprise for them. Victor was also very excited. He walked toward Rhine, his most intimate comrade in these days, and gave him a big hug. "Thank you so much, Mr. Rhine. You helped me with improving the harpsichord. You supported me all the time during the countless times of rehearsal. Without you, this concert could never be this perfect." Although Rhine remained quite silent all the evening, he was also very gratified by the success of the concert. "Thank you, Victor. It is my honor to work with you, Mr. Victor, and with Lucian as well." He smiled. 69 Revenant Dust. It was already 11 in the late night when Lucian left the Psalm Hall. Only few lights were still twinkling along the dark and empty street. Although the daytime in the month of harvest was hot, the rain-swept night was very cool and pleasant. Lucian's mind was refreshed by the cool air. He gradually woke up from the ecstasy and started to plan his next step. If everything went well, Lucian would be leaving Aduran very soon, thus he had to clean the underground lab up as soon as possible in case some random tramps would inadvertently enter the shack when there was no one there. Before that, Lucian decided to collect some revenant dust tonight when the lab was still fully equipped, and then he could turn his attention to the search of Moonlight Rose tomorrow. 70 The newspapers. When Lucian arrived at the Musicians' Association, only 2 guards were standing in front of the 5-story building, since most of the believers following the God of Truth usually spent their Sunday morning in the church. "Good morning, Mr. Evans." The 2 guards smiled and greeted Lucian. "Morning," Lucian nodded, feeling a bit surprised. Since the concert finished late last night, it was quite surprising that the guards were already showing respect to him in this following Sunday morning. Lucian wondered if maybe it was Alina who told the guards, because she was the only one among all the concert audience who needed to work on Sunday. Before Lucian entered the building, he heard they were whispering, "3 months ago, Mr. Evans was still carrying garbage for our association. He asked me to do him a favor looking after his trolley. Now look at him, a musician. I know, the last time I saw him he was still a music student. Never expected he was such a genius." 71 The White Letter. Weighing the moneybag, although most of the time Lucian was able to stay quite calm, now he was a bit thrilled. "Well, I can be quite a money grubber sometimes." Lucian mocked himself a bit in mind. Lucian was aware that there was supposed to be 34 gold coins in the bag, but he did not say anything about it, and of course Hank would not mention anything as well. It was an unspoken rule, Lucian knew that. After leaving Hank's office, Lucian decided to visit Pierre in the library. After all, they worked together for more than 2 months. Lucian should at least say goodbye to him as friends. Staring blankly, Pierre was sitting behind the counter, which was blanketed by 2 outspread newspapers. "Good morning, Pierre," Lucian greeted. 72 Conversation over the letter. In order to stay calm, Lucian firstly closed the door. Then he reached his left hand into the pocket and grabbed Ice Revenger. Carefully, he controlled the aura of the ring surrounding his own body, since Lucian speculated that the person leaving the letter should not know that he was a sorcerer instead of a common young man. The ice coldness from the ring cooled Lucian down. With great caution, Lucian opened the letter using his right hand. This piece of paper was of no special material. It looked like the letter was printed instead of written, since every single letter on the paper was almost too neat. "Dear Mr. Evans, it is our great honor to have Mr. Joel and his family with us. As long as you are willing to do us a little favor, we will take good care of them here. When we get what we want, Mr. Joel and his family will be back safe and sound, and with a decent amount of money. It is a fair trade." 73 Unexpected information. With hasty footsteps and frowning eyebrows, Lucian was acting like an ordinary person who encountered kidnapping for the first time. Meanwhile, he was also much calmer than most of the ordinary people. After all, back when he was communicating with the cult's priest, Lucian had already showcased his calmness when facing situations. Hence, acting alarmed, flustered, or completely uncalm would only serve to garner suspicion. Lucian entered a focused state, maintaining his soul in a loft manner as though he was another person, looking down upon his body and observing the surrounding crowd carefully. Rushing out and heading for the noble district was a test itself. However, since Sunday noon was often the busiest time in Aduran and the kidnapper was currently more powerful than Lucian, he did not find anything special. Unlike facing gangsters in the past, he wasn't able to use his extraordinary spiritual powers to vaguely figure things out. 74 Felicia's Request. Looking around, Lucian made sure there was no one near them. Then Felicia and Lucian walked through the garden in front of the house. "Can I ask you to do me a favor, Felicia?" Lucian looked serious. "A favor?" Felicia slightly frowned her beautiful eyebrows. "My father's just a chief clerk and my uncle never liked us. I'm not sure if I can help." If Lucian asked before the concert, Felicia would directly reject him. However, now that Felicia had seen Lucian's talent, she knew that having a good relationship with Lucian would definitely benefit her a lot. What the noble life taught Felicia in the past years was not only how to enjoy the luxury lifestyle, but also how to weigh the advantages and disadvantages. 75. The Mosquito. When Lucian was transcribing the sentences, a scarlet line of words suddenly emerged on the white paper as if blood was leaking out. Stop what you're doing now, or you'll receive a body. The quill dropped on the ground. Lucian pretended that he was scared. I was just trying to make some notes in case I might forget some of your requests. We don't see any necessity to take this ridiculous notes. This is your last chance, Mr. Evans. Keep taking similar actions if you're looking forward to a dead body. Let me remind you, thanks to what you did, one more finger for you tomorrow, replied the kidnappers. Of course, the fact that Uncle Joel and Auntie Alyssa were hurt was very painful to Lucian. However, he couldn't let the feeling of guiltiness and pain affect his judgment too much. From the moment Lucian decided not to cooperate with the kidnappers, he knew that there must be a cost. What he could do was minimize the cost as much as possible. 76. Revelation. Leaving the paper ball on the table, Lucian took out the letter from the crate. Within his expectations, a few lines of words just emerged. It seems like you received our gift already. The 3 fingers are just a warning for you. Don't do stupid things or we'll have no choice but to kill Joel and his family. We can see you and we're way more powerful than you think. The ball is called seen. Crumble the ball and you'll see what you want. Lucian already sensed the magnetism of the small ball, which should be able to function like a camera. Thus, without hesitation, Lucian destroyed the ball with his hand. Dark smoke came out from the ball, and the smoke gradually took the shape of a black and white screen, showing Lucian a short moving scene. 77. Ratatia Palace. Turning around, Felicia noticed that Annie, Colin, and some other students were all standing around and trying to talk to Lucian. She slightly smiled and took a step forward. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to celebrate the great success of the concert and the achievement Lucian made with his Symphony of Fate, I want to invite everyone to the ball on Friday evening in my family's house. Mr. Victor agreed, and now I want to see how many of us want to attend the ball. Although Felicia was not willing to let other of her classmates have a close relationship with Lucian like she already did, she understood that purposefully excluding the other classmates was not a good way to leave a favorable impression on Lucian. Really? I'd love to. Renee put a big smile on her face. It's my great pleasure. All of the other students promised to go as well. What about you, Lucian? Felicia smiled. An idea suddenly flashed through Lucian's mind. He nodded and answered, of course, Felicia. 78. Taking the risk. Lucian forced himself to put a smile on his face. Maybe I'm too nervous in the palace in front of the princess. Please forgive me, Your Grace. At the same time, Lucian had a good relief in his mind. Finally, the princess asked. The anxiety, the restlessness, and the nervousness that Natasha noticed were all conveyed by Lucian purposefully. Lifting her beautiful eyebrows, Natasha said to Lucian, "Don't be afraid of me because I'm a princess or a knight, Lucian. A man can respect or even worship someone else but not be intimidated. That's the spirit of men, the spirit of knights. I'll work on it, although I have a rather poor background, I'll get better." Lucian was a bit surprised by Natasha's comment, but he still answered properly. 79. Crying soul. Everything in the lab remained the same after the last time Lucian left. There was no scent of any strangers, but only the slight smell of sulfur coming from the secret air vent. In the first half an hour, Lucian was doing meditation to stay focused, and more importantly, to wait until the night watchers left and the heretics started to monitor his room again. After making sure nothing on the ground went wrong, Lucian started to activate the magic circles engraved on the table with his spiritual power. Then he took out a tube of revenant dust, 3 corpse mushrooms, some brain tissue of the aquatic zombie, and some other reagents. Wearing the gloves, Lucian picked up a corpse mushroom with a silver dagger and moved it into a magic circle for weighing. 80. Moonlight and marks. Lucian had no choice but to accept the dark power, although he had no idea what the evil power would do to his body. At the same time, outside of Lucian's shack, a foot stepped out of the darkness. The silver moon in the sky suddenly lit up a bit, and the moonlight that entered Lucian's shack through the window became even brighter, as if there was a thin layer of frost around the place. In his blurry consciousness, Lucian saw a beautiful silver moon in his meditative starry sky and felt his body was covered with the gentle moonlight. The light became brighter and brighter. In the moonlight, a weak power which was hiding in Lucian's body woke up and was rapidly developing. Within only a few seconds, the new power overthrew the dark power and dominated the body. Lucian's blessing had finally awakened, and his power was related to the silver moon. His heartbeat gradually slowed down, calm as usual, although his body still felt limp and numb. 81. Confirmation. The marks on the wall were messy and complicated. Lucian even directly wrote down the word Mden, since he had no idea how to express it in the secret code. Then, using the moonlight blessing, Lucian left the area and carefully approached his shack. Hiding in the darkness, he intently sensed the supernatural power inside his house. The night watchers had left. In the moonlight, Lucian could directly see the eyes which were monitoring him the whole night. The pair of eyes floating in the air were almost transparent, staring at the pile of messy blankets in the bed. However, the eyes did not have pupils. While common people would be really scared by the horrible scene, Lucian felt quite lucky. Fortunately, this pair of eyes could not sense the heat, or he would have been found out already. In the darkness, Lucian waited patiently. Half an hour later, the transparent eyes gradually disappeared. A new cycle should start soon. 82. Lucian's confession. Natasha was wearing a simple training suit after having practiced swordsmanship. Her legs were long and straight. Confess. She looked a bit confused, but soon became serious. Confess what, Lucian? Natasha was very different than usual. Now she was like a leopard ready to launch an attack. Lucian did not answer the princess instantly. Instead, he turned around and looked at Lady Camel silently. Natasha was very smart. She understood what Lucian was worrying, especially seeing that Lucian was still playing the piano. I trust Lady Camel with my life, Lucian, so there's no need to ask her to leave. And in Ratatia, no one can spy on us. Your Grace, we can never be too careful. Camel stood up and her blue eyes started to shine brightly. Her whole body gradually became transparent and turned into a statue made of seawater. 83. The ball. While Victor, Rhine and Lot were talking about Felicia's family's manor, Lucian was looking at the scenery outside the coach's side window. Are you okay, Lucian? You're not interested in Bern, the wine exclusively produced by Hain family's chateau? Noticing Lucian's silence, Rhine smiled to him and asked. The wine named Bern was very famous in Alto. The especial grapes produced in the manor's field were of great quality. Only guests who were invited to the manor could have a chance to taste it. I'm fine, Mr. Rhine. Actually, I'm feeling a bit concerned since I know nothing about dancing. It's quite embarrassing. Lucian found an excuse to disguise the load on his mind. I can teach you, although you're not a lady, Rhine joked. You can take me as your beautiful lady. Lucian put an awkward smile on his face. 84. Chaos. With moonlight, Lucian moved quickly through the woods like a shadow. Although the manor was quite far from Larnaca Canyon, 20 minutes later, he could already see the shining Massal River, which was very close to the canyon, reflecting the moonlight in front of him. Lucian slowed down a bit to be more cautious. He saw several campfires blazing in the distance, which were probably lit by adventurers. The river bed was covered with countless pebbles. The river named Massal kept running eastwards and in the end joined Belem River. Wearing a black hood, Fire Wolf stepped out of the tree's shadow very cautiously. There was an unfeathered, bright red-skinned bird standing on his shoulder. Tonight, the Night Watchers were making an ambush in a distance, and the leader of the Night Watchers, Clown, was waiting for his signal. 85. Sneak into the caves. Around 1 kilometer away from the wood cabin, there was a huge cedar. Lucian was sitting on the cedar waiting for the end of the fight between the church and Argent Horn. When he saw the black wave which devoured the Night Watcher's signal, Lucian calculated the angle and the distance, and thus located where Argent Horn was actually hiding. About 90 meters northwest of the wood cabin, Lucian murmured in a low voice. At the same time, Lucian looked at another direction and wondered in his mind. She should have noticed the chaos already. As the heretics and the Night Watchers started to gather together, Lucian felt it was finally time for him to take action. 86. The reinforcements. Inside the cave, there was a long and slanted paved path heading toward the underground palace. Around every 10 meters, there was a candlestick on the stone wall. The yellow candlelight was rather dim and made the pathway even more thrilling. Quick as a shadow, Lucian quietly followed the pathway and went into the deeper darkness. The silver-robed great priest was checking the other pathways through which the hounds of the church might sneak into the relic. However, he left the main entrance for last since Angola was fighting in the front, and that gave Lucian precious time to find the dungeon. Instead of spreading his spiritual power, Lucian was using his acute hearing to sense his surroundings. It seemed most of the guards were currently out to fight against the Night Watchers, since Lucian heard no one talking or walking. In the nest of the Heresy, he needed to be very cautious with the use of any supernatural power. 87. Killing. Jansen's blessing gave him not only the irritated personality, but also a sharp instinct. The moment he sensed the danger, Jansen turned his wrist and fiercely flipped the leather whip backwards. Lucian was prepared, and he was also faster than Jansen. Tapping the ground with one foot, Lucian quickly changed the direction of his movement, and at the same time he easily cut off the leather whip with the dagger in his hand. Without any hesitation, Jansen threw the whip away and grabbed his triple-headed flail from the table. The big chunks of muscle under his leather armor almost burst out, and his eyes became red, like those of a furious bull. Facing Jansen's huge weapon, Lucian suddenly stopped and dropped a handful of fine powder on the ground. A deafening thunder burst out. 88. The end of the betrayer. The flail was so heavy that even Lucian, who was already stronger than common people, was having a hard time lifting it over and over again. Powerful as it was, the flail soon tore the bodies into pieces, and the flame and acid quickly destroyed the body parts completely. Lucian was now feeling a bit concerned, because during the fight he had absolutely no idea how dangerous this weapon was. If he really got hit by this flail without his moonlight armor, he would be seriously injured. Within only 30 seconds, the bodies turned into a small puddle of unknown green liquid and some ashes floating in the air. Lucian kicked over the water bucket in the corner and quickly cleaned up the mess on the floor. As for the floating ashes, he summoned a gust of wind by heating up some of the air inside that room and cooling down the air outside of it to blow the ashes away to the aisle. 89. The anger of the Night Watchers. After leaving the line of words, Lucian checked the body carefully and found 2 magic items, which luckily remained intact from the fierce battle. One was a dark red bracelet, woven by some sort of fine red plant fiber. Although it looked rather plain, the bracelet possessed a great power of illusory flame that surprised Lucian quite a bit when he was examining it with his spiritual power. He believed that this bracelet was even more powerful than his Ice Revenger, and the bracelet was at least a level 2 high-ranked magic item. The other thing Lucian found was an iron black dagger that felt very cold and sharp. Lucian put the bracelet and the dagger into the pockets of his robe. Standing up and looking around, he was quite sure that he could still find more magic items from these dead bodies scattered everywhere. In the next second, however, Lucian quickly dispelled this idea, warning himself not to be greedy. 90. Everyone loved the moon. The 5 Night Watchers were standing around the body like statues. Deep silence enwrapped everyone with tremendous pressure. In the darkness, Clown clenched his fists with rage and slowly squeezed out a word through his teeth. "Oh, Professor." Taking off the black gloves, Salvador, the cannon holder, put his bare hands on the chest and started to pray for the 25 deceased Night Watchers. His voice sounded very solemn. "You gain when you give. You live forever after you die. Paradise is open to you." Then Salvador pulled out his white handkerchief and tied it on his wrist. "The day that I burn Professor to death will be the day I take this off." Following Salvador's suit, the Grand Knight Lend also tied on a white handkerchief and lowered his head. "I'll never forget this battle, my fellows. This so-called professor will pay in blood." 91. Relief. Did you see Joel, Alyssa, and Ivan? Are they safe now? Where are they now? Recovering from the surprise of suddenly seeing the princess on his windowsill, Lucian asked so eagerly that he forgot to use the proper salutation. Anyone who cared about his or her family would definitely react like this, and Lucian regarded them as his closest relatives in this world. Although he had killed Jansen and the squires in the dungeon, Lucian was still looking forward to the confirmation from the princess. After all, the battle tonight was so cruel that ordinary people like Joel, Alyssa, and Ivan could easily become the innocent victims of the many powerful magic spells. "Well, I was fighting on the front line, Lucian," said Natasha, a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, I should have paid more attention to your family, but don't worry, Lucian. I did confirm with the knight who was responsible for saving the hostages, and they are safe." 92. The prophecy. Close to the dark mountain range, the silver-robed great priest Ilya was standing on a rock, looking down at the few heretics kneeling on the ground. The rage of the great priest was horrible. The huge rock started to crack from his dark power. "Who can tell me what the hell happened?" Ilya was shouting like a wounded beast. "They suffered a great loss tonight. The power of Argent Horn in the duchy was almost annihilated. The number of the members who survived was less than 10, including a level 5 Dark Knight, Dragon, 2 High Priests, 3 ordinary priests, and an ordinary Dark Knight. Years of Ilya's hard work were ruined overnight." Now his body was covered by a layer of black fire with a strong smell of sulfur. As the silver hood slipped down, Ilya's face was revealed. There were 2 goat horns on his head and his eyes were bloody red. The knights and the priests kneeling in front of him didn't dare to look up. 93. Recomposing. The coachman was so experienced that Lucian did not feel the road bumpy at all. Having lots issues troubling his mind, by the time Lucian stopped thinking, the coach was already in front of Lord Ven's manor. "Mr. Evans, we've arrived. Do you need me to tell the guards?" The coachman turned around and asked Lucian politely. An elegant gentleman usually did not talk to ordinary guards. "No, thanks," Lucian smiled. "My friend is a squire here, we're equal." With his awakened blessing, Lucian was only a step away from becoming a knight. However, in his mind, he and John were simply good friends, and there was no level or class difference between them. It was Ian and Durrego who were guarding the gate today. Immediately they puffed out their chests when they saw the fine coach with the coat of arms of Fire Bull, ready to welcome the guest. 94. The sword. At the end of the class, Victor said to his students, "I know many of you are hardworking, and some of you have been studying canon on your own for a while. I'd like to see every one of you try to write a piece of canon to facilitate your understanding toward this compositional technique." While the other students were pretty excited about it, Lucian remained silent with his own thoughts. Seeing that, Victor said to Lucian, "Lucian, although you're indeed very talented, don't underestimate canon. Simple as it seems to be, an outstanding piece of canon can still become a masterpiece that lasts for generations, just like Mr. Hersey's canon in D. And practicing canon is very beneficial to a student like you, who don't have a very solid music foundation." 95. Felicia's birthday party. Felicia's birthday party. Since it was not an investiture, the manners were not of great complexity. Lucian saluted the princess with a knight's etiquette, and the princess leaned the sword against Lucian's shoulder. "May your sword guard your will," said Natasha seriously. Then Lucian took the sword from Natasha's hands and followed her instruction to leave a willpower mark on alert. Alert was of an ordinary level 1 knight's attack force, and it could help its owner to be as sensitive to the surroundings as a level 2 knight. While sorcerers called them magic weapons, the nobles and pastors called them extraordinary weapons, which did not require registration in their owner's spirit. The owner of an extraordinary weapon or item just needed to leave a mark of his or her willpower to activate it. However, according to some makers' will, some of these weapons or items rejected certain kinds of users and their power could not be activated. 96. The serenade. "Hi Felicia, happy birthday." Standing in front of Felicia, Natasha smiled. "Sorry that I came without being invited." No, it's my great pleasure, Your Grace." Felicia was almost too excited to speak properly. "I really wanted to invite you, Your Grace. But I'm not qualified, I'm just—" I know. Natasha gently touched Felicia's hair and comforted her. "Don't call me Your Grace. Just call me Natasha, like many years ago when we were playing together in the manor. I remember that back in the days when the old Count was still alive, we always went hunting with Uncle Samuel, Alfred, and Harrington. I was so short and always fell over." All those memories came back to Felicia. "I cried a lot." "Yes, you did, and 10 years later you're turning 18. Natasha's heart was also softened by those memories. "Alfred and Uncle Samuel must be very happy in heaven seeing you become such a gorgeous noble lady." 97. G major. In this world, serenade was originally a music genre performed for expressing love or affection, which was considered a suitable kind of music piece for the evening. As there were many nobles who were fond of chasing different music trends, the style of serenade also changed over time and was played more and more often over evening parties. In Alto, the city of Salm, serenade was never really mainstream. Instead, symphony and concerto were more popular as they were always regarded as more solemn and elegant. When they were talking about piano fingerings, Sylvia smiled to her teacher and said, "I've seen Mr. Julian's serenade in your office before, and indeed it's very suitable for playing on evening parties." Christopher immediately understood the intention of her words. He shook his head and smiled. 98. The charm of piano. Natasha's purple eyes were lit up by the allegro. After listening to the first 2 bars, she instantly knew that this piece of bagatelle would not let her down. Subconsciously relaxing her hands, all of Felicia's concerns disappeared and her eyes started to shine with excitement. That was the most fabulous serenade she had even heard, even though it was just part of the whole work. Pleasant and cheerful, gentle and elegant, a few guests at the party nodded slightly, following the rhythm while beating time to the music. They wanted to dance. Smiles appeared on their faces. Lucian's long and beautiful hands were moving on the keyboard in a smooth and free manner. His fingers, wrists, arms, and even his body were working cooperatively to present this perfect piece of piano bagatelle. Besides the melody itself, Lucian's manner of playing was also a feast for the guests' eyes. 99. Natasha's request. The breeze was gentle and cool. Standing on the patio and bathing the bright moonlight, Lucian felt revitalized. However, at that time, Lucian realized that he was being rude since he saw that two beautiful ladies were on the patio as well, snuggling and kissing. The arousing scene of the two beauties showing their love toward each other in the moonlight was like a fabulous painting. Lucian's face twitched a bit and then blushed. When he was about to leave the patio, one of them stopped him and asked, "Lucian, what's that look on your face?" It was Natasha. With a slight redness on her cheeks, Sylvia was hiding behind Natasha, slightly gasping from the intense kissing. "I'm fine, fine," Lucian smiled in an embarrassed way. "What's going on in your mind?" Natasha slightly lifted her eyebrows and questioned Lucian closely. "Well, I'm thinking that what I just saw was not good for my eyes," said Lucian in a playful way. 100. The history. In the following morning, on his way to the Musicians' Association in the administrative district, Lucian was very surprised to find that the bagatelle he played at the party last night was being played everywhere in alto. Just like Victor said, it was way easier for a piece of serenade to become popular than for a symphony. As soon as Alina saw Lucian coming into the lobby, she waved to him with a big smile on her face. "Morning, Alina," greeted Lucian. "Why are you so happy today?" "I'm happy for you," covering her mouth, Alina giggled in a low voice. "Before you arrived, a few noble ladies came to the association to look for you. They were hoping that they could become your piano students. Miss Felicia's friend Yvette was here as well." Then she handed a pile of letters to Lucian. "These are all feedbacks from musicians who live nearby." 101. Legendary class. By comparing the translations and the original books, Lucian learned more about how to read Sylvanas and could now understand a big part of astrology and magic elements, although still with some difficulties. Several higher-level methods to meditate were provided in astrology and magic elements. Learning a lesson from what happened to the witch, Lucian decided to stick to his current meditation for now, before he could thoroughly understand how the other methods worked. One thing in the book captured Lucian's attention. For a long time, Lucian was bothered by a question: if the principle of silent casting could be explained by the change in vibration frequency of spiritual power, then why, according to the book, one could cast a spell without using any magic reagent after successfully constructing the corresponding magic structure in one's soul with the four fundamental elements: earth, fire, wind, and water. 102. Sylvia's father. Although Lucian had completed the serenade called For Sylvia and had given the music sheet to the princess, he was still allowed to go to Natasha's study to read the books under her permission. She was hoping that the classic literature works might inspire him to produce more excellent music pieces. Thus, every Tuesday and Thursday Lucian arrived 2 hours earlier than before to read some books and then meet the princess. "What are you doing here?" Bake was walking around in the study after translating for a long time, and he asked Lucian with curiosity. "I'm taking notes," answered Lucian briefly, for future reference. Actually, there was no need for Lucian to take any notes at all, but Lucian's super outstanding memory surprised Bake a few times in the past 2 months. Lucian was a bit concerned that Bake might report this to the princess or someone else. In order to attract less suspicions, Lucian needed to do something to justify his great memory. 103. Lucian the historian. Well, although astrology is totally strange to me, Lucian was pretending that he knew nothing about astrology, while in fact, astrology was his specialty, and he clearly knew that there was a constellation named Thanos in memory of the King of the Sun. I read some similar poems before in the princess study, so I'm guessing it might be a prophecy poem. I don't think so. The folks told me that what the poem described really happened many, many years ago. Duroni denied Lucian's first guessing. I see. Lucian nodded. Dramatic as the poem seems to be, if it's not a prophecy, then I think it is a poem describing a catastrophe or something similar to that. That makes more sense, Mr. Duroni nodded. 104. The Young Visitors. The last week of the month of life, the third month of the year. As the weather was getting warmer, Alto, the city of Psalm, quickly recovered from the bitter winter and burst out great vigor, welcoming all the guests coming from different places all over the continent to join the Alto Music Festival, which was held every 3 years. Musicians, instrumentalists, bards, and nobles from other countries flocked to the biggest city close to the dark mountain range. Even in the afternoon, there was still huge traffic in front of the city gate in Nalan district. Lilith, a pink-haired girl, was pulling her elder brother's arm to make him walk faster. "Stop looking around like that, Sala." Saying that in a low voice, the girl seemed to be a bit pissed off with her elder brother, but clearly she did not want to draw attention from anyone. 105 Magic Lock. Staring at the young musician walking out of the darkness of the second floor, for a moment, an idea flashed through both Lilith's and Sala's mind. Mr. Evans was a sorcerer. However, a second later they felt a bit amused for having such silly thoughts. How could this young, talented musician who gained such vast popularity in Alto be a mysterious sorcerer? That was ridiculous. At this time, Lopez came into the living room followed by a bunch of servants who were holding candles. The whole space was immediately lit up. "I'm Lucian Evans." Lucian walked downstairs and smiled in a polite way. "I was told that you two came here because of an ancient manuscript." Mr. Evans, I'm Lilith." I like your music very much." Due to her nervousness, Lilith failed to answer Lucian's question properly. "For Sylvia is my favorite. I'm very glad to meet you." Facing this talented and good-looking young musician, the young girl's face flushed. 106. The Dream City of Music. Sitting in the coach, which moved rather smoothly, Lucian looked out the window and found that Alto became way busier than usual because of the music festival. Lots of coaches with strange coats of arms all of a sudden appeared on the streets, but they were familiar to Lucian, since he once read several books in Natasha's study introducing the stories behind the coats of arms of different families on the continent. Also, there were way more street artists and bards out there today. Among those people, Lucian noticed a familiar figure. It was Uncle Joel. Joel was playing lyre. It seemed the loss of 2 fingers of his left hand did not bother him too much. Surrounded by a bunch of people, Joel looked rather cheerful and excited. Lucian asked the coachman to stop. Then he left the coach and walked close to Joel. Standing behind the crowd, Lucian listened to his playing, smiling. 107 Lucian's repertoire. "Are they back?" Lucian was very surprised. He never expected that Argent Horn, after such a great loss, would bounce back so quickly. "Yes, the church has sent a night watch team out as well as a bunch of pastors, even some bishops." Natasha nodded. "I wish I could go too. Those heretics are just crazy." Lucian did not answer. He felt that some enthusiastic followers of the God of Truth were crazy as well. Natasha sat down on the couch. "Alto is super busy right now. Our security check can't be perfect, especially when we are actually short-handed. Please be careful, Lucian. I'm still eager to attend your concert." "I will, thank you for reminding me, Your Grace," answered Lucian. "Also, I have alert. Unless they send someone who's of a Grand Knight level or above, they cannot get the jump on me that easily. Still, I'm just a nobody." "Come on, you're not a nobody." Natasha waved her hand. "Your concert draws a lot of attention. We're all looking forward to it." 108 Warm-up for the festival. April 3rd Alto Music Festival. Music was everywhere on the streets. Today, Lucian was dressing less formally, with a simple brown coat, white shirt, and black trousers. Wandering on the streets, he was accompanied by Ivan, who also dressed like a little gentleman, since Joel and Alyssa decided to go out on a date to revive the passion and love that they had when they were young. Victor was busy with meeting different musicians and nobles from other cities and countries, and so were Felicia, Lot, and Herodotus. Natasha was feeling overwhelmed by the royal guests coming from all over the continent, and she spent all her spare time supporting Sylvia's upcoming concert. Ryan was invited to be the first violin for several concerts, and Lucian heard that he didn't even have time to eat. Even John could not find any time to hang out with Lucian. He needed to maintain the order on the festival. "Hey John," Lucian waved to his buddy who was patrolling on the streets. 109 Marcus. Seeing Lucian, Lilith was both excited and shy. "Your performance in that restaurant was awesome." Lucian somehow asked subconsciously, "Why are you two still in Alto?" "We still have time until..." Before Lilith finished her phrase, Sala cut her off directly since he realized that his younger sister might spill the beans inadvertently. "Mr. Evans, why did you think we wouldn't stay here for the music festival?" As soon as he asked, Sala regretted that he asked the question in such a harsh, defensive way, which could make he and Lilith even more suspicious. Lucian got a bit nervous too. He did not want Lilith and Sala to realize that he actually knew more about the ruins of a magic site than they thought. "You two were in quite a hurry when you visited me." Lucian's mind was working fast, "and I thought you had something urgent. That's why." "Oh, I see." Sala relaxed a bit and switched to a safer topic. "Like Lilith said, your playing was very impressive." 110 The Last and the First. Lucian reached out his hand. Nice to meet you, Mr. Marcus. Holding Lucian's hand, Marcus put on a sort of arrogant smile. Likewise, Lucian. I heard your name when I was in Shack. When I had just arrived in Alto a couple of days ago, I was about to visit you, but Mr. Victor asked me not to distract you from the preparation of your first concert. Marcus put some extra emphasis on the word first. In his mind, Lucian should not be respected as a musician until his first concert achieved great success. Mr. Victor often mentioned your name, saying that you're one of his most outstanding students. Lucian remained polite. In terms of concert experience, I'm not even close to you. 111 Pressure. The crystal dome in the air created by divine power had disappeared, but people still remained on the square, lingering over the last piece of symphony named The War of Dawn. Following the trend of theme music created by Symphony of Fate, Mr. Christopher's latest music piece was definitely great. Comparatively speaking, Sala was a bit hesitant. Magnificent as The War of Dawn is, Symphony of Fate to me is still impressive. Lilith nodded. Yes, I feel that the determination that Symphony of Fate carries is still stronger. Then she frowned her brows and looked worried, but Mr. Christopher's concert is still a great success. The concert tonight must have put even more pressure on Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans will be fine. Sala did not really know what to say. He won't let us down. Then what if he does? Lilith raised her head. After all, Mr. Evans is competing with the president of the Musicians Association. Sala looked at his sister and sighed. 112 The Art of Conducting. What was out of expectation was that the music did not start as soon as Lucian waved his baton. Standing in the front of the stage, he raised both of his arms up high. His whole body was shaking slightly, as if there was a great momentum of power coming out of his body. Before the audience realized what happened, Lucian quickly swung his arms backwards and lifted the baton again. Here came Serenade for Strings in G major. Short and direct, the music notes impacted every listener's mind. The confusion and nervousness of the audience suddenly disappeared, and they were now immersed in the joy brought by the serenade. Lucian was smiling. His whole body was rocking in a pleasant way together with the music. The happiness that was being delivered to the audience was so infectious that many of them started to nod and shake their bodies, synchronizing with the development of the music. 113 Piano Solo. The whole city was applauding Lucian's performance. In this world, people were not used to this kind of strong sensory stimulus. They were shocked. I almost can't breathe, said Lilith. Mr. Evans' conducting gives the symphony a new life. No one knows a music piece better than its composer. Sala was still applauding. His eyes were shining with excitement. Compared with those traditional conductors, conservative style, people who did not have too much knowledge about music absolutely preferred Lucian's way of presenting the music. He's crazy. Verdi was first impressed, but soon he felt that it was too much for him. Lucian simply has no idea about what is elegance. Verdi was not alone there. Many other conservative musicians who adhered to past practices nodded as Verdi was commenting. It could be foreseen that a bunch of critic reviews of Lucian's conducting would be found on tomorrow's Music Criticism and Symphony News. 114 Pathétique. Looking at Lucian bowing to the audience, Christopher seemed to be a bit emotional. When Victor and Ryan first introduced piano to me, although I could sort of see the potential of this new musical instrument, I never tried to compose anything specially for piano, not to mention to adapt any harpsichord or violin piece for it. The skills Lucian applied just now during his playing were very challenging. What he was trying to do was to learn from the playing skills for string instruments, which is remarkable. Practice makes perfect. Although Verdi was very impressed as well, he did not want to make a too favorable comment about Lucian, especially after awakening his blessing. The practice can't take long for him. 115 Let the Curtain Fall. Lucian bowed to the audience over and over again, and the thunder-like applause was still going on, and the people on the square were still shouting at the top of their lungs. Those nobles and famous musicians in the hall were touched, and they, especially the nobles, had not been touched so deeply for a long time. They tended to forget their own feelings, joy, sorrow, love, anger, just to be less vulnerable. However, no one could resist the power of music. Nobles were still human beings. Even though many of them had awakened their blessings, being physically strong could not turn their hearts into rocks. The beauty of music was shared by all, regardless of social status, gender, or age. Only a few religious zealots remained relatively calm. Lucian had no idea how many times he bowed to the audience. After a long time, they slowly calmed down, feeling both tired and peaceful. 116. Moonlight Sonata. After changing his clothes, Lucian left the psalm hall through the side door. Not far away from it, he saw a couple of coaches, in front of which stood Victor, Joel, and his family. All of a sudden, Lucian felt quite emotional. Taking a deep breath, he walked toward them. "Congratulations, Lucian, I'm so proud of you." Victor walked to Lucian and gave him a big hug. "Are you a bit depressed, Lucian?" Victor was very sensitive. "Thank you, Mr. Victor." Lucian forced a smile on his face. "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted." "I see." Victor showed his understanding. Playing 3 piano solos at a time is exhausting for any pianist. Then Victor gently patted Lucian's back. "Have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow night we'll celebrate your success." Tomorrow, to Lucian, the celebration party seemed to be quite in a hurry. "Yes," answered Victor, "since a couple of days later I'll be leaving Alto." 117. The Congress of Magic. Under the moonlight, the many beautiful flowers in the garden looked a bit hazy. Lucian and Rhine were walking through the flowers side by side, both of them remaining silent. A while later, Lucian could not hold himself back anymore. "Can you tell me where the headquarters of the Congress of Magic is now, Mr. Rhine?" Rhine looked at Lucian and smiled. "What do you think?" "Take a guess." "I thought about it." Lucian nodded. "I thought it was on the other side of the dark mountain range, or at least deep in the mountains. After all, the church failed to march further westward across the range. Does it make sense?" "A good guess," Rhine grinned. "But if you go there, what you can find deep in the mountains will be a bunch of crazy and gloomy sorcerers and sorceresses who survived the violent suppression, or say slaughter done by the church. People call them ancient sorcerers." "Really? How come they live that long?" Lucian was a bit surprised. 118. The End and the Beginning. The light fragrance of the flowers and the unique smell of earth were intoxicating, and the cool breeze was nice and gentle. When Lucian was standing in the garden alone, all of a sudden, the surroundings disappeared, and instead, a broad starry sky with a beautiful silver moon enveloped him. Lucian once again entered the world inside his soul. The shining string connecting Lucian's actual host star of destiny far away in the universe, and the star's inverted reflection in his soul appeared in the air. And the string, as a channel, was eagerly absorbing the power of the host star in order to nurture Lucian's soul. Gradually, certain changes happened in the soul, and Lucian felt that his soul was slowly substantialized. A while later, when Lucian reopened his eyes, there were countless stars in his dark pupils. He blinked again and then his eyes went back to normal. 119. Unlock. The silver moon was not there tonight. Only a couple of stars could be seen. Standing in front of the window, Lucian looked out of the curtain and felt a bit disappointed since his blessing couldn't be fully activated without the silver moon. Tonight only his speed and agility could reach a night level, but his physical strength would not be as good as when the moon was out. "At least I can still see some stars, or I wouldn't even be able to calculate the coordinate of the entrance of the magic lock." Lucian comforted himself, and it's safer to hide in the dark without the moonlight. According to the ancient script he had read before, the entrance of the magic lock called Grand Cross kept changing its location every 10 minutes together with the continuously moving stars until the sun rose up. Around 11 at night, Lucian put on his hooded black robe. 120. Silence. Staring at the street outside of the window, Lilith and Sala couldn't and dared not sleep. "I heard that from time to time there were people missing in this small town, and it has been happening more and more often in recent years." Lilith asked her elder brother, "Do you think it's because of the magic lock?" Sala shook his head. "I'm not sure. After all, I don't even know what kind of magic lock this is. I know the church once sent several pastors here before, but they found nothing suspicious. In the end, they guessed that some monsters or creatures in the mountain took them." Then Sala pointed at the small house on the other side of the street. "That house once belonged to one of the few literate country gentlemen here in Bonn. 10 years ago on April 10th, his 7-year-old daughter was missing and he never found her. Finally, he moved eastwards with his wife, away from Bonn because they were too sad to keep living here." April 10th, Lilith murmured thoughtfully. 121. The Magic Gardens. There was no wind and no rains. The sky was gray and the stars were absent. Lucian felt that the magic lock world was dead. However, there were waves on the surface of the red-colored lake under the Grand Cross, as if the lake was alive. The creepy and sharp color contrast also made Lucian very nervous, even though he was a senior apprentice who stayed relatively calm and focused all the time. Carefully observing the bright and shining Grand Cross in the sky again, and comparing it with the stellar map of astrology and magic elements in his spirit library, Lucian found that the arrangement of the magic lock was quite unique. Unlike most magic locks that aimed to protecting something, this one was more like a lock gathering power in order to keep something sealed. 122. Sun's Corona. As if he just passed through a heavy curtain, Lucian felt a bit cold, and then his body hit something hard. He heard himself let out a moan, and then joy seized his heart for a second. It had been quite a while since he last heard any sound. Then in the next second he took a few quick steps back and held up his sword again. Lucian was now standing in a spacious corridor. His feet felt the soft and thick carpet on the ground. Although everything was still black and white, this place felt more gentle and kind to Lucian. Then within Lucian's expectations, the two filthy ghouls followed him through the portal and also spoiled the beauty of the place. However, they were struggling to stand up from the ground, making it seem they were not used to the environment at all. 123. The Experiment of an Hour. Lucian felt that what he had just found out was ridiculous and even funny. Obviously, Masculine had no reason to lie to him about Sun's Corona, and the cross at the center of Sun's Corona looked identical to the one he once saw on Benjamin's Saint Truth badge. Everything was getting more and more mysterious. Lucian wondered how the Saint Truth started to develop and grow at the very beginning. Putting aside his many concerns, Lucian first followed the instruction left by Masculine and built a strange-shaped model with his spiritual power, then carefully sent the model into the magic item. As soon as Lucian's spiritual power connected to Sun's Corona, he felt himself bathed in the sacred and pure light. This magic item was filled with the purest light. Without any difficulty, Lucian left his spirit imprint on Sun's Corona and became its owner. He also took a look at the seals inside the magic item, which were very complex. 124. Lucian the Sorcerer. The magic model that Lucian needed to build was called Star Shield. Thankfully, Lucian already practiced constructing the model multiple times in the past, so he remembered clearly how the model was divided, how long the lines were, and how the lines were connected to each other. All he needed to do now was stay calm. When he was concentrating on the magic model, Lucian noticed that his spiritual power was being consumed very fast. By the time he finished 1/3 of the work, he found that there was only half of his spiritual power remaining. You gotta make the best use of your spiritual power, Lucian talked to himself in his mind. Building a magic model was like drawing a complicated pattern on a piece of paper using a pen, but with a very limited amount of ink. To save the resource, the person drawing the picture needed to stay very calm to prevent the hand holding the pen from trembling too much. 125. Ambuscade. The people downstairs gradually quieted down, which finally gave the brother and sister a break. Bragging and bragging, useless adventurers, sneered Lilith. All they have is muscles, but unfortunately no brain. Don't underestimate them. Sala shook his head. Many of them have been dealing with the many horrific monsters in the Black Forest and the Dark Mountain Range for a long time. They can't be taken lightly. When he was talking, his eyes suddenly opened wide. The color of the candle was fading, and so was the color of the wall. Little by little, everything started to lose color. A thin layer of haze slowly descended. Sala's hand touched the table in the room when he took a step back, and he felt the moist of the wood, as if the table had been sitting there for over 1,000 years. Run! Sala took his sister's hand and shouted, something's wrong. 126. The Mutiny. Natasha ignored Verdi's words and just stared at Sylvia. The princess' eyes were slightly squinted, and with a trembling voice Natasha asked the girl she loved, "Was it you, Sylvia?" Verdi did not act rashly, since Natasha still had a level 4 Grand Knight, 2 level 2 knights, 2 level 1 knights and more than 20 knight squires and around 80 soldiers to protect her. Sylvia took a few deep breaths and she gradually calmed down. "I appreciate your love toward me, Natasha, but unfortunately I care more about my father. My father spent so many years trying to find a chance to go to the Magic Congress in order to live a peaceful life, and his wish is my wish." "So," Natasha asked gently, "that's why you wanted me to die?" 127. Natasha's Fighting Will. Hearing Lucian's words, somehow Natasha felt like making a joke. "I'm sorry that you have to face this dangerous fighting because of me. After all, you have never even touched a girl's hand. If we can survive tonight, I'll introduce you to a decent young lady." Lucian released a sigh, "Your Grace." At the same time, Lucian was glad to see that Natasha was still in a joking mood. Since she was the only level 5 Grand Knight on their side, the princess herself was the key factor determining whether they would have at least a bit of hope to survive tonight. Then Knight Catcherl, Daniel, and Borscht. Why? Natasha turned to the three knights who decided to stay. My heart is beating firmly right now. Catcherl pointed at his chest. This is the heart of a knight, not a coward. 128. Piercing. Todd's sword was covered with a thin layer of red light. From an angle, Todd started an attack with his sword aiming straight at Natasha's neck. No matter how powerful Natasha's blessing was, losing her head would still mean the end of her life. Also, Todd's sword had a special kind of power. When the sword cut a target, the wound would bleed continuously, regardless of how great the person's self-healing ability was. At the same time, Todd's skin turned into a silver color and his body was covered with a layer of metal, as if he were a real steel golem. That blessing power could at the same time enhance his defense capabilities and his strength. Natasha finished pulling out Todd's lance from her abdomen with one hand, throwing it away. In the other hand, her sword, covered with small flashes of lightning, parried the incoming attack, but she wouldn't be able to continue after Verdi if she had to deal with Todd. "Wayan," shouted Natasha, "cover me." 129. Breakouts. Bang! A loud and crispy sound of metals colliding with each other was heard. It was from Wayan's heavy sword fiercely hacking Todd's metallized face when the latter stopped attacking him and turned around in order to help his lord Verdi. A deep, horrible wound appeared in the center of Todd's face, starting from his forehead all the way to his chin, and even his nose was split into two. However, instead of blood, it was liquid metal that was slowly coming out of the wound. At the same time, the liquid metal was trying to heal the scary wound. Although Todd was seriously injured, the sword in his hand did not stop and it went directly to the princess, whose blade was a few centimeters away from Verdi. Although Natasha swiftly leaned to the side, Todd's sword left a terrible cut on Natasha's back, from which her spine and internal organs were almost visible. 130. Tifatides. When Elsinore Lake got rid of the restriction of the Grand Cross in the black and white world, the space inverted and the magic lock was shattered, and its remaining pieces were still floating deeper into the world of souls. As the remains of the magic lock floated throughout that world, countless magic circles started to silently collapse, until a magnificent city appeared in the front, devoid of colors. The Shadow City was like the inverted reflection of Alto, while the arrangement of the city was a total mess. Above this Shadow City, there was a grand cross consisting of 9 mysterious stars that were shining brightly. Being influenced by the collapse of the magic lock around Elsinore Lake, this grand cross started to break down as well. Some kind of silver-colored fog slowly rose from beneath the Shadow City, which was cold and quiet, as if it was turning this Shadow Alto into a hell where coldness and death dominated everything. 131. The Joint Effort. Holding the Sun Scepter in his hand, Sard expanded the divine power circles and let them fully cover the city. By doing this, Sard actually brought the battlefield into another dimension in order to avoid the horrible destruction of the city that could be expected from such a battle. Then Sard answered in a slow pace, "Someone's handling the troubles there for me. No worries. There's only one person who can deal with it." Tifatides surrounded itself with a fiend circle and blocked the divine power circles from affecting it without much effort. "You worked with the Grand Arcanist Yarorin Hathaway. How dare you? You helped her come back from the secret dimension." "Well, there is no everlasting friend and no everlasting enemy," Sard smiled. Looking around, Tifatides saw no other cardinals present, not to mention the Pope. 132. The Place. Leading the Night Watchers, the several cardinals of the church came back to Alto. The city was still sleeping peacefully in the darkness, as tranquil as they left it earlier. At this time, the red-robed Cardinal Vila Emilton, who was also one of the actual leaders of the Inquisition, suddenly stopped flying. A moment later, she turned to the cannon holder. "Salvador, go back and find Lady Camel right now. She's searching for the princess in Melzer Black Forest." Before Salvador responded to the command, Count Hayward, the vice-commander of Violet Knights, burst out, "What happened to the princess?" In collusion with the Congress of Magic, Verdi ambushed the princess and tried to kill her. Natasha broke out of their siege and is now hiding in the Black Forest. "What, Verdi?" Rafati and Hayward looked shocked. They could not believe their ears. 133. Lucian's identity. "My lord, the shadows say they're close," Ross and Aaron reported to Todd in a very low voice. Grabbing his sword tight, Todd looked around with great caution. He saw tall firs, assorted kinds of bushes, and there was a unique smell of earth in Todd's nose. Everything here looked identical to the rest of the Black Forest, except for a strange-shaped huge stone. "There's no river here and the shadow doesn't lie. Where are they?" Aaron murmured. "Watch out. In the next second, Todd fiercely pushed Aaron away, knocking him down, and at the same time he lifted up his left hand and produced a square-shaped iron shield with his blessing. When Aaron was slammed to the ground, Natasha had already jumped down from a big tall fir and attacked with her thunder with all her strength. Todd's shield cracked instantly and he could not believe his eyes. 134, the ring. This idea occurred to Lucian when the surroundings in the Black Forest became more and more familiar to him. He remembered that after he found Fire Wolf dead, he buried his 2 magic items there. During the past couple of months, Lucian had gained a better understanding of the inner structures of the 2 magic items, Fire Weaver Bracelet and the Black Iron Dagger called Grimsteel Dagger, and had also become capable of properly using them. That was why Lucian was being that confident when he was talking to the princess. What was out of his expectation was that, although Aaron was only a level 2 knight, he was surprisingly cautious, and his carefulness forced Lucian to spend more time on killing him. Also, Lucian did not expect that Natasha would come back within such a short period of time. Although Lucian was not sure whether Natasha witnessed everything or just a part, he clearly heard Natasha repeat the word professor. 135. Life is more than just magic, the end of the first volume. Holding the ring in his hand, Lucian said to Natasha sincerely, "Thank you, Natasha. Your mother was a real genius. I hope one day I will be able to make such a contribution as well." "Yes, she was, and I believe you will as well." Looking at the distance, Natasha was immersed in the memory of her mother. When my mom won the award, she was only a junior rank mage, but later she left the best place for studying magic and came to the city. A city which was notorious for its way of treating sorcerers and sorceresses, all for her love. For the Grand Duke, your parents' love story is probably the most romantic story across this continent. Lucian smiled. My mom was clearly aware of what she wanted. Natasha nodded. After she tried many times to use different potions to awaken her blessing, but failed because of her fragile health, she found her own path in the world of magic which matched her perfectly well. 136. Dragon Tooth Tavern. The second volume, The Feast of Deaths. Bang! The heavy door of the tavern named Dragon Tooth hit the wall as it was suddenly opened by someone with brute force. The grumbling drunkards, bragging adventurers, and shouting mercenaries who were enjoying the well-known roasted beef of the tavern suddenly quieted down. A black-haired young man walked in, dressing in light blue with a fancy sword at his side. The midday sunlight came in behind him and outlined the young man's silhouette. Wow, wow. A young lord, is your fancy sword able to kill a wild dog? A drunkard shouted and whistled. Another young man got deceived by those best-selling night novels. An adventurer whispered in the ear of his buddy, seeking those exciting stories with a ritual sword. However, he dared not speak too loud. What if this young man was someone important? After all, he dressed very decently. Lucian did not care. With a stable pace, he walked directly to the tavern counter. 137, Strangers as Companions. The nightingale is singing, in the air her voice was floating. The bard's singing, although in that small border town, was actually pretty beautiful and alluring. Thus, when Lucian came to sit down on the other side of their table, the half-elf girl with light brown hair was a bit surprised, and her back straightened up immediately. When Lucian explained his intention, the elder elf-looking lady was amused. "You want to hire us?" Her fair hand was gently knocking on the wooden table in a fixed rhythm. Looking at Lucian sitting in front of her, the sophisticated lady also took him as a young noble lord who had read too many adventure novels and was acting on the impulse to explore the continent. "Yes," Lucian nodded calmly, "I want to go to Corsair. I wonder if you 3 are willing to be my guards." 138, A Farce at Night. The weather in the second half of the month of Passion, June, was already very hot. Beads of sweat kept rolling down Joanna's and Betty's faces while they were safeguarding each side of the coach. Not to mention Simon, whose shirt inside the armor was completely wet. Nevertheless, no one ever made a single complaint. Simon, walking ahead of the coach, had already driven away several beasts rushing down from the mountains. This was obviously his responsibility as a guard, but the fact that he beat off the vicious beasts without startling the horses definitely impressed Lucian. In contrast, Chris, who was bragging about being a real man all the time, was now dragging his feet on the ground with his body slouching from the heat. Inside of the coach, since Lucian kept his eyes closed all the time and Lena was not talkative at all, so Mr. Wise had no one to talk to. Finally, he took out a pile of music sheets from his suitcase to kill his time. 139, The Invitation. "What do you have that could interest me?" said Lucian gently with a smile. "My lord, if you're interested in my information, I beg you pardon me please." Chris almost burst into tears. "That depends on how valuable your information is." Lucian held his sword firmly. I got an invitation the other day," stammered Chris. "You got?" Lucian tilted his head a bit. I stole the invitation," Chris corrected himself awkwardly, but he then explained hurriedly, "It looks like an invitation for a gathering of black sorcerers." Lucian did not respond, although his heart suddenly missed a beat. "My lord, it is a gathering of black sorcerers of low rank, and it's a great chance for any knight to establish a great heroic feat." "Show me the invitation." Lucian hid his excitement and commanded sternly. Under Lucian's watch, Chris took out a small piece of neatly folded paper from his pocket. 140, Fogtown. Although Fogtown was not very far away from that fork in the road, the bumpiness of the road made Lucian feel very nauseous. When he was just about to get off the coach to walk on his own, they could see the small town in the distance, where there were only two main streets intersecting with each other. The guards sensed a bit of creepiness when they went deep into the woods heading for Fogtown, not to mention the people in the coach. Even Lucian, a sorcerer who was used to dealing with so many kinds of creepy experiments, could easily notice the changes happening around them. The common oaks and birches were gradually replaced by dark gray cedars, and the cedars were so tall and thick that Lucian almost felt that he was now back in Melzer Black Forest. Even though they were not far away from the town now, the guards didn't dare to lower their alertness, especially because the trees around them were thick and tall, which were perfect for an ambush. 141, Baron Heber. The Baron's castle was a typical representative of the architectural style in the later period of the War of Dawn. The lobby on the first floor was spacious and magnificent, and in contrast, the windows high above were narrow. In general, Lucian felt this place was dark and mysterious. Lord Heberos waiting in the dining room on the second floor. Kaelin raised her right hand and pointed at the stairs to the upper floor. The first floor is mostly for parties and sometimes used for court. While Lucian and Wise were behaving themselves decently, Joanna and Simon were looking around out of curiosity, not to mention Betty. They had never entered a castle before, and this one was even bigger than what castles looked like in their imagination. After the set of stairs, they came into a long and narrow corridor. Along either side of the corridor, a line of candles partially lit up the space, and beside the candles there were several portrayals of Lord Hebero. 142, Lucian's decisiveness. The finely decorated bathroom was in the corner of the dining room. Locking the wooden door from inside, Lucian did a careful check around and then took out his morning light crystal ball and the grimsteel dagger. Lucian cut his finger with the dagger, making a drop of his blood splash onto the surface of the wash basin. Dipping the blood with his right index finger, Lucian started to write in the air, leaving scarlet symbols floating in front of him in the shape of a relatively simple magic structure. This structure was meant to hide the magic waves that the crystal ball would cause. The crystal ball named Morning Light slowly rose, and the strange symbols soon covered it. Lucian reached his hands out close to the crystal ball and started to murmur a mantra. The center of the crystal ball became darker, and stars showed up all over it as if there was a starry sky within. This was one of the most unique spells in the school of astrology horoscope. 143, the Hunts. Completely out of the Baron's expectation, the silver cup in his hand was shattered by the magic missiles, and the broken pieces fell onto the thick carpet. The Baron and Kaelin were totally startled. They did not understand what was going on there. Seizing the chance, Lucian cast Pomera's frost blades, and 3 icy blades were shot straight at the Baron. When the blades were about to hit the Baron, Hebero released an angry roar and fiercely reached out his fossilized right fist to punch one of the blades, while at the same time he put his left hand on his neck to protect himself, since it had turned into stone as well. One of the blades was smashed by the Baron's stone fist, but by then the other 2 blades hit him, one in his left arm and one in his leg. Although they did not cause much damage, the ice temporarily froze him on the spot. 144, the Burning Cemetery. 2 magic missiles broke the window and flew directly toward that creepy-looking owl. The gray owl did not move, but some kind of black gas instantly covered it. The magic missiles strongly disturbed the gas surrounding it. As if the owl just realized that the person who was talking to Kaelin was an enemy instead of a friend, the owl opened its beak and started to scream, although no sound was produced. All of a sudden, lots of black tentacles crawled out from the carpet. As soon as they touched Lucian's body, Lucian felt a mix of numbness, weakness, and pain. Lucian had never experienced that before. Among all the apprentice spells and first circle spells, he never found anything that had this mixed effects. Even the second circle spell, Ghoul Touch, could only numb and hurt people at the same time to some extent, so Lucian guessed that it was a special necromantic magic. 145. Hunt's Experiment. When the chunks of rotten flesh and limbs covering Hunt on the outside were burned down to ashes, the original look of the man was revealed. Both of his legs and one arm were missing, but his eyes once again looked like that of a human being. Moaning, Hunt was crawling toward Kalen, dragging his remaining body with parts of it still being burned by the fire. Lucian took out a glass tube filled with white ashes and handed it to Kalen, and then he carried Kalen closer to her husband. This is... Kalen's heart missed a beat. Surprisingly, the ashes in the small glass tube felt familiar to her and tears rolled down her cheeks. Is that Mary? Hunt's voice trembled from both pain and shock. Kalen, it's Mary, our daughter. 146. After the fight. As soon as Lucian went back to the Baron's castle, in a corridor he saw Joanna walking toward him with a greatsword in her hands. Lord Evans, Joanna showed her deep respect to him, all the husks here have been eliminated. In fact, she was to some extent upset with Lucian for involving them in this dangerous fighting without even telling them what they should expect. Actually, even Lucian himself did not expect a bitter fight like this. Lucian nodded to Joanna and asked her calmly, anyone else still alive in the castle except Mars? Is everyone all right? Joanna would not easily reveal her dissatisfaction toward Lucian, but she answered seriously, except Mr. Mars, there's no one alive in the castle, they're all husks. Simon is dealing with some chaos happening in Fogtown right now. It might have been caused by some escaping husks. Mr. Mars and Wise are still hiding in the storage room. Betty is vomiting in the bathroom. 147. The castle. Close to the lake, there was an old castle covered with thick vines standing beside a precipitous cliff, and the high towers of the grand castle were so tall that they almost looked like aged, big cedars in the darkness. Staring at the castle from afar, Lucian took a deep breath and put both Ice Revenger and Mo, the ring that had once belonged to Natasha's mother, on his left hand. He carefully turned the word Mo carved on the ring toward the inside of his hand. Facing unknown dangers, the powerful and mysterious sorcerers and necromancers, Lucian needed to utilize everything he had to protect himself. Trying to stay focused, Lucian was ready to cast spells at any time, so he slowly walked out from behind a big rock where he was hiding and headed for the gloomy castle. The cool night wind in June drove away the heat in the day, and the surroundings were quiet except for the crickets chirping. 148. The Inquiry of the Church. Yes, of course, I can feel the energy of youth in your body, Mr. Professor. The corner of the Viscount's lips curled up. The power of life, I never get it wrong. Since Mr. Douglas defined Arcana, the Congress of Magic was revitalized like a young person, full of hope and vitality. Lots of outstanding young sorcerers and arcanists are giving new life to the Congress. It's beautiful. Lucian wondered why the Viscount was speaking in the tone of a senior and elder person. After all, Cairndia was still very good-looking and energetic. But by the fact that the Viscount could sense the young power of life made Lucian guess that the noble might be a powerful vampire, since the sensitivity toward life power was especially known as a unique advantage of this bloodthirsty race. 149. The Newspaper. Can I get a ticket to your concert? Betty also asked Wise with excitement. Sure, not a problem, Betty. Thanks to the protection from all of you, I can still hold the concert. Wise smiled. Even if you had not asked, I would still invite all of you. Then Wise turned to Lucian politely. May I ask why you're going to the association, Mr. Evans? I mean, if there's anything I can help you with, please feel free to ask. Yes, please, Mars also nodded to Lucian out of gratitude. Thinking of the fact that he spent quite a long time with those filthy husks and the evil Baron in the castle, sweat would still run from his forehead. Thus, he was very grateful to Lucian, who saved his life. Betty, Simon, and Joanna, while being quite excited about Wise's invitation, also felt a bit surprised that this resourceful Mr. Evans even had some connection in the Musicians' Association. 150. The Letters. Lucian's chuckle did not attract anyone's attention, because they had begun to eagerly discuss the famous musician Lucian Evans' new sonata. Mr. Wise, it looks like you are very fond of the first movement of Moonlight, and I suggest that we go to the piano room to try to play it. After all, we've been standing in the hall for quite a long time. Casper invited Wise to go upstairs. Wise nodded and laughed. That's very considerate. Following Wise and Casper, the musicians and instrumentalists immediately left for the piano room on the second floor. Betty said to Lucian, "This is a rare opportunity." Mr. Evans, let's go upstairs together. Yes, Mr. Evans, let's go. Holding hands, both Joanna and Simon were quite excited. Lucian shook his head and smiled. For me, writing my letters is more important. All right then, said Betty with a bit disappointment, but soon she cheered up and said to Joanna and Simon, hurry up. 151. The Prelude to the Feast. On the main street of Corsair, Lucian, together with Joanna, Betty and Simon, walked slowly toward the city gate. In the sky, an eagle flew high above them with a parcel on its back and a large basket of fresh meat hanging in front of its chest. Mr. Evans, are you really going to leave Corsair today? Betty looked quite sad. When she listened to the musicians of the association trying to play the two movements composed by Mr. Evans after the music had been registered, she was completely convinced that this handsome and elegant young man was her favorite musician, Lucian Evans, who she had been dating with in her dreams. The great variety of complex piano playing skills, the unpredictably wonderful melody, the thrilling passion, as well as the high-spirited will were all major representatives of Mr. Lucian Evans' unique style. Moonlight Sonata was undoubtedly another outstanding and impressive masterpiece from Lucian Evans. 152. The Dangerous Felipe. Everyone present remained quiet, staring at the stranger with great alertness, and some of them even started to check their surroundings, worrying that they might have been ambushed by the church. In the cold stare of the sorcerers and apprentices, under the gaze of some bloodthirsty eyes, with the sound of Fatty's teeth rattling out of fear, Lucian calmly took out his invitation and explained, I am a guest invited by Viscount Cairndia. Seeing that Lucian stayed rather calm, the mummy-like old man's face eased a little bit. Another apprentice took Lucian's invitation and unfolded it for him. The symbol of a tall black hat on the invitation was a bit tilted with some sense of humor. The old man who took the leading role glanced at the other sorcerers around. This invitation was not sent by me. The other sorcerers looked at the invitation held by the apprentice and also denied. 153. The Hand of Paleness. Lucian's attitude was not out of Felipe's expectation, so he put on an elegant smile. It's my great pleasure that Professor actually heard my name before. However, although he was saying that in Felipe's mind, as a talent who had already published his first article on the influential journal Magic, he felt that of course Professor should have heard his name. Then, Felipe changed his tone, but it seems that you don't really value this gathering, Professor. We are all from the Congress and you're still wearing that ugly black hood. That doesn't match your status. Lucian knew that now every word he said might put him at great risk, but remaining silent all the time would definitely make him more suspicious. So he carefully kept his answer short and answered with a husky tone. Honestly, I don't want you, Mr. Felipe, to stir any trouble for me when we get back to Aline. 154. The Feast of Deaths. Then there was a sophisticated smile on Felipe's pale face. Professor, surely in the field of element you really have an extraordinary insight and unique perspective. Someone like you should definitely enjoy great reputation and high status in the academic community. So forgive my curiosity, I really wonder whether you're one of the people I know. Hearing Felipe's comment, Lucian knew that he got lucky again and barely passed Felipe's test this time. So Lucian laughed in a fake voice. Maybe when I become a high-rank mage, and if we meet in Aline again, I'll tell you, Felipe. Facing Lucian's attitude of being confident and straightforward, Felipe was a bit pissed off. Lucian also sensed the change of Felipe's aura. Hearing many times that necromancers were even crazier than sorcerers from other schools, Lucian's heart was beating very fast, although no one could tell his great nervousness from the way he looked. 155. Recruiting. As Felipe was talking on the stage, the necromancers and apprentices began to pay attention to him and started to whisper to each other. Viscount Cairndia also showed holding his glass of wine, and he stood behind Lucian. Mr. Professor, I can probably guess your intention of coming to the Feast of Death, but let me remind you that, if you want to fight, finish it as soon as possible, or I'd have to ask you two to leave. Although I would like to see a fight between two top 5th Circle sorcerers, the last thing I want to see is my castle being destroyed. Lucian took a quick glance at the Viscount. Inside his mind, he responded to the Viscount's words in a sarcastic way. You know my intention. Come on, even I don't know why I'm here and what I'm doing right now. The whole thing was now totally out of Lucian's expectation, and now he was tasting the bitterness caused by his boldness. 156. Felipe's Tyranny. When Lucian was under Felipe's gaze, all of a sudden he thought of something. Since both the Viscount and Felipe thought that the reason why Professor was here was to disturb the gathering, if Lucian decided to just wait there and watch until the end of the feast, that would be very suspicious of him. Lucian felt that he had to bring some trouble to the feast in order to make his presence reasonable. However, he needed to be very careful about keeping the balance and the degree to which he would piss Felipe off. Ideally, the problem caused by Professor should be troublesome, but still within Felipe's capability to be solved. Lucian had to carefully think about how to do it. 157 Theory of Life Force. Professor, exclaimed some of the apprentices. Step by step, Lucian walked to the stage under the gaze of several hundreds of people. The necromancers and apprentices who did not want to join the Hand of Paleness were encouraged, but soon they started to feel concerned since they did not know if Professor was powerful enough to face this crazy man, even though his name was on the cleansing list. Is Mr. Professor gonna be okay? Fatty asked one of his companions carefully in a low voice, with his teeth clattering. Of course, answered the stout apprentice, Bread. He was trying to comfort Fatty and also himself. You think anyone can be on the church's list? How do you know Mr. Felipe is not on the list as well? Interjected Wine. Both Wine and Garupa were still feeling very unsure. 158 Synthesizing. Felipe put his hands back into the pockets of his black coat. Although he still looked calm, there were countless thoughts in his heart. Either Professor was a real madman or he must be very confident that his experiment would be successful. Felipe started to feel hesitant. He was not sure whether he should make the bet with Professor or just fight with him. After all, the church commented Professor as extremely cunning and dangerous. In the end, Felipe could not resist his curiosity, and at the same time, his confidence in the theory of life force pushed him to make the decision. He had to admit that he also wanted to see if the fundamental theory of necromancy would be overthrown just like the previous ancient theories. Felipe was also an arcanist, and Lucian was exactly betting on his desire toward more advanced knowledge and also his curiosity. 159. The product from the experiment. The whole hall was silent. No one spoke a word since they were all waiting for the outcome of the experiment. A while later, when people started to whisper to each other again, Lucian said, Mr. Felipe, you can open the reactor now. Strictly following the procedures of doing a magic experiment, Felipe turned on a series of magic circles for safety protection one by one. When the reactor was opened, and when the temperature was back to normal, Felipe collected the small amount of white particles lying at the bottom of the container and then turned to Lucian. What's the next step, Professor? You don't want to check these particles, Mr. Felipe, Lucian answered with a mysterious smile underneath his hood. What do you mean these particles are? Felipe was confused for a second, and so were the rest of the people. 160. Get rid of the danger. In Felipe's eyes, Professor was still struggling to save his last dignity. After all, his request could not really do harm to him. Felipe could just add one article in the pact that the necromancers and apprentices present were not allowed to inform their students or friend of the liaison's identity in Stirk. As Felipe had already obtained his victory, he would rather keep the current balance between Professor and him instead of initiating an unnecessary fight. All right, Felipe nodded, upon your request, Professor. Then he turned around and said to all the necromancers and apprentices present, in Stirk, known as the Bright Pearl of the Sea, there is a bank called Shiny Gold. Its owner, Mr. Granuv, is one of the responsible for maintaining the secret order of the city, and also the liaison of the Congress of Magic. He's the person responsible for sending sorcerers and some of the lucky apprentices to align through the church's blockade line. 161. The Bright Pearl of the Sea. Natasha was sitting in the complete darkness of an underground room in an abbey in Alto, reading a long letter from her friend with her dark vision. It seemed that she was already used to the dark environment, and the blue veins on her hands and face were already hard to see. From time to time, she gently hummed the melody written in the letter with joy. When she came to the last page of the letter, Natasha grinned, Lucian, you're exactly copying what I did. I'm looking forward to the next issue of Music Criticism to see how you will wish me a happy birthday. Then she sighed a bit and talked to herself. It's really nice to have a friend, or I would definitely go crazy at this place. 162. Grace's Nightmare. The second floor of Shark. On both ends of a long dining table there was a fancy candelabrum, of which the swaying candlelight made the whole place feel romantic in an ambiguous way, together with the gentle melody played by a small band. Elegantly scooping a small amount of stew, Grace wished that the man sitting across the table tonight was not Granuv, who in Grace's eyes was ugly and rude. She raised her head and took a glance at Granuv, and his swollen face and bald head made her feel gross. Pinching the fine goblet, Granuv, in contrast, was quite confident in his own charm. "Grace, I have to say that your artistic temperament is even more impressive than your beauty. Especially when you're playing piano, it's really gorgeous." 163. The Requirement of Pheromone. In the separate dining room on the second floor, Granuv was smoking a thick, black cigar, and he commented in a rude way, "A lady musician is surely way better than those chicks who wanted to directly jump on my lap after receiving a couple of gifts from me. But my lord, I don't think Miss Grace really likes you very much," his closest safeguard whispered to him. Granuv was not pissed off. Instead, he laughed. "What do you know? This is all about a sense of achievement. You see, conquering a reserved-mannered lady with my own charm, haha." Charm? The safeguard was speechless. However, as Granuv's closest safeguard, he knew that all of Granuv's rude behaviors were just his disguise. If he was really good at nothing, how came he became one of the maintainers of the secret order in Sturk? At that time, Grace came in, 164, testing. Lucian never thought that Sturk had been in such a chaos for the past 2 months. Obviously, there was another unexpected obstacle sitting right in front of him, preventing him from moving forward and heading for his dream world. However, Lucian had never been one to give up easily. Now he was only a straight away from the Congress and nothing could stop him. "How did you know that he was the one who betrayed you people?" asked Lucian calmly. "What's his name?" If he had no choice but to be used as a tool by the liaison, he needed to get everything clear first. "Harrison Brown, that's his name," said the Pheromone very seriously. "He has already awakened his blessing, as I said, and he's a knight. 2 weeks ago, he was rewarded with a Knight Cross for the reason that he defended the glory of God in darkness by cleansing close to 50 lambs astray." That was how the newspaper commented. You can find the report on Sturk News if you don't trust me. 165. Support for Lucian. When Harrison Brown calmed down, he felt amused by his own sensitivity, as if he was an extremely frightened bird. The night watcher who pretended to be an adventurer approached Harrison a little and said to him in a low voice, "Just an accident. Keep going to the museum." "All right, someone has to fix this bridge." Brown nodded, walking with the adventurer in the same pace but keeping a short distance from him. On the other end of the bridge, there was the city's art district. Brown could already see a couple of fancy buildings over the other side. "I'll report to the church in case someone damaged the bridge on purpose." The night watcher's eyes looked to the right but said to Brown on his left side, "We can never be too careful." Although the night watcher did not detect any magic wave, he was still very cautious. 166. The darkness underneath the explosion. It was dark inside the museum. As the wax statues standing along both sides of the aisles were very vivid in the glass covers, many of the visitors were both impressed and a bit scared. "Great work. The only difference is that the statue has a skill slightly darker than mine," Viscount Wright laughed. "Great art skill, Mr. Saugus. If I stand together with him here at night, I bet no one could tell who is real." Because of the attack earlier, Saugus' face looked quite gloomy. Hearing the Viscount's praise, Saugus cheered up a bit. "My lord, the statue was customized for you when you just came back from home. At that time, your skin did look a bit darker." "Haha, Saugus, you just won't give me any chance to say that your work is not perfect, will you?" Viscount Wright laughed again, even louder. "You reminded me, and that's true. When I came back in July, my skin was quite tanned." 167. The End of Brown. Although the sound of the explosion faded and the museum stopped shaking, the ears of many were still tingling badly, as if thousands of flies were buzzing around and they could hear nothing clear. One wall and several pillars are completely destroyed. 1/4 of the museum is severely affected, reported a knight to the night watcher. "Fortunately, no one is hurt, and the Viscount sent me to tell you to not lower your guard." According to Lord Wright, the attacker might be a fourth circle sorcerer who could use fireball or something of equivalent explosive power. Although the level of a magic spell was fixed according to the different levels of power of the casters, the effects varied greatly, even if the difference was only 1 level. "I won't." The night watcher nodded. "I'll call up more night watchers to come here to assist the Viscount as well and to protect Mr. Brown." 168. Mission complete. When the 2 squires from the church walked into the balcony, they did not feel suspicious at all. After all, this restaurant was a place only for people of high social status in the city, and searching this place was just a routine part of their work. "When did you arrive at this restaurant, and did you temporarily leave this place just now?" asked the two squires. Although a boatman passing by reported to the church that he witnessed a young man wearing a black top hat and monoculars summoning a big fireball, the boatman could not describe the attacker's physical appearance in detail. As soon as the witness mentioned the black top hat, Hawleys realized who was the attacker. However, the information these squires had was still too limited for them to realize that the noble young man standing right in front of them was the very attacker wanted. 169. A star. Pheromon grinned. Zelos a star, the famous playwright who have already produced 6 popular operas in Stirk. He did not avoid the boatman paddling in the front, since the boatman was also one of the core members of the Congress of Magic in Stirk. "He's a sorcerer as well?" asked Lucian. A star's identity for disguise was basically the same as his own. "Yes, he is." Pheromon nodded and said in respect, "He is a shadow mentor." Mentor? Lucian was surprised. In the ancient magic empire, anyone who could be respected as a mentor would be at least a senior rank mage. "Of course, although I'm not sure about Mr. Astar's specific level, without doubt he's of senior rank. Actually, we have a couple of senior rank mages in Stirk, but some of them are out of town right now and they would rarely carry out tasks themselves," explained Pheromon. 170. The apprentices. The arrangement of the third floor was very different from that of the second. Lucian saw a spacious blue and white living room. On each side of the living room there was a row of big windows, through which the sunlight came in and brightly lit up the whole place. Although the living room was still quite smaller than the hall on the first floor, everything there looked rather lively and energetic. Couches that could move around, small-sized tea tables everywhere, small black writing boards hanging on the wall, green plants, etc. There were some teenagers in that place. The oldest might be around 14 or 15, and the youngest might be only 12. Some of them were sitting in the couches, calculating and writing something down in a very dedicated way, while others were standing in front of the small blackboards discussing something seriously. In a second, Lucian thought that he was visiting a study hall or something. 171. Instruction. Facing the apprentice's attitude, Tom realized how rebellious these young teenagers could be in this age, so he hurriedly clarified. "I want you folks to understand that the Congress of Magic is not like the past ancient magic empire. And most of the sorcerers in the Congress will still be willing to accept you as his or her apprentice even after you have studied under Mr. Evans, as long as you're not Mr. Evans' registered apprentice." Hearing Tom's words, a few apprentices raised their heads. 172. Study helps one progress. Seeing that Mr. Evans was being pretty serious, Anik, Laria, and Heidi all nodded, although unsure of what exactly they were going to do. However, they definitely sensed something not that good. "Mr. Evans, since this is the first time you are reading those Arcana books, we will just leave you alone right now to let you stay focused. When you have a better understanding of them, please provide us with some direction." Anik stood up and said to Lucian politely, "We can practice meditating right now." Although Lucian was actually capable of teaching them something about science, or using this world's expression arcana right now, he decided to make the whole thing more reasonable, since it would be very queer if his instruction started immediately after he just leafed through the pages. "Good suggestion." Lucian smiled and nodded. "Probably tomorrow around this time I should be able to start teaching." 173. The Grand Arcanists. 7 days later in the evening, when Astar was listening to Lucian's explanation of his understanding of the books that he read in the past week, Astar casually patted the cat Mercedes, who looked rather relaxed and was making a low, gentle grunt in her throat. After Lucian finished his words, Astar elegantly applauded and nodded. "Good, very good, Evans. Within only 7 days, you can already apply the principles to real life and draw the connections between the laws and some magic models." "That's impressive. I'll give Brooke meditation to you as I promised." After dinner, since Lucian and the rest of the apprentices were about to leave later tonight, Astar asked Lucian a couple of arcana questions, and Lucian's perfect answers really impressed him. "Thank you very much, Mr. Astar," Lucian smiled. He never tried to hide his talent, since once he arrived in Align he knew he would try his very best to improve. 174. Boarding. The candle light shining through the magic silver lampshade brightly lit the whole room, and the 3 apprentices were still working on their exercises regarding the apprentice spell Acid Splash. By enhancing the understanding of this apprentice spell, the 3 apprentices would gain a better knowledge of the symbols of some elements and practice the basic application of geometry. The 3 teenagers, although looking a bit tired, were still working dedicatedly. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Anik suddenly stood up straight and started to look around confusedly. "Is that Mr. Evans?" asked Laria, a bit worried. Both Laria and Heidi dropped their quills. Within those 7 days, Lucian had been pushing them to do exercises and to practice casting every single day. All of the 3 teenagers felt so exhausted that simply hearing Lucian's footstep made them feel nervous. 175. Departure. The 3-masted vessel on the ocean was like a monster hiding in the darkness. As soon as the 2 pointy-headed boats stopped beside it, 2 rope ladders were quietly dropped from the deck. "Stay quiet," Tom whispered to the apprentices. They were still teenagers. Now suddenly they felt very nervous. They were well aware of the fact that what was waiting for them was either their wonderland or the gallows. Then Tom turned to Lucian. "I need to get on the ship to check first. After I make sure that the ship is safe, you arrange them to get on the ladder. Is that okay?" "No problem," Lucian nodded. "Be careful." Tom, who was a level 2 knight, patted Lucian's shoulder, gripped the ladder, and swiftly got on the ship like a shadow. No one on the small, pointy-headed boat said a single word. They were quietly waiting for Tom's signal. 176. In the storm. "I have no idea either," said Chelly. "But Jack, I'm sure my father's doing this for my own good. You know that I got no potential to become a knight, and that's the comment from my training coach. I'm not good at running a business as well. I tried to put my hands on my family's bank and I failed. My brother was quite pissed off." "But you're so good at other things." Jack tried to encourage his love. "The first time I saw you, you were sitting on the patio reading a book. I can never forget that beautiful picture in my whole life." "Except for my passion for reading, I haven't achieved anything. I tried music, opera, painting, sculpture, but neither of them is my thing," said Chelly depressingly. But then her tone got a bit more cheerful. "But you're different, my love. You're so versatile. Piano, painting, singing, swordsmanship, everything. You're like the glorious sun." 177. Wave Stone. On the other end of the aisle, the Cuotone Murlocs were shouting and crying when they got in the cabin, and the water was still flooding in. Lucian felt more difficulty to breathe when the air got very humid. Some apprentices had already lost their footing. Now they were sitting on the water-covered floor and crying, while others were shaking out of great fear. They were just like how Lucian felt when he first got into the sewers and faced the red-eyed mice. There was no way that they could stay calm. There were so many plans flashing through Lucian's mind. However, no matter how much Lucian wanted to both protect himself and the other apprentices and hide from the pastors and knights on the ship, obviously it was not likely to happen at all. 178. The Murloc Mate. The corrosive water ball and the fire disappeared at the same time. A second later, Lucian subconsciously activated the magic model in his soul and fiercely shot 2 black magic missiles at the Murloc with the coral staff before he dodged to the other side as quick as a shadow. As soon as the 2 missiles got close to the Murloc, suddenly a transparent swirl appeared surrounding it, and the swirl directly absorbed the magic missiles. Second circle spell, Power Resistance. This was a spell that helped the caster resist a certain amount of attacking power. The Murloc standing in front of Lucian was a mage. Fast as Lucian was, the mage still raised its coral staff and located Lucian with it. All of a sudden, Lucian could not help but laugh. The laughing was so bad that Lucian's whole body was trembling. The Cuotone mage located him using spiritual power. 179. The Gain. The broken pieces of wood were everywhere. The cabin was half ruined by fire and lightning. Obviously, there had been a bitter fight there. Tom was very surprised seeing that. He wondered if Lucian had some sort of very powerful magic item, or even if Lucian was already a second circle sorcerer, which, according to what he knew, was almost impossible for sorcerers who never joined the Congress and studied arcana. Then when Tom quickly drew his thoughts back, he said to Lucian decisively, 20 seconds for you, handle the mess, check the kids, leave the rest to me. 2 seconds later, Tom quickly turned around and ran toward the main cargo cabin, where there was noise of planks of wood being broken there. It seemed that the Cuotones were now trying to withdraw by directly breaking their way out of the ship. Lucian nodded. He understood Tom's command. 180. An offer from demons. When the apprentices thought everything was fine, another round of risk immediately arrived. At this time, since the storm was almost gone, casting any spell could be very risky. Lucian and the apprentices were back in the dilemma again. Lucian gently patted on his students' shoulders one by one to comfort them. Grabbing Ambula in his hand, Lucian listened to the conversation carefully while thinking of the possible solution fast in his mind. "Pastor Cody, it's stinky down there." Tom was still talking loud purposefully. "There is no need for you, my lord, to do this. Please just enjoy the nice black tea in your own cabin and I can handle this for you, my lord." 181. A New Start. The End of Volume II. Jacques' heart was beating fast. He could hear his own breaths. 10 seconds later, Jacques finally lowered his tight shoulders like a balloon losing its air. "How do you want me to do this?" said Jacques in a husky voice. He felt that he was divided into two parts. One was controlled by his great desire for his love, and the other part was feeling extremely guilty. "It's simple, you just need to sign a magic pact with me." Lucian's smile was still on his face. "Firstly, you promise that you'll never tell anyone else who we are. Secondly, you will not tell anyone on the ship that something is not right down here. Thirdly, you will also keep this as a secret after you go back to Sturk." Jacques listened to Lucian's words with his eyes looking down at the floor. 182, Lazar's Promise. The third volume, City in the Sky. The bright sunlight, the slightly humid environment, a faint fishy smell in the air, old but elegant buildings, a busy city. Those were Lucian's first impressions of the biggest coastal city named Patre in home. A couple of coaches drove through the streets of Patre in which sat Lucian, the apprentices, and the sorcerer who picked them up, Lazar. "How do you like home, Mr. Evans?" "Not bad, right?" Lazar still got a big smile on his face. "Just call me Evans, Lazar." "Well, the ladies are surely beautiful," answered Lucian in a relaxed and humorous way, "and the dressing style here is quite different. Some of the dresses that ladies are wearing are sophisticated and some are simple designed, some have bright colors and some are well decorated. The only thing that disappoints me a bit is that the ladies are all dressing in a quite conservative way, haha." 183, Considerations. Spacious, light yellow cars, soft dark red seats, clean magic glass, and the two beautiful young girls wearing light blue dresses. This was Lucian's first impression of this magic train, and this first impression was pretty good. "Welcome aboard, Klaus. We'll be traveling past 7 stations on our way today and arrive in Align 3 hours later." The two beautiful grills from the crew bowed to Lucian politely. "If you need anything, sir, please press the button on the table." As a guest, Lucian only smiled and nodded, letting Lazar arrange the rest of the stuff. 184, Align. Although most of the ancient ways of doing meditation had been proven ineffective by arcana, many unique ancient magic spells were still popular among today's sorcerers. Every time a sorcerer explored an old relic, except magic items or materials, he or she would always look forward to finding unique spells or magic rites. After all, the only standard for judging whether a magic spell was good or bad was to see if it was really useful. In this regard, ancient spells were definitely not inferior to those contemporary ones. The possible difference might be that the requirement for learning a certain spell today was way lower than that of the ancient time. For example, a 7th or 8th circle spell in the past should probably be a 4th or 5th circle spell today. Moreover, unique ancient spells could inspire arcanists as well. Many arcana research outcomes came from the studies of the old spells. Therefore, the Congress was always quite generous in this case. 185, Apprentice Assessment Department. The coaches drove smoothly across the streets, and then slowly stopped in front of the huge tower in the center of the Sky City. It was not easy for the apprentices to realize how magnificent the tower was when they were looking at it from afar. However, when they came close to it, Heidi, Laria, and the other apprentices' hearts were full of wonder, as they had to stretch their necks to look up to barely see the spire of the tall tower. Unlike the mysterious and gloomy towers in the ancient magic empire time, the tower's outer layer was made of some kind of silver-gray material that sparkled with metallic gleam. The thrilling beauty of this building was something beyond the apprentices' words. This was one of Lucian's favorite styles, hence he had a pretty good first impression of the Congress. 186, Magic Badge. Of course, and this way is much faster compared to submitting a paper. It usually only takes about 20 minutes to get the examination done, Lazar nodded. Simeon, who was standing beside Lazar, added, "But Evans, you have to remember that, although you can activate your badge this time by doing this, if you want to make progress in your arcana level, every time when you want to upgrade, you need to have this one basic arcana point that Lazar just mentioned, since the Congress wants to see all the sorcerers and arcanists with solid foundation of knowledge, and you can only choose your research interest after becoming a real arcanist." 187, Developing the Paper. "Yes, I have some interesting ideas about a unique magic that I improved on my own," Lucian smiled and nodded casually. "So I'd like to develop a paper out of it." "You know arcana?" questioned Eric directly, as he could never believe that a young man who just started learning arcana could come up with any research results, no matter how talented this person was. Lucian totally understood why Eric was this surprised, since no one from his original world would come up with any meaningful research outcome after studying a subject for a bit more than a month. Therefore, Lucian explained politely, I cannot really regard my ideas as part of arcana, honestly speaking, but I just feel that the mechanism that I applied in improving this spell can be interesting. Of course, I also don't know if this is something that already exists. 188. The results. On the 15th floor of the tower in another room, as a bell rang, a puppet picked up the paper and quickly leafed through it. Sound wave. Apprentice level, murmured the puppet. Master said that he won't review papers below a certain level, and Master's students are not here today as well. Alas, the paper can only be handed over to the several arcanists from Common Arcana then. After identifying the paper's level, the puppet waited for around 5 minutes until it receiving the message that the spell itself, bat screaming, had been confirmed valid. Then the puppet called a red-beaked and green-feathered bird from outside of the window. The bird's responsibility today was to bring the several papers to another magic tower. It was not easy to use magic circles to send things among different towers. The bird flew very fast, with its feathers producing a cover to prevent the strong wind. Soon, the bird disappeared in the sky. 189. The choice of journals. After taking a look at Lucian, Eric continued to read the comment. As for Mr. Jeffrey, his comment is fascinating experiment design, cautious exploration and construction, and he also mentioned the insufficiency of your knowledge and some shortcomings in the new magic you created. However, Mr. Jeffrey said the purpose of the paper is not for showing how perfect this apprentice spell is, but for revealing other methods of application of sound wave. Thus the paper is groundbreaking and insightful. Lazar was also listening to the comment very carefully, and his eyes were shining with curiosity and excitement. 190. More invitations. Although Lazar had already felt shocked many times today hearing Eric's words, he still could not help but look at Lucian as if he was looking at a monster. Lucian, you know what does this mean? I bet you do not. Most arcanists below middle rank would never receive any contribution invitations, and of course I'm one of them. Our arcana credits usually come from the board, and most of us can never have 7 credits in several years. I think I got really lucky here. Lucian wanted to remain humble. 191. Magic schools. Sprint also took a glance at Katrina and then walked into the assessment room without saying anything. Early when they were in Stirk and also when they were on the dangerous ship, Katrina and Sprint never stopped their competition. Often they would throw tricky questions to each other, and when they had chances to practice casting spells, they would always see who was faster. As it was Sprint who always won the games, Katrina often got quite unhappy. Seeing Sprint's attitude, Katrina stamped her foot a bit and then got in the room with a snort. Relax. Lucian lifted his chin a bit to point at the room. Anik nodded seriously, yes, Mr. Evans. Then he left with Laria and Heidi together a bit nervously. Lazar, with his hands in the pockets of his double-breasted coat, smiled. Lucian, are they the 3 apprentices you taught? How's their study? 192. The task. Sounds like a mysterious and vicious bastard, haha. As they were getting closer and closer, Lazar joked. Lucian said with a pretended cunning smile, someday, when I do something big that can shock the whole magic world, I should leave a bloody X on the scene. That sounds cool. Lazar waved his fist a bit. That reminds me of the mysterious professor who left the bloody letters when he killed the traitor. Lucian's face hardened a bit nervously and he quickly started talking about the famous shops in Aline. This time, in the Sorcerer Administrative Department, Lucian successfully activated his Arcana badge. There were 7 silver dots shining on the black badge, looking rather mysterious. 193. The expensive books. In the metallic silver hall of the Congress Tower, Lazar had been laughing for quite a while, and he said to Lucian, "Ha ha ha, did you see Ms. Lott's face? It was purple, ha ha." Lazar's own face was now red from laughing too hard. It's just like 100 Arcana credits were given to her, but in the next minute the credits were taken away again because it was given to the wrong person, haha. You know how many people don't like her, haha. I just don't really get it, said Lucian, smiling. Why did she want to give us a hard time? I mean, she didn't have to. Ms. Lott is one of those sorcerers that I mentioned before who did not want to make any progresses anymore in their lives. Those people hate other people who are still striving for a better life. Lazar gently patted his chest to calm himself down. I hope I won't be like this in my 60s. 194. Wonderful World. This time the djinn did not give Lucian the list immediately. Pausing a bit, Alex asked, Mr. Evans, what about those papers published but later proved wrong, and some assumption papers? Of course, all of them. Lucian nodded. Failure is also something precious that I can learn from. Ha, if that's what you want, said the old librarian, or if you just want to have an overall impression of the development of the School of Element, I'd recommend you History of Element, edited every 10 years by the Grand Arcanists. Similarly, we also have History of Necromancy, History of Astrology, and History of Arcana and Magic. At the same time, Alex's book list was also ready, History of Element from the Highest Council, New System of Element from Yeroran Hathaway Heffenberg, Grand Arcanist, Atom Molecule from Oliver Constantine, Grand Arcanist, 195 Donald's Reminder. The next morning, when the warm sun was shining in the sky, a carriage was driving down a remote road toward a large building in a dark green forest. Lucian, when you're done with the procedures, I'll introduce you to Jerome and Rock, and then you'll be able to exchange your books with them. Lazar, still wearing his black long coat, looked out of the window and stared at the green trees. But you have to remember that you can't exchange spells with any sorcerer unless that spell is over 100 years old. Although learning magic or arcana can be very secret, and the Congress also encourages sorcerers to exchange their knowledge, but if no purchase record can be found with the new magic you use in public, you'd be in big trouble. You'll need to either pay hundreds of times more money or even stay in jail for 10 years, and your corresponding memory will also be erased. Lucian nodded. I see, thanks man. I really appreciate all the help you've offered me. 196, in the Garden Villa. In Douglas Jerome's Garden Villa, your name is also Lucian Evans, a black-haired young man wearing a casual white shirt and a black vest grinned. Kay has always said that his name is very common and I did not believe him, now I see haha. This young man was Rock, a second circle sorcerer. Rock was good at the School of Element and Mathematics, and he was a cheerful young person who loved playing jokes a lot. Before Lucian responded, Rock continued, I'm gonna introduce you to Kay. No worries, Lucian. Kay's very easygoing, although he's quite introverted. Unlike some people from electromagnetics, Kay's diligent, talented, and always willing to help. 197, First Encounter. When the bell was ringing for the end of the class, Lucian directly collected all the test papers and left the class. Then the students started their heated discussion. You guys know Mr. X? Asked Grant, the head boy of the class. Grant had black, curly hair and deep-set black eyes. As Grant was asking, more students paid attention to Anik, Heidi, and Laria, trying to get more information about their new teacher. Anik nodded as he really respected Grant, who was hardworking and talented. We knew Mr. Evans before, that's right. Oh, great. He looks pretty cool. Grant was very impressed by Lucian's words. I've never met any teachers like him. Mr. X is not like these stubborn teachers at all. Sometimes I already understood what was being taught, but I was still not allowed to do my own stuff. What a waste of time. 198, Second Circle. When the lab door opened, the whole lab was slowly lit up with warm yellow light. Although the lab was not as mysterious and grand as that of the Prophet Masculine which Lucian used in the magic lock, its cleanliness, tidiness, and the great amount of equipment was impressive to Lucian. Kay pointed at one of the operation platforms. You can use this one, Lucian. It feels like I'm talking to myself. I'm gonna start doing my experiment as well. Thanks, Kay. Lucian did not ask anything about Kay's experiment, as someone's experiment was always a secret, and that was how plagiarism came from. 199, Professor and the Musician. Felipe's pale face suddenly looked more serious. In his mind, Professor was his enemy and also a genius who was probably even more promising than Larry. He's in ally now? Asked Felipe in low voice. Rogerio just smiled but did not say anything. Instead, he changed the topic. My study investigating electromagnetic interference with soul was supposed to be the leading paper in the next issue of Arcana, but the day before yesterday, the chief editor came all the way to Heidler and apologized to me that my paper would be changed to the second position. Too bad, I've been looking forward to the glory all the time. Staying quite calm, Felipe did not keep asking about Professor but looked a bit confused and then asked, A new paper? Where's the new paper from? Yes, a new paper, Rogerio nodded, feeling a bit sorry for himself, from Lord of Storm. 200, feeling unsafe. Facing the unexpected punishment, Lucian was quite unhappy and frustrated, as he thought that he was maintaining quite a low profile and trying to avoid any possible conflicts with other teachers who did not like him. Still, now he was in trouble. However, Lucian never gave up easily. Sir, I've been receiving quite a few positive comments from my students from both Thorn 3 and Bloodbird, and that proves that my way of teaching's efficient. As you can see, my students' scores have improved as well. I know, answered Donald directly, and his answer surprised Lucian. 201 monitoring. Holding the journal in his hand, Lucian was a bit lost in his own thoughts. If anyone was interested in the young sorcerer who had no arcana level, and thus decided to investigate him in Sorcerer Administrative Department, the person would find out that the young sorcerer came from the continent and shared the same name with the great musician in alto. It would be even worse if anyone in Align had ever seen Lucian in alto before, and if he was recognized by someone from the Hand of Paleness, it would definitely be a great trouble for him. Because of what happened in Djibouti, Lucian was afraid that many people would directly connect him to Professor. 202. The Power of Belief. Since only one layer of the seal had been unlocked, right now Sun's corona could only sense the very strong smell of the world of souls, and the thing it sensed must be very powerful, which meant that a horrible undead was right now staring at Lucian. However, Lucian stayed relatively calm, and when he secretly scanned the whole study, he found no one else but himself. Although the winter sun was nice and warm, Lucian felt cold inside. Trying his best to behave as usual, Lucian picked up a card and pretended that he was reading the notes about an element written on the card carefully. Sun's corona was getting hotter and hotter. Staring at the card, Lucian felt that there was a big white skull with bloody red light eyes reading the notes right beside his face with him. However, in the mirror, Lucian was the only one in the study. 203. Submission. The original purpose of me doing this research was very simple. As a beginner in Arcana, I was seeking a method to better remember the atomic mass of each existing element, so I started playing with cards. I wrote down the features of the elements on the cards and put them in order. Surprisingly, during my practice, I found a periodic cycle of repetition of these elements, and the periodic cycle also exists in valence, discussed in the latest issue of Element. My assumption is that the cycle is created by the mass of the atom, following the order from small to large, and I wondered whether the nature of an element is decided by the mass of its atom, as well as whether we can find more hiding elements following this order. In order to verify my assumption, I did a series of experiments. 204 comments. Sorcerer Administrative Department. All A+. Eric looked the young and good-looking man from head to toe several times and said incredibly, "How's that possible? Your reasoning ability and your arcana way of thinking are similar to that of a middle-rank arcanist. Did you really just start 3 months ago?" "I swear, Mr. Eric," Lucian grinned. "I trust you, Evans." Eric rubbed his face a bit with his right hand. "There's no way one could cheat in this test unless they had some legendary-level magic item. So, Evans, here I announce that you have passed the test. After the department director signs it, you will get 1 basic arcana credit." "Please wait a little." There was 1 main director and 3 vice directors in Sorcerer Administrative Department, and the main director was also the member of Affairs Committee. 205. Invitation from Woods. "Congratulations, Mr. Evans. You are the only junior-level arcanist I know whose first 2 papers passed the board's review," said Lucy politely. Lucian had to admit that he was already lucky that this paper could be approved by the board. If he had not attached his experiment report in the end of his paper, the board members might have directly rejected the paper. Now that the paper had passed the review, Lucian needed to find ways to help it get more attention. This required that other arcanists could discover new elements following the ideas in his paper. Lucian tried to elaborate the ideas as clear as possible. He suggested to use spectrum analysis to study the aluminum-like element and to discover silicon-like element by investigating certain alchemical reaction. And Lucian even included the possible character of some mineral substances. 206. Persistence. For other people, publishing a paper on this or on the next issue of a journal might not make any difference, as long as the journal itself was influential enough. However, for Lucian, the reason why he forced himself to complete this paper at the beginning of this month was that he wanted it to be read by most arcanists as soon as possible. Any chances that my paper can still be published on this month's issue? Lucian was still looking for some hope. What about putting my paper at the end? "I'm sorry, Evans, but I can't. We've already informed the sorcerers that we're gonna publish their papers," said Woods decisively. Although he thought Lucian was a promising young man, it was not enough for him to run the risk of pissing off other more important sorcerers because of a level 1 arcanist. 207. Another invitation. At the beginning of the first month of the year, the month of beginning, while the cold weather was still dominating Aline, the trees around Douglas still looked dark green. In front of the black iron gate of ancient style, Woods asked the gatekeeper eagerly, "I'm Woods from Common Arcana and I am a friend of the headmaster. I'm looking for Mr. Lucian Evans." "We have two Mr. Lucian Evans here, but neither of them is in the school right now," answered the gatekeeper, an iron golem, in a mechanical manner. "They left for Rentato together." "Then when did they leave and when they'll be coming back?" "I mean, I'm looking for Lucian Evans X. When will he be coming back?" Woods hurriedly explained. "Why, they're headed for Rentato." "They left about an hour ago," said the iron golem. "No idea when they'll be back." 208. A mistake. Rentato Hexagram Station. 7 in the morning, Lucian, dressing formally, got off the train in the cold wind. After receiving the invitation, he hurriedly verified the credibility of the letter with the school and then took the very next train to arrive in Rentato. Getting on the coach he hired, Lucian's hands warmed up a little. After telling the coachman where he was heading for, Lucian's heart was still beating quite fast. After a while, hearing the wheels rolling, he gradually calmed down and the tone of the invitation started to bother him slightly. In Lucian's mind, if the people from the Will of Element and the Academy really appreciated the great value of his second paper, his treatment should be better than that. However, if they did not understand the importance of the periodic table of elements, why would they even bother sending the invitation? 209. Shocking findings. "Wait," Wood slightly raised his chin. "Black Bear recently found some special ores in the south. I remember they have similar characteristics." As he pointed at the hangars, Wood's black top hat and long jacket directly flew toward him. Today he was even more rushed than last time. After taking the elevator and then the coach, Woods finally arrived in front of the strange-looking magic tower with two horns on its top. Black Bear, whose name was actually Odonker, but Woods often secretly called him Black Bear in his mind, was a fourth circle sorcerer specializing in transformation and summoning. His grandfather was a very wealthy archmage who liked traveling and collecting all kinds of special things, despite the fact that he seldom had interest in conducting any serious researches. Woods hurriedly jumped off the coach and rushed toward the gate of the tower. 210. Who's Lucian Evans X? In Rose Garden beside Swan Lake. It was already the second half of the conference and every speaker all received warm applause. After they gave their speech, there were rounds of discussion and comments from senior-rank sorcerers to further inspire the speakers. After lunch, Larry's study on valence brought the most heated discussion so far. And after Larry, there were more arcanists waiting for their turn to take the stage, even if it was already 4 in the afternoon. Stalwartly built Ulysses walked on the stage and turned on the magic circle functioning as a projector for presenting scenes. He shared his most recent study with the arcanists present. He discovered that when he tried to create a new form of a fifth circle spell, Gaston's poison cloud, above a certain temperature, no matter how much the pressure was increased, gas could not be turned into liquid. 211. A new beginning in the School of Element. Reventi's roaring was in every arcanist's ear. They were totally shocked, together with quite mixed feelings. Even the 4 members of the Arcana Review Board were no exception. The finding of periodic table of elements showed that the discovery of new elements was no longer blind and scattered, or as described by many, like a blind cat running into a dead mouse, but something that had theoretical guidance. From now on, there was a way to proceed in the study to find new elements. Exploring the world, finding laws among phenomena, and using the laws to explain other phenomena, this was the spirit of Arcana. Lucian Evans X. Lucian Evans X is here. The excited but nervous voice of a man resounded, and then one more time, this time louder, but still with certain control. Gaston and Larry, as they were so shocked with the finding, did not realize that the young man they met before the conference began was the very author of this paper until now. 212. Reevaluations. I believe that nothing in this world is of periodic pattern for no reason. Why stars follow certain tracks all the time? The answer is gravity. Then what's the answer for the elements? Lucian's deep and serious voice lingered in the hall, and his question directly hit every arcanist's heart. Yes, the never-ending pursuit of truth and the endless curiosity of asking why was the major drive of the development of Arcana. Lucian did not go too deep with this topic. Before the arcanist could respond to his question, Lucian put on a gentle, humble smile. Of course, as a beginner who just started his exploration in Arcana and the contemporary magic system, in most cases, I can only ask questions, not having enough knowledge to answer them. I hope that my questions can be helpful to all arcanists who are striving to move forward in this area. 213 Arguments. As if time stopped in the hall of the Sorcerer Administrative Department, Eric was lost for a few seconds. Eric finally regained his composure when some other sorcerers entered the hall, and he hurriedly started reading the paper right in front of him, on the counter. He remembered this young man, Lucian Evans X, who just started studying Arcana 3 months ago. Eric could not believe that it was this young man who developed this groundbreaking paper. Furthermore, it seemed even more unrealistic that the extremely generous reward, 300 credits and 2,000 points, had been given to a level 1 Arcanist First Circle Sorcerer. Both Cindy and Donna were also eager to see why their friend Lucian could gain such a reward. 214, the youngest in history. Facing Reventi's spittle, Morris leaned back a bit and hurriedly said, "Calm down, Reventi, calm down, this isn't what I mean. What I'm trying to say is that the discovery of the periodic table of elements can definitely show Lucian's talent and his unique way of thinking, but it cannot reveal Lucian's knowledge of Arcana. His Arcana level cannot qualify him to become the winner of Home Crown Prize." Facing Reventi, whose Arcana level was even higher than himself, Morris was a bit under pressure. He knew that if he had not come from the royal family and specialized in the School of Elements, Reventi would most likely be the president of the Will of Elements. 215, Ring of Home Crown Prize. Hearing Lucian's words, most Arcanists first felt a bit confused, then they smiled and started applauding again. What a humble but appropriate beginning. Reventi, Ulysses, and other Arcanists who once studied the distribution of elements smiled, as they felt satisfied to know that their work was never a waste, and it was their work which laid the foundation for Lucian's great finding. "Elegant, humble, and direct," Timothy said to Larry when he was applauding. "I have the feeling that what Evans just said will be remembered by the world." Larry touched his chin a bit and grinned. "Come on, this is Home Crown Prize, and Evans the 26th winner in this more than 270 years. Whatever he said would be remembered. But well, yes, what he just said definitely showed the charm of his personality, and maybe it would even inspire some poets." 216 The Task. When Lucian put the ring on the middle finger of his right hand, he suddenly felt greatly refreshed, as if his body was cleansed by clear spring and the wounds in his soul were healed. The power of the ring was so great that, for a moment, Lucian thought that he got a significant upgrade in both his Sorcerer Circle and Knight level. Clearly, this level 7 perfect rank ring was specially designed for him. Lucian, as quite a money lover, could not hide the smile on his face. He knew that, with Element, upgrading to the 3rd circle would probably only take him 2 to 3 years, and with the help of some potions, hopefully, he could become a middle-rank sorcerer before 2217, in Home Royal Magic Tower. On the top floor of a magic tower in Alain, Rogerio released a long sigh. "Home Crown Prize, what a young man, the youngest winner ever." As he was saying, Rogerio's hand gently touched his neck, as if there was an imaginary amulet hanging there. He had been striving for Immortal Throne Award for many years, but it turned out that his talent was more in magic than in Arcana. On the shoulder of giants, shoulder of giants. Adol the Undead was right now sitting on the couch with a glass of wine in his hand. Maybe this was even out of Professor's great expectation, and maybe he was still working on synthesizing life ingredients, hoping that he could win both Home Crown Prize and Immortal Throne Award. Will you guys recognize his findings? Looking from behind, no one could tell that Adol was actually not alive. 218, Demiplane's Warehouse. At the end of the corridor on the 13th floor of Home Royal Magic Tower, there was a heavy gray iron door. When Rodem started the gear and opened it, Lucian could see nothing clear in the shadows behind. "This place is co-owned by the Will of Elements and Home Royal Magic Academy, half and half," Lazar said to Lucian. "I heard that Her Excellency Hathaway's magic tower is in this demiplane as well." As a member of the Will of Elements, Lazar had been here before. Even though Lucian tried to see through the mist with his sharp sight from the power of his blessing, he still could not identify anything there. "Please, Mr. Evans," said Rodem very respectfully, pointing the way. Obviously, he was very well trained. Lucian nodded and then he walked through the gate. 219, Lucian's research group. "Am I gonna just leave those little druids alone to let them destroy our research? Am I that stupid in your eyes, Douglas?" Lord of Storm yelled at President Douglas furiously. Meanwhile, all the archmages present slightly leaned backwards in their chair, trying to stay away from Lord of Storm's howling. Douglas, however, remained rather calm. Obviously, he was very used to it, and he comforted Lord of Storm, smiling, "Fernando, your major task when working with Hathaway and Vicent is to cooperate with Malfurion to reveal and understand the secrets of the power of nature. And I'm sure that everyone here is willing to assist you." The names of many ancient sorcerers who established the Congress of Magic with Douglas had gradually faded away due to the development of Arcana, and right now only 5 of them were still here. The rest of the 6 Grand Arcanists were more or less juniors in Douglas's eyes, and 2 of them could even be regarded as his students. 220 different ideas. Before entering the inn, Lucian took off his magic badge and only kept his 4-star Arcana badge on his chest. Then he put on a pair of wire-rimmed glasses that he bought in Align for disguise. He felt concerned that Patrick Hoffenberg might have already recognized him, so he wanted to be more careful now. Better late than never. The fine metal chain of the glasses was now hanging beside Lucian's somewhat angular face. Adjusting his bow tie slightly, Lucian went into Dragon Root confidently, in a steady pace. Sunlight came into the inn through the windows. Everything looked quiet and radiant. 2 blonde, beautiful elven druids, 1 male and 1 female, were right now sitting on the couch in the corner, waiting for the sorcerer from the Congress of Magic, and they were surrounded by several pretty elven guards and maids. There were no other guests there, just the owner of the inn and servants. 221, wasting each other's time. Dragon Root Inn, inside a large room that was temporarily outfitted as a magic lab. "Mr. Evans, these are the 2 level 3 divine spells you asked for, the Growing Brambles and the Harvest Spring," Iristine spoke in a cold tone. She handed 2 pieces of a dried yellow paper over to Lucian. The paper looked old but elegant. The elf paper was made of the elven tree bark that naturally dropped to the ground. It was a specialty of the elves, and the elven paper was one of the best materials for high-level magic scrolls. The 2 druids were part of the Nature Rebellion sect, and they were members of the elf's royal palace. Bumpkin Lucian was quite surprised to see them using expensive materials as if it was nothing. 222, Lucian's wish. Iristine was wearing a beautiful dress with leaf patterns. However, she looked very cold when she talked to Lucian. "Mr. Evans, are you making any progresses with analyzing Growing Brambles and Harvest Spring? The other groups now are all ahead of us, and they have all started planting real crops. What are we doing now? Come on, you're the winner of Home Crown Prize, Elemental Order." Tyrell and Urin got alert. They were not sure whether the prince and princess would use this as an excuse to leave this research group. Lucian slightly pushed his wire-rimmed glasses upwards and answered seriously, "Princess Iristine, the reason why we're making slow progress is that the imprints of the divine spells provided by you are incomplete. Maybe the druids in other groups are more gifted in arcana, and thus they could draw the imprints better. Do you think that's the case?" Lucian was using sarcasm with a serious look. 223, unexpected change. When the knight that was kneeling on one knee and holding a helmet in his arms declared war against the Congress of Magic as he thought the realm of the god was defiled, the rest of the Episcopal Conference members were drawing crosses in front of their chests. They shouted, "We shall purify these evil sorcerers with the holy light and force them to repent while crawling under God's feet. The realm of the god shall not be explored by the mortals." The Pope had a serious expression and was holding a platinum scepter in hand, and the holy crown was on his head. The leader of the ascetics named Varentine was wearing a short linen robe. He noticed the Pope's situation and stepped forward. 224, hit the mark by a fluke. Having no time to think too much about it, Lucian instantly made a mirrored clone of himself and extended the cover of the fire shield to the clone as well. Careful as Lucian was, he even changed the side on which he wore the piece of monocle on the clone's face. It was the second circle spell mirror, and it was one of the 3 second circle spells that Lucian actually had their structures built inside his soul. The other 2 were Mechanized Mind and Maskelyne's Acid Arrow. As soon as his mirrored clone showed up, a green light ray hit the clone right in its chest and destroyed it instantly into pieces. Then the light ray did not just disappear, but it reflected so fast that there was no way for Lucian to dodge as the spell was cast by a 6th circle sorcerer. The green light directly hit the flame shield covering Lucian. The flames suddenly rose up and quickly broke down into red particles in the air. 225, preparation. Felipe raised his left hand, which only had 4 fingers, with a gloomy smile on his face. 226, the reaction. The highest council took this cooperative research project seriously, and also the project was related to the elements and souls. So most of the arcanists from Align that were familiar with these two fields were asked to join the research, including the middle-rank arcanists from the Arcane Review Board like Reventi, Gaston, Lachlan, and Pesser. They were the ones who were qualified and had the ability to verify the submitted articles. A temporary article verification location was set up in a mansion in Sarova, and all the arcanists who joined the project would be able to submit their research results without wasting any time. Lucian saw Woods from Common Arcana Journal coming from the other side of the hallway as he stepped out of the room that was full of magic circles. "Greetings, Mr. Woods, I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you were an expert in force field and astrology." 227 The stir caused. In a magic lab, staring at the white particles with a light touch of red color in the reactor, Gaston cast identification in a serious manner. When he got the result, his weird-looking dark yellow eyes narrowed and he murmured, "It's really carbamide. Carbamide could be synthesized without using any life ingredients." After staring at the particles for a while, a sarcastic smile appeared on Gaston's face. Those guys who play with bodies all the time in Hand of Paleness are in trouble now. 228 The surge. The steady hand that could accurately separate the dead bodies into different parts and complete the complicated casting gestures at any level was trembling like it had lost the control, although it was just trying to turn the paper to the next page. "That's lame and absurd. How can such a paper be published in a brief report?" The man's voice was mixed in the chilling wind. It was deep and hoarse. The voice sounded like it was filled up with pain and hatred. Lucian Evans X, how dare the bastards from the will of the elements question the structure of a human's body? They don't even know the secret of life. "I'll punish him if I ever meet him." Menshak forgot that the brief report was just a newspaper that was used to share the research progression by the research teams, and the papers published on it did not need to be verified. 229 A great stir. Sitting beside Vaharal, Valentin looked very serious. There was still a layer of light covering his clenched fist. Clearly, he was very mad at Lucian Evans, the vicious sorcerer who showed no respect to the deity. Seeing that, Philibel, the cardinal who had a thick white mustache, presented them with another 2 pieces of newspaper. "What you two just read was the first day newspaper, and these are from the second day and the third day." Lucian Evans, not worth much attention, I'd say, as it's just synthesizing carbamide, and no one would believe that any life ingredients could ever exist in those dirty excreta. The members from Episcopal Conference all understood Arcana papers to some degree thanks to the several popes' contribution to the improvement of divine spells. 230 Secret Conversation. "Evans, what's the experiment about? The artificially synthesized living substance." Reventi's white hair was neat. He looked like a gentleman with a pair of sharp eyes, and Lucian could feel the pressure as he was being stared at. Morris and Gaston were looking at Lucian with relaxed smiles on their faces. They were trying to guess what the man was thinking, and they wanted to know if he had come up with some unusual experiments again. Lucian had brought the storm to the areas that were strongly influenced by the Church and Align, but it was still hard to believe that he just wanted to discuss Arcana problems with the senior-rank arcanists. 231 Opening. Both Nikolay and Walter were both originally devout dervishes, and later they joined the Night Watch for some reasons. Right now, both of them were level 5 pastors. One was the leader of a Night Watcher team from home, and the other was from another Night Watcher team called Hammer, belonging to the Lance Inquisition. Both Nikolay and Walter were particularly fanatical and steadfast in their faith, and this was why Valentin called them in, as whoever took the mission was basically doomed to die. "Lord Valentin, I'm all the time prepared to sacrifice my life to defend the glory of God. Death is not the end, and there's an eternal wonderland behind the gate of Mountain Paradise." Nikolay knelt down on one knee and crossed himself. He was a tough, middle-aged man dressed in a simple white robe. He had no wife, no children, and 0 possessions, as he had devoted everything to the God of truth. 232 Why? Reventi stood behind the lab equipment being stared at by many arcanists. He wasted no time and went straight to the point. In the tales told by the intelligent beings like the elves, the dragons, and the human beings, the start of the world is similar: lightnings, thunders, volcano eruptions, and floods. We all hate the Church, but there are similar descriptions in their Holy Bible. Some arcanists from the Will of Elements were enlightened by the argument about the possibility of artificially synthesized living substances, and they wondered if we could simulate such environment. Why don't we try and see if anything will happen within that environment? Although Reventi was speaking slowly in a deep tone, the people in the room all knew that he was excited. 233 The True Devil. On the following Friday, after the arcanists finished their breakfast, they entered the hall in groups. According to Reventi's words, they would be able to see the result of the experiment today or at most tomorrow, which made them feel very curious. During the past 7 days, the arcanists did observe the reaction equipment through the magic imprints that they left. However, there was nothing specially new going on there. There was nothing new with the pure water evaporating, with the lightning striking the vapor and mixed gas, or with the vapor then condensed into liquid again. Everything was just so simple and plain. What are we going to see? Honestly speaking, I'm very curious. A necromancer from the Hand of Paleness who just re-established his meditation environment was saying in a quite excited way. 234. Action. In the demiplane, 7 fine silver chairs floating in the darkness formed a semicircle, and the 5 grand arcanists sitting on the chairs looked like gods overlooking the mortals from high above. A senior elf was right now sitting on one of the 2 chairs that originally belonged to the other 2 grand arcanists who did not attend the meeting today. Right now, he was staring at the reactor down there as if he had forgotten everything around him. The senior elf was staring at every single change happening in the reactor. Lightning, vaporization, condensation, there was light in his pupil. 235. Impact. Philibel jumped up from his chair and took over the letter with his slightly trembling hands. He wondered if the Congress had declared war against them. In his mind, he believed that the assassination had succeeded, because this was the only explanation why the letter was sent by the sorcerer that they bribed instead of their other channels. If the Congress managed to take over home, the fact that some sorcerers were working for the church would be easily found out. For the sorcerers who wanted to gain as much benefit as they could, the best scenario would be the one where the balance between the Congress and the church was maintained. 236. Lucian's new magic. After experiencing the great shock brought by the previous 2 experiences, the fact that life force theory was overturned was not such a big surprise for those grand cardinals. However, they had imagined that the Congress was right now targeting creationism, the realm of God. The success of the experiment forced the grand cardinals and legendary knights to doubt creationism, and they started to question themselves whether this was a true forbidden realm that only belonged to God. They did not know what to do, and showing their great anger seemed to be the only way right now that they could hide their inner fear and guilt. 237. 2 sides of the land. The vibrant and colorful flowers were dancing in the wind. They made the pink whitish buildings look alive. Inside the mansion, there were several platforms with complicated patterns engraved on the surface of them within a spacious room that was locked. Equipment like glass bottles, reaction burners, and connecting tubes were placed on top of those platforms. When compared to the normal lab equipment Lucian had seen on Earth, the equipment on the platform looked mysterious due to the enigmatic magic runes on them. He had changed to a long lab robe from the black frock coat so he could move freely in the room. Lucian was focusing on the magic circles that could simulate the different parts of the spell models. A ball of red shadow appeared in the dark, and it slowly stabilized after combining the models. Although it was a blurry shadow, he could see that it was a creature that looked like a rat with different colors on its body parts due to the difference in temperature. 238 partners. Sorcerer Administrative Department. Eric took out Lucian's Arcana badge from the magic cage. On the badge, the 4 shining silver stars looked beautiful and mysterious against the black background, as if there were innumerable secrets behind the stars. 708 Arcana credits in total. Even if you stopped publishing Arcana papers for a while, you would have no troubling upgrading to level 5 in 1 year or 2. Eric, being quite emotional, handed the badge over to Lucian. You'll be the youngest level 5 arcanist ever in history, but also among all the level 5 arcanists, your magic level is the lowest. 239. The Elves' Second Visit. Jin Ki La. Arthur was very confused. He even repeated this word to himself a few times to feel the possible meaning of it, which almost made Lucian burst out laughing. Well, Lucian rubbed his cheeks a bit to stay serious. Because soils are different, sometimes we have to use those alchemical products separately. When they're all mixed together, let's call it Jinkella. Then we have Jinkella number 1, Jinkella no. 2 things like that. Seeing that Lucian was being quite serious, Arthur put on his typical businessman smile. Great name, Mr. Evans. Great name, let's call it Jinkla. Lucian, in fact, never found any of his talent in naming, just like Mr. Victor and Rhine. After having the product name, they together named the new company Home Mineral and Harvest. Mr. Eric being the witness, Arthur and Lucian signed another contract, and Mr. Eric also signed it, representing the Congress of Magic. 240. the elves' good impression. Southwest of Alain, in a beautiful garden villa. Two maids were serving tea in fine porcelain cups to Iristine and Arcelian. Although they were well-trained, they still could not help stealing a look at the two elves because they were pretty and charming and their long ears looked very unique. In the living room, the apprentices were doing their arcana exercises on the big dining table. Sighing over and over, they felt overwhelmed. But at the same time, they were also peeking at Mr. Evans and the two elves, feeling very curious about what was going on there. Although it was not the first time that the apprentices saw smart creatures of other races, such as elves, dwarves, and giants, they were still very impressed with Iristine and Arcelian's appearance, who looked gorgeous and elegant. 241, making effort. Inside room number 14 on the 13th floor of Alain Magic Tower, Florentia was wearing a light blue dress today, which style was close to that of Tria or Alto. In this dress, she looked even hotter and more charming in a slightly more mature way. Right now, Florentia was sitting opposite Lucian with her left hand supporting her head and her long blonde hair gently falling over her shoulders, listening carefully to Lucian, who was explaining his purpose in coming. Then her green eyes looked at Lucian when he finished his words and she put on a smile. Evans, do you think this proposal can get approved within the Affairs Committee? You know, a proposal that can increase the cost and cut down their profit. Her attitude remained ambiguous with this question. 242, Lucian, the friend of nature. Lucian was surprised by the arrangement. He did not prepare for a speech and he doubted the content would be effective. Lucian had planned to prepare a speech and convince the members of the committee, however, as Florentia did not mention anything related to the speech, Lucian thought he did not need to do anything. He got lazy and just forgot about it. Iristine and Arcelian looked excited as they kept saying, make sure you explain the balance of nature theory completely. The theory is what we druids believe, and you need to convince those sorcerers of it. Due to the excitement, the two elves did not feel the pressure, and their words made Lucian's head ache. He needed to give a concise but strong speech as long principles would not be effective. What should I say? I can't construct any convincible content in such a short period of time, Lucian thought. 243, flying. The spacious living room was right now filled with a cheerful melody. Anik, Laria, Sprint, and all the apprentices who studied there were dancing with the music, trying to picture how those nobles danced in those fancy parties. At the same time, the apprentices were also peeking at Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans' upper body was very relaxed, and his fingers moved fast and flexibly. His profile was charming, as he was very dedicated to his playing, with a big smile on the corner of his lips. The whole scene looked like an elegant picture. Finishing his playing, Lucian stood up from the piano chair and said to all the apprentices, "Ladies and gentlemen, Happy New Year." "Mr. Evans, Happy New Year," the apprentices said together happily. 244, simple task. In ancient magic system, flying belonged to the school of astrology, but in the contemporary magic system, it belonged to both the schools of force and astrology, because the principle of the spell was using the gravity of stars to counteract the one from the ground. Lucian closed his eyes and enjoyed the night wind when he was flying free in the sky, and he felt that he was totally released from all the constraints. The only thing was that his flying was pretty slow, and he also needed to pay attention to the stars to calculate his directions and flying angle. In order to save some trouble, Lucian knew that he needed an auxiliary magic circle helping him with the calculation, and before he learned flying advanced, 6th circle, he could never fly as fast as a magic steam train, but maybe he could use hydromechanics or aerodynamics to improve it a bit. 245, Mr. Evans. Lucian put on his upgraded magic badge, and although the magic steam train had recently introduced a new route from Alain to Kappas, he didn't board it to get his task done, but instead hired a coach and headed for the magic tower of the Will of Elements. The task was given to Lucian in a way that he considered suspicious, because it arrived right after Lucian upgraded. He wanted to have some senior rank arcanist from his own group check it first to make sure everything was fine there. In an office of the magic tower of the Will of Elements, Gaston listened to Lucian's description of the task quietly with his fingers crossed. His dark yellow eyes looked a bit suspicious and Gaston said seriously, "This doesn't look like a dangerous task. With your ring, even if you cannot fulfill the task, protecting yourself and escaping should not be a problem. But for your safety, I still need to ask Florentia, maybe she knows something else." 246, Castle Bertrand. In the tavern's Gold Cup. Lucian pulled a chair for himself and sat down, then he nodded to them smiling and said, "Nice to meet you too as well. How do you want me to call you?" As he was asking, Lucian showed them his home crown prize ring purposefully, but in a casual way to make them understand who was the leader of this group, so he could possibly be in safer place later in the castle. Charlie, battle sorcerer, middle rank. Middle rank Sandra. Both Charlie and Sandra briefly introduced themselves in a respectful way to Lucian. Although they were confident in their own power, they knew that Lucian once killed a senior-rank sorcerer with Felipe before, thus they understood the power difference between the young man in front of them and themselves. 247. The Apprentice Hall. Seeing the wide-open gate, Lucian, Charlie, and Sandra were a bit relieved, because that meant the magic circle of the castle itself had not been activated. Either the core of the castle had been damaged when the summoning failed, or the low-rank demons just had no idea how to control the magic circle. Either way was a piece of good news for them, as a sorcerer castle with an activated protective magic circle could be 1 or 2 levels even more powerful than the owner himself. This castle, designed and constructed by a 3rd circle sorcerer, could have the power of a 4th or 5th circle sorcerer, and if the castle's magic circle had been activated, that would cost Lucian, Charlie, and Sandra quite a long time to break into it. However cautious as Lucian was, he did not directly rush in there, but he stopped in the air staring at the castle from above. 248. Distortion. The greenish-gray pimples soon covered the whole face of the young man in the mirror. His eyeballs were protruding and his nose started to get rotten. Chunks of gray flesh were falling and white bones and 2 black eye sockets were revealed. Lucian was shocked. Seeing what was happening with the familiar face in the mirror, Lucian felt goosebumps rise from the tips of his toes to the top of his head. Although the spell Mechanized Mind did help, Lucian still got frozen there and he could not think clearly. At this time, the rotten face in the mirror put on a smile like an ugly clown. Everything in front of Lucian's eyes went black and his heart stopped beating for about 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, Lucian got his heartbeat back, and it was beating so fast, so bad, as if it was going to jump out of his chest. 249. An Ancient Rite. "What's your name?" asked Sandra, who was trying to put on a nice smile on her face and soften her voice. However, the boy still got very scared. Screaming and shaking his head, the teenager boy used his hands and feet to drag himself toward the corner farther inside the chamber. Lucian did not rush them to get to the summoning room, because the fact that the demon just disappeared like that was too weird. Now they found a survivor here and they should get more information from him. Exchanging a look with Sandra, Lucian slightly lifted his chin towards Susan. Use a magic potion to calm her down. Let Susan talk to him. 250. Brazier. Countless illusory pale arms rose from the gray stone floor. Those evil arms were infused with hatred, and they were trying to grab the things above them. It seemed like they would tear apart anything that fell into their hands and drag it to hell. There were countless muscular arms with pale skin spurting out of the wall on the left and the bookshelf on the right. It almost looked like they formed a wall of arms that came straight from hell. The pale arms around Lucian, Charlie, and Sandra detected their presence. The arms quickly moved toward them and tried to grab their ankles, arms, or edges of their clothes. The 11 crystal orbs that were rotating over Lucian's head released eye-blinding light as the arms reached his body. The pale arms were burnt into white smoke in the intense light. 251. Bitter Fight. When the demon's scarlet eyes looked at Charlie, Lucian noticed that Charlie's face froze immediately, and the symbols on the magic shield started to swell and break into pieces. Then, the whole shield was destroyed. As soon as the shield was gone, Charlie was enveloped by a heavy black fog. It happened so fast that neither Lucian nor Sandra managed to take any actions. After a second, the black fog disappeared all of a sudden. A small black pig showed up at the spot where Charlie was, and it looked beyond lost. Turning around in circles, its thin tail kept wagging. Baleful polymorph. Sandra's voice came to Lucian's mind through their telepathic bond. We need to kill it before it gets out of the brazier. At the same time, dark clouds gathered under the ceiling. Among those clouds, streak lightnings were flashing, turning the whole place into a lightning forest. The 4th circle spell in the School of Electromagnetics, Lightning Clouds. 252. Hatred. When Lucian activated his monocle, before he could try to contact Mr. Gaston again, he suddenly sensed a great magic power and subconsciously cast Masculine Star. The crystal ball that Lucian had just picked up from the floor rose to the air again above his head, surrounded by 12 shining light spheres. Charlie was slower than Lucian, but not by much. The giant palm made of force covered him again. Susan, however, was completely lost. Without Sandra's protection, she had no idea what she could do, but only watched the electric sparks in front of Sandra's chest fighting against the cluster of black smoke. Very quickly, the black smoke was driven away from Sandra. As soon as the black smoke left Sandra's body, the several metal pieces on the floor in front of Sandra turned burned black. "The thing's still around." Sandra's voice was sharp with fear. I almost got controlled by it. 253 behind them. Maybe the thing knew that we had relaxed our guard after destroying the brazier. And since you still could not get in touch with Mr. Gaston, we would find out very soon that the thing did not die completely. So, controlling one of us and launching an unexpected attack might be the best way in its mind at that time. Charlie tried to analyze what just happened. Also, according to Bill's words, this kind of demon comes from negative emotions, and very often they can't control themselves, not to mention figuring out the best tactic. As his body was gradually absorbing the magic potion, Lucian felt much better, although he still could not run or use magic. Listening to Charlie's words, he slightly nodded. "I know what you mean, Charlie, but I just feel the whole thing is quite suspicious." 254 in the library. The middle-aged sorcerer looked around the hall and sighed a bit sympathetically. It's so unlucky of Bertrand. He was just summoning a couple of demons for his experiment, having no idea that his youngest apprentice was also secretly conducting a summoning rite in the chamber. Or there was no way that an experienced sorcerer like him would fail to notice what was going on in his own castle in time. "Well, Thompson, I don't see this as just merely bad luck." The dragon pulled out a bulky bag from under its belly satisfactorily and started to count the gold nuggets, coins, and precious magic materials. "According to my experience, when the kid was trying to seek for power from Pain Fable, the hatred demon had already cast its projection in his mind and started to affect his way of thinking, behavior, and emotions. The special rite later was only made to reinforce the demon's power." 255. A New Journey Again, the end of Volume III. "Mr. Evans," Sandra looked at Lucian a bit confusedly. She did not understand why what she had just said was surprising at all. My hand just trembled from the reflected damage from the ring." Lucian quickly found an excuse and picked up the book. What Lucian said was not true, and the truth was that he was shocked by Sandra's words, because Viken was not the only sorcerer who disappeared before the War of Dawn. Masculine also did. Although Sandra and Charlie knew part of the story, they did not know those details. Masculine the Prophet went missing deep into the world of souls, together with his several friends mentioned in his notes, and at that time they were all working on some important magic experiment. The whole thing got even more weird with the fact that Masculine could make divine items with magic, and his symbol, the Grand Cross, looked very much like the Church's Cross of Truth. 256. The East Haven. Volume IV, The Dark Mountain Range. In the month of hot wind, the 8th of the year, the weather would be torturing hot in Align or Alto, as if even the air was on fire. However, in this narrow and busy city across the continent, filled with buildings of mixed styles from different countries, the breeze was still cool and gentle like that of the month of life. This was Segru, deep in the northwest of the far Northland, the East Haven surrounded by countless giant, towering trees. Because the cabin of Palmyra of the Congress controlled the many busy cities along Storm Strait, and their control extended all the way up to the far Northland, the cabin of Palmyra had driven away lots of orcs, dwarf tribes, and trolls and built up many cities. Therefore, in many people's mind, all of the far Northland was the cabin of Palmyra's territory, an area under the control of the Congress of Magic. 257. A Good Introduction. Gyuzan repeated in a confused way, "Through Chakran Empire." Lucian stopped walking closer to Gyuzan but just stood on the stairs, where those guards were still lying on the floor with his hands in his pockets. Those guests who came here to buy information were all hiding in the booths, feeling terrified. "Yes, I want to take the way through the Empire and get to the countries following other gods northeast of the Dark Mountain Range." Lucian nodded. "I'm sure that you can tell I'm a sorcerer, Mr. Gyuzan. I need a guide who really knows well about the country's geography, custom, and powers to help me get to my final destination, without being chased after by the North Church." 258. Warren the Young Master. Seeing that his guessing was correct, Lucian smiled confidently. "There are only 30 or 40 people here in the East Haven who are qualified for being called Big Man, so it's not very difficult to guess. And there's no way that you work for one of the 9 city lords, or you wouldn't need to hide his name." The metal armors were banging against each other from the back of the bar. It seemed that the chamber was underground since the whole floor of the bar was shaking slightly. Seeing that, the guests started leaving the bar not because they were afraid or nervous, but because they were really used to it and they did not want to bother to be part of this at all. Lucian, with his hands in his pockets, also headed for the bar gate. In the East Haven, countless people were from Chakran Empire, and Leo definitely wasn't his only choice. Also, Lucian did not want any trouble at this time. 259, Leo's suggestion. Thanks to his blessing, Frost Giant, Leo did not pass out yet. Hearing Lucian's words, he opened his eyes with great difficulty, looking at the strange young man in front of him both surprisedly and worriedly. Facing Lucian's direct command, the bar owner was shocked as well. He wondered if this young man knew who Warren was and who his father was. Warren first laughed a bit as if he saw something beyond ridiculous, then, suppressing his anger, he said to Lucian, "Why do you think I'd let you take Leo? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this?" Clearly, Warren was on a bad mood. His great deal with a duke in Chakran Empire had been ruined by Leo. When he finally found Leo and was about to make him pay, some random guy just showed up right in front of him and commanded him to let go of Leo. No one except his own father and the 9 city lords dare talk to him like this. 260, a new identity. The wind was warm, the sunshine was warm, everything seemed to be warm and drowsy. On a street of Segru, Lucian, who had changed his whole set of outfit, was heading for Valentine's secret residence following Leo. Once Leo recovered, he showed his good disguise skills. He changed Lucian's home-styled black long coat to the typical tight surtout in the style of Chakran Empire, with white breeches and black long boots. Using hair oil, Lucian's hairstyle was now slicked back. Together with the makeup and his mustache, Lucian now looked like a serious and calm gentleman around 27 or 28. 261, shut the mouth. Holding his hands together behind his back, Warren looked at the clouds outside of the window for a while, then walked to the one-eyed swordman standing beside the door of the study. "Lorben, keep an eye on Leo and the sorcerer, especially on what they buy and where they go." As there was still a small chance that Leo and the sorcerer visited Valentine because of some other reason, Warren needed to make sure his guessing was correct. However, even if he could not make sure of their intention, he would still write to the big nobles and remind them to be more mindful. "Yes, Lord Warren," responded Lorben with great respect. Because of what happened in the bar, Lorben felt that, as one of Warren's best guards, he let the young master down. Now he was trying to leave Warren with some good impression with his extremely respectful manner. 262, clean up. In the fierce thump of hooves, 7 or 8 strong dragon-scale horses rushed southeastwards through the city gate of Segru. "Bastards. Don't you see people?" shouted a gatekeeper who was almost knocked over by one of the horses. Apart from special situations, Segru city gate was never closed. Another gatekeeper shot him a warning glance and lowered his voice. "Didn't you see the man on the horse? It was Lord Jacob, how dare you?" Hearing that, the first gatekeeper immediately closed his mouth tight and looked around alertly. He started to get worried that someone would remember what he just said and put him in trouble. After a while, he asked the other gatekeeper confusedly, "What happened in Segru? Why was Lord Jacob in such a hurry?" "Lord Jacob, I heard that Lord Jacob's son is dead. He was killed by someone in his own villa and all his guards were killed too," answered the other gatekeeper in a frightened but also excited way. 263, get rid of future trouble. No one, including Jacob, Spencer, or the many knights, ever expected that the sorcerer who killed Warren and Rajah was still waiting here. In almost every case, the murder would hurriedly escape from the site as fast and far as possible. Therefore, when Jacob and the knights first arrived at the living room, they were only looking for clues and evidence, but it never occurred to them that there was another person there. Lucian took advantage of this, and he called it the psychological magic. When Jacob saw the gray spider nets covering his whole body and noticed a person slowly showing up in the space, he immediately realized what was going on there. He was not frightened, instead, he was furious. He tightened all his muscles under the armor to break the fibers, but the threads were stronger than he thought. He could not move at all, not to mention reaching to the sword around his waist called Ice Break. The second circle spell, Spider Web, 264, set off. Ice Break, level 4 medium rank magic sword, bonus damage of ice and acid balance improvement. Jacob had spent almost 10,000 Thales on it. However, in the last fight of his life, he did not even have a chance to draw the sword. Lucian picked up the sword from the floor and slightly shook his head. The sword was glowing in a greenish-blue light. Together with the armor named Demon Soul, the ring named Punishment, which could cast lightning 3 times a day, and some gold coins and gems worth around 40 Thales, Lucian put the sword and other trophies into his magic storage pouch. To collect the pieces of equipment, Jacob made countless filthy smuggling deals. Now they all belonged to Lucian. However, Lucian was not planning on using them because some nobles in Chakran Empire could probably recognize them, which definitely meant unwanted trouble. Therefore, Lucian was going to have Leo sell them. 265. The Super-Rich. In the year 819 of Saint Calendar, the end of the month of beginning. In the afternoon, the gray sky started to reveal a touch of cheerful blue. The great storm had finally stopped. Snow accumulated in front of the unique-looking buildings with domes, and the snow was so thick that the doors of the buildings had been blocked. Some Chakran Empire residents got out through the windows. They started pushing aside the snow with big shovels, drinking spirits at the same time. Most people here had blonde, light blonde, or black-colored hair and were well-built. While young ladies looked beautiful and elegant, those middle-aged ones tended to have put on extra weight. Many of them were double the size of their husbands, and they could easily roll the big snowballs, which were even very heavy for many young lads with one single hand. 266. Winter Hunting. Dear Mr. Peter, it is so nice to hear that we have a Vladimir family member here in Ural. Now, the storm has stopped and the weather has cleared up. Therefore, in order to celebrate the upcoming spring and welcome our distinguished guest from afar, I would like to invite all the nobles in town to join together for a winter hunting in the forest belonging to my manor. May I have the honor? Baroness Karlina Lotniko. That was a fancy invitation, made of fine cardboard and printed with sunflower patterns with her elegant and beautiful handwriting in Chakran language. The invitation also had the unique feminine scent left by the mature and beautiful noble lady who wrote the invitation. Baroness Karlina Lotniko. Lucian just heard the name from Sergei, who he suspected to be a swindler, so he was now feeling a little hesitant. 267. The Hero and the Beauty. It seemed that everything stopped for a few seconds, even including the chilly wind. Karlina and her guards were shocked and were just standing there, watching the huge winter bear jumping toward them. Then, with a flash of sword light, the winter bear fiercely fell onto the ground, stirring the snow everywhere. They could not believe their eyes. How could a fully grown bear just be killed like this? Blood oozed out of the thin line throughout the bear's forehead, nose, mouth, and its body. To be more specific, the blood did not manage to come out literally, but was frozen into some kind of shining, blue ice. Then mysterious gray light burst out from its body. When the light disappeared, the bear was gone, and instead a man wearing a black cloak was on the ground. There was a deep wound on his face right in the middle, and his cloak was also cut in half. 268. Leo's Finding. What? Karlina was confused. I mean, we should be friends, said Lucian seriously. I heard you. Karlina put on quite a few facial expressions within a few seconds. Finally, she put on a delicate and charming look, and her big eyes stared at Lucian's face with some tears in it. I'm so sorry, Mr. Peter. I've troubled you this much. Although most guys would probably be touched by the way she looked right now, Lucian was an exception. He was still wearing the polite smile. I really appreciate your affection. But you're just not the type I like, I'm sorry. The song gradually ended. Karlina looked down and her tears dropped onto the carpet. Her nose was a bit stuffy. I know I'm only a widow and I don't deserve you, Mr. Peter. Anyway, I've told you my feelings toward you. Thank you for dancing with me. Feel free to come back to Ural in the future. When the music stopped, Karlina quickly turned around and left the dancing floor. 269. Ivanovsky's Plot. Lucian purposely asked in a confused tone, Mr. Ivanovsky. It's quite late now. Ivanovsky's response was quite cheesy and suspicious. I'm visiting you this late, Mr. Peter, because of the good news. I know several viscounts from Vladimir family, so I felt quite close to you the first time I saw you, Mr. Peter, not to mention how your courage and fighting skills impressed me. So I'd like to share the good news with someone I like. All of Ivanovsky's words only reminded Lucian of a fraud. However, as powerful and influential as Ivanovsky, why would he be interested in Lucian, a nobody? After thinking for a few seconds, Lucian decided to listen to him to see what the good news was. Getting more information was never a bad thing, since Lucian would probably be able to see through Ivanovsky's secret plot during their conversation. 270. The Count's Invitation. Holding the fine porcelain cup, Lucian slightly nodded. I know. People like Ivanovsky are definitely ruthless or they wouldn't be able to survive. I wish I knew who was protecting him so I could. Although Lucian's tone was gentle, his words made Leo feel cold. The person he was working for right now was a sorcerer who was beyond calm. If this young man knew more about Ivanovsky, then through a series of analysis, he would kill Ivanovsky as soon as possible. 271. The Old Count. In the warm afternoon sunshine, a fine coach was heading toward the center of Noble Zone in the southwest of Ural City. Its destination was the Count's Castle, Dry Vine. All the pedestrians, when seeing the coach, yielded to it respectfully, as they could easily recognize it as the Count's coach. In the coach, Lucian pretended that he was just going sightseeing. However, he was checking out the Empire's map in his spirit library, and he paid extra attention to the surroundings of Ural City. The Count's invitation was a surprise, and Lucian could not find any excuses instantly to turn it down. The role Lucian was playing had brought him much convenience, but also some trouble. Also, because the invitation was out of everyone's expectation, Karlina and Ivanovsky's plan could be interrupted by this. Lucian had no idea what they would do to have things back in their control, but definitely not something good, so he had to be prepared in advance. 272 Night Falls. Karlina responded in confusion. What does it have to do with me? Ivanovsky, I thought the intelligence agents that worked for Uncle Wit were under your control. Why is he asking to see Viscount Fyodorov after he woke up and had the breakfast? She sounded frustrated and angry. Viscount Fyodorov was the senior brother of Barshak, and it was obvious that he had heard about the matter regarding Peter. I've checked the situation. It's impossible for Count Wit to meet Viscount Fyodorov just because of the intel, and none of the agents contacted Count Wit secretly. Karlina, there might be a problem with the servants and maids you selected. Ivanovsky denied the allegations and accused Karlina of selecting the wrong people. 273. Slaying. The dim moonlight behind the curtain did not light up Lucian's room, but made the whole place very quiet and somehow even darker. The darkness in the room was not evenly distributed, as if the darkness had life. But when one took a closer look at it, there was nothing in the darkness. Lucian was lying in the bed, and his breath was long and smooth. It seemed that he had fallen into a sweet dream in his deep sleep. The darkness shows he's indeed in the bed. His swords, 2 swords, about 10 centimeters from his hands. He's very alert. Breath, heartbeat, spiritual power, all normal. Hands are covered by the blanket. Hard to tell. His posture is awful, not like a noble at all. He is in deep sleep. Maybe the many guards in the castle made him feel safe. 274 Good actors. When the dark assassin Petrov was killed by the flame strike, Ivanovsky and Karlina only noticed the waves from the divine spell. They knew something went wrong, but they had no idea what happened in Lucian's room. When the short but intense magic battle between Lucian and Matvienko happened, they finally learned the truth as they focused in the scene midair. He's a middle-rank mage, damn liar. Ivanovsky's eyes were wide open. It almost felt like he was about to break his gold-wired glasses. After the surprise, the man started cursing furiously. Ivanovsky could understand how reluctant Petrov was before he died and how desperate Matvienko was at the moment. Karlina was so surprised and confused that she could not close her half-opened mouth, exposing her neat teeth to the air. 275. Entrance Gap. Lucian's room was on the 3rd floor of the castle, more than 10 meters above the ground. Even a knight would get hurt if he fell onto the ground from this high. However, casting Feather Fall was also not a good idea, since Lucian would for sure become an easy target when he slowly glided toward the floor. Therefore, Lucian jumped out and did not cast any spells, so he fell freely for half a second. Then he quickly cast Flying, using the gravity of stars to slow down his falling. With that perfect calculation, Lucian landed on his feet safely in the garden. Although the controlling of the right time was greatly challenging, Lucian's strong spiritual power and outstanding calculation ability made the whole process simple for him. After landing, Lucian quickly dodged the colorful light pieces falling from the sky and directly rushed to the castle gate. 276. The Unexpected Encounter. Ivanovsky. Lucian was more than shocked. Luckily, Lucian had made himself stay concentrated when he heard the footsteps, and he was always quite good at staying calm, or his invisibility spell would have expired already because of his sudden mood swing. Ural City was as big as Align, and its suburb area, surrounded by great mountains, was even broader. How could two people who were both trying to avoid each other just meet like this in the end of a mine tunnel? Lucian tried to calm down and restrain his idea of killing Ivanovsky, as a Grand Knight could sense nearby danger, including someone's intent to kill. He wondered if this was a coincidence, or in fact Ivanovsky was following him all the way. Hiding in the corner, Lucian saw that Ivanovsky stopped in front of the end of the tunnel and looked around. 277 Rhine's Request. Mr. Rhine, why are you here? Lucian was more than surprised. Although he was still alert, it was still a big relief to Lucian. It was Rhine who was sitting in the throne up there, raising his glass to greet to Lucian. Just like when he was in Alto, Rhine still looked very relaxed and casual, as if he was here just waiting for Lucian. The fancy gold throne in this glorious castle built by Count Witt himself to honor his great achievement in the countless battles now looked boring in this world of black and white. When facing death, all those valuable things including feelings, glory, loyalty, treasure, and cuisines had lost their meaning. In the world of death, everything was the same, meaningless. However, Rhine was the only colorful existence in this space. Silver, red, and black, he was so out of tune here, a living man in the world of death. He lit up the space, but also made this space seem a bit absurd and so unreal. 278. Improvement. While the power in Lucian's blood was profoundly nurturing Lucian's soul, his skin started to get pale and dry, like an old mummy buried in a tomb for many years or a dying poplar tree struggling in the desert. Lucian's legs were trembling, his muscles became slack, and his heartbeat slowed down. However, his refreshed soul rose in the air and looked down at his withered body. The creepy feeling came to Lucian so suddenly that it made him feel he was in the world of meditation. When Lucian thought he was going to die when his blessing power had been drained by the growth of his soul, some strange power penetrated into his body from Rhine's sharp teeth, and the great improvement in Lucian's soul immediately stopped. The remaining slight amount of blessing power was stimulated by the strange power and thus started to rapidly recover in Lucian's veins. 279. The Red Robe. In the world of souls, Lucian stopped the many thoughts in his mind and was about to find a room in the projection of the castle to take a rest. He planned to meet Leo later at the place they previously agreed when this whole thing settled down. According to Lucian's estimation, this would take 3 to 4 days. Leo and he had agreed on meeting each other a week later, so he had plenty of time. He could use this time learning how to control his newly grown spiritual power. Lucian felt lucky for not meeting any undead creatures here. The deeper one went, the more dangerous this space was. Lucian was only a middle-rank mage right now, and he knew his own limit. When Lucian was going to step on the stairs, the castle started shaking fiercely, like a boat in the ocean meeting a great storm. Then the castle was torn into countless pieces of shadow. A second later, the shadow all disappeared. 280. Lucian's finding. Lucian stared at the sky like a real ghoul, and he murmured to himself in his mind out of confusion, "Is the red-robed cardinal from the north or the south church? Why is he here? Is he chasing after Nikonov?" The main divergence between the North and the South Church was their different understandings of some doctrines and prayers. The North Church especially doubted the status of the Pope as the speaker of God on the land of truth. Therefore, after the secession, the North Church referred to the Pope as pontiff, and a pontiff should not enjoy the lofty status of being respected as the spokesperson of God, but only a leader of the Grand Cardinals. Through the Grand Cardinals, a pontiff could lead the church. And that was it. 281. The Mist Music Festival. Although the heavy sword in Lucian's hands did not look fancy, the design of it was solemn and sacred. However, the look and the value was not the reason that made Leo's body slightly shake and his voice tremble. "That's right, the sword's called Cleanser and its last owner was Ivanovsky. I killed him." Lucian nodded. When he said this, there was a calm smile on his face. Lucian was not worried about the possibility of someone figuring out that he also knew about the existence of the world of souls. After all, no one could tell that, instead of chasing after Lucian to kill him, Ivanovsky was actually running for his own life toward the mine pit. Sneaky as a sorcerer could be, there was still chance that Lucian could end Ivanovsky's life using some kind of strange magic items or traps. Also, Nikonov did not find any evidence at the bottom of the mine pit, and neither did he find Ivanovsky in the world of souls. Therefore, Lucian should be safe. 282. Come back home, Alta. Lucian was glad to hear the news about his music teacher, Victor. The fact that Victor held his concert in the Psalm Hall during the music festival showed that his music achievement had been acknowledged. With a pleasant smile, he asked, "Which piece did Mr. Victor play?" 283. Welcome back. In the early morning, in a fancy hotel in Nalan district, Lucian had sent Leo to the room next door to sleep quite a while ago, and he also told Leo not to panic and just continue to sleep if he heard some weird noise from Lucian's room that night. After running into Natasha, Lucian was sure that, as a princess and a radiant knight, as long as he did not hide himself on purpose from her, it would not be too big of a trouble for Natasha to find him in Alto. Holding a glass of red wine in his hand, Lucian sat cozily in the couch. He did not drink the wine but just swirled it in the glass, staring at the red ripples. His mind was filled with thoughts and memories. The wine burn was produced in the chateau of Felicia's family. In most cases, only the family's guests could enjoy it. But this hotel was closely connected to the Hain family, so the hotel was able to store a few bottles here and promote the wine as a main feature of the hotel. 284. Mr. Evans is back. Lucian did not know what to say. He just wanted to play a joke, but the joke poked the softest and the most painful part of Natasha's heart. He wanted to comfort Natasha, but he did not know how. Seeing Lucian's embarrassed look, Natasha bit her lips lightly and said, "It's okay, Lucian. No matter what happened, it's a part of me. I always try to appreciate it and learn my lesson out of it. That's my attitude." "Don't worry, Lucian. I'll never blame you for saying something you never really mean to say." "Well, if so, let me be honest, Natasha," said Lucian in a pretended serious way. "The only thing that I learn from memory and history is that we can learn nothing." Natasha first paused a second and then burst out laughing with Lucian. She was laughing so hard that she even could not keep her back straight like a knight, like a flourishing violet. 285. Lucian, the respected musician. The hall of the Musicians' Association was the same, grand but quiet. No matter where, the Musicians' Association was always the most quiet place among all the professional associations, as most musicians and instrumentalists were busy with all kinds of stuff, including training the bands, rehearsal, looking for music sheets in the library, and so on. Therefore, very few of them would come to the association in the early morning. Also, the Musicians' Association was supposed to be a quiet place to let the musicians stay focused on their music works. The two young girls behind the reception desk looked sweet and nice. Right now, they were a bit nervously talking to Mr. Hank, who was responsible for the association's daily routine. Mr. Hank was introducing a beautiful young lady to them. 286. A fan of Lucian. In Victor's office, after both of them calmed down a bit, they started exchanging what they had seen and experienced during their own trips, including the assorted local conditions and customs throughout the continent, and of course, all kinds of folk and traditional music. Their warm conversation was full of joy. Good, you've grown a lot from your trip, Lucian." Victor nodded approvingly. He could tell that Lucian now had a much better understanding and perception toward different music genres. Because Victor himself also held concerts throughout the continent. Instead of lying that he came back from Holy Hyle's empire or the kingdom of Syracuse that Lucian in fact had never been to, Lucian told Victor that he traveled from the south-central part of the continent to the Storm Strait and then returned the same way he came. Because he appreciated the folk music a lot there in that region, he stayed there for quite a long time. 287. Reunion. France got emotional with his memory. "I labored in a hard way. I was also staying up all night studying music and composing. Soon my body became weak and my mind was bothered. I could not focus. People around me said I was like a walking dead body, and they were all telling me to give up music. Although they knew that my music wasn't that bad, I knew it too. I could not feed my mother and young brothers and sisters with music. I was so overwhelmed by the pressure from life, I was at my limit every single day. I was about to give up my dream because I could not just live for myself. I still had a family." France sounded as if he was going to cry. Many musicians and students present felt the same way. They knew how tough this path was and how big was the pressure they were under. They were facing continuous fatigue all the time, waiting for the day that their talent would be revealed. 288. Testing. "A clown-looking man, what did he ask you?" Lucian frowned. He wondered if someone here had known the fact that he was a sorcerer already. Grace shook her head seriously. "I have no idea who he is. His creepy look made me beyond nervous. I'm sorry, Mr. Evans, I failed to resist. He asked me how I met you in Stirk, how I got your help, and how you introduced me to Mr. Christopher and Victor. Right, he also asked me whether at that time there was someone else with you. I'm really sorry, Mr. Evans. I was afraid that he might kill me, so I told him all of it. I knew this might bring you trouble, but I really could not control myself at that time," apologized Grace sincerely. 289. Seizing the chance. The creepy smile on the clown mask never changed, but the voice coming from behind it was rather deep. "Not really." Lucian Evans seemed to be quite frank and open with why he sent the message to Granuv using Grace. "Maybe he's not the one we are looking for." "You really think so? He is the only one we can investigate right now who is directly related to Professor," said the battle priest Juliana, who lowered her head in dismay and held some of her black hair in her hand unconsciously. Professor was just a code name, and it had not been used much anymore. If they lost the clue here, they had to rely on using the spies in the Congress of Magic to steal files for them, which the Grand Cardinals would never allow them to since it was such a waste of resources. 290. The last movement. Seeing that the corner of Mr. Evans' mouth, chin, and chest were covered with blood, the guard insisted, "Hold on there, Mr. Evans. Have you got any medical potions? I have one here, take it. If you still don't feel good, I'll ask for the bishop's help from the Golden Cathedral." Of course, Lucian did not want the bishop to come over, so he painfully took out a bottle of healing potion and slowly drank it. Then he waved his hand and said, "Not a problem at all. I'm also a knight. No worries, the assassin didn't really hurt me." Hearing that Lucian was still able to talk fine but only coughing a bit, the guard felt more relaxed. He pulled out his sword and stayed with Lucian in case there would be another assassin coming for Mr. Evans. 291. Everyone's waiting. France totally understood. When he was under poor health condition, many times he still pushed himself to an even further limit just because the passion and inspiration could not be shut down at that moment. Therefore, France nodded with a sincere smile. "I see, Mr. Evans, I'll try my best to help you. When I first heard the fourth movement of the symphony, the chorus movement, I was totally shocked by its beauty and grandness. And the idea of adding chorus in a symphony is a great innovation. It's my great pleasure to be part of this, helping you complete this masterpiece. It's gonna be one of the most memorable things in my life." In order to fit the long verse in to avoid those parts that were disrespectful to God, and to keep its original linguistic beauty, Lucian and France had spent a lot of time and thoughts. France was a very dedicated musician and a great fan of Lucian. In front of his idol, France praised the movement with great excitement. 292. Moonlight on everyone's heart. Seeing the crowd, Glinton was very upset. It was totally not fair that those important nobles and pastors were directly invited to the concert without buying tickets. Turning around, Glinton saw the Grand Psalm Hall. For the first time, he felt the coldness underneath its magnificent appearance. This place was never for the devoted followers, but for those nobles and pastors up there. Glinton murmured to himself, "Not all lambs are equal." When most of the people were leaving with great disappointment, a black horse rushed over here and gradually stopped in front of them. Then the knight on the horse said out aloud, 293. A master's piano playing. The touching melody revealed the complicated emotions and feelings in Lucian's mind perfectly. There was tenderness, melancholy, and lots of thoughts, just like a shimmering lake under moonlight, bringing the audience to a dreamlike world filled with Lucian's sentiments. People forgot the anxiety and agitation they were usually under most of the time and started to contemplate. Many had tears in their eyes. The first movement ended, but the cheerful second movement immediately followed, as if it was comforting people's heart. The emotions changed perfectly. Many musicians present exchanged a surprised look. They were more sensitive than those unprofessional nobles and common citizens. They had noticed that there was no pause at all between the two movements, but it brought people the excellent transition and the sense of fluency. 294. Nostalgia. Facing this unique style, most musicians subconsciously felt a little bit uncomfortable. However, the composer was Lucian Evans, one of the top musicians known for his spirit of reform and innovation, so they still listened very carefully. Soon, most musicians who were not originally from Alto found that the passion in the music was contagious. It reminded them of the busy life they lived when they first arrived in Alto. The life back in the days was beyond busy. They had to run around every day just to make a living as an instrumentalist. During their very limited spare time, they were either pulling hair seeking for a piece of melody or playing instruments despite the pain in their hands. They could only find peace in music. 295. Feedback and expectation. Lucian bowed to the audience in the warm applause for 9 times, and then went back to the backstage to prepare for the ending symphony, the most important symphony piece of tonight's concert. 296. Glory. On the municipal square around the crystal walls, when the several famous singers walked out from the backstage together with the adult and children chorus and stood behind the band in a half circle, people were very surprised. What is this? Why is Mr. Fabrini also here? Is this a chorus? Being informed that the last piece was symphony in D minor, people had no idea what was going on there. Betty asked Joanna, "Is Mr. Evans gonna add the chorus part in it?" "Impossible, I've never seen anything like this." A man who was a symphony fan cut in. Joanna responded, "Mr. Evans is known for being a reformer. His Symphony of Fate and New Country Symphony do not strictly follow the typical structure of a symphony either. People were talking to each other and they were getting even more curious. 297, a good actress. On the streets around the municipal square, people were crying Lucian's name. Seeing that the crystal walls were slowly disappearing, they cried out loud, over and over again. Lucian Evans. No any other music pieces ever touched their soul like this, and no other music pieces ever won this much emotional resonance. They felt great pain and ultimate joy in the music. When Fabrini started to sing, they were beyond thrilled. This excitement lasted a long time even after the crystal walls disappeared. Although now they could not see the great young musician who brought God's will to them, people on the square were still crazily showing their respect and deep affections toward Lucian. However, in the Psalm Hall, the audience was completely shocked when seeing Lucian Evans collapsing to the floor like a falling angel, and they would never forget that moment. 298, The Angry Clown. In the Golden Cathedral Alto, what? Sentence clown to death? He's the leader of the night watch. Although Gossett, the red-robed cardinal, knew that Natasha would be pissed after seeing the black miasma, he totally did not expect this. Natasha's silvery-purple eyes looked at the cardinal seriously. Yes, clown must be sentenced to death. As a cardinal, Gossett was good at controlling his emotions. Although he knew that Natasha was not here for negotiation, he still said to the princess in a nice way, "Your Highness, Mr. Evans will be fine. No side effects will be left. Maybe you can let this thing go. After all, we cannot make sure that it was Clown who attacked Mr. Evans. Quite possibly, it was some heretic who wanted to frame Clown up." 299's The Guides. 10 o'clock at night on the third day of the month of Passion, the 6th of the year. When the entire city was still immersed in the great charm of the concert, when people all over the streets were still humming the melody of New Country Symphony and Ode to Joy, those who lived in the darkness had come back to their original life, and now they were seizing the chance to have their secret gathering. In a common-looking house in Purple Lily District, about 10 people gathered in the basement. Most of them were wearing the same black robes, while some were wearing the common masks drawn with bear or goat that kids could easily buy on the streets. "Hanger, why is Mr. Philosopher still not here?" a woman asked. Although she was wearing a loose black robe, one could tell that her figure was quite nice. Despite the disguise, her voice was still sweet. 300 Clown's action. "It's a city in the sky, in the kingdom of home," Mercury repeated the words out of great surprise. Hanger and Reindeer were also shocked. "Rentado, near the capital." It was totally out of their expectation, like how Lucian felt when he first heard where the Congress was. They simply could not imagine that the Congress of Magic could exist above board right in front of people's eyes in the country across the strait. They thought that the Congress was probably deep into the mountain ranges, or even in another dimension or demiplane, which was secretly connected to the main material world. Philosopher Viscount Klein had more or less heard something from Count Hain, Count Raffati, and some other big nobles, so he remained relatively calm. 301, The Last Smile. In Viscount Klein's study, Viscount Klein was tied to the chair and his black hair looked messy. His green eyes stared at the man wearing a ridiculous-looking clown mask standing in front of him. "You must be the crazy clown, just as the princess said you're out of your mind." Klein, the Archon of Alto City Hall, scolded Clown out of fear. Clown laughed. "Mr. Viscount, please don't tell me that the spell you cast just now was from a magic item. I see nothing wrong with a night watcher catching a vicious sorcerer. Or do you want me to call you Mr. Philosopher?" Klein was shocked. "How do you?" He did not finish his sentence. Instead, he stopped himself very quickly. He thought that this might be a trick. 302, The Sad Princess. In fact, at the very beginning, before he arrived at No. 116 Jesu District, Clown did consider the possibility that Professor and Lucian Evans would work together to frame him. Say, Lucian Evans would pretended to be severely injured by him, and then the princess and camel would arrive right on time and stop him. Then he would be caught for sure or even killed right on the spot. 303 Him. After leaving the letters, Lucian and Philosopher quickly left Morning Star's place and disappeared in the darkness. In fact, as this was not the first time that the Inquisition dealt with Professor, the Inquisition indeed considered the possibility that Professor was playing the same trick again. The purpose of Professor showing up in Alto again was to find the spies in the circle of magic, so what happened to Fire Wolf would happen again. Therefore, the Inquisition was ready to put several of their spies hiding in the magic groups under this risk. After Mercury and the other apprentices told more magic groups the information about the Congress, the spies in those groups would also report the message to the Night Watch. 304. The Elegy of Night Watch. In an ordinary-looking house in Purple Lily Alto, leaning against an old wardrobe, Clown took out a tube of potion from his robe and drank it with his left hand, the one that he was left with. Clown had lost part of his right body, so right now he was even having a hard time breathing, and the only thing that was supporting his life was the strong willpower of a grand knight. After arriving at the secret hiding place, Clown was totally exhausted, and he was not even able to take a few more steps to go down into the secret chamber. The divine potion helped Clown's guts and flesh to start growing, but as soon as the newly grown flesh touched the cut, it shrank and withered as if an invisible wall was preventing it from growing further. Clown could feel that he was losing life force very fast. He wondered if he was going to die there. It was his first time seeing how powerful and terrifying the top blessing could be. 305. The Other Purpose. In the night sky, lots of stars were circling around Lucian, who was standing on his own host star of destiny, staring at the deep darkness. His black hair became messy in the wind, adding a slightly wild look to this quiet and calm young man. Suddenly, the starry sky turned red, and a full silver moon rose quickly to the sky, which expelled the darkness. Then the silver moon turned into Ryan, who was wearing a red shirt and black coat. His huge bat wings extended widely in the space. It seems that you really like stars. Your dream is exactly the same as the last time. Is that why you chose to major in astrology? Ryan joked. Come on, of course, I know that you purposefully controlled your brain and soul before falling asleep to hide your secrets from me, Lucian. Sorcerers are boring, I prefer you as a musician, what a pity. Lucian was in his own dream, so he was quite confident. Mr. Ryan, did you find anything in Clown's dream? 306. The Bad News. The princess was wearing a simple black dress on that day. Her purple hair was tied back and covered with a piece of black crepe, showing the curve of her long and elegant neck. She looked sad and solemn. Walking past France, the princess continued toward the stairs in a cold way, as if there was nothing in her eyes. France felt a bit worried. He looked around. All the people in the hall, including the receptionist Polly, looked as confused as him. They had no idea what happened that could make the future Grand Duchess this sorrowful. Was it the Grand Duke? No, if it was the Grand Duke, the princess should first send the obituary notice to all of the nobles and then send the coffin to the Golden Cathedral as the pallbearer. In the Golden Cathedral, she would be crowned by the Grand Cardinal Sard and become the new Grand Duchess. 307. The Whole City's Sorrow. In a nice house, Purple Lily District, Ryan walked to the dining table and noticed that there was a pile of newspaper on his right side, so he asked a bit confusedly, I thought we already had the latest issue of Alto Weekly yesterday. Managing a trading business, Ryan needed to know what was going on in Alto in different fields to decide what to buy and what to sell. Therefore, he subscribed to the most comprehensive newspaper, Alto Weekly. After making sure that their little son was sitting on the chair safely, the wife, Alina, answered in a pretty good manner, It's a supplementary issue, the delivery man told me. Alina could not read. She had no idea what was on the newspaper. Then she started humming the lyrics of Ode to Joy in the kitchen. The family was in a quite happy mood. 308. The Musician's Funeral. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and it started to rain. Everything in Alto was shaded with a thin layer of a veil, as if nature was also crying for the young musician. The black hearse pulled by the four bulls kept moving forward slowly and steadily. More and more people gathered along both sides of the street in the rain, watching the hearse leaving. The splendid concert that made the whole city crazy was held just a few days ago, and the melodies played were still lingering in the air. People felt that this was like a dream, a more than painful dream. For the spirit of perseverance that Lucian Evans brought to them, and for the precious and pure joy Lucian Evans presented, people voluntarily stood along both sides of the street to see off the young and talented musician. The fine rain drops fell on their faces, mixing with their tears. 309. Choice. The night of the month of Passion, the 6th of the year, was still relatively cool. The gentle breeze was refreshing. However, in the hall of John's house, the atmosphere was freezing cold because of the deep grief. Sitting on the couch, the family members were all very silent. None of them talked as they were lost in their memories. Alyssa wiped off her tears with the handkerchief from time to time. Ivan's young face was written with sorrow, and his hands were clenching tight. Although Joel had a bottle of spirit in his right hand, right now his biggest habit other than music could not help him with relieving the pain. John, however, was just sitting there like a statue with a glass of wine in his hand. I'm getting old and it's becoming harder for me, Joel released a sigh. When I was in Aduran when Evan's father passed away. I was sad, but I recovered a few days later. But now. 310, feeling uneasy. When Alto was still immersed in the sorrow from the funeral earlier, in the suburb area in the air above the Melzer Black Forest, Lucian was bidding farewell to Natasha. Please take care of my family, Natasha. I have this feeling that my mission to take the letter to the Dark Mountain Range will change my life greatly in a short period of time. Maybe I'll become stronger, but this would bring me more attention from the church, and they probably will know that my death is a lie. So if my family does not report me to the church, be careful, so you can be more prepared when the church finds it out. This is also another reason why I did not let you kill Clown on the spot. Normally, if we had colluded, you would have killed Clown directly, said Lucian gently and sincerely. 311. The Dark Mountain Range. Lucian's first impression about the Dark Mountain Range could be defined by the word huge. The peaks were huge, trees huge, vines huge, as well as the beasts in there. Tall trees of over 100 meters were everywhere, and somehow their leaves were black, blocking the sunlight from above, so even if it was daytime when one walked in the mountains, it always felt like nightfall. Stepping on the squashy soil and layers of rotten leaves, it was hard for one to tell where the solid ground was and where the dangerous gobs were. At the same time, one should be very careful with the vicious snakes and spiders that no one could predict when and where they would pop out from. Some rotten stuff in the mountains brought forth some toxic miasma. Standing some distance away, the miasma even looked colorful. Even the knights could really use some caution there. 312, shackled. The darkness was boundless and seemed everlasting. Lucian was floating in this space. The certain power in his chest was shouting some words that he was not able to hear clearly. But the words were so powerful that the darkness almost started to surge, as if a storm was going to arrive. Suddenly, dark green vines quickly rose from the ground beside Lucian's feet and tightened their grip around him within a couple of seconds. The dark red thorns on them were covered with dried human blood, and the dangerous sweet smell from it could paralyze people easily. Lucian tried very hard. He tried to cast spells, but there was no spiritual power left in this strange space. The thorns fiercely stabbed into Lucian's body, and the unbearable pain made him cry out loud like Elvis. And at the same time, his whole body felt frozen. However, the great pain woke Lucian up. Rays of light that were too bright to look at came into space and pierced the darkness. 313, trying. The old woman's green eyes burst out with weird light, and Lucian instantly lost consciousness. When he recovered, he realized that he was lying on a silver platform, like a patient waiting for his surgery or a body waiting to be cut open. With several clicks, Lucian's wrists, ankles, and neck were tied tight to the platform by the silver-gray shackles. Fine needles penetrated his skin, bringing him the indescribable prick and the feeling of numbness. Lucian did not panic. Instead, he calmly told himself that the old ancient sorcerer was at least of senior rank. Although his spiritual power had been restrained, as a fourth circle sorcerer, Lucian would not have been mentally controlled so easily unless the old sorcerer's power way surpassed that of his level. The two thin tubes like two black tentacles reached out and attached to both sides of Lucian's temple, as if they were alive. 314, the adventurers. Feeling still numb, Lucian looked at the wall on the left side in a confused way. His brain was working way slower than usual from the electric shock. After a few seconds, Lucian finally realized what was going on. He walked to the wall and asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" "Your neighbor, Adam. We've just met, buddy," answered a man. Then a brick in the wall was removed. The man on the other side pulled the brick out. Lucian saw a pair of dark blue eyes through the hole in the wall. No magic circles on the wall. Lucian was quite surprised, and he lifted his left eyebrow slightly, like Natasha usually did. In this senior-rank mage's magic tower, Lucian could not believe that the bricks and walls were not protected by any magic circles to prevent them from being easily destroyed. 315. The date of the experiments. The light of spells being cast and the sound of metal colliding slowly disappeared. The four brave adventurers had finished all the skeleton guards and unlocked the seal on the gate. Now they had made it inside the magic tower. In the darkness, the magic tower was like a monster waiting for its prey. The gate was its mouth opening wide. After devouring the adventurers, everything went back to normal and quieted down. 316, building the image. Karina tried hard to put a smile on her face and then asked, "What about you, sir?" She was born in a relatively big family, so Karina was often very confident and proud. However, in front of Adam, the most well-known knight in this area, Karina felt nervous. In her eyes, the young sorcerer who stood beside Adam was probably also a very powerful person. Lucian slightly shook his head and smiled. I'm a nobody. I was caught only a day earlier than you guys. You can call me Lucian. A day earlier? Are you from somewhere else? Asked Ophelia surprisedly. The rest of the team also looked quite surprised. The way they looked at Lucian made him feel that he was a rare animal in the zoo, being watched and observed by human beings outside of the cage. He grinned and said, "Haven't you ever seen an outsider? I think most people here are the descendants of the outsiders." 317. Taking action. The mirror was black and there was nothing in it. However, the voice from the mirror said to the witch in a flattering way, "Eudora, you've always been the most beautiful woman in the world." Feeling satisfied, the old witch put down the mirror. "Good, very good, Trias. You're the most honest mirror in this world, not like those I've destroyed before, they were all liars." The mirror started to sing joyfully. Eudora's hair is as glossy and shiny as the sun. Her eyes are as green as the jade-like lake. Her red lips were like rose petals. The old witch's voice was also damaged by the curse and sounded very harsh. "Good boy, Trias. After we leave this bloody place, I'll decorate you with all the most precious gems you like." Laughing hard, the witch put down the mirror and turned to Lucian. Then she started to scream. Her voice was so sharp that it even gave Lucian a headache. Lucian took a few steps backward due to the dizziness. 318. Power released. Cool wind sneaked into the place. There was no moonlight outside at all that night. In the darkness, Lucian was sitting in the bed and listening carefully. He quickly went through his whole plan again in his mind. Making sure that there was no major mistake in it, Lucian took a deep breath and got off the bed. Slowly, he put on his shoes, bent forward and tied his shoelaces. Then he slightly adjusted the sleeves of his linen shirt. He did these things slowly but carefully in order to mentally prepare himself for the rest of the night. This was the night when Lucian was going to get out of this place. After failing again to obtaining a new body, the witch would definitely work even harder on removing the seal. Therefore, right now it was the best time for Lucian to carry out his plan. 319. The energy core. The horrible pain from losing an arm made Lucian feel extremely dizzy. Every single one of his nerves twitched. However, the painful feeling did not affect his actions. Clenching his teeth tightly, Lucian ran toward the golem at his highest speed. He avoided the huge axe and came right in front of the golem. Lucian punched the golem in its iron face mask. With a big bang, the black iron mask became sunken. Lucian's right hand thus bled badly. The golem fiercely wielded the axe again. Lucian squatted quickly and avoided the attack. Once more, he accelerated and quickly ran around the golem like a shadow. Again and again, Lucian seized every chance to punch in the golem's mask with his right fist. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The mask was severely damaged. However, Lucian's right hand also had become a mass of bleeding flesh. The sharp pain brought by every punch was beyond horrible. The 4th time, the 5th time, the 6th time. 320. The contemporary sorcerer V's. The ancient golem. Steel golem, large construct, immune to bludgeoning and piercing from non-magical weapons, immune to psychic attacks, immune to blessing, cursing, necromantic and death spells, immune to poison, immune to any spell or effect that would alter its form, very high level of defense, immune to most elemental spells under the 5th circle, can be damaged by strong acid, can be slowed down by electric shock or affected by strong magnetic field above the 5th circle. Dutiful, can understand commands, one of the most popular guards among sorcerers. Lucian quickly retrieved the information in his mind to decide on his fighting plan. The golem took a step backward and the floor slightly trembled due to its weight. The golem was so heavy that even itself was not able to maintain its balance all the time. Karina did not waste a second hesitating. She summoned 3 dark green magic arrows and shot them directly at the golem. The 2nd circle spell, Acid Arrow, 321, the Old Witch. Lucian started to draw the mysterious patterns surrounded by many circles, using the blood and flesh from his broken arm. The patterns looked very creepy and it seemed that they contained the ultimate myths of the human body, the world, and the whole universe. Karina stared at the magic circle that Lucian was building and murmured. The 3 symbols represent spirit, consciousness, and their carrier. They are at the same level, probably stands for the soul. The 5 symbols in the outer ring are the traditional symbols in the school of necromancy, representing blood, bone, flesh, organ, and life force. They might stand for the body. And the rest of the 4 symbols, sun, silver, moon, stars, and darkness, represent the world where an individual lives in. Is this a magic circle combining necromancy and astrology? And it seems that the different positions and lines have different functions. 322. The Beholders. It was totally out of Lucian and Adam's expectation that the old witch would come back so fast. Before trying to control the crystal ball, Lucian had carefully checked around to make sure that there was no teleportation circle in the core section. However, he did not expect that the witch could directly cast position exchange on her mirrored reflection. If Lucian and Adam chose not to destroy the reflection, she could come back as soon as she sensed that the core section was being invaded. If they chose to attack the reflection, she would immediately be able to get the message and use other ways to come back in time. Despite the craziness of the witch, she was also a very smart sorcerer. 323. The Surprising Change. The invisible force field was wiped out by the dissociation rays. Furthermore, the animagic ray targeted the crystal ball in Lucian's right hand, trying to hit it and thus build a small antimagic field inside the crystal ball in order to cut off its connection to the magic tower. Since Lucian had been hit by the antimagic ray, he could not cast any spells on his own for now. He slightly turned around and blocked the antimagic ray with his own right arm. At the same time, he continued casting the creepy spells with the magic tower. Since he was using the great power of the magic tower, hurriedly interrupting the chanting process would bring horrible damage to Lucian's soul from the backlash. Several powerful flashes of lightning were summoned from the ceiling, turning the whole space into an ocean of lightning and thunder. Except for the desk and the floor carved with reinforcing magic symbols, the rest of the things in the study were destroyed completely. 324. The reason for all of these. The end of Volume IV. Lucian looked around and realized that he was in the small cabin where he lived in when he found Elvis. Everything looked the same in the cabin, including the strong alcohol smell lingering in the air. Right now Lucian was sitting in a wooden armchair, while Elvis was sitting on his left side next to the fireplace. Lucian could still hear the noise outside from the adventurer's campsite. The only difference was that the wooden ladle that should be in Elvis's hand was now on the floor and the copper pot fell over in the fire. The tomato cream soup that spilled out from the pot made the fire sizzle. Lucian realized what was going on here and the words escaped his lips. "Your Excellency, Nightmare King." Elvis did not deny, although his face looked gloomy. "Are you really a middle-rank mage?" 325. Decision Volume 5. Crimson Moon. The ocean wind from Storm Strait drove away the dryness and heat in Aline. The fine drizzling rain was very refreshing. Standing beside the window in his own study and looking at the bright flowers in the garden outside, Lucian was lost in his thoughts. Because the power of his soul had been greatly developed, Lucian had to consolidate the remaining part of his foundation. Also, he was eager to know who was waiting for him in the Congress. Therefore, Lucian activated the precious magic scroll and returned to Aline together with Leo. Before he left, Lucian found Natasha and told her what had happened. 326. No need for the ceremony. Hearing the short elder man's words, Lucian thought to himself that his future teacher was quite cheap with giving compliments. However, Lucian still responded very politely. "Yes, sir, I still have a lot to learn and to improve." Lucian decided to show his respect to this legendary archmage who was qualified to sit beside Hathaway. Gaston smiled and introduced, "Evans, this is Her Excellency Hathaway, a Grand Arcanist. Arcanas above, Your Excellency's glory has lit up the whole world of elements." Lucian put his left hand on his chest and his right hand on his forehead, using the most formal manner to greet Hathaway, the Lord of Elements, the member of the royal family of home who was a relative to Natasha, although she was probably several hundred years elder than Natasha. There was a unique, short greeting piece for each legendary archmage according to the Congress's tradition. 327. Lucian's classmates. On the 33rd floor of the Congress of Magic, in a not very big room, the large windows let in the sunlight, covering all the desks, chairs, and shelves with a thin layer of golden halo. The place looked rather clean and quiet. Fernando received a letter from one of his old friends after bringing Lucian and Thompson back here, so he entered a small separate room to carefully read the letter, leaving Lucian and Thompson outside waiting for the arrival of their other classmates. "Mr. Thompson, thank you for allowing me to work in Douglas Magic School. It really helped me a lot when I first arrived in Aline." There were only the two of them in the lecture room. To be friendly and polite, Lucian found a reason to talk to Thompson. 328. Direction. When Fernando spoke the common tongue, he had a sharp and creepy Brian accent. An accent that was looked down upon by most people in the Kingdom of Home, who regarded Brian accent as the tongue from the countryside folk. At the same time in Home, Most people who had Rentado accent were proud of their way of speaking and regarded themselves as the noble and elegant representatives due to complicated historical reasons. Of course, in front of the Grand Arcanist, no one dared to mock the way he read the letter. The students all listened to his reading very carefully. 329. Fernando's questions. All the sorcerers present were at least of senior rank. Although Lucian's description remained rather blurry, they knew immediately how important and meaningful his finding was. Both Thompson and Lacey Carter, for a moment, felt the situation was a little like a dream. This was Lucian's first time attending their gathering, and he shocked them already with his findings in the field of illusion and electromagnetics. Lucian was a genius, they knew that, but wasn't it a bit too much? In their memory, only a few Grand Arcanists once had similar experiences. However, illusion and electromagnetics were not the fields Lucian specialized in. 330. Gratefulness. After a year, Arthur now looked even fatter. His belly was so big that it almost burst out of the front of his vest. He was wearing a beret of the same color as his vest, and he behaved in a rather casual and comfortable manner in front of Lucian. In home, no matter if it was hot or cold, dressing formally was always important for these gentlemen. They either wore suits or tuxedos and sometimes the hunter's outfit. It was impossible to tell the seasons from what they wore. However, the magic robes that Lucian and other sorcerers wore were very different. These robes could automatically adjust the temperature and humidity inside to make the wearers feel rather comfortable. Lucian thus wondered if these gentlemen would have a heat stroke in the south in Gusta Empire or Brian. Welcome back, Evans. There was a lovely smile on Arthur's face. Because of their cooperation on home mineral and harvest, Lucian now was closer to Arthur. 331. Liberals. Seeing that the coachman was being this emotional, Lucian almost burst out the answer, serve the people. Fortunately, he was able to stop himself in time and instead said to the coachman gently, it's just my conscience. It's what I should do. Maybe because opera was very important in home, the way that the coachman showed his gratefulness was also a bit dramatic. Pock was not a poet and was also not very well educated, thus he kept repeating the words like thanks, thank you, survive, farmer, and harvest. Finally, the coachman realized what his job was and he hurriedly said, Mr. Evans, I'm so sorry, I'm just too excited, please get on the coach. It's okay. We're not in any hurry, said Lucian. He casually looked around and noticed that there were quite a few people looking at them out of curiosity, wondering why the coachman was using such a courtesy. 332. Adam Institution. The corner of Lucian's mouth twitched. He wondered if he needed to bring some Chinese dream reading skills here to continue the conversation. I can't believe that many sorcerers think Isabella will be the next winner of the laurel. For what? Just because her theory can include illusion in the system of arcana, the finding's still shallow and immature, and it doesn't comply with the spirit of magic, Harrison continued. He did not notice the strange smile on Lucian's face. Harrison just argued with some arcanists about this in the afternoon, thus his anger still lingered in his chest. Facing a sorcerer from other fields who had no preset viewpoint, Harrison could not help talking all the time. Holding the glass, Lucian listened to Harrison's complaint smiling. Thinking of the paper that he was going to submit, Lucian had a subtle feeling in his mind. Finally, Harrison stopped talking before the dinner was about to start. 333. Persuasion. After Lazar and the apprentices left, the place suddenly became quiet. Leo closed the gate in the front and turned on the protection magic circle. Lucian went back to his study and started to work on his paper. In the quiet night, Lucian's mind was rather sober. On an ordinary piece of paper, he wrote down the title, The Experiment on Human Body Electric Current and Brain Electromagnetic Wave and the Application in Illusion. Books related to the researches studying brain waves in Lucian's spirit library were very limited, since even in the world that Lucian came from, researches in this field still remained underdeveloped. Therefore, Lucian had to study a few illusionary spells to make the paper more reliable. 334. Assistant. Lucian finished his words. There was a total silence in the study. Lucian knew that overthrowing atom theory, one of the fundamental theories in modern arcana system, was beyond crazy, and he was expecting Fernando's growl. However, the smile remained on his face, but Fernando did not make any comments yet. Until Lucian felt the atmosphere making him slightly unable to breathe, the Lord of Storm slightly nodded. In fact, after you put forward the periodic table of elements, I talked to Hathaway many times and we've reached the consensus. If we want to go deeper down into the field of elements and atoms, we have to abandon some of the ideas first, as they're probably not the truth, but they're restraining us from exploring further. Like what you mentioned, we also believed that the most fundamental existence should also be the simplest. 335. The comment on the paper. It was close to the time when the headquarters of the Congress was about to close. Lucian took the paper, which had been revised by the Lord of Storm, to the Sorcerer Administrative Department. "Good afternoon, Mr. Evans." Katrina was very surprised to see Lucian. Katrina was very good-looking and in good shape. Many young sorcerers here who weren't married often tried to get closer to her, and it was the same today, even though it was already late afternoon. Some were pretending they were just having a drink. Some were talking about the latest arcana theories to show their profoundness, using hard words that most people did not understand. Some who were more straightforward just directly talked to the young receptionists, making those other sorcerers quite pissed off. Hearing Katrina greeted Lucian gladly, they all looked at the young sorcerer who just entered the hall. 336. Drummond's visit. Charlie, the other board member, made a simpler comment. "This creative paper has proved that human body electric current and brain waves can cause illusions. It is for sure a breakthrough. However, the paper still lacks solid support for wider application to cover more illusionary spells. Therefore, the importance of the paper remains to be further proved in the future. 25 Arcana credits and 300 points are recommended to be given." In the end, the document concluded, creative and groundbreaking. Worthy of detailed discussion. Well organized and clearly presented. However, the application of the paper is relatively limited as it currently cannot cover the entire field of illusion, and many key parts remain ambiguous. 28 credits and 300 points are given as the award. 337. Further experiment. In the study on the 33rd floor of the headquarters of the Congress, Lucian was holding a letter from Oliver Constantine. Since the fifth circle, a sorcerer's every single progress involves the interaction between one's soul and one's cognitive world. In the progress, substantialization happens. In order to become a legendary archmage, one's cognitive world has to be half solidified to remain between being virtual and real. Lucian was too shocked to continue reading as he knew that the information in this letter should be confidential to a middle-rank sorcerer like him. Although the letter was about the secret of the legendary level, Fernando still closed his eyes like there was nothing special. 338. The constant. "So you can't find the law from the data collected?" Lucian asked carefully. He had found the way to talk to Fernando. Lucian had to purposefully make some mistakes to hide the fact that sometimes he actually knew more than his teacher. Fernando walked back and forth impatiently in the study. "No, based on the equipartition theorem, I've worked out a formula. Although it works perfectly with long waves, it just produced a stupid error with short waves. Can you imagine what the formula told me? It told me that the shorter the wave is, the greater the energy that can be produced. If that is true, the Pope would be kneeling on the ground and kissing the tip of my shoe right now." 339. The beginnings. What was the cosmological constant? General speaking, if multiple universes did exist, a cosmological constant would be the special DNA for a universe. The cosmological constant was what made the universe different from the others. After arriving at the world, Lucian had found that although this world was very similar to the Earth, there were still a few major differences. For example, the undiscovered stars linking to destiny, the existence of magic, arcana and blessings, great dragons, demons, vampires, and so on. Therefore, Lucian subconsciously took it for granted that this world was in a different universe. Thus, of course, the cosmological constant would also be different. 340. The laurel and the world. In Fernando's study, after Lucian wrote down Planck's formula, it only took the Lord of Storm a very short period of time to finish the verification. It works with both long and short waves. Currently speaking, this is a correct formula. Fernando nodded carefully, but we'd better do a few more rounds of the experiment to make sure it accord with all the situations. Having been bothered by 2 to 3 weeks, Fernando felt that he was going to explode at any time. So once he saw the formula from Lucian that could be called perfect for now, the only wish in his mind was to further verify it and forget about the 2 original formulas. This was also Lucian's first time doing the experiments without reading the letters first since he became Fernando's student. Although Fernando did all the experiments very fast, he was only sure about the validity of the thermal radiation formula when it was already afternoon. 341. The assumption. The pouring rain from the sky rushed downwards like a waterfall, separating the people in the banqueting house from the outside world. At the moment, many of the sorcerers felt a little lost, as if they had been abandoned by the real world. The rain in the month of fire is always unexpected. In the banqueting house, Drummond stared at the pouring rain outside of the window with a glass of wine in his hand. Staring at the darkness outside and hearing Drummond's words, Isabella smiled. The power of Mother Nature is always much more powerful than magic. Only the legendary archmages could have the power to control the weather in such a large scale. 342. The reply. The sunlight at noon was warm and bright. The study was all covered in a layer of gold. Both Douglas and Lucian had left the office. Right now, Fernando was sitting in the armchair by himself quietly. Earlier, the two Grand Arcanists had discussed how Lucian should submit and publish this paper. They decided to publish a few more papers first on the next month's Arcana about how the Grand Arcanists tried to explore the law behind the formula but all failed, so that they could prepare them for the next upcoming shock from Lucian's paper. They were not trying to make the Arcanists accept Lucian's theory right away. After all, this was still an assumption. By reading the articles, the two Arcanists were trying to infuse the idea into the rest of the Arcanists' brain gradually and slowly. That was why they kept mentioning the word assumption. 343. The latest issue of Arcana. Good afternoon, Miss Rachel, Lucian smiled and greeted. Although he knew that the black-haired and blue-eyed lady was very likely to be Ms. Isabella, Lucian still asked politely, "And may I know who's this?" Lucian first met Rachel over the pollution control meeting held by Affairs Committee. Rachel's brown eyes were still the same, gentle and kind. "It's really nice to see you, Mr. Evans. This is my teacher, Ms. Isabella." "Good afternoon, Ms. Isabella," Lucian first greeted. "Congratulations for winning the laurel, and also congratulations on the upgrading." Lucian saw the Arcana badge Isabella was wearing had 7 silver stars on it, and Rachel's badge also had 5 stars. Isabella, wearing the long black dress, smiled. "I was about to visit you, Evans. Without your paper on brainwave, probably Rachel and I would have missed the laurel. Your paper was a very important support to our theory." 344. The arrangements. A few days later, on the 18th floor of the headquarters of the Congress, the No. 7 lab was spacious and bright. Divided into different sections, the lab was provided with all kinds of alchemical operation desks and mysterious magic circles, and their light turned the lab into a dreamlike place. However, in the lab there were only 4 sorcerers: Lucian, Lazar, Rock, Jerome, and the several apprentices. There were no guests here for a celebration. After all, for the sorcerers in the Congress, they did not see a newly started research project without any solid findings as something worthy of celebration. And Lucian's unique named institution was also not an exception. Meanwhile, Lucian was also happy with it because right now he did not want too much attention at all. 345. The impact. In the administration office of the Sorcerer Administrative Department, looking at Lucian across the desk, there was a funny smile on Eric's face that usually looked serious. "Evans, are you here to submit your new paper again?" It was unbelievable how fast Lucian could develop a new paper. It had been just about a month since the last time he submitted the paper which had stirred the debate between the 5 Grand Arcanists. And now, here was Lucian again. Most Arcanists could never imagine producing high-quality papers in such a speed, and many arcana and magic researches often took years to be completed, while Lucian's papers still managed to keep the standards high. "Yes, Mr. Eric, it's connected to my previous paper. I've finished explaining the formula from the perspective of arcana." Lucian handed the paper to Eric and smiled. 346. The ignored paper. Based on molecular movement theory, introducing entropy into the explanation of the formula, Lucian Evans has provided us with a relatively complete analysis of the meaning of the formula, and thus solved the problem that has bothered many arcanists. The thermal radiation law is of great meaning to arcana research, so the outcome can be called as a breakthrough. The explanation is vital in improving the spells in the field of thermodynamics, and the explanation itself is definitely worthy of profound discussion. Cole paused for a moment and he could not help writing. However, the premise of the paper is still an assumption. When using Evans' constant, it's better not to dig into the arcana meaning of it. We can only use it as a constant to help us solve problems. The assumption has not been proved as the one and only explanation to the constant. 347. The regulations. "What is that?" asked Lucian while knowing the answer. He would now call himself a better actor. The finding was discovered way faster than Lucian expected, which was to his surprise. Rock said to Lucian excitedly, "We've probably discovered something new. It's F*** King awesome. Come on, Lucian, come and take a look." When Rock got all excited, he would not mind his words. It was very rare that a young sorcerer managed to grow into a level 5 arcanist from scratch within only a couple of years like Lucian. Although the finding might not be something outstanding to Lucian, as every single one of his papers had received very high comments or had triggered heated discussions, to most arcanists below middle rank and the apprentices, a new finding meant at least 10 arcana credits and more citation earnings, which was a lot to them. A new finding could help them become a level 2 arcanist in a few months and lay a solid foundation for their further progress. 348. Everything is ready. On the first day of September, the latest issue of Arcana was released. As they were working for Adam Institution, Lazar, Rock, and Jerome could now afford to buy every month's Arcana, and they did not need to go to the library to borrow the journals to save money anymore. This assumption is completely beyond my imagination, but I have to say that the formula indeed can be explained based on the assumption. In the meeting room, when the institution members were waiting for Lucian's arrival, Lazar exclaimed. However, because of his arcana knowledge in thermal radiation was not adequate, and also because of most arcanists' attitude toward Lucian's assumption, Lazar believed that this assumption would sooner or later be replaced by another explanation which made sense. 349. The finding of a new particle. On the top floor of a magic tower in Douglas Magic School, sitting in the classroom for senior apprentices, listening to Vilnia's Basic Elements, Chelly's mind wandered a bit. Basic Elements was part of a series of courses introducing the apprentices to the world of elements. Chelly heard that both Heidi and Laria had now become real arcanists with their more than 10 arcana credits. This is all for today's introduction of the ancient element theory. Now let's move on to the contemporary system of elements built upon Her Excellency Hathaway's atom theory. What is an atom? An atom is the smallest unit in the world that cannot be further divided. Each kind of atom is an element, and the properties of different atoms vary. Atoms can react with each other and thus create all the matters in the world. Atom theory is also very important to courses including potion and alchemy. 350. The Small Gathering. After joking, the Lord of Storm said to Lucian seriously, "Hathaway and I have made some achievement in removing the impurities from the elements, and we found some elements of similar properties like twins, triplets, and even quadruplets. The biggest difference between them is their atomic weights, which resulted in the inaccurate measurement of atomic weight data. After removing the impurities, the weights of the elements have perfectly matched the data provided in the periodic table of elements. Now both of us no longer doubt the accuracy and validity of the table." Lucian wondered why all of a sudden Fernando wanted to talk to him about the isotopes. The smile on his face was a bit confused, so it seems that my previous proposal worked right. 351. The Board Members. Oliver also looked at Lucian and adjusted the gold-rimmed spectacles on his nose. So Lucian should become the member of the review board and be responsible for deciding what kind of findings can be regarded as being subversive, right? His way of thinking is pretty subversive. After about a minute, Hathaway commented short and brief. Morris also added, but in a bit unhappy way, "Recently we've got quite a few pieces of shocking news all from Lucian. Obviously, he has his own unique understanding in the current arcana system, and he is not restrained in his own thoughts and beliefs. He's capable of putting forward these subversive points of views, and thus it's reasonable for us to believe that he will also be open-minded enough for the job. Also, he's not a senior rank yet, and this makes him even more suitable for this position." 352. The Truths. After the warm applause, Douglas smiled. "In the past month, many arcanists, including me, have proved the existence of cathode ray based on your findings, and the experiment you just showed us is of good validity. We can say it preliminarily that it's a new particle smaller than an atom. As the one who discovered it, you've got the right to name it." Although Lucian's paper on the finding of cathode ray would not be published on Arcana until the month, the arcanists and sorcerers present had all read it. Let's call it Electron. Lucian decided to stick to the name that he was familiar with. Good, pretty nice name. The Electron will lead us to take our first step into the micro-world, and it's a great progress for us to approach the truth of the world. 353. Conflict. As the Church's most recent strategic center, the Kingdom of Home had assembled 4 legendary knights, and 7 to 8 gold knights, which had way surpassed the power that the church would usually lay in an area as, for example, the Duchy of Violet. Therefore, even when changing the shifts, there were still 3 red-robed cardinals in the retreat room. The 3 cardinals looked up at the same time when hearing someone knocking at the door. One of them stood up and walked to it. "Is it from our person in the Congress?" This red-robed cardinal had a very lean face with blue deep eyes. Taking out a letter, the night watcher answered respectfully, "Yes, Your Excellency." Taking over the letter, Andrade crossed in front of his chest, "God bless you." "Only truth lives forever," said a night watcher in a solemn way, and then turned around and left. 354 Message. In the bright hall in Lance, the holy city. Except for Belia the god's glory, Stone the four-winged knight, and Philibel the bright angel, who were too important to leave the fortresses unattended, all the major members of the Grand Cardinal group had gathered together. Their power was so great that the air in this hall was beyond heavy. "Your Saint Highness, the Congress has been progressing toward prying into the exclusive reign of God, and we cannot stay timid and hesitant anymore. We must destroy the Congress completely before it grows even stronger," said Azaro, another leader of the Inquisition, the Light Guard. He was the one who first started talking, and it was evident that Azaro wished to declare war against the Congress. Holding his scepter, the Pope Benedict II listened to Azaro without saying anything. Then Sard, the Grand Cardinal in the parish of Violet, stood out saying, 355 The inscription. The periodic table of elements had been used for more than 2 years, and its periodicity had been suggesting the arcanists and sorcerers that an atom was way more complex than they thought. When the senior level, including Morris, Raventi, and Gaston, gradually pointed out the problems and suggested the possible errors in atom theory, most middle and senior rank mages started to feel suspicious of the theory. In the closed training, Hathaway gave another heavy blow to atom theory established by herself using the discovery of the isotope. Almost all the middle and senior rank mages had accepted the fact that atom theory might be wrong. As for the junior rank mages and apprentices, accepting a new theory was not that difficult for them. And it was even easier for the sorcerers and arcanists who did not specialize in the field of element to switch their belief. 356 The 2 documents and 2 badges. Knowing Lucian quite well, Lazar was aware that sometimes Lucian would say things that they did not understand. So Lazar smiled and said, "Mr. Eric, please take a look at the first paper. You'll see what Lucian's inscription mean." Eric hurriedly opened the journal and jumped to the first paper. He saw Lucian's name on it, Lucian Evans X, 5th level Arcanist, 5th Circle Sorcerer. The title of the paper was The Discovery of a New Particle. Thinking of all the rumors that he had heard during that month, Eric suddenly felt quite nervous. "You probably want to calm down a bit first, Mr. Eric," Lazar joked. Knowing that Eric was not an expert in element spells, he had no worries at all that Mr. Eric would get hurt from reading it. 357 The rank. Haze and mist always lingered around Heidler, the headquarter of the Hand of Paleness. With his hands in the pockets of the long, black coat, Felipe looked out of the window attentively. Beside him on the desk lay the latest issue of Arcana. The title of the journal's very first paper was The Discovery of a New Particle. Only about 1/2000 of the size of an atom, Felipe murmured to the gray sky. "He's faster than I thought, but the discovery of the new particle shouldn't be enough for him to become a senior-rank arcanist." Felipe was confused. Suddenly, Felipe reached out his hand and talked to the black wristband. "Mr. Rogerio, did you figure it out about Lucian Evans?" Rogerio's voice came out from the wristband. "I did. They are not keeping it as a secret. The miracle experiment was designed by Lucian Evans." 358 The vase. On the 15th floor of the headquarters of the Congress in a bright office, the exotic dark yellow carpet was thick and soft. The magic crystal light on the ceiling was dazzling even when it was not on. Several complicated magic circles were carved on the surface of the dark red table made of precious wood. In the corner of the room, behind the bar counter, there were the bottles of wine and Lucian's favorite drink, Sky Blue. This was the office for Lucian Evans, the 54th member of Arcana Review Board. The papers would be sent to Lucian through the magic circles. "If I am not in the office, sort the papers first and then send them to me every evening," said Lucian to the steel golem. "If I am not around, you can send the papers to my teacher, the Lord of Storm." 359 The investigation. The many thoughts flashing past Lucian's mind rooted him there beside the desk, and Lazar almost ran into him. What happened? "There's some kind of curse on the vase," Lucian said to Lazar straightforwardly. "What?" Lazar's pitch suddenly rose. He could not understand why Lucian remained so calm. Arcanas above, Lucian, someone's trying to kill you. Lazar grabbed Lucian's arm and fiercely pulled him away from the vase. However, he was certain that for one second he saw the excitement in Lucian's eyes. Lucian was indeed excited, but he knew that he should play like a victim. His voice became angry. Lazar, close the gate of the institution. Do not let anyone out. Collect all the gifts received. I'll report it to the affair committee. Got it, nodded Lazar seriously. 360, the new magic. Late in the night, after Lucian finished separating the three rays and managed to figure out some of their characteristics, his cognition world changed again. Two brand new light spots representing the two new elements showed up, and following the periodicity, the two light spots joined the trajectory of how the previously existing elements were operating. With no special feature, one of the two elements did not have color and seemed to be rather lazy. While there were three different rays shooting out from the other silver-colored spot, one ray had no color or smell, one had mixed colors that were hard to describe, and the third one had some special connection with the electrons surrounding the elements. The rays contained many missing magic symbols in them, and together they constructed a rather weird model. From the incomplete model, Lucian felt the power of cursing, the power to kill when one had no idea of what was going on. 361, the safeguard. Belak was taken aback when he saw the monster squatting next to Lucian. The monster had beautiful and crystal-like scales. Dragon, Belak immediately recognized the monster and recalled that the Lord of Storm did have a dragon student, so he calmed down. Ulfaris lifted its chin and hummed in an arrogant way. It did not want to talk to Belak. Seeing the arrogant look on Ulfaris' face, Lucian was amused. He turned to Belak and asked, "Any findings, Belak?" "According to our first round of investigation, the sorcerers who brought you the cursed items did not know what the items really were. They all bought the gifts from Lorben's shop, and since the shop sold these items, it never reopened again. We have no idea whether the owner, Lorben, is still alive or not. However, we can say for sure that the fact should be way more complicated than just some random careless people making the items using the special material by mistake." 362, the change. In Home Royal Magic Tower, as soon as Lucian pushed the gate open, he saw the leading characters in the Will of Elements who he was familiar with, including Morris, Gaston, Florentia, and so on. There were in total about 14 or 15 of them there. Some of them did not make it either because they were out of Align for their adventures and explorations, or they were in the middle of the key stage of their magic study. "Mr. Evans, you should be safe here. I'll stay outside," Belak whispered to Lucian. Lucian slightly nodded and walked in slowly. He smiled and greeted the sorcerers in there, "Morning, Mr. Morris, Mr. Gaston, very nice to see you, Ms. Florentia." 363, the interlocking plot. The blasts together with the tumbling flame were about to overwhelm Lucian. The gray slates covering the corridor were lifted fiercely with the great power, as if they were paper pieces. The bombing was deafening, so no screaming or crying could be heard. However, when the flame and air billows were about to cover Lucian, they were instantly restrained inside an invisible cage, and thus Lucian was not hurt. In the cage, the white gas shining with the glow of fire simply could not move even an inch closer to Lucian. The seventh circle spell force a cage, 364, the retribution. When Belak bowed to Lucian, a layer of dim light covered the creepy black ring on his right hand. The ring was designed in the shape that the two black snakes joined head to tail. Targeting at Lucian, a dark ray suddenly and fiercely shot out. The magic wall shielding Lucian disappeared, and so did the enchanted magic effect on the senior rank Arcana badge Freedom of Movement Common. A small anti-magic field was formed around Lucian. The seventh circle spell, Anti-Magic Ray. As a battle sorcerer, Belak was more cautious than the senior rank sorcerers that Lucian once had fought against. At the very beginning, he had picked the spells that worked the best on Lucian and activated his best magic item. Also, he had limited Lucian from using any high-rank magic items by building the anti-magic field. 365, the Great Disturbance. The sun was shining and the lake rippling. Before Belak, who was frozen solid, started to fall, the ice and snow pieces surrounding him started to melt and evaporate, and then his body and the magic robe he was wearing were turned into the white powder simmering in the air. The power of Evan's freezing ray even surpassed Lucian's own expectation. The spell just turned a six-circle sorcerer who had already cast his own defensive spells into pieces of ice crystal and a handful of powder. Even the magic he just used was also frozen and broken into tiny pieces. Although it was possibly because Belak underestimated the power of the ray, No one could deny the fact that this seventh circle magic had already won against the rest of the snow and ice spells. And what was even more terrifying was that with the proper casting reagent, even a senior rank-to-be sorcerer whose cognition world had been partly substantialized could use it. 366. The Annoyed Nobles. Did you first go over it? After a while, Fernando finally asked. Lucian, of course, understood what Fernando meant. He grinned and said, "Sir, it's not a subversive paper, not at all. It's just a following-up paper about the discovery of electron. Sir, you must know that I found the curse in the vase because of the induction of stream of electrons. So I verified the special material of the vase using the method of studying cathode ray." Fernando took the paper and complained casually, "I was always the one handling all the troubles you made after reading your papers. Can't you just write some normal papers?" 367. Lucian's plan. Lucian did not expect that the ring from the home crown prize would be given to him so fast. After all, the ring maker Morris was very unwilling to give him the ring. It was only 2 days away from the weekend. Unlike Alto in Align, weekend always referred to Sunday. Florentia's voice in the electromagnetic message magic sounded amused. "You were taken away in the Will of Elements headquarters, and my teacher Morris feels very embarrassed. That's why." After pausing a bit, Florentia then sounded more serious. "At least, with the 3 home crown rings and the magic robe from the immortal throne, you will be able to survive when facing a senior rank sorcerer." Really? Lucian was quite surprised. As the leaders of the Will of Elements had no idea of the fact that his cognition world had been primarily substantialized, how could they be sure that the rings could help him so much? 368. The Powerful Ring. The ring can help the caster to stay calmer and more focused, so the casting process is less likely to be interrupted. The effect was equivalent to the 5th circle magic spell Focus. The pure ring contains a great magic power which enables the caster to use the 5th circle spell Lightning Ball 2 times a day, and the 7th circle spell Anti-Magic Ray 2 times a day. When sealed, the wearer, before reaching level 6, can still forcibly cast the 7th circle magic once at the cost of completely draining up his spiritual power and damaging his life force. The discovery of electron has opened the gate of the micro-world, and it has changed our understanding of the material base of the world. This ring is given to Mr. Lucian Evans, the outstanding arcanist, for his great contribution to the School of Element. The discovery brought by the ray is going to be more powerful because of the ray. From Morris Heffenberg. 369. Urgency. You smell masculine. Angwoods didn't quite understand Adol's words, but his tone became rather serious and grim when he mentioned the name. Under the pale sunlight, Adol's delicate but lifeless skin was covered by a faint black air, and under his hood 2 red light spots were dancing like flames. He snorted, "The amulet he wears is made by Masculine. I can recognize it. Masculine can sense me using the amulet, and I can also recognize the amulet he made." So the last time when you leaked the secret information to Sousa was not because of Felipe, nor for triggering the internal strife in the Hand of Paleness. Angwoods reached out his hand and caught a piece of rotten flesh falling from his body and rubbed it back in his face. "Those human beings are stupid and greedy. Their mind can't see, so we can play them between our hands." Adol sneered. 370. Rhine's plan. Although Lucian was quite used to hearing bad news, he was still a bit nervous. "What happened, Mr. Rhine?" The world of souls contained the genuine secret of immortality, and thus even a slight change could be vital. Lucian was even more nervous seeing that Rhine was this serious. Was it going to be a catastrophe? "I don't know for sure. You know, I am trapped here, and I can only feel that something very horrible is slowly waking up. Its power is strong enough to overthrow the entire world. Maybe in a year or 2 the horrible change will start, and it's most likely to go in the worst direction," said Rhine, dressing very formally like he was attending a fancy dinner. Although he was talking in a very serious manner, Rhine did not panic. Lucian frowned. "So, I should inform the highest council of the existence of the world of souls." 371. The Good News. After the short speech, Skakola put the dark gray magic robe on Lucian and said, "The exploration of the secret of life shall bring us the real immortality." As told, Lucian left his spirit mark in the magic robe and got its information. Fountain of Life, level 7 perfect rank magic item 1 layer of seal. A sorcerer whose spiritual power has reached the senior rank can unseal it, and the magic robe's full power could be released. 372. Banshee's Blessing. After accepting the scroll, Lucian calmed down a bit and asked curiously, "Sir, you mentioned that you did many ridiculous things when you were young. What are these things?" Fernando immediately threw a furious stare at Lucian and roared, "That's not what you should pry into. Go back and study spell trigger. Don't think you can easily become a senior rank just because of the right." Lucian was startled by Fernando's roaring and he hurriedly jumped out of his teacher's office. After closing the door, Lucian murmured to himself, feeling a bit amused but also perplexed. "So, mister, Fernando indeed did some really ridiculous things." 5 days later in the empty hall on the 33rd floor of the headquarters of the Congress. 373, The Untraceable Destiny. There was a complex magic circle drawn with a silver-colored liquid on the floor. The big array consisted of 13 circles, and at the center of each, different creepy patterns were drawn. The 12 smaller circles surrounded the biggest one, which was decorated with the many symbols representing the Earth and the 6 hexagrams. Between the circles, there were many silver-gray lines connecting them together, forming the mysterious stellar map. In the smaller circles, there were also many constellation signs and symbols of elements. There was more than one magic rite for one to improve to senior rank, as sorcerers majored in different schools and their cognition words also varied. If a rite was more on the necromantic, force field, or illusion side, it would not be appropriate to be applied to a sorcerer who studied elements and electromagnetism. Therefore, there were more than dozens of magic rites. 374. The Secretives. The dreamlike magic light disappeared. The silver lines on the floor had all turned into burned black as if they were drawn using charcoal. Lucian had never felt more powerful, as the bond between his soul and his cognition world had been further strengthened. He felt that one day he might be able to cast his soul and cognition world into the real material world to turn the virtual into the reality. However, Lucian was aware of the fact that this would at least require the power of a legendary-level archmage. For example, he knew that when his teacher, Fernando, was suffering from the great shift of his cognition world, the entire Align was covered with the dark clouds, shivering with the flashes of lightning. Lucian finally felt what it was like to be a senior-rank mage. Raising his hands, he looked at them, feeling very encouraged. Although his hands looked still the same, Lucian could feel the power in them from his soul, spiritual power, and his cognition world. 375. The Medal. Secretive Destiny. Lucian repeated the title in a low voice and found himself quite happy with it. After all, a slight deviation in a prophecy could easily lead to a great difference. Lucian did not know who was qualified to become a secretive. Did he become one because of his knowledge in black holes or his reincarnation? Lucian knew that right now he was not able to find the answer. However, what he did know was that if he could apply the knowledge about black holes to the related astrology prophecies, very likely he would be able to observe part of the destiny trace of the secretives. And if the theory of gravitational lens was applied, the deviation in the prophecies about him could be more or less fixed. The related knowledge all came from general relativity, and the corresponding books in Lucian's spirit library were still sealed. Lucian had no idea how long it would take him to figure these things out on his own without the assistance of the books. 376. The Rescent. The cave was dark and small, just like the common caves. There were piles of feces of wild animals in the corners. When Lucian entered the deeper part of the cave following a narrow path, there were more and more forks in the road as if he was facing a spider web. Taking the crystal ball out of the magic pouch, Lucian gently stroked its surface, and with the information provided by Rhine, he cast a simple prophecy spell to figure out which path to choose. Following the fork path downwards, Lucian made his way a few dozen meters and saw a new fork. He recognized the pile of oddly shaped dark coal ash as Rhine described. The pale coal ash looked like the palm of a person's hand, like a road sign. 377. The Lost Civilization. The cave was very dark. The only dim light Lucian could see was from the noctilucent moss. However, with his moonlight blood power, which the church called blessing, Lucian could see very well in the darkness. In Lucian's dark pupil there was the vague figure of Angwoods, flickering and shivering like a candle which had come to its end. Finally it went out. "The Lord shall be back," Lucian repeated in low voice. This was what he found in Angwoods' deepest memory, except for its boundless anger and hatred. When Lucian found this piece of information in Angwoods' memory, he could feel Angwoods' great respect and excitement. Lucian wondered if something horrible was really going on in the world of souls, if the real immortal would wake up and come back. 378. The Night Highland. A grim and dark-looking castle stood by the lake covered with black duckweed. Its pinnacles on the top resembled the javelins in the style of the ancient magic empire. Harold Hammer, carrying a heavy bag of ore on his back, was walking slowly toward the castle's warehouse. As an underage dwarf, he was not as strong as the muscular, fully grown dwarves who could easily wield a huge heavy hammer like a toy. The bag of ore was really heavy for him. However, Harold had no complaints about hard labor since at least he could still survive. Those strong dwarves were selected out to become the food of the vampire masters. 379. The God of Steam's Arrival. You rule everything, you decide life and death. You are the God of gods, the King of kings. The movement of the elder was quite distorted in a weird way, and he moved around in a quite disorganized manner. However, if one observed carefully, one could tell that Augustus' movement was still following some mysterious patterns. The rest of the dwarves were having a hard time following his movement, and at the same time they repeated the elder's words, "You give us life, you give us food, you give us the courage when facing the difficulties, as well as goodness, integrity, and perseverance." At the entry of the palace, 4 transparent figures were staring at the dwarves praying. "It looks like the manor from the ancient magic empire," said the vampire bride, Tess, using the kindred's talent called short-distance mind communication to the butler Galata Wells and the maid Edith. Tess was feeling both amused and confused. 380. The God of Steam. The light became brighter and the figure also became clearer, but the light rippled in the air and covered the face and the upper body of the figure. At this time, the figure suddenly disappeared. Only the white pure light still lit up the whole hall. The elder, Harold, Aquinas, and the rest of the dwarves did not see that since they were still prostrating on the ground, but Tess, Galata, Wells, and Edith saw it. "Haha, their god has disappeared. Their god has just abandoned them again." Wells released a long sigh and said with wild joy. When the altar lit up, Wells freaked out. For a moment he thought that the dwarf's god did come to save them. Wells could not read, and because of all the stories he had heard, he believed in the existence of God. Although he was a blood servant of his noble kindred master, facing the unimaginable power of God as a traitor, Wells' heart was still filled with fear. 381. A Dream City. Lucian finally realized what was going on there. The dwarves thought that he was their god of steam, the master of life and death, and they were worshipping him. This was Night Highland, once under the control of the dwarves, but later they were conquered by the vampires. They should be from the last group of dwarves left from the civilization of steam, and they were raised by the vampires as laborers. These dwarves managed to escape from the vampire and found the relic left by their ancestors. They thought that the teleportation circle was an altar, and they misunderstood the material left by their ancestors when they tried to learn magic as the instruction for reaching their god. In this case, he was sent here when the dwarves were carrying out their rite. It seemed that the vampires killed by him were here to kill the dwarves, and thus the dwarves, after witnessing his power, firmly believed that he was the god of steam. 382. Count Vlad. The dwarves had never seen anything like that before. The scene had exceeded their ultimate imagination. The tall buildings made them feel so small, and the starlight lights made the city look even bigger and more splendid. The civilization that the city belonged to was way more advanced than steam civilization. The dwarves felt that they were facing the boundless starry sky. They were deeply shocked by how insignificant and tiny they were. This was the power of civilization. After a while, the elder finally sobered up and kneeled down on the ground, prostrating, although the sand was still very hot. "Our almighty god of steam, your kingdom is the domain where all the gods live. Your kingdom shows the ultimate power of steam." Hearing the elder's prayer, the dwarves also kneeled down in an extremely devout manner, facing the city. "Your blessing is as vast as the ocean. Your stateliness is as solemn as the great mountain." 383. The other way around. The hand-shaped silver candlesticks lit up the corridor in the dark and gloomy castle. The red candles flickered to provide a dim light, showing a sense of creepy beauty. Wearing a black robe with a hood, Lucian stood outside of the basement quietly, studying the defensive magic circles placed by Count Vlad. 384. Transformation Mask. After the familiar dizziness left Lucian, he saw many creepy red flowers in front of him. The sea of flowers in red was boundless. Sensing the smell of a living thing, the flowers gradually bloomed, petal by petal, and the inner blood and flesh were revealed. The flesh was moving. Like a heart, the center of the flowers could beat. Seeing the flowers, Lucian's heart missed a beat. He knew how dangerous these flowers were. However, soon he calmed himself down since he was standing in Rhine's garden after all. Lucian started to cast a creepy and mysterious spell. Once the spell was cast, the beautiful but ominous flowers gently swung back and forth as if they were welcoming Lucian, and then the flowers quickly turned into countless tiny red bugs and retreated like the fall of the tide, leaving the black land in the middle. 385. Vampire High Council. The dazzling stars were like shining pure diamonds on the black velvet. The astonishing scenery of the dreamlike night sky above the highland was eternal. In the darkness slightly lit by the starlight, Lucian left the projection of the castle of Observer. In the shadow of the trees, he put on the transformation mask. He grew taller, his skin became finer and pale, the color of his eyes turned into that of the silver moon, and his hair also became silver. Within a few seconds, Lucian had turned himself into Rhine, wearing his typical red shirt and black suit. Adjusting his bow a bit, Lucian headed for another vampire castle in the distance with an elegant pace. In that castle lived Marquis Lasser, a 5,000-year-old powerful vampire who was responsible for safeguarding the space joint connecting Night Highland to the desert in the south part of Gusta. 386. Step by Step. The grandeur of the sun setting on the horizon was breathtaking. However, on the Sphinx campsite, Lucian felt the cold sweat on his back. Before Lucian figured out the answer, the Sphinx scolded, "Filthy scorpion, you have your head between your legs, use your brain, go and shower yourself in sun water. You wanna become one of those undead creatures." The desert environment was very harsh, thus the nobles in the Empire of Gusta were reluctant to expand southward. Therefore, most of the Sphinx's bad languages were about scorpions because they were the Sphinx's biggest enemy. Sun water, the Sphinx's words reminded Lucian that this Sphinx that he was playing, whose name was Phil, would always spend a little while in the stone house on which the midday sunlight directly shone, and then it would go to safeguard the tomb with the other Sphinxes. 387. The Saint's Gate. The look on Enki's face suddenly changed when he heard the voice of the High Priest. He took a step sideward and looked at Aska. Enki was suggesting that it was Aska who made the trouble, and meanwhile was trying to keep the distance between them. Aska, or Lucian in fact, caused the conflict on purpose. Lucian knew that the gatekeepers would avoid the magic circles and take him an isolated corner, and there Lucian would have enough time to transform himself into one of the gatekeepers. The High Priest was also a Sphinx, but all of his 4 fuzzy legs were wrapped with black shrouds. He was the very one whom Lucian saw beside the Saint's Gate. Right now, the High Priest was staring at Lucian coldly with his pure black eyes. 388. The Horrible Pressure. The black smoke quickly rose in the hall packed with the coffins and extended to every corner in the tomb, like ugly and vicious creatures fiercely seizing their territory. Facing the apex of the pyramid, the tomb guards were all praying. Although most of the time they were all very violent and rude, now they were prostrating themselves on the ground as docile as little lambs. The black smoke overwhelmed everything, but the golden light covering their bodies prevented the horrible power of death from approaching them. In the tomb, the bodies hanging on the wall started moving and roaring wrathfully. The black coffins suddenly popped open under the invisible power, and many arms and hands wrapped with bandage reached out. The old bandage soaked with the light yellow oil from the dead bodies looked extremely disgusting. Bitter moaning and angry shouting made the tomb a living hell. 389. Sphinx. Sphinx, the legendary level leader who opened the Golden Age for Sphinxes, was also the first leader ever in history to make all the tribes kneel down in front of it. Although at that time many figures were still much more powerful than Sphinx, its power was beyond Lucian's imagination. There was no way that Lucian could fight against it. Also, Lucian had no idea what changes had happened to Sphinx before it came back to life 10,000 years later. Run. That was the first though flashing past Lucian's mind, and it was his only thought when facing a legendary-level enemy. However, after running backward for just a few steps, Lucian calmed himself down and prevented himself from blindly running for his life. Run to where? If Lucian direct went out through the gate, the level 9 High Priest would kill him very easily. Should Lucian sneak out, he had no idea if he had enough time. 390. The Demon Compact. The Holy Priest burst out an angry roar and pointed its gold scepter toward the Saint's Gate. Shining lines quickly lit up on the gray stone gate, outlining the strange shape of a beetle. Suddenly, the Saint's Gate burst out strong light like a small sun. The light was so bright that the High Priest had tears in its eyes. For a second, it could not see anything. In the bright light, the gate slowly opened. The boiling black smoke was suppressed. Lucian suddenly became very alert when he heard the gate opening. He had no idea what had happened, but he was certain that the Sphinxes had somehow figured out that there was someone in there. Should he activate the level 9 scroll, Lucian was still holding Pale Justice in his one hand and in the other hand the scroll from Fernando. When his brain was working very hard to come up with the possible solutions, Lucian looked around in the palace. When he saw the gold coffin in the middle, he got an idea. 391 greed. Staring at the parchment in hand, Bolek felt that it was just a joke. The so-called magic rite was too simple and ridiculous. It seemed that this magic rite just came from a piece of folktale. How could anyone manage to summon the most powerful demon like that? Although Bolek never learned magic, he had some basic understanding of magic rites. As one of the most flourishing families with a long history in Holy Hile's empire, the Gorse family had gathered a lot of precious documents related to magic, so the family members could be profound enough for their adventures outside of the empire. There were rumors saying that the Gorse family was the descendant of Thanos, the Sun King, from the ancient Sylvana's magic empire. However, although at the first glance the magic rite looked rather ridiculous, it was surely creepy. Maybe something powerful and mysterious was hiding behind it. 392. The new Bolek. When he was telling everything to the demon, Bolek had a sense of relief as he was letting out all the emotions that had been hidden for so long. In the end, Bolek felt that his mind was cleaner, as if he had found the power to move forward. The night was very quiet. Bolek felt that his soul was drifting in the air and then slowly became part of the darkness. In the darkness, he felt very sleepy. You have signed the compact. When you wake up, you will find yourself a real knight. Greed's voice made Bolek feel even more drowsy. Bolek was very excited and finally felt very relaxed. Then he fell into the boundless darkness. The secret guard outside of the study shivered because of the cold breeze in November, and then he heard a vague voice in the study. You have signed the compact. You will give me 10 years of your life as the payment, and you will become a knight, still with the potential to become a grand knight. 393. The guests. November was the month of winter. The city in the north, Antifleur, was ready to become the world of ice and snow at any time under the freezing wind. The light blue and clear river named Donati went through the city, and Count Mecklen's garden villa was located on the piece of highland near the river. Behind the villa, there was a very steep hill called Saxony, carved with countless fine relief sculptures. This was a classic pillar-structured villa, which accorded with the conservative building style of Holy Hile's empire. However, when Lucian went through the garden blooming with the light purple flowers called Crystal Elf and stepped into the hall, he discovered that the design of the place was definitely inspired by the passion from the kingdom of Syracuse based on its luxurious decoration, the featured curved lines on the walls, and the unique layout of the place. 394. Their own plans. Although Princess Sophia was quite outgoing as a well-educated princess, it was very unusual for her to burst out laughing like that. Seeing that Sophia was so amused by the trick, the rest of the nobles were very jealous. They wondered what Bolek had told the princess and why it made the princess so happy. It took Sophia a few seconds to calm down, and then her beautiful green eyes blinked. Bolek, you're very interesting, more interesting than I thought. When the princess first became active in those social events, Bolek was frustrated with the fact that he was not getting any attention. Facing the elegant and noble princess as a hopeless inheritor, Bolek never dared to take one step forward, although he knew that marrying the princess could for sure consolidate his position. Therefore, the impression Bolek left Sophia with was not good at all. Gloomy, silent, and there was no hope for him at all to become the next Gorse Duke. 395. Gathering together. In the following month, Lucian spent most of his time getting used to and improving his blood power, like what the real Bolek would do. In the rest of the time, he attended many parties held by different nobles, where he further achieved a few preliminary agreements with them for the cooperation in the underground palace. He also remembered to go back to the remote villa to reinforce the power of fake death and sleep strong that he cast on the real Bolek and gave Bolek the nutrition to survive. So far, Lucian had not found the time to conduct the magic experiment on Bolek to awaken his blood power. Today, the sky was rather gloomy and the wind was freezing. It seemed that the first storm of the year was coming. The smell of old rotten wood was everywhere in the Gorse family's villa built in the time period of the ancient magic empire. Lucian was wearing a black knight armor and walked down to the bottom floor of the basement with great confidence. 396. The beginning of the game. Bayer looked at Arthur confirmedly and smiled. This is a great opportunity for me to face a real fight, and as a knight, this is always what I have been pursuing. I am here as a knight, not a prince. Then he turned to the Duke. Uncle Ulrich, since you have let Sophia in, I believe that you won't turn me down, right? I have won my father's permission as well. The old Duke sighed. You young people, all right. His lowered his gaze, and all his emotions were hidden in his blue eyes. Nuremberg laughed. Good for you, Bayer. A knight shall face the real fight. If I had not gone to the north and joined the battle against Chakran Empire, probably I would have never had the chance of becoming a radiant knight. The blood and fights taught me how to become a radiant knight. You've always been my role model, Uncle Nuremberg, Bayer grinned. Then he turned around and walked to Arthur. Very casually he said, my friend, I hope we can fight together. 397. The Strange Change. Under the light of the everlasting torches in the underground palace, Bolek's shining armor looked rather cold. In Andrus's eyes, Bolek was the most horrible demon. He had no idea what just happened. He had no idea why his armor all of a sudden became as vulnerable as an eggshell. Jocelyn and the nobles refused to believe what they just saw, as if they were watching an opera of a very vicious theme. They could not figure out how Bolek could have become so powerful within just a single month. With the level 4 chainmail named Rose and the pair of level 3 daggers given by her father, and together with all of her magic and divine items, Jocelyn was clearly aware of the fact that she still would not have been able to stop Andrus' heavy sword. However, Bolek held the edge of the sword like it was just a kid's toy. 398. The Different Sophia. Did you kill him? Sophia asked with her voice trembling. It was her first time seeing someone that she knew die right in front of her. The bloody scene and the disgusting smell were poking at her nerves. In her expectation, as this was just a competition, no one should be killed in this underground palace. Lucian was already used to this. Pretending that he did not want to see the body, Lucian looked up at the ceiling of the underground palace. He wondered if the teleportation magic circles were still working after the strange change happened to this place. Having no idea whether the change was normal or someone did something to the palace on purpose, Lucian decided to be more cautious. However, on the other hand, if the magic field covering the palace had changed, probably now the Duke and the Counts on the outside were not able to observe them anymore. 399. The Denouncement. In the underground palace, Lucian was running fast along the corridor like a shadow, and Sophia, after casting speed on herself, was following close behind him. However, they could not move at their full speed since they had to stop and figure out the direction from time to time. Watch out. The door up ahead is dangerous. There's a magic circle behind it, Sophia said after closely studying the magic patterns around and comparing them to those on the map. Lucian, who had been aware of the danger behind the door long before the warning, pretended to be lost and said while frowning, "What shall we do then? Cracking the magic circle would be a waste of time." 400. The Many Unexpected Changes. Lucian was not much influenced by their denouncement, as this was totally within his expectation. Also, he knew that he was much more powerful than all of them. With his great confidence, Lucian remained rather calm. However, Sophia was so angry that her face had turned pale. That's nonsense. When the magic circle first started changing, Bolek and I were finding the correct path. We had no time for that. There is no witness, only your highness and Bolek, Arthur put on a cold sneer. The rest of the nobles, including Ralph and Claire, also fixed them with a distrustful glare. Seeing the situation, Sophia got even more irritated and her whole body was shaking. This is a legendary sorcerer's underground palace. There's no way that I could change the magic circles here. 401. The Causes. Duda was still panicking after killing the other noble by mistake and experiencing all the changes in the underground palace. Seeing that someone was standing right in front of him, his brain was completely blank. Slowly, he looked up and saw the man who was wearing a pair of brand new boots. "It's you," Duda felt much relieved seeing his friend Andrus. After releasing a sigh, Duda's heart started beating fast and fiercely again, as if his heart was trying to compensate the beats that it missed in the previous few seconds. "It's me," said Andrus with the corner of his mouth curling up. "I'll tell you, this underground palace is horrible. The teleportation magic circles are not working. Come here, Andrus, we wait here until the competition finishes." Duda hurriedly told his trusted friend what had happened, but he did not mention the part where he killed someone. Then Duda became confused. "Where is your armor?" 402. 3 Size. The small scale was a piece of toy. The white and black pan went up and down in turns, and soon they reached the balance. Instantly, the atmosphere around Bayer somehow became very weird. The wind ropes constraining Bayer suddenly broke into pieces, the big and thick spider net was gone, and the twisted magnetic field had also calmed down. On the other side, the bolts of lightning attached to Deniz's sword had died out, and the dazzling starlight surrounding Arthur had also disappeared. In the middle of the hall, Sophia flapped her 6 pairs of wings. A summoned piece of cloud with the strong power of death had been driven away as soon as it approached Bayer. Deniz bit his lips tight. He could not feel his power of lightning anymore. In the range of the power of justice scale, any extraordinary power should obey the order. 403. Astonishment. Level 6 Arcanist. Relf was totally shocked. In his eyes, Bolek suddenly became so strange to him. No, he should say that the man standing in front of him was right now a total stranger to him. There was no way that the real Bolek could have become a senior rank, as he had never left Antifleur before. It must be that a senior rank sorcerer or archmage had turned into Bolek and used some special ways to hide from the blood power check done by Nuremberg. As for the purpose, the sorcerer was certainly there to pursue the secret left by Sun King. Suddenly, a scene flashed past his mind. He remembered the sincere appreciation from Bolek after he bragged about the existence of another secret chamber and showed off by telling Bolek how to open the chamber. "Well, thanks for telling me." That was what Bolek the Arcanist said. 404. The ruthless Sophia. The light balls kept swelling bigger and then shrinking smaller. A glowing white radiance was flowing inside. Lucian's fingers approached the light ball slowly, but when he was almost touching it, his hand stopped. Lucian felt his heart beating very fast, as if it was going to jump out of his chest. His heart-beating pace closely followed the contraction frequency of the light ball. Lucian had a thin layer of sweat covering his forehead. He had no idea why he just decided to take such a great risk by touching this mysterious light ball when he knew completely nothing about it. What if the light ball had exploded? What if it had contained some kind of curse? 405. The destroyed confidence. Editor Henny. Kill him now. Sophia was the first one who realized what to do. Through secondary telepathic bond, she commanded Frederick to take action. She was not panicking. She had Frederick, a radiant knight whose power was given by a demon, to fight for her. Also, the Gold Knight Metatron was on her side. Even a senior rank sorcerer would not be too much of a threat. Pretending to be afraid, she took a few steps backward. Her right foot reached the floor tile, which was a bit untight. As soon as she entered the hall, Sophia's every single movement was well planned. Things had gone beyond her expectation. She had to leave right now. At this time, she saw the beautiful sapphire ring on Bolek's left hand. Before Sophia could cast any spells to protect herself, the ring suddenly lit up and then a light ray hit her straightly. 406. Opportunities come to those who are prepared. Editor Henny. The gentle sigh directly struck Sophia's mind like lightning. The dense smog was driven away, and some memories had come back to her. After knowing the secret of Sun King from Relf, Sophia chose to collaborate with the Gorse Duke and the Glorious Crown in order to win the royal throne. To set up the complex trap, she had betrayed her good friend and the knights who were loyal to her. However, in the end, the people she chose to collaborate with had turned into the horrible monsters. If Deniz had not chosen to sacrifice himself to save her life, Sophia must have already been killed. All her dreams and ambition would have been turned into foam upon the water. And this was all because of her greed. Recalling how she laughed at Frederick, Bayer, and Arthen for their greed, Sophia realized that what was happening to her was rather sarcastic. 407. Thanos' secret. Editor Henny. As soon as the demon disappeared, the gloomy and dim hall became bright and graceful, like it had been washed clean by clear water. "You won." Staring at the mysterious sorcerer, Sophia waves her fist in the air, feeling rather encouraged. Meanwhile, her brain worked fast to think about how she could persuade the sorcerer to work with her. However, Lucian did not lower his alert. Grabbing Pale Justice tight in his hands, Lucian looked around at the nobles who were still alive. He concentrated his spiritual power on ice and snow metal to activate Silent Coffin at any time he needed. Lucian knew it well how creepy and cunning a demon could be, and he believed that Pain was not an exception. It was hard to say if Pain had chosen another host among one of the nobles and was waiting for the opportunity to kill Lucian. 408. Assistant. Editor Henny. After casting the constraint spell on Sophia and the rest of them, Lucian checked the notebooks carefully again. Finally, he picked it up. The notes were very incomplete, and the handwriting was very casually and hard to read. However, from the words and the handwriting, Lucian could tell that the notes were from the same person, and the person's tone had changed as he or she aged. After exploring the ancient relic deepest in hell, they, including Solano and even the teacher, are somehow different now. But why shall I care? They never see hope in me. After all, as a student in astrology, I cannot even locate my host star of destiny. If my father had not saved my teacher at the cost of his life, the teacher would have abandoned me already. They have no idea what the meaning of my host's star of destiny is. They aren't human beings anymore, they are demons, they have been possessed. I can't let them know I have figured this out. I gotta be very careful. 409 Rudolph II. Editor Henny. The feelings were complicated in Sophia's calling. She was afraid that her father would severely punish her because of what she did down here, but meanwhile, she was more than happy to see her father in such a desperate situation who could save her from the vicious sorcerer. The man turned around and slightly nodded. Any conspiracy must be built on power. Do you understand now? He was indeed Rudolph II, the Emperor of the Empire, the legendary leader who was as powerful as a grand arcanist. But he was using Bayer's body. How did he go through the examination? And somehow, Lucian could not at all sense the imposing air from Rudolph, a legendary. Lucian had to admit that his nerves were almost stretched to breaking point as he was now standing in front of a legendary. His body was slightly trembling, but his brain was still working well. Slowly, he pulled out his right hand from the magic pouch. 410 outside of the underground palace. In a remote area of Antefleur, a dim ball of light emerged in the darkness and then suddenly expanded into a mysterious gate. The gate was fiercely pushed open, from which Lucian walked out, and then everything went back to normal. Spreading out his spiritual power, Lucian examined the surroundings very carefully. This was a wooded area with small hills. Except for the several startled animals that were able to resist the cold, there was nothing else nearby. Lucian finally could lower his guard, and he put the space jump scroll back into his magic pouch. The enchanted 7th circle spell, Chaos Teleportation, could send the caster to an undesignated place. Lucian could have ended up showing up in White Maple Palace of Antefleur, in a cathedral, or in the middle of a random street. 411 strike. Lucian's mind was broadened by the boundless blue ocean. Slowly, he lowered his altitude and cast advanced invisibility on himself. The closer Lucian was to the ocean, the worse the ocean stank. Lucian activated his health belt to keep the disgusting air away from him. The surface of the breathing blue ocean was covered with gray, black, and dark green bubbles. The bubbles silently grew and broke. Their filthy color dyed the water, producing a sense of chaos. Contaminated water contains lots of space gaps, but unlike that of the dark mountain range, was smaller and more homogeneous, connected only to the abyssal maw. Affected and contaminated permanently by the devil power, the creatures living in the water have been demonized and become very dangerous. 412 The Strange Maze. In the cave where the altar existed, it was of dead silence. This place had been turned into a world of ice. The blue guardians had been frozen into exquisite ice statues of different postures. Some of them were holding a trident, and some were holding a coral staff. Their shining scales were revealed in the finest details. Only the part of the ocean water that was close to the altar still flowed under the extraordinary power. Stepping on the red coral reef, Lucian walked forward and laid his hand against the boundary of the frozen and the unfrozen. Lucian started his casting. A complicated magic circle showed up in the dark blue water, surrounded by many mysterious magic symbols. 413 The Trustworthy One. It seemed that the old castle was forever enveloped by darkness at the edge of the cliff. Showering in the cold moonlight, the castle up there looked rather lonely. Lucian had turned himself into a werewolf with dark fur. Hiding in the trees, he carefully watched the observer's castle, which seemed to be reaching for the silver moon. But Lucian was not alone here. In the forest close to the cliff, many dark creatures were also gazing at the castle. Any creatures that were more or less knowledgeable should recognize the extraordinary features of the castle. It was reasonable to assume that some greedy dark creatures had already died here trying to break in, while the rest of them were still waiting for a chance. 414 The castle ablaze with lights. Staring at the castle, which looked like a black eagle swerving over the cliff, Lucian stood some distance away from it. Since he did not have the transfiguration mask with him, it was very easy for him to be caught by Dracula, as Dracula had noticed him before in Sphinx Mausoleum. Rhine had disappeared in the desert to the south of Gusta Empire, and when Dracula was looking for Rhine, he met a mysterious senior-rank mage with lots of precious magic items in the mausoleum. If somehow Dracula saw the same mage visiting Observer's castle later, he must be able to see the connection. Lucian took out his pocket watch and confirmed the time again. Casting all the helping spells on himself, swallowing down all the magic potions he still had, and grabbing pale justice in his hand, Lucian carefully sensed what was going on around the castle. Meanwhile, he had turned on the monocle. If anything happened, Natasha would contact him. 415 The Scarlet Moon. No matter how worried he was about what happened to Natasha, he was unable to help her in the situation right now. Lucian was very well aware of this fact. Therefore, he managed to put all the thoughts behind and focused on what he was faced with right now. With the castle's magic circles resisting the imposing pressure from the legendary, Lucian was sheltered and could thus still stay focused. He looked up, and when he saw a remaining thin layer of the silver moon's light, his soul felt the special connection again. Lucian quickly drew his conclusion. Although the moon was blocked, the remaining light was still able to provide power to the summoning magic circle, and the level of the magic circle was close to the power of Dracula. Also, it seemed that the summoning magic circle had a bit to do with Alterna, as she had left her imprint on it. 416, the search that is about to get crazy. After arriving at the small hill nearby Align through space jumping, Lucian quickly took out his crystal ball and cast the spell Horoscope under the dim morning sky. The crystal ball darkened, in which countless stars lit up. When he saw that Natasha's host star of destiny was still shining brightly, Lucian released a long sigh of relief. Lucian finally relaxed. He looked in the east and saw the rising orange sun lighting up the entire sky. An idea suddenly came to Lucian's mind. The main material world was also a sphere, as there was a time difference between the Dark Mountain Range and Align. In addition, there were also horizons. After using the scroll last time, Lucian had confirmed with the Lord of Storm that space jumping would only take about half an hour. From the different positions of the silver moon that Lucian saw in the Dark Mountain Range and in Align, it was easy for him to notice the existence of time difference. 417, partly good and partly bad. Adjusting the piece of monocle decorated with a fine silver chain on his nose, Lucian was about to activate Fernando's electromagnetic message. However, just at this time, Lucian received a call. After the disturbance of the electric current noise, Lucian heard Natasha's voice, sounding both concerned and relieved. Lucian. Obviously, getting back into contact was a great relief to this young lady. It's me. I was about to call you as well. Lucian could not hold back the smile on his face. Since Natasha's call came as soon as he arrived in Alto, it was reasonable for him to assume that Natasha had kept on calling him for at least the past half an hour. Unlike Lucian, who mastered the knowledge of horoscope, Natasha could not tell if her friend was safe through divination. The many accidents that happened during their plan greatly worried Natasha. 418, Fernando's roaring. On the 35th floor of the Congress of Magic's headquarter tower, in a medium-sized meeting room. In the center of the room, there was a long cherrywood table surrounded by 24 chairs. The chairs were all made of precious wood, and their red velvet cushions were nice and soft. The backs of the chairs were carved with different fine patterns, such as the symbol of elements, a storm enveloping bolts of lightning, the crown of magic and arcana. It has been confirmed that the god of silver moon, Alterna, brought about the change of the scarlet moon. As for Alterna's enemy, it was an existence which has never been discovered before, probably coming from a silent world where all colors are devoid except for black, white, and gray. The prophet, who was wearing a gray pointy hat, concluded primarily. 419, Divert. Night in the month of ice fell early. Tiny but dense snowflakes were dancing like fairies under the light of the arc light street lamps, holy and hazy. There were barely any people left on the street. Shaking the snowflakes off their coats while advancing quickly, they had no time for such a beautiful view. So beautiful, but why do they have to melt? Ulferus looked at the shiny dots in his palms melting into water quickly and muttered in a depressed voice. The snowflakes were shiny and their structure was complicated, which fits Ulferus' taste perfectly. He would have collected them if he had not known what they really were, and that was the reason why Ulferus did not really enjoy the winter. 420. Using electricity safely. In the winter night when snowflakes were swirling in the air, crystal lights flowing with colors lit up the entire place of the Duke's villa, which looked like a shining gem against the black background of the night. The light that burst out from the villa was so eye-catching that it seemed as if all the stars had landed and gathered here. Even if among the senior-rank sorcerers, no one had ever tried to use this many crystal lights in his magic tower. In most cases, they were used to using magic candles, as the candles' effects were also not bad. For most of the nobles present tonight, it was not until today that they finally realized what the word brilliance meant. They had never imagined that a man-made view could be as imposing as natural scenery. This power came from human beings, and this scene could be spread and seen throughout the world. 421. Levski's perseverance and expectation. Seeing the title, Eric sighed, "This is of no use, Levski. It's not worth your effort. No one from the board would accept it. What you're saying goes completely in the opposite direction from our observation and the basic geometry principles. Without a doubt, this is not correct. This is not the first day we know each other, and I'd suggest you to stop wasting your time on it. Because of the need for magic pattern construction and the substantiation of the cognitive world, the study of math had a long history. I was widely acknowledged that geometry was based on the 5 axioms and the 5 postulates put forward by Muentius, a legendary archmage from the Magic Empire in his work Geometry. Thus, it was known as Muentius's geometry. And also because that Muentius was the founder of Tower, Muentius's geometry was also called Tower geometry. 422, Lucian's first review comment. Sky cleared up after the snow. Sunlight warmed up everything on the ground. The heavy steps of the steel golem echoed from within the corridor. Pushing open the office door, the golem said to Lucian in its cold, rigid voice, "Master, here are the 6 papers submitted by the same author, as well as the comments by the board members." This was one of the advantages of being a member of Arcana Review Board. A member did not need to spend any Arcana points for checking papers and their corresponding comments. This was for encouraging the in-depth study of Arcana and the prudent attitude for writing reviews. Lucian took over the pile of papers, signaled the steel golem to guard outside his office, and immediately started reading. 423. Thank you. Also, what the author wants to say to you all, dear readers. The alchemical lives that worked for Arcana Review Board were responsible for several tasks. First, sort the papers received based on their keywords and forward them to the board members in the assorted fields. Second, send review results to the Sorcerer Administrative Department. Third, work out the weighted average of the comments given by the 2 assigned board members to conclude the final descriptive evaluation, as well as how many Arcana credits and points should be rewarded. Fourth, when 2 members' comments differed greatly, send the paper to a third person. And if the 2 board members did not agree on the review result given by the third person, a small meeting consisting of all the board members in this field and the author of the paper should be called for, during which the final decision would be reached after an oral defense of the author and discussion among the attendees. The meeting would be audited by a special consultant from the highest council. 424. The Roaring Lucian, almost twice the regular length. Thank you all. Winter sunlight pierced through the thick layer of cloud, went through the window glass and fell on the astrology maps hanging on the study's wall. The light yellow halo made the space warm and cozy. Nishka's student, Samantha, wore the same "You still owe me 10,000 Arcana points" blank expression. "Sir, are you joining the meeting tomorrow?" "Of course, why not?" Nishka was rather pissed. "I'll teach Levski and Lucian Evans a good lesson. This rubbish should never be sent to the board again." Samantha nodded slightly, obviously not affected by her teacher's fury at all. "I'll tell the coachman to prepare for tomorrow morning and don't be late again." Then she picked up the pile of files and left the office, leaving the furious Nishka alone staring at the paper and the comment from Lucian. 425. The belated recognition. Lucian's voice wasn't loud, but his words were beyond shocking to the board members present. As the authorities in math who had won the Arcana Scepter Award, they had to admit that they were more or less proud. However, in fact, they only regarded math only as a tool for studying Arcana and analyzing magic spells. Very few arcanists were willing to devote their entire life to the beauty of math. Most of them would never explore further in math past what is sufficient for their purposes. The Tower's arcanists who were fond of math more or less shared the same belief before, but it was either an occasional remark of pride or just a flash in the pan. No one had ever, like what Lucian just did, managed to prove by using such shocking reasoning and imposing manner the great value of math. Math went beyond human beings' intuitive understanding and experience. Thus, math's importance and significance had been raised to a degree no one had ever dreamed of before. 426. A new journal. Hearing Lucian's words, the gentlemen managed to refrain themselves, but the 2 ladies present could not hold back their giggles. Mr. Evans had to pay for his roaring. Levski's paper introduced a brand new geometry system, and it included lots of propositions. The length of the paper way exceeded that of an ordinary paper and was almost equivalent to a book. Although Lucian skipped many parts when lecturing, his throat still hurt, despite of the fact that he was also a knight. Lucian's answer amused the rest of the board members and also more or less healed their mind after the intense roaring. During Lucian's speech, they were so shocked by Lucian's imposing manner and violent roaring that they subconsciously assumed that he was another Lord of Storm, who would never be bothered by too much roaring. Now the problem had been solved, they started to feel that Lucian was in fact quite easygoing. "You need some potions," Melina chuckled. 427, the hard-won compliment. Nature, Nishka coughed a bit. Your explanation is persuasive, Mr. Evans, but isn't this title a bit too broad for a math journal? I'm afraid that people wouldn't be able to understand it at first glance. That was the thought shared by all the board members, including Levski. Unlike the other journals, for instance, Arcana, Magic, and Astrology, whose names had a very clear indication, Nature sounded like a journal that was established by the Druids. Although they appreciated Lucian's belief in math, they still had to face the reality that math still served the study of Arcana and Magic. 428, Nature. In the villa surrounded by flowers, Melina was shocked again by the beauty of math in Lucian's paper. After quite a while, she finally picked up her quill pen and wrote. With amazing conception and precise demonstration, Lucian Evans's paper shows us the beauty of math and also proves the compatibility between Levski geometry and tower geometry. The paper gives a solid foundation to the establishment of the new geometry system and changed the world of math, which was constructed based on our direct perception of the world. This paper reveals to us another path for math development and demonstration. This groundbreaking paper is apparently significant to the establishment of the new geometry system and deserves broad discussion. 40 Arcana credits and 500 Arcana points are suggested to be given as reward. 429, being a teacher. Although it was already wintertime and the freezing wind was blowing outside, Lucian's garden was still warm and cozy, with lots of blooming flowers spreading a sweet aroma. With his hands in his suit pockets, Lucian did not start asking the students about their studies right away. Instead, he asked about their progress in promotion. I've heard it from Lazar that you're all very confident in becoming real sorcerers soon, and maybe a few months later, you will be able to do so with the help of the magic potion, Silver Moon. Is that right? Anik, Heidi, Laria, and Katrina exchanged a look between each other, having no idea whether their teacher's true intention was to praise their fast advancement or to criticize their arrogance. They got a bit nervous and did not reply. 430, the intense argument. Douglas's Demiplane was very different from Thanatos's The Resting Place, Fernando's Thunder Hell, and Hathaway's Element Paradise. When Lucian first stepped in the Demiplane with Norman, a member from the affair committee who was here to guide Lucian, he did not even realize that they had arrived in a Demiplane. Douglas's Demiplane looked just like an extension of the real material world. Everything in here functioned following the same rules. Although they all looked plain and normal, fascinating secrets were hiding behind. 431, the launching. The formal evening attire that Douglas used to wear had been replaced by a flowing gray magic robe of fine texture, on which countless dots and lines formed various mysterious patterns. He was also wearing an ancient Magic Empire top hat of the same color, surrounded by many colorful crystal stones that resembled a tiny celestial system. The way how Douglas was dressed reminded people that Douglas was not only the establisher of the Congress of Magic, but also a survivor of the ancient Magic Empire after its downfall. The aesthetics that had been fostered when he was young were still imprinted in his brain. Lucian, thank you for your suggestion. With strict calculation and complex alchemy procedures, I have made an artificial planet. The next step will be sending it to the preset orbit. Douglas greeted Lucian genially. Meanwhile, Douglas put his right hand on the magic pouch, and a silver-gray sphere instantly rose up in the air in front of him. 432, reactions of different parties. The stars in the sky all dimmed under the dazzlingly bright light from the new star, as if a new sun had appeared. Radiating a glaring light without any constraint, the new star orbits along its own track unaffected. Feeling that something was going on, Brooke walked out from his demiplane. Standing on the 34th floor of the Align Magic Tower, he stared vacantly at the starry sky. This isn't the birth of a new star. Its orbit is too close. If it's a real star, it will crush into this world, destroying everything. What is it? The power is beyond mighties. As a grand arcanist and legendary sorcerer, as well as the student of Douglas, Brooke had figured out in his head the range of the orbit based on only observing the size of the star, its brightness, and some other parameters. Although it was not accurate, it was enough for him to tell how far the star was from this world. 433, the change and the plan. In the Radiance Church in Home. Awoken from their prayers, Philibel, Vaharal, and Stone were staring at the night sky, which was dominated by the holy light and the projection of mountain paradise, with a blank expression. God's arrival, the Pope used God's arrival. The new star was made by the Heresies. No, it was made by the vicious sorcerers. But the made star could move around this world like a real one. No wonder the Pope had to use God's arrival. The looks on their face were complicated. There was awe, admiration, joy, confusion, and anger. 434, Lucian's package plan. Douglas looked around. All the people here were either the members of the highest council or his student, and they could all be trusted. So Douglas smiled and asked, "A package plan? You've been thinking about this for a long time." Douglas worked all the way through and finally established the Congress of Magic. His theoretical system had influenced not only sorcerers generation after generation, but also even his enemies, including the church and the vampires. Whether speaking of intelligence or wisdom, he ranked top 3 in this world. Therefore, although he did not know Lucian as well as Fernando did, he could still find some clues to Lucian's real intention in this single sentence. 435, Start of the Debate War. In the next half-month, besides the birth of the new star and God's arrival that everyone was talking about, everything else was quiet and peaceful in Alain, Rentado, Lance, and the other cities. The strange peacefulness continued as year 820 of the Saint calendar came. It felt like the new star was a normal celestial phenomenon and nothing was going on. After short vacation, Lucian entered the gate of the Adam Institution with the sun staff, which was transformed into a gentleman's cane. He was thinking about the initiation of Alain Telephone and Telegraph Company and the promotion of the alchemical items. Before Lucian could take off his hat and put it on the rack, he heard Lazar's voice. And an artificial planet, Lazar's voice was trembling uncontrollably. 436, Progression. Douglas School in a mansion for the teachers. Rock, who went to drink at his friend's home during the New Year holiday, was shouting with Arcana in his hand. "How's that even possible? Great job." Surprised and excited, he exclaimed from time to time. "Damn, I'm gonna be late." Rock saw the time on the clock in the living room while cheering, and he suddenly bounced up. He realized that he just made a big mistake and quickly put on his soft hat. He said goodbye to his friend and opened the door in a hurry. On the street in the school, the falling autumn leaves created a peculiar romantic atmosphere. But Rock had no time to enjoy the beautiful view as he was rushing towards the carriage rental center. "Isn't this Rock? An important member of the Adam Institution just returned to the school." A mocking voice came from the side. 437, The Undercurrent. Alain sat in the midair, and the tower, which was used as a platform to observe the stars, was high above the clouds. Sometimes, bright colors rippled on the dark body of the tower, and it almost looked like the entrance was shimmering under the light. Lucian closed his mouth and smiled after hearing Levski's word. The particle theory can't explain most of the results, and the wave theory can't find its foundation. They both have big problems. I think they should just marry each other. It'll solve all the problems and the war between wave and particle will end peacefully. Lucian spoke in a joking way. "That's impossible." "Your thought is interesting, Evans," Levski chuckled. Although he was good at math, he was still an arcanist and had done some research on the wave theory and the particle theory. He thought Lucian was just joking. 438, The Second Reward. Ananis the astrologer took out a unique-shaped bracelet on which a pocket watch was attached. He said in a serious tone, "Many thanks to Mr. Lucian Evans for putting forward the mathematic model and demonstration for Levski geometry, which freed us from our own arrogance and prejudice and made us see the beauty of math from another perspective. He showed us the great necessity and sufficiency of correct axioms and rigorous logic. Only an arcanist with such courage and intelligence like Mr. Lucian Evans can make such a great contribution. Also, many thanks to Mr. Lucian Evans again for building another new geometry system and making our overall geometry system more complete. Using the 22nd Arcana Scepter, we commend him for Evans' geometry and his outstanding contribution to mathematics." Lucian had sun staff already, therefore he asked Tower to turn the Arcana Scepter into a bracelet-like accessory, a hand watch. 439, An Enlightening Viewpoint. Lucian had reasons for being so cautious about the wave-particle dualism. Besides the fact that he was still exploring his own meditation method, the most important reason was that it was such a subversive and revolutionary concept that it could easily explode the head of 99% of the middle-rank arcanists in the Congress if he just threw it at them. And without the support of the Congress, Lucian would for sure meet his own end as well. 440, Reviewing and Being Reviewed. It's just about using the hypothesis of energy quantum to explain the photoelectric effect, said Lucian honestly with a constant smile on his face. The corner of Fernando's mouth twitched a bit. "You call this enlightening? I don't think there are arcanists who want to be enlightened like this." Fernando and Lucian had excluded all the other possible explanations together, and the only possible answer left was the hypothesis of energy quantum. Therefore, after the initial reluctance and struggle, Fernando was the one who accepted this hypothesis the most. However, even so, Fernando would only use it when analyzing the blackbody radiation, but never in any other fields. Then Fernando mumbled, "So you want to use the hypothesis to build your own system?" 441 Crisis. This is a hypothesis made exclusively for explaining the photoelectric effect. It does not apply extensively as a standard hypothesis is supposed to be, for it cannot be used to explain other phenomena of light. It even contradicts to what the diffraction image tells us. With no experiment as its support, the hypothesis is rather doubtful. It is a hypothesis with logical, succinct, and beautiful reasoning, yet goes the opposite way from the true situations. Arcanists have made lots of similar hypotheses like this one. When a hypothesis does not have broad application, it usually means that the direction of the hypothesis is problematic. I share the same opinion for this paper. 442 Unjustifiable Self-Defense. Lucian narrowed his eyes, his monocle reflecting the cold light of spring. The message on the letter was composed of words cut down from newspapers, and the paper had been processed by tracing-proof divination spells. However, the person who sent this letter had obviously underestimated how well Lucian had mastered senior-rank astrology. Lucian pulled out the anonymous letter and laid it under his morning light crystal ball. There was a forbidding look on his face. He put both hands on the crystal ball and stroked it in a specific rhythm. The crystal ball dimmed and turned black quickly. Shiny stars emerged inside. Meanwhile, the arcana scepter watch that Lucian was wearing also started to be covered by a vague layer of starlight. The miniature sun and constellations inlaid in the plate began to revolve silently. In the starlight, Lucian saw blurry pictures which depicted the many steps of how the letter was delivered. 443 Reunion. Outside of the windows, green fields and thriving forests were retreating quickly. Sitting in this steel monster marching forward fast and smoothly, tasting the delicious black pepper steak, Louise felt that she was in a dream. Ever since she arrived in home, everything she saw was beyond her imagination. Magic Apprentice could cast spells in public and not worry about attracting the church. The Magic Steam train station was built right in the city within the sight of ordinary people passing by. The enormous steel monster, although it carried hundreds of people, could move so fast and smoothly. Louise thought that only senior-rank sorcerers could get on the magic train, but it turned out that the train was even accessible to apprentices. What she saw right now was completely different from what the old books told her about the ancient magic empire. 444. Draw on advantages and avoid disadvantages. Klein's brain started buzzing, pieces of memory flashed back, and they started joining together to form a whole picture. Professor's arrival when Lucian Evans was being questioned. It was Professor who launched the attack in the Melzer Black Forest incident, but it was Lucian Evans who benefited from it the most. Professor's unexpected visit during midnight, the trap they set together for Clown, and the death of the great musician Lucian Evans. Everything started making a lot of sense when they saw Lucian Evans, who had already become a member of the Arcana Review Board, standing in the middle of the headquarter hall of the Congress of Magic. Klein was almost certain that Lucian Evans was the very profound Mr. Professor Prof. Evans. Klein shut his mouth up before more words came out. Fear seized him. Klein had no idea if Lucian Evans wanted to have anyone knowing who he truly was. 445 Legendary. In the garden villa, Lucian looked at the thick pile of letters and released a sigh. After checking them carefully with magic to ensure that they were safe, Lucian opened them and quickly browsed through. Felipe. Lucian looked at the letter in his hand, feeling a bit confused. He had no idea why Felipe would write to him. Was this for an academic discussion? As younger generation arcanists that received high hopes, they were both deemed to be of the few that were most likely to become legendary sorcerers. They were certainly competitors, but they specialized in different fields. Element and necromancy were two schools quite opposite to each other in some fundamental beliefs. Besides, also they collaborated in private once, they couldn't even be called friends and had never written to each other before. It was very unlikely that the proud Felipe would suddenly write to Lucian to discuss academic problems. 446. Result of the investigation. Lucian's mind became blank for a second, and then he finally figured out what Fernando was indicating. Sir, are you saying that Vincent sensed what I was plotting, even it was just a thought? That was too much for Lucian. So far, Lucian had gained access to most materials under legendary level in the Advanced Arcana library, but his knowledge of the legendary was still limited to what was in the book Astrology and Elements, the promotion of 2 legendary classes, and the construction of the corresponding legendary magic spells. Lucian did hear more from Fernando, however, they were just pieces of information. He had no concrete knowledge that could form a complete picture of the legendaries at all. 447 Arcana Voice. In the year 823 of the Saint calendar, at the end of the month of dormancy, February, in the district of Sardini in Rentato. The district of Sardini was originally a small fishing village where the fishermen and merchants selling storm-straight fishes resided. Then the district thrived because of the development of the related industries of producing, sorting, and selling preserved fish products and the close relationship between the Kingdom of Home and the Congress of Magic. During the second expansion of Rentato, the district was included in and named after the local bream called Sardini. 448 Truth of the World. The listeners exchanged looks between each other, having no clue what was going on. Pauses did happen in the past when there were technique issues or mistakes made by the hosts, but tonight was different. The owner of the house who was in charge of the radio was a magic apprentice sent by the Congress of Magic, responsible for promoting radios and taking in listeners, and now the corner of his lips on his serious-looking face curled up slightly as he knew what was going on. Obviously, the director of the program never told Mr. Felipe in advance that he would be asked to talk about pubertal development. Cold and short-tempered as Mr. Felipe, it was no wonder that he would react like this. Hiss, the electric current noise cut off the program. Before the middle-aged man decided to tune the radio again, Nightingale's sweet voice returned. 449 The past week in Alines. Monday, the 32nd Ring of Home Crown Prize finally found its winner in the year of 822. Mr. Jerome was awarded for his discovery of X-ray. He is the second winner of Home Crown Prize from the Atom Institution after Mr. Evans. In the Atom Institution, Mr. Jerome always remains a low profile. He does not seem to be as brilliant and eye-catching as Mr. Evans or as talkative and open-minded as Mr. Lazar and Mr. Rock, nor does he have the same solid academic foundation as Mr. Evans' students do. Then what made him gain such a great achievement? How did Mr. Jerome, a simple and honest gentleman in the eyes of the others, became a level 4 arcanist and third circle sorcerer, became the winner of the 32nd Home Crown Ring? It's our great honor to have Mr. Jerome here today to answer these questions. Hi, Mr. Jerome, thank you for being with us today. 450 Everyone's Experiments. It has been 3 years since the debate war between wave and particle was launched again, after Mr. Douglas's light speed experiment posed strong doubt against the existence of ether, and reached its climax by Mr. Evans's light quantum hypothesis, and it shows no sign of calming down. Thus, it has officially become the third war between wave and particle in history. 451 New Alchemy. In a magic tower in Salaveyor, the capital of the Kingdom of Brian, the ending song of Alain's past week was still lingering in the room. However, it was suddenly cut off by a hand that turned off the radio. The slender-figured Archmage Lauren had a sneering look on his face, and even his little mustache was showing his scorn. What a good student of Nishka. Lark doesn't even want to hide her inclination. For a sorcerer like him, knowing who was hiding behind Lark was just a piece of cake. Lauren was standing in his study, which was decorated with dark red curtains and soft crystal lights, and looking at his students in front of the desk. 452 The Two Generations. Hearing the thunder, Lucian looked outside the window. It was already early morning. The soft dawn light was a bit fuzzy in the drizzle. Turning off the magic circles and alchemical facilities, Lucian walked to the window with a cup of tea in his hand and pushed the window open. The refreshing, moist air came directly to his face. What a lovely day. Thinking of the paper titled New Alchemy that he just finished, which was actually a compilation of dozens of papers, Lucian took several deep breaths of the fresh, cool air and then said to himself in low voice, "Here comes the era of head explosion." The realm that they were stepping into was strange and unimaginably queer, diverging completely from human beings' intuition. The query brought by that cat would trigger a brainstorm for every arcanist. 453 The Strike. Sir, Diana's voice was weak and remote, as if she was trapped in an endless nightmare. Manuel's yellowish-brown eyes were filled with agony and terror, as this was totally out of his expectation. After 3 years of foreshadowing, the worst scenario he thought of was that Lauren's cognitive world became broken and solidified. As a Ninth Circle Archmage, Lauren could transfer to a lick or extend his life in some other ways after he reached his life limit of around 300 years old, and there was still a slight chance that he could reconstruct his cognitive world in the future. However, what was in front of him now was the death image of this Ninth Circle Archmage. No. It can't be like this. Crystal burst out a bitter cry, his gray hair now looking completely messy, his wrinkled face distorted and hideous. He's still alive, Mr. Lauren used Life Harbor right. 454 gloating. In the magic tower of the Congress headquarters in Align, the always young and vigorous Rachel had put on a dark magic robe, which revealed her heavy mood. She had been waiting for the final result of the experiments conducted by His Excellency Mr. Brooke and Mr. Lauren, wondering what the results would be and if they could deny Lucian's light quantum hypothesis. Affected by her best friend Samantha, Rachel's cognitive world had changed a lot in the past 3 years. She was no longer a solid supporter of the wave theory of light. Instead, she was now even leaning towards Lucian Evans' hypothesis. However, all the knowledge that she had acquired since she was an apprentice, together with the classic double-slit interference image as well as the Brooke bright spot, all reminded her that light displayed the nature of the wave. 455. Creation and Destruction. Today, Lucian felt totally relaxed standing in front of Fernando. Sir, this paper is about the microworld. Using a new particle found inside the atom and 2 recently discovered elements, I further improved your atom structure model and applied it to describing alchemical reactions and explaining ionization and valence. As this study looks into the secret behind the transformation of matters, perhaps it can fulfill the shared dream of the generations of alchemists. So I named this new theoretical system New Alchemy. A new particle found inside an atom and 2 new elements. The look on Fernando eased a bit. He asked casually as he started reading the paper. 456. The Mad Dog. In Douglas's magic tower in his demoplane, the latest issue of Arcana beside him, Artil burst out loud laughter. It's been proven. I knew it. What a pity that I wasn't there in Brooke's lab and missed the chance to see the look on his face. He must be beyond desperate. I'd be laughing in my sleep now if his cognitive world had exploded just like that idiot Lauren. Joy, wild joy. Artil could not hold it back. Fed up with Artil's crazy spirit, Norman coughed a bit and secretly thought to himself that Artil indeed deserved the title of the Mad Dog. That was how the other arcanists called Artil. Norman's face was a bit pale from the injury in his soul. Using Douglas' lab, he just verified the conclusion published in the journal. 457. The Heart of Faith. Such a good student, Douglas. When the small firework died out, Fernando said a bit sarcastically. Douglas seemed to have aged in seconds. With a bitter smile on his face, he said, ever since Brooke became a grand arcanist based on the electromagnetism theory and the wave theory, I noticed that Artil started behaving strangely. He was prone to exaggerate things and often said that the reason why there were currently unexplorable and unexplainable questions was that we had not found the origin. I first thought that it was because Brooke's achievement was too much for him to take. But then I started feeling suspicious, and I did find some clues later. 458. The Angry Pope. Finishing the experiment together with his teacher, Prado relaxed down as he looked and saw the dreamlike sunset glow. He felt more satisfied than ever, as he had clearly identified the next step he was going to take in the research, find neutron to support Lucian Evans' matter transmutation theory. He used to think that he would never reach the legendary realm and become an excellency like his teacher, but now the new alchemy had brought him hope. With a big smile on his face mixed with excitement and joy, Prado picked up the quill pen. Please first allow me, as an alchemist, to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Lucian Evans, the author of the paper. He has made generations of alchemists' dream come true. 459. The Start of the Chaos. In the bright hall, the holy city Lance. The entire world trembled a bit. All the cardinals present felt it. In the clear blue sky, there was a blurry image of a brand new world, so strange and so familiar at the same time. It was the dimension that they had been seeking for in the past 3 years, where Alterna and the mysterious existence fell. Someone found it. Squinting his eyes, another Saint Anasta broke the solid silence in the bright hall. This world seems to be quite special. Its revelation made too big a stir, so now we can also precisely locate it. It's another fair competition. All of them turned to look at the Pope, waiting for his further decision. Should they stick to the war plan or switch their focus to the newly found dimension, to finding the injured Alterna and the mysterious existence? 460, Lucian's Magic Tower. A few days later, the tall silver-gray tower reached all the way up into the cloud, featuring its elegant curves and lines. Compared to the many other magic towers owned by the senior ranks, which more or less looked gloomy, Lucian's magic tower was a good match to the starry sky and had some kind of unique taste in it. A musician's fantastic magic tower, commented Rock, who was still quite whimsical even though he was already a third-circle sorcerer now after the several years. As an expert in astrology, Lucian had to observe the stars, so a tall magic tower made sense. However, it seemed that the color and the shape of this magic tower were almost too unique and eye-catching to match Lucian's even-temperedness. However, considering the fact that Lucian was also a musician, the guests present all accepted the design. 461, The Exodus from the Night Highland. The Almighty God of Steam, the Lord of Life and Death, your devout servant Augustus prays to you. Under your lead, we have spread out your grace across the land of Vlad, into all the middle-rank vampires' castles. Now we have 23,786 dwarf brothers and sisters praying in your name and following your words. 2,609 brothers and sisters of us have devoted their lives to the fight against vampires and blood servants. The attention of the senior rank vampires has been attracted. Our actions are getting increasingly dangerous. I beg your guidance. I beg your mercy on all devout dwarves. I beg for help to break the chains and for new lives away from the Night Highland. The steam above. 462, The Morning Star. Bricks of stone fell like raindrops. When the lightning disappeared and he regained his sight, Harold finally realized that the vampires were all gone and the hall itself was also on the edge of falling apart. It was just a silver coin, murmured one of the dwarves. Harold quickly calmed down and scolded. The coin was possessed of the power of God. The Almighty God of Steam is not only the God of machinery, but also the Lord of Life and Death, the King of Lightnings, the Lord of Punishment. Why a silver coin then? Asked another dwarf. Harold wasn't good at explaining this kind of stuff. He squeezed the words out with great effort. That shows the Almighty God of Steam is also the God of Wealth, the King of the Kings, the God above all gods. Everything could be explained by the almightiness of God. 463, Lucian the Devil King. The hall of the Align branch of Moonsong League was covered in a layer of cool and soft moonlight. Jurision, what's the banquet for? A short young man looked around in confusion. Why are those elementalists here today? It looked like he was only in his 17 or 18, but his voice was rather mature. The man he was talking to had black hair and dark brown eyes. With a gentle smile on his featured face, the man said, "No idea. The president informed me to come, so here I am. I'm not gonna stay here for long though, a banquet like this is always boring." Jurision was wearing the 5-star Arcana badge and the 5-circle Magic badge. Thanks to the introduction of the influence factor, he had reached the next Arcana level in these years. Also, because of his constant practice in fighting skills, his magic level had also advanced. Now he was heading for the senior rank. 464, New World. At the parcel collection point of Hexagram Station, Rentato. A fine-featured lass smiled politely. "Hello, how may I be of service?" "I have a luggage bag that needs to be stored here until my return from Align," Ramiro replied with a minty, relaxed smile. The minty smell came from a specialty from the kingdom of Brian known as mint fragrance, which was a kind of tobacco, though it was not to be smoked but rather chewed on after a secret drying process and provided a mind-refreshing cigarette-like intoxicating effect. The lass asked with a smile, "How many days would that be? Are you a sorcerer?" Despite being an average female in Rentato, she managed to find a leisure job with decent pay, all thanks to Arcana Voice, which made her got rid of her bias against sorcerers and dared to apply for the job. She successfully stood out from the few applicants and secured the job. As a result, she became very fond of sorcerers. 465, Behind the Scenes. 7 seconds, Ramiro's face was filled with excitement and happiness. Her starry eyes sparkling, she walked quickly towards Lucian. Her expression, gaze, and gestures were screaming to others the fact that she adored Lucian. Meeting her idol at the first opportunity in Align, she could suppress her urge no longer. It was normal that Lucian, whether as a musician or an arcanist, received such adoration from the younger generation of sorcerers. The other surrounding sorcerers only muttered about how it was such a waste of a beauty. According to street gossip, Lucian was a crazy researcher who practiced strict abstinence, just like President Douglas. The swarm of beauties surrounding them was left absolutely untouched. If it had been Oliver, it would have been the complete opposite result. 466, Secret Praying Congress. Thick dark clouds blocked out the sky. The streets were enveloped in darkness by dusk. Many were hurrying home. Regardless of the time or era, save for a few individuals, being drenched in rain was not considered a pleasant experience. It was especially the case in parts where medical treatments were absent or lacking, for catching a cold could often spell death. The passers-by were all wearing linen clothes of a similar gray color, absent in variation of color or styles. Only the occasional patrol soldiers stood out from the crowd. The bronze breast and shin plates together with the iron-black swords and spears equipped them with an air of toughness. With his entire body wrapped in a linen robe, Lucian tailed behind a middle-aged man whose pace altered frequently. The man weaved between alleyways and main roads just like every other ordinary passerby. 467, the guest. Anhugh stole a glance at Lucian. He was uncomfortable with the idea of discussing matters of such importance in the presence of Leviathan, who had only just become the Secret Praying Congress' 7th apostle. For all they know, he could be a spy sent by the evil god Antanas, looking for the whereabouts of the god of flame and destruction. They should have waited for him to pass the 1-year trial period, and made sure that nothing was amiss about him before allowing him to participate in the discussion of core matters. Members of the Secret Praying Congress were extremely cautious in Polytown. For those who were all already died, some even brought serious loss to the Secret Praying Congress. Why are we suddenly discussing this? I remember that the previous planned missionary had only recently been confirmed. Anhugh looked at Jacob solemnly. 468, the mysterious philosopher. A philosopher from the Eastern Kingdoms. The first apostle Jacob looked at Francis, confused. Jacob wasn't questioning this philosopher's abilities or background. He had passed Avando's test and won Crown L's trust. Jacob had raised the question hoping to learn more to make a better judgment about Francis' proposal. After all, he was the Secret Praying Congress main leader. The other apostles shared similar concerns. Even Lucian bore a similar expression. The situation of this world is rather special. False gods, including those that have moon as part of their domain, are plenty. When the authentic god of the silver moon, Alterna, fell to this world, she would be attracted to those whose godhood is similar to hers. It was possible that she would try to reclaim her powers from them. After all, she was also the primordial ancestor of the vampires and was able to harness blood and godhood. 469, the theology debate. Salna River flowed quietly, nurturing 1/3 of the creatures living on the Urdo Peninsula. Many river valleys formed alongside. In the valley named after the river, Salna Valley, there were a few city-states. Thanks to the plentiful water resource and rich land, Salna Valley became a very prosperous place second only to Polytown. In front of the newly built temple for the Lord of War in the city of Husum, there was a spacious square on which a stage had been built up. People wearing flax robes crowded around it voluntarily, supporting the different god they worshipped. The soldiers of the Anganorma Empire stood by lazily in their bronze armors, showing no care to the small conflicts between the followers, as if they wished that those heretics could just kill each other, which would save much trouble. 470, the best braggart ever. All the priests and the followers were now very confused. They felt that the information was too much for their brain to handle. Things like the small world, the middle world, the big world, and the boundless world had never ever occurred to them. However, although they did not quite understand, they had to admit that the words from this young priest's mouth sounded very powerful and profound. El, the god of revival, fertility, and redemption, had become a level higher than the rest of the gods. Anhugh, who was hiding in a corner, was also very confused. "Are we talking about the same great El?" he murmured. Francis was a bit amused. He had to hold himself back from bursting out laughing. Indeed, this young man was quite gifted in terms of telling stories. Even if this young man could not become a real disciple in the future, becoming a bard and telling stories would also make him an epic figure. 471, who am I? On the debate stage in front of the Temple of War, the other priests had all fallen into silence after hearing Lucian's speech. Lucian looked around in his plain white robe and then said to Nina peacefully, "Respected Lady Nina, shall the results of the debate be announced now? It seems that no one else wants to continue anymore." Nina was a bit startled by Lucian's question. She took a cold glance at Lucian and turned to the priests. Do you all agree? Nob was about to oppose, but he could not find a single reason. The only words coming up in his mind were those just said by Lucian. His brain had stopped working. Without the guidance of the brain, his mouth had given out the words, agree. Depressed, the priests of the god of love and the god of wisdom who had lost in the first round also agreed. After a short hesitation, the other priests agreed as well. There would be 3 winners today, so they still got a chance. 472. Speculation and Experiment. Lucian was speechless. He was just bragging. That the other priests, including Nina, believed in his words was not surprising, for they had no idea what the truth was. However, Lucian could not believe that El himself had also been persuaded by the lecture. In Lucian's understanding, his lecture should be like a joke to El. He tried hard to accept El's change, telling himself that El was one of the false gods who were stubborn and crazy according to the Congress record, and that the proper treatment for these false gods should be electrotherapy. However, Lucian still could not understand what happened to El. Lucian wondered if El had even actually become more powerful. It was not scientific, no, not arcanic to Lucian at all. Fortunately, he was more or less mentally prepared for any unusual changes within the divine realm. Calming himself down, he started observing El's reaction and taking down detailed notes in his spiritual library. 473. The Cooperation. Why? It was Anhus who asked the question. Anhus had come back in disguise after finishing up guiding the believers. He was very concerned about the current situation, and the decision could lead to a major consequence. Although the almighty El's true power had awakened, the enemy they were now facing was also much stronger than the god of moon Asin. Facing the enemy consisting of the Lord of War and the rest 7 gods as well as their strongest priests, Anhus did not believe it at all that El had a chance to win. Therefore, although both Lucian and Francis were quite good at giving speeches, and Anhus indeed felt quite encouraged, Anhus would prefer to rely on his own judgment when facing this major decision, rather than blindly hoping for the great existence beyond definitions and imagination to bestow power on Lord El. Hearing Lucian and El deny at the same time, El did not appear to be surprised at all. 474. Blood Power. Salna River had become much fiercer after the rainy season. Roaring and rolling, the river currents marched forward. In front of the temple that stood up high beside the river, Nob was waiting for Francis with a fine laurel wood staff in his hand and this very gloomy look on his face. He had never expected that the priest of the god of revival, fertility, and redemption would challenge him to a duel. He wished it so bad that the duel could come one day later. After tonight, he would bear no more risk fighting against an enemy he knew pretty much nothing about, because all of them from that side would be dead by tomorrow. Soon after the debate held in the morning ended, Nob received a secret command from Nina. The Lord of War needed the god of moon and the Lord of Underworld to kill Leviathan and Francis tonight in order to lure El out. 475. The Connection. Since this dimension was filled with half-solid space blocks, the speed of flying was greatly restricted. Also, since the world was relatively undeveloped, long-distance teleportation circles did not even exist. Thus, Francis and Lucian both excluded the possibility that the Lord of War would arrive and get involved in this fight when they were making the plan. After all, they thought that the Lord of War was still in the Anganorma Empire, which was quite far away from Erdo. It would take a legendary at least 2 days to arrive here from the Empire. As for a false god like the Lord of War, it would at least take 7 to 8 days. 476. The Seed of Spirit. In the far west, a bright star appeared in the dusk sky, indicating the arrival of the night. The mountains along the valley started looking darker and darker. When Lucian arrived at the secret cave as agreed, El, Francis, and Jacob had already been waiting there. Even with winding a long distance to get rid of the tailing false gods and priests, they still managed to arrive earlier than Lucian. Why so late, Leviathan? Asked Jacob in low voice, who was at the same time casting spells to make sure that no one was following Lucian. El and Francis also had the same question, as this cave was not far away from the city of Husum, and Leviathan had left the city much earlier than they did. Lucian explained, well prepared. I jumped into the river but got into a bit of trouble because of the tides and waves summoned by the god of moon. It took me some time to swim away from the currents. 477. Lucian's Saint Badge. In Lucian's half-substantialized cognitive world, the bright host star of destiny abruptly started orbiting. The black hole behind that seemed able to devour everything rotated to the front, bending the surrounding light. Even time seemed to slow down. Any prying into this space using basic senses became unreliable as sight and light had deviated from its trajectory. Praying, Lucian appeared to be rather serious and devoted. Suddenly, the seed of spirit began trembling like a hound that saw its bleeding prey. In the next second, the seed had dissolved into Lucian's chest and burst out pure and cold light, enveloping Lucian within. El was surprised to see that the power of the moon suited Leviathan so perfectly. The slight deviation in Lucian's cognitive world made El believe that there was nothing suspicious about what just happened, but only the proof that Leviathan was quite gifted and trustworthy. El nodded approvingly and retreated his sight. 478, face to face, but not able to recognize. In city Husum of the Salna River Valley, there were soldiers everywhere searching for preachers and believers of the God of revival, fertility, and redemption. The searching messed the entire city, and the mess extended all day long into the deep night. However, the search yielded nothing. Most of the followers of El were the previous followers of the God of flame and destruction, who were experts in hiding in the crowd. Unless the clergies of the Lord of War and the other gods could match in number with that of the Saint Truth Church so that they could examine the people one by one on the street using divine spells, it was impossible that they could find a clue tracking the secret preachers. As for those new followers of El who converted after attending the debate and seeing how El killed the Lord of Underworld within a second, they were of no value for the searching, as these new followers knew nothing about the initiators and priests. 479, a good place. The moonlight spread gently on the riverbank, making everything look a bit fuzzy like it was in a dream. Hearing Francis' words, Ramiro was quite surprised. He then purposefully put on a greedy look and asked, "The treasure of the Lord of Underworld, can I go with you?" In the city of Husum, when Ramiro first heard that the Lord of Underworld had been killed, he was more than shocked. The ninth circle spell confinement was not command death. It should not be able to kill a fake god. Once there was a demon count who had been confined for over 1,000 years but was still alive. He was set free by the hard effort of his numerous followers when the power of confinement started fading. Therefore, Ramiro seriously suspected that the ninth circle archmage had just confined the Lord of Underworld and would release this false god at some point after he made enough preparations to kill him swiftly. 480, twists and turns. All the previous events had eliminated Ramiro's suspicion towards Leviathan and made him believe that Leviathan only had the equal to that of a level 4 knight. Yet although now in Ramiro's eyes Leviathan was of no threat to him at all, he was still being very cautious. He was, after all, a high-ranking night watcher that had secretly assassinated and directly slain many powerful heresies. Except for the mysterious smile on his face, his behavior revealed none of his inner thoughts, for he needed to make sure that Leviathan would not be alerted so that he could kill Leviathan within one single strike. Ramiro's guts and organs started melting into a pile of muddy flesh. Soon, Leviathan would be completely wrapped by the flesh, digested, and absorbed. To reduce the possible risk, Ramiro had decided to devour Leviathan directly without wasting time on interrogating him. Leviathan did not sense the danger at all. 481, the strange encounter. Lucian Evans, he was Lucian Evans. Although Ramiro's power had been reduced to level 7, he still recognized who this young man was as Lucian did not even try to conceal his magic waves. Ramiro had a much deeper understanding of what kind of danger he was now facing. After 12 seconds, his power would probably be further reduced by 1 level. If that was the case, Ramiro would have no chance at all fighting against Lucian Evans, who had numerous powerful magic items. Ramiro knew that Lucian Evans had a powerful magic staff inlaid with sunstone that could cast confinement. If Lucian Evans got the chance to curse his soul or intervene with his destiny, it would be the end of Ramiro. What was worse to Ramiro was that it was not his first time fighting with Lucian Evans, and Lucian Evans had for sure seen how he exploded but still survived. Now that his biggest secret weapon had been revealed to Lucian, Lucian would definitely take precautions against it. 482 hidings. Beef jerky, Lucian's expression uncontrollably twisted a bit. If his prophecy did not go wrong, that dark piece of meat was exactly a part of Ramiro's body which he prepared in advance for his resurrection. However, it had now been roasted by this young girl. Yet somehow Lucian did not feel disgusted, only amused. Lucian felt that Ramiro was still lucky to some degree. In the middle of the wilderness, his flesh could have been taken away by a jackal. Comparatively speaking, being made into a piece of beef jerky did not seem as bad. The scarlet-eyed girl picked up the tree branch and munched on the meat. It did not take her long before swallowing it down. Then she patted on her belly, looking still a bit not fully satisfied. I'm starving. Lucian was about to prevent the girl from eating random things she found in the wilderness like this, but seeing the young girl's good appetite, he did not know what to say. 483, who is behind. Lucian, who now looked just like an ordinary man, walked along Salna River to the slum, where many secret altars were located. Those false gods, including the god of storm and the mother god of the earth, were unwilling to give up this rich and prosperous source of believers just like this, thus they had left their secret preachers here. Lucian had been looking for them, in an attempt to find out how these false gods were doing, and thus he could infer how much Elle and Francis had progressed. Lucian had been spreading out the story half true and half fake for over half a month. From today, Lucian was going to stop and leave the rumors to ferment on their own. The merchants and traders would carry the words to the rest of the places in this world. Those who were paying attention would notice. Lucian planned to wait patiently from now on, waiting for a chance to get out of this dangerous situation. 484, Change in the Night. The Congress research in the field of space and time was lacking and had not yet formed a complete theory. Thus, it was impossible for the arcanists of the Congress of Magic to determine where Lucian would be teleported to after the disruption caused by Ramiro Wood. On top of that, Lucian himself is the secretive. Due to its special abilities as well as this world's disturbance to long-distance magic and prophecy, Fernando and Hathaway had yet to find him. Lucian concluded that this surveillance specter had fused with his body and soul before he had entered the portal to alternate realm. Otherwise, how was the man behind the scenes able to find him before Fernando and the Prophet, and let the Wraith possess him before he recovered? 485, pulled in. The dark purple-violet guardian, the pure black battle dress, the small and exquisite yet dark and thick holy shield, the silver-white longsword etched with simple patterns, and her chiseled features coupled with resolute deep silver-purple eyes. At that moment, Natasha was totally different from her friendly, hospitable self. Instead, she was emanating a foreboding air. Suppressing his surprise, he wondered with mixed feelings of joy and worry why he and Natasha could run into each other at a place like this, and where were the Violet Duchy Gold Knights and Radiant Knights under Natasha's command? Under normal circumstances, the South Church would never let the Order of Knights to be jumbled up. The nobles were only faithful to their own masters. The senior rank personnel could make arrangements for them, but they're by no means obligated to abide by them. 486, take actions. Lucian Evans. Natasha, Camel, the Fire of Purification, and the rest who were sieging Antanas had all noticed what was going on here. Some were surprised and some were confused, but all the mood swings only lasted for less than a second. Facing S false god, they had to be fully devoted to the fight. Francis, however, did not recognize Lucian immediately. Judging from how the young man grabbed Asen, Francis assumed that he was a mysterious and powerful knight. Therefore, Francis first tried to search among the names of those Radiant Knights and Gold Knights in the main material world for a match. Power flowed into Lucian's left hand. It was the godhood of death and resurrection. Lucian felt that Alterna was slowly awakening. 487, ups and downs. Lucian's face was grim. He did not say a word but lifted his left hand. His fingers stretched out straight and his left arm and hand were like a sword. Suddenly, the environment around him started to twist. The darkness retreated and cold moonlight enveloped him. The silver moon in the sky, however, disappeared. You've recovered to some extent after taking in Asen's godhood of death, but it's not enough. Antana's harsh voice sounded like a sharp claw scratching a piece of rusted iron sheet. He lifted the warhammer covered in the gray flame of soul and fiercely swung it at Lucian. The 100-meter distance between them seemed to have vanished, and the hammer instantly came in front of Lucian. The realm of black, white, and gray followed the track of the hammer and extended like a paintbrush. Yet instead of adding colors, the realm took away the color and sound of all the objects on its way, burying them in everlasting silence. 488, ups and downs, I. In the endless silver moonlight, a fine black line appeared and grew bigger and bigger. It was a long sword covered in black flame. The black fire blazed so brightly that it seemed like it could devour anything. Francis, who was at a distance, could only tell that the black was drawing in all the light. Even time was slowed down and become solidified in it. But he soon realized that this was simply his illusion, as he saw the dark green and grayish-white colors as well as bright and rigid light coming out from the darkness. In the end, the darkness overwhelmed everything again and retreated within a second. 489, more to come. Inside the translucent tube was a frozen, colorless material that emitted extreme coldness. Even looking at it would make one feel frozen to bones. As Lucian was casting the spell, the material in the tube started to boil and the tube seemed that it was going to break at any time. Seeing this, Rudolph II slightly shook his head. He knew what Lucian was going to do, and he also knew the greatest problem with this spell. The chanting time was too long, so long that he could easily break it off. The pages of the book behind him turned its pages and threw a deceleration spell at Natasha. Meanwhile, Rudolph II flew to the other direction and left the range where Lucian's spiritual power was locked on. Rudolph II had seen Lucian cast this spell, Snow Goddess Whip, before. He knew what the advantages and disadvantages were. 490, the trip. After heading to the north along the river valley for several minutes, Lucian told Natasha that they had to change the direction and head toward the east. Using advanced flying, Lucian and Natasha flew as fast as they could in the new direction. Meanwhile, Lucian removed the layer of dim moonlight on Natasha. "You're attracting Demigodlic's attention so that Anti-Camel can leave the city of Husum and go into the desert in the east in safety, right?" asked Natasha. She did not complain at all when Lucian suddenly changed the plan. Instead, she accepted Lucian's decision and realized his plan right away. They had gone through fire and water multiple times together. They knew each other well. Natasha knew that on the east side of the desert was a secret liaison magic circle set up by the Congress of Magic. The magic circle could send voice messages across the ocean to the areas under the control of the Congress. 491, the lunatic. "How?" asked Natasha. Although she was an expert in anti-tracking, she knew that everything was different in this dimension where everyone's spiritual power and willpower were both restrained, so she asked for Lucian's advice. Sorcerers were known for their multiple spells serving different and specific purposes. This was another advantage that they had over knights and clergies. Lucian took out his monocle and covered his left eye with it. Images and scenes flashed through his left pupil. Meanwhile, electromagnetic waves spread out from his eye and his body to every direction, then providing feedback to him from time to time. Using the fifth circle spell Eye of Thunder and Lightning, Lucian was now like a radar in human shape. 492, the Pioneer. After the previous several rounds of outbursts, it seemed that Alterna had temporarily come into control of the situation. It's been more than half a day since the last time the creepy colors crept out. Therefore, Lucian and Natasha had a relatively easy morning, which was a quite good thing to them as they were both injured. Now it was already afternoon and it was very hot. The sun was hanging up high above in the sky. Streams of sunlight fell through the leaves, casting bright light spots on the ground. Natasha looked around and grinned. "I thought our injured looks would attract robbers, especially after you showed off the coins you have in front of the villagers. But the morning was quieter than I thought. That was much less fun." 493, the Sage. Seeing that Nika was thinking hard but still couldn't find a clue, Lucian hurriedly cut him off. "It's the power of the earth. We call it gravity." Power of the earth? Nika was still very confused. In this world where everything was still in the rudiment, even the concept of the four elements earth, fire, wind, and water was not yet proposed. Lucian nodded. "The power of the earth attaches us to it and keeps the stars, the sun, and the moon revolving. Birds have to keep flapping their wings to resist the power and fly freely." As he was speaking, Lucian cast Gravity Chaos, making the gadgets on the operation desk rose into the air and then suddenly drop. Nika threw a random monster's heart up into the air and watched it fall down to the ground. After the muffled sound of the pile of flesh hitting the floor, Nika repeated to himself, "The power of the earth." The boy's eyes opened big in surprise. "Sir, are you a wise man too?" 494, the Great Dangers. Right now, both Lucian and Natasha dared not to fly. If they flew close to the trees, they would be blocked by hills and tree crowns, which would slow them down and delay them even more. If they flew high up in the clear sky, they would easily be spotted. After casting advanced speed on himself, Lucian was moving almost as fast as Natasha, who was a radiant knight. They flashed through the dark forest like two streaks of shadow. As they were running, a burst of bright light exploded in front of Lucian's eyes. He lost his sight for a couple of seconds because the light was so unexpected and dazzlingly bright. Natasha, however, was made immune to the bright light by her blood power. She changed her direction in midair and jumped at a big tree nearby. The early evening stars had been dyed with red by the setting sun. In the warm hue stood an alluring beauty in a long white robe. 495, reward. The long sword looked ordinary, radiating a soft but determined glow. As the silver purple in Natasha's eyes became pure crystal clear, two illusory splits that looks as though they could split the world apart suddenly appeared on the blade. In a mere second, the sword had reached Kongyu's head. The vital part of a lick was not its heart and neck. Only by damaging the head where the soul resided could one effectively injure a lick. Under the weight of the pale justice, streaks of transparent cracks appeared in the boring mix of black, white, and gray. Two needle-like red spots were revealed underneath. Puff, it sounded like the sword just hacked onto a piece of rotten wood. All the emergency defense spells were rendered invalid by the power of the mysterious existence in the world of souls. Ah, a bitter and piercing shriek burst out, and Natasha was directly blown away by the power. Blood came out from her eyes, nose, and mouth. 496, Kongyu's Ring, a longer chapter. Lucian didn't know how he should react when he saw the identification result. The identification spell yielded no information at all. He figured that it was probably because the ring was much more powerful than his current level. What is it? Natasha noticed the change in Lucian's expression. Since there were only the two of them here, Lucian did not hide his feelings. Lucian nodded. I'm trying to analyze it. Watch out for me. If anything goes wrong, cut off the connection between the ring and me immediately. Be careful. Natasha held her sword tight and stood beside Lucian. Lucian spread out his spiritual power and carefully touched the simple black ring with it. 497, time and space. It was rather cold in the mountains at night. The summer heat had gradually faded away. When the light breeze found its way into the cave, both Lucian and Natasha felt very refreshed. Natasha watched Lucian spread the parchment roll in great curiosity. Lucian activated the magic circle, turned on the crystal light, and picked up the quill pen. It wasn't her first time seeing an arcanist writing a paper, but she never knew that an arcanist could focus on developing his paper in such an environment and such a dangerous situation. Lucian always surprised her. Holding her breath, Natasha watched Lucian finish writing down the title of the paper and start working on the introduction. The paper is developed on the basis of the relativity principle and the principle of the constancy of light velocity. Therefore, the preconditions are as follows. The sounds of howling beasts came from the distance. 498, prototypes of magic. Natasha's lips twitched. She wisely ended the topic. Such missions whose brief introduction was already dizzying enough were best to be left for the arcanist to understand. She eyed Lucian up and down and asked half curiously and half concernedly, "What else have you achieved except for the substantiation of the cognitive world to the ninth circle?" I'm told by both Grandma Hathaway and my mother that when similar research results were made, the cognitive world would interact with the corresponding mechanisms in the real world and yield different magic models. Considering the great noises you caused just now, you must have invented a few new magics, right? Are they about time and space, mass and energy? 499, what you want is what you see. When they approached Death Valley, both Lucian and Natasha found it hard to believe their eyes. The valley in the darkness lost the gloom and scariness that it was famous for in the tales. It was covered in a mist, and the devastating cries of ghosts were gone. Indescribable tranquility was spreading out, making the intruders reluctant to disrupt the deepest sleep. Also, as they looked at the horizon, they could vaguely see the mild and sacred brilliance from the valley. Is this the Death Valley? Natasha looked back at the cold, creepy forest to make sure that they were not in the wrong place. Frightening roars were still echoing in the forest now and then, suggesting that the dead slaves of Demigodlik were still searching for Lucian and Natasha. Lucian shook his head. This is exactly Death Valley. It seems that something is really wrong with El. I'm going to sneak in for reconnaissance with the eyes first. We cannot break in recklessly. 500, relief. No bait is needed, he's already out. Natasha was smiling in the telepathic bond, obviously making fun of Lucian's prophecy. El was still wearing a crown of olive flowers and a white robe, but he appeared more hollow and tranquil. Holy light was vaguely flowing on his skin, and 7 floors of mountain paradise were reflected in his eyes, making him even more sacred and solemn. Holding a long sword as dark as ink, he lunged at the two of them. Stinky, decayed fluids were dropping from the sword, only to be absorbed again by a mysterious force in circulation. 501, life and death. Inside a dark forest that seemed far away from Death Valley but in fact was very close to it in a straight line, Lucian and Natasha observed the sky that was blocked by clouds through the leaves. There were neither stars nor the silver moon tonight. One could barely see one's own fingers. The deepest fear and panic were brewing. Our zone of activity has been minimized. It seems that we need to return to Death Valley. Leaning against a tree, Natasha sighed at the horizon with Lucian next to her. It's almost dawn. Aunt Camel should have arrived at the Medarin oasis. It's a pity that we have to wait another day before reinforcements arrive. I wonder if we will ever see the sunrise again. 502 Grand Entrance. No response. Something is indeed wrong. Apart from shock, Lucian couldn't help but feel that he had seen it coming. It was like something long expected finally took place, or the other boot on the upper floor finally hit the ground. Not trying to call again and not wasting any more time, Lucian decisively commanded the Angel of Lightning and Thunder, who was hiding in another bomb shelter, to attack. When he said that it was in case of accidents, he meant the accident when L went wrong. The orb of destruction that seemed able to create a void took shape. The two needle-like red spots on Kongyu's white skull stared at Lucian and locked onto him, making him feel coldness rising from the bottom of his heart. 503. Hunter. Enshrouded in holy light, L had turned into a glittering ball that was projected to the seventh layer of mountain paradise and melted into the infinite brilliance. Natasha shook her head non-stop, overwhelmed as if she were the little girl whose mother had just passed away again. Her years of faith bordered on collapsing as she was faced with such a scene. Lucian's years of influence couldn't have amounted to the shock and desperation she had at this moment. Facts were the most powerful weapons. Lucian, vaguely knowing what was going on, managed to suppress the crazy roars in his head. Noticing Natasha's countenance, he suddenly had the bizarre idea that he should give Francis a great gift to thank him for his contributions to Lucian's happy life. Of course, that is, if he and Natasha could survive the disaster. 504. Sunrise. In the projection of hell, the devils surrounded in flames and smoke lunged at Lucian, Natasha, and the demigodlik with the cold wind that could freeze their souls. The succubi inside the bronze castle let out soul-stirring moans as Maltimus, the lord of hell, arrived. The projections of countless devils formed a terrifying legion. Demigodlik, who had only a gold skull left, opened his mouth after brief astonishment, releasing an ear-splitting howl that echoed directly in the soul. The quake spread out and the intense air of death was rising. Within the range of the howl from the demigodlik, the volcanoes, rocks, and castles remained unchanged, but all of a sudden, a senior-rank devil almost 3 meters tall who was wielding a fiery sword collapsed without a sound. As if contaminated by him, the swarm of devils fell like wheat that had been reaped. In only 2 seconds, the first wave of the devil legion that marched aggressively was annihilated. 505. Roar. In the headquarters of the Hand of Paleness at Heidler, inside a dark, steepled magic tower, after destroying the barricades through advanced cracking and elemental dissection, Fernando and Hathaway found the entrance to the Land of Dirt, Kongyu's demiplane, with the help of Bergner's astrology. Then they repeated what they did. Since their master was not here, most of the defenses were broken in only 1 hour by 2 grand arcanists and 1 prophet. The only thing left before them was Demigodlik's secret chamber where his phylactery was kept. They saw a black box that was embedded with all kinds of rare gems and sensed the bouncing of soul fire inside. It's a barrier of desperate abyss, Bergner reminded Fernando and Hathaway in case they were swallowed. The magic circle with which Demigodlik protected his phylactery certainly entailed dangers. 506. A new way of searching. The gigantic mushroom cloud slowly disappeared, but earthquakes were still coming over from deep down like soundless cries. The violent wind raised dust that carried the air of death, making everyone feel that their faces were burning. It was not one mountain but a group of mountains here. At this moment, having sensed such obvious aftermaths when she was outside of the mountains, Natasha had a new understanding about the power of eternal blaze. It's almost as good as Dracula's scream. She had once entered the dark mountain range and observed the place where Lucian fought Dracula with the Observer's castle. She was shocked by the broken environment, and she had the same feeling today. 507. Summer Chain. Not far away from Death Valley that was already gone, Fernando, Hathaway, and Bergner floated in the sky and observed the destruction, inferring the temperature and power of the explosion based on the astonishing traces and the gigantic pit. If this was really an explosive magic, wouldn't the sun be a planet where such explosions happen all the time? Bergner asked at a loss. It was not because he was hostile against fusion explosion. It was just that he felt lost as a prophet when the sun, which was in a very important position in astrology and horoscopes, finally revealed part of its mysteries. After Fernando killed the demigodlik, Bergner did not leave in fury. According to Kongyu's reason, it was obvious that 2 living grand arcanists were more important than a dead legendary sorcerer. If Kongyu's self-defense was left aside and the rules of the Congress were respected, Fernando wasn't wrong doing what he did either. 508 Candidates. Inside the Parliament of Nobles in the Nexo Palace, torrential rain was pouring outside with deafening thunder and dazzling lightning, as if it were the end of the end, but all the members of the Parliament of Nobles in Rentado had been gathered in the hall. White wigs and black capes could be seen everywhere. Had it not been for the power of the natural lightning, which made the experts below Gold Knights too scared to fly here, all the members of the Parliament of Nobles would have been gathered, and it had only been 1 hour since the Lord summoned King Feltes and Prince Patrick. Of course, the nobles who could not make it here had also learned from their spokespersons and allies in Rentato remotely and forwarded their opinions. 509 results. Duke James, Count Henson, and the other liberals looked at each other and saw objection in each other's eyes. While Natasha had been in home, she was still too young to have a political view. Also, it was an unchangeable fact that her teacher Belial, God's Glory, was a member of the Grand Cardinals. According to sources, she had been raised by the church since 6. She was a devout believer, only slightly better than Gordon as a candidate. According to bloodline, Natasha, Countess of Violet, is the heir only next to His Highness. She is a radiant knight and a devout believer, so she is the most reasonable heir to the throne. Rex looked rather tough. 510 Ceremony. In the Rattacia Palace in Alto in the city of Salm. Hearing the news forwarded by Philibel, the new Grand Cardinal of the Violet Parish, Natasha said with apparent grief, "I didn't expect that my grandfather and my uncle would be summoned by the Lord so quickly." Although she knew that King Feltes was unwell due to old age and Prince Patrick had always been weak, and she was braced for bad news, Natasha still couldn't stop sorrow from surging in her heart. As she grew up, she had fewer and fewer blood family members who cared for her selflessly. That was the most heartbreaking experience in life. Patrick didn't succeed the throne after all. Grand Duke of Orvarit, who knew the Hoffenberg family even better than Natasha, sighed. But he did not say anything more and simply looked at Natasha. "Are you willing to go to Rentato to inherit the throne of home?" 511 Discovery. The morning after the rain was particularly refreshing. The sun was not high yet but was warm and gentle. The selected dragon scale horses, emitting silver-gray brilliance, accommodated the proud knights to go to the Nexo Palace, galloping as gracefully as if dancing. Behind them, Natasha accepted the tributes of her subjects with a gold crown and the Sword of Truth, followed by the 9 dukes and other lower nobles. After they reached the Nexo Palace, the nobles dispersed and went to the hall where the Parliament of Nobles was located, waiting for the Queen to host her first meeting. Natasha returned to the Queen's house calmly and turned on a divine power circle, blocking the center of the Nexo Palace. Then she took off her armor and changed into a black court dress under the help of Camel and 2 maids. 512 Students' Different Thoughts. Superconductivity. Lucian almost blurted out. Before, when he asked Jerome, Anik, Katrina, and Laria to run experiments on the changes of nature of different materials in low temperatures, Laria was mainly meant to create a vacuum with coal. He did not expect that they would discover superconductivity at all, because helium was not found yet, and there was no way to approach absolute zero. Later, he was so busy with other things that he forgot about their task. After Jerome advanced into middle rank and got his home crown ring, he filed an application to Lucian and changed the focus of his studies to X-rays. So his previous projects were given to Katrina and Laria. However, Lucian merely regarded it as a potential supplement, and he asked the 2 girls to focus on the new alchemy, namely the particles in the elemental field. He did not expect that he would embrace a pleasant surprise today. 513 Inside and outside the house. Thinking for a moment, Lucian asked, "As the speed and energy of particles are improved, the radius of their tract will grow accordingly. However, the capacity of the cyclotron is limited. In order to break the boundary, you will have to either expand the capacity with space-related magics, or build a particularly huge cyclotron, setting a radius of 10 kilometers." If they were not clear about the problem, Lucian intended to fool them with this excuse for now. 514 Anomaly at Night. The Royal Magic Tower of Home was in the district of the nobles. It didn't take long for Lucian to arrive at the gate. He took off his mask and entered the tower after passing the examination. The night was getting dark, but the magic tower was more lively than any of Lucian's previous visits. Since the Queen was from the city of Salm, it remained to be seen whether the attitude towards sorcerers would be changed. Therefore, for their safety, some of the sorcerers living in Rentato brought their family to Align, and some hid in the Royal Magic Tower of Home. It was right after dinner. Sorcerers in groups of 2s or 3s were roaming or discussing in the hall. The merry laughter of children could be heard now and then. 515 Sard's Apology. In the living room on the 2nd floor of the villa, Baron Austin was listening to the sweet voice of Miss Nightingale attentively in his pajamas. Since it was inappropriate to go to his mistress during the time of a national funeral, he could only kill time by listening to arcane voice. Also, he found many programs in the channel very interesting, sometimes even more interesting than spending time with his mistress. In home, except for the most conservative nobles and believers, it was a fashion to listen to the forbidden music radio station. The content in it was the topic in many parties of the liberals. Whoever did not listen to it would be considered outdated and rejected by their circle. From today on, the program will change slightly. Next, you will hear Home Observation that is hosted by me. It will inform you of the major events in the kingdom. 516 Support. Lucian could feel his teacher's complex feelings. He handed his papers over and said, "There's nothing subversive in it. It's just trying to explain Mr. Douglas's experiment on light speed and the related correlation. It shares some similarities with the previous assumptions put forward by several arcanists." Lorentz transformation. That was what Lucian prepared for his teacher to get him mentally prepared. Fernando still felt quite suspicious, but he took the paper anyway and started reading. As he read further, the look on Fernando's face changed greatly. Lucian could not help asking, "Sir, is it all right?" Fernando grinned. "This is the second time this month that I read something like this." Lucian was a bit surprised. Someone submitted a similar paper already, but I didn't find anything similar when I searched among the files in Arcana Review Board. I wouldn't bring it to you if I knew. 517 The Preparation. Camel's face was rather cold, but her eyes were shining with wisdom. She said straightforwardly, "You're always happy when you see him. You always share lots of topics with him, but you still feel good even if you two are not talking. Simply being with each other is sweet enough, and you keep mentioning him when talking to me. You fancy him turning into a female. Is that normal? For him, you chose not to stop the night watchers. For him, you faced great dangers and temporarily put aside your responsibilities. You distracted Prince Dracula for him. You protected him from Demigod Lick. You call yourself his friend." Natasha was totally shocked, but he's a man. I've been helping him because we are good friends. Camel's blue eyes stared at Natasha until Natasha started feeling a bit uneasy. "True. You're a knight and you help your friends, but how have you been feeling? You were once in love before, so you should be able to tell." 518 Birthday Gift. It was June 25. The sun was as bright as Natasha's mood right now. Whispering in a delighted tone, she prepared her face and her clothes in front of a mirror. Since she was not a rookie in romance and she had plenty of similar dates when she was with Sylvia, she did not reject skirts, broad-edged hats, earrings, or necklaces. Therefore, it was no trouble for her to find a delicate black dress whose edge was slightly puffy, revealing the mysteriousness of the night and the attraction of the unknown. This is not so flirty that it contradicts my style and scares Lucian, and nor is it as tough and charmless as the night suit. Natasha moved casually and commented in satisfaction. 519 The Pace of a Knight. Do you like my birthday gift? Natasha's voice was slightly hoarse. She tried to pretend to be casual, but her heart was still beating faster than usual, as if the anxiety deep inside her heart was spreading out. Did Lucian like it? Would he accept it? Even though she was a queen and a brave knight, she found it hard to remain calm, and she was not as confident as she appeared. Even if he refuses me, I will not give up. I will definitely conquer him someday. Natasha made up her mind and encouraged herself that one failure was acceptable. Suddenly, she felt that there was a hand on her waist and her back, and she heard Lucian's deepened voice. I love it, but... The hand on her back suddenly pressed hard. Caught unprepared, Natasha leaned forward to Lucian and saw his eyes where a surging storm was rising. But it is not enough. 520 Philosophical Time. There was no window in the bedrooms. The bed was messy, filled with a fragrant and strange smell that brought blushing subtleties. Holding Natasha, Lucian leaned against the headboard deep in thought. After relishing the wonderful feeling when their bodies and souls were melted together, he suddenly grew a lot and seemed to have become a psychologically real man after only a few hours. A heavy responsibility had been added to his shoulder. From today on, he would no longer be alone. He had a partner and probably a few lovely new lives in the future, with whom he would walk together until the end of his life. Therefore, Lucian began to review his life goals and adjust his plan, trying to figure out how to be together with Natasha openly. According to the files in the library, it's true a man's philosophical time after doing that. Lucian made fun of himself after thinking that, Such heavy subjects had never occurred to him before. 521 Paradox. Lucian, who knew a thing or two about Sard, speculated his intention with the newspaper in his hands. He is trying to influence the clergy and the night watchers of the home parish and build them into his own subordinates. The communication of personnel must be for the same purpose. He will also be able to send spies to other parishes. When he thought that Vera Emilton had mastered the Inquisition in the home parish, Lucian felt quite reverential for Sard, who had made such great use of the incident where a few radical night watchers lynched a liberal noble. Chances are that Sard is behind the few night watchers, but what does he want exactly by doing so? Divide the church after he grows powerful. However, both the new church that he creates in the future and the South Church will no longer be the best in the world. Even their own territory will be invaded by the Congress, the North Church, or the Court of Elves. Sard can't be that stupid, can he? 522 On the Future. Lucian picked up a quill and drew 2 lines on the paper. First of all, I admit that the system of relativity is very imperfect. It cannot explain inertia. It is also limited to the uniform speed reference system, and cannot be extrapolated to the uniform accelerated frame of reference. However, regarding the question that you presented, it is not a paradox in this case. Here are the timelines of the brothers, let's analyze them respectively. For the elder brother to fly away with a speed close to that of light, he would need an acceleration from stillness to his eventual speed, which is a process that cannot be neglected. If he intends to return, there would be another acceleration process in the opposite direction. It has to overcome inertia and cannot be neglected either. In the meantime, considering the principles of relativity, the younger brother never overcame inertia. 523 Protection. Camel had never agreed with Natasha and Lucian's test for Sard. She believed that it was too hasty and best be postponed until Natasha had a bunch of loyal supporters because it might infuriate the church. However, she barely objected to Natasha's decisions after they were made, and she tried to cover the traces after they had determined their relationship. At this moment, her solemn and rigid face looked somewhat strange. A secret letter was delivered from the Radiance Church, reminding you that you should know your boundaries when you appease the nobles who are in favor of the Congress of Magic, and that you should not go to the Royal Magic Tower of Home too often, which would disappoint the devout and loyal nobles. Just that, Natasha raised her eyebrow. It was a reasonable reaction, but the problem was that it was too reasonable. There was no telling what was on Sard's mind at all. 524 Questions. I heard that you said God's love towards the mundane shows no preference. No matter if he's an ordinary folk, a sorcerer, or even a vampire, as long as he follows the canon, as long as he behaves himself, he is regarded as a loyal believer and he can be saved, said Lucian calmly, like he was a scholar here for a theology discussion. Lucian did not strictly follow the theological doctrine, justification by faith alone, as the saint truth was still different from the religion on the earth. If Lucian just copied everything and used them here, it would be a big joke in Richard's eyes. Therefore, Lucian further developed the content and meaning of justification by faith alone and gave it a more comprehensive religious context. 525 Assassination. The sense only lasted less than a second, like it was just a false hint, but the ring, Kongyu's ring, that Lucian was wearing was reminding him that it wasn't just an illusion. Lucian, Ulfaris tried to talk to Lucian but was stopped by him. Its big amber-colored eyes looked confused. Who is it? What was the person doing here this late at night near the small church located in the civilian zone of the city? But the dangerous power never came back again. So Lucian said to Ulfaris using secret messaging which would only produce tiny magic waves. Someone was nearby, at least senior rank. Now it seems that the person has gone into the Salvation Church. We gotta wait here for a bit longer to make sure Richard's safe. Ulfaris all of a sudden got excited. An enemy meant a fight, fight meant victory, and victory meant trophy. Lifting its claw, Ulfaris wiped off its drool. 526 The Great Prophet. Like a shattered kite in the air, Octave's body was fiercely punched backward by Lucian. Blood spurted out of his mouth and he had totally lost his consciousness. Suddenly, the look on his face distorted and from his body beams of light burst out. The light was shaped into 4 pairs of white wings behind his back. Octave's light blue eyes slowly opened, but now they had become colorless. Looking down upon Lucian, the eyes were sheer cold. Angels on the ground, Lucian murmured. Octave heard Lucian's exclamation and said triumphantly, "We're the righteous blessed by God, apostles who take Lord's true will. Of course we have the power of angels. And you filthy fallen morning star, should be cleansed by us." Octave said his words quickly. The lines came from the canon and the language was from heaven. 527, Angel King. Octave opened his mouth and was about to speak, when gentle holy light suddenly illuminated inside his body, swallowing both his body and his soul. After the light disappeared in spots, all the traces that suggested Octave's previous existence were gone, just like what had happened to Lend, captain of the Night Watchers. "What is this?" Richard frowned, unable to stop Octave's death. His hands inside the pockets of his long cloak, Lucian said gravely, "For them, angels on the ground is not just a grace that can increase their strength for a short while, but also an incurable poison at critical moments. It should be a precaution in case they are captured and confess their secrets." 528, Manifestation of Influences. Sensing Lucian's silence, Natasha asked rather confusedly, "You don't like me being so straightforward?" "No, I love your spontaneity and your aggressiveness." "You wouldn't be the Natasha that I love if you cringe shyly." Lucian expressed his feelings too. "However, I feel that what you said was too tough, and it was more suitable for a man to say." That was because the original quote left a deep impression on Lucian. Natasha snorted and grimaced. "In fact, when I said that, I had imagined a scene in my mind where I played Moonlight, building a peaceful, slightly sorrowful atmosphere before I left the piano, walked to your front, fell on one of my knees, grabbed your hand, kissed the back of your hand, looked at you in your eyes, and confessed my love to you emotionally." Haha. Lucian was amused. Had Natasha duplicated the romantic confession of love that she planned for Sylvia to him? 529, Busy Lucian. Lucian respected the honorable archmages who were dedicated to arcana studies like Reventi. He smiled and said, "I just got this issue of Arcana and haven't read it yet. However, if that is the paper you would like to discuss with me, it shouldn't be a problem, as I communicated with His Excellency Oliver in my teacher's place a few days ago." "You discussed with him?" Reventi was slightly surprised. Oliver and Lucian were not associated in his impression, and Lucian should be the last person that Oliver turned to. However, Reventi soon found a reason. The Hand of Annihilation must have been over to discuss with the Lord of Storm, and Lucian happened to be there at the same time. Therefore, he was invited to join the discussion. After thinking it through, he asked impatiently, "Do you think that the length of materials will be reduced when they move against ether? Is it necessary to explain His Excellency Douglas' experiment from the perspective of ether?" 530, Rock's suggestion. After he activated the communication circle, a mature, pleasant female voice came from his monocle, "Lucian." Lucian was stunned for a moment, unable to tell who it was. It was not until the speaker opened her mouth again that he finally realized that she was Lady Florentia, the wife of Grand Arcanist Oliver. "Lady Florentia, is there anything I can help you with?" asked Lucian in confusion. Florentia chuckled. "Do you think I have nothing better to do? I wouldn't have contacted you if there weren't anything. What's your opinion on Oliver's paper? You must have read this issue of Arcana, right?" Lucian was even more baffled. "You and your husband could have discussed it in private. Why do you bother to ask an outsider?" However, Lucian recalled that the couple seemed to be in conflict. He smiled and said, "I have read it and discussed it with His Excellency Reventi and Mr. Gaston. If you don't mind, I'll start from the beginning. Is that okay?" 531, Hot Tides. After seeing Rock off, Lucian shook his head and smiled, not having high hopes in him. Then he focused his attention on Arcana and finished it. He saw the paper that Anik and Sprint submitted for discussion about the differences between the actual effect and the ideal effect of the cyclotron. They vaguely determined that energy was transformed into electricity, but they failed to come up with any formula to deduce the specific data to adjust it. "I hope more people can begin thinking about this question." Lucian closed the journal and focused on analyzing the Eighth Circle magic. On July 3 in the morning, the tide of hotness was surging. 532, Invitation. In a branch of the Congress of Magic on the Solar Islands in the Boundless Ocean. While the dark picture where a middle-rank sorcerer's head was blown up in public hadn't been entirely erased from Blake's head, nothing could stop him from listening to Arcana Voice and News of the World, which was the entertainment all over the islands that was even more popular than parties and balls. "Good evening, this is the weekly news review of Aline, and I'm your old friend Lark." Blake felt that he truly had one more friend when he heard the crisp and calm voice every night, one who told him stories late at night, and who made him feel familiar even though he had never met her. Lark reviewed the important news piece by piece, and Blake listened attentively. He was now delighted at the progress in research studies and now was worried by the gloomy situation in home. 533. Abrupt change. The east of Rentado was known as Land of 1,000 Lakes. The lakes, large and small, were as smooth as a mirror, presenting an entertaining view with the exuberant forest around. Such a beautiful place had naturally been occupied by the royal family and the great nobles. James, Duke of Paphos, had a personal manor right next to one of the gentle lakes. It was truly enjoyable and pacifying. A four-wheeled wagon pulled by a dragon-scale horse slowly stopped at the gate of the manor. Arthur, despite being fat, rushed to open the door of the wagon ahead of Lucian and jumped off before he made the gesture of supporting Lucian to get off. Lucian shook his head with a smile. He stepped forward and appeared behind Arthur. Then he murmured, "What's the point of this? You will leave the best impression on Her Majesty as long as you operate the Home Mineral and Harvest Company and the Home Mineral Union Bank well." 534. Poisonous Devil. Because he was capable of many marvelous magics, Lucian was very confident about the wines he checked, but his confidence turned out to be a fatal mistake today. He had drunk a cup of sky blue that was mixed with terrible poisons and weird curses. No, not just the wine. Lucian looked at Camel. As a level 8 radiant knight whose responsibility was to protect Natasha, she wouldn't drink or eat anything on such occasions. Still, her face was dark and her body was quivering uncontrollably. She intended to turn into Tide, but the blue ripples disappeared immediately after they surfaced. It was obvious that she had been poisoned and cursed. Where was the source of the poisons and curses? Lucian suddenly smelled a vague but sweet fragrance of flowers like that outside, except that it was more sweet and intoxicating. Something was wrong with the fragrance. 535. Lucian's ruthlessness. The spear that Primus turned into was blocked by pale justice. Sensing the power that was equal to legendary for a demon lord, he stepped back. With his festered body, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Natasha, who was standing unsteadily, before he declared one word after another, "Your bloodline has mutated. The more heavily wounded you are, the stronger you will be." Natasha did not say anything else, but stayed before Lucian holding her longsword. It appeared that her bloodline ability had been suppressed by Primus poison too, which discharged her newly received strength incessantly. So she was unable to attack but could only focus on defense first. Since the wound on her abdomen that was corrupted by the poison couldn't be healed, the huge blood loss also added to the weakness of her body. 536. Analysis. As the spell was cast, Primus suddenly felt indescribably terrifying magic waves emerging out of nowhere. Illusionary faces suddenly appeared in the dark, green and yellow willpower frontier around him. They lunged at him with their fuzzy, blurry bodies without being affected at all. A legendary magic. Primus couldn't have been more astounded, but hardly had the idea occurred to him when the ferocious, incomplete souls ignored his defense of poisons and curses and crawled into his body. They entered into his nose and exited from his mouth, before they re-entered into his eyes, forming a weird circulation as if they were having a grand ball. The glamour in his eyes was gone, revealing the dull whiteness. Primus' body seemed to have slightly expanded because of the excessive souls. He stood in wild disbelief like a statue, and his semi-illusionary willpower frontier was instantly gone. 537. Cooperation. In order to trick everyone, David did not seem to have prepared any items against the poisons or curses. He did not carry any drugs that could relieve helpless Kiss, either. At this moment, under Duke James' roar, he could do nothing except to look back at him in desperation and craziness. To be honest, even an archmage of the Congress might not have equipment or drugs that could nullify the level 9 helpless Kiss. It was needless to mention the nobles. Gold dragon scales surfaced on Duke James' skin as he released his supreme dominance. Stomping on David's abdomen, he slightly suppressed his helpless Kiss and restored David's language ability. "Tell me, why did you do this?" David understood that his scheme had been exposed when the special bottle of honey rolled out of his belt. Assassinating one's liege was an unpardonable crime for the nobles. He burst into laughter crazily and hopelessly. "Why did I do this, you should ask yourselves." 538. Sard's plan. Subconsciously, Fernando was about to establish a storm barrier in case other legendary experts were snooping around them, but Sard hurried to say, "Use other spells. I cannot cast my projection into your barrier." He certainly dared not leave the Radiance Church and talk face to face with the Grand Arcanists, which would be like feeding himself to the enemy. A Saint Cardinal was not as unpredictable and unkillable as a legendary sorcerer. Therefore, Fernando and Hathaway set up multiple magics together to prevent prying. The seemingly empty and peaceful air was full of fatal traps. After everything was done, Fernando looked at the human-shaped air with his red eyes. By cooperation, do you mean cooperating with the two of us or the Congress? Hathaway had always been taciturn when somebody else could speak for her. Alferez, on the other hand, had been blocked by Fernando since the beginning, unable to see them or hear their conversation. 539 Cretonias. Holding Natasha in his arms off her feet, Lucian walked to the guest room at the end of the corridor calmly. With such a posture and such softness in his hands, he was quite satisfied and could not cover his smile even though he could smell nothing but stinky blood and sour poisons. Natasha, on the other hand, felt rather complicated. Her self-perception and her previous experience both suggested that she was a brave knight, but now that such a brave and firm knight was hugged by Lucian in such a way, she felt indescribably weak and ashamed. However, Lucian was the one who was hugging her. His heartbeat, his smell, and his chest were all so familiar and made her feel warm and sweet. Therefore, she was both delighted and embarrassed, and she tried not to reveal her feelings on her face in case Lucian made fun of her. 540. The Solemn Queen. Cretonia raised his head, only to see Natasha standing straight intimidatingly against the light, making everyone forget her gender and her beauty. He narrowed his eyes. Even though he did not release any pressure actively, he was still giving off an oppressive air, having been a legendary knight for hundreds of years. Duke James, who was protecting Natasha, couldn't help but move his eyes away, but Natasha looked back at him without wavering. After 10 seconds, Cretonia said in a low voice, "That's an excellent decision, Your Majesty. I agree that anyone that violates the basic order of the nobles shall be punished, but I hope that Your Majesty will allow me to take care of York in person. I do not want him to embarrass the family on the gallows." 541. Felipe's Surprise. Crows seemed to be flying before Lucian's eyes as he envisioned his bankruptcy. Although he had earned copious revenue from the technological investment in the Mineral and Harvest Company, the gift from Elements Company, etc. He had devoted all his money to the construction of the Magic Tower 3 months ago and could barely make ends meet. He found his way back to the community of magnates from the Arcana Point rewards for the new alchemy, the supplementary rewards for the light quantum hypothesis, and his annuities, but there was still a major gap between it and an improved ninth circle ritual magic. The Congress' favor on materials, drugs, and magics was barely useful on the matter. The Hand of Paleness would be showing him enough respect if they did not charge him more. Therefore, Lucian seriously considered applying for loans from his teacher or the Home Mineral Union Bank. Then his monocle suddenly turned hot. 542. Terms of Cooperation. On the 33rd level of the Align Magic Tower, Lucian followed the Lord of Storm to his library. In the empty corridor, Fernando eyed Lucian thoughtfully. "What intestine did you take out? Why were you not affected at all?" While he was also good at necromancy, it was a class where the knowledge of the ancient magic empire lingered and therefore had a completely different development from that on Earth. Regarding the inflamed and pathological organs, all that needed to be done was medical skills and magic potions. No surgeries were required at all. In terms of dissection, the necromancers focused on the relationship between different organs and diseases to develop new magics of curses and diseases, or to lower the requirement of similar magic in the past. As a result, their categorization of internal organs was rather vague. Epityphlon and cecum were both regarded as intestines without being distinguished accurately. 543. Identification. Halfway through the month of fire, July, sweltering air had already swept across Rentato and Align, making it impossible for many people to go to sleep. They could only enjoy brief peace under the cool breeze in the morning. However, in the cool morning, some 30 people strangely gave up the chance to sleep and waited outside of the Align Magic Tower. They were of different genders and ages. Some were wearing double-breasted suits, some were in the most common magic robes with capes, some were covered in well-cut long dresses, and some were simply donned with a white shirt with a regular waistcoat. The only thing that they had in common was the anxiety and hopefulness on their faces. Having lost the apprentice's robes which could reduce heat, Lowy had passed a few rough days. Since he was also staying late for studies, his face was pale and he couldn't have looked more haggard. 544. Violin. After the interview, Lowy and other interviewees left the conference room with weird looks. The knowledge in the atomic field and the tricks of control magic circles that they prepared in advance proved to be of absolutely no use. Mr. Evans' questions were unimaginably strange. Did they need to confess their life plan? Wasn't it all about advancing from level 1 to level 2, from level 2 to level 3, and so on? However, such a simple answer was obviously not going to satisfy Mr. Evans. Therefore, every interviewee added certain parts that they believed to be helpful. For example, Alphalia talked about her goals in her knowledge system, and Blake introduced his plan to return from the Solar Islands to Aline. Many people also put the Atom Institution in their life plan. 545. One Man's Orchestra. After the gloomy melody, a cello appeared before Lucian, who turned it around delicately and played music that was as profound as a man's voice. The violin, having lost support, simply floated in midair. Enshrouded in the romantic atmosphere weaved by the conversation of the mellow cello and the soft violin, Natasha recalled her first encounter with Lucian. Because of a symphony of fate, the two of them were first connected, and because of their mutual interest in music and Lucian's humor and delightful self-embarrassment now and then, she gradually became his good friend, which allowed her to discover his advantages other than music. He was calm, gentle, smart, and fun. There was no pressure to hang around with him, and she could be herself freely. Those were the days that were as beautiful as the spring of April. Perhaps it was in their deepening relationship that she gradually forgot Lucian's gender. Their love sprouted for the first time. 546. Theater of Destruction. Looking at the infuriated Heidi, Lucian smiled. What's to be angry about? So many arcanists of the elemental school share my opinion. Why do I need to waste my time on a worthless paper? Such a hypothesis, which uses the result as the premise, until it is proved by experiments, can only be used for mathematical and methodological reference. Did any arcanist write a rebuttal? Anik browsed through the journals and shook his head. None of the 5 grand arcanists published any papers. Mr. President and the Lord of Storm, on the other hand, discussed the transformation formula's application in the Douglas system under different frames of reference. Mr. President published a paper. Since he did not review it, it was the first time Lucian heard about it. He took over Anik's Arcana and began to read. 547. The Not That Gullible Douglas. This paper is based on relativity and the constant speed of light. For that, I stipulate that. After he skimmed through the paper, Douglas's smile was replaced by graveness. He raised his head to look at Oliver, only to discover in surprise that the pile of papers before him, including the poem, the play, and the papers, had been obliterated into dust and dispersed into the air. Failing to take over the front page of the paper in Douglas' hand, Oliver destroyed all the items on the desk in his anxiety when he tried to clean up the traces. He was now full of regret. Due to the turmoil in his love life recently, he hadn't been himself. After he took out the paper and studied it, he forgot to put it back before he started the creation of his long poem. Later, he simply forgot everything and did nothing when he directed Douglas into his library. 548. Notorious. Don't act as if this is all because of the failure of your love life. It's because your love life is sh*t that we are caught in such a disaster. sh*t, your view about love is pure sh*t. If you truly love Florentia, you wouldn't have hurt her again and again. You are as filthy and ugly as sh*t. By then Lucian reached Fernando's library on the 33rd floor of the tower. He could still hear his teacher's astounding roars. Oliver, on the other hand, kept his body on one side and dared not face the Lord of Storm at all, as miserable as a small boat in a huge storm. Master, what happened? Lucian tried divination while he was on the lift, only to no avail. It was then that Fernando held back his flying saliva. This **ol whose head has been filled up with libidos, and it forgot to hide your paper after he read it. He led Douglas into his library just like that. 549 remarked. Oliver was rather amused by their reactions. He smiled, rest assured. Your head should still be intact after you read it, which is both my estimation and the prophecy of astrology. Mariana was still unrelieved. Mr. Oliver, you know that Mr. Evans' papers can be quite disruptive and destructive. Also, you have summoned us in advance for the review. In my heart, I feel that a terrible devil has been projected into my cognitive world and that my head will explode after one moment of carelessness. Could you tell me why you made such an estimation and why you chose us? Coughing to hold back his laughter, Oliver had an even deeper understanding about Lucian's image in the eyes of most arcanists. His name obviously sounded more distressing than the Lord of Hell and the Will of Abyss, particularly when his name was associated with a paper. Such an irregular review procedure was exactly like Brooke before. 550, Sorrow and Joy. On the first day of the month of flowers, inside the Align branch of the Moonsong League, Jurision, in the attire of a battle sorcerer with a 6-star Arcana badge, a 5-circle magic badge, and a badge of crescent moon on his chest, slowly walked into the hall. "Good morning, Mr. Jurision." The few middle-rank arcanists who just got down from the stars greeted Jurision respectfully the moment they saw him. 551, Tide of Time. After returning to the Atom Institution, Lucian was warmly welcomed by Heidi and other students. "Master, how spectacular of you. You included the Oliver transformation into your system and completely abolished ether," said Katrina in excitement. Her teacher had been silent for 8 months because he was preparing for such a groundbreaking paper. Heidi complained, "Master, why didn't you say anything? In the past 8 months, we were frequently mocked by the sorcerers of the Sorcerer of Electromagnetism and the School of Light Darkness. Because their teacher was the one who proposed it, and the theory stressed that Douglas' motion system was its low-speed approximation, Laria and the other students accepted it without much resistance. Of course, about the new view on time and space, they were still at a loss due to their insufficient arcana knowledge, but they were not too overwhelmed." 552, Prelude. "How did they go missing?" Lucian calmed himself down and asked. Thompson browsed through the reports in his hands for final confirmation, and the noise of paper being turned entered Lucian's ears. "They were monitored by a senior-rank battle sorcerer and 2 middle-rank sorcerers. It was discovered that they entered a small church on the west side of Rentato but never left. The senior-rank sorcerer thought that it was just a regular case of Sard's marginalization on the radical clerics and night watchers, and did not think too much. Today, when he saw neither Juliana or Minsk, he was puzzled and entered the church as a mouse, but nobody was inside. This place was the kingdom of home, where sorcerers were multiple times more than clerics. That was why Thompson was extravagant enough to deploy a senior-rank sorcerer for surveillance. Did they notice the followers and use the church to escape? Lucian thought of another possibility. 553, Everything Goes Well. Taking over the scroll of night travel, Lucian intended to keep his smile, only to discover that his face was too rigid to do so. "Master, it can't be that bad. Even if Sard breaks his promise and the Pope arrives and performs God's arrival, he can only kill 1 legendary expert at the peak of legendary at most. Since they also need to resist the North Church and the Dark Congress, it's already not bad if they can deploy 20 legendary experts, and we have just as many experts in the Congress. If the situation escalates, you would have to take the 5 Saint Cardinals including Sard and the 7 legendary knights in Home, Colette, Brian and Colette into account too. That means almost 30 legendary experts in total. Together with the Pope who's a demigod, I estimate that few legendary sorcerers can survive a head-on clash with them. Fernando would rather be prepared for the worst." 554, God's Guard. The white robe of a regular cleric on his body, and his slightly dirty eyes, made Sard look no different from any old man who was basking in the sun on the streets in Rentato, although the atmosphere around him was indeed profound and gloomy. He looked around at the empty square of the church and chuckled. "I was worrying that you did not dare to come, Lord of Storm." With the vibe of a storm, Fernando snorted, "Why would I not dare come? Would the church wait and watch while we grow all the while doing nothing? I bet that no waiting is needed at all. The moment the Pope's God's arrival is recovered next year, he will launch a total war against us. Therefore, we might as well take the initiative in the battle." 555, Paradise on Earths. After the Lord of Storm sent the signal, a black storm that seemed to be the end of the world suddenly burst out with the massive transmission magic circles as the center, collapsing the pillars and the dome of the Radiance Church that had been strengthened by divine power. The buildings on the left were melted like glass, and those on the right were frozen into ice. They were translucent and emitting brilliant colors. Then coldness and heat were switched, turning all of them into powder or gas. In the meantime, silver lightning struck the massive transmission magic circles in ear-splitting sounds like giant serpents. Every lightning strike carried the terrifying air of destruction. The magnificent electromagnetic power twisted everything around. The wind and the thunder let out roars that astounded the mind. It was Furious Storm, the fundamental magic of Fernando's legendary class. 556, Target. Not caring whether they were intentionally easing his wariness or they were fooled by false intelligence, Lucian simply cast Baylor's transformation. His muscles slightly bulged, and his body was covered in vague moonlight, further highlighting the shimmers on his silvery and gray left hand. Before they went missing, they were only night watchers in the level of bishop and knight. They could not bear the arrival of a supreme angel in any case, whose enormous strength would have torn them apart. Therefore, the angels from whom they borrowed strength should be the medium ones, which could be proved by the number of wings on their back. In such a way, their current strength was in the senior rank at best. Even though they were enhanced by the barrier of paradise on earth, they couldn't be in level 9. Turning to vague moonlight, Lucian lunged at them in countless shadows. He was so fast that they couldn't tell which of the shadows was his real self. 557, nonsense. In paradise on earth, not far away from the projection of the Radiance Church. Led by Saint Melmax, captain of the Temple Knights, the 13 Grand Cardinals reached Rentato through the massive transmission magic circles. Because of the supernal attraction in the transmission magic circles, they had been pulled into paradise on earth together and felt that their strength had more or less increased. The level 1 legendary Saint Cardinals were improved by about 60%. When the massive transmission magic circles were activated, Mechantron the Angel King reported the general situation, claiming that Natasha tricked Sard away and Richard, as a spy, turned off the defense in the Radiance Church. As the fundamental point that supported the church's control in the area, the church was always guarded by divine power. No enemy could have approached it without causing alarm. 558 Diplomacy. Blinded by greed and corrupted by devils, Sard, you have betrayed the teaching of the Lord, and you shall suffer for all eternity because of it, said Benedict II solemnly. There was an amazing pace in his rhythm, as if his voice could wake up one's conscience and make them repent in tears. He was just as peaceful and calm as before, as if he would baptize and pardon Sard again as long as Sard lowered his head in regret. Sard, however, knew very well that the attitude was normal in other times, but right now, it suggested that the Pope had made up his mind. Rebels were 10,000 times more terrible than heretics, and the rebels who intended to steal his power and murder him were 1,000,000 times so. Such people must be crushed without any mercy. There was absolutely no possibility for peace. The reason why the Pope spoke with a mixture of language and divine power was to ease his wariness. He had yet to figure out Sard's secrets and supporters yet. 559 Dilemma. In the Nexo Palace, at the periphery of the Parliament of Nobles, Richard was waiting with 100 main supporters for the religious reform. When two gods' arrivals appeared in the sky and attacked each other, those cardinals and bishops were more confused than ever. They mumbled similar exclamations, "How is this possible? Which of them is the heretic? One of them has to be a heretic, right? Then, why can a heretic use God's arrival too? My lord, is this your test for us?" God's arrival, a unique supreme divine power that solely belonged to the Pope, proved his identity as the spokesperson of the God of truth on earth. It was the firmest confidence for the clerics. Even the heretic reverends and cardinals in the north would fall silent when talking about the problem. Although the pontiffs had God's grace, it was not nearly as good as God's arrival, which could injure and defeat the Silver Moon and the Lord of Hell. 560 Livestream. Hardly had Gordon finished his remark when Lucian performed Simulacrum and suddenly split into two halves. Then another two shadows emerged from the two Lucians. 4 Lucians surrounded him, far away from each other. That was Lucian's real self and simulation both casting mirror shadow. It was truly difficult to fight a sorcerer. Not having any item to cast magic or divine powers, Gordon could only grit his teeth and attack with the intuitions of a knight. Also, a radiant knight of his level had plenty of methods and area attacks. But before he lunged out, he suddenly heard Lucian talking in a low voice. "I need reinforcement." As he talked, his monocle glimmered. Reinforcement, 561 Shameless Sorcerers. The one who was fighting against Oliver, the Hand of Annihilation, was a third-rank divine knight named Saint Anthony who owned the bloodline called Light. He noticed that under the increasing power of paradise on earth, the Grand Arcanist's legendary spells, including Annihilation Ball and Cage of Destruction, were becoming weaker and weaker as the oppressive power on Oliver had increased. Therefore, Oliver was slowly moving towards Hathaway, the Lord of Elements, who had gained an edge fighting the two saints. 562, The New Era. Outside of the city of Rentato, the scenic view was still picturesque in this scorching July. The space above the Thousand Lake Place swirled and formed a gate. Behind the gate there was a kingdom of powerful magnetic fields and electric currents. Brooke, wearing a white wig, walked out of the gate with Chelsea Holt, the Moon Scholar. When they saw that the entire city was still covered in the divine light, which meant that the fight among the legendaries was still going on, they released a sigh of relief as they finally caught up to them. At this time, as if he just felt something, Brooke looked up and was shocked to find that there was a man in the sunlight in the air, wearing the divine crown and holding the platinum staff. Benedict II, God's arrival. Brooke's eyes opened big, but he still decided to go there. 563, the surging waves from the new era. In the Parliament of Nobles in Caucus, the Duchy of Calais. All my words and promises will be written in the code. I, as well as the future kings and queens, will abide by the law just as all you nobles. The Congress of Magic will be the supervisor. When the nobles heard those words from Natasha, none of them could remain calm anymore. However, a second later, after an incredibly loud explosion, the voice had been completely cut off and there were only electric currents left. What happened? What's going on? Something happened to Nexo Palace. Was it because of the war among those legendaries? Was it the church? Or the Congress? Yorsenar, Song of Dusk, looked northwest where the city of Rentato was. As a legendary knight, he could see the picture. There was that burning sun radiating its endless light and power in the sky, and then an eye-catching mushroom cloud rose. 564, Bliss. The unexpected change stunned the legendary experts in midair. The battle that had been temporarily split because of eternal blaze was still on hold. Everybody focused their eyes on the two demigods who were attacking Benedict II, waiting for a final result. However, the two parties had opposite feelings. The legendary sorcerers were both delighted and worried. The Will of Abyss was known for his fervency and insanity. After the Pope was killed by him, he would definitely launch an indiscriminate slaughter and destruction. Then, the area that the Congress was headquartered would suffer heavy losses. Chances were that only Douglas, Brooke Hathaway, and the few other Grand Arcanists could survive. 565, Aftermath. As the illusionary colors faded away, the new Pope, the Angel King, and the captain of the Temple Knights inside the massive transmission magic circles disappeared from Rentato. After the transmission magic circles became dim, Hathaway's usual indifferent voice was mixed with certain complicated feelings as she muttered, "Elements resolve." Crack, 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 crack. The massive transmission magic circles that had been seriously damaged under eternal blaze were disintegrated into elements, sinking or dispersing, never to be restored. The facility that supported the South Church's reign was finally gone, marking that the South Church's influence has left the four countries of the Strait and the North coastline. What a shame. If it weren't for the bliss. Oliver felt regretful that the result could have been better. 566, Holy Name. Inside Thunder Hell in Fernando's secret chamber. The amulet of life suddenly turned transparent and glowed, and a section of blood-stained intestines wriggled, split, and grew. It took an entire hour before the Lord of Storm became what he used to be like, and another 2 hours for him to return to the third level of Legendary. After putting on his usual blood-red magic robe and embedding a weird false eye to his left eye socket, Fernando finally turned on the node of Thunder Hell that connected the outside world. It was not because he did not trust Douglas, Hathaway, or Lucian, but because of the basic wariness of a legendary sorcerer who had lived 1,000 years. No more than half a minute after the node was opened, the transmission magic circles glowed, and Lucian arrived at Thunder Hell. "So soon," Fernando laughed wickedly. "I thought that you were going to celebrate with Natasha." 567, Benedict III's target. Of the Grand Cardinals on the ground inside the Bright Hall, besides the legends such as Saint Cardinals and Divine Knights, there were also about 10 level 9 clerics. They were also Grand Cardinals, and they were talents that the Pope and the legendary experts had the highest hope in. They were either leading a small parish or managing different affairs in the Holy City, like the 6 Ninth Circle Archmages in the highest council of the Congress of Magic. After Anasta solemnly announced that he was Benedict III, Philip, a level 9 bishop, felt that his mind was clear and forgot there were any other things in the world, when he heard the beautiful hymns and touched the peaceful light. While feeling moved, he felt that a light illuminated in his heart. Then the light gradually expanded into a projection of a 7-floored mountain paradise. The shadow of a 6-winged angel flew out into Philip's heart of belief, subliming his soul. 568, Stars Above. In the small living room of the Land of Truth, Douglas met Francois. Because he failed to advance into Legendary, many magic rituals that could extend the longevity by more than 500 years were not usable for him. He was rather old, his hair sparse and gray. His skin was full of wrinkles with spots here and there. But his blue eyes were as deep as an ocean, as if they accommodated the wisdom that had sunk in the passage of time. "Francois, what brings you here?" "Are you ready for the lick transformation ritual?" asked Douglas casually. As a member of the affair committee, the man should be occupied in such a moment. Francois shook his head in a smile. "To be a lick, I will have to abandon the enjoyments and entertainments as a man. I may even become extreme and crazy because of negative energy. It really isn't the best choice. I haven't made up my mind yet. I'm still waiting to see if my cognitive world can be half solidified." 569. Malicious Purpose 3-in-1. In Align, the city in the sky. The Atom Institution paid so well that Blake was able to rent a villa with a garden in the suburbs after only 1 year. However, his habits did not change because he had come to Align, and he could not go to sleep without listening to Arcana Voice and News of the World. This concludes the Congress expansion in the 4 countries of the Strait and the North Coastline. The brisk voice of Lark spread into Blake's ears, making him, who was leaning against the sofa lazily, feel peaceful and delighted from the bottom of his heart. He was integrated into the tranquil night around his house. Zai, zai, zai. Electric noises echoed from the magic radio. Blake looked at it in confusion. What happened? News of the World should still have half a program left. Was it because of the disorder of electromagnetic signals again? 570. Weather change. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 consecutive thunders made Fernando and Helen, who was on the 33rd floor of the Align Magic Tower, slow down their work to open the land of truth. They turned around and looked out of the window, observing the lightning that were illuminating this corner of the world. Whose cognitive world is shaking? Helen's skin was as fair as ice in the first place, and it was even paler and bloodless right now. Frowning, she commented on the weather change outside, finding it hard to believe. It was not because the gravity theory was proved wrong, but because the problems regarding the source and nature of gravity raised the confusion of the founder of the field, who even had the idea that a supreme being was behind everything. That was why people questioned the necessity and correctness of the current arcana studies. 571. Constant changes. Lucian's cognitive world was still changing drastically. The most obvious sign was that the vertical edge of the space began to twist, turning the space from a cube into an oval sphere, as if a twisted barrier had been added to the periphery. In the starry space from both the 2 host stars of destiny and other illusionary stars, the gravity began to twist the rays of light around. The space around them turned transparent and constricted rapidly, giving everybody who saw it an illusion. The host star of destiny, which looked like a black hole, was even more horrifying. When it revolved to the front, all the symbols of wind, fire, water, elements, electrons, and others surged at it beyond control. It was an utter mess. The quill in Lucian's hand did not stop at all, and he gave a few prophecies and proofs according to the previous description and the equations of gravitational field. 572. Gratitude. The changes in the cognitive world came to a full stop. Except for the additional special magic models and symbols, it seemed no different from the past. However, if one were to observe it more carefully, they would discover the curves at the edge of the world and around the stars. Also, the light spots of elements everywhere were much clearer. The protons and neutrons were restrained by an uncanny force, and the electrons around them were in the shape of a cloud. When they were observed, however, they were immediately reduced into particles. As the background, the other 3 fundamental forces had minor changes too. The electromagnetic waves and light were connected to wind, and the uncanny force that restrained the atomic nucleus glimmered with water. 573. Dawn of Astrology. This is one of the 2 premises of this paper, which I have named the equivalence principle. Blake did not find it hard to understand or accept that gravitational mass and inertial mass could be described as equal under an appropriate measure system. Some arcanists had done corresponding research and obtained accurate data. However, they all considered the equivalence of the 2 masses as a coincidence and did not study the deeper things behind the coincidence. Listening to Lucian's brief introduction to the experiment and the data, Blake felt that his head was swelling. He simply took out a piece of paper and a quill, recording and calculating on the table where the magic radio was placed, as careful as a student who was attending the class of a master. 574. Value. Inside the villa in the suburb of Align, Blake completely devoted himself to the calculation of the redundant precession of the morning star at the perihelion according to Lucian's formula. During Lucian's intentional pauses, he wrote quickly, his quill not stopping at all. Suddenly he raised his head, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. Then he rushed into the library searching the arcana and magic books. He was not a sorcerer who was good at astrology and force fields, and he did not remember the observation of the redundant procession carefully. However, the impression he had about the number was burning inside his head, making him unable to control himself, and his head was swollen. The result of his calculation seemed very close to the observed value in his impression. What did it mean? What did it suggest? 575, reward from the Congress. Hearing what Benedict III said, Critonia said after a brief silence, "Your Holiness, I will assist original fire in secret as a way to answer for my sins when I was tricked by Sard. I hope that the Church could send someone to rescue the main members of my family." Original Fire was the legendary class of Night Executioner. The South Church preferred to address the Night Watchers by their nicknames, and the Outsiders preferred their class name. I have already felt your repentance. I believe that the Lord will be happy about that too. When the situation is less intense, I'll ask Vaharal to send Night Watchers to help your family. By then I will grant you the title of Duke again with a fief near the Holy City, said Benedict III peacefully. 576, legendary item. Lucian smiled rather awkwardly. I had the feedback from the Truth of the World when I wrote the paper on the general theory of relativity, which generated time stop, the space-time magic directly inside my soul. The spells that involved time and space were an intersection of the schools of astrology, force field, transformation, electromagnetics, and light darkness. They were extremely complicated. The sorcerers who were not adept at the 5 schools could only construct the models with their mathematical expertise and spiritual power. They were much more difficult to learn than were the spells of the same level. Lucian's original plan was to build Spell Sequencer, Raventi's Flame Hell, Meteor Swarm, and other spells he was good at when he advanced into the 9th Circle, but out of his expectation, Time Stop, the 9th Circle magic that was as famous as cracking advanced, was generated on its own. 577, a sudden thought. After he obtained the robe of Grand Arcanists, the robe of Immortal Throne was naturally abandoned by life hiding. The reward from the Hand of Paleness was never as practical as it appeared, and even less so after he had the ritual of life hiding. As for the 7th Circle magic Weakening Ray that Lucian was interested in, he could totally construct it inside his own soul. Not holding back at all, and since he had his waistcoat and shirt inside, Lucian put on the magic robe after leaving a signature on the pivot of the robe of Grand Arcanists for his own safety. The moment he put on the legendary item, Lucian felt that it absorbed his spiritual power crazily like a gigantic swirl. If his cognitive world had not half solidified, his head might have really exploded because of the quake of spiritual power. 578, Ritual. Seeing that the few Grand Arcanists and legendary sorcerers had been gathered here, Douglas asked concernedly, "Did Benedict III do anything in the past few days? I think he must have a good reason to expose his secret and lock me inside my demiplane. Did he tamper with our conversation to deceive people or allure someone of the highest council?" Lucian secretly raised his thumb after hearing the president's questions. Even though he had been caged inside his demiplane, he was still able to infer most of the things. 579, Demiplane. Before the complicated feelings in his heart died away, waves of spiritual power, after being adjusted by the ritual of origin of magic, flowed toward him gently at Lucian's own frequency. In the meantime, the whole deep, boundless sky quaked slightly. The mysterious force was concentrated on the projection of Lucian's host star of destiny. Because Fernando hosted the ritual in person, the star of mysteries, the terrible darkness behind it that seemed able to absorb everything, was not neglected. The projection of the host star of destiny hummed and shivered with noises that were inaudible to ordinary people. In the meantime, Lucian summoned his cognitive world in meditation, allowing the bright and dark host star of destiny inside shake at the same time. As they were synchronized, Lucian had the feeling that the real world was ebbing, and that his cognitive world was surrounding his body and his soul. 580, the highest council. In the morning 2 days later, Lucian, who had been stabilizing his strength inside Babel, came to the 35th floor of the Align Magic Tower early and opened the door of the conference room of the highest council. The conference room was no different from any other conference room that Lucian had seen. They were equally spacious, and they all had a common long cherry desk at the center. The only thing special was that the 24 chairs were made of precious materials. Their velvet plating was emitting luxury and yet low-profile redness. Different patterns had been engraved on the back of the chairs to indicate the identity of the members. Among them, there was the Storm with Lightning, the Crown of Arcana and Magic, etc. Evans here. Klaus, the alchemy master who was always wearing a mischievous smile, pointed at the chair on his opposite side. 581. Ambitious Lucian. When Douglas asked the question, he was looking at Lucian. Naturally, it was his own thought that mattered in such celebrations. The celebrations for the previous few arcanists were all held together with the celebrations for their advancement into legendary. Holding it twice will be too troublesome and waste too much time. Also, I feel inappropriate to celebrate when I am not a legendary sorcerer yet, so let's hold the celebration after I advance into legendary. Lucian expressed his opinion. Although being congratulated in ceremonies was a delightful experience for most people, and the arcanists in the past were no exceptions, holding celebrations repetitively for the same reason would turn joy into numbness and eventually torture. 582. Transformation of Identities. Langxiang, what does it mean? Asked Oliver in confusion. He was familiar with the different languages and cultures in many different countries in the alternate dimensions, but he was helpless in front of Lucian's made-up words. Lucian said solemnly and sincerely, although such schools are based on the apprentice system, they are undoubtedly a brand new form on their own. The students do not depend on anybody else, and they will be paid after they enter the alchemical workshops, except that their wages are lower and their contracts are longer. Therefore, I have created a brand new term for them, Langxiang 1. It's a name for such schools that contains the meaning of dream. What's your opinion? 583. Selection. This is déjà vu. Lucian almost failed to control his facial expression after hearing Douglas' proposal. He blurted out, "Mr. President, there's also pure mathematics." "Ah, I almost forgot. Mathematics is the brightest gem on the crown of arcana and magic. How can we forget that? Now there are prizes in 12 fields in total." Douglas patted his forehead and said humorously, "Lucian, your proposal was a bit late, or you could have won Evans' prize in elements and astrology for the discovery of neutrons and the introduction to the general theory of relativity." Lucian waved his hands unconcernedly. "I have too many magic items for me to use now, so the rewards are not important. If it's about fame with the Lucian Evans Prize, I believe I will be remembered together with every prize winner." 584. Benefit Society. He has accomplished 2 revolutionary achievements and won the title of Grand Arcanist at only 26. I'm afraid that nobody will ever break Mr. Evans' record. Mr. Brooke was in his 40s when he became a Grand Arcanist. Patricia, another lady, had blonde hair and looked like Katrina's sister. She spoke as if she were in a dream, her voice full of admiration and compliments. Katrina was back to herself hearing what her friends said. With a brilliant and excited smile, she said, "In fact, since new alchemy was proposed, we had been speculating when our teacher would become a Grand Arcanist. Our general opinion was that it would be 30 years old. Hee. Even so, our teacher's record would be amazingly tantalizing. Nobody expected that he would win it at only 26. 585. A one-day trip in Align. After the call with Natasha, Lucian did not clean his room and his laboratory for the visit of Her Majesty, like any other single gentleman would, because Leo, the servants, the golems as well as the tower guard were enough to make every part of the magic tower clean and tidy. Also, Lucian was a very organized man himself. He had kept all the experiment materials in his own way in case of mistakes during his experiment. Lucian focused his attention on the sun's corona. During the last couple of days, he had already cracked the last 2 barriers and grasped the level 9 item. The second-to-last barrier could only allow Lucian to perform a level 9 divine power named Bane of the Undead, but the last barrier contained the coordinates of the mysterious land recorded by Mascaline. 586. Lucian had almost forgotten about the dwarfs. After Natasha asked, he remembered what happened and said with a smile, putting down the caviar next to him, "Didn't I tell you about the adventure in the Night Highland?" "Yes, that was very wicked of you. You added an additional layer of defense outside of the Vampire Count's defense core to make it even more solid." Natasha was chuckling about it even right now. Lucian was full of such bad humor, but she liked it. 587. Thanos Demon. On the 31st floor of the Align Magic Tower. Although the magic tower was automatically closed and nobody was allowed to enter at night, Lucian was naturally not bound by the rule as a Grand Arcanist. Leading Natasha, he jumped from Atomic Universe, his demoplane, to his library on the 33rd floor before they stepped into the lift. The magic tower at night was more quiet than usual. As they walked inside the silver corridor, their footsteps echoed loudly, further adding to the quiet and creepy atmosphere. Hardly had Lucian and Natasha entered the area where the Sky radio station was at when a giant white wolf ran out. After realizing that it was Lucian, it immediately crouched and wagged its tail. "Good morning, Mr. Evans. Good evening, Your Majesty." Louise, who was wearing a daisy-colored dress, saw Lucian and his companion too and greeted them. 588 Special Issue. Although Natasha did not quite understand why Lucian became so serious all of a sudden, his opinion on the law of causality and his firm attitude still made the terrible feelings in her heart melt like snow under the sunlight. A world where everything was predestined and unchangeable was a most desperate and lifeless one. Sensing the warmth of his hand and hearing his solemn voice, Natasha soon regained her natural-born optimism. Not bothering with the subject anymore, she smiled. "Are you planning to create an opera for me?" "How did you know?" Lucian was somewhat surprised. Natasha chuckled and said, "My eyes are very keen. I saw a manuscript Valkyrie on your bookshelf in your library this afternoon, and I think it's for me." She did not show any modesty about Valkyrie and thought matter-of-factly that it was for her. 589 A Magical Life. The spacious villa was surrounded by a high wall, and the black bars made up the gate at the edge, which was guarded by 2 soldiers in silver hauberks. They were opening the gate for a splendidly decorated wagon. "They're holding some sort of ball." Lucian was not one of the crazy sorcerers that did not understand the life of nobles. Considering the exuberant lights inside the villa, he realized what was going on inside immediately. After briefly hesitating if he should come later, Lucian made up his mind. He was already at the door. "What's there to worry about?" Magic waves shimmered on his body, and Lucian walked towards the gate unhurriedly. Because nobles cared about dignity and manners, they would come on wagon no matter how close the ball was to their house. Therefore, Lucian, who approached like a civilian, was obviously not an invited guest. The 2 soldiers looked at each other and intended to stop him. 590 A Common Noble's Hope. Pooh, the boy Hulk, was drinking the ice sky blue, but he spewed it out with a total lack of manners after hearing Lucian's reply. Viscount Trenna and the other nobles, on the other hand, became solemn and eyed Lucian suspiciously, communicating with each other in silence. Kaylee smiled subconsciously and was about to say, "What a coincidence that you are also a Lucian Evans," when something flashed in her head. Her mouth opened and she was unable to say anything. Although she had never seen Mr. Lucian Evans or his portrait, the nobles who were inclined to the Congress of Magic had already spread the look of the Grand Arcanist to all their fellows. Black hair, black eyes, medium height, handsome face, and flawless demeanor. 591 The Early Released Monster. Sprint did not quite agree with Anik's theory. "Our teacher must have been devoted to the improvement of his magic level and is trying to advance into the 9th circle. After he reaches the 9th circle, the Congress will have plenty of weird rituals that can help him become a legendary sorcerer." Improving 2 major levels consecutively through rituals had a failure rate of more than 80%. Therefore, Sprint believed that the best solution for his teacher to become a legend was to advance into the 9th circle on his own first. As for whether or not the further advancement after the 9th circle would succeed, Sprint had absolutely no doubt about that. With a legendary that perfectly matched his cognitive world, the legendary magic models that were engraved inside his cognitive world, and the experience and assistance of so many legendary sorcerers, there was no way that their teacher could fail. 592 Waiting. Sitting in the study, Deep was overwhelmed by his own endless thoughts from his own deduction, as if he was in a nightmare. He kept going through the entire process over and over again, trying to find the problem. He could not stop murmuring, "How is it possible that electrons take the form of waves?" A while later, he started asking himself, "How can it be?" Then his confusion beat all the other thoughts, and Deep started studying the implications of his findings. Why waves? The heavy snow was silently falling outside. The dim light coming out from Deep's place, however, looked enthusiastic in such bad weather. The frustrated look slowly disappeared from Deep's face and was replaced with the look of contemplating. 593 Raising the Curtain. In the study of Babel, Lucian was lying in his armchair with his eyes closed. In front of him there was a glass of water which had not been touched. In fact, he was reading the quantum mechanics books in his spirit library, especially those regarding matrix mechanics. At the same time, he was also calculating something. Even for Lucian right now, matrix mechanics was very difficult. It required lots of patience and perseverance to dig in, and its coldness and complexity could easily drive away any beginners. Lucian could have first thrown out matter waves and then Schrödinger equation. In this way, he could use a much easier way which was more familiar to most arcanists, especially those in the school of electromagnetics and light darkness, to start introducing wave mechanics. Wave mechanics was also a major branch of quantum mechanics, and it could solve most problems in the current new alchemy system. 594. Attention. Following Lucian's suggestion, after writing down electromagnetism on the front page of the paper, Deep had submitted it to Arcana Review Board. It was said that every groundbreaking finding would receive the feedback from the true world, so he wondered when that would happen to him. Perhaps he had to wait until an experiment that supported his finding was available. In his understanding, the broad application of wave-particle duality was a breakthrough close to general theory of relativity and new alchemy in terms of significance, and as important as the discovery of the periodic table of elements, so the feedback should occur. However, he also understood that without a solid experiment, he would not even believe in it himself. Therefore, the feedback from the true world had not arrived yet. Electromagnetism. To Mr. Marcus and Mr. Yana, said the cold, metal-like voice of an alchemical life. 595. Unexpected debate. Inside his office, Marcus picked up the issue of Nature that had fallen on his desk and began to read Deep's paper carefully from beginning to end. This time, he was more focused and devoted more attention to it than when he first reviewed it. It was not until a long while that he finally tapped the table with his black gloves. If electrons are regarded as quasi-waves, it will be possible to explain the energy levels and the orbits of electrons in the new alchemy. No wonder His Excellency Lucian Evans attached such great importance to Deep's hypothesis. 596. Unique landscape 2 in 1. Indeed, there aren't any, Lucian admitted frankly. Hathaway was silent for a while as if she were organizing her thoughts. I think that your remark was too high and would result in reckless and impractical illusions. Although it is possible to infer certainly imposed quantizations naturally if the hypothesis that electrons have the nature of waves is applied to the model in the new alchemy. Remarking a hypothesis that is not based on any experiment or phenomenon will not help build up a serious and down-to-earth atmosphere. Her words were not very organized, but Lucian managed to follow. Since some of the problems in the new alchemy could potentially be resolved if electrons were considered waves, she was not as stubborn about Deep's hypothesis as he imagined, and she was already more or less prepared. After all, the perfection of the new alchemy was more important. It was the direction of her future road. 597. A world beyond fantasies. The truth of the world. Although Lucian's voice was very soft, the dozen members of the highest council in the meeting were at least ninth circle archmages, and they caught it perfectly. Also, his voice was more astounding than the rumbling thunder and the destructive collapses in their ears, as if it were exploding directly in their head. Only by abandoning the original concepts could you see the truth of the world. Was it the truth of the world? Electrons, which had been behaving as perfect particles, displayed the most classical pattern of diffraction when they bombarded a crystal. It was as absurd as a dark, silent, and cold night when the sun was high above and sunlight was everywhere. It was like a sacred and beautiful angel turning out to be a stinky and hideous devil. Was it the truth of the world? 598. New mode of teaching. Indeed, the courses at magic school today can give the apprentices enough fundamental knowledge for them to become official sorcerers, but the arcana and magic knowledge needed for low-rank sorcerers to rise higher is now getting too enormous and complicated for them to learn and grasp on their own. That's the reason why the population of middle-rank sorcerers hasn't increased much in the past 10 years, despite the sharp increase in senior-rank sorcerers. Brooke nodded and agreed with Douglas' proposal. It indicated that the new arcana theories and achievements did not lower the difficulties between the low rank and the middle rank, and the ratio of advancement was the same as before. However, for part of the distinguished low-rank sorcerers, their advancement was much easier after they picked up the new arcana theories, like Anik, Heidi, and the other studies who had been taught by Lucian with cutting-edge knowledge. 599. Furnace of Souls. Lucian replied rather innocently. I was inspired by the amazing result that electrons had the features of waves, so I modified and abandoned some thoughts I had in the past. You resolved the orbit problem by regarding them as waves. Fernando knew that quantized orbits would be inferred naturally if so. Lucian shook his head. The problem might be resolved in such a way, but I have some other thoughts. If they don't walk out, I'll reconsider from the perspective of waves. You are not comparing electrons to waves, Fernando had always been serious in arcana discussions. He wondered what Lucian could have possibly come up with from the experiment. 600, Darkness Before Dawn. When he arrived at the affair committee, Lucian happened upon Norman, Douglas' student, who was one of the members. "Your Excellency Evans, you are the truth of elements," Norman greeted him according to the rules of the Congress. Lucian smiled. "Such trouble is unnecessary, it's too much a waste of time. When I met the Excellencies before, I only paid tribute to them the first time we encountered them." "Mr. Evans, is there anything you want the committee to do?" Norman asked. "In fact, you don't have to come in person. You could have contacted any member in the office or asked us to go to your library." Lucian pointed at the conference room. "Certain things can be better explained with a face-to-face conversation." Describing the arrangement regarding the Holt Magic College, Lucian looked at Norman and asked, "Is there anything unclear?" 601, Another hallucination. Lucian had only just learnt the matrix mechanics. Also, he intentionally did not refer to the files in his spirit library but inferred it with his memories and understanding. Therefore, it was not as fluent and natural as the papers he wrote before, when he could write more than 10 pages without any stop under the assistance of magic. It was quite troublesome this time. Lucian could have picked Dirac's version of quantum mechanics that was more concise, beautiful and easier for the arcanist to understand, and he could have handled it with the mathematical tools in the previous arcana system. However, the matrix could be applied to a variety of fields in the future. This was the best opportunity to come up with it. After all, he would throw out Dirac's paper in 2 months and free the arcanists from the maze of matrix. 602, Hand of Uncertainties. After completing on quantum mechanics, Lucian did not submit it right away. Instead, he studied its applications and analyzed the new legendary spell that was formulated inside his soul. Having received the feedback of the real world, his soul and his cognitive world were both much more steady, and he could already construct the 4th legendary model. After a month of analysis, Lucian had basically grasped the weird, unpredictable legendary spell. It was an ancillary spell that could map certain features of the microworld to the macroscopic domain. For example, no matter how tough, marvelous, or mysterious the enemy's defense was, there would definitely be uncertainties, and it was possible that the attack and weakening spells enhanced by this magic would pierce through it directly. 603, Urgency. Math reveals everything, but eventually it boils down to their actual significance in arcana. We need to learn what the process is and why through mathematics, and what results we can expect according to similar patterns instead of purely discussing mathematical questions. That's why we explore the world and seek after the truth. Fernando confirmed Lucian's thought but also expressed his own opinion. For example, until your Evans geometry became the spacetime model of the general theory of relativity, nobody had ever paid much attention to it except for the arcanists of the tower. 604, Stellar Core. Inside the Land of Truths. Douglas deduced with Lucian's paper in his hands and compared the results with known experiment data. In the end, he put down the paper and pulled his bow tie before he asked in confusion, "What do those equations indicate?" He had read the paper too many times throughout the previous days. He quite appreciated Lucian's ideas that were based on the particle nature and the discontinuity, and he was delighted that the many problems in the new alchemy were resolved. However, as time went by, his delight did not grow into satisfaction and happiness. He was not even as excited as he expected. 605, Wedding Gift. Just like what Lucian had in mind, the silver pocket watch was in the most rigorous and mechanical style. At the center was the white dial, where mysterious symbols made of different gems represented different times. The black second hand ticked, making the sound that was echoing in everybody's hearts. Other than that, there was also one thing special about the pocket watch, which was that there was a button on each side of the dial where it was connected to the band. The buttons were emitting metal brilliance. It also had the cover and the decorations that other pocket watches had. After he waved his hands, the silver pocket watch flew into Lucian's hands, and the silver chain was clipped to the buttonhole on his waistcoat automatically. Lucian pressed and closed the cover of the pocket watch. The tick immediately stopped. He raised his thumb and opened the cover again, immediately sensing that he had been surrounded by something mysterious. 606, Wedding. On April 10, the sky was blue and everything was basked in the warm sunlight under the gentle breeze, which made them feel slightly lazy. The square outside of the Nexo Palace had been surrounded by the Sword of Truth's knights, who were covered in full silver armor. They blocked the citizens that had swarmed over. "They're here, they're here." There was no telling who shouted first, but the crowd suddenly fell quiet and focused their eyes on the central avenue that was defended by the Verdict Knights. Many black wagons that had been painted with the emblem of fire of Arcana, pulled by the selected silver dragon scale horses, moved onto the outer square of the Nexo Palace. 607, a swarm of spells. Crack. As the crisp sound echoed, the blackness around quickly faded away. The colors on every legend vanished, leaving the lackluster grayness. The pure fire of soul was frozen, and the original fire endured the posture of performing magic. As for the rest of them, Cretonia was slashing much more slowly, but he was still moving, and Hathaway was struggling to approach Natasha, with blue and gray colors lingering on his body. The experts who were immune to time stop were very rare, and still fewer were those who could resist advanced time stop. That was why time stop had always been the most difficult ninth circle to learn. Those who grasped advanced time stop had to be legends in time and space. In the entire Congress of Magic, Brooke was the only one who could perform it until Douglas understood the relationship between gravity and space-time. Oliver had a good chance to pick it up later, too. 608, Bloody Rose. Wearing the black tuxedo, Cretonia seemed to be a traveler of time that was roaming in different worlds. He ambled through Lucian's frozen space as if the space barrier of such a level was nothing at all for him. Holding the glistening longsword, he passed the long distance forged by the monotonous black, white, and gray after only one step and blinked at the edge of Lucian's spiritual field, giving the feeling that time was fleeting unstoppably under the silence. A pure slash was also affecting the mind. That was the strength of a legendary knight. After he slashed, Lucian felt that everything around him had been slowed down, like slow motion in the movies, except for the sword that was washing and burying the world like a lightning. Over time, even a planet would walk to the end of its life one day. 609, Resolution. After the silver sword flashed, Natasha appeared behind Cretonia's back, with a long wound on her right abdomen. The blood with certain silver-purple colors flowed out. The counterattack of the power of Heart of Time had already hurt her badly. The wound recovered particularly slowly as if it were corrupted by time. Together with the fatigue after using a legendary item, Natasha found it impossible to stand where she was. She fell on one of her knees and supported herself with her longsword. Her hands that were wearing the transparent silk gloves trembled violently like an old man. Cretonia, who floated in midair, seemed undamaged, except that his face was frozen and the previous shock was still lingering there. Suddenly, an illusionary wound that did not seem to belong to this world appeared and expanded into countless tiny cracks. In the next, blood splashed and left crimson spots on Natasha's white wedding dress, like roses that were blossoming on snow. 610, Married Couple. Douglas was not as straightforward as Hathaway, but his chuckle expressed all he wanted to say. "This Heart of Time is your trophy, keep it for yourself," Fernando reminded them. Since it was partly protected by the Shield of Truth and it was a level 3 legendary item itself, the rippling longsword, Heart of Time, was not ruined in the final explosions. Although the cracks were deepened, it still gave the profound feeling of the passage of time. Natasha looked at it and said to Lucian with a smile, "I already have a Sword of Truth. Heart of Time is of no use to me. You can trade it for other things." "There's no need to exchange it. You can improve the moon timer using its parts," said Hathaway calmly. Since he kept his state as a legendary knight, Lucian picked up the longsword and nodded after checking it. "After my abilities in time and space grow, I should be able to upgrade the moon timer to level 2 with this." 611, Plan of Exploration. On April 11, in the conference room of the Highest Council, the 16 members, including 7 Grand Arcanists, had already been seated when Lucian just came in wearing his double-breasted suit. He apologized, "Sorry that I'm late." "It doesn't matter, last night was your wedding night, it's perfectly normal to be late," Klaus the alchemy master said jokingly. "We all understand it." Hearing his joke, the other people either smiled kindly or showed no emotional change, except for Hathaway, who stared at Lucian coldly as if she were blaming him. 612, New changes every day. "Great," Douglas nodded in great comfort. "Who else wants to join the first adventure?" "Since it involves the mysteries of the soul, I have to pay a visit in any case." Klaus the alchemy master smiled. Of the 2 crowns in the field of creation, the mysteries of material changes had been partly unveiled by Lucian, but the secrets about the soul were still hidden in the intense smoke. As a legendary sorcerer who was determined to create an intelligent life, he had long been yearning after the furnace of souls. After Lucian and he talked, Vicent, the Lord of the Undead, also said in a low voice, "The realm of the soul is always my interest. I hope to see the furnace of souls as soon as possible." Hearing that Vicent intended to join, Fernando chuckled and said loudly, "You purposefully deleted Adol's memories about Masculine and Viken, and you hid the secrets about immortality. How can I entrust my back to you without concerns?" 613. The Small Folk in the Great Age. Ding! The crisp sound found its way into Andy's ears, waking him up from his wonderful dream about the future. He saw a minuscule magic steam train arriving by him. It was lead gray in general and more than 3 meters tall. It had only one long carriage that moved between two tails on the ground. However, there was no steam popping up from the locomotive, but only 2 thick antennas that rose up and connected the black wires established in midair. It couldn't have looked more bizarre. A trolley car. Andy looked at the monstrosity, so amazed that he almost forgot to get aboard. 614. Familiarity. Heidler City was dim, gloomy, and gray, as monotonous and frozen as the world of souls. Before the entrance, Douglas, Fernando, Vicent, Klaus, and Erica had all arrived. They were waiting for Lucian. "You've brought the Shield of Truth too." Looking at Lucian, who had finally come, Klaus speculated with a smile. "Together with the thorny crown that you borrowed, you have 5 legendary items with you in total. That's quite unprecedented. Even I, a sorcerer who specializes in alchemy, cannot compare to you. Even Mr. President only has 4. Mr. President's items are either top legendary or level 3 legendary. Mine are not worth mentioning at all," Lucian said modestly. 615. Speculation. Seeing the familiar view, Lucian immediately recalled the identity of the Sphinx mummy before him. It was exactly Sphinx, the king of sphinxes that he encountered when he accomplished Rhine's task. At that time, it was sealed inside a coffin, and it was executed by him with pale justice after his resurrection, falling into dormancy again. When he escaped through the gap of the world of souls, he saw the shadow of its mausoleum, the blood-stained ball of light, and the weird red spider threads, which made him realize that it was actually sealed in the world of souls. Right now, its real self had been slain by the sword of truth through the projection. There was no need to worry about sealing him anymore, because beings which had completely died could not be sealed. 616. Coffin. The ancient vampire held his throat, trying to say something but unable to make any sound. Black blood spurted out of his mouth non-stop, and his fair and smooth skin dried as if it were burnt. His crimson eyes were gradually frozen, with regret lingering on before he collapsed on the ground. "A master of transformation's blood is the last you try to suck. Tusk." Klaus clicked his tongue as if he were sorry for the intellect of this ancient vampire. Lucian chuckled. "In fact, the master of transformation's blood is the best. If you suck one of them, you will be essentially sucking Countess races. But he shouldn't have sucked Erica's blood when she became a seraph. He must have been desperate about his life." 617. Changes. After hearing Lucian's declaration that he had found the godhood, Fernando, Douglas, and the rest of them all activated their special items, allowing them to also see the 5 clusters of godhood. At this moment, the cover of the black coffin that had been placed vertically suddenly hit the ground, raising a mist of dust and revealing the owner of the coffin inside. Faced with such an accident, Douglas, Fernando, and the rest of the team were all set to cast spells, and Lucian had an additional silver pocket watch in his hands. A gold-haired handsome man in a white robe was standing inside the iron coffin. He was tall, his eyes were closed, and his hands were crossed before his chest. There was not the slightest hint of life in him. He seemed to be dead for years, but his skin was healthy and smooth without any decay. The greatest feature on his face was the hawk nose that made him look very aggressive. Ivan. 618. Tycoon style. Looking around, Lucian saw himself in a round hall with circles of seats like an enlarged parliament of nobles. In fact, this place was as big as half of a city. The dome glistened in the pale light, making the cold, black bricks give out creepy colors. According to the changes of coordinates, Lucian roughly figured out where he was and where the 2 exits were. To his left, there was a path towards outside, and it would go through the palace that Lich King and the 5 saints were in. While to his right, the path went deeper, which should be the one leading to Furnace of Souls. There was no doubt that Lucian would choose to go back. He hoped that he could run into Douglas or Fernando so that he could be safe, and if he wasn't that lucky, he could still leave this place. 619. The Insane Defense. In the Temple of Spirits, there were many primordial mummies, but there was only one wearing a gold crown. That was the king of the primordial mummies, a level 3 legendary, the dominator of the fringe area of the temple. It was immune to any spells lower than legendary level and even some legendary ones. If one did not know any specific spells that worked or have some particular blood powers, facing this thing would be great pain, even worse than facing a top legendary. As no attack would work at all. Lucian recalled the pages he had read from before, the king of primordial mummy afraid of divine light, sun power, and super high temperature fire, not immune to luxury cracking and advanced time stop, high level of defense against physical weapon hacking. Ticking, ticking, the black second hand of the pocket watch ticked again and again. Lucian did not leave the mummy any chance to make a sound or attack, then his thumb pressed down. 620, the sarcastic smile. Before Lucian said anything, the outrageous air had broken in. One of the black walls in the maze was fiercely pushed open a big hole, and the mummy wearing the gold crown walked out. Both of you die here. The miasma surrounding the primordial mummy filled the entire space, preventing Lucian's and Klaus' spiritual power from reaching further. It felt like a long-time exposure to the miasma would even drain their spiritual power. Hoo. While furiously howling, the primordial mummy suddenly grew 10 times bigger until it was as big as a giant. In comparison, Lucian and Klaus were as tiny as 2 little ants. Then the wild wind came. The fierce wind came from the mummy's 2 fists continuously hitting the ground over and over again like 2 giant hammers. The black stone pillars collapsed one by one. It would take Lucian quite a while to take down one of the pillars using vengeful gaze several times. 621, the familiar face. The vertical stroke is short, and the horizontal stroke is long. The great prophet. The red eyes are full of sarcasm. The familiar dressing from the North Church. All the details and memories flashed through Lucian's brain quickly but clearly. He grabbed tight his shield and sword and said in a low, furious voice, Gino, the Lord of Hell. No wonder this mysterious denomination hiding in the North Church could also cast divine spells. No wonder they could deceive a great number of priests into becoming their followers. No wonder the Lord of Hell knew so much about the saint truth. 622, 2 pathways. Below the gray curtain was the pale fire that was burning slowly, like a furnace which was needed to pass the winter in every house. The face inside the furnace of souls, on the other hand, displayed the looks of Lucian Evans and Xia Feng at the same time. They seemed to be overlapping and entangling each other. As he stared at them, they were now separated, now integrated, and now showing certain strange parts that he had never seen in a mirror. Why? How? 623, the realm of gates. Around St. Ivan, Alexei, Uriel, Felix, and the Angel of Light appeared one after another. They had arrived earlier than Douglas, Fernando, and the other legendary sorcerers, but they never entered it. Belkovsky, what are we going to do? Alexei addressed St. Ivan with the name of Belkovsky, the current pontiff in the north. He talked as if he were equal to the guy. The gold eyebrow of St. Ivan was furrowed, and his blue eyes that carried certain yellowness observed the gray pathway behind the furnace of souls carefully. He said, I suspect that the monster is still inside. Also, without the pattern of coordinate changes left by Maskelyne and Viking, there is no telling where to go and where to find them at all. We can only try our luck. He was somewhat scared, as if he had encountered certain things when he explored the entrance earlier. He dare not take the risk even though he could perform God's grace. 624, sealed time. At the beginning of July of 825, it was as scorching as fire. On the 31st floor of the Align Magic Tower, Honor, who had passed the exam and was admitted by the Holt Magic College, observed the Sky radio station in the 1st District with his classmates with great interest. He said rather regretfully, what a shame. The radio station only broadcasts at night, but the school will be closed after 6. Otherwise, we would be able to ask for the autographs of Ms. Lark and Ms. Nightingale. They must be as beautiful as their sound. The remaining districts of the 31st floor of the Align were reserved as the teaching areas of the Holt Magic College because the advanced laboratories in the Magic Tower could be directly used. There would be no need to establish new laboratories. The dormitories of the students were in other places. You can apply for the magic experiments at night, Clark, another student, said jokingly. 625, a weird monster. Then unimaginable ghost. Compared to the previous notes, the 2 lines were written very heavily and hastily. The fear and panic between the lines could be easily felt. What monster could have possibly terrified a legendary sorcerer to such an extent? Also, why didn't he leave when he still had time? They should have already grasped the pattern of coordinate changes in this place. Lucian showed no expression on his face. but he analyzed the anomalies in his heart. Since the guy's notebook hadn't decayed at all after so many years without being looked after by anyone, and since the guy established a unique chamber inside the Grey Hall as his laboratory, Lucian was pretty sure that the writer was a legendary sorcerer. Those people wouldn't have been terrified even if they had run into a demigod. They might be devastated and defeated, but they shouldn't have been as scared as a little kid. What kind of ghost was that? 626. Two puppet parts. As the silver longsword shook slightly, Rhine suddenly blinked to the behind of the gate that hadn't been closed, leaving a slowly disappearing shadow behind. He said in both amusement and anger, "You met the monster that could pretend to be someone else too." He sounded more or less relieved, as if he had confirmed that Lucian was authentic. Lucian looked at him warily. After enhancing himself with mechanized mind and mental barrier again, he was rational enough to not directly attack Rhine. "Mr. Rhine, how can I confirm that you are authentic? You should at least give me an undeniable fact, or it will be better for the both of us if we go separate ways." 627. Lucian's question. As the black gate was slowly opened, Lucian held the shield of truth even more tightly. If it was the monster that was coming, he would probably be at the peak of legendary according to Rhine and his speculation. The red eyes, the short height, the long magic robe that reached the ground, and the handsome but old face, the familiar look made Lucian blurt out, "Master." Then he saw the tall old man behind Fernando. It was exactly the gentle but intimidating Douglas. He said, "Mr. President." Fernando did not give a reply immediately. He remained silent for almost 10 seconds, as if he were confirming Lucian's identity in secret. In the end, he seemed relieved. "You didn't encounter any danger, did you?" Fernando opened the black gate with magic and suddenly sensed two people inside. So he was even more wary, and the robe of dominance, the eye of storm and abrupt magic reverse were all ready. 628. Psalm of Night. Inside the gray effect of time stop, a sliver light suddenly glowed as a vintage hourglass that was engraved with the patterns of a full moon, half moon and a crescent moon flew out of Rhine's pocket. As the silver sand flowed inside, the effect of time stop was gone, but the sand was also reduced into powder. It was indeed as expected of the observer who had a copious collection. However, Douglas had already performed Eternal Blaze. Lucian, having only just recovered from the attack, could only focus the will and blood power transformed from his spiritual power on the Shield of Truth, keeping it before himself and Rhine. Boom, the most terrifying temperature vaporized the gray bricks and the illusionary ripples created by the Shield of Truth. The energy storm that seemed able to destroy the world blew both the shield and Lucian backwards. 629. Life Traceback. An alternate dimension. Douglas had thought that this place was made of gray halls that were connected by black gates, and that there would be no other changes. Therefore, he was rather stunned to see this world of exuberant trees. Fernando flew in first. It seems that there are many worlds similar to alternate dimensions in the realm of gates apart from the gray halls. I wonder if intelligent life can be found here. I prefer to think that they are specters of different kinds, like what we are seeing right now. Douglas observed the environment and speculated roughly. At this moment, the 7 headless dwarfs holding the gray coffin that was much longer than their height reached Fernando and Douglas. They spoke in a dull voice from their stomach, "Are you princes?" Douglas reviewed his defense and looked at them interested. 630. Mirror of Fate. The mushroom mixed with fire rose to the sky. The dark air dispersed the smoke, revealing the blue and black giant whose head was gone and whose body was more than ragged. Right then, the intelligent lives of different species that made up the body of the giant were suddenly enlivened. They surged toward the head like a tide in haste, and after only a few seconds, a new head had been created. It's truly tough, as expected of a masterpiece of the school of necromancy. Lucian pointed the brilliant space staff in his hands at the corpses of humans, elves, and dragons, which were immediately slowed down like puppets. The speed of the giant's recovery was lowered. Then cold moonlight appeared in Lucian's dark pupils. He turned into a legendary knight and drew the silver longsword. Flying into the sky, he descended and slashed the giant like a shooting star. 631. Notes. The path to immortality has been unraveled before us. If our experiment goes well, we will surpass the longevity limit of human beings. During our experiment, I accidentally discovered a strange and interesting world where there are undead creatures everywhere. The messy reflections of everything in the main material world except life can be found. After a few explorations, I discovered magnificent palaces deep inside the world of souls. which were defended by the specters that were more than the number of the legends in the three magic empires. Thankfully, most of them were unwise. I was able to sneak in and see the curtain, or maybe furnace if you will, that indicated the true nature of souls. 632 Unexpected Encounter. Rhine was amused by the situation. Maskelyne must have thought of something of paramount importance when he wrote to this part, to the extent that he ruined the chamber in his emotional turmoil. He didn't finish his speculation and simply left in a hurry, not bothering how it would upset the future readers. I think so too. Considering that no Battle of Legends happened here and nothing was intentionally damaged, it's not hard to tell that Mr. Maskelyne left voluntarily but hurriedly. Lucian calmed down and restored the battle from the traces. Rhine looked around and said, "It means that what Maskelyne was eager to do was more important than finishing the clue. It's perhaps the key to destroying the monster." However, how much time would it have taken him to finish the name with the help of magic? Lucian answered his own question. No more than 1 second. 633 Horns of Paradise. In the middle of the vast holy light and the pleasant hymns, the hallowed angels danced. Lucian believed that he would never forget such a shocking scene if he could make it out alive at all. Subconsciously, Lucian only wanted to say "I'm sorry and this mail is for the next door." While all kinds of bizarre thoughts occurred to him, Lucian's actions were not affected. He turned around and shouted in the telepathic bond, "Run." In the meantime, the power of moonlight burst out as he tried to shut the gate that was engraved with white patterns. At this moment, a solemn voice echoed inside the mountain-like world of holy light. "Evil invaders." On the 6th floor, an angel with 6 luminescent wings flew out and stared at Lucian and Rhine with his gold and blue eyes from far away. He then took out a gold horn and put it next to his mouth. Woo. Woo woo 634 Twisted Face. The 2 top legendary sorcerers and 1 monster which was close to the level of a demigod were engaged in such a fierce battle that the whole world behind the gate was shaking in its aftermath. The air of destruction spread out everywhere, and the space seemed to be collapsing at any moment. The weird and lifeless forest of death had become a real place of doom. Similar to many legendary sorcerers from the ancient magic empire, Douglas' head was surrounded by brilliant gems that looked like artificial planets. Some of them were gold, some azure, and some were the purest red. Those gems glittered and established terrifying domains as he chanted and cast different spells. His tailcoat turned into a black, grave-long robe in the classic style of the ancient magic empire. Deep and dark brilliant flowed on the surface, blocking the ocean of holy light created by Monster Benedict III. 635 Manufacture. Lucian was half asleep and half awake right now. He felt that everything around him was floating, and all the sounds were extremely far away, as if they had reached his ears after passing through countless worlds. Therefore, after the unusual and pained voice of Arvin entered Lucian's ears, it took him several seconds before he realized what was going on. The sun's corona. Arvin, the godly eye, knows the sun's corona. Also, he is acting so abnormal and creepy. Countless spells seemed to be bursting out inside Lucian's sluggish head. A quake from the deepest part of his soul spread out and restored his consciousness briefly. He asked in a shivering, feeble voice of disbelief, "Mr. Maskelyne." The moment he heard the name Maskelyne, Arvin covered his head and screamed miserably, as if he were struggling in the greatest agony. 636 Threat. Perhaps because Maskelyne covered for them, nobody disturbed Lucian and Rhine's recovery, which helped them survive the most difficult moments smoothly. Although the mummy's gloves are not usable, the Shield of Truth will do. Sometimes the Shield of Truth provides even better defense. Lucian took out the Shield of Truth from the alchemical cottage and inserted the mummy's gloves into it. In terms of pure physical defense, the mummy's gloves were better, but the Shield of Truth's defense was based on time and space and was less likely to be breached. Also, it wouldn't slow down his mind as the mummy's gloves would, which was definitely not an enjoyable feeling for an arcanist who couldn't survive without his brain. 637 Hello, my old friend. Sard, Lucian confirmed Rhine's judgment from the feedback of his magic. Although the former Grand Cardinal of the Orvaret parish and the ambitious schemer had lost his body and his soul under God's arrival and only had a mysterious piece left, there were still plenty of secrets surrounding him. For example, why could he use God's arrival? What did he obtain from the realm of gates? Why could he escape from the monster? How he cooperated with the Angel King? And what the mysterious piece was exactly. Rhine smiled. I came to the realm of gates to track him but lost clues after I encountered the monster. However, now that I've given up and I'm devoted to the mysteries of the monster, his traces have unexpectedly shown up again. What a treacherous thing fate is. 638. Peculiar Magic Circle. Lucian and Rhine looked at each other, both noticing the surprise on each other's faces. Sard was intentionally exposing himself. Where was he leading them to? Although he hadn't recovered the ability to summon Silver Moon Alterna because of his wound, Rhine felt that he was still in good shape, and Tycoon Lucian was rather confident about himself now that he had all his equipment. Therefore, the two of them split and approached the corridor where Sard's scent spread out in full wariness. Sard's scent began to move among the pathways, until it reached an inconspicuous gray room that could have been easily neglected. The door of the room was not closed, allowing Lucian and Rhine to see clearly what was inside from the outside. At the center of the room was a deep pit. There were countless unimaginably eerie magic patterns mixed with the symbols and divine power at the bottom of and near the pit. 639. There's only one truth. Based on our research, the fake god's extraordinary abilities and the way such abilities are used are entirely different from magic or blood power. It is different from magic creatures as well and calls for more studies. After locating one of Mr. Thanos' relics with Mirror of Fate, we discovered that he had also conducted research on gods and was much more advanced than us. He had secretly preached for 100 years and gathered the power of faith through special items. By grasping his research files, we made groundbreaking developments in our research, and we established certain religions on our own. Also, we separated and recruited Mr. Thanos' believers. 640. The monster's real strength. Lucian had a strong sense of danger, and the shadow of his host Star of Destiny shook his soul violently. Therefore, while shouting "Watch out" in the telepathic bond, he performed the fastest short-distance teleportation. His body disappearing where it was, Lucian blinked to the door of the ancillary laboratory, only to discover that the dusty mirror had become clear, and a blurry, twisted shadow was protruding and walking out of it. It demonstrated its dominance without any reserve, upsetting Lucian and nullifying the mechanized mind, mental barrier, and other spells on him. It was the air of that monster. It was the pressure of the demigod level. It's finally here. During their two skirmishes, the monster had shown its air when it failed eventually, and when its two shadows were melted. Therefore, Lucian recognized that the gray blurry shadow was the monster that guarded the realm of gates. 641. Your show and mine. What are you talking about? The monster did not attack after it stopped laughing but looked at Lucian solemnly. Lucian pushed his monocle and said, Mechantron, the Angel King, is an incarnation of Thanos, and the 6 seraphs are made from 6 legendary sorcerers at the beginning. Based on all the clues, we can conclude that the mastermind behind the curtain is Viken, the sovereign of disasters, who was the first to go missing. King of Calamities was both Viken's legendary class and his nickname, meaning that he caused disasters to the world, life, and people. And the monster seemed really interested in Lucian's deduction. Since the Platinum Staff, an important item that Thanos left behind, is in the hands of the Pope instead of the Realm of Gates, it suggests that somebody did leave this place with the Platinum Staff that can master the power of Mountain Paradise. Rhine helped Lucian go on. 642. Status Transformation. The Lich King and the Wraith Lord, who were hiding near the Furnace of Souls, kept an eye on the Realm of Gates, ready to attack anyone who had escaped out of there. Suddenly they saw that the Servant of Death flew out with the Dragon Lich in a cluster of smoke. Did you kill them? The Lich King appeared from the void. Although he knew that the Servant of Death could not kill Douglas, he still couldn't help but ask. The Servant of Death put down the Dragon Lich, who had been heavily wounded by Rhine. 2 red spots were gathered in the smoke as he spoke casually. We didn't, but we could not linger any longer or the monster would have killed us. 643. Pathway of Immortality. To go from the Realm of Gates to the Pathway of Immortality, one did not need to leave from the exit and enter the other side, as a certain black gate was already connected to the Pathway of Immortality. Thanos and Maskelyne suspected that the weird ghosts entered the Realm of Gates from this place, because they obviously carried the feature of the Pathway of Immortality. After the monster intentionally changed the pattern of changes in the Realm of Gates, Lucian and Rhine saw a world of surging gray dust the moment they opened the black gate. There was a straight road leading to the depths of it. 644. Mysteries of Immortality. What was behind the gate? Mechantron, the Angel King who was standing on the other end of the Pathway of Immortality, also asked himself, what exactly was the mysteries of immortality that so many experts tried to touch? Rudolph II, who had already turned into Mechantron, did not bother with his current form. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, after I learn the mysteries of immortality, I'll find a chance to kill Lucian Evans and Rhine Cairndia. I don't think that the Silver Moon can arrive at this place. The mysteries of immortality obviously could not be shared. As for why he did not attack the two of them immediately, Rudolph II was certainly glad that somebody eliminated dangers ahead of them. Who knew what was behind the gate of immortality? What was behind the gate? The Lord of Hell, hiding inside the pathway of immortality in a weird form, looked at Lucian and Rhine up ahead and the Angel King nearby and asked himself, 645, return 2 in 1. In the monotonous world of black, white, and gray, Douglas, Fernando, and Lucian did not perform a direct space jump but flew with intimidating pressure. Even the least unintelligent specters knew better than to mess with them. Gather the power of feelings to transform himself into a status similar to the primeval devils, and then become a demigod by combining the power of faith and the energy of space. Mr. Thanos truly deserves to be one of the greatest sorcerers in the school of astrology. He's the first expert who has ever advanced into such a level other than the natural-born demigods. Although Douglas was born in the last years of the Sylvanas' magic empire, a period that was far away from Thanos' reign, he had learnt a lot about him in his life and his research. Therefore, he showed Thanos enough respect. 646. The high-end, sophisticated new project. Lowy, who was listening nearby as an assistant, repeated curiously, reconstructing the ancillary computation circles according to the logic of regular thinking and calculation. Mr. Evans, thinking can be a really complicated process, which does not meet the demand of popularization either. During the regular meetings, Lucian allowed everyone to speak freely as long as they raised their hands. This was meant to build an atmosphere of brainstorming where everybody could be inspired. It was also a way to improve himself. After all, Lucian knew very well what research achievements really belonged to himself so far. He could not slack off about improving his arcana expertise. As for the improvement on spells and alchemical items, Lucian believed that he had done quite an excellent job. 647. A corner of the age. At the end of the month of Scorch August, in the civilian district of Rentado. After his parents went to work in a seafood company and a workshop of lamps respectively, Longman read the books that he bought recently alone at home, while he thanked the God of truth and the arcanists from the bottom of his heart. Ever since the wicked radical clerics were banished by the Congress of Magic and the moderates came into power, the previously expensive books were much cheaper. Even the boy of a common household like himself could afford 1 or 2 books every couple of months. That was an unimaginable luxury in the past. As a lover of books, he felt that even the sun was brilliant and warm nowadays. 648. Problem. Inside the kingdom of electromagnetism, Brooke had already stopped writing. Looking at the wave function on the paper attentively, he found it so elegant and concise, as if all the mysteries in the microworld were contained in it. He did not suspect that his deduction was wrong because the wave function, if solved, would yield a series of discontinuous solutions or quantized solutions, which matched the data of a few experiments. Besides, he had the feedback from the real world. His broken and solidified cognitive world was rejuvenated, as if it would sprout and grow again very soon. 649. Premonition. Inside the conference room of the highest council. After Lucian stopped, Vicent said, Arcana has to be founded on the basis of comprehensible images. The things that are unimaginable and not understandable will only be complicated mathematics. So Brooke and Oliver, congratulations. This is the real foundation of the new alchemy and the best theory in the microscopic domain. Your work has let us return to the concrete ground again instead of wandering in a maze of matrices without a foundation. Oh, nonsense. The real foundation of Arcana is observability. The things that cannot be observed are pointless for us. Naturally, it is unnecessary to impose an image on them. Fernando spoke of his new opinion with the dominance of a storm. Lucian also added, applying the images in the macroscopic world to the microscopic domain recklessly violates the fundamental logic. Something seriously wrong may happen. 650. Popularity. After Nishka and Samantha left, Bergner, after a long preparation, began to perform divination on the matter. Crack, the crystal ball in his hands fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Thankfully, as an item forged with magic, it was not destroyed. Frowning hard, he looked at the crystal ball on the ground in disbelief while he murmured to himself, "Why is this happening? Why is this happening?" For the first time ever, he did not see any result from his prophecy. There was nothing but a mist, as if the future cannot be decided at all. What disrupted my prophecy? After he calmed down, he began to consider other possibilities. 651. The Open Stratagem. In the Golden Cathedral in Alto Violet, it was close to early evening. Led by Philibel, Gosset, and the rest of the priests finished their Sunday prayers. Without saying a word, Philibel stood up and went back to his living room. In the past, he would stay to preach or guide the priests. "What happened?" asked a red robe confusedly. Gosset shook his head. "No idea. It's been a month that His Excellency's been acting weird." "A month? Does this have anything to do with Arcana voice? They say that His Holiness is Viken, the disaster sorcerer." The red robe was rather apprehensive. 652. Atlante's Struggle. At Cocos, the capital of the Duchy of Calais, in the demiplane called Mind Garden connecting to the headquarters of Family of Sorcerers, daylight was constantly changing in a mysterious pattern, as sophisticated as the human mind. Atlante, the Eye of Curse, walked on the path through the garden, in which the flowers were half blooming and half dying. His eyes closed tight, and the look on his face constantly changed, just like the light in this space. He kept asking himself the question, whether he should go and find Douglas to ask him directly why they were hiding the secret of ascending from him. 653. Determinism. Dum, dum, dum. In his library, Fernando heard the slow door knocks. "You've come so early." Fernando gazed at Lucian with his slightly dirty red eyes with subconscious vigilance about his abnormality. Lucian lowered his head and smiled. "When I finished the paper, it happened to be sunrise, so I came here straight away." "What paper?" Fernando had an even stronger sense of danger, which did not come from his host's star of destiny but from the multiple lessons in the past. "Is it disruptive?" Lucian thought for a moment and nodded his head. "Yes. However, it is only based on the observation of tremendous experiment results and not strictly proved. The possibility can't be ruled out that it will be disapproved or included by other theories that include those phenomena in the future." "Bring it here." Fernando was relieved. In such a case, until decisive proofs appeared, even the most revolutionary theory could not blow up his head. 654. Dice. The projection of the atomic universe was deep and profound. Elements were dissecting and particles were gathering all the time, presenting a superposition of destruction and creation. It did not collapse even when it was faced with the thunder hell, but created a bizarre view inside the narrow library together with it. Fernando was briefly stunned. "You're almost level 3 legendary. The feedback of the real world because of the probabilistic explanation of the wave function." He still remembered Lucian's solemn face when he declared that determinism must die. "Yes." Lucian nodded his head and took out 2 papers. Together with a probabilistic explanation of the wave function, they constitute the foundation of quantum mechanics. That is the basic law of the microworld. 655. New and Old. Don't stipulate what the truth of the world is and what it is not. Hearing Lucian's firm declaration, Douglas, Fernando, and Brooke fell into brief silence. It was true that just because they believed the truth of the world was not dice did not mean that it was certainly not. Their thoughts were only their own ideas. They were not the spokespeople of nature after all. After 10 seconds, Douglas heaved a sigh. "I'll prove that the truth of the world is not dice with experiments. In fact, has it ever occurred to you that the cloud of probabilities does not exist at all? What the wave function indicates is the community of electrons that matches such probabilities, but a single electron. They do not exist everywhere, but have a fixed root that is closely related to the probabilistic distribution. They are only in a disordered state after passing through the monocrystal, because we cannot observe and confirm them." 656. Different attitudes. Larry had been perusing Lucian's papers until the night fell. After the resistance in his heart was gone, he realized that the paper had brought him tremendous enlightenment. Now what I want to say is that something may be wrong with determinism, because certain processes are probabilistic and irreversible. Repeating the sentence, Larry rubbed his eyebrow and murmured, "How chaotic and disordered the world will be without strict patterns. It is actually not so. No, sometimes certain things are in utter chaos and cannot be predicted at all." 657. Incompleteness. Inside the royal palace of the Holy Hiles Empire, Rudolph II also saw basics of quantum mechanics and the new alchemy that the Congress of Magic did not keep confidential through his intelligence channels. Ever since the incident in the underground palace of the Sun King, he had been paying attention to the studies of the Congress of Magic and benefited a lot from it. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of the paper which described the most fundamental law of the microscopic domain, even though it was merely an explanation so far. After all, as a night caster, he did not have a cognitive world and was not scared of its collapse and destruction. But of course, the side effect was that the research products of the Congress of Magic could not improve him directly. He could only seek inspiration from them to figure out his own path. 658 Fleeting Time. In April of 827, it was warm in Rentato with a gentle breeze. Wearing a neat female knight suit like how her idol, Queen Natasha, was dressed, Heidi sat in a tea shop on Rose Avenue, appreciating the piano song while reading Herald of Arcana and Magic on the table. Ever since the South Church was banished, the terms such as arcana, magic, and alchemy were known by more and more people, who were full of curiosity about the charming, mysterious fields even though they could not understand the sophisticated theories and did not have excellent talents. Also, as more and more generic schools and landings were established, more and more ordinary people had learnt how to read. Arcana voice was no longer enough to satisfy the citizens who wanted to know more. As fans of news of the world, they were very familiar with the anecdotes in the world of arcana and magic, and they adored the famous arcanists and sorcerers as much as they adored musicians and playwrights. 659. The Hospital. The pile of photos were taken from 5 victims. Some had rotted, Buck explained to Heidi. 3 days ago, some workers took off earlier in the evening because some magic circles in Clare broke. On their way back to Sardny through Egret, they heard a bitter scream from the victim in the first picture. They checked on it. One of them was a magic apprentice. The murderer had left. They only found the body, not even any footprints. Later, we found 4 more bodies hidden around in the sewers. All the organs were gone and no clues were left. Heidi nodded. The body was badly rotten. The case might have happened even earlier than we think, and I'm sure there are more bodies to be found. But I wonder why the murderer did not simply destroy the bodies. 660 Summoning. In the Egret district. Passing through the low and shabby cottages, Buck led Heidi to a quiet, dilapidated place that was dominated by grass. It was creepy even during the day. This place is occupied by some homeless guys, but they are busy with their lives during the day. That's why they are not here. Buck pointed at the shaking wall and said, zigzagging by a few muddy rooms that could collapse at any point. Heidi saw the crime scene in the photo. Filthy water was flowing and flies were flying everywhere in the stench. The homeless have absolutely no sense of house maintenance. The entrance of the sewer is very close, but they still litter randomly, Buck cursed. Even an experienced police officer such as himself was frowning in such an environment, not to mention an arcanist from the Adam Institution like Ms. Heidi. 661. Bird of Death. In such pure light, Buck couldn't help but close his eyes, but the dark red eyes of the monster of guts, which contained infinite hatred and desperation, still lingered in his head. His back was also soaked with cold sweat. Then, he felt that an overwhelming, terrifying will brush his body, paralyzing both his mind and his body. He wasn't back to himself until a long time later, but the will was already long gone. The brilliance before him that looked like an arriving sun had also disappeared, and so did the monster of guts and his many child monsters. Looking at the street around that had been basically ruined, Buck trembled. If he had investigated the area with a common officer, they would have certainly been among the people who went missing. 662. Preparations. After she returned to Align, Heidi did not go to the task zone to report the case, or to the Sorcerer Administrative Department to ask the senior rank astrologers to deal with the files and items involved in the case of evil magic rituals, but to the external part of Babel and enter the atomic universe under the lead of the servant. She felt that there were many weird things in the matter and that she had to report it to her teacher. Inside the atomic universe, the real Babel Tower rose into space from the planet of Iron, releasing a fantastic sense of beauty. Good afternoon, Your Majesty. Heidi saw Natasha the moment she entered and hurried to greet her, somewhat in a panic. She admired Natasha's character and lifestyle, so she was rather nervous when she was faced with her. Amused by Heidi's awkwardness, Natasha scratched her chin and asked, I'm not a monster who feeds on human flesh. Why are you scared of me? 663. Open Class. On the last Friday of April in 827, the 31st floor of the Align Magic Tower was crowded with noisy people. This is probably the place with the highest density of official sorcerers. In the crowd, Heidi spoke to her friends, including Katrina and Anik, jokingly. Lucian Atom Controller Evans was about to have an open class about the microscopic world this morning. Most of the sorcerers had been captivated and searched for every opportunity to attend it. As a result, the leadership of the Holt Magic College had to issue a restraint. The teachers and students of the college were free to choose whether or not to attend it, but for the external sorcerers, it all depended on the time of their application, whether or not they had the privilege to attend it whatever rank they were at. Sprint frowned at Heidi. "Why did you drag us here? If you have any questions, you can ask our teacher in private." 664. Observation changes the world. In the big classroom, it was so quiet that even a single breath would be heard. Once Lucian turned on the device, within the projection on the wall, many light spots appeared. They followed no order. No one could predict where the next light spot would show up. There were more and more light spots. Heidi's mouth opened big out of surprise. In her eyes, there was this classic and beautiful interference image. The arcanists took a deep breath from their surprise. There was no more doubt about an electron's wave properties. No pure particle theory could explain this. "Double-slit interference of electrons," said Douglas in a low voice at the back of the classroom. The experiment result was still bearable to him. 665. The explanation. When we wanted to see wave properties in an electron using double-slit experiment, we would see the more distinct wave features, interferometric fringes. While when we wanted to see particle properties by adding the devices for recording, only pure particle properties would be left. Was that the truth of the world? Electrons would show us what we want, and thus our observation changed the world. Countless arcanists had their heads in such a mess that their entire understanding of the profundity of arcana and magic, the world, and even of themselves had become beyond their recognition. They thought that the world would only produce all kinds of incredible and illogical phenomena when magic spells were cast. However, they had now realized that the real world and the microscopic domain was even stranger and creepier than magic. 666. The correct attitude towards arcana. Anik looked at his teacher nervously, but also in great determination. Shy as he was, opposing his teacher was basically like jumping down to the ground from the edge of Aline without any magic protection. However, his own understanding of microscopic domain was urging him to step out and speak out his own opinion. Would Mr. Evans be angry at him or disappointed? However, when Anik looked into Mr. Evans's eyes, to his great surprise, there was no look of anger or disappointment at all. It was a very calm, peaceful face. "What's the problem that you think?" Under the arcanist's gaze, Lucian asked in a calm tone. Anik took a deep breath and said, "Observation indeed can change results, but we can't say that it's conscious. Observation should be objective, and any life forms or even lifeless things could do. It still requires further exploration and research for us to know when a quantum superposition state is formed." 667. Golden Age, End of Volume VII. Inside the Atomic Universe. After Natasha fell asleep, Lucian rose and walked to his desk. He took out a thick pile of papers from his magic pouch and turned to a certain page. While considering, he drew 7 lines under the word self-awareness, which were connected to greed, arrogance, pain, and the other emotional expressions that represented the 7 primeval devils. Then he left a big question mark behind the 7 words and wrote, "The quantum transformation of the soul requires the superposition of more possibilities, the superposition of other feelings and self-awarenesses. On the other hand, the pure congregation of faith and self-awarenesses will offset one's own self-awareness, thereby preventing one from collapsing from the quantum superposition state. However, one's self-awareness will also be greatly affected as a result, which may lead to other problems. How should the problem be resolved?" 668. A Letter from the Forest. Inside the magic hall on the top floor of Babel. The deep black heavy bricks, reflecting the light of the elemental planets outside, presented a layer of weird flowing colors. The silver lines made of unknown materials, the center gave off a cubic feeling, as if quite a few planes were changing non-stop there, disrupting the normal flow of time and space. Standing at the center of the magic circle, Lucian took out his delicate, complicated pocket watch and checked the time, before he turned around and looked at the flashing sword in the atomic universe outside of the window. 669. Delegation. The elves had a proud and glorious history. They once ruled the whole continent and many alternate dimensions. However, when a few apertures appeared and connected Abyssal Maw to the main material world, and the demon lords arrived with their subordinates in a scourge, bringing forth slaughter and destruction, everything became their memories. In the war, the elven court finally crushed the demonic army and sealed the channels, but the elves suffered brutal casualties too. Their population plummeted. Because of their low birth rate, they never recovered from the disaster and they were gradually replaced by other races. They had retreated to the Nature's Inhabitants SSS, where the few elven trees were located. One of their habitants was the Stroop Forest that was 1/3 the size of home. 670, Nature's Residence. All right, everybody is here. Jurizian, black-haired and brown-eyed, checked the names on the roster. Hearing his words, Arcelian put on a smile and turned around towards Lucian. Mr. Evans, Mr. Foreman, are we ready to go? He was too anxious when he thought of the contaminated elven tree and his corrupted compatriots to control his feelings and manners. Lucian meant to look at Atlant and see his attitude, but he only saw a pair of closed eyes after he turned his head. He immediately shook his head in amusement. Natasha's chuckle also entered his eyes. She had obviously noticed his awkwardness. Habits and experiences tended to lead people to mistakes. Mr. Atlant, is there anything else you need to do? Asked Lucian. Atlant smiled amiably. No, there isn't. I'm supposed to be your assistant in the investigation. 671, Nature's Heart. Malfurion looked at Lancashire and did not say anything. He turned around and said to Lucian, Natasha, and Atlant, I'm very sorry about that. Farragut has placed his personal attitude above the life and death of all elves. Also, I do not agree with his opinion. Human beings are undoubtedly part of nature. He did not criticize nature's abhorrence, nor did he ignore the matter. Instead, he subtly expressed his opinion and his apology, letting them know that Farragut could not represent all elves. On the contrary, he was among the minority. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked for the Congress of Magic's help at all. I believe our investigation will be easier if there isn't anyone stirring things up next to us. Lucian accepted Malfurion's apology and smiled back. Lancashire, the vengeful hunter, had a pair of silver, deep eyes. He said, Thank you for forgiving Farragon's lack of manners. I'll bring you to Her Majesty the Queen. 672, Daily Life of Elves. The sunlight illuminated the mist, leaving a gold spot where the rays were vaguely changing between the different shades of greenness. Nature's residence was made even more dreamy and exuberant. Everyone, you will live here for the time being. Don't go to random places. Some elves are not friendly with human beings. Iristine pointed at a forest that was made of dozens of trees. There were plenty of houses on them. Hearing her words, Ulfaris shook his tail and said solemnly, no problem. He heard it very clearly that some elves were only unfriendly to human beings. It seemed that he could wander around and collect souvenirs for himself. Jurizian smiled at Iristine. Your Highness, please give me the list of the corrupted elves. They are caged in a prison near the elven tree. Are you going to investigate them now? Arcelian acknowledged the sorcerer's activeness. 673, every elf is a tree. Dear guests, are you looking for me? Seeing that Heidi and Katrina were walking towards her, she pointed at herself in confusion. With a warm smile, Heidi said, Nadaniel, your speech on the balance of nature is fantastic and intriguing. She had sensed that Nadaniel was relatively sunny, so she simply greeted her as if she were her old friend instead of calling her lady or miss. Hearing Heidi's sincere and straightforward compliment, Nadaniel was immediately more or less shy. She waved her hands awkwardly. I was merely talking about the doctrines that the elders taught us. My name is Heidi, this is my partner Katrina. We've only just arrived at the forest today. It's great to make your acquaintance. Heidi was even warmer. She was not nearly as introverted as Anik, and she introduced the two of them to Nadaniel openly. 674, Intimidation. The abyssal gap was northeast to the Stroop Forest and far away from nature's residence. There was also the space disorder caused by the unsteady gap. Therefore, they were not teleported over but flew towards the destination. Looking at the ocean of trees below and hearing the singing birds, Natasha suddenly asked as if her soul of a musician had been awakened. What is nature? It was one thing to learn from books that elves would turn into trees after they died, and it was a whole different thing to observe it in person. She had a lot of mixed feelings. Yes, what is nature? Lucian repeated and looked at Malfurion and Lancashire. What is nature? 675, Integration. Even though the translucent spatial gap reduced the light, the brilliance that felt like a rising sun still made Malfurion, Lancashire, and the other unprepared elves, nymphs and humans closed their eyes to resist the glare. Even so, they still felt that they were faced with an overwhelming, dazzling ocean of light. When the light was gradually gone, Lancashire and Celinda opened their eyes and looked at the scarlet plain, only to discover that a weird mushroom cloud was rising from the center. The demon experts at the core had already been obliterated. The edge of the giant pit looked like melted and reconsolidated glass, which reflected the bloody sunlight and presented a spectrum of colors. As for the demon army further away, no intact body could be found at all. Broken limbs, heads, and wings were everywhere, irrigating the earth with their red and green blood and spreading out a weird, bloody sense of beauty as if a gigantic crimson flower was blooming. 676. Lucian's Reminder. A brutal wind raged, blowing the sand on the scarlet plain into the sky. The sun, which had illuminated the earth through the thick dust temporarily, was reduced to the previous dim redness. Three-headed dogs came, feasting upon the dead demons. Scales gradually grew on their body. Their eyes were bloodshot and they gulped the corpses as if it were a contest, not even leaving the body parts that were burning. Even the bones had been chewed and swallowed. That was what Atlante saw when he opened his eyes. He said gently and warmly, "Are you entering the abyss right now?" He was asking Lucian, Natasha, and Malfurion's operation plan. Malfurion simply offered to assist Lucian in case of accidents in the abyss, which would have worsened the relation between the Congress of Magic and the elves. So, he did not reply and simply looked at Lucian with his green eyes. 677. Dance of Revenge. Enshrouded in the azure light, Mason and Fred flew out of the hotel and rushed at the edge of the town where the elven guards were stationed. Sudden dark red fire erupted from the ground into the sky, as ferociously as if from a volcano, and blocked Mason and Fred. "Matwee, what are you doing?" Mason stopped his flight in time and did not run into the fire and smoke. He glared at the tall, slender man who stopped them. It was Matwee, Anger of Earth, a level 7 radiant knight. Matwee's hair was short and the color of seaweed. He raised his head and looked at Mason and Fred before he said unhurriedly, "Have you forgotten that flight is prohibited in the town?" 678. Clues. The sun that was shining through the bloody dust seemed dim and cold, but it was in fact even more scorching than the sun in the main material world. The river of lava that flowed at the bottom of the plain added to the heat of the area, making the temperature above 60 degrees all year around. Normal human beings could not survive in such an environment at all, even without the many curses and toxins. A silver light flashed and slashed out in the shape of a crescent moon before it vanished into thin air, leaving the illusionary and terrifying gap that seemed to be piercing through the abyss on this level. The hundreds of demons, led by a six-armed snake-like monster, came to an abrupt halt, as if somebody had cast time stop upon them. 1 second later, their bodies suddenly exploded into a spring of blood. The pieces of their bodies hit the ground like raindrops, tiny and neat. 679. Progress. Inside town of the Anonymous, Mason, the Azure Dragon, and Fred, the Knight of Frost, slowly landed in front of Matwee, who was known as Anger of Earth. "It seems that you've both picked the right way. Following me to the townkeeper's house for punishment is a smart choice," said Matwee in the rising tone, showing his sarcasm. This tone was quite annoying, but it would not be a big problem in peacetime. However, as now the adventurers in town of the Anonymous were under great pressure and anxiety, this tone sounded very offensive and could easily set them on fire. Mason's fists clenched tight, and it took him great effort to control his fury. "Matwee, I hope that I can go through the joint questioning of the elves and the sorcerers first and then go to the house. You can follow me all the time in case I decide to run away. Does that sound okay to you?" 680. The Suspect. Inside Nature's residence. Seeing that Iristine and the sorcerers were coming back again, Martha said in a sharp tone, "I've nothing else to say. If you don't believe it, go to report to Her Royal Highness and the Elder. They will decide, but before this, please stay away from me as far as you can. The stink from your mind disgusts me." Felipe and Jurigen looked rather peaceful and relaxed, as if the sharp words never came into their ears. Instead, they turned to look at Iristine. Iristine took a deep breath and got up the courage. She said to her, feeling displeased, "Ms. Martha, the sorcerers believe that you're still a suspect, so they need to search the treehouse and the tree bags." "What, they think I'm a suspect?" Martha cut Iristine off and questioned in the sharp tone. Her fury was brewing. Those elves who viewed her as their instructor also felt very offended and angry. Iristine hurriedly added, "Mother has agreed." 681. A plan that worked. Above the green trees, a cluster of dark green clouds arrived. Within it there were flashing electric arcs showing the fury of nature. Then the cloud shrank into a young wood elf. His neck and hands were covered with mysterious patterns, just like those shamans who were in charge of the sacrifice rites. Martha, repeat your words. You said you were framed by them. They said you had summoned the devil, Farragut asked Martha, and he had completely ignored the sorcerers. As he was asking, the right hand on Martha's face and the creepy veins had all withered like fallen leaves in autumn to the ground and turned into mud. Martha said in great grievance, they see dance of revenge as a summoning rite. That's ridiculous. 682. The desired failure. That side, Lancashire repeated Farragut's question and stood at the entrance of the cave, blocking the sunlight and making it dim inside. Then he smiled. Of course it is the Scarlet Plains side. Shocked, Farragut demanded angrily, it was you who conspired with the Sovereign of Blood and polluted the elven tree. Why did you do that? He had more and more sensed the dangerous situation he was in and seized every opportunity to postpone, hoping to get rid of the influence of the projection of the devil. However, his abhorrence had accumulated for hundreds of years, and he did not begin to learn Dance of Revenge a short while ago. The seed was too deeply rooted to be dissolved anytime soon. 683. Entrance. On the Scarlet Plain. The double-headed, whose body was as long and narrow as a lizard, stood inside the array of rocks, absolutely still. Its dark red scales reflected eccentric brilliance under the sunlight. From the gaps of the scales, sprouts were growing as if seeds had been planted into its flesh, donning the demon with a green uniform. The gloating and cunning smile, mixed with some shock, was frozen on the goat head of the Sovereign of Blood, whereas the dog head was simply overwhelmed. They could not understand why they were caught so easily when they equaled to level 3 legends in their legendary demiplane. Even if they could not defeat the enemy, why couldn't they run away? This was their own home field. 684. A world of competitions. Inside nature's residence, Anik, Heidi, Jurision, and the rest of the team had returned to the tree houses, and Katrina, Sprint, and the other sorcerers had also come back in a hurry, because it would be easy for Atlant to protect them when they were gathered. The corruption and demonization of a legendary druid was the most severe matter for elves in the past hundreds of years. It was even more astounding than the partial pollution of the elven tree. Therefore, they had to be braced for all kinds of scenarios. I didn't know that Mr. Farragut, a level 2 legendary druid, could be possessed by the devils too. Didn't our teacher say that the 7 primeval devils couldn't have been stronger than a top legendary? Pacing back and forth in her tree house, Heidi said in shock and excitement. 685. Arrow of Nature. The monochrome was gone and the sky was still pitch dark. The demons that were seen by the eyes of the Prince of Demons were all grasped by the utmost insanity. They howled like the most ferocious beasts. The crimson land continued to collapse and the springing blood was bent into flowing underground rivers. The tentacles from the darkness that brought decadence and corruption were back to life, stretching at Lucian, Malfurion, and the altar from all directions. The gigantic hand with dark scales and disgusting furs snatched at the blurred figurine of Farragut under the cover of the corrosive, wriggling liquids. Everything had been recovered from the frozen state created by advanced time stop. Was base staff. Right when the gigantic hand of the Prince of Demons was about to reach the figurine, Lucian cast a spell with an unpredictable voice. Ripples of light gathered into a dreamy staff. 686. Prince of Demons. An illusionary but deep wound lay on the abdomen of the Prince of Demons, tearing and cutting its scales, muscles and bones, resulting in a huge loss of black, corrosive blood. The internal organs that were wriggling all the time inside like little demons were presented before Lucian. Screaming in a voice that shocked the whole demiplane, the Prince of Demons suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a human-shaped object that was enshrouded in mucus. It had the unique horns of demons and was spreading out the terrifying air of top legendary. Only the intangible vibe was enough to cause cracks where the rivers of lava could be seen on the Scarlet Plain. The demon had such a form, it would not reveal its true self without being greatly damaged. Whatever the situation was, it was too late. Eternal blaze. 687. Aglia's attitude. The densest darkness fell upon the frozen fortress and the ocean of acids, serving as the curtain of a stage for the new Prince of Demons. Roars of pain, wrath, hate, and bloodthirst were still echoing in the void. They sounded like a melody of chaos and slaughter that was written in the dark dialect to pay tributes to Gonheim for ascending the throne. On another level of abyss, at the certain of the desert where countless strange specters had died, stood an enormous palace that was made of many gigantic bones. On the top of the palace, an illusionary monster in black cloak was floating and looking in the direction of the ocean of acids. Its face was so dry and withered that there was only the skin left, but flames were vaguely burning inside the pale, hollow eyes. 688. Four choices. Hearing Lucian's question, Aglia thought for a moment and replied, "Legendary spacetime materials are very rare. It's true that our people collected some in the past, but they were all dedicated to the craft of legendary items and the defense of our territory. There's nothing left. If you want similar materials, as far as I know, they can be found in four places. Firstly, the Blue Key, owned by the Emperor of the Quotones. The Emperor of the Quotones was the lord of the boundless ocean and a top legend. All water was his domain. Therefore, Lucian merely nodded after hearing that without giving any comment. 689. Backup power. Clang clang. The magic steam train ran quickly on the railway, and the beautiful view out of the windows moved backwards equally fast, dazzling Nathaniel, an elven girl who had never taken such a vehicle before. Woo, 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 the siren echoed, and the magic steam train came to a stop. What happened? Although it was the first time that Nathaniel had been on a magic steam train, she had a basic understanding about the train as a girl who enjoyed listening to arcane voice. She knew that not stopping at railway stations usually meant accidents. Iristine had been to the Congress of Magic a few times before. She immediately sensed the anomaly. Therefore, she cast a spell to her eyes and looked at the edge of the forest far away. In the narrow area between the forest and the railway, hordes of crazy wildlife were attacking the human beings on the opposite side. 690. A minor experiment accident. Augustus continued his prayer after hearing Harold's report. Unless it was something very important, he would never interrupt the tributes to God of Steam, Lord of Life and Death and Glowing Morning Star. After several minutes, Augustus stood up agilely and said, covering his eyes with his right hand, "Supreme Steam." That was a symbolic movement of prayer that he had designed after witnessing the explosion of eternal blaze in Rentato, with consideration of the view of Atlantis in his dream. It was like how the believers of the Saint Truth drew crosses. The kingdom of dwarfs, Augustus finished his prayer and asked in confusion. His face was healthily red, and he was wearing a special silver armor whose parts were connected through complicated mechanical craft. Filled with a delicate but cold sense of beauty, it was the ritual suit that he had designed for the god of steam. 691. God of craftsmen. Roasted fish, Ham subconsciously repeated. He finally remembered that he specifically ordered the famous local specialty as a reward for himself just now. Although the food of home was too dull and tasteless for the gourmets, the roasted fish of different flavors was still a nice entertainment for the short-time visitors of the place. For example, the roasted fish with honey on Landell Avenue was famous worldwide, and every visitor in Rentato would go there to enjoy it. Ham was no exception. However, since it was inconvenient for him to go out with his mission, he could only order the food with the wired phone in the hotel. Ham was much more relieved after ascertaining the door knocker. He scanned with his divine power and saw that it was a young waiter outside, so he went to the door and was ready to open it. 692. Divine power. Mathematical conundrums that even you can't fix. Natasha was immediately full of interest after hearing Lucian's words. She picked up the paper before Lucian in the spirit that the ignorant are fearless. Turning the pages quickly, she found the 10 conundrums listed at the end of it. The four-color theorem, Lucian conjecture, Barber paradox. Natasha read the questions softly before she was caught in a long silence. Amused, Lucian looked at her. How about it? Any thoughts? Natasha was suddenly woken up, as if she had been in a nightmare. She scratched her chin habitually and said, "Tricky questions." Yes, they are very tricky questions that require the efforts of all the arcanists in the Congress. Right, Lucian, what do you think of the current situation? I remember you asking me the question not a long time ago. With a smile, Lucian tapped the table softly. 693. Holy name of the god of steam. Augustus put down his right hand and covered his eyes and said solemnly, "The Lord has heard our prayer and granted us divine powers, so that we can disseminate his glory and preach his doctrines. This is the best compliment for our devotion." As he spoke aloud, the ivory brilliance around him surged into gold sunlight and surged towards all directions, drowning Harold, Miana, and the other dwarfs. Harold immediately sensed another improvement of his strength. He became excited and filled with desire for battle, fearless of desperation or pain. That was the feeling of the real warriors. That was Warrior Tide, a level 5 divine power and the best that Augustus could achieve so far. 694. Book of Demons. Under the help of the tower guard, the sorcerers who arrived early opened the closed gate, revealing what was inside the room to Samantha and Rachel clearly. It was a clean and tidy library, where every book had been placed in order. The paper on the desk had been divided into several piles in an organized way, even including the scribbles. Every detail and every corner suggested the strict if not obsessive-compulsive personality of its owner, Haven. Haven was seated in the chair behind the desk, with a layer of clear ice frozen on his body. The ice was not melted even in the scorching July. Instead, it turned the air around into frost. Haven sat straight in the ice. He was wearing the standard attire of the tower sorcerers. Together with the badges on his chest, he dressed so formally as if he were going to the award ceremony of Evan's Prize in Arcana or Arcana Scepter. 695 Test. On the top floor of the tower that rose into the clouds. Before Bergner, one copy of Basics of Mathematics was opened. Long before the special issue of Nature was published, he had already learnt the news and asked for a copy of the manuscript from Levski. I have to say that, although there are no groundbreaking insights and mathematical achievements in Evan's book, he has delicately integrated the scattered studies in mathematics so far by proposing certain new concepts and redefining certain old concepts. A complete system with clear branches, a strict architecture, and a solid foundation has been established. His in-depth illustration of the system has completely driven away the mist around mathematics, so that the whole palace of mathematics is finally bathing under the brilliant sun and showing the glorious gold. 696. The use of artificial intelligence. Looking at Heidi's hopeful eyes, Lucian smiled and said, "It's indeed a shabby and highly impractical artificial intelligence." Heidi immediately pulled a long face after hearing her teacher's remark. Chelly, Alphalia, Lowy, Blake, and the other sorcerers who contributed to the creation were frustrated too. Sprint, however, did not hesitate to mock Heidi, who always seemed carefree. "Do you see? Our teacher also thinks that this is basically a toy. A toy so clumsy and enormous that the ordinary people cannot use it at all, no less." In his eyes, artificial intelligence had nothing worth complimenting at all except for the advantage that it could be powered with electricity without a sorcerer. Therefore, an ordinary person could complete the computations as long as he could understand the user manual. However, the problem was that the machine was too big, heavy, delicate, and expensive to be promoted. 697. Nature's Gift. On the top floor of Babel in the atomic universe. The whole hall was filled with silver, green, and transparent lines. They extended from the wall, the floor, the ceiling, and the void, constituting a dense, complicated magic circle. The center where the lines were gathered presented fluids that were brimming with intense vitality. Like the source of a fountain, it flowed out and filled all the round altars. Looking at the exuberant greenness in the altars, Lucian smiled at Natasha. "The ritual of nature's gift is ready." "Why is this different from what I heard from Granny Hathaway?" Natasha observed the constituents of the legendary ritual around with great interest. 698. I have high hopes for you. Mechantron, the Angel King, opened his hands, turning into the shape of a cross, before he said solemnly, "Pope Viken stole the Lord's power when the Lord was asleep. Therefore, I'm looking for pious saints to judge the greatest blasphemer." He was surrounded in holy light, and his 18 pairs of wings filled up the whole room after they were unfolded, building a hallowed image. Viken, Clement stepped back from the embrace of the 36 angelic wings. Was the Angel King finally convinced that the church was led by Viken, the King of Calamities? When Ivan, Felix, Gino, and the other saints surrounded Wilfrid, the great master of paleness, they accidentally discovered a gap to the world of souls and learnt part of the secrets of the God of Truth and the Pope from the legendary specters such as the Lich King. They also looted a lot from the Temple of Spirits and learnt how to steal the power of gods. 699. Cooperation. A scorching tornado passed by, igniting everything on its way. Alas, this place was full of fire and magma, and there was nothing that hadn't been ignited at all. Because the air changes caused by the different temperatures in different locations, the sunlight that came from nobody knew where diffused in different degrees, resulting in the illusion-like haziness in the midair. The primeval Fire Lord stayed at the center of the seething ocean and paced back and forth anxiously, grasped by the lust of destruction, slaughter, and burning. He badly wanted an enemy to appear so that his lust could be satisfied. The Fire Masters, senior fire spirits, and giant flame elements had been left far away from him, fearing that they might get accidentally killed. 700. The real goal. The orange flame which covered the primeval Firelord instantly lost color after the transparent pillar of light hit it and had turned into the darkest black, which seemed to be able to suck in all warmth and light. The pillar of light dismissed into countless streams of rays and silver electric currents. They were everywhere. They were also so close to each other that they flowed unpredictably together and formed a creepy net, trapping the Lord of Fire within. In such a dreamlike big net, everything had been frozen and been put into an incredible static state. It seemed that even the microscopic particles were no exception. Once it started touching the surface flame surrounding the primeval Firelord, the strange power had instantly snuck into its body by going underneath its demon scales. 701 Lucian's Plan. In the seething ocean. Gonheim's mind had instantly made it take actions. The darkness contracted, and an invisible net of dark and ice started forming on the outside to protect itself. During the process, the Ice and Snow Lady was fighting against the darkness at full attack to prevent it from retreating back into the darkness. The falling snowflakes had frozen the boiling lava and everything they had touched. The Ice and Snow Lady had used the power from its demon core, as this was a perfect chance for her to kill her biggest enemy and ascend to the throne of Prince of Demons. Now she had totally been controlled by the desire of devouring and killing. Such great effort from the Ice and Snow Lady prevented Gonheim's power from contracting further, while the voice of casting the top legendary spells was already sounding in the air above the seething ocean. 702. An unavoidable confrontation. In the boundless night sky, the stars were shining dazzlingly. However, their orbits were totally contradictory to the arcana theories, as if some unknown power was pulling them away and thus they had been placed in sheer chaos. Some stars would suddenly deviate and then desperately ran into another. Explosions with enormous power would happen, and the energy storms that were caused would be able to kill anything under legendary level. Therefore, chaotic cosmos was deserted and lonely. No demon could survive here. This was the very reason why this place could produce the time plate but not a single demon lord. The will of Abyss was an exception, as it was born as the ultimate will. The rest of the demons had to kill and devour each other from the bottom to finally ascend to the higher levels. 703. Mechantron's Arrogance. Although the Angel King had just landed, he lifted his right hand as if he was already well prepared. The 18 pairs of angel wings bloomed in the holy glory, and the illusionary image of the magnificent mountain paradise was behind his wings. As he lifted his hand, all the divine spirits and angels were singing and praising because of the upcoming sentence of justice. Unlike the light of judgment cast by other saint cardinals and seraphims, or the light of judgment cast using the divine book, there was a small scale in front of Mechantron's chest. The left side of the scale was white and the right side black. It measured whether the person being sentenced should be sent to mountain paradise, to hell, or just be permanently destroyed. The scale of sentence had also brought great order to the chaotic cosmos, turning the entire space into a real one. 704. Chaotic Serpent. The Snow Goddess's Forgiveness. The thin and dense streams of electricity and lasers gathered on Lucian's right hand unpredictably, enshrouding it in dancing snowflakes and ice, before they were entangled with each other in unique and mysterious ways, and eventually triggered a transparent pillar of light that seemed to have been launched out of the deepest part of the dark, cold cosmos. The power in this Snow Goddess's Forgiveness was so compressed that none of it leaked out, but if one were to perceive it carefully, they would sense the coldness from the bottom of their heart, as if they had witnessed the lifeless end of the universe. Shock appeared on Mechantron's face. He had never anticipated that Lucian could perform a legendary spell that was so close to Gonheim's doomsday cold. Since he was sustaining Blessed Realm and holding Time Plate with his extraordinary power, he was hit by Snow Goddess's Forgiveness without being able to react. 705. Terrifying Obliteration. Positron Cannon. Mechantron was slightly shocked. Although he had been paying attention to the Congress of Magic Studies in the microscopic domain, his main focus lay in the domain of astrology and quantum superposition. He only had a basic understanding about antimatter and positrons, therefore he had no idea what the magic was about. 706. Calcate City. Inside the atomic universe, the various colored stars in the boundless space constituted a unique and colorful view. Lucian and Natasha gradually appeared, cutting the space-time connection with the abyss. We got it in the end after all, or we would have to search for the special silent hell. Natasha was rather amazed by the beautiful, complicated patterns on the dark plate in Lucian's hands. They were protruding and glittering in turns like a ticking second hand. Also, every pattern was spreading the vague, dreamy sense of ripples. Not just ladies, even Lucian as a male felt that the time plate was a piece of delicate artwork. If the Demogorgon of Darkness and the Angel King hadn't conspired to kill me, this time plate would have become Gonheim's collection after he became the Prince of Demons. It would have been millions of times more difficult to get it. Touching the time plate with his right hand, Lucian sensed the flow of time in it. 707, the student of a legendary knight. A glistening wide river ran in the middle of the desolate plain and mountains. Glamorous ships that were fully loaded with cargo were sailing towards Calcate City. Whenever they reached the places where the waves were too turbulent for them to sail against the current, many stevedores would gather and pull the rope together, hauling the ships over the obstacles. Despite the wind that would chill any normal person, those workers were all half naked, with vague steam rising from their skin. If I hadn't left home to be a mercenary, it's possible that I may have become one of them, a worker on the Nijining River. Katrina was listening to the familiar work song when she suddenly heard a coarse male voice. 708, a weird case. A demon worship case. Anna was very curious when she asked the question. Other than killers and perverts who craved blood all the time, only the real lunatics would worship the chaotic demons. If they had any wish, they might as well worship the demon dukes, who were at least much more trustworthy. Therefore, while it was not strange that several individuals might worship demons, it was rather creepy that so many people died in the incident at the same time. Katrina had the same opinion. The Congress of Magic issued the mandatory mission exactly because of demon worship, too. If the victims had died in an accident during their ritual to worship devils, the Congress wouldn't have paid as much attention to the case. 709, unexpected encounter. In a corner of the district of nobles, the blowing wind swept the evergreens. Under the cover of the trees was a two-floored villa with a round dome. It had the characteristic style of the Chakran Empire, but the villa looked particularly creepy in the darkness for some reason, as if a monster was looming in the place. Observing the villa from far away, Katrina could not tell whether it was a real premonition of her host star of destiny, or it was merely her psychological effect. Her figure that seemed to have melted into the wind grew more and more vague until it completely disappeared. Although a few months had passed and the defense should have been cancelled after the villa was cleansed with holy light, Katrina dared not be careless. She still used spells such as advanced stealth to sneak in, instead using only the blood power. She trusted and loved magic more than blood power. 710, stalkers. One of your descendants died in the demon worship case too. Why didn't the church say anything about it? Asked Katrina in surprise. Vampires were as evil as sorcerers. The church could have totally blamed the whole thing on them too. Viscount Cairndia shook the wine cup in his hands. He was a descendant that I had from one of my trips to the Chakran Empire before. He was a distinguished noble. Therefore, after his identity as a vampire was confirmed with his body, the nobles pressured the church to hide it in case the image of nobles was tarnished. After all, there were evil sorcerers who could take the blame. That explains a lot. Then, have you found any leads, Mr. Viscount? Katrina nodded and asked expectantly, hoping that the vampire Viscount who had also located the graveyard could provide more clues. 711, Demon Worship Ritual. The voice, which sounded like cold wind, chuckled. Is there any point in recognizing me? You will eventually die here. I was going to kill you to eliminate all the leads, but you went to the frozen land on a mission and could not be localized. That's why it has been postponed to this moment. Before Yakov replied, he burst into laughter. You should hate your boss Yakov instead of me. If he hadn't got involved in this, you would be enjoying your life, but right now, even if you don't know anything, I will not let you go. Cry, tremble, and be devastated while you enjoy the last episode of your life. After the cocky laughter, the prison cell fell into utter silence again. Yakov's curses, mockery, and begging had no replies at all. 712, Dazzling Magic. The illusions were broken, and countless black bats spluttered out, filling the whole hall. All the knights and werewolves felt so tired that they simply wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. Those illusionary bats were mostly gathered around the Grand Knight with the blood power of frost giants and Duda. Right when Katrina broke the gate with Lucian's fireball, Duda's body started to change. His brawny body that was almost 1.9 meters tall was further stretched, and his muscles bulged out with black scales. His eyes turned entirely bloodshot, as if he had lost all his sanity and had the purest dire of slaughter and destruction left. Demon bloodline. Enshrouded in the intense bloody mist from the altar, Yakov, Anna, and the other mercenaries saw the scene in their dizziness. Alarmed, they were more or less refreshed. 713, the old after the young. Viscount Andrei, Anna repeated the name in a low voice with uncontrollable fear in her voice. The young man standing before the altar was exactly Viscount Andry, their future liege. He had a chiseled face which looked tough and gloomy. Just like the other members of the Vladimir family, he had gold hair, blue eyes, and a unique strongman style. It's a pity that his eyes were brimming with indescribable panic at this moment. There was no telling whether it was because Duda and the knight failed so easily, or it was because he was caught on the spot of demon worship. However, Anna did not notice Viscount Andry's face. Her mind was full of the intelligence, tales, and legends of the guy. A talented knight, the future Count Calcate, a member of the Vladimir family, a grand knight at such a young age, and a student of a legendary knight. 714. Farewell. In the North Province close to the frozen land, the weather in the month of harvest was already turning cold, but today was unusually cozy and comfortable. A team of cavalrymen rushed across the desert. The sunlight illuminated their black armor and dyed the emblem of bloody bear gold. They seemed to be searching for something, but they turned a blind eye to the mercenaries not far away from them, as if the mercenaries were transparent. As I recall, collective stealth is a 7th circle spell, isn't it? There was a mister among the mercenaries who did not look like a mercenary at all. He leaned against the horse lazily in a red tuxedo with a cup of wine in his hands, as if he feared that other people did not know that he was a debonair noble. 715. Ocean of Negative Energy. As they spoke, Lucian picked up this issue of Elements and glanced at the title, only to discover that the author was one Televiv that he did not know. He was a level 4 arcanist and 5th circle sorcerer. He's perhaps a newly promoted sorcerer. Only such young people could have proposed the model without being burdened by experience, Lucian thought to himself. It was not because Douglas, Brooke, Fernando, and Hathaway would not consider the possibility of negative energy state and antiparticles, and in what form they should coexist with the regular matter if they did belong to this world. However, even if they had such speculations, they wouldn't propose it recklessly, but would wait until antiparticles were proved. If they ever proposed a similar model, the only reason would be that the model would contribute to the discovery and confirmation of antiparticles and negative energy. It's obvious that vacuum ocean of negative energy would not. 716. The Casual Walk Before Dinner. Laria pulled 2 of them out from the pile of journals. Basics of mathematics has been a heated discussion topic this month, and the Barber paradox has been drawing the most attention. People call it the big crisis in mathematics. Although Laria was also good at mathematics, she was still an arcanist who was more into element and alchemy studies, and her interest in mathematics was more for its application. Therefore, she was not at all as anxious as those arcanists from Tower. Instead, she was quite excited. Taking over Arcana and Nature, Lucian saw the papers written by the president, his teacher, and Hathaway on basics of mathematics. On the one hand, they had confirmed the significance of basics of mathematics as it helped promote the many studies in mathematics. On the other hand, they also believed that the solution to the Barber paradox had to rely on the further development of set theory and its more strict definition. 717. A Day in Alto. Alto in October was like a piece of fruit on top of a cake, sweet but slightly cold. The broad countryside was covered with golden crop fields that formed a sharp contrast to the yellow laval trees in the city. Together, they formed a picturesque view. Music which was produced by diverse musical instruments could be heard from some distance, which added the beautiful background music to the picture. Alto deserved its title, the City of Music. Melzer Black Forest always looks this dark, said Natasha. She was standing by the Belem River and staring at the trees on the other side of the water. Autumn wind brushed her long, purple hair in the air. The Black Forest was full of memories of her earlier years. There was hard work, pain, and joy in the forest, and she would never forget what once happened to her in it. 718. The Wrong Person. Years later, the Psalm Hall looked the same, luxury and magnificent. The architecture style was very different from that of Rentado. In the hall, the waiter was welcoming the nobles and musicians here for tonight's concert. When it was getting closer to the time for the concert to begin, he was getting less busy, so he could finally feel a bit relieved. For an ordinary citizen like him, being a waiter in the Psalm Hall was a rare opportunity. If he did a good job, he might get a better job offer from a noble or a musician. Therefore, he was very careful with every single word he said and every single movement he did tonight. Seeing that some young popular musicians were adjusting their bow ties and walking toward the backstage, he was feeling even more relaxed now. Every week there was a concert in the Psalm Hall and rarely were there spare seats left. However, the crazy grand occasions that he once saw 7 or 8 years ago never happened again. 719 model. The weather was cool and refreshing, and the sky was high with vast clouds. That was exactly the sight of the month of gold in Align. That's why I love October in Align the most. Thompson, a member of the affair committee, stood next to the window with his teacup in his hands while appreciating the scenery outside. While remarking, he turned around and pushed the gold-edged glasses on his nose before he asked Condon, his student, "You walked in without asking for my permission after only one door knock. Is there anything urgent?" Thompson had been amiable to his friends, students, and subordinates and cared little about protocols. Therefore, he did not blame Condon too much for barging in. As they spoke, he closed the mission report on the desk. That was a rule of the affair committee. Those who should not see it must not see it even if they were his students. 720, Brooks' expectations. In the Thunder Hell, Fernando's magic tower. As long as he was in Align and not occupied by other things, Lucian would communicate with his teacher on arcana and magic once a week. When he walked into his teacher's library today, he discovered, to his surprise, the old-school gentleman Brooke who was wearing his white wig. Didn't they dislike communicating with teachers face-to-face and prefer letters? Lucian secretly thought to himself. Before Lucian greeted him, Brooke had already raised his glasses and smiled. "Your paper on the source of magic has been a hit in Align in the past few days. I've gotten a lot of inspiration from it too. Congratulations on proposing the first official model on the essence of magic." Fernando complained not far away, "The observer effect is not a good thing. It will make the world unreal." 721 live stream. In Samara, a small city in Paphos of home. At the end of the month of gold, nightfall had been advanced. The time when sunset dyed everything red was now dim and dark. However, since Paphos was one of the top 3 prosperous cities of home, road lamps and poles were raised everywhere on the streets of Samara. Connected by the electric wires, the magic lamps began to glow with warm and brilliant light, driving the darkness away from their range. The citizens of the town walked on the street toward the Baron Betchig Square, the only square in town. The magic radio of the city hall had been installed there. Every day when the night fell, it would deliver the programs such as Arcana Voice to everyone aloud. 722 transition from listeners to viewers. Thanks to the broadcast of Arcana Voice, a few days ago, Banis and Ali were both aware that the Rentato Music Festival was scheduled on the last Saturday of the month of gold every 3 years for a duration of 3 days. They had come to the Baron Betchig Square today to learn the splendor of the Rentato Music Festival from Arcana Voice as soon as possible, and to indirectly listen to the most touching and classic melody of Mr. Evans' Valkyrie from interviews and other problems. They did not foresee this at all. Looking at the floating sorcerer in midair and the dark screen that was taking shape with the combination of complicated silver patterns, they weren't back to themselves for a long time. It was not until the silver lines glittered one after another, letting out a gentle but warm light, that Banis and Ali were finally woken up from their shock. They craned their heads and looked ahead excitedly and confusedly. 723 Panic of the Night Watchers. In Kasvig, the capital of the city union of the coastal Northland. In Rose Square, the most famous landmark of the city, the roses of snow that blossomed in the coldness were as dazzling as burning fire. However, the night seemed gone tonight, and nobody appreciated their beauty. In the square, on the street, and in the houses nearby, any places that could see the gigantic black curtain at the center had been jam-packed with people, who craned their heads while they watched the changes of the curtain with almost the same shock and listened to the poignant melody of moonlight. It was not until Nightingale, Louise, talked that they were back to themselves and exclaimed in amazement. Were there living people inside the curtain, or was it something more magical than the magic radio, something that could deliver both voice and picture? 724, the most expensive opera actor in history. Inside the Rentato Royal Grand Theatre, the nobles and sorcerers who appreciated the intermezzo whispered to each other about the opera form that was entirely different from the past. Ever since opera became popular, the number opera had always been the unquestionable mainstream. Even though somebody had modified it, no one ever had the courage to abandon the exceptionally successful pattern. The nobles and civilians of home were also used to the opera. They were fond of the touching aria. As for the plot that the opera intended to represent, they generally did no more than enough for them to perceive the feelings behind the music. As for the more detailed storyline and the specific dialogues, they often learned and picked it up by appreciating same-title plays later. 725, Heroes Monument. Inside the Rose Square in Kasvig. When Little Crystal suddenly arrived and released the dominance of a top creature, exclamations and shrieks immediately burst out of the crowd. They backed off as if they were being blown by a tide. Their panic and fear were almost concrete. A monster. Day dragons. Screwed, we're screwed. It's so terrifying. In only one moment, a large room was cleared around the curtain. Although they knew that it was happening inside the Rentato Royal Grand Theater, their subconscious reaction of fear came from their natural instincts. No special effects worked better than a real-life dragon. In the cities of Kokos, Salavior, Paphos, and Samara, similar cases were happening. Somebody backed off in fear, some were stunned, and some felt that they were dreaming. 726 Different Choices in the Great Eight. Inside the Baron Bechig Square in Samara in Paphos County, people were still dwelling in the song that seemed to have burst out from their souls. The whole square was quiet. Even the innocent kids were awed by the atmosphere and did not dare make any noises at all. The place seemed to have been caged in time. They had never experienced the feelings that touched their souls before. For the operas in the past, music and plot were independent of each other and could not build up each other. Therefore, even though many classic arias had appeared in the history of opera, most of the audience found it impossible to resonate with the music when their emotion hadn't been activated. Naturally, it was impossible for them to have a wonderful feeling that their soul was touched. 727. The Church's Thoughts. Inside the Pope's library in the Holy City, the Rentato Music Festival was live-streamed. Looking at the red robe before him, Benedict III repeated the message that he reported. He was obviously puzzled why such trivia had also been delivered to him. If he had to deal with such insignificant matters in person, why would he need so many red robes? Sensing Benedict III's apparent anger, the red robe sweated hard, regretting that he forgot the most critical remark. Your Holiness, the live stream was not held in the town square like the case in the Alto Music Festival, but it was held in all the 4 countries as well as part of the cities in the North Coastline, which means that millions of people might have watched the music festival. 728. Behind the Back. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 consecutive bell knocks, the dwarfs outside of the Temple of God of Craftsmen all stopped. Clenching their right hands into fists, they bashed and prayed at the same time. Great God of Steam, you are the master of machines. You control the arts of craft and grant us strength and courage. Katrina, who was about to leave, was slightly shocked. Since when had the God of Craftsmen become the God of Steam? It seemed that the Congress hadn't paid enough attention to this country of dwarfs. However, this God of Steam looks slightly different from the God of Steam that the alchemical dwarfs in Rentato worship. The gesture and words in their prayers are apparently not the same. Katrina had encountered the dwarfs from the Night Highland when she and her friends wandered in Rentato and visited the alchemical workshops. Their weird gesture of eye covering during their prayer left a deep impression on her. 729. Aircraft. The streets of Rentato were crammed with people. Look, what's that? Suddenly someone exclaimed in the crowd. Everybody looked at where he was pointing at. What is that? Can alchemical cars fly now? They burst out with equally shocked expressions when they saw that a silver object was flying at the altitude of the 3rd floor. It looked similar to the alchemical cars on the street, in that it also had a head, a carriage, doors, wheels, and lamps, although it did seem too light to be made of regular metals. Of course, the greatest difference about the vehicle was that the weird alchemical car could fly. Wasn't it an ability that only the sorcerers above the 3rd circle and the Radiant Knights were capable of? With their exclamations, more and more citizens looked at the sky. After a while, Rentato had 1,000 statues that craned their heads at the sky. 730. The Investigator. What exactly was wrong that caused the series of explosions in the fission reactor? Fernando paid absolutely no heed to Lucian's reminder. As long as no other top legends or 3rd-rank sorcerers were behind it, even if he did not have the time to take any reaction, the trigger and passive magic effects on him would have been enough to ensure that he survived the fission explosions without being affected by the curses. 731. Nastel in Rentato. Night fell rather early in this cold winter. Rentato, the city in the north, was shivering in the freezing cold wind. Every pedestrian walking on the street had pulled up their collars and accelerated their pace. To them, the biggest difference was that the streets in Rentato now had been lined with bright magic crystal light. In the past, only the busiest streets had arched lamps. At that time, most citizens would walk back home in thick darkness, and the only light source might be the moon, stars, or a dim lantern. Nastel got off the last train following the stream and stepped onto the smooth floor of Hexagram Station. Rentado City still had the city gates and walls for the purpose of defense. Therefore, magic steam trains could not drive into the city after nightfall. After the gate closed, the trains could only stop at the temporary station outside of the city. 732. Misfortunes never come singly. In Rentado, on a dark street, carrying something heavy, two small men were moving stealthily on the street. Suddenly, a couple of people jumped out and fiercely pushed them down to the ground. Bang, that heavy thing fell to the ground. Black dogs on Granlund Street, the small man blurted out. Then he got a crispy slap on his face because of what he just said. A man in uniform walked out of the darkness and squatted down in front of the man. I prefer policeman or sir. Since the headquarters of the Home Police Agency was located on Granlund Street, the gangsters had been used to calling the agency Granlund Street. The slap made the small man afraid. Yes, sir. He was told that the black dogs on Granlund Street had some kind of special alchemical item that could torture them with horrible paralysis and pain, so never be reckless in front of a cop. 733. Rentado, such a dangerous place. In the early morning, the cold wind kept thudding the windows. Anyone would feel very lucky if he or she was now in their warm beds, but Ali could not fall asleep. He had a night shift in the hospital and just came back home an hour ago. His head was full of all kinds of thoughts. How could he make his life better? What would be the best way to make achievements? Would he ever have a chance to own his own aircraft? He could not stop these thoughts. Ali released a long sigh and sat up on his bed. Putting on his coat, he walked to the small table in his narrow room and pulled himself a couple of tasteless ale. Ali would not call the liquor good, but that was still the only enjoyment he had in life. Holding the cup, Ali walked to the window and sat right down on the floor. The table was the only piece of furniture he had in his room except for the bed. Watching the leaves shivering in the wind outside of the window, Ali's heart also felt cold. 734. The Pope's senses. Yes, we tried to summon the Angel King through a ritual to ensure that the artificial planets of the Congress of Magic could be captured, but he gave absolutely no response, not even the symbolic light of refusal in the past. Your Holiness, did anything happen to the Angel King? Philip told everything that had happened. He couldn't have sounded more worried. After the Battle of Rentado, the strength of the South Church had greatly declined. As a result, the influence of the Angel King became of paramount importance for them, helping them to stabilize the panicked and suspicious clerics. Also, an expert at the peak of Legendary, who could command 3 level 3 legendary seraphs of Mountain Paradise, was himself a great weight that could change the balance of the situation. 735. Arrival of Chaos. The north of the North coastline was a bleak land. The hardy trees and the bizarre terrains had turned the place into a paradise for werewolves and ice bears. There were even powerful magic creatures that wandered in the depths of the vast land, such as silver dragons, white dragons, or frost giants. Therefore, although the path to the East Haven had been built bit by the adventurers of many generations who avoided the most dangerous areas, the business teams and passers-by who walked on the roads suffered all kinds of attacks now and then, which dyed the Northland in bloody, chaotic colors. It had been known as a heaven of desperados. In the month of ice, the area had already been covered in white. Even the evergreens had been donned in pure gauzes. One could not see any color as far as their eyes could reach. If they stared at the snow all the time, they might not be able to open their eyes again. 736. Meteor shower. In the city in the sky, on the 33rd floor of the Align Magic Tower. After receiving the report of Hulchulia, the monarch of fate, Helen directly activated the dark red magic circle in a corner of her desk. The lines on the circle zigzagged like earthworms. Dark red glowed out, and the usual merry and delightful voice of Prospel, the tower guard of the Align Magic Tower, became low and solemn. Emergence Plan C has been activated, contacting all demiplanes. 2 seconds later, a dark red curtain of light was unfolded around Helen into 15 pictures. There was a land that was different from the real world, a kingdom where electricity and magnetism raged, a garden that was glowing and dimming like a human's heart, and a vast and bright universe. Not counting the few excellencies who are out on missions, 15 demiplanes have opened and responded, Prospel said in an equally solemn voice. 737. Punishment of the God. The burning furnace in the hall drove the freezing coldness of the month of ice away. Heidi and her friends leaned against their chairs lazily with different books in their hands. They read the books while they enjoyed the special sweet food. although magic air conditioners had been installed in their rooms, making the winter warm and the summer cool. Heidi preferred furnaces because the fire in the furnace brought warmth to her heart. It was the symbol of a real family for her. Magic is truly great. I don't worry about getting fat no matter how much sweet food I take. Heidi patted her stomach in satisfaction. Fat burning did not only work on the enemy, it was rather popular among the sorceresses when it was controlled well. Sensing something, she blinked to the side of the window and looked at the high sky, only to discover that shooting stars were passing the sky and falling like rain. It was truly beautiful. 738. In vain. In San Ivensburg. When the shooting stars passed the sky and hit Aline like a storm, Belkovsky, the pontiff of the North Church who was inside the cathedral, sensed something although he did not see anything. Looking at the ceiling, which had beautiful embossments, he said to himself in shock, "Has Viking taken action? They're planning to capture an artificial planet." He and the Grand Cardinals of the North Church had already made a plan to claim one of the artificial planets when the South Church was capturing them. They were even scheming to bolster the progress behind the curtain in case the South Church procrastinated and gave the artificial planets a better opportunity of performance. However, when it really happened, he remained absolutely still and did not even summon the saints and the other Grand Cardinals. 739. The future is bright. Without the blockage of air, it was even easier for a sorcerer to spread out their spiritual power. Therefore, the range of the force field of their spiritual power was dozens of times wider than on the ground. However, in such a huge range, Lucian and the other sorcerers couldn't feel anything except for a lone artificial planet that was operating in a fixed pattern. The whole environment was bleak and gloomy. That was exactly the feeling of the real universe beyond the atmosphere. On such an orbit, Lucian, Douglas, Fernando, and Helen were so small compared to the artificial planets, but they were filled with such intimidating air that they looked like small suns. They were the natural land, the hell of thunder, the universe inside the atom, and the illusion built with snow. When a legendary sorcerer fully spread out their spiritual power, their half-solidified cognitive world would interfere with the reality together with their demiplane. 740. The original meeting of the Grand Cardinals. In Lance, the holy city, the whole bright hall was caught in awkward silence as if it had been frozen. Whether or not they were involved in the operation to capture artificial planets, all the Grand Cardinals lowered their proud heads, ready to embrace the fury of His Holiness. The operation this time was too great a fiasco. It had been destined to be a failure since the very beginning. The risks that His Holiness took were pointless. Somebody had to be held responsible for that. 741. The way to polish the blood power. A beautiful melody echoed in the restaurant. The peaceful and tranquilizing notes calmed everybody down. However, no band could be seen in the room. There was only one magic gramophone that was slowly spinning a resin disc on a table next to the wall. After several minutes, the music was over and the disc had reached the end. The servant nearby hurried to change a new one. As the music echoed again, John put down his fork and said to Lucian in mixed feelings, "The common resin disc can only record several minutes of music. It can barely accommodate a complete symphony unless the pure magic discs of higher levels are adopted, but they will be unaffordable for ordinary people in such a case." He did not forget his past, and therefore paid much attention to the life of the ordinary people. 742. Righteous Lucian. The dwarf had a thick beard, which made him look manly and barbaric like most adult dwarfs did. However, he did not have the slightest shortage of manners. Instead, he smiled sophisticatedly like an erudite human scholar. "I've been meaning to meet you since a long time ago, but I couldn't determine your traces." It was an indirect admittance that he was Viking. Or at least, it was Viking who dominated the body of the dwarf right now. As he spoke in such a casual tone, Lucian felt that his heart was heavy and chilled. When did Viking have the idea of killing him in person? Was it when he proposed the general theory of relativity and became a legend? Or was it after he met with Monster Viking in the realm of Gates? 743. Irresistible temptation. In San Ivensburg. Belkovsky, the pontiff of the North Church, was walking toward the room of prayer slowly. He was tall and muscular, nothing like how Benedict III was. As a matter of fact, he was indeed a level 2 knight who activated his own blood power through his own work. Even though he chose the path of divine power later, he had paid special attention to the exercise and maintenance of his body. After all, performing God's grace was a heavy burden for the body too. 744. A standard villain. In the dim underground palace, the pillars of light mixed with fire fell non-stop. The deep darkness melted quickly like the snow that had met the sunlight. The peculiar worms were rigidified and the foul shadows screamed miserably. A glimmer flashed and the priests floating in midair suddenly collapsed as if somebody dragged their ankles brutally. The defense on them did not work at all. Most of the evil arts came to an abrupt halt. Before they were able to react, the intimidating gold-haired middle-aged man before them had opened his right hand. On his every finger was a little eye, and at the center of his palm was a brownish giant eye that was stained by blood. The 5 horrible little eyes were in different colors and shooting different rays, but the yellowish giant eye glistened and made everybody feel heavy. The gravity in this place seemed to have been intensified. 745, quick solution. Douglas patted the sofa and said, "Ever since the Congress of Magic was founded, because the heart of faith has to be constructed on the devotion to and the faith in the God of truth, sorcerers have been secretly worshipping the God of truth or compromised by the church with money and materials, and the bishop-level clerics have never become the spies of the Congress before. Finally, we do not need to take the hit passively all the time in terms of intelligence. Viken would never believe that some of the red robes are secretly serving the Congress." 746. Lucian's mysterious experiment. Browsing through the files in his hands, Douglas remarked while turning the pages, "It's true that the style of the combination of different magic patterns is highly different from that of our version, but it is also possible that he modified it on purpose after exchanging for it. The sorcerers who have the qualifications and clearances to acquire the full structure of artificial planets can't be stupid." The structure model of a spell or a magic circle was not unique. As long as it agreed with the corresponding mechanism and process, the eventual magic model or magic circle would achieve the desired effect. Therefore, the spells that different sorcerers built based on the same arcana principle often turned out to be models whose core was the same, but whose details were different from their personal styles. 747. Romance of Arcana Studies. It was not exactly a spacious laboratory. The alchemical platforms and the magic items that should have been here were nowhere to be found, but the room was not empty at all. On the wall, the floor, and the ceiling, silver and black magic patterns were protruding non-stop. Spreading out the light that felt like flowing water, they connected with each other and formed a three-dimensional model. Then they stretched toward the center and weaved into a layered illusionary web, which integrated with the complicated magic circle deployed at the center of the laboratory, constituting a deep and mysterious picture. A magic circle? Heidi looked at the laboratory rather in shock. Their teacher had been busy and mysterious in the past couple of months just in order to set up the magic circle. It did not seem so complicated that a grand arcanist had to spend a few months on it. 748. Rise of Space Exploration. Laria, Chelly, and the other students stood outside of the small laboratory and watched the portal as well as the magic patterns that had dimmed. They were too reluctant to leave. They felt that a cat was scratching their hearts with its paw and they could barely contain their curiosity. After a long time, Alphalia finally said, "There's nothing we can do by standing here and there's no telling when they will be back. Let's focus on our own business for now. After all, they will certainly tell us what they have experienced after they are back." Heidi had always been willing to share as long as it was not anything confidential. Yes. There are a lot of scheduled experiments that we need to work on, a lot of data to be analyzed, new experiments to be designed, and new spells to be analyzed. Laria only meant to agree with Alphalia at the beginning, but the more she talked, the more hopeless she felt her life was. 749. The more essential, the simpler. In the month of beginning January, home, being close to the north, was still cold. Snowflakes were flying and the freezing wind was blowing like knives. The magic tower of the Alain branch of the Moonsong League, however, was as warm as spring, making every sorcerer who walked in feel comfortable from the bottom of their heart. Although they were protected by the magic effects, it was still not the best experience to be blown by the wind. "Hi Julie, Happy New Year. Has today's arcana arrived?" That was the only thing that could motivate the arcanists to come to the magic tower against the cold wind at the beginning of a new year. Julie, a female apprentice who was working as the receptionist, had a flushing face. There was no telling whether it was because of the different temperature or for other reasons. She said neither arcana nor magic is here yet. 750. Special Prize. In the hall of the Alain branch of the Moonsong League, the arcanists expressed their praise and astonishment about the simplicity of the components of the microscopic domain. I remember that Mr. Haynes once said that the nature of arcana was simplicity and straightforwardness, and that the beauty of arcana came from determinism and the awe-inspiring symmetry. Although straightforwardness has been disapproved by Levski geometry, Evans geometry, the general theory of relativity and matrix mechanics, and determinism bordering on bankruptcy as the probabilistic explanation of the wave function and the uncertainty principle that are being verified in experiments, it seems that simplicity and symmetry still govern our world. That's why the Brooke equation can be praised as the poem of the goddess, and the mass energy formula boasts such extreme beauty. An arcanist remarked so touchingly as if he were giving a speech. 751. Prophecy of New Particles. In Atom Institution, Heidi Annick and the other students were all waiting for the latest issue of Arcana and Magic. The series of papers on the quantum field theory published in January was a major enlightenment for the arcanists who had a deep understanding of the microscopic domain. They sensed the next breakthrough in the aspect, so they picked up the knowledge on the quantum field theory with their own work and Lucian's guidance. They had each completed a relevant paper and began the discussion with the Grand Arcanists and the senior rank sorcerers. 752. A Millennial Pursuit. Inside the Land of Truths. Douglas, who usually wore a tailcoat, put on a black long robe, which made him look solemn and intimidating. The black magic robe was the classic style of the ancient magic empire. It was deep and dark without emitting the slightest light. However, under the darkness, countless magic patterns were vaguely showing up, adding to the mysterious vibe of Douglas. At this moment, Douglas did not look like an old gentleman but more like his title, the Emperor of Arcana. His hands in his back, he stood before the magic circle that was made of countless silver lines and transparent gems. There was no telling what was behind his profound eyes. That was exactly what Lucian saw after he got out of the elevator. He smiled and said, "It seems that I have seen not the president of the Congress of Magic, but the consul of the ancient magic empire." 753. The City in the Sky in the Letter. The white envelope was so neat and smooth that petals seemed to be in the middle of the texture. It was entirely different from the standard model of the postal department and was more like a piece of artwork. However, Ali did not pay attention to any of those details. His eyes were completely frozen on the elegant handwriting on the envelope. They were so familiar and beautiful that Ali's heart was immediately filled with heat. He could not feel the coldness of the early spring anymore. Too eager to wait until he returned to his classroom, Ali walked in the cold wind while opening the letter, drawing out the thick pile of paper inside. He then unfolded the letter carefully. "I was quite worried when I did not receive any letter from you during the previous few months. I thought that you had an accident or that I hurt your feelings in our early correspondences, but I didn't know how I could reach out to you. Fortunately, the truth is not what I imagined." 754. The Blue Gate. The deeper you go into the boundless ocean, the more you will feel that you are mired in a fog, although there's no fog at all. The sunlight from the sky is so pale and dim that the environment is somewhat dizzy. You feel that you are in a different world and cannot communicate with the outside world at all. If you go backward trying to find the start point of such anomalies, you can't find it at all. It seems to be a gradual process of tiny quantity changes that eventually lead to a qualitative change. It's difficult to decide the threshold. No matter how you navigate yourself with the sun, the stars, or the environment, you will eventually reach somewhere that you passed before. That is entirely different from the flight from the Earth to the universe. 755. The Song of Mermaids. Heresy, the Emperor of the Quotones, was known as the master of the boundless ocean who had 7 legendary sea generals under his command. However, the explored part of the boundless ocean was already twice the size of the continent, not to mention the waters that seemed to be forever enshrouded in the mist. How could such a spacious territory be governed by only 8 legends? Of course, without external foes, one top legend was enough to control the boundless ocean. However, the Sea Elves backed by the Elven Court, the Congress of Magic that controlled many islands, the South Church that had raised several agents in the south side of the ocean, the Moonlight forces that were very close to the Dark Congress, and the Gyps Murlocs who were as tough as stones forced Heresy to take actions prudently. The Elven Court, which had burst into direct conflicts with him, had attracted most of his forces. 756. The Battle half a month ago. Doris knew that she had made a horrible mistake the moment she said it. She slapped her golden fishtail on the surface of the ocean, raising a splash of waves and water. In the middle of the splash, her body was suddenly blurred. Even though Lucian's spiritual power and Natasha's willpower had been fixated on her, they both felt that they had suddenly lost their target. They watched her turn transparent and melt without a sign, like snow that had met the sun of July. Doris completely melted after only one moment. She joined the ocean, and white foam surged up on the ocean, reflecting the dim and pale sunlight. Lucian could not sense Doris with his spiritual power anymore, as if she had truly melted into the ocean. Or rather, every tiniest foam was her. Foams were broken one after another, and the whiteness on the surface of the blue ocean was about to vanish when Lucian used the unpredictable and intricate voice that sounded from a different world. 757. Bottom of the ocean. Shaking water was everywhere, and bizarre-shaped fish swam in it slowly and casually. The deep blue had gradually turned into pitch dark. The sunlight from up above could barely extend any further. However, this place was not in complete darkness. Once in a while, scaleless fish with bodies that glowed and crab-like sea monsters that seemed to be holding two-color lanterns could be seen. Their lights further added to the haziness and creepiness of the deep ocean. After Lucian and Natasha left Doris, they dived into the depths of the ocean and moved along a strange current that was entirely different from the surroundings. They saw the amazing view that was entirely different from the shallow ocean and sensed the water pressure that was getting greater and greater and was about to crush them. Therefore, shimmers of light were added around Lucian's body, blocking the seawater and the pressure. He seemed to be in a different world. 758. Underground Master. With the hazy blue light far away, Natasha observed the surroundings carefully. On one side it was a spherical hollow, and on the other side it was the deep, depressing water and all kinds of bizarre monsters. The two sides were so distinctly separated that there was no mix-up at all. That part of water seems to have been squeezed out by the qualities of the blue gate. There is not the slightest air inside. It will be barely possible to avoid Herx's detection. She drew her conclusion. With Lucian's assortment of amazing spells, it should have been easy to sneak to somewhere near the blue gate without catching any attention. However, according to Doris and the previous priest, Herx was exactly before the blue gate. Considering his strength at the peak of legendary and the corresponding intuitions, it would be barely possible to approach him without the cover of water, fish, sea monsters, microorganisms, and plants. 759. Ocean Emperor. The seemingly plain but actually highly corrosive black liquids were gradually enshrouded by redness. No matter how the dark jellyfish performed his naturally endowed talents and abilities, it was impossible for him to break out of the magic circles that could transform anyone into the status of primeval devils because of the corrosion of the 8 magic circles of blood sacrifice. At this moment, Herx, who was holding the gold trident, uttered the intricate, unpredictable words in a language that was different from the languages that Lucian knew. The water seemed to be surging out of the void around. Centered at the blue key, which appeared like a gem, the gold trident emitted a brilliant blue light. At every pointy end, an illusionary swirl that was so blue that it was almost black protruded and spun, raising a flow of brightness that was like seawater. 760. Greed is the sin. On the golden trident, the color of the blue key was much gentler, as if another ocean was contained inside. The vague sound of flowing water gave the feeling that it would run eternally. The blue gate behind the altar had slightly lost the transcendental, intangible sacredness too. The vague light flowed and reverberated with the key. Immediately, the hollow created by the blue gate was covered in the hazy, illusionary blueness. Lucian's spiritual power, which was spread out, was bounced back the moment it touched the blueness. As a result, his connection with the outside world was cut out. 761. Medium of Caste 2 in 1. The thickness flowing around the blue key was like the tide in an ocean that brushed the amalgamation of primeval devils non-stop, melting the disgusting, twisted blackness. The negative feelings around that were almost concrete were gradually resolved. Herx's indiscriminate outburst at the critical moment seemed truly effective. The amalgamation of primeval devils where the Lord of Hell's will was hiding was suddenly slowed down and could not really melt into his body. However, their parts that had already been melted were only shivering in the blue torrent, showing no sign of dismemberment at all. Everything seemed to be indicating Maltimus' plan perfectly. He was waiting for the stop of Herx's outburst to completely melt with him before he went on a rampage again. 762. Cunningness. The altar had been frozen and melted in snow goddess forgiveness, and a thin layer of bricks before the blue gate was all that was left. The gold trident Emperor's grasp lay there quietly. The blueness of the key and the gold on the trident resonated with each other. Suddenly, the gold trident flew up as if somebody was holding it. Then a hand that was full of black scales appeared on the body of the trident, covered in a fire that was releasing the stench of sulfur. The knuckles of the hand, which seemed to be wearing a glove of flames each, had a pale bone spur. On every spur, evil and complicated patterns had been engraved. In the meantime, the long, pale fingernails were like swords of death and destruction, giving the feeling that they could destroy everything to whoever saw it. 763. Eternal Interests. Before the blue gate, Maltimus grabbed the gold trident in his right hand and extended his left hand into the void. Illusionary ripples surrounded the blackened arm where a sulfuric fire was burning. The closer it was to the palm, the more it was like a lake where intense ripples were surging out. The front end of the palm was completely blurred, as if the core of the ripples was connected to a different world. Gentle light spread out of the gold trident in Maltimus' right hand, resulting in the shiver of the blue gate. Hazy blueness sprayed out and attempted to cover the whole hollow. Aglia took one step back. The shadow of the elven tree behind her suddenly became concrete, and weird limbs grew out of the fuzzy root of the tree one after another. They entangled with each other into a monster and penetrated into the hazy blue light. As a result, the ripples of light were soothed, like an ocean where the tornado had come to an end. 764. Prepare the confirmation. In the month of Passion, June, Aline was brimming with the fragrance from the new, unusual flowers. Stannis and I didn't find the silver-eyed count in the Observer's Castle or the Night Highland. It said that he is still out. The other princes cannot reach out to the Silver Moon. Therefore, the plan to deal with Maltimus has to be put on hold. In the conference room of the highest council, the Lord of Storm reported his visit to the Dark Mountain Range unhappily. As for the Grand Arcanist who was reckless, it was quite annoying to be disrupted from the critical moments in the middle of the research. Also, after he went to the Dark Mountain Range for the big picture only to find that the trip was futile, he was certainly not too happy about it. 765. The new vacuum model. In the classroom, all the students focused their eyes on Ali, but he sensed none of it and simply stared at his teacher Brian, as if he were trying to confirm that what he heard just now was not his hallucination or a dream. Brian was mostly interested in illusion and psychoanalysis in the magic school. Therefore, he nodded with a smile and repeated what he said just now. Yes, you are the most distinguished student in your grade in the monthly exam. Congratulations. You won the special prize. It's true, it's true. Ali's mind suddenly burst out. His clenched hands shivered softly and his head was filled with only a few words. The Cosmic Observatory, the Atom Institution, Jane. The boundless space. Ali, are you not going to share your joy and your experience in learning with everybody? Brian's voice made Ali back to himself. 766. The Discovery. The silver lines lit up one by one and outlined the space-time gate. Lucian walked into the gate in one stride. A dazzling light burst out and Lucian's figure gradually disappeared. After the light was gone, Natasha could only see the empty magic circle and the pale space-time gate. The transmission to the Cosmic Observatory is ready. Please make sure you have finished the potion in your hand, said Laria to the four students, Ali, Anderson, Jane, and Philomena. Ali took a glance at the light blue tube in his hand and could still feel the spicy taste. However, after taking the potion, he did feel a strange feeling, as if his soul, brain, and his body had been put into a magic freezer. Earlier, when signing up to be the volunteers, he saw Jane stepping out first, so he hurriedly followed. Luckily, he was the fourth. 767. Two Suns in the Sky. Lucian's eyes closed tight, and he could feel the arrival of the boundless cosmos. The starry sky that was so almighty and detached looked down upon everything coldly from above. The projection of the starry sky cast in Lucian's half-substantialized cognitive world made the entire cognitive world more and more clear, like a real one. Meanwhile, the cosmos had also set Lucian's host star of destiny ablaze. The host star was now going through a series of fusion reactions like a real star. The black hole was sucking in some of the power to form the new balance. The electron cloud drifting in the air, the charged particles exchanging virtual photons, and the electromagnetic force in the space had also become much more real. In the strange boom, Lucian's cognitive world was further substantializing and transforming to the top legendary status. 768. Douglas' Decision. Babel in the Atomic Universe. A cluster of dazzling light flew out of the space-time gate. Like a water ball rippling, it instantly lit up the magic circle, and the complicated lines and patterns in the air were now shimmering. Meanwhile, the gate no longer looked gray and pale. Instead, it was now covered with a layer of dreamlike gloss. The layer of light, which was like rubber, then protruded all of a sudden. A vague figure walked out. As the figure was becoming more and more clear, it turned out to be Lucian. As soon as Lucian stepped out of the gate, its gloss was instantly taken off, and the gate collapsed to the ground into ashes. One by one, the shining lines in the air had also broken and became a pile of trash. 769. The birth of a custom. The square near the Rose Boulevard was jam-packed with people after the lights were on. It was the habit of many citizens of Rentado to take a walk to the nearest square after dinner and wait for Arcana voice. However, after the promotion of offering a magic radio with enough subscriptions, it was no longer as crowded as before. But of course the people here were not few at all in terms of absolute number. Hello everyone, this is FM 592.6 M, Arcana voice. I am your old friend Nightingales. Thank you for listening to our program. As the sweet voice that sounded like their family member came out of the trumpet, all the audience focused their attention and stopped talking with their partners. Also, after the live stream last time, they were already able to picture Ms. Nightingale's look with her voice. After many programs, Magic Room, a session that people couldn't quite follow but were very interested in, started. 770 Revisit. Inside the Atom Institution, Anik, who had more or less calmed down after hearing the exclamations that were vaguely coming from all directions, hurried to switch the magic radio to the channel of News of the World. He believed that the channel, whose target listeners were arcanists, would have more detailed reports, including how his teacher adjusted the location of the sun. They did not directly ask Lucian, because Butler Leo told them that their teacher had closed the top floor of his magic tower and probably wouldn't open it until a long time later. They had been trying to reach out to him to report Heidi's discovery of new particles ever since they returned to Aline from the Cosmic Observatory. 771. Daily Life of the Dark Mountain Range. The castle of the Magic Empire seemed to be enshrouded in the dark fog. Terrifying roars of beasts were coming out, mixed with devastating and miserable moans. If it were any other places, such a situation would have caused all kinds of horror stories. The kids would have been too scared to cry at night, the clerics or the battle sorcerers would have been attracted to cleanse them, and the adventurers would have come to explore the place. However, in the Dark Mountain Range, it was just a regular situation, and chances were that even more spooky castles were somewhere else. 772. Confrontation. After making it through the difficulties, the tiny bit of sunlight finally penetrated through the clouds and the fog in the sky that was full of gaps, as well as the dense crown and the leaves of the tree, leaving gold spots of light on the dark and cold mountain. Crack. A thick foot wearing a knight's boot stomped on one of the gold spots, collapsing the rotten leaves piled on it and breaking a branch that was hidden among it. Nastel, the werewolf who was following him, thought to himself in surprise, why did the prince fail to control his foot? Was he considering something important? It was Dubinal, the werewolf prince, who was walking in the front. He had silver-gray short hair and a brawny body with arrogance all over his face. One could easily tell that he was a legendary knight who was adept at melee battles. 773. Weird Invitation. After the pitch dark where one could not see one's own fingers was gone, the forest seemed to have been caught in extreme quietness. Even the slithering bugs below the rotten leaves stopped making any noise. Lucian Evans. The low gnashing sound came over from the dark clouds in the sky and the dispersing smoke, and it was mixed with intense fury. For Dracula, Lucian represented a memory that was the opposite of pleasant. As a vampire prince who had lived tens of thousands of years, and an expert who ranked among the top 10 in the whole world, even including demigods, he was actually tricked by a bug who had just reached the sixth circle and suffered a failure that his capabilities did not deserve at all. He could have smashed the guy into pieces just with his intimidating air, but he could only watch the guy summon the primordial ancestor and wound him. 774. Disaster Bringer. Every legendary expert had the ability to influence the environment around them. When they were shocked and suspicious, the atmosphere was naturally as frozen as the ocean before a storm, depressing and gloomy. An unimaginable storm might burst out at any moment. The 6 arms of the dark legendary knight emitted cold, sharp brilliance, as if they were 6 legendary longswords themselves. The octopus head of the spirit absorber raised its tentacles, as if it were playing the piano of mind in the sky. The middle-aged man who looked more like a necromancer and a vampire than a dragon squinted, with crimson scales growing on the forehead, the face, and the hands. The demogorgon of eyes stared at Lucian with its every eye. 775. The First. Dionysos' appearance as a dragon instead of a human suggested his deepest hate against mankind. After all, the Pope who killed his wife, Aflora, was a human, and most members of the Saint Truth were human beings too. As he talked, an invisible wind seemed to be blowing across the field, bringing the feeling of aging and distance. His eyes that were covered in gray scales did not have pupils, and there were only layers of transparent ripples that looked like the ever-running river of time. It also made Dionysos a high and mighty witness of history, who observed the changes of worlds and lived indifferently without ever being involved. For a moment, Lucian sensed that Dionysos was staring at him coldly. He had a subtle, uncontrollable shiver, as if he had been paralyzed because of the changing time and space. The moon timer in the pocket of his waistcoat had also been dimmed by the ruler of time. 776. Investigators. Not just Ogre, every expert on the spot who was capable of astrology or who had similar prophecy powers began to predict the life status of Natravos, the Lord of Abyss. They trusted their own judgment on such important matters, particularly when they were faced with partners that they couldn't really trust. Lucian was no exception. The crystal ball in his hands soon lost the colors and became dark, with stars emerging in uncanny trajectories. Since nobody was interfering with or covering Natravos' life condition, Lucian reached a result soon. The legendary sorcerer with the title of Lord of Abyss had indeed completely perished. Natravos is really dead. After a dozen seconds, Ogre spoke of the result with his coarse, rusty voice somewhat at a loss. Following him, the other legendary sorcerers reached similar conclusions. The atmosphere was even more frigid and a storm seemed to be brewing. 777. Jungle of Demons. The spacetime gate toward Jungle of Demons was still near the valley. Bizarre-looking trees could be vaguely seen. The young man wearing a black magic robe was directing Dionysos, Dracula, Lucian, and the other legends to approach it in panic. After Natravos closed the top floor of his magic tower, did anything unusual happen or was there any visitor? Ogre asked Natravos' student while he walked. The young man recalled carefully and shook his head. It was the same as usual. There were neither guests nor weird stuff. Pausing for a moment, he gnashed his teeth. In fact, because my teacher was too rigorous, I often kept as far away from his magic tower as possible after it was closed. 778. Revelation. Crack, a blood-red bolt of lightning struck in the rolling clouds. It did not seem real but more like an illusion caused by the chaotic air, which was similar to many floors in the abyss. The rolling clouds and the falling blood-red bolts of lightning didn't raise the attention of Ogre, the Elder Mind, the Demogorgon of Eyes, and the other legendary experts because the weather was normal in the Jungle of Demons. As a matter of fact, it would be unusual if such phenomena did not exist. Suddenly, a bolt of enormous lightning glowed in the sky and spread out like a gigantic tree. Half of the demoplane was illuminated by the blood-red light. Even though the magic tower had no windows on this level and only a few narrow ones on the upper level and the lower level, it was still illuminated into redness by the lightning. Boom. 779. Attack. However, Stannis, the Demogorgon of Eyes, the six-armed Inquisitor, and the other legends were not too devastated. Now that the top experts were on par with each other, although they were outnumbered, they would still have a chance to escape, especially when people like the King of Nightmare had plenty of ways to preserve their lives. After all, when they were on the same level, they would be overwhelmed in a battle against twice as many people. But they would not be killed instantly. And as long as they were not killed instantly, there would always be a chance for them to escape with their life-preserving approaches. Therefore, for the experts of the Dark World who had plenty of battle experience, they were far from desperate and scared. 780. The Silver Moon's Announcement. The windows in Natravos' magic tower were in the classic style of the ancient magic empire. They were on the upper part of every level, narrow and unframed, as if they were directly embedded into the wall. The complicated panes formed all kinds of mysterious magic patterns. Even during the day, the sun could barely reach into the magic tower because of the location and size of the windows and the blockage of the panes. As a result, the inside of the magic tower was always dim, dark, and horrifying, exactly like the impression of the ancient sorcerers in ordinary people's minds. However, at this moment, the cold moonlight broke the everlasting dimness inside the magic tower, spraying pure and peaceful silver brightness on the fallen walls, the remains of the floor, and everyone's body. 781. Sending away politely. In the Jungle of Demons, the bright silver moon had driven the dark clouds in the sky away, but the moonlight had resumed to normal. However, as the blonde figure became clearer, the cold and lonely moonlight had cast over the entire magic tower and looked rather peaceful and quiet. Beside Alterna's feet, Dionysos had become as small as the size of Ulferis, the little crystal, and there was a horrible lesion in his back. Chunks of flesh covered in black flames were falling to the ground, and thus the transparent and shapeless organs and the spine had been revealed. What was even worse was that half of his wings had been cut off and the bones were now visible. If the unreal flame kept burning, Dionysos, dragon of time and luminosity, would for sure die soon, but the flame was now slowly dying. It would take him a long time to recover from such a horrible injury by sword of origin and destiny. 782. The Age of Mythology. In Observer's Castle, Lucian stood in front of a row of bookshelves and was reading a book about the era ruled by dragons, in which different traditions and customs of the time were recorded. The elegant study was well decorated, and the books on the shelves were well organized. Except for the Age of Mythology, the books covered the rest of the past ages, even including the lost ones. The study was not strange to Lucian, as this was the place where he took away Transformation Mask, but this time the creepy garden and the magic plants could not intimidate him anymore. Lucian read the book very fast because he had a spiritual library. Meanwhile, he was waiting for Rhine and the Silver Moon to come back. To reorganize and unite the Congress, they would need to sign a formal agreement, and the witness would be their leader, the president. 783, a year later. In the year of 829, the month of fire, in an alchemy lab in Babel. On the walls, ceilings, and floor, there were magic patterns in different colors shining, and together they formed a complicated magic circle that covered the entire lab, thus preventing any noise from sneaking in and reducing the blazing light. The robe of Grand Arcanist that Lucian was wearing still looked like a long, black suit, instead of the style of the ancient magic empire. Right now, the suit was slightly bulging to prevent the last remaining amount of harmful substances away from Lucian. While in the space, Lucian's cognitive world was affecting reality and a starry sky where element spots were floating, eating, and blending in anything tangible or intangible around. 784. Commencement of the Revolution of Energy and Information. The magic circle where silver and black brightness entangled raised electric light, enveloping the matter at the center that was in the middle of fission. The overwhelming energy generated was transformed by the magic circles nearby into the energy that the city in the sky could make use of. The fission reactor this time was no longer fierce and untamable like before. Although it still contained grave dangers, it was now steady and controllable. Master, congratulations to Granny Hathaway, Mr. Reventi and President Morris, Lucian said sincerely. He had barely made any contribution to the achievement except for proposing the fission reaction and helping with the analysis of the self-explosion. It was the product of the wisdom of the four legends. 785. Distant View. Seeing how stunned and confused Heidi was, Lucian said with a smile, "I like to listen to and write music when I am free, and Mr. Oliver likes to watch and create plays. That's essentially the same as you playing games. It's just a form of recreation. As long as you are not addicted to it and your arcana studies and magic abilities are not affected, there will be no problems at all." Whether a thing was good or bad highly depended on one's attitude toward it. Heidi and the students were not exactly scared of being criticized by their teacher. It was just that Lucian's criticism often came with a lot of homework, such as the studies on the quantum field theory and the exercises about the new products in mathematics. It was a nightmare that they could not forget for the rest of their lives. "Rest assured, Master, we have only devised the game to test certain modules. We won't be addicted to it," Heidi promised Lucian on behalf of her team. 786. Journey of Discovery. The prairie that looked entirely different from the four kingdoms of the Strait and the north coastline, and the creatures on the prairie with every detail manifested, were demonstrated in the eyes of the audience, leading the audience to enjoy the exotic view and the unprecedented dinner for the eye. For the people who probably had never left their own city or kingdom, such a view fascinated them as if their souls were truly placed on the prairie. They were overwhelmed by the vast, refreshing view, shrieking and roaring at the predation on it. In the Mills School of Nobles, the same screen stood at the central square. The noble students who had just finished their night classes were attracted to it. Then their feet seemed to have been glued on the ground, making it impossible for them to move. 787. Incessant. After the journey of discovery, the picture on the screen was not switched back to the studio like just now. Instead, a pure and blue sky appeared together with the melody that everybody was familiar with. In the center of the sky, a shuttle-shaped metal object was floating. It was streamlined and bright-colored, giving a strong visual blast. What is this program? Are they going to let us experience flying? Having just been through the prairie and the ocean just now, the audience talked to each other in confusion and speculated the possible outcomes excitedly. Creative appearance design, state-of-the-art energy transformation circles, unparalleled speed, and indestructible life defense. A magnetic male voice introduced the aircraft with great passion, while the aircraft in the sky changed its posture nonstop according to his words, demonstrating its unique magic effects. 788. Entrusting and scheming. Advancement into the demigod stage. Lucian was truly surprised this time. It had been only slightly more than a year and the president was all set. Douglas said with a smile, "When you discovered the sun, my preparation was almost done. I spent most of the last year confirming the existence of the sun and melting the feedback of the truth of the world with my own research products to deploy ancillary magic circles. Opening the gate of demigods actually does not need any special legendary materials. It's the accumulations in the past that matter, like the solidification of the cognitive world, the real connection with the host star of destiny, etc. Therefore, as long as the nature and the key of the ancillary magic circle are found, the deployment will be relatively simple. I estimated that it would take 3 to 4 years, but it's much shorter than that." 789 Discovery. Clement floated in the darkness outside of the cave and observed the situation inside emotionlessly. Both the strange patterns and the intense hate and desperation were gone. Had it not been for the supernatural vibe that was still lingering in the place, nobody could have guessed that a minor magic ritual had been held in this place. Even so, nobody could speculate the specific content of the ritual and whether or not it was part of another greater ritual. After an hour, after the supernatural air was dissolved in nature, everything that happened would be completely buried in the river of history. Clement performed prophecy with divine powers, hoping to be inspired by the god. However, he did not learn anything that he had not already known. 790 Snooping. If it were anybody else, they probably could have only vaguely guessed the range of suspects. But Benedict III clearly knew that Lucian only grasped the secrets about negative feelings and primeval devils, but was unaware of the ways to steal and utilize the power of faith. And that Lucian was developing the Church of Steam in secret, intending to intercept the power of faith for Height, the god of craftsmen. Therefore, it was very likely that Lucian Evans and the North Church exchanged their bits of knowledge to make up for what they were short of. Of course, with his smartness, Pope Viken knew better than to jump to any conclusion. The possibility could not be ruled out that somebody was doing it on purpose to mess up the situation. If it's really you, your acting skill will be better than all the professional actors. The anger on Benedict III's face was gone, but he was still gnashing his teeth. 791 Saboteurs. The sky that was always pale and lifeless, the black, white, and gray environment that was dead and quiet, and the rotten undead creatures that wandered everywhere were the greatest features of the world of souls. In this place, the dark mountain range that stretched from the southwest to the northeast was somehow broken into 3 sections. Some mountains were on top of other mountains, overlapping each other as if they were doing acrobatics. The dark and gray trees also existed, but they were utterly lifeless and looked like coffins. The famous space gaps of the dark mountain range had also been reflected, but they were joined in the sky and stabbed into the ground, serving as the end of the world on the other side of the mountains. As Silver Moon Alterna twisted the space, the world of souls was affected too. 792 Nightfall. At the beginning of the new year, the weather in home was still gloomy and cold. It seemed to have been a long time since anyone saw the sun. In Align, on the other hand, vague mist spread out into a blurry world around it. In the darkness caused by the mist, stars rose in sophisticated trajectories, constructing dense and thick magic circles. All the steam magic trains bound for Align were instructed to stand by, and all the sorcerers who returned from the outside world and who were about to leave the city in the sky after witnessing the mist realized that the defense of Align had been activated and knew better to barge into it based on their common sense. Some of the sorcerers who happened to be trapped in the mist found themselves teleported to the streets of Align after a while of dizziness. Why has the defense of Align been activated? 793 Rise and Decline. In the dirty and cold wind, the shape of a human was soon outlined. He had exactly the same look as Benedict III and was wearing a similar robe, except that the color of his clothes was pure black, and the crown above his head did not carry any sacredness but looked more like the extreme of corruption and pain. He was holding a black staff in his hands that was mixed with the air of the God of Truth, and the reversed projection of the 7-floored mountain paradise floated behind his back. It looked like a pyramid with the tip pointed downward. In the strange projection of mountain paradise, the creatures and the angels were not playing music praising the god or sharing joy. Instead, every floor displayed a different view. On the topmost and the most spacious floor, holy spirits and angels were smiling at each other, but they were intentionally stretching out their arms and legs, blocking each other and even ambushing their companions from the back. 794 Proud. The overwhelming superior light on the 7th floor of mountain paradise broke out, and the purest and most flawless light swept out, transforming the sky into a glowing ocean and removing all sounds, colors, and feelings. The extraordinarily bright moon surged toward the spherical magic circle down below overwhelmingly. At this moment, space and time did not seem to exist anymore, and the light of God's arrival was simply flowing unstoppably. The spherical circle and Lucian in it seemed to have been frozen in the decayed page of a history book. Even Fernando, who was outside of the range of God's arrival, could only sense the things within 1 meter from him. Beyond it, there was nothing but the magnificent and divine brilliance in his eyes, and the field of his spiritual power. Right then, a silver moon rose in the vast holy light that purged everything in the world dreamy and freezing. 795. Outburst. On the top floor of the Align Magic Tower, the spot where Douglas was standing had turned into a swirl that was spinning and absorbing everything around. This was because even though the rays had been absorbed by it, it was deep and dark with the world-destroying horror. Brooke and Hathaway controlled the defense of Align, ready to resist the attacks of demigods, while they observed the changes carefully and gathered experience for themselves, hoping to figure out the mechanism of the process. 796. Congratulation and proposal. Around the city in the sky, the bright sun dyed the white clouds gold. The pitch darkness a moment ago was gone. It seemed that the world had turned from an abyss back into a normal one. Deep in the clouds, the magnificent-looking Rudolph II stared at Align in silence for a long time before he heaved a sigh and disappeared from the sky. Although he had regained the strength of the peak of legendary, he would need more accumulation and great opportunities in order to become a demigod. It wouldn't be easy and natural at all. Also, the way to become a demigod that he modified was one based on faith after all. Even though he had recovered the memories of Thanos during his first advancement, the odds of success were still not high, and he could die in the process with 1 moment of carelessness. 797. Audience. Have you lost your mind? Vicent, in a bag of bones, looked at Lucian in shock. His low voice was full of surprise, and a fire was jumping fiercely in his eye sockets. Blood and brains would not be spilled this time, and no skulls would explode, but what benefits could there be if most arcanists stagnated because of their collapsed worldviews? Wasn't it too perverted? Although the other members of the highest council did not say anything, their eyes and their faces suggested that they thought the same as the Lord of the Undead. It was too insane. Live streaming the experiments that even terrified them to all the arcanists. You are really the fallen morning star, aren't you? 798. The Quantum Eraser Experiment. On the top floor of the Align Magic Tower, in the studio that had temporarily been arranged into a laboratory, other than Douglas and Lucian, who was working as his assistant this time, all the members of the highest council who could come were gathered. Samantha, Louise, and the other personnel of the Sky television channel were also waiting attentively and uneasily. Although they were not clear about the experiment that was to be publicly streamed, they had guessed a thing or two, seeing that the big shots of the highest council were both wary and tempted, and that brain-eater Lucian Evans was personally involved in the experiment. Was it a decisive and disruptive experiment in the microscopic domain? Was it one of the thought experiments that the Excellencies proposed earlier? Faced with the camera, Douglas tried to make himself look less grave. He said kindly and peacefully, "Everyone, I believe that you've already known that I became a demigod." 799. The Worldview Destroyer. The Observer Effect. At the same time, in the Maple Palace in Antifleur, the previous Sun King, as well as the current Rudolph II of the Empire, stood upon his throne and blinked before the screen. His eyes were deep and solemn, but also filled with delight. At this moment, he seemed to have grasped the key to return to the demigod level. Although the current experiment did not have double slits and the beeping alarms, and that it adopted a brand new design, through which the purpose of recording and erasing was cleverly achieved, Douglas and Lucian had demonstrated the equivalence of the two experiments a moment ago. According to Lucian, the current experiment had ruled out many unnecessary interferences so that the subtle effect would not be sabotaged. That was the reason why the experiment could only be conducted after Douglas became a demigod. 800. Notoriety. Viking's laughter was undisguised. The two red robes that stayed out of the library looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering why His Holiness was laughing so crazily when the Congress of Magic was streaming. Had Douglas' head been broken after he became a demigod, and he publicly announced that he would surrender to the church in the stream? Other than that, they really could not think of a second reason why the Congress of Magic stream made His Holiness delighted instead of angry. Of course, they knew very well that it would never happen. After a good laugh, Viking resumed calmness and held back his feelings. It was Douglas' experiment after all and could not be entirely trusted. What if the guy was intentionally deceiving him? He had to repeat the experiment a few times himself to confirm the result before he made any further plans. 801. New Messenger. In Babel inside the atomic universe. By the time Lucian returned, Natasha was still in a daze before the minor screen. She looked ahead while turning the sword of truth in her hand. "What's up?" Lucian asked, finding it strange. Considering her arcana expertise, she shouldn't have been shocked for such a long time, should she? Hearing Lucian's voice, Natasha seemed to be woken up from a dream. Her silver eyes glittering, she said, "Although the delayed choice experiment cannot conclusively prove that the law of causality can be destroyed, I am thinking whether or not the sword of truth is crafted based on such a mechanism. Are all the methods of resurrection nullified because the law of causality has been sabotaged?" Lucian looked at her solemnly up and down. Despite her usual confidence and firmness, she was somewhat stunned. Could she be right? 802. The Afterworlds. Naveth, the third floor of Hell, was known by the sorcerers of the main material world as Burning Metropolis. On this floor of Hell that did not seem to have an edge, there were no plains, mountains, rivers, hill, or deserts, but only a magnificent city made of iron. However, since the underground fire was burning incessantly the whole time, even iron could be scorched. As a result, most of the iron buildings were in heated redness. Every pale ghost that approached was sizzling with black smoke, as if they would be vaporized into nothingness at any point. The suffocating smoke enshrouded the sky, and all kinds of devils wandered in the Iron City. They were quite in order themselves, but they treated every soul that entered the hell and the demons that had been captured cruelly. 803. The Town in Hell. The haggard old man sighed rather regretfully. "I know his teacher." "Mister, are you a legendary of the ancient magic empires?" Lucian was not too surprised. Even though the three ancient magic empires were destroyed, many legendary sorcerers survived. After all, they were experts who knew plenty of unusual spells. Some of them hid in the depths of the dark mountain range, and some hid in alternate dimensions and other areas like the Empress of Snow. So it was not too strange that he ran into a legendary in hell. Mr. President's teacher perished in the Battle of Antifleur during the War of Dawn. Whoever knew him was obviously an expert in ancient times. The old man was dry and skinny like a mummy without bandages. He said with mixed feelings, "The ancient sorcerers like us cannot keep up with the age anymore. Look at Douglas. How long did it take for him to become a top legend and surpass me? What are you doing in hell?" 804. Let's take what we need. As Memphis the Ice Duke strode into the tavern, the place immediately became lifelessly quiet, like the frozen plain covered by the blizzard. Cold, silent, and never to change. 30 years is better than 30,000 years. The old man, who was likely to be a legendary sorcerer in the field of souls, chuckled. It was obvious that he thought the Lord of Mysteries was carrying out his specialties as a devil and bluffing other people with the exaggerated truth that was not to be believed. "In the past 10 years, you barely walked out of the silent glacier. I almost suspected that you had quietly arrived at the main material world. To what do I owe your visit to my little tavern today?" He was reminding Lucian that the Lord of Mysteries might be concocting a great scheme that involved the main material world during the past 10 years, so that Lucian wouldn't be tricked. 805. The Primeval Hells. Memphis, the Lord of Mysteries, was not bothered by Lucian's silence. He simply went on, "The favor I ask is probably also your purpose, Evans." "You know my purpose?" Lucian raised his eyebrows and asked back. The Ice Duke chuckled. "You have specifically come to the Silent Hell before you go to the Primeval Hell because you want the special stellar core, don't you? As a matter of fact, based on the clues I've found, the stellar core is not on this level, but has been hidden by Tifitides into a certain relic in the Primeval Hell as hope for his resurrection. I would like you to go to the relics, find that stellar core, and erase all the possibilities of Tifitides' return, Evans. The stellar core and the detailed files of the Primeval Hell that I provide will be the reward for you." 806. Secret Mission. In the Bright Hall in Lance, the Holy City. By the time Philibel arrived, all the Grand Cardinals who were free had been gathered. Benedict III stood above the stairs with a platinum staff in his hands. Behind him was an enormous sacred cross. "I've summoned you today because I have a secret mission for you which concerns the glory of the Lord, the survival of the Church, and your future," Benedict III said solemnly. His slightly cloudy eyes were as thoughtful and peaceful as ever. Melmax, the Holy Avenger, stepped forward and said, "Your Holiness, what mission is it exactly that requires half of the Grand Cardinals to accomplish?" He hadn't recovered from the wounds he suffered during Douglas' advancement into the demigod level. Therefore, he was rather prudent about missions. 807 The Stellar Core. The Lucian that arrogance turned into walked out of the mirror gracefully and slowly, its black shoes glittering. If you call the most fundamental conclusion that is based on facts arrogance, then arrogance will not be the name of a devil but that of an angel. Lucian did not attack immediately but observed arrogance who looked identical to himself except for the countenance in great interest. 808 The Devils. Memphis, or Greed, was stunned for a moment and then grinned. I just wanted things to be easier. No matter how you feel, what would happen had already happened. I've told you, the moment since you wanted Stellar Core, your defense cracked. Then you'll see the true primeval hell and all the primeval devils there. It was not hiding its greed at all. Every facet of the pure Stellar Core suddenly reflected a figure, a human-like monster with goat horns. The many figures then jumped out and joined together in the air until they formed a huge monster. Its eyes were scarlet skin pale with big wings on its back. On the top of its head there were 2 silver goat horns. It was Tifatides, the master of Argent, which fell many years ago. Its scarlet eyes were burning with fury as it hated everything in this world so badly. Coming from the deepest death, it wanted to burn every living thing down. 809 Cunning. Silent, no shouting in the court. The judge picked up the gavel and brought attention back to the bench, looking rather unbiased. It was hypocrisy. Looking at Lucian, hypocrisy announced, with regard to the accusation against you, a fair sentence will be given to you. Please go in the dock, don't worry. I am the most upright and impartial judge in the primeval hell. As soon as hypocrisy finished the words, Abhorrence sprang up from the chair and said aloud, I accuse him of the violent desire for killing. Anyone who pissed him off was killed. He killed the followers of Argent Horn, the Night Watchers, and so many. Even 100 sheets of paper is not enough for the list. 810 Heart and Trace. Closing his eyes, Lucian felt that his consciousness suddenly soared like a little bird that finally got rid of the cage and was embracing the blue sky. It kept rising higher and higher, and finally it could look down upon the entire earth. Facing the 7 top legendaries like a poet full of romantic thoughts, Lucian did not cast any defense on himself. However, none of the devils seized the chance to launch an attack. Instead, they stared at Lucian, frowning, as if Lucian was not even in the same dimension as them. Lucian's consciousness started getting blurry as it kept soaring. When Lucian felt that it had hit his limit, he felt his consciousness ran into something soft and intangible. Boom! Instantly, Lucian felt his soul tremble and his spiritual power had just broken some kind of shackles and then spread out like waves. 811 The Real Viking. Benedict III turned around abruptly. With his back against the old cross, he said solemnly, Let's begin. After a brief hesitation, Saint Caddy suggested, Your Holiness, should we wait for a while longer? Such an attempt is very dangerous. You may be heavily wounded and fall into dormancy even though you are a demigod. Why don't we have another few minimal simulations? Or we can wait until the Angel King wakes up. He'll be able to separate you from Monster Viking with God's guard at the critical moment. 812 Blockage. What is Viking trying to do? At the bottom of the boundless ocean, in a magnificent black palace, the Lord of Hell, who was holding the gold trident, suddenly stood up from the throne. His red eyes that were always filled with mockery stared at the sky in shock. Through the blue water and the surging waves, he saw the unusual phenomenon where one half of it was evil and dark and the other half was sacred and bright. At the same time, his real self deep inside the hell suddenly felt palpitation, as if something very close to him had gone out of control. The primeval hell. Multimus' voice of confusion echoed in the palace of the Sea Emperor. It was safe to say that the primeval hell and him were in a relationship of duality. However, he was not a representation of the primeval hell and the primeval hell was not a part of him. They were only connected to some degree. Even so, the primeval hell was of paramount importance for him. 813 Mayhem. The original body, Douglas, Fernando, and Hathaway were all knowledgeable sorcerers. Based on the black tombstones, the screams of death, and the initial cry, they recognized that Vicent's real body was indeed the legendary original body of the School of Necromancy. However, at such a critical moment, they did not have the time to ask about the details. After Douglas enhanced themselves with a legendary spell that was similar to the telepathic bond, the 4 of them blinked to the unusual view of half hell and half heaven in the high sky. Although Viking's real body was above the holy city, His attempt seemed to have placed him in a strange domain that was marvelously connected to every corner of the main material world. He was in the middle of this world but somewhat beyond it. 814 Plan of the Devils. Brooke's spiritual power spread out in the whole library, controlling the pivot of the magic circles, commanding the tower guard, supervising the defense of Aline, and watching over the big picture of the whole city in the sky. He could not spare much of his attention to the Archmage. So he asked from far away what happened. How could he have neglected any accident in the city in the sky when he controlled the city defense? The Archmage said quickly, "A few members of the highest council who should have returned did not return." While saying, he walked into the library in a panic, but Brooke was too occupied to remove the defense circle. He simply asked, "Who didn't come back?" The Archmage spoke something, but suddenly he lunged forward. His body became blurry and twisted, as if it was jumbled by streaks of light in different colors. Zai, 815, get the situation under control. In the city in the sky. A senior-rank sorcerer shot out dissociation crazily, making the common and middle-rank sorcerers as grim as the dead. Desperation was spreading out. Suddenly, a mist fell and imprisoned the senior-rank sorcerer, covering and dissolving dissociation. Then, a deep and dark ray pierced out of the mist and hit the senior-rank sorcerer. Immediately, his magic effects were gone and he could no longer cast any spell. Even though he was despising other people in arrogance, he was briefly stunned. After all, magic was already his instinct. That was the reaction that most sorcerers had after they were hit by anti-magic ray. At this moment, spells came from all directions, completely taming the senior-rank sorcerer in neat cooperation. 816 Confirmation. Sensing that it could not be daunted by Lucian, who hadn't even said anything yet, hypocrisy raised its head and laughed. 7 authentic top legends, 12 incarnations that are formed through the reverse summoning of the main material world, and countless more lost souls. Lucian Evans, there is no way that you can resist it. No top legend can resist them. Also, you have no escape in this place because your body is still connected to the gate of desire. Its words sounded half true and half false. There was no telling whether it was shaking Lucian's confidence or creating a desperate atmosphere, but since it was an external reflection of the mind, such communication did not delay their attack at all. Therefore, together with the laughter of hypocrisy and the roars of abhorrence, the transparent illusionary souls, which were mixed with black, gold, or green negative feelings, lunged at Lucian from various directions. 817 Back against back. The boundless cosmos in hell was profound and dark, with brilliant and dreamy stars in it. It looked like the starry sky of destiny, but there were some indescribable differences between them. The cosmos slowly surfaced in every corner of hell, but it did not collide with the death swamp, the silent hell, the burning metropolis, or the endless canyon, and the devils were not affected at all. It looked like a supermassive hologram. A heavy, thick, boundless vibe that dwarfed everything appeared with the cosmos, giving everybody the feeling that they were looking at the stars at night. Even the most evil and brutal devils felt that their minds were empty and the universe was too magnificent for them. Their busy lives were so hilarious, and the only thing worth respecting and embracing was the vast cosmos. 818 Screams. The gate was full of evil eyes that were yellow and white. They were dense and did not blink at all. Despite the blockage of the marvelous domain, the sorcerers, knights, and ordinary people who looked up from the ground felt that their minds were in chaos. They could barely control the madness of their souls and their surging desire for slaughter. The left arm of Maltimus' real body did not recover as quickly as before and remained missing, but the chaotic and bloody gate took shape rather slowly. Of course, it was only slow compared to how Viken melted the primeval hell earlier. It actually only took several seconds. 819 Return. Suddenly, the light of the whole world was gone. Aline, Rentato, Hell, and Abyss were all caught in the deepest and heaviest darkness. The weird squeaking noises had vanished too. Every sorcerer, every knight, every noble, every civilian, every demon, and every devil sensed unprecedented peace. They could even hear their own heartbeats or blood flows. Dum, 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 dum. Their hearts beat faster and faster and more intensely. Right when they could not stand the extreme peace and were about to shout, darkness suddenly faded and brightness was back again. Nothing seemed to have changed. In the high sky, the will of Abyss, who had been summoned by Maltimus at a great price, smelled the air of hell, which he hated most, and the air of Maltimus, which he was the next thing he hated most. He abandoned his old nemesis and charged at Viken, and the other demigods and the top legends cooperated with him, helping him dissolve Viken's defense. 820 The boundary between God and men, 2 in 1. In a half-empty marvelous domain, Viking's heart that was both bright and dark beat non-stop, but it could only struggle to absorb the sap from the boundary of the demigods and top legends, including Douglas, the Silver Moon, the Lord of Hell, and the Elven Queen. At this moment, the change in the blockage of Alain was reflected in his mind that seemed to be everywhere. There couldn't be a better opportunity. He wouldn't stand a chance after Lucian joined the battle. A dark and illusionary vein suddenly extended from Viking's heart, which passed through the tide made of the water as if there were no resistance and pierced into Aglia, the Elven Queen. Aglia did not pay much attention to it. With the protection of the Elven Tree, Viking's attempt that only carried 1% of his power could not penetrate through nature at all. 821, Level and Power. The sky was blue and cloudless. The bright sunlight sprayed on Alain, whose blockage had been activated again, adding a golden layer out of the pale mist. The legendary sorcerers like Oliver and Bergner and the common arcanists like Heidi, Anik, and Sprint were all so shocked that they could barely close their mouths. Lucian Evans' solemn description just now outlined a clear, meticulous, and self-consistent system and answered the problems that had bothered the sorcerers for tens of thousands of years, including the essence of magic, the essence of the soul, and the feedback of the real world. Although he only proposed concepts and hypotheses and reached a logical conclusion based on them without any detailed research, its agreement with the phenomena and experiments had suggested its correctness. It was a brainstorm that gave them an unprecedented shock. The nature of the world seemed to have been vaguely presented before them. 822, the poorest villain in history. The moment he finished his sentence, spots of peaceful light popped up like a lake that was reflecting the moon at night. Under the gentle breeze, tiny ripples were spreading out. The spots of light were instantly gathered in Lucian's hands into a glistening staff. Douglas, Maltimus, and the other demigods were all more or less stunned. Was Lucian capable of casting Space Staff, a legendary spell, without chanting just like Viking, who broke into the level of true gods? However, they soon thought it through. Now that Lucian had basically figured out the essence of magic, chanting or not chanting did not really have any difference. The Space Staff in Lucian's hands was waved, and the spacious area up ahead was suddenly caught in an extremely slow state that was similar to the effect of advanced time stop. Even another god's arrival in Viking's hands had been frozen in the ivory light. 823. Path of Immortality, end of the main storyline. Seeing that, Viking grinned hideously in his heart. His body that was flashing and twisting erratically suddenly collapsed, turning into two worlds where light and darkness overlapped. One of the worlds was evil and corrupt, brimming with pain and desperation, and the other was lofty and sacred, with singing angels everywhere. The remainders of the primeval hell and mountain paradise reappeared, forming the previous balance again. Viking was briefly given the feeling that he belonged to and did not belong to this world again. Such a transformation suggested that Viking had completely abandoned himself. He would rather retrograde and perish in order to find an opportunity to deal a critical blow on Lucian, so that he could only return millions of years later like the mysterious existence of the world of souls. Such a feeling was already close to the vibe that Lucian gave other people. The two of them seemed to be in the same world. Gotcha. 824, 61 Days to Go side story, year 24 of the Arcana calendar. The lights on the Triumph Avenue of Rentado were just on. The wind at the late spring was still somewhat chilly as the night fell, forcing the passers-by on the street to cover themselves more tightly. Donnie pressed his black top hat and got off from the bright yellow bus. Roaming on the street that was as bright as day, he walked toward the Knowledge Bookstore near the Triumph Square. "Has Herald of Arcana and Magic for this week come?" Donnie asked the bearded boss. The boss, who had deep yellow hair, replied without raising his head, "No, and it will never come again." "Is that so?" Donnie did not sound surprised. He simply heaved a sigh as if he had seen it coming with complicated feelings. 825 Shadow. "You're screaming as if you've run into a ghost." As a low and unpredictable voice echoed, the door of his dormitory was opened, and a young man with messy hair walked in. His eyelids were bloated and his blue eyes were bloodshot as if he hadn't slept for a long time. On his back, a pale and fuzzy shadow was stuck to him and floated forward with the feet away from the ground. After it showed up, the whole dormitory suddenly became cold, as if the night of spring turned into a dawn in winter. Donnie quivered and hurried to put on the long coat that he just took off. "Sammy, I see the ghost on your back every day. Why would I be scared of ghosts? Besides, if there are really any evil spirits, those teachers of the school of necromancy would be capturing them with great delight." 826 is reached. When Donnie returned to school, there was still a long time to go before the evening class. So he hobbled back to his dormitory, trying to think about the problem more carefully. Where did you go? Sammy was watching the home TV that was embedded on the wall on his bed with a fried chicken in his hands. Amused by the shows, he was unusually enlivened. The ghost behind him, on the other hand, crouched lazily, unwilling to move at all. Donnie replied casually, "Didn't I tell you? I went to the Triumph Square to get the lucidity necklace." Sammy scratched his messy hair and said, unbothered, "The sun at noon is too strong for me to keep myself awake. How could I remember what you said?" As he spoke, the young man suddenly turned around and looked at Donnie. "Wait, did you say lucidity necklace? Have you saved enough money for a lucidity necklace?" He finally noticed the key point, 827 test field. The cold wind of the night chilled the heart. Under the bright moon, Sammy felt that his head was much clearer than during the day when the sun was high. However, he yawned again. He thought to himself that such a beautiful night should be left for sleeping, which was the greatest entertainment of life. The ghost behind him extended its right hand. Before he reached the door, it had already been opened. "Donnie, have you filled the form?" Sammy walked into the dormitory and asked casually, but he already knew the answer. Donnie would never have cold feet as long as he had made up his mind. 828, a small accident. After the examinations, which were held over 3 days in a row, the sky started getting cloudy. And now it was drizzling, bringing a slightly cold feeling to the students. "Donnie, how were the tests?" asked Sammy on the square of Mills Noble School. They were waiting for the sorcerers. In the past several days, Sammy finished all his tests, including for magic structure and arcana basics, in about half the given time, as he was always determined to go back to get more sleep. Donnie looked at the busts on the square. They were the busts of all the most outstanding graduates from this school. He answered while pretending to be in a peace of mind, "I did okay. I checked with other students, and I think I should be qualified for Heidler Magic Academy. I'll see how well I can do with this additional exam on necromancy. You." In the early morning, Sammy was in a relatively good spirit. He yawned and stretched a bit. No major mistakes. "Not bad for me. 829, dangerous exams." The magic crystal lights hung down from the ceiling and made this gloomy room look even paler. A chill ran over Donnie's body, and he felt that he had entered some haunted old castle. But this also helped him stay concentrated and forget about the teenage boy he just saw. Donnie started looking around. To the left side of this room, there was a long table that was loaded with all kinds of materials. Some were in magic containers, some were in vacuum magic circles, and some were wrapped in green leaves. However, there was nothing to the right side, not even a carpet. Mercury, low-rank repose stone powder. Donnie gently closed the door and walked to the table. He instantly recognized the basic materials for building a magic circle. He sprinkled sunflower powder over the silver candlestick and lit the candles up carefully. In the same great caution, he picked up a glass bottle full of black liquid and put it closer to the candlelight. 830, Carl. While Donnie was still struggling to stand up, the sudden knock interrupted them, and they both turned to look at the door. The door was half open, as half of the wall it was in had collapsed. The examiner, wearing the ancient magic robe, was looking at them with an expressionless face. Donnie's face also felt numb, but he really wanted to ask him what took him so long to arrive, just like what often happened in those TV series that cops and knights always came so late after all the problems had been solved. The gray-haired necromancer held a black notebook in his hand, and the way he looked at them was rather cold. He started writing on his notebook as he said, "Mutant stitched body, made from mostly low-rank materials, power close to Grand Knight level, best among these years. But the body was out of control, so some scores should be taken away." 831, casually confessed secret. The cool rain drizzled on Donnie's face, making him gradually come back to himself. He shook his head. "It can't be what I thought. His behavior showed anomalies. Such a gentle and friendly man can't be." Donnie slowly turned around and walked out of the Mills Noble School. He intended to take a good rest in the dormitory to get himself prepared for the additional tests on ghosts, spirits, and souls in the afternoon. He did not wait for Sammy because he knew very well that Sammy must have left an hour ago after he finished the exam. This was the field that Sammy was best at, and it was also the most mentally exhausting one. He wouldn't be able to control his desire for sleep. As he expected, after Donnie returned to his dormitory, he found Sammy snoring on the bed. The ghost on his back was also rather lazy and unenergetic since it was noon. 832, a dense net. A magic book on an application. How could it be publicly sold in a bookstore? Donnie seemed able to hear his own heart beating intensely and crazily. As per the regulations of the Congress of Magic, other than exchanging for such knowledge in magic colleges and arcana libraries, there were only two ways to obtain the applications that exceeded their own levels: to gain it from adventures or family heritage, or to become a personal student of a certain sorcerer. There had never been a common bookstore that publicly sold magic books. It was the Congress control measure on magic to maintain the social order, which was greatly supported by the nobles. If I can analyze a first circle spell in advance or become an official sorcerer, my future in the Heidler Magic College will be even brighter. Donnie felt that his heart was jumping out of his chest. 833. Enrollment. In the morning, the brilliant yet not scorching sun illuminated Donnie's dormitory through the window, covering everything with gold. Donnie was pacing back and forth with a pair of panda eyes. It seemed that he did not sleep at all last night. Today was the day that the result of the college entrance exam of advanced magic would be announced. Even though he was quite confident about his performance, he was still ill at ease and could not go to sleep because there would be no way out for him if he failed. It's all right. I've done the theoretical tests, the practical tests, and the additional tests well, unless all the distinguished apprentices applied for the Heidler Magic College this year. Donnie comforted himself in a low voice. 834. The Silent College. The streets of Heidler City were not messy, filthy, or filled with rotten pieces of bodies everywhere, which was what Donnie expected to see. Instead, they were rather clean and broad, with a lot of passers-by on them. However, the crowded streets, which were supposed to be lively and obstreperous, were awfully quiet. Nobody talked loudly at all. They communicated with each other in the voice of mosquitoes. There seemed to be a strange force that forbade noises in this place. With a closer look, Donnie finally realized that most of the passers-by were actually undead creatures. Some were corpse dogs with weird redness beaming out of their eyes, some were skinned men whose flesh was exposed to the air, and some were the commonly seen ghosts, zombies, and skeletons. 835. Roommates. Sammy in the lead hurried to turn around, but his head seemed to be attracted by what was inside the room. Donnie, who was behind him, was busy reading the number on the door. As a result, the two of them bumped into each other. Wait. How do you know that you're in the wrong dormitory when you haven't seen the number yet? Have you already been to your dormitory and you realize that you're in the wrong one because of the different arrangements in the room, but you still have your luggage in your hands? You have a twin ghost on your back. That's a very special spiritual phenomenon. It will be very helpful for us to unravel the specific structure of the soul. A magnetic and pleasant male voice came from the room. The familiar voice and the talking that never seemed to finish struck Donnie like a lightning. He was completely stunned. Carl, how is it possible? The guy turned out to be his roommate, 836, Ubiquitous Shadow. The Heidler Magic College was at a magic tower with pointy tops. Walking among them, one would feel that they were walking in a strange forest. Man-made lights shined from the sky, creating a magnificent view. Mr. Robert is Mr. Felipe's student. He has remarkable expertise in genetic factors, cell memories, and application of necromancy. Also, it is said that he had just exchanged for the files of blood power studies left by Natravos and modified his blood and body deeply based on that. For example, his left eye has been replaced with the eye demons, allowing him to cast certain ray-type spells quickly with a combat ability close to the senior rank sorcerers. His right hand contains the tentacles of the Mind Stealer, allowing him to disrupt the mental skills and absorb the enemy's brains and memories. 837. Nightmares. Studies on genetics have dived deep into the microscopic domain and thus gone beyond the capability of traditional magic spells. Observation methods based on the knowledge of the microscopic domain shall take over hearsay, the combination of X-ray and some magic crystals. Therefore, we also have to understand relevant arcana schools apart from necromancy. Of course, it's pretty much a brand new area that just started a couple of years ago, so nothing major has been found yet. The male voice sounded both strange, but somehow also familiar to Donnie. He hurriedly looked back and saw a chubby teenage boy with black hair also operating an artificial intelligence. Jones, Donnie asked, how did you know? Jones answered while still working on his project, I noticed you were staring at the schedule. I know you don't understand such an arrangement. 838. The Strange Lightning. The experiment magic tower was silver-white, and its architectural style was not really in accordance with the overall atmosphere in Heidler Magic College. It wasn't far away from the main tower and was connected to the main tower by 8 gray bridges. Students wearing black magic robes were walking on the bridges. Following Glinton, Donnie and the rest of the students had come to a big lab that occupied the entire floor. There are many fascinating experiments in electromagnetics, say, those showing electromagnetic induction and electromagnetic waves. I did one with my elder brother and we were above the ocean beyond the Pearl Islands. Carl shared his experience with Donnie and his eyes were shining with passion. However, Donnie was on full alert. How was it? He did not care what Carl did but what consequence that caused. It was perfect, even more perfect than we expected. Carl slightly lifted his chin out of pride. 839. Handling the results. The magnetic male voice and straightforward worry made both Donnie and the fatty felt slightly startled. When they turned around, they saw that Carl was watching the tower that was on fire with his good-looking eyebrows curved in a frown, which made Donnie and the fatty want to iron them out. The fatty did not know the reason behind it, but Donnie clearly knew that such a beautiful girl, who could catch people's attention at any time, was, in fact, the one who caused this whole accident. He weighed his words a bit and said, "Carl, the college won't punish you as long as you are sure that you stuck to the rules. Did you break any?" "No, I didn't." Carl shook his head hard and then lowered it. "I thought the senior rank magic tower would prevent this from happening. The college would know it was me for sure." Donnie released a sigh of relief. At least Carl never broke any rules. 840. A creepy adventure. Sammy was moving like a rusted piece of machine. His arms and legs looked rather clumsy, but he wasn't slow at all. He had come to the door of their dorm and pulled it open. Then he walked out into the dark corridor, which was only partially lit up by some dim lamps. "Let's go," said Carl one more time. Like a black panther, Carl jumped out of his bed. Carl had many thoughts in his mind. He did not know what to do, but he wouldn't let his friend just go like this. He had no other choice but to go with Carl. Sammy, still with his eyes closed tight, then walked to and jumped down the stairs. However, his jumping did not make any noise, as if each step had been turned into a pile of cotton. Donnie was scared stiff upon seeing this. He said to Carl in a low voice, "I don't think he's conscious. He's following some kind of instinct, or he would have taken the elevator." 841. Carl's ideas. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Donnie felt that the uncanny fear grabbed his heart tightly like a giant hand, making it difficult for him to breathe. "You had a nightmare too?" he asked uneasily. Even though he tried to keep his voice steady and normal, it still came out like the smoke at night. "Yes," Carl was the first to catch his breath and answer Donnie's question. Then he looked around at Sammy and the rest of them with his beautiful silver eyes and said rather solemnly, "I dreamed that Sammy was possessed by his ghost and lost his self-awareness before he walked to the center of the cemetery of eternal sleep. In order to find out the reason, Donnie Jones, and I followed him." "Me too." Before Carl finished, Donnie and Jones blurted out, equally appalled. The few people in the dormitory had the same nightmare. Could it be any weirder? 842. Open class. After the adjustment of the environment, it was brighter and brighter, and a new day began in the Heidler Magic College. Donnie, who could not sleep, jumped from his bed and rushed into the bathroom the moment he heard the echo of the skull bell. He shouted, "Sammy, Carl, rise and shine. Mr. Felipe has an open class today. We won't be able to get into the room if we are late." The open class, as its name suggested, was open to all apprentices, provided that they could find a spot in the hall. Since he was woken up in the night, Donnie had considered seizing the opportunity and going to the teaching tower where the lecture was to be held in advance. However, he knew that during the period between midnight and when the skull bell was rung, nobody except certain senior-rank mentors with permissions was allowed to approach the three central magic towers of the college: the teaching tower, the experiment tower, and the office tower. 843. The Heredity Laboratory. "Really?" Donnie, Sammy, and Jones stood up at the same time with delight and disbelief beaming out of their faces. Carl nodded heavily. "Of course, I'm too familiar with my brother's handwriting and seal." "I mean, is he really confident about that? Did he specify the cause or tell you who was behind it?" Although Donnie knew that Carl's brother was probably a strong and influential big shot, he did not know the guy in person after all. Also, it was a matter that concerned his own safety. So he couldn't help but ask again, refusing to believe it so easily. 844. Actions. "How did it happen?" Donnie blurted out in shock and fear, but after his voice spread out, it seemed to be melted in the air and did not raise the slightest ripples. There was still nothing but quietness and serenity among the black and white tombstones. Jones looked at him, frightened, and then at Carl. "Didn't you say that we need not be worried? Then why are we having the same nightmare?" They were very familiar with the experience, which was absolutely the same as the last nightmare. Carl looked around, slightly confused. He then smiled gently. "It's just a nightmare, what's to be worried about?" His voice echoed in Donnie's heart like some sort of spell. On his peaceful and gorgeous face, silver eyes were glittering like two beautiful stars. There wasn't the slightest fear but curiosity and the desire for exploration. In the control pivot of the office tower of the Heidler Magic College. 845, the 8th research institution of the Congress of Magic. The dark mist spread out so densely that one could not see his own fingers or hear his own voice. They felt that they were caught in the purest and quietest death. Even their soul was befuddled, without the slightest idea occurring to them. Suddenly something gray penetrated through the intense black mist. Donnie shivered and got away from the mind frigidity. He found himself standing in the middle of a desert that was full of black sand. The sky was pale and gray, the same as any part of the world of souls. Not far away up ahead, a black, ragged palace was standing. It was ancient and splendid, releasing the infinite air of death. Dum dum dum, Donnie's heart was beating fast again as if something was summoning him inside that dilapidated palace. The call was so strong, so clear, and so irresistible. "Is there something summoning me in the palace?" somebody asked, and the voice appeared in Donnie's mind. 846, seals. An invisible light passed Felipe and the mysterious man, and the silver gate was immediately opened, revealing a honeycomb-shaped pathway in splendid colors. On the pathway, an old man in a red magic robe was staring at them with lightning bouncing out of his eyes. He lambasted, "Was Brad's here just now? Otherwise, Hathaway's experiment couldn't have had such an accident. Also, I sensed him." The young man secretly grimaced. Maybe." Then he asked innocently, "What exactly has happened?" Clang, the skull bell of the office tower let out a long and freezing echo. Donnie happened to be drawing the last line in his soul. So the magic model collapsed and absorbed the ocean of energy crazily. Life and death entangled, and power kept branching, resulting in fierce changes. 847, the minor negligence. 10 queen gold coins. Donnie's breath suddenly turned heavy. He knew that he would earn a lot of money after he became an official sorcerer, but he had been barely engaged in any deals in cash since most of the subsidies in school were exchanged to arcana points. Therefore, after he heard the offer of 10 queen gold coins, his heart beat fast and he swallowed hard. 10 queen gold coins were nothing for nobles, wealthy merchants, and sorcerers. However, having been brought up poor in a civilian family in a small town, Donnie had never seen one gold coin in his entire life. Also, he could earn the tremendous wealth that could significantly improve his family conditions without promising that he could solve the problem. How could he not be tempted? If he wished to continue on the path of sorcerers, materials, recipes, books, and extraordinary items were unavoidable. All of them needed the support of wealth. 848, trump card or insidious problem. Cold wind passed by and the sweat on his forehead was almost frozen into ice. Donnie trembled hard because of the coldness. However, he was not woken up but merely looked at his right hand half in delight and half in fear, recalling the picture from just now. The monotonous black, white, and gray, the eternal silence that seemed to affect the environment and completely overwhelmed the evil spirit, and the snatch that could directly penetrate the defense of the evil spirit. His right hand was so strange and so powerful. It felt very similar to the black full armor that he met in his nightmares and the black, white, and gray that was sealed at the center of the illusionary cosmos. Did something go wrong during the nightmares and he was corrupted by the monster without him knowing it? 849, news end of side story, year 24 of the Arcana calendar. The pale and dim sky, the topsy-turvy city, and the colorlessness and soundlessness covered the world of souls in the eternal coldness and silence. The taller of the two persons who were observing Donnie from outside of the city said in a low, magnetic voice, "Rest assured. It's going to be fine. I'm only trying to figure out what he is trying to do and where he is going after releasing some of his air through such hard work." 850 side story, John. Hayes Hall. A little boy no older than 10 was holding a wooden sword high and striking it forward. Bang! The boy on his opposite side, who was of a similar age, waved his sword to block it. The two swords collided in a dull noise. Under the scorching sun, the two boys were sweating hard. Their cheeks and their necks were all wet. Even so, they were still gritting their teeth and focused on the sword practice. On the stairs nearby, a golden-haired and brown-eyed man slightly nodded, expressing his satisfaction with the boys' sword practice. He looked young and handsome, but his manners were mature and trustworthy, making it impossible to tell his accurate age. However, he was in an obvious trance right now, as if he had seen somewhere far away through the child before him. 851 Side Story, Viscount Cairndia. Crack, the sound of the door lock being opened was particularly loud at the quiet night. A golden-haired and golden-eyed little boy had been lying on the couch, half asleep, but he sat up the moment he heard the noise and ran to the door in excitement. After the door was opened, a golden-haired woman wearing a purple court dress walked in. She was pretty and tall with a blush that was not so obvious on her face. There was a certain charm in her formal smile. "Edward, you haven't slept yet." The beautiful and mature lady was obviously surprised when the little boy ran to her. The boy smiled shyly. "Mom, I wanted to wait for you to come back." He suddenly stopped talking because he saw a tall man behind his mother. The man had a sculpted, handsome face that looked like a glacier that would never unfreeze. He also had very special silver short hair. 852 Side Story, Helen. In the Aline Magic Tower in the City in the Sky. Berkeley was already used to the magnificent building. No longer amazed by its appearance that was entirely different from other magic towers, he only felt that fondness and appreciation from the bottom of his heart. Also, the moment he saw the magic tower, Berkeley felt firm and steady. He was no longer as scared as he used to be in the past, when he was often woken up in the middle of a dream, fearing that the night watchers would find him, capture him, and send him to the fire. "This place is the heaven of the sorcerers," Berkeley closed his eyes and remarked. Then a fire seemed to be ignited in his heart. Would she still be there today? He moved faster and passed through the lobby of the magic tower, entering the first zone on the first level of the magic tower where the General Arcana Library had been established. 853 The Unannounced Guest Side Story, Rise of the Congress. "My lord," the farmers who were busy working in the land greeted their liege humbly and obediently. Most of them did not quite see the face of the Earl, but they knew that the only person who could have been surrounded by so many knights, who could have ridden the magnificent dragon-scale horse, who could have worn the fancy clothes, and whose necklace was above the back of his head and covered his ears, was the distinguished Lord Earl. Also, the guys before them were also paying respects. With the dragon-scale horse between his legs and a whip in his hands, Earl Paphos heard nothing of the farmers' greetings. It was a privilege that any noble deserved, and there was no need to feel surprised. After he left his manor and reached the highroad, Earl Paphos slapped his horse hard to let it run faster, surpassing the wagons and the passers-by on his way. 854 Difficult Situation. The torrential rain poured from the sky like a waterfall and raised vague mist when it hit the ground. It was completely dark except for the occasional bolts of lightning in the sky, like a place of ghosts. Nobody dared to come out at such a night. The storm had separated every house, giving people both the panic of upcoming doom and the strange sense of safety that nobody would break in. The curtain of water from the room was like a rampart for every house. Inside a common two-floored house in the city, a young man in a blood-red magic robe was staring at the rain thoughtfully. He appeared to be in his 20s. His pupils were red and his face was handsome, with bright electric arcs bursting out vigorously now and then. Also, the vague air of books on him added to his gentleness and made him look quite special. 855 Weirdo. The storm was still pouring, but lightning and thunder were getting rare, so the night was even darker than before. In the basement of a manor at the suburb, Fernando sat in a corner with a grim face, and Lauren paced back and forth anxiously, sneaking out now and then for investigation. As a matter of fact, even the owner of the manor did not know that the evil sorcerers had turned his basement into their bureau. The night watchers were deceived by our arrangements and chased after the wrong direction. After a while, Lauren re-entered the basement. Avoiding several traps, he told Fernando what he learned. "Like how we rehearsed before, the other people went to the other bureaus in different groups. As for the loss of sorcerers and apprentices, we can't calculate until this thing is over." Fernando did not nod or shake his head. "What I want to know is why the black-clawed dogs can find the place." 856 Talk in the Wagon. The atmosphere on the wagon became extremely weird. Douglas seemed to have forgotten the two sorcerers next to him. He kept asking strange questions one after another, and neither Fernando nor Lauren knew how to respond. Weren't they all as matter-of-fact as the sun rising from the east and the fruit falling to the ground after they were ripe? However, Douglas soon came back to himself. He said apologetically, "Excuse me. I tend to be absent-minded once in a while." "It's nothing. It happens to me when I encounter magic problems," Lauren replied with a smile, as if he were not interested in Douglas' strange questions at all. Fernando opened his mouth but did not say anything in the end. After a brief silence, Fernando and Lauren introduced the situation on this side of the storm straight. 857 Test. As they traveled in the forest again, the three of them were even quieter. Fernando was like a human-shaped storm that was about to burst out. The more he held himself back, the more terrifying he was. The shelter provided to Douglas was an inconspicuous cave with only the traces of magic circles in the deepest part. The cover was most natural. Mr. Douglas, you can stay here for a couple of days. We'll find you again after things are sorted out. Even though Douglas had been warm and friendly, Lauren still chose to show him enough respect when they said goodbye to each other. He was an archmage after all. Douglas did not appear to be angered by their treatment. He knocked on the wall of the cave and nodded with the same smile. I'm already satisfied that there is a place for me to do my research. 858, Pearl on the Crown of Magic. After being stunned for almost a minute, Fernando asked in a hurry, Douglas, what mathematical problem are you working on? He had never been embarrassed when it came to asking other people what he did not know, and he was most earnest when it came to the things he was interested in. Magic knowledge and mathematical problems were certainly among them. Having set up alarm magic circles around, Douglas had known about it when Fernando entered the place. But instead of greeting the visitor, he continued dwelling in the ocean of mathematics. It was not until Fernando opened his mouth that he finally raised his head and answered, the calculation of the area and volume of irregular objects, as well as the corresponding problems. The quill in his hands did not stop when he answered the question, so his words were quite literal. 859, A Tour in the Inquisition. Thick, dark yellow carpet, crystal light hanging up in the ceiling, fine statues, vivid wall paintings and relief sculptures. And the bright and warm atmosphere made the small, black building look like a nobleman's private property instead of a notorious hell. That was the first impression that the Inquisition gave to Fernando and Douglas. The gatekeeper led them through the tree-shaded path, and now they had come to the most horrible place known to every sorcerer. In the main hall stood Fernando, Douglas, and the gatekeeper. Although they did not see anyone else, their sharp instincts were telling them that a few night watchers were hiding in the darkness. Fernando and Douglas believed that those who were hiding were the first set of vigilants of the Inquisition. 860, The Outraged Cardinal. Time stop, it was too late. Before his brain came to a pause, the idea occurred to the predator. But he had been turned into an insect in a piece of amber in this static world. He was now frozen by time in the air. The whole world looked like an old painting drawn only in the color of gray, black, and white. Then he saw that the colors were returning, gold, green, black, and red, and his body was able to move again. Move? The predator could not figure this out. How could he see himself moving? In fact, he thought that he would be lucky to survive the 3 to 4 rounds of attack during the time span of time stop because of the many extraordinary items he had. But why was he now watching his body falling onto the floor heavily? The colorful light burst out, but it failed to prevent his body from hitting the carpet and making the dull, banging sound. How? 861. League, the deputy president. Fernando waved his hands and snorted, we do, but it's useless. It falls, so it's a sheer failure. A failure which will only lead us to the wrong path. He obviously wasn't a big fan of the legendary sorcerer who first built the floating city, as Fernando believed that the sorcerer was just bragging. A floating city was the shared research object among the 3 magic empires. They tried to put themselves in a city flying in the air and looked down upon ordinary people like gods. However, creating such a city was extremely difficult, especially when it came to how to maintain the floating status. Countless sorcerers had tried. In the past years, a few legendary sorcerers had claimed that they had successfully built a floating city, but so far none of them survived. One was involved in the War of Dawn and was shot down by the church and nobles, while others were quite problematic. The best one floated for more than a decade but finally still crashed. 862, the meeting destined to happen. Lauren said, somewhat a little silly, Fernando, you weren't here, Mr. Leg. Fernando directly ignored him and rushed past Lauren and Douglas like a furious cluster of storms. His red eyes opened big. Obviously, he was outraged. Douglas slightly frowned but soon unknotted his eyebrows. He watched Fernando rushing downstairs to the secret chamber. Fernando, Lauren finally realized, and he hurriedly yelled, don't argue with Mr. Leg. Bang! Fernando slammed the door of the secret chamber shut and kept the conversation within. What shall we do? Fernando will piss off Mr. League. Lauren asked Douglas for help. Only Douglas, who carried both good manners and power, could stop this argument right now. Douglas nodded. If anything goes wrong, I'll stop it, but expressing himself is Fernando's right. 863. Everyone has something they are confident in. Yes, the little girl named Hathaway wriggled and tried to get back on her feet, but she still did not let go of the giant sword in her hands, as if it were the most important thing for her today. Therefore, it was impossible for her to stand up with only her elbows. After she finally lifted herself from the ground, she fell down again. Again and again, Hathaway failed to get up, and her night teacher simply watched without saying anything, as if he were telling her that she could count on nobody else except for herself to become a knight. Gradually, Hathaway's cold but beautiful eyes seemed to be covered in mist, but she bit her red lips and furrowed her eyebrows hard, not letting out any sound of pain or distress. Even Old Green found it unbearable to keep watching. He said in a coarse voice, sharp, 864, a difficult mission. Although the mathematical knowledge that Hathaway was learning was already sophisticated enough for children of her age, it was not really tricky for either Douglas or Fernando. So Hathaway turned the pages and pointed at the questions on it with her narrow finger without saying a word, waiting for the standard simple answers. She was not disappointed once. Sharp, her night teacher who was enjoying the roasted fish with honey and the hard liquor, was gradually attracted by the situation on this side. He forgot to chat with Old Green anymore. Frowning, he observed Douglas and Fernando carefully. Perhaps because of her excitement, Hathaway's face was redder than before. After a long time, she finally closed her books and said in a low voice, "Thank you." 865, a lesson. The voice was distant and unpredictable, making it impossible to locate Sharp. In the hotel, Fernando and the other sorcerers who had been alarmed by the collision just now flashed and disappeared. Find a way to escape. We'll meet in Lake Ramrouge. The moment Douglas appeared in a corner, Fernando's telepathic bond already stretched over carefully and quickly and informed him of the rendezvous after they split up. It was not because he was scared of Blue Grace Sharp. Now that Douglas, a Ninth Circle Archmage, was here, he believed that it was possible for them to kill the enemy if they joined their hands. After all, Douglas knew Time Stop and was an excellent Archmage, and he was capable of many senior-rank unusual spells himself, which could weaken and limit the enemy. 866, Old Fox. After he stepped out of the inn, Sharp broke like a bubble and disappeared into the dark night. Not moving his eyes back, Old Green asked coarsely, "Are you going to accept his contract?" "Whether we accept it or not, the most important issue right now is that this place is no longer safe. We have to transfer immediately." Douglas looked rather solemn. Fernando was also back to himself. He mumbled, "It's up to those old men whether or not to accept the contract. What we need to do is to get out of here and set up another relay station." It was obvious that, even if the Union was to accept the mission to assassinate Alfonsal and build up a good relationship with the nobles such as Sharp, they wouldn't want to expose the relay station that was very important for the organization to any strangers. If they wanted to communicate with the nobles, a smaller one-way channel would be better, say, through Old Green. 867, the city in the sky. Why them? The person who raised the question was Veronica, a blonde, gorgeous beauty. The sorcerers who were adept at body modifications were often on two extremities. Some of them did not care about their images at all, and they transformed them in the most powerful way. For example, they could replace their left eye with stub of the eye demon, their right eye with the eye of the servant of death, and their beard with the tentacles of the mind stealer. As a result, their looks could be most horrifying, making them the synonym of creepy for the ordinary people. In the meantime, they were also the image of all sorcerers in the Saint Truth's propaganda. Of course, in the current phase, those sorcerers had to change their appearances before they went out, or they would be moving targets for the Night Watchers. 868. I'm not being unreasonable. If you don't figure out those questions, you will be relying on nothing but experience, instincts, and luck when you modify your drug. It was already fortunate of you to have found out a beneficial change after several hundred tries, but what about later? Are you going to try every possibility and every combination? In such a case, you will never succeed without thousands of experiments. Douglas replied very carefully. Solemnly, the young sorcerer pointed at his product and said, "The magic book says that the crimson grass plus the fish eye fruit plus the stem of the soul wood can stimulate one's spiritual power. My product is a combination of their natural effects, a summary of the sorcerer's generations of research, a law of nature, and a truth that is beyond any doubts. I won't sell my drug to you, please go somewhere else." 869, Cooperators. It had been many years since the Union of Sorcerers started to dig the city in the sky. The central area had been cleaned, and a lot of magic towers and houses had been set up. If it weren't for the research value of the other debris, the first scene Douglas saw would have definitely not been as dilapidated as this. Right now, a magic tower near the relic of the central magic tower sent out the sound of a bell being hit. According to the deal, it marked the beginning of the meeting. The sorcerers who were having a huge fight in the square reluctantly shut their mouths, unsatisfied that the rare opportunity to unleash their complaints was over. They slowly surged to the 5-story tall magic tower. Those old men must have exchanged their opinions in private, Fernando mumbled. The real agreements had almost always been reached before the meeting, and the meeting was only an occasion for announcements. 870 Speech. While the sorcerers dwelt in the glory of the past, Douglas' voice was even more solemn. The glorious triumphs made the ancient sorcerers even more determined to pursue power. They initiated conquest in the abyss, the hell, and all the alternate dimensions. After the Saint Truth rose, the 3 magic empires collapsed in just 300 years. The glory in the past has turned into the bitterness, confusion, and desperation today. The glory of the past was shattered, replaced by the cruelty of the reality. Owen, Erica, and the sorcerers from different organizations felt that a bucket of cold water was poured on their heads. Although they were somewhat prepared, they could help but sigh in gloom and frustration. They speculated that Douglas meant the same as Arnold and the other archmages by drawing a comparison of the splendid past and the miserable reality so that all the sorcerers would be more hopeful about the cooperation and a bright future. 871. Arrangement. That's not a problem, you are free to do what you want. Arnold observed Douglas up and down again, not covering his surprise. He seemed to have never known the archmage who was hundreds of years younger than him until now. At this moment, Priscilla walked over as attractively as a blooming tulip. She said to Douglas with a smile, how should I put it? You have an amazing perspective in the way you think. It's true that we are as used to certain phenomena in our life as we are to our hands and eyes, to the extent that we forget to ask why. After 500 years, I've sensed the shock when I first touched magic again. Douglas could not nod at the warm lady's praise. One can never cease to explore magic or the world. All right, let's not delay. Without further ado, Priscilla looked at everybody else with a smile. The most important thing right now is to kill Alfonso. Let's stick to our plan after we are back. 872. Intelligence. The Roasted Fish Hotel was as old and unpopulated as before in the late night. It seemed unchanged, but Fernando did not have the courage to approach. After leaving a mark in the agreed-upon area, he went into a slum not far away and hid on a tree, staring at the ragged houses down below. When the moon rose to the apex, a person approached the ragged houses by stepping on the silver brilliance on the ground. Confirming that nobody followed the guy, Fernando drifted down from the tree and said with a low voice, "Old man, you are not dead yet. I'll be alive even after you are dead." The newcomer was Old Green. As per President Arnold's order, he stayed in the Roasted Fish Hotel and kept in touch with Blue Grace Sharp, but he was no longer involved in the relay and communication of the sorcerers within the Union. 873. Everybody's Trick. In a forest on the border between Sherwell County and Rentado, the bright fog had covered the vast territory, suppressing the sorcerer's spiritual powers and the knight's instincts. In the last years of the elves' reign, because of the scheme of the Will of Abyss, many space gaps appeared on the ground. Some were tiny and disappeared on their own before long, but some further collapsed and connected different floors of the abyss, turning into the channels for the demon's invasion. Later, thanks to the help of the elven tree, the elves sealed most of the similar cracks. However, space disorder still lingered in some places, and this forest was one of such places. So it became a good shelter for the sorcerers to hide in. 874. Unexpected. Time stop took effect. The brightness of the moon faded, the darkness was gone, the bolts of lightning were frozen in the sky, and the rainwater crystallized into peace. The whole world had nothing but vague grayness left. Alfonso was like a bug frozen in ice when he was in the range of the spell, keeping the weird posture. Right then, a crack passed through the stop time and entered Douglas' ears. Then the grayness broke inch by inch like shattered glass. The world immediately fell apart. Who is it? Ever since he picked up the Ninth Circle spell, Douglas had never met such a situation when he performed Time Stop. An external force had broken the effect of the spell. Even though he was good at controlling himself and had enhanced himself with many spells, he was still quite shocked. 875. Arnold's Wish. Fernando felt that he was almost choked and could barely breathe at all. The old fox had deceived them all. To make things worse, he even gave a clue in advance. It seemed that the guy was watching them to be misled as if he were enjoying a play. No wonder he was not worried at all that Blue Grace Sharp would regret and turn them in. Holding back his fury, Fernando flew out of the forest with Arnold. The aftermath of a battle of legends could very likely destroy this place. Has the Liege of Death recovered the strength of level 3? Douglas repeated one of Fernando's questions. At this moment, he cared about the strengths of the two parties more than anything else, and the details could be left for discussion when it was over. 876 Cooperation. The dark curtain was dissolved, and brightness leaked through the sky. Surging ripples spread out as if they came from the ancient times, wiping all the dust on the way. In front of time, everything was dust. In the middle of the ripples, a person passed through the wall made of aurora like a slippery fish and broke out of the heavy siege before the fog of spirits regathered. The power of time was everywhere. The person was much dimmer than before, and the pride and confidence could no longer be felt. The moment he left the absolute darkness, he hurried to turn into many hazy rays of light and opened the barrier of space and time, teleporting far away. Right then, a black enormous scythe carrying the deepest and heaviest death slashed from the sky abruptly, as if it had been waiting for the opportunity all the time. It hit the hazy light in the center brutally. 877 Reaction. The moon has fallen. Both Arnold and Douglas were greatly surprised by the Liege of Death's sigh. They both raised their heads and looked at the dark sky. Their eyes glittered in different colors with magic, which allowed them to see through the clouds and catch the chilly, hazy moon. The moon hadn't really fallen. The sorcerers were greatly relieved and cancelled the vision effect provided by magic. If demigod Alterna, who allegedly would never die as long as the moon was high, was killed by God's arrival, they would not stand a chance at all. However, according to what the Liege of Death said just now, even the silver moon failed to block God's arrival. Even a demigod could not resist an attack of God's arrival. 878. The change of the noble's attitude. Rentado's night was no different from any other city's. Except for the cathedrals and the district of nobles that were illuminated by the everlasting light, the other places only had the light of the moon or the stars. Therefore, at such a pitch-dark night, Rentado was particularly cold and gloomy. The only thing that could be seen was the occasional lanterns. Blue Grace Sharp stood next to the window in his bedroom and looked at the darkness outside attentively, as if the darkness that had nothing worth appreciating was the greatest significance of his life. 879 Arnold's Arrangement. In the underwater relic in the land of Thousand Lakes. After he returned from the forest, Douglas did not immediately go to where Alain was buried but stayed with Arnold and Fernando for news from Rentado. Only after he learned the intensity of the church's counterattack and the ending of Sharp could he study the city in the sky in peace, knowing that none of the sorcerers who were in the meeting was captured and revealed the location of Alain. Since the city had crashed, it was barely possible to move it away without causing great noises. Mr. President, the Heart of Time has left the Radiance Church and returned to his villa in the city. The church did not arrest the Blue Demon. A sorcerer reported to Arnold about the situation in Rentato. They had no spies in the church and among the big nobles, so they could only learn the surface. 880 different people. The half-mountain full of cracks was squeezed by rocks and mud, and almost none of the circuits and symbols on it were complete. The buildings were also broken except for those that were constructed later on. A dozen sorcerers lived inside the city that seemed to have completely been destroyed. They were so few that they did not bring any liveliness to the place, which was still as quiet and grim as a graveyard. Alain, floating in the middle of the mountain, Douglas called it using the Sylvanesian tongue. Even though he had seen it once, he still felt the insuppressible shock, excitement, and eagerness. 881 Hades' Right Hand. Inside the Radiance Church. The Liege of Death, having turned into a shadow, did not attack immediately. After finding out Francois' location, he backed off to a dark corner outside of the room while waiting for the shift of night to day, and the moment when the gate of the cathedral was opened. That would be the moment when Francois was most relaxed and careless. If he were to cast a spell right now, Francois could possibly sense danger and defense in time. Since they were going to fight in a cathedral, he was not confident that he could defeat Francois when he hadn't recovered to his peak status yet. Even though the cathedral was protected by the God of Truth and lights were on all night, there was still darkness where the lights could not reach. The Liege of Death stood in it as if it had been melted into the darkness. 882 Mean Good Friends. It was the middle of the day. The ancient and magnificent Alto city stood next to the Belen River, looking down at the villages around it. The wall of the city was not in black, which was what most sorcerers would have liked. It was in dark yellow because it was as old as the everlasting sky. Although Fernando dared not to fly, he still reached the central city of the empire a couple of days later since he did not rest at night. He cleaned his clothes and walked to the city gate, which was defended by a dozen sorcerers. Their leader revealed the unmistakable air that he was an archmage. It was the scorching noon, but peasants, dealers, and citizens going in and out of the city were not reduced at all. One could not help but sense the liveliness and exuberance of Alto. Stop! A middle-rank sorcerer stopped Fernando in wariness. In such an eventful period, nobody wanted to be killed by the Night Watchers. 883, a date. No wonder, Fernando said in a low voice. Although Real Dream was a naturally endowed spell of vampires, Prince Dracula, who was a top legendary vampire, was the only one who could connect the dreams of so many people without depriving them of their thinking abilities. Abel, who had perished, was stronger than Dracula in overall, but he was not as good as Dracula in terms of Real Dream. It was said that other than connecting everyone's dream, Dracula could also substantiate his dream with his talents. The creatures in it looked real and could think and communicate, but they did not know that they were fake and part of a dream. 884, bet. The sun was glowing like fire in the west, making the real Alto even more like a graveyard. Except for the sorcerers who were watching the walls of the city in different areas, few people could be found on the street. On the empty road, a wagon rode fast without raising any noises of hooves or wheels, as if it were an envoy from the silent hell. The wagon was so quiet because it did not have any wheels. The 4 horses running ahead were all as hazy as if they were made of pale mist. However, an intense fire was burning on each of their heads and 2 red spots were bouncing in their eyes. Is this the famous nightmare? Inside the carriage, where the window was half open, a magnetic and enthralling female voice echoed. 885, who's the prey? What do you want to bet on? Beto was very talented in magic and had always been his teacher's favorite. However, he was also snarky and competitive for the same reason, and his social skills were no better than those of Antic, who only liked to hide in dark corners and manipulate dreams. So he asked Furen, showing no lack of confidence. Furen touched the sapphire brooch on her chest, and her white dress was dyed in dreamy colors by the hazy brightness. Don't you always like my mermaid's tear? If I lose the bet, it will be yours. It was a level 8 senior rank item. Even though Beto was a legend student, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Really. His teacher, the Lord of Elements, was good at alchemy, but he certainly did not create items for the students often. 886, progress. Seeing Nando's reaction, Furen reviewed what she did and decided that she was being too hasty. She had come straight after learning the message from another sorcerer on the road. It did not occur to her that it was impossible for Nando, who should have been away from home for a while, to learn the intelligence earlier than she did. Has anything happened? After a brief moment of being stunned, Fernando immediately realized that new intelligence had been delivered from home to Rentado, so out of concern he asked in a low voice. It was much easier for the legends to communicate than it was for the common sorcerers. For example, the 2 excellencies of Cabin of Palmyra talked almost on a daily basis. 887, track. Are you saying that Tuck has moved away? Nando, who now carried feminine charm, asked a middle-aged woman. Because it was near the mines, the sky of Hulsava City was covered by dust all year around, which made it dim and gray. He was now at the center of a dark valley, where the architectural style was more inclined to the mysteriousness and grimness that sorcerers preferred. The middle-aged woman that Fernando asked was an ordinary person. She wavered and replied, "Yes, Mr. Sorcerer. Tuck moved away a month ago." The reverence and fear for sorcerers had been etched to the blood of the civilians of the Magic Empire. Fernando looked around. The buildings here were mottled and heavy, with the traces of aging everywhere. Realizing that Tuck did not seem to have enjoyed his life in this place, he went on to ask, "Do you know where he moved to? Exactly how many years ago did he move out?" 888, Mysterious Kufure City. Fernando grabbed the notebook and cast Advanced Stealth on himself, disappearing from the study. He listened to the coming footsteps quietly. 1, 2, 3, more and more people were coming to the gate. Why are there so many people? Why are they so stealthy? Fernando created spying eyes and dispersed them in order to monitor the whole house. Although the spell had a range limitation, everything in Tuck's house was still under watch because it was old and small. In a corner, a crystal ball suddenly glittered and displayed what was in the hall. Even advanced stealth could not cover such an effect. In the hall, the men and women in plain clothes walked lightly like ghosts, as if they feared that they might wake up the owner of the house. There were about a dozen of them. They dispersed around a creepy-looking man at the center. 889, tracing the source. The priest, which looked like a stitched monster, looked at Fernando with his hollow eyes that did not have pupils. He has offered this house to the great god. Where is he now? Fernando asked solemnly, feeling that it was getting weirder and weirder. Wasn't Tuck planning to escape this place? How did he become the believer of an evil god all of a sudden? Had he been completely twisted by the evil god's priest or even the evil god himself into a selfless contributor? The priest sounded as calm as before as he said, "He's in the temple. I'm his friend, I'm here for him. I would like you to bring me to meet him in the temple." Fernando had been unwilling to risk going to the nest of those believers whose behaviors were weird, but logically speaking, he was here for Tuck, and he could have asked for help from the Office of Sorcerers in case of any danger. If he did not go, it was very possible that the mysterious hunter would notice some anomaly. 890. Risk. Under the moonlight, Fernando walked to Tuck's ragged house, trying to consider from the perspective of the trapped archmage. First of all, he has to choose his rescuer cautiously. If he asks for the help of a random sorcerer in the city, it's very likely that he will expose his traces. After all, not everybody can figure out the real situation as I can. One moment of carelessness, and he will be discovered by the mysterious hunter or the supervising legend. It was something that Fernando confirmed at the beginning. For the trapped archmage, there were few opportunities for survival. He could not afford to waste any of them. Why did he choose me over Tuck or any other sorcerers? How am I different from them? Fernando believed that he certainly had advantages that could let the trapped archmage escape. That was why the archmage chose him and entered his dream to ask for help. He intended to find out the specific advances to decide his operation plan. 891, 10 years later. That's right. After learning Fernando's question, Antic made fun of him. You were suspicious that a legend surrendered to the church. What can they gain from that? The common archmages can receive safety and the materials provided by the church. What can a legendary sorcerer get? After the external problems are eliminated, they will be the first guys to be thrown away. Such a smooth and convincing explanation did not sound like something that a guy as cowardly as Antic could have thought of so quickly. He must have remembered it when the King of Nightmare and Stannies discussed it. Fernando mocked Antic in his heart and said solemnly, "What exactly are the legends researching in Kufure City?" "The mysteries of faith, the deification of gods," Antic said frankly. Fernando stared at him with his red eyes until it was impossible for him to remain calm. He moved his shoulder back and asked, "What are you suspecting?" 892 Accidents. In Caucasus of the Duchy of Calais. Since it was right next to the southern swamps, it was extremely hot even though it was the middle of the night. Now and then, creepy birds flew out of the darkness with blood-curdling shrieks. At the edge of the swamp, Arnold, who had been staring at Coca City, was suddenly amused. "Nielsen, you never thought you could return to this city someday, did you?" He was talking about his return as a master. This place, as the capital of the Asso Empire, had the most perfect infrastructure for the defense that the Liege of Death worked out. Naturally, it became the target for the operation. With his bloated fat jiggling, Nielsen said with unusual mixed feelings, "I thought that I would never visit Caucasus again in my life. I remember that I was praised right here by the Liege of Death when I became a Ninth Circle Archmage." 893 Darkness and Dawns. In the high sky, the Witch of Iceland, the Eye of Curse, and the Liege of Death stood in a triangle far away from each other. At their center was Heart of Time Critonia, who was not so confident anymore, as well as the mature man Heffenberg, who had a pair of cold silver eyes. Neither of the legendary knights was holding their longsword, they simply floated there empty-handed. "It's about time. I'll go down and ask them to cancel the defense." Heffenberg raised his eyes and looked at the clear stars. Atlant, the Eye of Curse, said with a smile, "Thank you for your cooperation, Your Majesty." Different from Critonia, Heffenberg was not controlled by the Liege of Death's death, and he was almost a top legend. So he was more like a partner. Heffenberg turned around and flew downward in a streak of light as his voice rang in the sky. "Take action." 894 A Meeting of Threes. Mathematical Principles of Magical Philosophy. This is so Douglas. Having known Douglas for years and communicated with him on magical knowledge often, he had a profound understanding of the guy's naming style. For some reason, Fernando's anxiety and uneasiness were appeased when he saw the book. Just like when he studied magic every time, he forgot the dark reality, as well as the dark and hopeless environment, and completely devoted himself to the glamorous world. It was a pity that there wasn't a place where one could read magic books quietly, unless they ran far away. However, how far could they run if they only backed off? Fernando's mind was disturbed again, but he already opened the book subconsciously. The familiar handwriting entered his eyes. 895 Decisions in Hull. The Hull Manor was at the edge of a forest. It was a resort where the Heffenberg family had their summer hunting. Since it was only the beginning of spring, there were few guests and servants. It was quiet and peaceful. The study in the manor was the place where King Heffenberg handled state affairs during his holiday. It was protected by powerful divine power circles. However, it was 3 sorcerers who were under the protection of the divine power circles now. Douglas lived in the place secretly as a guest of the royal family. He had to change his magic robe into the most popular high-collared coat nowadays, which made him slightly uncomfortable. "Did you arrange for Douglas to hide here?" After they entered the study, Fernando asked Hathaway casually, trying to figure out whether it was her intention or the Sword of Truths. 896, still in mundaneness. In the study in the Hull Manor, the thick curtains were pulled to the 2 sides. Covered in gauze, the window let in the sunlight and created splendid golden light in the room. Hathaway was calculating something behind the desk with the quill in her hand. Now and then she raised her head and talked with Douglas and Fernando in simple words. If what she wanted to express was too complicated, she would choose an oral handwritten approach. Douglas, standing before the window, looked solemn, as if he was deep in thought. He paced back and forth in the golden realm of sunlight. Occasionally, he came to a sudden stop and pointed out the critical immaturities in Fernando and Hathaway's thoughts. By the time they offered their rebuttals, he would start pacing again as a thinker. The scene where they discussed arcana and magic was like a vivid painting. It was a pity that nobody was there to record the brilliant tableau in the history of magic. 897 Les Miserables. All the pedestrians were coming and going fast on the street, but Oliver stood at the center like a statue. As a young man, although he was brilliant in plays and quite experienced in certain aspects, and it was not his first trip outdoors, such a situation was still too much for him to bear. That was his living expense for the next couple of months. What should he do? What was he going to eat? Where was he going to sleep? Countless questions flooded into his head with frustration and anger, making him feel that the sunny afternoon was dark and that the crowd around him was indifferent and distant, as if they were in different worlds. Bloody thieves. After a long time, Oliver burst out a howl that almost tripped over the passers-by. When he howled, he grabbed his suitcase tightly, fearing that another thief would emerge and steal his last possessions. 898 Dignity of Nobles. Deep into the night, in the luxurious main bedroom of the manor, Shirley's father paced back and forth gloomily and complained to her mother, "It's all your good idea. You said that by agreeing to his proposal and allowing the poor boy to get in touch with nobles, he will lose confidence and leave Shirley voluntarily, but what happens in the end?" He clutches her even more tightly. "I didn't know he was so shameless," Shirley's mother said grimly. Shirley's father scorned, "You do not know humans at all. Such poor boys only want to become nobles through marriage. The more we show it to him, the more he would crave for it. How will he leave voluntarily? Why did you agree with me and accept the proposal if you think you know everything?" Shirley's mother roared angrily. "Tell me, what solutions do you possibly have? It's like Shirley's mind has been controlled by magic. It's impossible to talk sense into her. She even threatens me with her life." 899 Even a rabbit bites if pushed to the corners. Late at night, the air in the new public cemetery was rather cold. The loud noise created by the collapse was sent by the wind and was thus already heard by the burial man from a distance. The burial man rushed over. The burial man yelled and woke Oliver up, who was now feeling rather dizzy from being thrown to the ground. "You bloody idiot, look at what you've done. If you don't fill the pit tonight, I'll throw you in it, damn." His words were nasty, and the fact that Oliver was still at a loss made him even more furious. He spat on Oliver and then walked away back to the cabin. The viscous mucus hit the center of Oliver's forehead, and he then started fiercely throwing up. He was throwing up so badly that his entire stomach had been emptied, and then the bitter bile came up. 900 They were only dogs. Shirley was startled and almost burst out screaming. She hurriedly looked around and then took a step forward. She grabbed Vicent's hand. Her reaction confused Vicent. Shirley tried to keep her voice low by overcoming her fear and nervousness. "Vicent, you have to run. The night watchers found the bodies in your basement." What? Vicent could not believe his ears, even though it was Shirley who told him this, and Shirley was the person he loved and trusted the most in the world. Impossible, this is impossible. How did they find it? How did they know? There was no way that night watchers could search every single house in an area, for their number was too small for this. Seeing that Vicent was panicking, Shirley told him what happened as briefly as she could. Andrew felt humiliated, so they found the night watchers to kill you in the interrogation room. My servant heard them plotting. 901 I'll be back one day. Plants were strange and messy in the marsh. Some trees, besides their huge crowns on the top blocking the entire sky, had legs like human beings but wrapped with red vines going deep into the soil and mud. The plants made the marsh look rather creepy and dangerous. Vicent was hiding behind a big rock about half his height. While the ground under his feet was quite solid and dry, which was rare in the marsh, the horrible smell pouring in his nose made him feel dizzy. At this time, Vicent was sitting on the ground, staring at something in front of him in fear. On the black mud, there was a python as thick as a bucket crawling to him. Its eyes were giving out the unusual green light just like two candles. And the terrifying air the python possessed had driven away all the other creatures in the marsh. 902. The treasure. On the wasteland overgrown with bushes, there were bones and skeletons everywhere. A small group of traveling salesmen was going through this dangerous area under the protection of a dozen mercenaries. Their destination was the kingdom of Brian. The wasteland was on the border between home and Brian and was embraced by the big mountains where all sorts of magic creatures were living. Also, there had been rumors that this area was once the domain ruled by Vicent, the king of calamities and the governor-general of Great Home. He was different from all the previous and following governors-general. Instead of only focusing on guarding Rentado, Vicent had also conducted many experiments here close to the border. Therefore, on the wasteland, there were many strange creatures and they were believed to be the shoddy products of Vicent's experiments. 903. Past. Oliver, as a warrior who had been through life-threatening dangers many times, was not too panicked to move at the critical moment. He backed off sideways subconsciously and waved his short sword, trying to find a way to escape. However, he was far weaker than Captain Grigra, who took advantage of the length of his sword and slashed non-stop, making it impossible for Oliver to draw near. He could not make the best use of the short sword and could not resist the attacks by raising his sword. Clang, clang, clang. After a few crisp sounds, the short sword fell to the ground and Oliver's right hand was bleeding. Grinning hideously, Grigra stepped forward and cut horizontally, further reducing Oliver's range of activity. After only a while, Oliver realized that he had been cornered. He would have to face the flashing longsword whichever direction he went to. Am I going to die? 904. I'm here to pick you up. A cabin located in the depths of the mountains was surrounded by strange trees, bizarre rocks, howling beasts, and chirping birds. Fernando paced back and forth in the cabin gloomily, considering what he should say to the leaders of hysterical dance and how he could prevent himself from mocking them. If possible, he should also visit the Eye of Curse. Although the guy was not in the leadership of the organization, everybody knew that he was the boss behind the curtain. Suddenly, Fernando sensed that dozens of sorcerers were flying over with his spiritual power. He was quite shocked. A transparent wall of force field immediately appeared next to him and the spells to break space barriers were ready. What are they doing? So many people are attacking me, but why are they doing it so obviously so that I would have a chance to escape? 905 for your return. Baron Brenzel's manor was much more deserted after the owner was changed several times. Wild grasses grew on the hills behind the manor. Under the morning sunlight, dews were rolling on them. A dew dropped on a pile of coiled bones, leaving vague wet marks. The bones of the serpent shivered, but it was back to peace again. Around the creature there were a winged tiger with rotten furs and flesh and yellowish pus flowing everywhere, tremendous ghouls that spread out their hideousness and stench, and countless ghosts wandering in the sky that were in absolutely no fear of the sunlight. The hills seemed to have become the nether world that was full of undead creatures. In the middle of the undead creatures, a man who was nothing more than a skeleton touched the rocks with his pale, dim left hand and looked at the city with his thoughtful eyes. At the city gate, a middle-aged man in a bishop's robe was walking to the church solemnly. 906 Undercurrents. The rotten mud was releasing a strong smell. A wild wolf, having barged into the place in panic, was deeply mired in it. Howling, it tried to pull its leg out, only to be trapped deeper and deeper, until the mud consumed its ears and nose and interrupted the screaming. It was what Vicent saw when he returned to the swamps. The place where he was usually active was now occupied by a creepy man in black. All the parts on the man that was exposed to the air had nothing but bones left. Red, needle-like fire was bouncing in his hollow eyes. His clothes were filled with unusual patterns sewed with glamorous gold lines. Noticing Vicent's return, he asked with a voice as depressing as the dead, "Where have you been? An envoy from the Congress of Magic is coming." Vicent replied casually, I visited home and took care of some stuff. By the way, I picked up Shirley, 907 gathering. Hey, are you buying them or not? Don't stand in the way of my exchange. Seeing that Oliver read and studied mathematical principles of magical philosophy and basics of calculus before his stand in fascination, the dealer drove him away angrily. Huh, Oliver shivered hard, coming back from the feeling as wonderful as mountain paradise. He waved the books hard. Yes, I'll buy them. Which organization are the authors from? He couldn't wait to meet the sorcerers who had created such a marvelous mathematical system and astonishing theories and express his excitement. Although he only skimmed through the books due to his lack of knowledge, he still sensed the pure beauty of mathematics and the shock of gravity that was beyond its age. Mr. Douglas of the Congress of Magic wrote them. The co-authors of Basics of Calculus also include Ms. Silvery and Mr. Fernando of the Congress of Magic, the dealer said with obvious respect when he mentioned them. 908. Gradual Movement. Inside the Pope's library in the Holy City. Your Holiness, there's a piece of secret intelligence from the north. A red robe delivered the confidential file sent by the transmission circle in reverence. Pope Gregory took over the letter and opened it, reading it carefully. The red robe, on the other hand, waited for his instruction, ready to dispatch His Holiness' order to all the parishes. Maltimus has secretly controlled a city in the Chakran Empire that is close to the northwest of the Dark Mountain Range. He's planning to arrive through blood sacrifice. The Pope appeared rather shocked. It was obvious that he did not expect that the Lord of Hell could have done so much right under his nose. It seemed that years of victories and the chaos at the edge of the Dark Mountain Range had blinded the clerics. 909. Chasers of Light. In the Holy City, the Bright Hall was in the highest place, and the Hall of Scriptures of the St. Bizo Seminary was only second to it. This building looked like the arena in the Sank Kingdom. It was flat at the center with a magnificent podium. There was not a dome. The seats around rose in circles to dozens of meters high. Whoever stood at the center would see nothing but the countless people from the auditorium that were staring at him, and the pressure could be enormous. The sun in the high sky shone with a golden brilliance, as if God were watching the place, adding to the sacredness in the environment. At the sunset, the remaining radiance of the sun beamed into the hall and covered everything in brilliant gold. In the dazzling gold, however, the whole hall kept a weird silence, as if something horrifying was brewing and was about to break out. 910. The City in the Sky. End of TMA. After Douglas' speech, all the sorcerers on the spot left for different places silently but steadily, ready to fulfill the tasks that they had been given. They were not excited, not zealous, not provoked, but were taking action with determination after rational consideration. We know what we want, and we know what we are going to pay. After the sorcerers left in order, and the legendary sorcerers who were returning to their own organizations through their demoplanes had reached their destination, Douglas heaved a soft sigh and said to Fernando, "It's time that we take action." Fernando did not say anything but followed Douglas to the depths of the cave. At dawn, the vigorous sun was rising, driving the darkness away and bringing the light. At this moment, the plain near Rentado suddenly had an enormous earthquake. Noises were bursting out from the depths, shocking the animals and forcing them to flee. Boom.